Good news, I've traveled through time. Bad news, I'm Zorn Korik, the infamous evil spirit wizard, the first world-class boss in Holy Relics, Eternal Poems. In the original timeline, I'd go on a 5-year rampage, sacrificing entire cities, slaughtering countless innocents, and becoming the most feared figure on the continent. I'd be worshipped by cultists, hunted by the Holy See, and eventually betrayed by my confidant, dismembered, and sealed away as a cautionary tale. But I don't want that fate. I don't want to be a footnote in history, a villain remembered only for my atrocities. So, I've decided to change the script. No more blood sacrifices. No more terrorizing the innocent. No more becoming a pawn of evil gods. Instead, I'll use my knowledge of the future to carve a new path. I'll be a law-abiding citizen, a philanthropist, a STEAM science wizard, and a behind-the-scenes power player. I'll build an empire of wealth and influence, all while staying far away from the dark destiny that once awaited me. But first, I need to survive the inheritance ceremony. The old butler, Grunk, is urging me to complete the ritual that will bind me to the evil spirit wizard sequence. If I go through with it, I'll be one step closer to becoming the monster I'm destined to be. But if I refuse, I risk exposing myself as an imposter. Luckily, I know the secrets of this world better than anyone. I know that the blood moon, a rare astronomical event, is the true key to unlocking the ritual's power. By delaying the ceremony, I buy myself time to plan, to prepare, and to avoid the dark fate that awaits me. This is my story, a tale of redemption, reinvention, and rewriting destiny. I may have been born to be a villain, but I'll die a hero. Let the gears of fate turn. This time, I'll be the one steering them. Eventually, it became a bold and colorful stroke in the background of the world of Holy Relics, Eternal Poems. I don't want to be made into a specimen and hung on a wall, and I don't want to be written into a book as a negative example for people to criticize. That's what I, Zorn, said after I found myself transported into this world. Whoever wants to be the damn evil god boss can do it. Now, I just want to develop steadily and keep a low profile. Before, I had no choice. But now, I just want to be a law-abiding good citizen, an excellent tax-paying entrepreneur, a young STEAM science wizard, the leading philanthropist of the STEAM city-state, the billionaire behind the monastery, and the behind-the-scenes promoter of Her Majesty the Queen. Fate has a funny way of meshing things together. Young Master Zorn, the ritual is ready. As long as you complete the inheritance of the mysterious wizard, the situation within the family will definitely improve. Inside the study, the old butler Gronk, dressed in a deep black butler's uniform, his sparse hair meticulously groomed, his back ramrod straight, looked at me with a tone filled with expectation. At the same time, behind the slightly cluttered long desk, bathed in the hazy moonlight filtering through the glass window, I sat motionless, holding my pose. I was still adjusting to the discomfort of transmigration and digesting the jumbled memories of this 15 or 16-year-old boy. As long as, it will definitely, listening to the old butler's standard, pattern speech, I couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. Based on my experience as a hardcore veteran player of over 30 years in the world of Sacred Relic, Eternal Saga, I knew that whenever a sentence started like this, the story that followed would be exciting, but it would also come at a considerable and tragic price. After a long time, I finally began to adapt to this new body, though the memories in my mind were still a chaotic mess. This is indeed the world of Sacred Relic, Eternal Saga. I spent almost half of my life in this world, and now, after euthanasia, I've actually ended up here. One world's death, another world's beginning. Is this the meshing sensation of the damned gears of fate? I continued to sort through the boy's memories. The current time is May 1645, right in the middle of summer. Phew, that's good. Mystery, strangeness, sequences, and transcendence are just beginning to show their faces amidst the roar of steam. Terror, calamity, distortion, and aberration have not yet landed. The timing is just right, a pretty good start. I lifted my eyelids, and beneath my short black hair, my bright brown pupils revealed a hint of interest as I meticulously surveyed the surrounding environment. A delicately arranged and independent study, with a butler, maids, and servants. Currently, it seems my identity is quite privileged. I am Zorn, I recalled my name. Yes. That's what the old butler called me just now. Zorn Korik. The name gave me pause, and my brow furrowed slightly. Zorn Korik, this was not a very good name. I was too familiar with it. Perhaps it was just a coincidence, but I had a bad feeling. I slowly raised my head, looking at the gray-haired old butler. The contours of his mottled, wrinkled face were highly consistent with the oil painting portrait in my memory, intensifying the unease in my heart. Today, is it May 8, 1645? My voice, still in the midst of puberty, was a mixture of youth and roughness. Yes, young Master Zorn. Today is May 8, 1645. The old butler thought I wanted to remember this special day. Then, looking at the position of the waxing crescent moon through the glass window, he urged, "The best note for the mysterious wizard inheritance ceremony is coming. We need to hurry." As my memory gradually cleared, everything began to fall into place. I took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, leaning back in my chair. It matched up. Everything matched up. May 8, 1645. The inheritance ceremony of the mysterious wizard profession. Old Butler Grank. Young, brand new, clueless, naive Zorn Korik, who was still full of beautiful fantasies about the world. I couldn't help but rub my brow. Am the infamous, notorious, guilty of countless crimes, having blood-sacrificed countless innocent residents, slaughtered a large number of witchers and transcendents, provoked the church, blasphemed the gods, deserving to be executed by firing squad 1,000 times, destined to be recorded in history as the first world-class evil spirit wizard boss Zorn Korik and Sacred Relic, Eternal Saga. Just transmigrated, and I'm about to enter a 5-year countdown to death? Becoming a cruel, bloody, ruthless evil spirit wizard boss, a part of some indescribable evil god. Once brought a shadow of death and fear to the continent. Eventually, like beautiful fireworks, after extreme splendor, falling and disappearing. Thinking of the various highlight moments and the tragic ending of the future, a strange excitement and fanaticism filled my eyes. Unexpectedly. I'm a little excited. I was too familiar with the first world boss, the evil spirit wizard Zorn Korik. I knew the expansion packs like the back of my hand. Even Zorn Korik's hidden log chapter, which few people cared about, I had unlocked all the achievements, more than once. It could be said that I understood Zorn Korik better than Zorn Korik himself. Young Master Zorn? The old butler's urging interrupted my thoughts. I straightened up, trying as much as possible to follow the demeanor of the young Zorn as I slowly opened my mouth. This would avoid arousing Grank's suspicion and save me a lot of trouble, like the trouble of disposing of corpses. Although I couldn't remember how many corpses I had dealt with in Sacred Relic, Eternal Saga, I knew that killing was easy, but disposing of the body was difficult. Gronk was a good man at least, before he was influenced by the evil spirit wizard sequence, he was a loyal good man. Uncle Gronk, today is not suitable for inheriting that mysterious wizard profession, I said seriously. Not suitable? Gronk frowned slightly. Ever since Baron Lion Korik sent back that letter from the sea, he had disappeared without a trace. And in the year since the Baron left, Zorn Korik had become silent, introverted, and obedient to Gronk's arrangements. But today, I had shown a different behavior than before. Just as Gronk was about to ask, I raised my head and said firmly, "Blood moon, Uncle Grank. This month's full moon is a blood moon. The day of the blood moon is the perfect time to inherit that mysterious wizard inheritance." Blood moon? Gronk was slightly stunned. There were many bizarre and scientifically unexplainable astronomical phenomena on the Sacred Relic continent, and blood moon was one of them. How does the young master know? More doubts filled Gronk's mind. The date of the blood moon was not fixed, and there might not be one for several years. But I had already predicted his question. Miss Jolia told me. When I mentioned the young, lively, and vibrant noble Lady Jolia, a light appeared in my eyes. She was the beautiful white moonlight in Zorn's heart, the throbbing of youth and shyness in the depths of a young man just beginning to feel love. I earnestly stretched out my fist and then broke open my fingers, explaining one aspect after another. Miss Jolia told me that she is a transcendent, and this month, Gronk didn't care about the scattered pieces of information, but the important detail that Miss Jolia was a transcendent and knew the date of the blood moon couldn't be ignored. Miss Jolia and young Master Zorn have always had a good relationship. Blood Moon. Transcendence, past memories resurfaced in Grunk's mind. The roar of steam is causing the world's mysterious power to recover, Grunk. Many mysterious stories and rumors of incredible power have come from the ocean. Our world may be about to usher in changes. I am going to the sea and the mist to explore transcendent power, so that we can revive the Korik family. After I leave, everything in the family is up to you. The Baron had entrusted the entire family to Grank in the study, like a friend, sincerely, and not by ordering him as a noble. That memory was as clear as if it were yesterday. And Gronk had lived up to that trust, treating Zorn Korik as half of his own child. Unfortunately, what came back was a mysterious ancient inheritance ceremony stored in an envelope, and the Baron was lost in the depths of the sea. Woo-woo, the whistle of the steam train in the suburbs rang, interrupting Grank's memories. He looked at the position of the moon again, and the best time node for inheritance had already been missed. Perhaps, it is really as the young master said, Blood Moon is the best moment for inheritance. After all, we can't wait a few more days anyway. Also, he looked at the young Zorn Korik thoughtfully. Young master seems to be about to come of age. After thinking for a moment, after saying good night to the young master, Grank left the small study and closed the door. Inside the study. On a silent night, under the hazy moonlight, the face of the lone teenager was shrouded in the shadow of the moonlight. The thoughts of the alien soul were spinning rapidly. Postponing the inheritance time node of the first world-class boss, evil spirit wizard. It was not an impulsive act. But he did it intentionally. In Zorn Korik's diary, there was his hatred and curse for the goddess of fate. She could have waited a week, on the day when the blood moon was full, to let me receive the gift from the gods. That would be the perfect forbidden moment. But, that damn bitch, insisted on making me do it a week early. My sequence is not complete. I always feel like something is missing, yes. As the first world-class big boss. The forbidden moment of inheritance of Zorn Korik, a part of some indescribable evil god, was not right, which made his world big boss template, evil spirit wizard, sequence incomplete. And this indirectly led to a series of tragedies. It also destined his tragic end of struggling on the edge of distortion and madness, and finally falling. Postponing the inheritance to the time of the full blood moon. This is the correct way to open it. And this is the important information that players have mastered. Of course, in addition to the time node, there were certain problems with the inherited spells and anchoring points of the ritual that Zorn Korik obtained. However, for the transmigrator from another world who was a veteran player, these would be corrected in his hands. Squeak! The boy opened the window, and the gentle moonlight shone on his young face. Outside was the silent manor under the night. A little further away were the manors and villas of the nobles in the new district of Oblin City. Further out was the steam rail, known as the Imperial Artery, that passed through the silent suburbs. At this time, under the white moonlight, a steam train spewing white steam was speeding through the wilderness, and the whistle sounded ethereal and pleasant. He held the window sill with both hands, opened his heart, and took a big breath of the fresh air of the new world. Huff, inhale, immersed in the real and delicate touch of breathing. For a long time, he finally felt that he was truly alive. The influence of evil gods, the injustice of fate, opportunities and coincidences, the black hands behind the scenes, the conspiracy of the esoteric sects, and the tide of the times. These are what made Zorn Korik, from a clueless teenager full of beautiful visions for the world, eventually step by step toward depravity, and finally slide into the abyss, transforming into the heinous, cruel, bloody, and evil big boss in people's imaginations. So, how should I live now? Steam Age, New World Pioneering, Mist Dissipation, Divine Grace, Demon Gate, Sacred Relic Eternal Saga Many Version Iterations, Historical Events, Heroes, Legendary Stories, etc. Numerous complex memories finally intersected with the soul node at this moment, combing into clear and incomparable veins. Then, he smiled. The smile was cruel, bloody, mixed with excitement, fanaticism, and anticipation. He was full of expectations for this world. And he was unparalleled satisfied with his boss identity. From today on, I am Zorn Korik, and Zorn Korik is me. Don't worry. Little guy, this time, we will grasp our own destiny. Before, you were a crazy, evil, cruel big boss, but you ended early and were abandoned by the times. This is the embodiment of not adapting to the version. You know, developing in a low-key and wretched way is the correct way to open it. Now, I, the evil wizard big boss who was about to be born, just want to develop in a low-key and steady manner. And then make all those who have harmed us pay a tragic and bloody price. The alien soul, no, it should be said Zorn Korik, clenched his fists and muttered silently under the moonlight. Just as Zorn Krik was about to blend into the night. He was surprised to discover that in the lower right corner of his vision, the upper body outline, as if sketched with faint starlight, and a stick figure icon with crossed arms, slowly lit up. The new discovery made Zorn slightly astonished. Isn't this my 30th anniversary collector's edition player sequence, Star Mark Fighter, icon? There are extra surprises after transmigrating? No one can refuse extra power. Even the evil spirit wizard, the big boss, is no exception. Close the window again. Sit back down at the messy desk. He skillfully opened the fighter system panel exclusive to players. A profession card filled with starlight slowly opened in front of him like a curtain. Starscar Fighter, 30th Anniversary Exclusive Edition, Non-Tradable, Level 1, Talon Iron Bone, SS Grade. You possess an iron woolen body. Skill Basic Skull Crusher Punch, LV0. In the pioneering era, an A-grade talent was already a guaranteed lucky start. Posting it on the forum would attract tens of thousands of posts in minutes. But when the game entered its 30th year, how could the official not come up with something new to attract old players to explore the new world? This Starscar fighter with SS grade talent and top-tier aptitude is the top-tier aptitude new character given by the official in the 30th anniversary veteran player reward event. For him, who had already reached the legendary realm with 3 high-level characters, he had several such top-tier aptitude small characters gathering dust in his warehouse. But at this moment, having transmigrated into Saint's Path, Eternal Saga as an ordinary person all alone, facing this top-tier sequence SS-grade Starscar fighter at this moment, Zorn Krik's heart fluttered, feeling like first love. Although the evil spirit wizard is a world-class boss with extremely high template stats, its abilities and methods are mostly long-range and related to the mystical, the strange, and trans-scientific sides. This sequence is not good at close combat. But now, Zorn's pupils narrowed, carefully scanning the Starscar fighter sequence card. With this SS-grade Starscar fighter, it's completely different. This is one of the strongest profession sequences in the early stages. It can fill the weakness and lack of close combat ability of the evil spirit wizard in the early stages. At the same time, player template plus boss template, this is a dual sequence. Taking a deep breath, he gently clicked on the Starscar fighter sequence card. The sequence card scattered into starlight and then turned into a nebula, slowly pouring into his body. Soul, will, arms, legs, body trunk, muscles, fascia, and many other aspects were being tempered with a sizzling sound during the Starscar fighter inheritance loading process. Defense increased, balance increased, perception and reaction increased, and compatibility with chi increased. Even without the detailed information flow of the system panel to explain, as a veteran professional player, he could judge his own situation through the subtle sensations coming from his body. A familiar feeling swept across every inch of his skin, gently blooming in the depths of his soul. An ordinary life, at the intersection of moonlight and night, henceforth moved towards the extraordinary. In the era of surging steam waves, mysterious and bizarre forces gradually revived. All sequence powers come from the hidden depths, belonging to the forbidden part. But the Starscar fighter in front of him was clearly not among them. Joy like pure white moonlight filled Zorn's face, and he couldn't help but immerse himself in this wonderful sequence inheritance state. Without this top-tier fighter sequence, I'm afraid I would have to wait until the official inheritance of the evil spirit wizard boss sequence before I could take any action. But now, with the fighter sequence in hand, safety and fault tolerance have been greatly increased. Moreover, the fighter sequence can completely hide my true identity as the evil spirit wizard, which is particularly important. There is still a week before the evil spirit wizard sequence inheritance, enough for me to do many things. Coming to the window, bathed in the bright moonlight, he gently tapped the balcony. With extraordinary power in hand, his thoughts gradually opened up. the era of steam waves is surging. According to the core and important major events timeline, as I obtain the evil spirit wizard inheritance, what follows is the imminent bankruptcy of the Zorn Creek family. The subsequent series of misfortunes and tragedies, like a large hand grasping the throat, pushed me into constant sinking, depravity, madness, and ultimately, becoming a pawn to be manipulated at will by those behind the scenes. And this includes a public event and two secretly hidden events. The bankruptcy of the Zorn Creek family is the beginning of the evil spirit wizard's path to evil and depravity. Although these events and the conspiracies behind them are not intentionally aimed at me, at this stage, I am just the unlucky guy who is affected. But, sorry. Zorn's pupils narrowed, and a cruel smile gradually climbed onto his face, like a demon smiling in the night and moonlight. This time, it's no longer the reckless, ignorant Zorn Creek, like a blank sheet of paper, bumping around like a headless fly in the steam waves. But, personally orchestrated by me. Meeting me, you, will all be food on the table. Early morning. The birds in the forest are singing crisply. The early rising Zorn is doing morning exercises in the courtyard. Having inherited the SS grade Starscar fighter. Before dawn, Zorn had already woken up full of energy. Transcenders often only need a small amount of rest to be full of energy and physical strength. The higher the level of the transcender, the more so. In this way, transcenders can put more time and energy into work, study, and their own cultivation. After completing the 9th basic Skull Crusher punch, Zorn sweated slightly. He stood quietly in the thin mist in the backyard. He could clearly feel the subtle chi slowly being drawn into his body. This SS grade aptitude sequence is extraordinary. Normally, only a level 3 fighter can sense chi, but I'm only at level 1 and I can already sense and begin to master it. It's worthy of being a top-tier aptitude character. This SS grade Iron Bone enhances the will's interference with various negative forces, strengthens physical defense and bone strength, and reduces pain. This allows me to have extremely strong fighting and combat abilities in the early stages. The upper limit of the SS grade sequence is very high, which is beyond doubt. But it still requires hard cultivation in order to dig out and develop the powerful power of this sequence. For the fighter sequence, daily exercise, cultivation, fighting, punching, etc., can slowly increase one's fighting chi, fighting physique, and sequence level growth. And if you want to grow quickly, then you have to experience a real fight. A cruel and bloody life and death fight is also the key to the fighter's promotion, and this is the soul of the fighter sequence. Young Master Zorn, breakfast is ready. Old Butler Grank's voice sounded from the steps under the eaves. Coming, Uncle Gronk. Zorn showed a warm smile. Breakfast is very rich. 2 blood velvet sausages, a small plate of bacon, a fried egg, a fresh sweet soybean paste vegetable salad, plus sliced sweet and soft croissant bread, and a large glass of fresh hot milk. In Zorn's memory, although it was just as rich in the past, the variety and quantity were worse than today's. As he ate, he was surprised to find that his appetite was particularly good today. The fighter sequence made him somewhat different from the past. As a large amount of food entered his stomach and slowly digested, he once again felt the thin chi being slowly absorbed by his body. Harvesting chi from the digestion of food is also part of the growth. Of course, if you want to have more gains in growth in the sequence, participate in events and exert your means and abilities to promote the progress of events. This is the best way to improve in the Saint's Path, Eternal Saga World. The maid Vanessa finished cleaning the table and exited the small restaurant next to the hall. Uncle Gronk. Zorn first looked at the butler Grank, who had been waiting for a long time. The most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. How is the financial situation of the family? When young Master Zorn advocated postponing the mysterious inheritance yesterday, he felt that young Master Zorn had grown up a bit. And today, young Master Zorn asked about the family's financial situation, which made the old butler feel even stronger. And he not only did not have any dissatisfaction, but also had some expectations and gratification. Young Master Zorn is really growing up. But when he focused on the family's financial situation, he frowned. After hesitating for a moment, he finally confessed. Young Master Zorn, the Einong plantation in the north has not produced anything for a long time due to the interference of those wanderers in the mist. The 2 houses in Oblin Old City have also been mortgaged to the bank due to the family's income being less than expenditure in the past 2 years. If, the old butler paused, then sighed. If the auction is held and the assets are not enough to cover the debts, we will have to make up for the arrears, and even the manor where we are currently staying will be taken away by the bank. The old butler's explanation made Zorn pause. Although Zorn knew the subsequent plot, it came too quickly. Also, the old butler continued to explain. Originally, the Pier Transportation Company invested by Baron Lion in the Bay Area had a generous amount of funds coming in every month last year. But, since Baron Lion went to sea, the monthly dividend income has become less and less. Until half a year ago, there was no remittance from there. Currently, the Jinang reserves in the manor are less than 200 pounds. As soon as Zorn heard this, he instantly understood many of the tricks involved. He was too familiar with the various surface, gray areas, and underworld situations in the current era of steam roaring and extraordinary revival. The Bay Area is the intersection of steam trains and river transportation. It is a point of intertwined interests and a place where gangs run rampant. After some gang leaders mastered mysterious extraordinary powers, they even dared to swallow the interests of some merchants and noble companies with weak foundations through some bold operations. Of course, they dared to do so before, but their appetites were not as big and greedy as they are now. In the era of great changes and great turmoil, it is difficult for nobles with ordinary status to go further, let alone keep their family property. Lion Creek, as a senior nobleman, obviously realized this, which is why he drove him to explore the mystery and extraordinary power in the depths of the ocean. Anyway, the family's financial problems are the current urgent problem to be solved. What kind of evil god boss can you be without money? After thinking for a moment, Zorn looked at Grank and said, "Uncle Gronk, I need a map of our Oblin City." Soon, a map of Oblin City, 3 feet long and 1.5 feet wide, was spread out in front of Zorn. The first thing that caught his eye was the narrow strip of land in the north, the Mist Zone. There are city watchmen, patrol teams, and the Church of the Holy Sun, Knights of the Order. The wanderers who come out of the gray mist are often cleaned up by them in the first time. If these wanderers enter the city, it will cause a lot of trouble. Then there is the Old City located on the west side. The entire Old City occupies a quarter of the city-state area and accommodates more than half of the city-state's population. Crowded, dirty, chaotic, thieves rampant, and poor security are all labels of the Old City. Then there is the commercially developed Bay Area. And the new city prepared for nobles, merchants, and upstarts, where every inch of land is worth a fortune. The city map of each area of each file of Saint's Path, Eternal Saga is not the same. A more detailed understanding of Oblin City will help Zorn to carry out his many plans and participate in many events. As his eyes swept across Oblin City, Zorn quickly absorbed many important and useful information systems. The area of the Bay Area is much larger than imagined. This also means that the year node I am in, the development of steam technology is more mature, the investment in steam technology must be accelerated, and those potions known as cash machines also need to be developed as soon as possible and obtain a patent. The roar of the mysterious and extraordinary tide is about to sweep the entire world. The commercial development of the Bay Area also makes the scale of the rich area and the number of rich people larger. There are many nobles and merchants who yearn for extraordinary power. Some cutting the rich leaks, cough cough. The extraordinary industry to satisfy the extraordinary dreams of the rich is also estimated to reach the adjacent node. Thinking so, he rubbed his eyebrows. The Pier gang has eaten away the benefits that originally belonged to me, and there is obviously a transcendent involved behind this. Zorn paused, and a little bloody smile flashed in the depths of his pupils. Very interesting. Solving the problem of the mastermind behind the Dockside gang can not only alleviate the financial pressure at home, but also, these Dockside gang members can become nourishment for my evil spirit warlock sequence to grow. The Dockside gang incident cannot be solved by the current fighter sequence and needs to wait until after the evil spirit warlock inheritance. Before that, I need to find an event suitable for fighter to participate in and profit from. When Zorn saw several special signs in the Old City, his pupils narrowed slightly, and he suddenly thought of something. Uncle Grunk, is there a rat plague in the old city recently? Rat plague? Grunk paused, then shook his head. I haven't heard of any rat plague recently, but I have heard that there are indeed a lot more rats in the old city recently. Moreover, there seem to be quite a few rat catchers appearing there. Rat catchers. Upon hearing this, Zorn was thoughtful. Rat catchers have begun to appear, and the rat plague has not yet broken out. Obviously, his eyes lit up slightly. The treasure in the underground passage has not yet been excavated. You must know that this treasure not only has an astonishing amount of Kruger gold coins, but also a forbidden item. It can play a huge role in the current stage. The rumor of the mysterious treasure in the underground passage once caused quite a stir in Oblin, leading many desperate people to enter the intricate sewer area. And those criminals who possessed evil powers created several shocking tragedies in the underground passage. At the same time, the rat plague is also one of the important events in Oblin City. A plan to obtain the treasure quickly formed in Zorn's mind. After a moment, he looked at Grank and said, Uncle Grunk, we need to go out for a trip, and I need you to go to Rook Street to find a rat catcher for me. Hunter and Evil God Old Town District, Rook Street. An old, yet still rather luxurious and spacious noble carriage was parked by the side of the road. From Golo Street in the New Town District to Rook Street in the Old Town District, a half-hour journey took Zorn a full 2 hours. Mainly because Zorn deliberately had the coachman, old Nero, take a detour, and he got out of the carriage twice to learn about the streets he passed. Experiencing the current state of Oblin City firsthand would allow him to better prepare for various upcoming plans. While resting with his eyes closed, combining the plans in his mind with what he had learned about the market, Zorn already had several good investment plans. Of course, all of this was conditional on having some start-up capital. The funds of just over 100 gold pounds in the manor were clearly not enough. Today, that treasure deep in the sewers was the precious start-up capital, and he couldn't afford to lose it. With Zorn's current strength alone, although it was possible, it would be somewhat risky, and there was even a risk of failure. But with the help of the extraordinary rat catcher who was extremely familiar with the sewers of Oblin City, it would be much safer. Most importantly, the asking price of these rat catchers who were at the bottom of society was often not very high, which would be a very cost-effective deal. Before long, footsteps approached from outside. Then the carriage door opened, led by the butler, Grank. 2 rat catchers entered the carriage. The relatively spacious carriage still had plenty of room even with 4 people sitting in it. On the left side opposite him was a middle-aged man in his 30s, wearing a thick felt hat, with a fleece jacket inside, a rough-collared coat outside, and leggings and black rubber waterproof boots on his lower body. This outfit could protect against moisture in the cold and humid sewers, wade through shallow water, and resist the bites of mutated gray rats. Beneath his rough eyebrows, a pair of eyes were filled with doubt and deep wariness amidst calmness. The experienced rat catcher maintained sufficient alertness regarding a noble's sudden invitation. He was well aware of the huge gap between the rat catchers at the bottom of society and the nobles at the top. The other rat catcher boy of similar age to Zorn, who was traveling with him, had similar attire. But this 15 or 16-year-old boy was more curious and uneasy about everything in front of him. When he saw the clean, neatly dressed black dress suit, like a noble boy who had stepped out of an artistic oil painting. The identity of the rat catcher in poverty made him feel like a rat in the sewer, wanting to find a place to crawl into. His inferiority complex made him a little overwhelmed, and even the amplitude of his breathing was suppressed as much as possible. Zorn in the carriage sized up the rat catcher boy of similar age to him with some interest. Although the boy in front of him seemed a little uneasy and slightly embarrassed. But Zorn knew. This rat-catching boy named Isaac Adolf was the future, legendary god hunter. His fame would spread to every corner of the continent. On the St. Mark continent, the plague evil rat, which caused a terrible plague disaster, was hunted and exterminated by him. Some not-so-powerful evil spirits would tremble in fear just hearing the name of the god hunter. Of course, if following Zorn Crick's previous trajectory. Isaac Adolf would participate in the hunting and crusade against the evil spirit wizard at the appropriate time node, and deal a heavy blow to the big boss evil spirit wizard. There was no doubt that the two people's fate trajectories had an inevitable intersection. However, the future, legendary God Hunter, was now just a weak boy. And the future big boss evil spirit wizard, a part of a certain evil god, was also just starting out. This time, Zorn's target was not this rat-catching boy who was not yet an extraordinary person, but the experienced rat-catcher in his 30s, the apprentice boy's guide and teacher, Bevis Ackerman. A person who truly mastered the extraordinary sequence, rat-catcher. After a moment, Zorn broke the silence in the carriage and went straight to the point. Mr. Bevis, I need to go to the blue fluorescent moss area deep in the sewers to find some things. Recently, gray rats have been rampant in the depths of the sewers, and I have heard many dangerous rumors. For example, rats as big as medium-sized dogs, they are violent, cruel, and will push some homeless people and drunkards into the depths of the sewers to eat them. They will also target young children, and steal babies by following the sound, as food. They will even simulate the mating calls of female cats to attract stray cats and then torture them to death. From these rumors, we can see the danger of those terrible sewer rats. So, I hope you can escort me. After it's done, you will receive a reward of 5 gold pounds. Bevis's deep pupils under his rough eyebrows contracted slightly. 5 gold pounds may not be much to the nobles, but to them rat-catchers, it was an irresistible reward. The Oberlin City Hall had raised the recycling price of giant gray rats due to the rat infestation, which made the rat-catchers' lives a little better, but only a little better. 50 to 100 copper leons a day, which was between 1 silver dragon and 2 silver dragons. This was the income for the two of them spending a whole day in the sewers. And 1 gold pound was worth 20 silver dragons. 5 gold pounds would take the two of them 3 or 4 months to earn without eating or drinking. Blue fluorescent moss area? A look of serious thought appeared on Bevis Ackerman's face. That is a very large area. If you can provide some more detailed information, perhaps, we can save a lot of time. Upon hearing this, Zorn took out an ordinary piece of parchment and handed it over. Bevis Ackerman opened it and examined it for a moment, then he raised his head again to look at the noble boy in front of him who was about the same age as his apprentice. I think I know the specific location, we can enter from the nearest entrance. Drawn on the parchment was the emblem pattern of 2 snakes entwined around each other, which was the abandoned underground area of the destroyed evil god organization Sun Twin Snakes. And that was where the treasure was hidden. A quarter of an hour later. Following the somewhat rusty sewer handrail, they arrived at the sewer. An unspeakable stench, rotten, pungent, viscous aura assaulted their faces. After all, he was an old player. Zorn used to do a lot of gray rat catching missions in this sewer. In addition, he himself was a Star Mark fighter sequence, and his adaptability was inherently strong. After a moment, Zorn adapted to the environment here. The young rat-catcher Isaac skillfully opened the lantern and lit it. The handheld lamp with reflective glass gathered the orange light, illuminating the darkness ahead like a flashlight. This was a standard underground drainage channel. In the middle was a 6 to 7 foot wide drainage channel, with foot-wide sidewalks on both sides. A long time ago, this underground channel was a place where residents could be sheltered when Oberlin City resisted the invasion of gray fog. With the development of the times, the threat of gray fog invasion no longer existed. The underground passage was also abandoned. It became the city's sewage channel. Rat-catcher Bevis Ackerman glanced at the noble boy beside him. He was a little surprised. You know, let alone nobles, even ordinary people can hardly tolerate the dirty and disgusting smell in the sewers. And the noble boy in front of him actually acted as if nothing had happened. For a time, he became more certain of the guess in his heart. Dipping some sewage from the sewer ditch with one hand, Bevis quickly drew a summoning ritual array with a hexagram as the base in front of him, and then placed one hand on it, chanting a spell. The obscure and awkward spell echoed in the dark and cold sewer, like a ghost. A cloud of shadow and black mist supported rat-catcher Bevis's palm. Rats the size of small dogs, with green eyes and shiny fur, quickly crawled out of the shadow and black mist and squeaked. And there was more than one rat, a total of 3 before and after. Contract spirit rat? Zorn raised his eyebrows slightly. This was a good extraordinary ability. Although the combat ability of the contract spirit rat was average, they were agile and light, had extremely strong sense of smell and hearing, and had the ability to pass through walls and holes, and eavesdrop on intelligence information. These seemingly inconspicuous abilities could play a big role in some cases. The contract spirit rat was one of the quite good abilities in the rat catcher sequence. The noble boy's voice made Bevis Ackerman raise his head slightly. Before, he felt that this noble boy was extraordinary, and now it seemed that he was indeed an extraordinary person. Extraordinary? The rat-catching apprentice Isaac couldn't help but be startled. The envy in his heart lingered as his eyes swept over the handsome, elegant noble. From his teacher, he knew that extraordinary people possessed incredible abilities. He had always wanted to become an extraordinary person, but the teacher's answer was always the same. Isaac, you are not ready yet. Such an answer made him frustrated and discouraged every time. Zorn was non-committal about Bevis's statement. Hiding one's identity and sequence as much as possible was one of the things that extraordinary people needed to do. He squinted his eyes and looked into the dark depths where the contract spirit rat was opening the way. Mr. Bevis, can you talk about the rumors about the Rat King? Rat King? Bevis, who was leading the way, frowned slightly. Some time ago, some rat catchers said that they saw giant rats like large hounds in the depths of the underground, dragging homeless people who were wailing for mercy into the sewers. Since then, the news about the man-eating Rat King has spread. At the same time, in other locations, rat catchers have said that their rat traps have been deliberately destroyed. I'm not sure if there really is a Rat King. But from these rumors, it seems that there are indeed intelligent giant rats. We better pray that we don't encounter that terrible big guy. While explaining, Bevis had already moved forward into the depths of the sewer passage. Don't encounter it? Zorn's pupils narrowed slightly, and the smile that outlined the corner of his mouth was faint. Sorry, our destination is the nest of the Rat King. The current Rat King is only level 1, it is the weakest time, and it is easy to deal with. Once the rat plague breaks out, the Rat King completes its transformation and promotion, and masters powerful forbidden power, then we will not be able to deal with it. Under the leadership of Bevis, the three constantly encountered rats. Sometimes 1 or 2, sometimes 3 or 5. The big ones were the size of house cats. However, under the slingshot of the apprentice Isaac, these rats quickly became trophies. When they stepped into a relatively wide sewer passage, large patches of blue fluorescent moss appeared in front of Zorn. The place of treasure, here it is. Arriving at their destination, the rat catcher Bevis narrowed his eyes, a deep prudence and caution evident in his profound pupils. He meticulously surveyed every corner of the blue and deep underground passage. As a rat catcher, he could sense a faint, pervasive threat in the depths. It was as if a pair of eyes, hidden in the darkness, was staring intently at them. He had been here before to investigate, but without any results. This time, however, the feeling was much stronger. This mysterious and unknown change made him feel somewhat uneasy. Is this the place? Bevis asked in a coarse voice. If it weren't for the 5 gold pounds, he really wouldn't want to linger here. Yes. Zorn said, rubbing his palms slightly and nodding. Before coming, he had already made ample preparations. Under the relatively loose dress, his arms were already fitted with iron bracers, which could effectively resist the bites from the Rat King. A revolver already loaded with bullets was tucked into his waist. His pockets even contained a small half-bag of lime powder. They proceeded along the blue and quiet passage lined with blue fluorescent moss for a moment. He stopped at a place with a double-ringed snake wall imprint. He looked up, as if the rings of time were unfolding in his pupils. The double-ringed snake imprint on the wall, even after many years, was still lifelike. And the blue fluorescent moss on the surrounding walls seemed to avoid the location of the double-ringed snake imprint, as if fearing something. Here, there is still the power of the sun double snakes. Just like the revival of my lineage as a perfect vessel, other powers are also dormant, waiting to be revived and awakened. Examining the strange scene before him, Zorn seemed thoughtful. There is an aura of danger here. Perhaps, we are already very close to the Rat King. Before opening the door, Zorn said slowly. Be prepared for battle. Rat King? Zorn's words suddenly made Bevis's heart rise. Sure enough, the wealth of 5 gold pounds was not so easy to obtain. As Zorn silently recited the ancient mantra to open the double-ring snake gate in the secret language of Saint Maya. Woo woo woo, a cold, wind swept through. Immediately afterwards. Crack crack, a magic door slowly opened in front of him. Normally speaking, the ancient mantra to open this double-ring snake gate would only be discovered and learned from scrolls after the church members and law enforcement squads completed their task of clearing the underground creatures after a rat plague, and the church would seal these ancient mantras, so the outside world would not know. But the advantage of being a player was evident. Like a prophet, he could accurately grasp the world's veins and some unknown secrets. Moreover, Zorn not only knew the secret mantra to open this double-ring snake gate. He even knew the revival materials, rituals, spells, and so on of the unspeakable higher-level creature double-ring snake hidden deeper. However, if Zorn were to revive that terrifying higher-level creature now, the first to be eaten would be himself. As the magic door opened. Like a dreamlike scroll, it slowly unfolded before the three of them. In a quiet stone house filled with blue fluorescent moss. A scantily clad silver-haired girl of 15 or 16 years old was lying on her side on a gray-white plush mattress. She propped herself up slightly, her light red pupils rippling as she looked at the three uninvited guests, and an expression of astonishment filled her fair and delicate face. Her graceful and slender figure was now completely exposed. Zorn looked at the fragrant scene before him with a playful expression. The experienced rat-catcher frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. The young rat-catcher's apprentice's heart was beating faster, his cheeks flushed red, this fragrant scene he had only seen in his dreams. Immediately afterwards, the graceful picture instantly opened with the ferocious face of a terrifying demon. Hiss, the beautiful girl suddenly opened her mouth, revealing black fangs. Sharp and angry roars instantly pierced into the minds of the three like steel needles. Crap! Dizzy and lightheaded, Bevis secretly thought something was wrong. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. In a trance he saw the graceful girl rushing over at an incredible speed. And in this process, pale hairs like steel needles quickly grew on the graceful girl's body. Her fingers shone with a cold light, like sharp blades. Behind her, she dragged a long tail like a steel chain. The originally suggestive beautiful girl instantly transformed into a bloody rat king devouring people. Damn, she is the Rat King. Bevis's heart was trembling, he tried his best to avoid it. But the blood-colored pupils kept magnifying in his vision, he couldn't avoid it. He seemed to smell the fishy stench in that bloody mouth. The rat-catcher, dying in the rat's belly. He seemed to have already seen the ending of his tragic life. But at this moment, a strong hand suddenly pushed him. Crack! The Rat King's bite missed. Immediately afterwards, he caught a glimpse of the noble teenager fighting with the Rat King out of the corner of his eye. With the era of steam sound waves slowly reviving. The newborn rat-catchers had not seen the lifeform of the Rat King boss sequence. But as a veteran who had swum countless times in the steam wave, Zorn was too familiar with the Rat King boss. The fake Rat King, in the sewers, drinks sewage, eats garbage, lives in a dog, dirty and smelly. The real Rat King, in Oblin City, transforms into a drunken beautiful girl, is picked up by lustful passers-by, and then starts with 0 frames, enjoying dinner alone. The sewer secret room is just the Rat King's habitat. Oblin City is her hunting ground. Knowing the Rat King's methods, Zorn's Star Mark Fighter's steel like will was enough to resist this first-order Rat King's resentful howl. Zorn, who pushed the rat-catcher away, immediately wrestled with the Rat King. Bang bang bang, Zorn punched extremely fast. Basic skull-cracking fist can cause 1.5 times the damage when hitting the head, and can also cause a certain amount of dizziness and suppression. Therefore, every punch of Zorn's hit hard on the head of this silver glow female Rat King. Although she was beaten back by Zorn's iron fist, her scarlet eyes still flashed with bloody and cruel light. This guy is, after all, a first-level Rat King, and her ability to resist hits is quite strong. While being hit, she was also looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the two who were still a little dazed, and Zorn immediately roared in a low voice. Don't be stunned, help! This Rat King has many means, and this is the sewer, the opponent's home field. Once she is allowed to use many means, it will be troublesome. Bevis quickly reacted. He quickly summoned the contract spirit rat to come and help. Then he quickly activated the core transcendent ability of the rat catcher. Rat strangling hand. This ability can effectively restrain and slow down rat-like creatures. As soon as Zorn finished speaking, the silver glow female Rat King had already pounced back. The sharp claws were as fast as an assassin's dagger. Chi-chi. Chi-chi. Zorn's sleeves insisted for a moment, and were torn into strips of cloth. Fortunately, the iron bracers prepared earlier blocked the silver glow female Rat King's claws at this critical moment. But still some attacks fell on the back of Zorn's hand. Seeing the silver glow female Rat King's offensive becoming more and more fierce, Zorn's right hand suddenly reached into his pocket, and then suddenly threw a handful of lime at the silver glow female Rat King's head. Where had the silver glow female Rat King seen such a despicable method? She was immediately covered in lime powder. Hiss, hiss, in the ear-piercing sharp scream, mixed with anger and pain. The silver glow female Rat King wanted to tear the damn human to pieces. But Zorn took the opportunity to retreat, so that the blinded silver glow female Rat King did not counterattack him. At the same time, the transcendent ability of the transcendent rat catcher Bevis had already been activated. The outline of the silver glow female Rat King's body was quickly reflected in the depths of his pupils, and then a huge black palm slammed towards the Rat King. A hidden and invisible force suddenly descended. The body of the silver glow female Rat King, who was blinded and attacking indiscriminately, was suddenly squeezed together. The three contract spirit rats also pounced up at this time, biting the Rat King like hyenas, making it difficult to escape. The rat catcher Bevis created an excellent opportunity, short and precious. Zorn took out the prepared revolver at an extremely fast speed. The first order fighter sequence is certainly useful. But this revolver is the caliber truth of the steam wave era. While the gun barrel was stuffed into the silver glow female Rat King's mouth. I will remember your graceful figure. Zorn grinned and quickly and fiercely pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 3 consecutive shots, each shot exploded in the Rat King's mouth, blood splattering out. A kind of emotion called fear flashed frantically in the depths of the Rat King's blood-colored pupils that were scorched by lime. With enough intelligence, she understood the terrible power of this thing in the current steam age. If this damn guy finishes a round of bullets, she will be severely injured even if she doesn't die. Hiss hiss hiss, she twisted her body frantically, and the forbidden power from the depths of her bloodline bloomed silently. She is going to activate a powerful forbidden secret technique that requires a price to break free. But as a top player, Zorn saw through this guy's thoughts at a glance. How could he give her this opportunity? While continuing to shoot with one hand, the other hand, wrapped in a faint starlight aura, fell on the silver glow female Rat King's forehead like a shooting star across the sky. Although this is only a small amount of the Star Mark Chi of the Star Mark fighter sequence. But this Star Mark Chi, with the bursting of the skull-cracking fist, like a sharp needle, poured into the Rat King's head and soul. Put! A faint piercing sound penetrated the silver glow female Rat King's forbidden secret technique and her last hope. Hiss hiss hiss, for a time, the Rat King burst out with a sharp and high-pitched scream, and her body convulsed and trembled to the extreme. In the entire passage, large swaths of fluorescent moss trembled sharply in this wail like a song of mourning. Zorn's eyes were also blurred and distorted for a while. But he still followed the instinct of battle and continued to pull the trigger. Even though a round of 6 shots from the revolver had already been fired, the clicking sound still rang out resolutely and steadily, cold like an executioner. When the screaming stopped, the silver glow female Rat King had already fallen into the sewer ditch, like a puddle of mud, leaving only slight convulsions and wriggling. Zorn only felt his nostrils itchy, and when he wiped it, what came into view was a handful of blood. Before he could stop the bleeding, he reloaded a round of revolver bullets. He shot at the Rat King's head again, completely smashing the Rat King's head. After completing the finishing blow and confirming that she was completely dead, he finally raised his head to stop the bleeding. Huff! Puff, supporting himself against the wall, Bevis gasped for air, barely able to stand. Even though the air in the sewer was foul and reeking, it was precious now. Just now, the thing that looked like, no, that was a monster from the depths of nightmares, the Rat King, its shrill death cry felt as though he was drowning in icy water. Another second, and he felt he would have suffocated to death. Fortunately, he pulled through. But the stabbing pain in the depths of his soul made it difficult to stand. As a rat catcher, he was knowledgeable and experienced, and as a transcendent, he had seen many things. But he had never seen anything like this. The Rat King, which looked like a human, even more beautiful than most girls. Earlier, he thought this was really a noble lady's private boudoir. The illusion had deceived his eyes. He almost lost his life because of it. Fortunately, someone pushed him at the crucial moment. Recalling the scene just now. Even though the Rat King had been killed by the noble youth, he still felt lingering fear. This is the Rat King? His gaze swept over the human-like form, covered in silver fur, the Rat King. When he spoke again, Bevis found his voice was already hoarse and trembling. After stopping the bleeding and forcefully dragging the silver-haired female Rat King from the filthy water channel, Zorn also sat on the ground to recover his strength. At this time, he looked at his hands. Thankfully the iron arm guards blocked most of the damage. However, even so, the back of his hand was mottled with blood and scars. The silver-haired female Rat King's sharp claws were more powerful than imagined. Fortunately, the arms and legs of a fighter were particularly strong in defense and had a strong ability to suppress pain. This allowed Zorn to maintain sufficient combat power even when injured. With the amazing recovery of a transcendent, he could recover in a few days. Yes. Zorn nodded, looking at the snow-white furry corpse of the silver-haired female Rat King. This is the Rat King. If I guessed correctly, there should be many homeless people and some unlucky people's bones inside. The Rat King that eats people and spits out bones. Bevis's heart tightened, and an unspeakable pressure weighed on his heart. In the sewers of Oblin City, there was such a terrible monster, even more terrifying than the rumors. And he had been here for so long without discovering it deeply. Looking at the dark and deep sewer around him again, his breathing could not help but become suppressed and dull. Crossing the water channel, Zorn checked on Isaac, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and said slowly. He just fainted, his breathing is stable, and there are no strange noises or weird murmurs. There should be no problem, and he will wake up later. Just now, when Zorn asked for help, the young Isaac bravely pulled up his slingshot and shot at the silver-haired female Rat King until the second hiss of the silver-haired female Rat King caused him to faint. Faced with such a terrible monster, although his attack was not very effective, he showed enough courage and calmness in the face of fear. Quietly gazing at Isaac lying on the ground, a strange light flashed in Bevis's steady eyes in the darkness. Maybe, he is ready. Looking at the corpse of the silver-haired female Rat King, whose silver light began to permeate slightly, and then looking at the rise and fall of the brightness of the blue fluorescent moss began to rhythmically fluctuate. Zorn withdrew his gaze and hastened his actions. He passed through the magic door he had opened before and walked into the silver-haired female Rat King's lair. The deep blue light illuminated the entire Rat King's lair. Going around to the other side of the stone bed. His pupils constricted slightly. He saw piles of white bones on the ground, with at least 7 or 8 human heads. Many bones had traces of licking. The man-eating Rat King slept with bones. If Zorn had come later, more homeless people would have been swallowed by this man-eating Rat King. After the rat plague broke out, the underground Rat King in Oblin City would be extraordinarily terrifying and powerful, and even gain certain evil spirit characteristics. At that time, many residents would be dragged underground by the rat swarm and imprisoned, becoming the Rat King as food or sacrifices to demons and evil gods. Once the time came, it would be even more difficult to solve. Although Zorn and the rat catcher joined forces to kill this Rat King. But Zorn knew very well. The rat plague would only be delayed, not ended. Soon after, or even very soon, a new Rat King would be born. That would be a more ferocious, tyrannical, and bloodthirsty terrifying creature. Until the terrible disaster broke out, the plague of death rats swept Oblin City, and left irreversible scars. Would it be valued, and would it be extinguished? If it was just a player. Zorn didn't care about the outbreak of the disaster. But now, he was a part of this place, and Oblin City would be a fertile ground for him to grow stronger. He was bound to fight against these damned evil spirit elements, the source of terrible disasters. Take back what should have belonged to him. The silver-haired female Rat King's restaurant plus boudoir plus lair was not big. A moment later, Zorn found what he needed from under the bed. This was a monster treasure chest with a snow-white short pile style, about the size of a lady's handbag. In the world of Holy Relics, Eternal Chapter, there were many magical creatures. The monster treasure chest in front of him was one of the magical creatures that could be well integrated into the lives of transcendents, even nobles, merchants, and the middle class in the future. Before, Zorn thought of the monster treasure chest factory. Through professional treasure chest breeding technology, promote the production of treasure chest monsters, 7 or 8 in a nest, or even a dozen in a nest. Cultivate monster treasure chests with better personality, brighter color, and larger internal space. This was definitely an investment with a very high rate of return. Open the monster treasure chest and check it slightly, and after confirming that what he needed was inside, Zorn contentedly closed the monster treasure chest again. There were probably 3,200 Kruger gold coins inside. Gold coins from the Kruger Highland Empire in St. Gan Mist Plateau that had been submerged in the depths of history. It had a higher face value than the imperial gold pound of the Otenstan Republic, which was located in the northern border of the continent, adjacent to the mist, and controlled the Arai Bay. 1 Kruger gold coin was roughly equivalent to 1.6 gold pounds. A little over 5,000 gold pounds, plus a forbidden item. This was the rich income Zorn earned using the player information advantage. Low risk, high profit. This earned more than robbing a bank. When Zorn reappeared in the sewer carrying a monster treasure chest, the experienced rat catcher saw what the young nobleman was carrying, but he pretended not to see it. At this time, the rise and fall of the brightness of the surrounding blue fluorescent moss began to become dense and rapid. The eyes of the two fell on the body of the Rat King. The originally silver and bright Rat King's body was now shriveled and withered, and its fur had lost its color, messy and rough. And above the Rat King's body, an item the size of a thumb, like a bright silver star, floated above it. This, the rat catcher Bevis squinted his eyes and looked at it. This is a sacrifice that can be exchanged for transcendent power from the mysterious and unknown, Zorn said slowly. Or, a core material. However, it also needs a ritual, other materials, and a little price we have to pay. The stepping stone to the transcendent world. The key to open the door to transcendence. Bevis knew very well what the noble youth meant, and understood the expensive value of this material from the mysterious Rat King. He looked at Isaac, who was lying unconscious on the side, but he was embarrassed to speak. After all, the noble youth Zorn was the main force in solving the Rat King. Zorn used a piece of leather taken from the Rat King's blue fluorescent lair to wrap the material, and directly stuffed it into the rat catcher Bevis's hand. Bevis's heart trembled slightly. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something but could not say it. Just consider it my greeting gift to Isaac. Noble lords are always very rich, aren't they? Zorn laughed mockingly. He was already on the verge of bankruptcy. This material was worth at least hundreds, or even hundreds of gold pounds. But for the subsequent investment, Zorn was also very generous. Future, legendary god hunter, I will be your guide. Just as Zorn was wondering whether to take the Rat King's body back, aka Ras, aka Ras, it was as if murmurs were gushing out from the darkness in the depths of endless purgatory, accompanied by dreamlike strange whispers. Zorn only felt that the surrounding world became hazy, illusory, and unreal. The originally solid and straight underground passage was slightly swaying left and right, and the front became winding. There seemed to be figures surging in the sewage in the sewer, and some strange pale faces were floating in the sewage. Is it coming so soon? Zorn's heart moved slightly. The two looked at each other, tacitly, and quickly joined hands to lift the unconscious Isaac, and ran all the way back along the way they came. Underground forbidden blood source Bevis, who walks in the dark sewers all year round, is wary enough of the darkness. Not to mention Zorn, he is very clear about the source of this terrible dark power. The terrifying power sealed in the depths of darkness, if it is contaminated by it. I am afraid that the future world-class big boss will also fall here. The wisest choice is to escape from here as soon as possible. Running all the way, it seemed as if a tide was rushing behind them. Zorn glanced back and his scalp went numb for a moment. I saw massive gray rats behind him sticking together in an unspeakable way, turning into a huge furry ball of flesh. The sharp hissing, roaring, wailing, densely packed. It is following the trajectory of the two peoples running and rolling at a very fast speed. Once caught up by it, I am afraid that it will really be reduced to a sacrifice of flesh and blood and a rat's dinner. The two ran wildly one after the other, feeling that their lungs were about to explode. The two finally carried Isaac one after the other and climbed up along the sewer. Close it quickly, without waiting for Zorn to finish speaking. The old housekeeper Grank, who was guarding the entrance to the sewer and saw the dense rats below, changed his face suddenly, and then with a bang, he heavily closed the sewer cover. "Press it down," Zorn, panting heavily, ordered as hard as he could. The old housekeeper Grank and the coachman old Nero joined forces to press down on the sewer cover. Immediately afterwards, a terrible force surged up. Bang bang, bang bang, the sewer was hit with a bang, and the two almost couldn't hold it down. Feeling the unspeakable strange and terrifying power, the faces of the two turned green. Zorn narrowed his eyes, calmly and cautiously looking at everything in front of him, his hand already in his pocket. Inside was a heretic brand drawn in blood. That was the power he had obtained yesterday by praying to a hidden existence. It can block this mysterious power from the depths of the dark sewer. Of course, this also requires a certain price to be paid. If he can avoid using it, Zorn will try his best to avoid it. He prepared a lot of things for this operation. He is confident that he can leave, but the point is how much it will cost. Of course, it would be best if he didn't have to pay anything. Deep underground, sealed is the terrifying high-ranking being, Double Ring Serpent. It has an invisible and great will. But the terrifying power in the underground passage at this time is not the power of the Double Ring Serpent. This kind of terrifying high-ranking being will not appear at this stage. Several hidden secret sects have their own layouts and plans in Oblin City, this roaring place of the steam wave. At this time, the technique of combining a large number of limbs, blood, hair, and bones to form a terrifying fleshball form. Zorn understood at a glance that this was the method of the secret sect, Forbidden Blood Source. They are building strongholds, constructing altars, and collecting sacrifices in the depths of the underground. And this, Rat King, is one of the results they secretly promoted, hoping to gain the favor of the high-ranking, Double Ring Serpent. This hidden sect has never been human. They are eager to use the power of the blood source to pray for the favor of the high-ranking being. Then establish a blood source relationship and transform themselves. When the disasters of plague occur, the methods of this sect may be able to provide short-term treatment and give people hope. But every time they touch those unspeakable blood source powers, will lead them further into depravity and madness, until completely lost self and fell into madness. Of course, as a future heretic warlock, it is very impolite to say this to others. After all, he is just the pot calling the kettle black. According to the original trajectory, he is even less human than those secret sects. Those secret sects, at least, will give people some hope. And he, purely the source of terror, a walking death-seeder. Just when the faces of the old housekeeper Grank and the coachman old Nero, who were pressing on the sewer cover, turned from green to black. Dang dang, the solemn and magnificent church bells from the Holy Sun Church came from far and near. The bells symbolizing holiness, the sun, and fire cleansed everyone's hearts. Silently, the sewer cover, which was rushing, rolling, and roaring like a wild bull, also became quiet. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the church bells dispelled the restlessness in the darkness. The coachman old Nero, who was about to cry from fright, knelt on the sewer cover, his trembling hands clasped in front of his chest. Great Holy Sun, your most devout believers thank you for your rescue. Witnessing your great power, at this time, old Nero, who had escaped a disaster, devoutly praised the great Holy Sunday. He is a loyal believer of the Holy Sunnah. The latest novels are first published on 6-9 book, bar. Zorn, letting out a sigh of relief, stood up leaning on the carriage. The warm afternoon sunshine shone on his body, dispelling the chill from the sewer. He faced the light, looking at Oblin City at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and the white marble church bell tower surrounded by white pigeons. Thank you, great holy sun. He also whispered a prayer of praise. At this time, he is also a devout believer of the Holy Sun. Inside the carriage, looking at the 5 1-pound notes that Zorn handed over. Bevis did not reach out, he said in a hoarse voice. I think I've already taken enough. This is what you deserve. Zorn resolutely stuffed the 5-pound note into the rat catcher Bevis's hand. Looking at the pound in his hand, Bevis's lips moved, and finally he said in a deep voice. You are really too generous. I will tell Isaac all this for you. If you need anything, please be sure to come to 1456, Luke Street to find Maine. If I or Isaac are not there, you can pass the message to the landlord. She is a kind, responsible, and reliable lady. You also know that our rat catcher identity is not welcome, and many people will even dislike the smell of the sewer on us. Even, when we pass by, we will be glared at and scolded. His tone was sad and helpless. Hearing this, Zorn couldn't help but feel sympathy. He invited Bevis to participate in this hunt and treasure journey. One of the purposes was to befriend him. In fact, Bevis is an upright and kind gentleman. If he is willing to use his extraordinary abilities to make money, then, he will not lack money, and he can even live quite richly. But he didn't do that. The most simple sense of justice is displayed in him. And this kind of human brilliance will also guide the future, legendary god hunter, to be promoted to legend in martyrdom. By the way, while walking, Zorn suddenly thought of something. Every week, I need a batch of live gray rats, and I will pay enough remuneration. Bevis quickly waved his hand. No remuneration is needed. For us rat catchers, it is too easy to catch some live rats. I will let Isaac send it to you every week, and if you have any other requirements, just ask. Soon, the carriage arrived at the corner of Luke Street. At this time, Isaac woke up blankly. Getting off the carriage, Bevis took off his hat and saluted. Although he didn't spend a long time with this young nobleman. But he has remembered this one, who is probably the only young nobleman in the entire Oblin City who is willing to invite their master and apprentice into the carriage. Teacher, why did I faint? What happened? Isaac, who got off the carriage, looked confused. Looking at the carriage that was gradually moving away, Bevis retracted his gaze. In the middle of the month, on the 15th, Grandma's spirit which said that day is a special day. Isaac, I think, you should be ready. Hearing this, Isaac's heart trembled slightly. The door to the extraordinary world has opened to him. Ring, inside the study on the 2nd floor. A full 3,000 Kruger gold coins. Based on the current market valuation of Kruger gold coins, that's a full hearing about the enormous sum of money brought back by young Master Zorn. The old butler, Grank, was also shocked. Even when Baron Lion Korik was alive, his income in better years was only slightly more than this amount. And young Master Zorn brought back so much wealth in one go. However, judging from the danger he faced and the shocking injuries on young Master Zorn's hands, obtaining this wealth was clearly not easy. And the old butler Grank didn't intend to ask too much about it. After all, in his opinion, young Master Zorn had already come into contact with the mysterious world of the extraordinary. And the mysterious world of the extraordinary was not something he could inquire about. Of the 3,200 Kruger gold coins brought back, Zorn planned to put 200 Kruger gold coins, about 320 pounds, into his own private stash. And the remaining approximately 4,800 pounds would be used for investment and loan repayment. At this moment, the maid Vanessa was disinfecting and bandaging Zorn's wounds. As a maid in a noble household, Vanessa had gone to school and had further education in maid schools and nursing schools, possessing a certain foundation in nursing and understanding first aid measures. As Vanessa carefully bandaged his wounds, the freckles on her face gradually faded, her beautiful face gradually gained a charming appearance, and although her figure was wrapped as much as possible, one could still see the signs of her voluptuousness. In the original timeline, this caring maid remained steadfastly by Zorn Korik's side, even when he was at odds with the world. Until she blocked the bishop's flames and was burned to ashes in the fire. The burning pain tore at her heart, but her last scream was to urge Zorn Korik to escape quickly. She was willing to use her weak and slender body to block attacks for Zorn Korik until she could no longer stand. Only then did Zorn Korik finally see clearly this graceful maid who had always been silently devoted to him and secretly in love with him. As the disinfection and bandaging of the wound were completed, the maid Vanessa's clear and sweet voice, like that of a nightingale, slowly sounded. Your hands will not be able to come into contact with water for some time. She paused here, her voice becoming much softer. I will come to serve you. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her heart beat faster. Vanessa was well aware of the duties and responsibilities of a noble's maid. In fact, when privately conversing with maids from other noble families, many maids took pride in having served a noble young master, and some had even served more than one. Even, some young nobles with rather chaotic private lives would even exchange maids. Previously, the old butler had warned her that the young master was still young, and if she dared to mess around, she would be sold to the red light district in the old city. And yesterday, the old butler had found her and told her that young Master Zorn was about to come of age. And she was to be young Master Zorn's private coming-of-age ceremony. After Vanessa left with the medicine box, Zorn opened the monster treasure chest, and the old butler began to count the Kruger gold coins. As the family's financial manager, he could convert these Kruger gold coins into pounds through many channels. Zorn picked up today's Grand Steen Daily to browse. The Grand Steen Daily is a column newspaper in Ogren City. It is a partner of the Otanstan Republic's national intelligence system, with a solid official background. The content of the Grand Steen Daily includes major events in the Holy Relic continent and the Otanstan Republic, as well as many important affairs within Ogren City. Therefore, subscribing to and reading the Grand Steen Daily every day is almost a required course for every noble. While absorbing a lot of important intelligence and news from the Steen Daily, Zorn quickly noticed a seemingly ordinary, but actually suddenly rich blockbuster message. Uncle Grank, what do you think of the Belrose Navigation Company? Belrose Navigation Company? Gronk, who was cleaning up the Kruger gold coins, paused. He raised his head, his already wrinkled and aging face looking at Zorn Korik with a somewhat complex expression. He opened his hoarse voice with a slightly hoarse voice. The ocean depths shrouded in mist and location are indeed full of opportunities and wealth. But for the Zorn Korik family, it seems to be burdened with the curse of the sea. Previously, your father, Baron Lion, made 5 stock investments in ocean companies. But, he paused, and finally mustered the courage to say. But, every time, it was a complete loss, to the point where the family owes so much debt. Even your father was lost in the depths of the sea. The family can hardly withstand another curse from the sea, young Master Zorn. Old Butler Grunk's intention to dissuade was already very clear. Zorn narrowed his eyes, straightened up, and asked meaningfully. Then can these nearly 5,000 pounds of gold coins solve the family's debts? Grunk shook his head helplessly. It will take at least 40,000, nearly 50,000 pounds of wealth, to fill the family's hole. 40,000, nearly 50,000 pounds. Hearing this amount, even Zorn, as a veteran, still felt a tremor in his heart. That unreliable father, the hole he left behind is not small. After thinking for a moment, Zorn slowly opened his mouth. Uncle Grunk, according to the intelligence and information I have obtained from some extraordinary people. Although the newspaper says that the Belrose Navigation Company's steam giant whale caravan was looted by pirates. But in fact, this caravan also has the protection of extraordinary people. Although their crew suffered heavy casualties, and even the captain died heroically in the battle with the pirates, they can still safely reach the bay wharf of Ogren City. Because the newspaper reported that the steam giant whale was looted, the stock of the merchant ship plummeted. I think now is the perfect time to buy the stock. It won't be long before the steam giant whale returns, and then the merchant ship stocks we bought will increase several times, or even dozens of times. Zorn's words made Gronk a little restless for a while. He knew very well that if this information from the extraordinary people was true, it would be an excellent opportunity to increase the family's wealth. In that case, tomorrow I will go out to convert these Kruger gold coins into pounds, and buy some of the steam giant whale stock. Faced with the definite explanation from young Master Zorn, who was already completely different from the past, Gronk still chose to believe young Master Zorn. After all, these 5,000 pounds cannot solve the current predicament. Buy as much as possible, at least not less than 2,000 pounds. Not less than 2,000 pounds, this amount startled Gronk. This is almost taking half of the current wealth and rushing into a gamble on ocean navigation stocks. Just like Baron Lion in the past, even if he borrowed money, he would rush into the stock market of the great navigation. However, Gronk did not know. Investing in the stock of the steam giant whale is a sure profit-making business. The only question is whether the profit multiple is 3 or 4 times, or 10 times. And the stock that can be bought on the market is between £2,000 and £3,000. Although buying stocks on a large scale may cause some trouble. But for ordinary nobles, this is trouble. But for the evil spirit warlock, this is more like a gift. How is old Nero? Thinking, Zorn asked. Previously, old Nero and Gronk were frightened when they pressed the shaking sewer cover. When getting off the carriage, old Nero accidentally fell and fell badly. Vanessa has checked, and there is nothing serious. He is probably frightened and just needs to rest for a few days. Zorn nodded. Give old Nero an extra week's salary. I hope this can compensate for his mental loss. By the way, you too. As family servants of the nobility, they all have salaries, and they are not low. Old Nero has a weekly salary of 15 silver dragons, about 0.75 pounds, which is already a very high salary in Ogren City. And old butler Gronk is even higher, he has a weekly salary of 3.5 pounds. This good salary not only supports old butler Gronk, but also allows him to support the tuition fees of a son and 2 daughters. A high enough salary is also one of the reasons why the old butler remains loyal. Soon, the old butler finished counting the pounds and exited the small study. Zorn pushed open the window and quietly examined Ogren City, which was slowly entering the night. At this moment, in Zorn's vision, Ogren City, plunged into the night, slowly opened with a wonderful brightness. Especially those moving life forms, in his eyes, are particularly conspicuous and clear. And at this moment, a silver ring with 2 snakes biting a red gem, silently wriggled on Zorn's middle finger, like a slender snake clinging to him. Twin Snake Ring, a forbidden sealed item from the great higher being, Twin Ring Serpent. The wearer needs to feed it with blood every day. Human blood is also acceptable. The wearer's own blood is more effective. But Zorn obviously wouldn't use his own blood to feed this forbidden object at will. Previously, Zorn asked Bevis to buy live grey rats. The purpose was to use the blood and lives of these rats to feed this twin snake ring. The blood and lives of rats are the best feeding objects after the wearer. The wearer can gain twin snake vision. Twin snake vision has an extremely strong insight vision for life forms and extraordinary life. After wearing it for a long time, the twin snake's appetite will be greatly increased, and the frequency and amount of feeding will be greatly increased. The wearer will gain a deep effect, twin snake spirit body. Possessing a flexible and resilient body like a snake, and hiding one's own extraordinary spirituality, while further strengthening twin snake vision. But the twin snakes will better covet the user's blood and life. Forbidden item Twin Snake Ring. It possesses a considerable powerful mysterious power. For the Yi fighter, who is good at close combat, it can fill the shortage of insight power. At the same time, it can also enhance the close combat ability of the fighter. And for the evil spirit warlock, this kind of forbidden item that can strengthen insight power and spirituality has always been precious and powerful. In the hands of the evil spirit warlock, it is far more effective than in the hands of the Yi fighter. In addition to these conventional uses, the G players have also developed various inhuman ways to play, completely unconventional ways to play. Zorn knows these secret ways to play like the back of his hand. With the arrival of this forbidden item, It has already made Zorn, as a fighter, greatly increase his strength. Which the injury to his hand did not delay Zorn's studies. Ogland Noble Academy boasts top-tier teaching resources alongside its high tuition fees. Some inept nobles attend Ogland Noble Academy to acquire a veneer of respectability. Their families can ensure they live a life free from financial worries. Zorn Korik, however, was a diligent and ambitious student, thanks to his father's education. He majored in finance and administrative management, both popular subjects among the new generation of nobles. If he could secure a position in Ogland City Hall, he might have a different path. But whether it was the impending bankruptcy of his family in the original timeline, or the pollution and interference from the incomplete evil spirit sequence, Zorn Korik was destined to be unable to walk the path of a normal person. Originally, after obtaining extraordinary power, Zorn Korik couldn't suppress his youthful exuberance. He deliberately flaunted and showed off among his noble companions, as if showing his friends a rare and valuable new toy. An unintentional mistake led to his discovery by the Blood Shadow Rose of the Esoteric Order, who approached him, then secretly funded him, and subsequently fueled his ambitions. The gears of fate for a world-class big boss began to turn at this moment. However, this time, Zorn Korik's trajectory seemed somewhat different. On the same day, a soul from another world was born. He also obtained mysterious extraordinary power. In the days following the acquisition of this power, the current Zorn Korik attended classes and studied like an ordinary person, indistinguishable from before, without creating any ripples of mysterious transcendence. As usual, in the afternoon, the school bell echoed throughout the campus, signaling the end of classes. The air was filled with a hint of heat. Within the youthful campus, the young noble students were cheerful, lively, and radiant with youth. Laughter mingled with the scent of early summer and the youthful hormones of teenage boys and girls. What nostalgic youth! Zorn, among the crowd, enjoyed the best years of his life, feeling the vitality of youth pumping in his heart, flowing in his veins, and permeating his soul. Not far from him, several tall, well-developed girls radiated youthful light. He admired these lively and lovely girls, not for any other reason, but primarily for the sake of mental and physical well-being. Zorn! Just then, a clear voice like that of a lark rang out behind him. Zorn turned around, and the depths of his soul's memory caused his heart to tremble slightly. The person who came was Miss Jolia, the beautiful white moonlight of his youthful heart. She wore a trendy black and white checkered court dress, and her long, fair legs were always so dazzling. Her long black ponytail swayed with each step. Many young noble girls were only just developing, but she had already sprinted far ahead, seemingly approaching the limits of what the court dress could contain. So much so that Zorn's gaze unconsciously glanced down. The small action of Zorn's caused the girl with the long ponytail to unconsciously reveal a hint of a smile, making her more confident in her upcoming task. Good afternoon, beautiful Miss Jolia. Zorn bowed slightly in greeting, displaying impeccable noble manners. Although Zorn could elaborate on the many friendly interactions he and Miss Jolia had shared. He had even written quite a few love letters to Miss Jolia. But in reality, it was mostly just the adolescent's unrequited love. He and this beautiful Miss Jolia were merely good classmates. In the original timeline, after Zorn obtained the Evil Spirit Warlock sequence, because he displayed extraordinary abilities, Jolia noticed and reported him to the esoteric order Blood Shadow Rose she belonged to. This led to a series of high-energy and melodramatic plot developments. But this time, although Zorn had also gained extraordinary power, he had not revealed any extraordinary means. But fate once again brought him into contact with Miss Jolia and the esoteric order behind her. And Zorn, who had been prepared for a long time, was waiting for this moment. In fact, even if Miss Jolia hadn't come, he would have taken the initiative. However, since she had come, it would be better to let things flow naturally. I heard, the tall and graceful Miss Jolia leaned slightly closer, a faint fragrance lingering around Zorn's nose, causing his hormones to stir slightly. The girl spoke softly. You are very eager for mysterious extraordinary power, and even your father went to the depths of the sea to explore it. Saying this, the girl leaned forward again, her ample bosom subtly touching the boy's arm. She lowered her voice, and her gentle breath lingered around the boy's ear. And my governess, Hazel Cheney, is an extraordinary person who possesses extraordinary power. An extraordinary person? The noble boy Zorn Korik exclaimed in a low voice, his face showing a few traces of surprise and joy. Jolia was very satisfied with the noble boy's reaction. Unfortunately, she couldn't see him standing in the depths of the boy's heart, scrutinizing her playfully. The high-end hunter often appears in the form of prey. Shoo! The girl quickly made a shushing gesture. If you are interested in mystics, transcendence, or even hope to come into contact with mysterious extraordinary power, this Saturday afternoon, at my family's manor, there will be a tea party among noble classmates. There, perhaps, you can get the information you want. After speaking, the girl took out an invitation card that she had prepared long ago. The latest novel is first published on 69 books. Although formal invitations between nobles are more often delivered in person by the butler. Tea parties between young boys and girls are less formal and more relaxed. Feeling this seemingly ordinary gathering, which is actually an invitation, a bait, and a terrible trap. Zorn Korik, who was very clear about the evil content inside, how could he, as a future evil spirit wizard boss, not attend the banquet? After all, he had prepared a huge trap for the damned evil esoteric order Blood Shadow Rose long ago. Thank you very much for your invitation, Miss Jolia, I will arrive on time. You are very welcome. The girl turned around, and in her pure smile, there was a bit more greed and evil. Adding this prey, it should be enough for me to complete the advancement ceremony of the Rose Witch. Once completed, then, they will all become my witch servants. Thinking so, the girl clenched her fists, and her determination became more and more firm. I don't want to marry into the Lawrence family and become a sacrifice and a walking fertility tool between nobles. I want to become an extraordinary witch, master powerful and hidden power, and control my own destiny. Watching that graceful figure, her back stretched long in the afterglow of the sun, becoming hazy and small, and then disappearing into the shadows of the carriage. Zorn slowly retracted his gaze. Witch, who is manipulated by fate, your trajectory seems hidden and smooth. When you go deep into it, you will be greeted by dense thorns, and endless pain and torture. The sequence advancement on Saturday, the time is correct, but you will miss the perfect forbidden moment. Also, like the previous Zorn Korik. Also missing it, as a Rose Witch, you are just a stepping stone for Zorn Korik to fall into madness. It was like this before, and it is like this now. Putting away the invitation, Zorn took a deep breath and entered the carriage that had come to pick him up from school. However, the driver was not the coachman old Nero, but the butler Grank. Poor old Nero, after being disturbed, seemed to have caught a cold and was recovering from his injuries. Around the third day of this week, Zorn's hand injury was almost healed. Then, he secretly began his daily boxing practice. He began to capture and cultivate ki and the nurturing of forbidden items. On the second day of exploring the underground treasure, Isaac sent a cage of gray rats. Although the teacher had told him in advance not to accept money. But Zorn still bought these living gray rats at twice the price of the city hall's recycling price. After all, this money was like drizzle to him. But it can nurture powerful forbidden items, which is a very worthwhile deal. Whether as an experienced and rich senior player, or this SS level, Star Scarfighter, sequence. Zorn's strength is improving at a rapid pace. Young master, today I heard news that someone saw the steam giant whale merchant ship near the seaport. As of yesterday, I have completed the acquisition of approximately 2,300 pounds of stock. As the sound of horse hooves sounded, the voice of Grank, who was driving, sounded. Today, when I wanted to acquire stocks related to the steam giant whale merchant ship, it had already risen from 2.4 pounds to more than 10 pounds. Hearing this, Zorn also felt happy. The stock value has already increased by about 4 or 5 times in the current stage alone. It is estimated that it will be even higher after the inventory is completed. A very important amount of wealth is about to arrive. However, the more this is the case, the more careful Zorn becomes. He knows very well that obtaining this rich wealth will attract secret coveting. And the upcoming crisis will be one of the more difficult troubles to deal with in the early stages of weakness. Go to Rook Street in the Old City. After thinking for a moment, Zorn, for the sake of prudence, spoke like this. He can roughly deal with it alone, but spending some money to find powerful helpers will undoubtedly be a more correct choice. After dinner, the twilight deepened. Mottled starlight dotted the pale blue glass. Zorn was quietly immersed in the Star Mark Fighter's cultivation and digestion of Star Marky. A few days ago, the G Fighter fought and killed the Rat King. This high-intensity sequence collision and battle allowed the Fighter sequence to gain enormously. Every day, Zorn could clearly feel his changes. His heart became more and more robust. His perception became more and more sensitive. His steps became more and more steady and light. Most importantly, the core Star Marky of the Star Mark Fighter was also growing vigorously. Originally, this was a power that could only be mastered at level 3 or even level 4. However, with the SS level Star Mark Fighter's top-notch aptitude, he had already mastered it at level 1, and the absorption and conversion efficiency was quite amazing. As for Bevis, the experienced rat catcher, he had already accumulated enough foundation. With the completion of the Rat King's hunt this time, it became the catalyst for his promotion. When Zorn saw him today, he had already been promoted to level 2. Levels 1 to 5 are the lower-level transcendent sequence. Levels 6 to 10 are the middle-level transcendent sequence. Levels 11 to 15 are the upper-level transcendent sequence. Within the same level, the promotion of levels requires the accumulation of foundation, and then digestion and transformation. Although there is difficulty, it can also be polished over time. In this way, the upgrade can be completed. For example, fighters need to participate in fighting and killing again and again. Rat catchers need to constantly hunt and capture rodent creatures. Of course, capturing other types of creatures will also have an effect, but it is not as good as hunting rodent creatures. As for the promotion of ranks, for example, lower level promotion to middle level promotion to upper level. Not only is it necessary to take key materials and potions, but also to participate in the intersection of events, and to engrave the trajectory of fate in it, in order to be promoted. And this has to mention the core of the Holy Relic Eternal Poem, World. Chase the tide of the times and surge in the scroll of history. Create your own eternal holy relic. Personally write an immortal poem. This is the true meaning of the Holy Relic Eternal Poem, World. In the big event, engrave your true name and change or promote the trajectory of fate. This is the only way to cross ranks and complete promotion. Currently, Zorn is only a level 1 Star Mark Fighter. Theoretically speaking, he does not have too many bottlenecks before reaching level 5. However, normal cultivation takes many years to reach level 5. But participating in events, or even creating events, can greatly accelerate this process. Unconsciously, the night was deep. Zorn on the bed in Oblin City outside the window also seemed to have entered a dream. Creak. A sound. The door of Zorn's bedroom was quietly opened. A thin figure hesitated at the door. Then, she seemed to have made a great determination. She stepped into the house and tiptoed closer to Zorn's carved wooden bed. Perhaps because she was too nervous, after she came in, she smelled a faint scent of jasmine lingering at the tip of her nose. She was always sensitive to smells. Young Master Zorn, a slightly timid, trembling voice sounded. Under the scattering of the faint moonlight outside the window, Vanessa's cheeks were flushed. Young Master Zorn's hand injury was serious a few days ago. Yesterday, the injury had completely healed, which surprised Vanessa at the speed of recovery, and she also knew that the time was ripe. As a maid raised by the nobles, she was a gift for the young master's coming-of-age ceremony. Standing in front of young Master Zorn's bed, her heart beat faster and faster, and her breathing seemed to be a little difficult. At this time, Zorn seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Biting her slightly nervous lips, Vanessa closed her eyes and slowly began to take off the only long-skirt nightgown on her body. Young Master. You can now treat me. As she spoke, Vanessa only felt a trance in front of her eyes, and her consciousness became more and more blurred. Plop. A sound. She fell headlong on Zorn's bed and fell into a deep sleep, just like Zorn. The night, once again, fell into silence. Not long after. Creak. A sound. Vanessa opened the door she forgot to close, and it was slowly closed. A tall, cold-eyed middle-aged man walked out of the dark corner. He was wearing a black felt hat, a brown-black coat, and was tall and thin. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shu. In the faint light through the window, you could see a shocking burn mark running from the left brow bone across the bridge of the nose to the right bridge of the nose. Even transcendent beings like Zorn and Ratcatcher Bevis would still make some noise when walking. But this tall man, shrouded in a black coat, was like a ghost, silent between actions. Coming to the window, he looked out with cold eyes for a moment. Then he stretched out his finger and rhythmically knocked on the window glass. After a while, as he opened the window, a figure as agile as a cheetah climbed up the wall and came into the bedroom through the open window. Thief and soul feeder came for the kidnapping. Looking at the sleeping noble boy in the house, and the maid who broke in inexplicably, the thief, who was like a cheetah, was slightly surprised. "Didn't you say there was only one? How come there are two?" The tall soul feeder slowly opened his mouth, his eyes coldly sweeping over the two people on the bed. It should be a maid from a rich family offering her chastity to the noble young master, so that these delicate nobles can complete their coming-of-age ceremony. Fortunately, the effect of my soul-calming incense is very good. I think they should be meeting in their dreams now. The thief heard this and immediately muttered, "These damned nobles, do they even have such a coming-of-age ceremony? You must know that I gave my coming-of-age ceremony to a mother goat, and even then, my damned scum drunkard father gave me a beating, almost killing me. A young and unbroken maid, I like that too much." The thin thief smiled evilly, and his eyes glowed green when he looked at the maid in thin clothes. The soul feeder paused, then said lightly, "Hurry up." The thief, who was aroused by evil intentions, reached out to pull Vanessa's clothes. In several kidnappings, there were many young and delicious noble girls. Even if those nobles were willing to pay the ransom, thief Tradon would not let go of those young noble girls. Just as he was about to make a move, a cold and gloomy gun barrel silently protruded. Immediately afterwards, the cold caliber burst out with a roar of gunfire that he didn't have time to repent. Bang! 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 Like a storm with thunder, it was hot and frightening. As a level 2 thief, Tradon has the climbing ability. He can walk on the walls like a gecko. At the same time, he also has extremely flexible figure and speed. When he sensed the danger, he tried his best to twist his body, trying to avoid the aim of that damned revolver. Although he is a second-level thief, he is still flesh and blood. After being shot, the injuries he should suffer will not be less. In the dark bedroom, the shadows were hazy, making it impossible to see the figure clearly. Only the outline could be distinguished. Tradon was confident that he could avoid the bullets of the revolver. However, when the gunshots and firelight struck like summer thunder, swiftly and silently falling, he felt an unspeakable stabbing pain in his lower abdomen, like a tide that would engulf him, and his eyes were dark. He dodged fast enough, but obviously not faster than the bullet. Plop! A sound. He plunged down heavily. Within 7 steps, a gun is fast and accurate. Zorn, as a player, had experienced this firsthand. In the early stages, he was a devout believer of the gunfire sect. Players in Holy Relic, Eternal Poem often complained, 3 years of arduous training, 5 years of honing, only to be taken down by a single shot. In the early game, the combat power of a Transcendent was far less practical than a revolver loaded with bullets. Martial artists are not particularly skilled with guns. However, Zorn had the rich experience of a gunsmith, not a legend, but a holy crown. He had a lot of experience in using revolvers. At the same time, the powerful dynamic vision of the twin serpent ring allowed him to clearly locate his opponent in the shadows and darkness, coupled with the martial artist's precise control of his arms. This allowed him to accurately hit the unsuspecting level 2 thief with every shot. If Zorn remembered correctly, the thief shot down by Zorn should be called Trenton. And the soul feeder next to him was called Wilbur. These two guys were responsible for more than a dozen bloody cases of kidnapping and murder. As transcendents, these two had reached level 2. In particular, soul feeder Wilbur, using the power of evil spirits, acted secretly, and his kidnappings were silent. To this day, the authorities should not have fully investigated their identities. This is a trap. The brief darkness and silence after the gunfire fell like a storm. Soul feeder Wilbur reacted immediately. With a cold expression, he rushed towards the cunning young noble. Although he didn't know how this young noble avoided his soul-soothing incense. He had to capture this young noble. Once this kidnapping was completed, he would earn enough ransom for the rest of his life. Faced with the rapid approach of the soul feeder, Zorn decisively turned the gun. However, soul feeder Wilbur smiled coldly. Soul feeders are not afraid of revolvers, steam machine guns, bombs, and other hot weapons. Bang! Bang! With 2 quick shots, the bullets passed through the body of soul feeder, creating strange green ripples. At the same time, soul feeder Wilbur also revealed the true side of his sequence. His translucent body, although walking on the ground, was more like floating. Under the translucent flesh and blood were white bones, and every inch of those bones was bound by thorny chains. A terrifying, twisted, wailing evil spirit, this was the core of the soul feeder. The evil spirit raised by the soul feeder will imprison and devour the transcendence of this sequence. And the soul feeder will also bind the evil spirit and extract its power for his own use. The two imprison each other, mutual cages. Borrowing the power of the evil spirit makes the soul feeder one of the most difficult sequences to deal with in the early stages. As soul feeder Wilbur released his power. Whoosh! A cold, gloomy wind instantly swept through the entire room, and the air temperature dropped by dozens of degrees. The grinning soul feeder Wilbur clawed at Zorn. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand such an attack. But Zorn was not afraid at all. His right palm turned into a blade, and he stabbed fiercely into soul feeder Wilbur's chest. Before the martial artist mastered Chi, he was completely unable to compete with the soul feeder. But Zorn had the forbidden object twin serpent ring in his hand. As Zorn's palm penetrated into soul feeder Wilbur's chest, his middle finger suddenly opened its snake mouth, spitting out its forked tongue, revealing sharp fangs. Then, he bit hard on the soul feeder's soul spine. Let the middle finger become a part of the twin serpent ring during its nurturing, so as to better exert the power of the twin serpent ring. This is one of the player's tricks. And this little trick was perfectly used by Zorn, and it played a role at this critical moment. The twin serpent ring not only absorbs life and flesh, but also absorbs souls. It will even use its own forbidden power to pollute the soul sequence. Zorn's attack caused the unprepared soul feeder to tremble slightly, weakening his offensive to a certain extent. But his attack still landed. The soul-damaging claws landed on the head, tearing through it. Zorn only felt his soul trembling in pain as if it was being burned by a raging fire, so much so that his body was convulsing slightly. Fortunately, the SS-level Starmark martial artist possessed an iron-like soul will. The benefits of a top-level sequence were manifested at this time. Although the level 1 martial artist suffered severe pain from the attack of a level 2 soul-type creature, it did not damage the foundation. Zorn endured the pain and quickly rolled back, hiding in the corner of the wall, and his vision was torn apart, making it difficult to piece together a complete picture. Huff huff, his teeth trembled as he gasped for breath. This damn evil spirit is really hard to deal with. Zorn, leaning against the corner of the wall, seemed to be trapped in a desperate situation. But at this time, he put one hand into his pocket, endured the pain from his soul, and looked at the approaching soul feeder with his gradually clearer vision. Wilbur, you don't seem to know the weakness of the evil spirit you are raising. Even your evil spirit's main body doesn't seem to know either. Zorn's words made soul feeder Wilbur slightly stunned. How does he know my name? Preparing firearms in advance, severely injuring his companion, not afraid of soul-soothing incense, and knowing his name. Today, this hunt is really full of too many strange and mysterious colors. However, he had forced the enemy into a dead end, and he would be the ultimate victor. just as Wilbur wanted to take a step forward to complete the capture and harvest. The newest novel is first published in the 6/9 book bar. His evil spirit body froze slightly. Then, puff, puff. Strange flames, the size of candlelight, kept burning on his body. Evil spirit body is a shallow spiritual body, and its spine is the core of energy flow. When it is polluted by external forces, it will burn the external polluting force with soul fire. This is a self-protection mechanism of this sequence, but the problem is that this protection mechanism will limit their own actions. When Zorn used the forbidden sealed object, the twin serpent ring, to attack, the other party did not defend against his attack. Zorn guessed that whether it was this soul feeder Wilbur or his evil spirit, their knowledge of this aspect of transcendent learning was severely lacking. This, just as soul feeder Wilbur was stunned. A rustling sound came from far and near. 3 huge gray rats, like hyenas, suddenly out from the dark corners. Immediately afterwards, his silhouette was perfectly reflected in the depths of the rat-catcher's pupils, who was hiding in the corner of the closet, and his ruthless and indifferent palm pinched down fiercely. This kind of restrictive spiritual hand is very restrained against evil spirit and soul sequences. Crack, crack, crack. The confrontation between spiritual energy and spiritual energy caused the evil spirit body to be constantly oppressed. For a time, a struggle and fear appeared on the face of soul feeder Wilbur. And Zorn slowly condensed his fist. A faint starlight, like a boxing glove, lingered on his palm. As he suddenly clenched his fist. OM. The starlight turned into a star swirl. Boom. A heavy star-marked chi punch hit the evil spirit spine of the immobile soul feeder Wilbur. As if deflated, soul feeder Wilbur fell like a dead dog, slamming heavily on the floor. In the midst of body spasms and struggles, white frost quickly covered his hair, cheeks, and coat. The cold evil spirit was backlashing him. At this time, the rat-catcher Bevis pushed open the half-closed closet door and came out. He looked at these 2 vicious transcendent wanted criminals, and then looked at the calm and composed noble young man Zorn Korik. He knew these 2 would come. He knew the other party's methods even more clearly, and then set a trap to severely injure the other party. What kind of mysterious and powerful organization exists behind him? Bevis's heart trembled slightly as he thought about this. The more he understood the depths of the transcendent world, the more he was in awe of this world. Many secret and great existences are simply beyond his ability to. Mr. Bevis, thank you for your help today. Zorn lit the gas lamp in the guest room and thanked him. Mr. Zorn, you don't need to be polite, you have already paid the reward. Also, Bevis's gaze fell on these 2 people. How should these 2 be dealt with? Should I call the police? No need. Zorn shook his head. The corpses of these transcendents and their sequence spirit cores need to be dealt with by professional means. Giving them to ordinary people will only cause pollution and trouble. I will take care of it properly. Zorn, with a slightly, scrutinized these 2 level 2 perfect sacrifices, and a trace of fanaticism and bloodiness appeared in the depths of his pupils. After all, they are all perfect sacrifices. And they are Zorn's favorite live sacrifices. Soon, the thumping sound of old butler Grank climbing the stairs could be heard. When he pushed open young Master Zorn's door and saw the 2 corpses on the floor, Grank's heart clenched. Fortunately, these were unfamiliar corpses. Young Master Zorn was unharmed, and rat-catcher Bevis was also here. Vanessa was also lying on the young master's bed. The chaotic scene made it difficult for Gronk to understand the situation for a moment. Fortunately, Zorn's voice helped him sort out his thoughts. Gronk, uncle, please see Mr. Bevis out, and remember to use the back door. The patrol officers on Golo Street are quite numerous. The gunshot earlier will likely bring the night patrol officers over to inquire. Just say a strange bird was calling outside my window, and I scared it away. Also, give them some silver dragons so the officers can buy some late-night snacks. Soon, old butler Grank left with Bevis. Zorn then began to clean up the battlefield. He patted under the bed, and the white fluff monster treasure chest he brought from the Rat King's nest quickly crawled out, then spat out 2 body bags. During this time, Zorn also inquired about a lot of information about monster treasure chests. Although there were some treasure chest hunters in Oberlin City, no one was engaged in treasure chest farming. Clearly, the monster treasure chest market was still a blue ocean. He placed the two people, who were not completely dead but definitely not alive, into the body bags, and Zorn dragged them to the basement, his blood sacrifice ritual chamber. The steam whale merchant ship's stock would make Zorn a fortune. But correspondingly, he also needed to pay a sufficient price. The price was that he could be kidnapped by these two level 2 transcendents. Then the coerced old butler would have no choice but to take out all his savings to redeem Zorn. It was even possible that he couldn't be redeemed, leading to ruin and a miserable end. Many players plotting the steam whale's wealth would fall into the hands of these two level 2 outlaws. If it were just Zorn alone, he would probably have to pay some price. But with the help of Bevis, who had already advanced to level 2. Then the ones who needed to pay the price were the Ye-Thief and the Soul Feeder. While Zorn was looking for Bevis, he also had him go to Granny Spirit Witch. You should know that Granny Spirit Witch is a neutral, lawful, mid-level witch. Her identity is extraordinary, and she has many good things in her hands. The awakening potion that suppresses bewitching incense is not expensive. Bevis bought it, with Zorn's money. 2 bottles cost less than 5 gold pounds. Plus the 20 gold pounds to hire Bevis for the fight. The total cost did not exceed 25 gold pounds. And Zorn's harvest was much richer than he imagined. Squeak, yeah, as Zorn pushed open the door to the secret room. A large number of towering white candles emitted a cold, ghostly light. The air was filled with an eerie, dangerous aura. In the center of the many white candles, a small altar based on red sandalwood was continuously operating. On the altar, from left to right, were placed a golden dagger, a fragment of an ancient wizard's withered wooden staff, and moonflame hay stained with Zorn's blood. In the pattern of the hexagram, there were thick white candles at the corresponding nodes. And at the very top of the rising and winding smoke of the candles, near the roof of the secret room, a strange black mist, gloomy and persistent, with a face shrouded in a mask, wriggling and twisting. From time to time, there would be low and strange heavy roars. Standing in this small basement, one had the feeling of being in a dark purgatory. The terrifying and eerie grotesque power, in these few days, with the arrangement of the altar, had already quietly unfolded. Zorn, who always liked to be prepared, was waiting for that first ray of blood radiance at the moment of the blood moon's descent. For others, it was a dangerous, deadly, and terrifying power. But for the son of destiny, the trendsetter of the times, the favored one of fate, the perfect vessel for the evil god, that power was eagerly longing for a perfect fusion with Zorn Korik. So much so that, as soon as Zorn came in, that sequence of power twisted and struggled, approaching Zorn. The sequence and inheritance from the evil spirit wizard was eager to reach the correct position. Oh, cute little thing, don't worry yet. Zorn outlined a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his palm, gently stroking in front of him, while whispering to himself. Look, what have I brought you? Fresh and nutritious delicious food. At this time, in the corner of this hut, there were 20 or 30 shriveled gray rat corpses that had been drained of life and blood. Of course, there were also some gray rats stored in iron cages for later use. But eating only these things was far from enough. Sacrifices. Zorn needed enough sacrifices. Only in this way could his spirituality be more full when inheriting the evil spirit wizard. His fell energy would be more abundant. His body would be more bizarre. And today, these two level 2 transcendents were the perfect sacrifices. As Zorn chanted the sacrificial incantation, the Ye-Thief, who was on the verge of death, was quickly being drained of his life, blood, soul, and the spirituality that served as his transcendent core. These transcendent spiritualities could be said to be the most core things of a transcendent, and also the most important part. A perfect spirituality crystal core, if handled properly, would give birth to a new transcendent. The most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack is uptack at uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. But at this time, these two potential and valuable spirituality crystal cores were sacrificed by Zorn. After the evil spirit ritual devoured the thief, it was the Soul Feeder's turn. When Zorn opened the Soul Feeder's body bag, the originally burly guy was now pale, trembling violently, his eyes tightly closed, but blood was gurgling out uncontrollably, like two streams of wriggling blood springs. He was accompanied by evil spirits, robbing houses, kidnapping and extorting, and was inherently vicious. From the moment he entered this seemingly ordinary hut, he only glanced at the thing deep in the altar, he swore, he only glanced at it. In that instant, endless fear and darkness had devoured him. A terrifying hand was inserted deep into his soul and heart, slowly and methodically drawing out strands of memory, emotion, and humanity. Everything about him was easily opened, discerned, and analyzed in the face of that terrifying power. Eerie spiritual energy poured into it, as if a hunter was injecting digestive juices, corroding and dissolving it, and then enjoying the delicious food. Looking at the Soul Feeder, who was plunged into fear and despair, Zorn's smile was calm and strange. He would not provoke those he should not provoke. But he would not let go of any soul that needed to be redeemed and purified. For these damned criminals, it would be his best destination. At first, the Soul Feeder resisted a little. When the eerie spiritual energy was injected and penetrated deep into his sequence spirituality, soon, he began to become devout and fanatical. He crawled out of the sleeping bag, and then knelt in front of the altar like a loyal believer. He murmured and shouted in a low voice, "Great evil spirit master, you are everything to me. I am willing to offer myself, only hoping that you enjoy a moment of joy. I hope my bones can become an insignificant stepping stone under your throne." In the midst of tranquility and eerie elaboration, his flesh, bones, soul, Soul Feeder, spirituality, and the imprisoned fierce spirits, everything disintegrated, and then turned into a feast of blood and soul sacrifice. Devoured by that eerie sequence, evil spirit wizard. And Zorn, from beginning to end, had been indifferently observing this scene. At the same time, he also inquired about some information about this Soul Feeder, such as where he currently lived, and the wealth and funds they currently had in their hands, etc. As transcendents who robbed houses, they still had a sum of wealth in their hands. Using the means of the evil spirit wizard, the value of these criminals could be squeezed dry. Under normal circumstances, once a transcendent's sequence spirituality is contaminated, then it will become strange and abnormal. As time goes by, it will gradually lose control, become distorted, and then cause harm and lead to disaster. Disorder, this is almost the commonality of all pollution, distortion, and loss of control. But the evil spirit wizard, as the first world-class boss, the fell energy it controls shows considerable order. So much so that the transcendents who are contaminated, enslaved, and controlled by it are almost impossible to detect for a long time. Fighter, sequence. At most, they can only clench their fists and smash the enemy's head. And the evil spirit wizard can complete enslavement and pierce the enemy's heart silently by influencing them. You don't know when your colleague has become a lackey of the evil god. You don't even know that a certain noble has been quietly imprisoned by an evil spirit. You don't even know that the key figure who originally provided you with information has set a death trap for you. Holy Radiant Sun Church, Oberlin City Hall, Ostenton's Congress. They will allow 100, 1,000 existences similar to the fighter sequence. But they will never allow the existence of an evil spirit wizard, who can bewitch people's hearts, has amazing penetration, can create believers, and has the characteristics of an evil god. But the most important part of that unspeakable evil god, the evil spirit wizard, is about to be born. And his birth will not be changed by any will. This is the tide of the times, and even more so the trajectory of fate. Unbeknownst to him, it was already late at night when Zorn returned to the second floor. The old butler, Grank, was waiting at the bedroom door. Mr. Bevis left through the back door, and when I went to the front door, 2 patrol officers were waiting there. They didn't barge in. After that, according to your instructions, the patrol officers were very happy to express their gratitude for your generosity. After Grunk finished speaking, Zorn didn't hide anything and told him the simple information about the stocks and the robbers. Of course, this didn't stray from the "my extraordinary friend" narrative. Convinced, Grunk sighed and blamed himself. If I had been more careful, perhaps, I wouldn't have been discovered by these dangerous wanted criminals. It's not your fault, Uncle Grunk, Zorn said slowly. Perhaps, this is the curse from the sea. We have reaped enough wealth, and we must bear a high enough price, mustn't we? Fortunately, this time, the other party paid the price with their lives. Grunk wanted to say something but stopped. He glanced at Zorn's bedroom, and then whispered, "Vanessa is a good girl." He didn't ask about the whereabouts of the two corpses. Judging from the situation in the past few days, young Master Zorn, who had already come into contact with that mysterious power, was obviously able to handle it himself. Now, young Master Zorn is different from before. Confident and assertive. Obviously, this is the effect of the mysterious and powerful extraordinary power. Back in the bedroom, the gas lamp, emitting an orange halo, illuminated the entire room. Grunk thoughtfully covered the blood stains on the ground with a rug, and he would clean it up during the day tomorrow. As expected, it's easier for nobles to get things done. Opening the window to let the remaining aroma of the sleeping incense and the faint smell of blood dissipate, Zorn looked at the streets, manors, villas, and castles in the wealthy area, which symbolized status, wealth, power, and authority, and sighed secretly. If this were an ordinary middle-class family, I'm afraid the patrol police and sheriffs would have already blocked the door at this time. They would even forcefully break open the doors and windows, determined not to let go of any gunshot. You must know that firearms are controlled items and require a gun license. And these are their achievements. But as a noble with an independent manor and castle, those patrol police and sheriffs, they don't even dare to break in rashly. Coming to the foot of the bed, Zorn raised his head. The maid, Vanessa, was lying on Zorn's bed, fast asleep. Her cheeks were rosy and shiny, like a delicious fruit about to ripen and waiting to be picked. Zorn examined her for a moment, then went around the carved wooden bed and opened the door. He planned to go to the study to read and study the extraordinary potions that could help him make money. Different medicinal materials, ingredients, and characteristics will have different effects, and the formulas are naturally slightly different. He needs to figure it out as soon as possible. As for the readily available maid Vanessa, he doesn't plan to pick her yet. Vanessa's final destination has not yet been determined. Now, this dazed and ignorant girl doesn't know what she is facing, in other words, she is not ready. If she is not ready and is forced to come to a position that does not belong to her, Zorn himself will ultimately pay the price. Zorn doesn't want the bullet he buried with his own hands to hit him in the forehead many years later. Morning. Zorn opened the window. He took a deep breath of the fresh air mixed with mist in the morning. The air contained extremely thin smells that only those with extremely sensitive sense of smell and extraordinary people could detect. That was the smell of the black smoke spewed out by the towering chimneys of the steam factories. In the west and south suburbs, there are a large number of steam factories that devour massive amounts of coal and raw materials, and then spit out goods. Large-scale steam industrial factories are the fundamental reason for the prosperity of Oberlin City. Fortunately, it is summer now. Located in the subtropical monsoon climate zone, Oberlin City enjoys the warm and moist subtropical monsoon tide from the ocean, which can blow the smog of Oberlin City inland. Once winter comes, the situation will be reversed. The northwest frigid zone storm will be like a terrifying demon's hand, gathering the dense and poisonous smog in Oberlin City, strangling the throat of every citizen of Oberlin City, making people suffocated. In the past, every winter, Baron Lion would take Zorn to the Einon plantation to avoid the winter smog that was talked about. There is a large castle plantation there, which was the main source of funds for the Korik family before. But now it is disturbed by the mist and the bewildered in the mist. Fortunately, Zorn knows that the mist will dissipate in a year or two. At that time, the fertile plantation will flourish again. The latest novels are first published on 69shu.com. After taking a nap for only 2 or 3 hours, I am still refreshed. This is the physique of an extraordinary person. Moreover, after this battle and sacrifice, the essence of the fighter is settling, and the spirituality is growing. According to this efficiency, in a few months, I can be promoted to a level 2 fighter. Stretching, Zorn looked at Oglan City, which is full of wealth, power, and secret extraordinary power, and started his day's work. Today is Friday. Zorn's courses are all self-study courses, so he doesn't have to go to school. During breakfast, Vanessa looked at Zorn with shyness mixed with admiration. Waking up in the young master's bed in the morning, in the crisp chirping of birds, she already thought she had done what she should do. The morning time passed silently in the rustling of flipping textbooks. Close to noon. Zorn ended his study and closed his eyes for a nap. After becoming an extraordinary person, both memory ability and comprehension ability have been significantly improved. And this is only the fighter sequence, which is not good at spirituality. Once the inheritance of evil spirit warlock is completed, the effect will be even more amazing. At the same time, information about the several extraordinary potions that he has been studying during this period appeared in Zorn's mind. Holy Healing Micro-Light Fluorescent Agent. This is the first extraordinary potion that Zorn plans to manufacture in batches. This potion has a very strong healing effect, and it is also true for extraordinary people. If Zorn had Holy Healing Micro-Light Fluorescent Agent, the previous injury would not even require a night to be completely healed. This is the powerful characteristic of extraordinary potions. Making money with potions is only one aspect. More importantly, owning your own steam factory and having a large number of workers working for you. This perfectly fits the characteristics of enslavement and exploitation. Therefore, every factory will be the root of the expansion of the evil spirit. It is also a breeding ground for the healthy growth of evil god. These factories will also become the perfect disguise for the power of the evil god. And this is what Zorn, as an evil spirit, urgently needs. As his power continues to grow, he needs enough and powerful enough steam factories to cover himself. Every steam factory with exploitation will breed elements such as suffering, disaster, anger, death, and resentment. Even some particularly black-hearted capitalist factories will give birth to some wraiths, evil spirits, and so on. Every capitalist is a potential evil god. This is a famous sentence denounced by a famous writer in the Steam Daily after exposing various inside stories of steam factories, and it has been widely circulated. And the famous writer who exposed these inside stories was shot 8 times in the back and committed suicide. For Zorn, he had to increase the welfare of the workers a little bit and reduce some exploitation. Then, those big capitalists and steam factory owners will become a wall in front of the evil god. Holy Healing Micro-Light Fluorescent Agent, it's a good entry point. But the problem is that he didn't find purple blood fluorescent grass in the existing materials, this medicinal material. Zorn naturally knew where the purple blood fluorescent grass was. In the depths of the St. Gon Mist Plateau Valley, in the area of which legends, there is purple blood fluorescent grass. It seems, Zorn, who got up, moved his body that had been sitting for a long time. I have to negotiate with Granny Spirit Witch. After all, he is the bishop of the High Mountain Witch sect. After lunch, Zorn changed into ordinary clothes and went out alone. He wore a gray wide-brimmed felt hat to effectively block the sun, a black hemp coat, and lightweight, durable gray canvas shoes. It is said that such hemp is produced in large quantities on the island farms of the Abner Sea. Clothing made from it is sturdy and durable, and is very popular among the residents of Ogland. If possible, Zorn would also like to go to the tropical islands and live the comfortable life of an island owner and plantation owner. The only problem to worry about is that steam pirate ships will plunder these wealthy island plantations. While cutting off the heads of plantation farmers, they will also capture and sell plantation workers as slaves. Go to the Bay Area, 1464, Belen Street. With the sound of horse hooves, Zorn looked out the window at the scenery outside, slightly lost in thought. Before long, the outside gradually became noisy. The Bay Area is much more lively than the new city. Beep beep occasionally, Zorn could see some steam cars speeding along the street. Steam cars are the culmination of alchemy, steam science, mechanical design, magical extraordinary materials and many other disciplines. Another comparable achievement is the Sky Overlord, the steam airship. The Ostandan Republic is much weaker compared to the vast territories south of the Holy Relic continent, where steam science is more advanced. Only by putting more coal into the boiler and letting the steam factory produce more industrial products can we catch up with the increasingly high steam wave. Only then can we block the attack of the steam airship that shined in the Connaughton campaign by the Holy Sman Empire. Only then can steam merchant ships break through the fog and occupy a favorable position in the age of navigation. However, now only the wealthier nobles can afford such luxuries. People like Zorn, who hover between the middle class and the noble class, still cannot afford such luxuries. He paid 24 copper coins, for the carriage and got off. Zorn waved to a newsboy not far away. "Good afternoon, sir." The newsboy, about 8 or 9 years old, ran over and greeted Zorn politely. After paying 2 copper, Zorn received a copy of today's Oglenstein Daily. Then he lowered his hat, tucked the newspaper under his arm, and walked towards the Dillion House Hotel not far away. The beautiful front desk receptionist, about 17 or 18 years old, who was on duty, glanced at Zorn, and then continued to look down at the book in her hand, taking notes, looking busy and fulfilled. What a hard-working and studious student! Zorn sighed secretly. Ogland, as an industrial city in the northern border of the Ostandan Republic, supports half of the republic. And there is also a magical power here that promotes and forces everyone to work, produce, and study efficiently. Following the information stated by the soul feeder Wilbur yesterday, he found room 406. After opening the door with the key, he began a series of searches. The soul feeder Wilbur committed many cases, many of which were major cases, and he gained a lot. Zorn would naturally not let go of these stolen funds. Floor, walls, drawer compartments, Zorn followed the nodes stated by the soul feeder and checked them one by one. After searching carefully for about half an hour, Zorn carefully counted, and the total was 845 gold pounds in gold coins and paper money. There is no doubt that this is also a considerable fortune. Enough for the soul feeder Wilbur to live a wealthy and stable life for a few years. But as a transcendent, walking among the crowd is like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Once greed breaks free from its shackles, it will often drag the evildoer into the abyss. He provoked the wrong person. Now, he no longer has to worry about not having enough money, may there be no poverty in hell. And the other thief was quite poor, his entire fortune was on him, a total of 32 gold pounds. After doing all this, Zorn did not clean up the scene, but instead made the scene even more messy. Even if the hotel calls the police, the enforcers will only close the case as a simple theft case. When he left, the young female receptionist was still studying hard. This could not help but remind Zorn of the story of sponsoring poor female college students in Ogland when he was a player. As a player, you can do whatever you want, just start a new game. Now he is not a player, so he has to be steady. He stopped another carriage again. Go to Adolf Monastery. After entering the carriage, Zorn lowered his voice. But the carriage did not start. Respected guest, Adolf Monastery is located in the mist zone, it is a long way, and there is a high probability that there will be no return passengers. And, the church recently informed that there are lost ones appearing there. The coachman's hoarse voice was mixed with a little fear, and he didn't seem to want to do Zorn's business. I will cover the round-trip fare, it's about 60 copper, right? Just now, Zorn roughly calculated the current carriage market price. But, the coachman hesitated. 2 silver dragons, pay 1 in advance. Zorn simply said. The coachman paused, then took the shiny silver dragon coin that Zorn handed over through the front window. Thank you for your generosity, sir. He praised sincerely. Compared to those dangerous lost ones, poverty is obviously more terrible. 1 silver dragon is 50 copper. 2 silver dragons are 100 copper. Most of the time, he can't earn that much in a day. Adolf Monastery was established by a kind nun from the mountains, Belinda Adolf. It adopts many homeless children who have been abandoned by their parents or suffering from disasters. It also takes on the social responsibility of a children's orphanage. Of course, this is its public face. And its true face is that they are secret strongholds of the mountain witches. Originally, after the mountain witches were destroyed in a terrible disaster in the Kru Plateau Empire, they wandered on the snow mountains and tundra, and served as witch priests in many ancient tribes and nomadic peoples. They have always been very mysterious. Bards even spread the image of the mysterious, weird, powerful, and possessing incredible mysterious witchcraft power of the plateau witches. And now, a group of witches have come down from the mountains. The witches, led by Belinda Adolph, have taken root in the steam city-states where the steam wave is surging today. They use their power to build monasteries and help those children and old people who need help. They have also been helpful to the Holy See and several powerful nobles who are now in power in the Republic. This allowed them to not be eliminated by the Holy See as heretics after the war between the Holy See and the esoteric sect. They are allowed to operate in the Ostendan Republic. Of course, it is only limited to some work in the monastery and some simple evangelism. At the same time, the witches also made some concessions, some in faith. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The bells of the distant Holy Sun Church rang. In Adolph Monastery, the prayer ceremony begins. A large number of children, whose identities are orphans, gathered in the monastery church. They folded their hands on their chests and lowered their heads to pray piously. In the south direction of the church, there are the Great Holy Sun and Amara, the Holy Mother. In addition to their original mother goddess, they also need to believe in the Holy Sun, believe in both gods. This is why the mountain witches, who have their own beliefs, can spread their beliefs in the monastery. This was absolutely not allowed before. But when survival is difficult, the mountain witches have to compromise. The rearmost position in the crowd. Zorn completed about half an hour of prayer here. As the prayer ended, the children happily led the afternoon snacks. Zorn came to the donation box, first donated a sum of paper money to the donation box, and then saluted an elderly nun next to him. Respected Mumu, I would like to make a donation to Adolph Monastery. The old nun in black religious clothes raised her eyebrows slightly, her expression sincere and kind. Bishop Teresa told me that an important gentleman would visit during the prayer ceremony today. Respected sir, please come with me. Zorn raised his eyebrows slightly. Bishop Teresa is the witch grandmother, a powerful mysterious witch. Zorn was not surprised that this powerful witch predicted his visit. The strong spiritual sense can smell a lot of things. What makes Zorn happy is that the other party is prepared and willing to receive him, which means that Zorn's plan today has a high probability of success. The light of dusk filtered through the slightly yellowed window, blurring the boundary with the shadows. Granny Spirit Witch, or rather, Sister Teresa. She was brewing tea. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, and Zorn, sitting opposite her, vaguely detected a hint of the sea. The ocean plantation always produces good things. Zorn mused. Sister Teresa wore a simple and unadorned black nun's robe, her hair was silver, and her face was wrinkled. But she exuded an aura of peace and tranquility. A black silk ribbon was wrapped around her eyes, concealing her pupils. It was said that she had glimpsed unspeakable things deep in the Aku Mountains, the original site of ancient witch sacrifices. Although she had saved her life, she had lost her eyes forever. However, as a divine maiden protected by Amara, the Holy Mother, losing her eyes made it easier for her to see into people's hearts. A guest from afar, please have some tea. After pouring the tea, Bishop Teresa precisely pushed it in front of Zorn. Taking a small sip to moisten his throat, Zorn set the teacup down and slowly began to speak. I've noticed that the Adolph Monastery has many children, and their clothes are very old. Also, many parts of the Adolph Monastery are overgrown with weeds and in disrepair. I would like to donate some charitable funds to help the Adolph Monastery. Zorn paused. Originally, Zorn wanted to donate 300 gold pounds. However, he had plundered a lot of gold pounds from the soul feeder. Zorn was happy to use this unexpected wealth to help others and himself. About 500 gold pounds. Although it's not much, I will donate another sum every month thereafter. Although Zorn said it wasn't much, it was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. Sister Teresa smiled warmly. Thank you, Mr. Zorn, for your generosity and good deeds. May the great Holy Sun and Amara, the Holy Mother, bless you. Nowadays, factory chimneys are getting taller, the roar of machinery is getting louder, and speeding steam trains are getting faster. Few people care about the helpless cries of children. There are very few people like you who are willing to help our monastery. So, Sister Teresa's expression was calm and gentle as she raised her head and faced Zorn. Zorn felt the strange gaze upon him. What can I do for you? She said gently. Zorn pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. I do have a request. Facing a witch who could see into people's hearts, sincerity was the best strategy. I plan to build a steam factory to manufacture some potions. However, I currently lack a medicinal material called purple blood fluorescent grass. And there are many such materials on the St. Gone Mist Highlands. Hearing this, Sister Teresa smiled quietly. It seems, Mr. Fighter, you know that we are witches from the Highlands. Zorn nodded slightly. The roar of the steam tide has made the world noisy, and the power of transcendence is no secret among the nobles. Sister Teresa pondered for a long time before slowly speaking. I have heard of your good deeds. Ratcatcher Bevis sang of your extraordinary achievements in suppressing the Rat King. But, she paused slightly as she explained, her voice becoming serious and solemn. I feel that this matter is not simple, Mr. Zorn. She was indeed very honest. Even her suspicion was so direct. Yes. Zorn nodded. There are indeed some unspeakable secrets hidden within, but these are trade secrets. After thinking quietly for a moment, Sister Teresa nodded slowly. This is indeed not something I should ask about. Since you have a need, I will entrust merchants from the Highlands to bring you the purple blood fluorescent grass you need. I hope this can be of some help to you. Seeing Sister Teresa agree, Zorn felt a little relieved. Although this was not the only channel, it was the simplest. If they refused here, then Zorn would have to go through the church's channel. That would undoubtedly take a very long time. Bishop Teresa had great prestige among the Highland witches. The merchants from the Highlands were all associated with the witch priestesses of various tribes. Without Bishop Teresa's permission, they would never easily do business with Zorn. Even so, those merchants from the Highlands would be checked at the mountain pass occupied by the Holy Sun Church. Fortunately, purple blood fluorescent grass was not a prohibited material. As long as the trade channel was opened, Zorn slightly increased the price. Then there would be a steady stream of purple blood fluorescent grass transported to Oblin City. After some conversation, seeing that it was getting late, Zorn got up to leave. Along the way, Zorn also took out the 500 gold pounds of charitable funds that he had prepared and handed them to Bishop Teresa. Such a generous donation also prompted Teresa to send Zorn to the carriage in person with 4 witches. Zorn, exhaling lightly, stretched his body a little in the carriage. In the depths of his pupils, a deep and obscure halo emerged. The latest novels are first published at 6-9 Books Bar. The era of the Witch Age has not yet arrived. But, when the sleeping Amara, the Holy Mother, awakens, the witches will show their terrible side. Fortunately, I started investing in the Angel Wheel, a proper angel investor. The witches bear my gifts, and I can even start the awakening of Amara, the Holy Mother, at the corresponding time node. The engagement of the gears of fate can at least keep Amara neutral in key battles, instead of standing on my opposite side. And those witch monasteries that are gradually being established will also become a source of nourishment for my growth. The confrontation between evil spirits, secret sects, and evil gods is cruel and bloody. Zorn must plan ahead and make plans early. After thinking for a moment, Zorn turned his attention from the distant future back to the present. No matter how the future plan and the trajectory of fate go, seizing the present is the most important thing. With the opening of the witches' channels, after the materials for the holy healing microlight fluorescent agent are obtained, I only need to complete the simplified process of the steam factory to officially put it into production. Although the series of links are very simple after the steam factory is simplified, but several special important links must be in the hands of my own people. Otherwise, when the holy healing microlight fluorescent agent appears on the market, someone will definitely covet it. High-end business wars often use the simplest kidnapping methods. There is no problem if the core nodes are in your own hands and will not be leaked. First of all, I must become an evil spirit wizard, so I can get those who are willing to open their hearts to me, and even if they witness the dusk, they will be completely loyal to me, believers. Evil spirit wizard. With this thought in mind, Zorn pulled open the small window curtain. The afterglow of dusk sprinkled the last afterglow on the high-rise buildings of Oblin City, stretching the shadow outline of the carriage. Tomorrow, he murmured. Tomorrow is the full moon, blood moon, the forbidden moment is coming. Evil spirit wizard is about to arrive at the correct position. Silently, a misty fog swept over. On the wide suburban street, there was no one. This is the fog area of Oblin City. Whenever dusk comes and twilight falls, the fog will sweep over. Although the church has established a defense line, and there are also lighthouse watchmen in the gray fog who try their best to clear away those lost people. But people living in this area will still return home early before night falls, close their doors and windows tightly, and beware of the fog's invasion. The gray fog was becoming more and more dense. The sound of de hooves and the creaking of wheels were well proportioned. Besides that, the world seemed to be quiet. Zorn raised his eyebrows slightly and looked outside. Except for the fog, it was still fog, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Could it be, just as this thought appeared in Zorn's mind? This kind gentleman, can you give me a ride? Someone stopped the carriage in the gray fog, his tone polite. Before Zorn could speak, the coachman opened his mouth somewhat dully. Very willing, generous sir. Zorn raised his right hand wearing the double snake ring and rubbed his temples slightly, vaguely hearing snakes spitting out their tongues and hissing. Unknowingly, the coachman has already been affected? He murmured. Since this was the case, Zorn simply moved his body, made way, and sat opposite. Immediately afterwards, a young man in a black dress, a brown top hat, and a rather decent and slightly retro attire boarded the carriage and sat in the seat Zorn had vacated. He took off his hat. The fog is really heavy today. I almost lost my way in the gray fog. Once lost in it, you won't be able to find your way back, don't you think so? Sir. The black-haired youth always had a stiff smile on his face. As his voice fell, the eyeball in his right pupil fell out with a plop, just falling into the hat in his hand. Immediately afterwards, blood gurgled out of his pupil, staining his cheeks red and staining his white shirt red. The wriggling blood threads, like earthworms, struggled and twisted from his pupils. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably jump out of the car on the spot. Once that was done, the passengers lost in the gray fog would become new lost people. But Zorn sat steadily opposite and kindly reminded him. Sir, your eyeball has fallen out. Hearing Zorn's kind reminder, the refined young man hurriedly picked up his eyeball and tried to stuff it back into his eye socket. However, no matter how he tried to push it back in, the eyeball kept rolling out and falling back into the hat. At the same time, the skin on his face began to peel off in large patches, exposing some of the facial muscles, and flesh buds quickly grew on his face, swaying in the air. A terrifying mutation was squirming. Oh. Sorry. The refined young man's voice began to turn hoarse. I can't seem to put it back. He looked up, one eye normal and clear, the other a bloody hole gushing like a spring. In just a moment, blood had filled the bottom of the carriage. Unknowingly, a layer of blood gauze had also covered the carriage's glass windows. The terrifying, spiritually charged power of the mutation was polluting and reinforcing the carriage. Zorn, however, calmly and naturally scrutinized the scene of bizarre mutation, sniffing the bloody scent that filled the air. He truly missed this feeling so much. Being chased by the bewildered in the gray fog until he forgot his own name. Bathing in the witch's cauldron, melting, and then being drunk by the witch, and then crawling out of the gate of life and greeting the witch. On the operating table of the evil flesh alchemist, watching himself being dissected, and pointing out that your technique is not refined enough, you have to cut like this first, then like this, to perfectly remove my heart. These were all wonderful memories that Zorn could not forget, solid footprints on the road to growth. If you haven't had a long chat with the bewildered in a carriage all night, you'd be embarrassed to call yourself a terrifying disaster evil spirit. If possible, I can help you put your eyeball back in. Zorn spread out his hands, indicating that he was happy to help. Thank you, kind sir, I don't think I need it. The young man, constantly sinking into the trajectory of mutation, refused Zorn's help, his voice becoming increasingly hoarse. I almost forgot, I still don't know your name. The mutating young man said. The key point that the bewildered will test is coming. Every bewildered will ask the kind person they meet for their name. If you tell the other person your name, then great, your name will become their name. The old bewildered will use your name as nourishment and grow stronger. At the same time, the unlucky person who lost their name will be officially polluted, and a brand new bewildered will be born. Then, the new bewildered will continue to seek new names. And for every name acquired, the terrifying higher being sealed behind the bewildered will grow stronger. Until, he devours the entire city of Ogren. If the process is not correct, then it may anger the bewildered. Then let the bewildered mutate, riot, and then evolve into a bloody tragedy. Judging from his attire, the bewildered in front of him should be a newly born bewildered. His strength doesn't seem to be very strong. If a conflict arises, the one who is likely to be rubbed on the carriage floor is probably this bewildered. Anyway, with the two of them sitting here, Zorn doesn't panic. As for whether the other party panics, that's not something Zorn needs to worry about. Anyway, panicking is useless. Once you get on Zorn's carriage, the following things are not something this unlucky bewildered can decide. I think you should tell me your name first, that's what a gentleman would do. Zorn leaned back slightly, in a relaxed posture. This trip is quite long, with the bewildered on the carriage, it won't be boring. My name. The young bewildered, his facial muscles began to twist, seeming to be caught in a memory. I seem to have forgotten my name. He raised his head, his face becoming more and more hideous. Zorn noticed that his teeth were starting to become sharp, so he could better tear flesh and swallow it. Oh. Leaving home without your name, that's not a good habit. Zorn sighed. I used to be like you, not only did I leave my name at home, but I also left my head at home. As a result, that day, the whole town chased after me, this headless knight. What an impolite bunch of guys, I could only reluctantly destroy the whole town. Your deeds are admirable. The young man grinned. However, I'm a little hungry now, the very hungry kind. Sir, would you like to share dinner with me? At this time, viscous blood had already filled the entire carriage, and the small carriage had become a cage of flesh and blood. The terrifying power of mutation seemed to have taken shape. The rich and bloody smell made Zorn a little intoxicated. The bewildered, at this time, also revealed greed and madness. He showed his claws and fangs, seeming to want to start enjoying this wonderful dinner. Zorn shook his fist, which was as big as a casserole, revealing an evil and cruel smile. He opened his palm and suddenly tore off a piece of wriggling flesh clinging to the carriage's glass window, and with lightning speed, directly stuffed it into the bewildered's big mouth with fangs. A fierce uppercut with his right hand made him close his mouth tightly while also knocking him into the air, and his head slammed heavily into the top of the carriage with a bang. Then Zorn started punching with both hands. Now is the time for strong hand skull splitting. Bang bang bang, every blow was a heart-trembling impact sound. Zorn was heartily displaying his skull-splitting fist. During this time, Zorn's daily hard training had long mastered the skull-splitting fist. And now, it is the moment of practical testing. Parrying, grappling, counterattacking, punching, suppressing, headshotting, weak point strikes. Like an antelope hanging its horns, the old and refined attack, seemingly slow, in fact, every blow made the bewildered sink into bewilderment. Facing a seasoned veteran like Zorn, this fresh and naive bewildered is as pure as a child. While beating this bewildered who attempted to bring him disaster and death, Zorn joked. I can see that you are very hungry, give me 20 minutes, I can stuff the entire carriage into your stomach. At this time, the bewildered's face was stiff, his head, like dough, was hammered by Zorn's fists, flying left and right. That weirdly spiritual flesh curtain was constantly torn down by Zorn's hands, which were filled with star-marked gang chi. Pure brute force is difficult to fight against spiritual flesh and blood. And the gang chi of a martial artist has the characteristic of resisting spirituality. How you spit it out, today you have to swallow it back for me. What? You don't want to eat it? That's not up to you. Even though this bewildered kept struggling, and even made strange howls from time to time. Unfortunately, he was facing Zorn Korik, a seasoned veteran, a terrifying evil god boss. Just as Zorn pressed the bewildered on the seat, about to hammer his head, the moving carriage suddenly stopped. A light with a bit of order and silver-white brilliance penetrated the carriage window glass and reflected into the carriage. The strange flesh and blood curtain seemed to be afraid of the silver-white light outside, and slightly converged. Even avoided it to a certain extent. Chi, the blood mist in the air even transmitted the scorched smell of sizzling burning. Zorn paused slightly, and then stopped. The light of order has already lit up, so he doesn't need to continue to attack. Good afternoon, officer. The coachman's slightly stiff voice sounded. Damn it, this gray fog weather is really cold. The coachman couldn't help but wrap his clothes around himself. Standing in the gray fog, keeping a certain distance from the carriage, the law enforcement officer Ansel Hall holding a silver light lantern loosened his tie. His pupils were sharp like a hawk, staring at the carriage, not letting go of any detail. He had already determined that the carriage had been completely polluted. This made him frown slightly. A few days ago, he had just dealt with a similar case. That unlucky passenger was eaten by the bewildered, leaving only half of his body. Although he also dealt with that bewildered trash, but when the poor middle-aged woman with a tired and haggard face, with 2 teenage children, let out a heart-wrenching wail in the funeral home. Under the eaves of the funeral home, his legs were as if filled with lead, too heavy to move even a little bit. Another broken family. Another irreversible tragedy. Just like the pale afternoon when his mother cried and fainted, his father left them forever. And that damn criminal is still at large. Sir, in the carriage, I am Officer Ansel, please get out of the car for inspection. While saying this, Ansel had already raised the silver light lamp and picked up the police baton. Lamp oil with purification and dispelling effects can well burn the damn bewildered, and can illuminate the direction so that he does not get lost in the gray fog. And the police baton can make him beat the bastard hard. A creak sounded. The car door opened. A scene that horrified Ansel appeared in front of him. A boy who looked only 16 or 17 years old sat calmly and naturally inside the carriage. Although he was dressed plainly, it couldn't fool Ansel's sharp eyes. He was likely a child from a wealthy family. Then Ansel's gaze fell on the source of the carriage's contamination, the true bewildered himself. The bewildered was as if he had been skinned alive. Muscles were exposed to the air. He leaned half lying in the corner of the carriage, his arms twisted into a braid-like shape, and his legs seemed to have been broken. Large swaths of flesh had been violently torn from the carriage's interior. It was evident that the one who tore the flesh possessed terrifying strength. But, where did the torn flesh go? That was, after all, the source of distortion and disaster. Now, the battered bewildered, illuminated by the silver lantern, was desperately trying to evade the light while also absorbing the scattered flesh and the blood flowing on the ground. Please step out of the carriage for inspection, sir. Ansel said coldly, his gaze indifferent and wary. But his gaze was directed not at the bewildered, but at Zorn. Zorn paused and retorted. Officer, are you sure you're speaking to me and not to this terrifying and contaminating bewildered? Yes, you are clearly a greater threat than the bewildered. Please cooperate with the investigation. After glancing at the recovering bewildered and determining that he was unlikely to recover much in the short term and posed no threat even if he did, Zorn got up and stepped out of the carriage. The officer Ansel watched Zorn warily the entire time. Just as Ansel was about to drag the bewildered out, Zorn spoke slowly. This fellow's distorted spiritual essence is converging, it's best to let him complete the convergence. Otherwise, once he leaves this area, the contaminating source material will completely permeate the carriage and cannot be expelled. The coachman's livelihood, his carriage, will be completely ruined. Even, the coachman and horses will be contaminated to varying degrees. Zorn's words made Officer Ansel pause slightly. Although he had received training in this area, this was the first time he had heard such detailed practical information about distortion and contamination. The other party's kind reminder added curiosity to Ansel's vigilance. All of this, Ansel pointed to the carriage and the slowly recovering bewildered inside. "Did you do it?" Zorn nodded. "This fellow came looking for me. If I could, I wouldn't want this terrifying distorted being to board the carriage. It would bring me no small amount of trouble. Originally, I wanted to subdue this bewildered and then head to the nearby police station. Now that you're here, officer, it's much easier." Ansel took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "This isn't just a matter of trouble, it's a matter of life and death. You seem to be a transcendent." Zorn nodded. "The roar of the steam tide is echoing throughout the world. Mysterious forces are reviving. We nobles must master a certain amount of power to protect our family fortunes. My grandfather fought for the Republic, participated in many battles, and earned honors and a title, returning with only one leg, the other forever left on the battlefield. My father, amidst the roar of steamships, explored the mysterious unknown seas for me and found mysterious transcendent powers. And I am to use this power to make our Korik family great once more." Noble. Transcendent. Ansel's heart stirred slightly. From the other party's expression and attitude towards the police, he had already sensed this. And from the bewildered, whose distorted state had been forcibly suppressed, it could be seen that this young noble possessed astonishing strength. However, being a noble was not an excuse to avoid questioning. The necessary questioning process could not be omitted. Fortunately, this young noble seemed to be quite cooperative. As Ansel questioned him, Zorn cooperated well. After all, Zorn was also a victim. Although the Church and the Republic tried to control the emergence of transcendence as much as possible, and might even investigate them, the fact that nobles possessed transcendent power was already a semi-public secret, a tacitly approved existence. After all, the current Republic was ruled by nobles. During the conversation, Zorn's mind also surfaced with relevant information about the Officer Ansel in front of him, as well as information about the police station friend plan. The law enforcement sequence is a key sequence for maintaining order and combating crime. I need some friends in the police station so that when cracking down on criminals from secret sects and evil god organizations, I can complete the task faster and better. It can help me solve problems and help my police station friends rise step by step. Zorn was very happy to see this win-win situation. The officer in front of him named Ansel was a conscientious and responsible officer. Zorn remembered that he was involved in many affairs and was a partner with a certain talent and worth cooperating with. If the other party was willing to cooperate, Zorn didn't mind letting him climb to a higher position. Soon, Officer Ansel learned the whole story from Zorn's mouth. At this time, the bewildered had finally barely regained his human form. He looked at the monster guarding the door and the police from the police station. If the police had arrived later, he would have been beaten to death alive by that terrifying monster. At this time, Ansel glanced at Zorn. His method of handling things had always been very direct, which was to kill the bewildered on the spot. Then let the Church's law enforcement team come to deal with it. But killing the bewildered was destined to contaminate this area. The young noble named Zorn Korik seemed to have quite a wealth of transcendent knowledge about these terrible distortions and contaminating grotesque creatures. He should have a better solution. It's time to show real skills. Zorn took a deep breath and looked at Officer Ansel. "Can I borrow the silver lantern for a moment?" "Of course." Officer Ansel handed the lantern to Zorn. Zorn placed the lantern on the doorframe of the carriage and glanced at the bewildered. At this time, the bewildered did not dare to move at all. Bewilderment is real, and so is pain. At this time, the bewildered was not completely distorted and crazy, and still maintained a certain amount of sanity, and was also afraid of pain. Pouring a little starlight aura into the silver flame. The most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack at uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. Buzz, for a time, the silver light shone brightly. Then he crossed his fingers and held his fists, hanging them in front of his chest, and slowly chanted in Holy Yama ancient language. Following the will of the Great Superior, the Seeker in the Endless Mist, Philosius Cavendish, I, in the name of the Mist Guide, will give you the true name George. You will go to the land of true names with this officer to receive the gift of Lord, Philosius Cavendish. The intersection of secret words and ritual lamps pierced reason like a sharp blade and disturbed bewilderment. As Zorn finished speaking, the small ceremony ended at the same time. The rising silver light dimmed and returned to its original brightness. The bewildered, who originally wanted to escape, became dull and blank in a short period of time, and the distorted and restless power was also suppressed to a certain extent. Now, Zorn looked at Officer Ansel. He will listen to your instructions, Officer Ansel, and will follow you all the way, during which his distorted power will be suppressed, will not form pollution, and will not vent the power of the bewildered. Until you take him to where he should go. Ansel, who had been examining the whole process and listening to Zorn's explanation, widened his eyes in disbelief. This, really? This is the bewildered with the power of terrible disaster pollution, just suppressed like this? With some suspicion, Ansel issued several instructions to the bewildered in the carriage. Such as getting out of the car, squatting with his head in his hands, turning around, etc. The bewildered youth strictly followed the officer's instructions. While giving instructions, the horror in Officer Ansel's heart surged like a huge wave. Although the Ogren City Police Department also trains them in transcendent knowledge of those who have mastered transcendent powers, most of the transcendent knowledge they learn is very superficial. And the young noble in front of him, who seemed to have mastered some special secret words, controlled this troublesome guy through a small ceremony. There is no doubt that he has a very deep knowledge of transcendent learning. If I have such a friend or consultant who is proficient in transcendent learning, it will undoubtedly be of great help to me. After all, transcendent power is constantly emerging in Ogren City. He needs such a friend. Even, their Mist Area Police Station needs such a transcendent, professional consultant. After some thought, Ansel quickly made a decision. Respected Lord Zorn, thank you very much for suppressing the bewildered and for your help to me. Now you can continue to take the carriage and continue your journey. In addition, you should know better than me how to deal with the coachman situation. The situation where a mysterious transcendent violently beats the bewildered is enough for him to take Zorn to the police station or even the church for review. But that way, he would lose an important friend. And pretending not to see it, he will gain a good friendship. Thank you very much, officer. Zorn waved goodbye to Officer Ansel as he boarded the carriage. If you need some help with transcendent learning, or are looking for a transcendent consultant, you can come to Golo Street to find me. The address is recorded in your notebook just now. As the carriage moved forward, the officer and his lantern were soon submerged in the depths of the fog. Respected guest, man. At this time, the coachman's trembling voice sounded, slightly interrupting Zorn's thoughts. Zorn naturally knew what the coachman needed. He said slowly. In the next 3 days, go to the nearby church for noon prayers every day. If you miss the noon prayers, you can also do the afternoon and evening prayers. This will completely clear the bewildered's influence on you. By the way, if possible, the carriage should also be parked near the church. The bewildered's pollution will make those who are affected easily forget their names and have memory loss and other problems. And the Holy Sun Church is the best place for treatment. In addition, he took out 9 silver dragons and handed them to the coachman through the front window. This was all the change he had on him. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have encountered these guys you shouldn't have encountered. This is what you deserve. The coachman, who took the silver dragon coins, instantly felt much more at ease. Thank you, generous guest. The coachman's tone was filled with undisguised surprise. As the carriage continued to move forward, Zorn also pondered slightly. A friend from the police station, maybe, it will be useful soon. If we can cooperate with some of the power holders in the police station, then some actions can be more rationalized, and even a certain degree of threat exemption can be obtained. None of the people who can reach the top of Ogren City's power are good people, and many even have shady sides. And as a player, Zorn naturally knows a lot of black material. But before having enough strength, Zorn is naturally impossible to use these shady sides to threaten those big figures, that is undoubtedly courting death. But as Zorn's strength grows and he has more friends, it will be much easier. Potion Master, May 15, 1645. This is an important day worthy of being written into history. Perhaps, only in a forgotten corner of the next day's newspaper will there be a record of this day's astronomical anomaly, the advent of the blood moon. But as the wheels of history rumble forward, when later generations open the heavy historical documents, upon detailed exploration, they will discover that a large number of important transcendents and mysterious forces are inextricably linked to this day's blood moon. The trajectory of fate, the tides of the era, the anchoring of destiny. All the poems will be fixed at the moment of nightfall today, and then a seemingly ordinary stroke will be inscribed. Some will gain, and some will lose. Once, the unfortunate fellow known as the evil spirit warlock, upon callously manipulated by fate, lost so much. On May 8, a full week prior, at the wrong time, he inherited an incomplete legacy, anchoring himself to something terrifying that he shouldn't have. When the scarlet glow of the blood moon shone upon his young and bewildered face, he walked on the vast earth covered in the gauze of the blood moon. He could feel that he seemed to have missed something. But he had no ability to salvage anything, and could only reach out his palms in confusion to grasp at something. But the light of the blood moon slipped away through the gaps. And this time, Zorn, who had long planned and prepared, was not only well prepared, but also had many backup plans. Warning! Amidst the mist and the cool dew, the martial artist practiced the skull-cracking fist while carefully experiencing it. Star Marquee, with the blooming of the fist technique, each punch was light as if carrying great weight. Immersed in cultivation, Zorn could feel that the accumulation of Star Marquee was particularly fast today. Of course, the bewildered one who served as a sandbag yesterday also played a significant role. Currently, burdened with academic responsibilities, Zorn did not have much personal time for hard cultivation. But after completing his studies, in about a month, he could participate in some clubs, or even create his own club, a club belonging to transcendence. The morning light passed through the leaves full of dew, shining on Zorn's face, mottled and hazy. A slight, indescribable sense of stagnation permeated the air. If one wasn't intentionally aware, it would be absolutely difficult to detect. The enlightenment of fate is always foreshadowed. Afterfist, Zorn quietly summarized his gains in his mind. Until the butler Grank came over. At the breakfast table, the food was more abundant than usual. Besides the usual milk, fried eggs, bacon, vegetable salad, and so on, there were also more bread, meat soup, and fried golden meat patties. It was said that this mixed fried meat patty eating habit was passed down from the great nobles Osman. Strange trends blew into Thestan Republic, and also onto Zorn's table. Looking at the delicious and tempting food that filled half the table, Zorn looked at Grank helplessly and said, "Uncle Gronk, I've already said that breakfast doesn't need to be so lavish." Gronk stubbornly explained, "Young Master Zorn, you are at the age of growing. Even if you possess extraordinary power, you still need to eat your fill." Zorn couldn't help but rub his abdomen. He now eagerly desired to have a glutton's stomach. One meal could take in a week's worth of food. Glutton's stomach could help transcendence devour more food, gain astonishing strength, and also save a lot of dining time. "Uncle Gronk, how are the stocks of the steam giant whale doing?" Zorn asked during the meal. From the smile that Grank couldn't suppress at the corners of his mouth, Zorn had already guessed the result. Mentioning the steam giant whale, the gray-haired Grank seemed to have returned to his youth, his tone becoming much more forceful. "According to your previous instructions, I spent a total of 2,360 gold pounds to purchase the stocks of the steam giant whale. The average price per share was 1.2 gold pounds. Just yesterday afternoon, I submitted the stock certificates and bank account. In a few days, a full 17,700 gold pounds of stock dividends will be deposited into the family's account." Speaking of this, the old butler Gronk was particularly excited. After all, this was the largest sum of money he had ever come into contact with in so many years. Of course, the taxes that need to be paid are also indispensable. The purchase of the stocks was initially conducted in the name of your father, Baron Lion. The tax bill has Baron Lion's exclusive nobly in it. Therefore, we will probably need to pay about 8% in taxes. If it were in your name, we would have to pay 15% in taxes. After paying taxes, there will still be 16,284 gold pounds. Hearing this, Zorn nodded slightly. His father, Lion Carrick, had the officially certified title of Baron. And he, in terms of the Republic's laws, was just an ordinary person. Now, he could still use his father's title to seek some convenience. In addition, this month we need to repay an extra principal of about 5,300 gold pounds, interest of 1,100 gold pounds, for a total of 6,400 gold pounds. Adding the previously retained 2,400 gold pounds. This month, we can still have a surplus of 12,500 gold pounds. With so much money on hand all of a sudden, the pressure in Zorn's heart was also reduced a lot. At the same time, in the depths of his heart, there was also a slight sense of relief. He deeply knew the terror of the trajectory of fate, and maintained reverence for it. He also worried that after acquiring the identity of Zorn Carrick, the door of fate would be welded shut, and he would be dragged into the abyss. Repeating the mistakes of 5 years later. Now it seemed that he had avoided the wrong time of inheritance and prevented the bankruptcy of the Carrick family. Currently, he had quietly leveraged the trajectory of fate. And today, he was about to inherit the sequence of the big boss, Evil Spirit Warlock, and complete a gorgeous transformation. The most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack. After a moment of thought, Zorn slowly withdrew his mind and opened his mouth to say, Uncle Grunk, I need you to go to the factory district in the south and find a way to acquire a small to medium-sized steam factory that can accommodate 100 to 200 workers. If there are also some steam engine boilers that can provide power inside, that would naturally be even better. More than 10,000 gold pounds could not be left in hand, allowing it to mold. Evil Spirit Warlock was about to go online. With exploitation and extraction, as well as a steam factory that extracted the blood and sweat and life of workers, it had to be set up. This would be the most perfect disguise for the Evil Spirit Warlock. Moreover, it would be the source of the Evil Spirit Warlock's continuous growth and strength. At the same time, I need to recruit a batch of graduates with basic knowledge of medicinal herbs. City's public university has many graduates in these fields, and they are facing the dilemma of unemployment upon graduation. I think my factory will provide them with good jobs that match their majors. At the same time, Zorn rubbed his brow. I also need a chief pharmacist. A chief pharmacist who is utterly loyal to me, and will never betray me. In his thoughts, Zorn already had a suitable candidate. Through his understanding of City's public university, Zorn knew that the future legendary potion master should now be confused and worried about his future. Now, Zorn needed to help him find the direction to move forward. There was no future in potions for nobles to increase their threshold and excitement intensity. In his previous life, this kind of profession would start with a death sentence. Wandering under the pomegranate skirts of those noble widows, enjoying a moment of pleasure was also not a long-term solution. Real potions, even magic potions that could help transcendence achieve transformation, or even top magic potions that could drive the surge of the entire world's tides and reach a higher height. This was the correct way to open Potion Master. After breakfast, it was still early before noon. Zorn came to the study, took out stationery, picked up a delicate blue dipped in ink, and began to write a letter. Respected Potion Master, Vladimir. It has been 3 months since you last published your potion theory in the newspaper. I deeply admire your unconstrained imagination and incredible creativity in potion. I have a little idea, some doubts, in potion. Perhaps, you can give some answers. Your faithful reader, Zorn Carrick, respectfully. Soon, a letter sufficient to move the potion master Vladimir had already been written. Of course, these words were not enough to really make Vladimir read this letter carefully. When sealing the letter, Zorn stuffed 10 gold pounds inside. Held in his hand, the heavy feeling was quite eye-catching. And this was also Zorn's small reward for seeking answers from the other party. After carefully instructing him again, the butler Grank left with the letter. Hopefully there will be a good result. If this Vladimir is unwilling to come, then I can only look for other candidates. Vladimir was the best candidate, but Zorn obviously wouldn't hang himself on one tree. He had many other candidates. City was an important node in the tide of the Steam Age, and there were many important characters here. Now, Zorn, who was in the development period, needed to better establish relationships with these important characters. After doing all this, the time was already approaching noon. The coachman old Nero parked the carriage in the courtyard, waiting for Zorn's arrival. He looked good, and the fright he received a week ago had finally recovered. If old Nero had an accident, then Zorn would need to drive the carriage himself. Although he also possessed this skill, and even drifting around corners in a carriage, he had not played with it, but it was somewhat undignified. Taking a deep breath, Zorn stood up, stretched out his arms and stretched his body. Slightly rotating the double snake ring on his middle finger, feeling the slight climbing snake middle finger, he lightly exhaled, and then after putting on the prepared things, he walked outside. After getting into the carriage, old Nero, who had already received orders, knew the destination that young Master Zorn was going to today, and immediately started the carriage. Today, he had been looking forward to Miss S' party for a long time, and had made a lot of preparations for it. On Long Street with mottled tree shadows, the carriage moved slowly forward. The sound offer seemed intertwined into a beautiful, like the prelude tune stage. Into a doll. The colonial wars in the Western continent more than 20 years ago unleashed the grand age of sail, driven by steam and shrouded in mist. Simultaneously, the three major churches occupying the orthodox position, Holy Sun Church, Church of the Night Goddess, and Steam Church, further strengthened their authority and sanctity. While expanding the colonial wars, they also intensified their suppression of esoteric sects and cults. Many esoteric sects and cults were annihilated in the course of history. For instance, the Twin Serpent Church, which Zorn encountered before, was completely wiped out in several wars. Even their worshipped higher being, Twin Ring Serpent, was suppressed and sealed. Now, the surviving esoteric sects and cults each possess their own extreme characteristics. At the same time, the commonality of these esoteric sects is that they are bloody, cruel, ruthless, and will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Even though Zorn now controls his own destiny, he also possesses the potential of a great evil spirit wizard boss. But it should be known that the former evil spirit wizard was secretly instigated by these esoteric sects and pushed to the guillotine. Even after the evil spirit wizard died, many parts of him were stolen by these esoteric sects and cults, becoming parts of other key bosses, or materials, weapons, and so on. Facing these esoteric organizations that pose a threat to him, Zorn is cautious and well prepared. Arriving at 46 Champs-Élysées Street, he entered the manor. Under the guidance of a middle-aged butler in his early 40s, Zorn arrived at the hall. And this is where today's tea party is gathered. On the left side of the spacious and bright hall is the long table area. Servants are continuously serving food to the table with silver plates and utensils. Beyond the long table on the left are arched glass windows, luxurious snowflake velvet curtains, and valuable murals. With Zorn's limited artistic cultivation to discern, he can barely make out. These murals are worth at least 4 figures in gold pounds and are the works of famous artists. In the gathering hall on the right, more than a dozen young nobles of similar age to Zorn are gathered together, and laughter can be heard from time to time. It can be heard that they get along very well. Among them are some nobles that Zorn knows, some real great nobles, not like Zorn, who was pulled in to make up the numbers. Silently, Zorn entered this small gathering of young nobles. Everyone talked about many interesting things, such as steam factories, studies, and ocean adventures. And also, views on politics, and some opinions on the latest bills in Ogren City, and so on. Everyone tacitly avoided the mysterious, weird, and incredible supernatural powers. After all, they are here today to witness miracles. This is a reserved item. In the crowd, the corner of Zorn's eye glanced at the corner not far away. 2 esoteric sect guards wearing blood-colored thorn robes and thorn-patterned masks guarded the arch leading to the underground. These esoteric sects who master supernatural powers have always liked to create a sense of mystery and ritual. This can invisibly deter and restrain, and even slightly enslave those with unstable wills, so that they will obey them. At the same time, Zorn noticed that the young nobles at the party would occasionally glance at the esoteric sect guards and the arch they were guarding out of the corner of their eyes. First arouse curiosity in their hearts, creating a mysterious sense of ritual. Afterwards, they will be separated and gradually taken to the underground ritual site. In name, they are witnessing mysterious supernatural powers, but in reality, they are sacrifices, at least some of them are sacrifices. Zorn is very familiar with this process. Tasting the delicious little desserts, Zorn silently mourned for the Bruce family for a moment. With the surge of the steam wave and the revival of mysterious powers, there are quite a few nobles who yearn for supernatural powers. Zorn's father, Baron Lion, chose to go to the depths of the great nautical wave shrouded in mist. And the Bruce family where Miss Jolia is located has a richer heritage. When they were exploring mysterious powers, they were favored by Blood Shadow Rose. Now, Miss Jolia is about to master the Rose Witch in the Witch sequence. And her father, the highly powerful Duke, and her mother, the wealthy and generous noblewoman, had already mastered mysterious supernatural powers before her. The Bruce family where she is located has long been contaminated and has become the pawns of Blood Shadow Rose. The newest novels are first published on Lujio Shuba. And their fate is naturally doomed. In the original trajectory, Blood Shadow Rose discovered that Zorn had mastered powerful mysterious powers, and then cultivated him. But they didn't know the horror and power of Zorn's power. So that at a certain time, they found that they could no longer control Zornkrik. And at that time, Zornkrik had tasted the taste of power, and found his own path in fear and disaster. On that bloody and quiet night, the great boss evil spirit wizard, Zornkrik, came to this manor and came to Miss Jolia's bedside in her sleep. In Miss Jolia's panic, he expressed his admiration and wanted to invite Miss Jolia to go with him. However, in Miss Jolia's eyes, Zornkrik was just a down-and-out nobleman, even to the point of selling his property to barely maintain the last bit of decency of the nobility, a complete loser. On the level of supernatural power, he was at best a poor worm bestowed with power by Blood Shadow Rose. She naturally, righteously and sternly refused him. "I'm sorry, Zorn. I don't think we are suitable." When the knife was inserted into the heart, blood was flowing, and the world was broken and gray. The subsequent elaboration Zornkrik could no longer remember, and he didn't want to recall it. So, on that bloody night, he turned the entire family of the White Moonlight, including all areas including the 4 Dobermans kept at the door, into a death graveyard. He slaughtered everyone. And that beautiful White Moonlight Miss Jolia Zornkrik was killed and made into a doll, which he carried with him at all times. We can finally be together forever and ever. Good night, my dear Miss Jolia. In Zornkrik's Evil Wizard Diary, the final ending to the Bruce family chapter draws a line under this bloody and twisted love story. What a truly unforgettable love. Love her, make her into a doll and carry her by your side forever. You don't even dare to make her into a doll. How dare you say this is love? Abstract harem flow players like to imitate this practice. Do you like to be in a daze by yourself? Just as Zorn was in a daze. The lively, lovely, and energetic Miss Jolia appeared in front of Zorn. "I'm thinking about some things." Zorn didn't hide his admiring gaze towards Miss Jolie, with her fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. Today, she was wearing a gorgeous blue petal court dress, making her appear particularly vibrant. Not only Zorn, but several other young nobles also had a glint in their eyes when looking at Miss Jolie. Being so suddenly admired by Zorn made Jolie, who was about to become a witch, a little embarrassed. Lunch is about to be served. After lunch, my mentor will demonstrate extraordinary power to us. With a slight smile, Miss Jolie pursed her thin lips. Let's take our seats quickly. She turned and walked towards the long table. Watching that graceful and vibrant figure. If she were made into a doll, it would be quite good, Zorn mused to himself. However, Zorn quickly turned his attention to the dining table. Oh! Delicious lunch, I really like this. The close combat expert, Star Mark fighter, has a solid physique. The more he eats, the better his physical strength, endurance, and growth efficiency will be. If combined with the glutton's stomach, it would be a sure kill. After sitting down for a moment, as the pre-meal prayer ended, Zorn began to feast, eating until he was full. As lunch ended, maids gradually came over and led the guests away one by one. The plan officially begins. Zorn murmured silently as he stood up. Zorn, led by a maid, entered a small room for changing clothes. This was a room node in the basic ritual, one of the ritual nodes for offering to the witch. On the clean and tidy black tablecloth altar, there was a silver dagger, a bowl of clear spring water, a burning red candle, and a sachet of thorny flower fruit. With the help of the maid, he also put on the same black robe and a thorny flower patterned mask. Next, you need to hold the red candle and follow me forward. The candle must not be extinguished throughout the entire process. This is a special instruction from the mysterious Rose sect. Only in this way can you witness great and mysterious power. The maid said this in a somewhat unskilled tone. Familiar with this set of procedures, Zorn didn't expose her but followed her. The moment he touched the burning red candlestick, in his pocket, inside the iron box, a blood-colored paper-cut silhouette written with Saint Maya's secret text spontaneously combusted. And this was specially made for her by Zorn using the power of the evil spirit warlock. Want to use Zorn as a sacrifice? Zorn was naturally prepared for this. A blood-colored paper-cut silhouette filled with Saint Maya's secret words, mysterious words full of evil. Not only could it replace Zorn from having his spirituality extracted by the ritual, but it could also allow Zorn to perfectly set up this ritual. After wandering for more than 10 minutes, under the guidance of the maid, Zorn, holding the blood-colored candle, arrived at an underground space filled with blood-colored candles. At this time, in this underground ritual space, Miss Jolie, with secret words written on her face, was sitting in front of a small pyramid altar, waiting for the start of the witch ritual. And her mentor, Hazel Cheney, was presiding over the ritual. The light of the candles converged, using oneself as an offering to illuminate the new witch. The ritual had already begun the moment Zorn took the blood-colored candle. That Blood Shadow Rose secret sect, which never treated people as human beings, was playing everyone. Starting the ritual and letting the sacrifices witness the so-called extraordinary power was just to let everyone be bewitched and enslaved by the witch. They would all be the firewood for the witch's birth. When the new witch was born, they would all be affected by the Rose Witch. Either love, or close relationships, or secret admiration. After that, they would all be used by the Rose Witch. As long as the witch asked for something, they would definitely do their best to do it, like crazy servants. These evil god organizations like to use this extreme method and path to achieve their goals. As the envoy of the Blood Shadow Rose, Hazel Cheney, finished chanting the spell. To everyone's exclamations, the torches in everyone's hands quickly melted and then turned into streams of flame. The flames were almost substantial, gathered together, flowing over everyone's heads, like a vast ocean of flames. The streams of flame seemed to make everyone's souls feel a slight burning pain. At this moment, all the young nobles who witnessed this incredible scene were deeply shocked. This was just a very simple promotion ritual. But coupled with the previous psychological suggestion, it was enough to make these young nobles who had never seen extraordinary power be conquered by it. And this was just the beginning. As the ritual began, everyone's faces showed admiration, reverence, and desire in surprise. Then their expressions became dull and sluggish, their eyes empty, as if their souls had been drawn away. As the flames with guiding and capturing characteristics flowed into the depths of the altar curtain in the secret room, Miss Jolie, who had prepared the materials, began her witch promotion ritual. Zorn in the crowd, the face hidden under the mask, also appeared dull and calm. Just the SS level, Star Mark fighter, S-Steel like would not be captured by this ritual. Not to mention that Zorn had many other preparations. Sacrificing materials to the great and hidden existence, chanting secret words, anchoring the mysterious and unknown, and then mastering the incredible extraordinary sequence, Rose Witch, was the final point of this ritual. Rose Witch, good at teasing and bewitching people. Drawing the fruits of growth from the pain and confusion of others. The newest novels are first published at 9. And Zorn and others were the targets of being teased and bewitched, the food of the newborn witch. The Rose Witch, who had just acquired power, used these young nobles to practice, which could ensure safety and gain something. At the same time, she could enslave and tame them, and then control them. If, all of this, without Zorn's interference, it would be a perfect ritual. Just as Miss Jolie was accepting the power of the Rose Witch sequence. In Zorn's pocket, the blood-colored paper-cut silhouette written with the power of the evil spirit warlock was perfectly digested by the ritual at this moment, and was also silently absorbed by the Rose Witch. Rose Witch, are you ready to witness your new master? Next, you will listen to the great secret words. Work hard to complete all of this. Remember, this is a task from the master. Zorn murmured silently, hidden under the mask. And Jolie, who was undergoing the inheritance and was not very familiar with the power of the Rose Witch, was unaware of this. At the moment of the sequence's descent, the power poured into it would penetrate into the deepest part of her spirituality and accompany her throughout her life. In a dreamlike state, Jolie saw many things and heard many things. In this hazy and illusory state, she clearly felt a great outline integrated with the night sky. She knew the basic knowledge of transcendentalism and knew that this was a hidden and great terrifying power. Then, a large amount of textual information emerged, or rather, was engraved in the depths of her soul. Even more mysterious and bizarre low murmurs echoed constantly, and then became louder and louder. Later, it was like a landslide and a crack in the ground. Ah! With a scream, Jolie woke up from the ritual, her face pale. In the underground ritual space, the people like marionettes swayed, as if they were about to wake up. The Rose Messenger, Ms. Hazel, quickly supported Jolie and stabilized the situation. What's wrong? A soft voice sounded. Ms. Hazel looked at Jolie and frowned slightly. Jolie had quite good Rose Witch talent. She just hadn't grown up yet. When the pain caused by the death of her father and mother was poured on this thorny flower, it will bloom into a beautiful, thorny, and delicate thorny rose flower. I heard some secret words of enlightenment. Jolie said somewhat uncertainly. Secret words of enlightenment? Miss Hazel was stunned for a moment, then her heart was slightly happy. Jolie seemed to have a higher talent than she had imagined. While acquiring the Rose Witch sequence, she actually obtained incredible secret words of enlightenment. Do you remember those secret words of enlightenment? Ms. Hazel asked somewhat urgently. The surge of steam waves, the world is changing with it. She also knew that many forces were recovering. If they could really glimpse some secret words of enlightenment, then their harvest would be incomparably rich. The great, blood shadow Rose Witch is sleeping, and only a few chosen people can listen to the voice of the great witch. And Jolie seems to be the chosen one. Although the words of enlightenment are very obscure, they are very clearly engraved in my memory, lingering in my ears. As Jolie explained, Ms. Hazel nodded slightly. Yes, this is the characteristic of the secret words of enlightenment. You just follow the secret words of enlightenment and explain them. Jolie brooded for a moment, and immediately began to replicate and explain the mysterious words of enlightenment. As Jolia had just articulated several awkward syllables. Yes, ancient Thishan. Hazel Cheney immediately recognized the content she was describing. Thishan? Jolia blinked her slightly blue, bright eyes, looking at her teacher, curiosity sparkling in the depths of her pupils. In the past, Hazel Cheney wouldn't have explained too much to Jolia. But, now it's different. In the hidden depths, Jolia received a mysterious word of enlightenment, even the ancient Thishan language of mysticism. This represents that Jolia is extraordinary, with special qualities that she cannot see. Vaguely, Hazel Cheney realized that perhaps, that is hope. In this way, some things that ordinary transcendence cannot access can be told to her. Her gaze swept slightly over the many young, dull nobles standing like withered wooden stakes. She then looked back at Jolia, a slightly doting smile appearing on her face as she spoke. A long, long time ago, our progenitor, the great progenitor witch, was born in the chaos of the universe. But as time passed, the 7 witch sisters were conceived within the progenitor witch. Initially, the 7 sisters were as close as siblings, but at some point, conflicts gradually arose, and over the long years, the conflicts could not be resolved. After a certain ancient battle against the gods, the progenitor witch fell into a deep sleep, and the 7 witch sisters passed through their respective gates of life, arriving on this world. The great being we worship passed through the gate of blood and shadow built with rose thorns. The great blood shadow rose, which is also the only true God we worship. The ancient language used by the 7 witch sisters to communicate with each other, and with their believers, is the ancient Fission language you just articulated. When Miss Hazel Cheney finished speaking, Miss Jolia couldn't help but cover her mouth, her breathing becoming rapid, and her face flushed slightly. The great blood shadow rose which gave me the word of enlightenment. She had come into contact with a lot of mystical knowledge, and she had great admiration for the great blood shadow rose witch. The more she understood the knowledge of transcendent mysticism, the more she knew the incredible nature of it, and the more she knew the greatness and terror that existed in those myths and legends. The realization of these myths and legends gave her unparalleled shock. Hazel Cheney nodded slightly. Yes, this is likely the divine grace and gift from the blood shadow rose witch to you, and even a great inspiration to our blood shadow rose. Okay, next, we need to record all the enlightenment that the blood shadow rose witch has given us, so that we can better fulfill and abide by the divine mandate of the blood shadow rose witch. Hearing this, Jolia also became particularly serious. She vaguely had a subconsciousness in her mind. This was a task given to her by her master. She must complete it. Under the blood-colored candlelight curtain, 2 witches, one explaining, one recording, they are eagerly receiving the divine mandate from the great blood shadow rose witch. And Zorn, hiding in the crowd under a mask and robe, quietly admired the scene of the fish biting the hook he had cast. What Zorn used was indeed ancient Fission. But that cunning Hazel Cheney hid many things in the myth of the progenitor witch. For example, she never told why the progenitor witch would give birth to the 7 witch sisters in her body. She never even explained that the 7 witch sisters fed on the corpse of the progenitor witch after their birth, growing stronger. The witches acquired the nature of the progenitor witch: resentment, lewdness, cunning, joy, pain, whipping, and so on. At the same time, the 7 witches also inherited the characteristics of their respective fathers. An ancient Fission, although called the language of God, does not belong to the witches, but is the language used by the ancient gods to communicate with each other. The blood shadow rose witch had long been in a slumber disturbed by her father, and although she would give a certain sequence response, it was obviously impossible to give clear secret words of enlightenment through ancient Fission. As a former player, Zorn knew all this. But the witches obviously didn't know. And precisely because of the complexity of the blood shadow rose witch, the information transmitted by Zorn using the power of the evil spirit warlock became more and more real. Although the fish has bitten the hook, the subsequent investment of the witch sect, Blood Shadow Rose, is the important link, the real big fish. When Blood Shadow Rose invests a lot of resources, and after all the hard work, finally welcomes the harvest. That is Zorn Korik, this world-class big boss, the cruel and bloody harvest of Blood Shadow Rose. Use the pain of Blood Shadow Rose to irrigate Blood Shadow Rose. Hope they can bloom the rose flowers that satisfy him. Soon, Miss Hazel Cheney obtained the complete word of enlightenment from Jolia's mouth. The more Miss Hazel Cheney savored it, the more she could feel the huge secret hidden in it. But she couldn't unlock it for a moment. She needed to seek more help. But she had also experienced many storms, and even the despair and embarrassment of being chased by the knights of the church. After taking a deep breath, Miss Hazel Cheney suppressed her restless thoughts. Her gaze swept across the audience, and then fell on Jolia. Decrypting the secrets in that enlightening ancient language was important, and the cultivation of Jolia was equally important. The new generation of witches is the root of the growth of their Blood Shadow Rose witch sect. What's more, Jolia bears the hope of the revival of Blood Shadow Rose. She took Jolia's hand and taught her carefully. Our rose witches can see through people's hearts and desires. We can even go deep into their souls and complete control over them. We are the masters of desire, the controllers of souls, nourished by various desire flowers that bloom with deep spirituality. But, you must remember that people's desires are just nourishment for us. You must not indulge in it, you must not be trapped in it. We are transcendents, gradually transcending at the physical, spiritual, and life levels, breaking away from the category of flesh and blood species. Ordinary humans are just vessels for carrying lust and food in front of us. Only when you truly realize this can you become a rose witch who stings the hearts of others, and then gives birth to delicious food. Before, Jolia only recognized this information at the text level. But after mastering the power of the rose witch, the most uptack new uptack small uptack says uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. She looked at her friends from the past again. When she felt from the other party, and saw many various emotions, panic, surprise, astonishment, and daze. She deeply realized what transcendence is, and what is rose witch. She is already different from these classmates. She gently walked among her classmates, like walking in a wine pool in neat forest. She gently tapped her most beloved best friend's forehead with her finger. Her fingertips were like tentacles, like a key opening the door to her desire and soul. Greedily absorbing the envy and resentment and curse in her best friend Hannah Betcher's heart. So, you are so unhappy to see me gain extraordinary power. Hannah. Actually resenting me for gaining mysterious power, and even cursing me in the depths of my heart, cursing me to die. Seeing you so unhappy, then I am so happy, my dear Hannah. Felix, sure enough, men are all species that think with their lower bodies. Your desire for me makes you dream about it, don't worry. Felix, I will give you a perfect dream, and then you will forever become my slave under my feet, for my use. Try, okay. I didn't expect you to like Felix, don't worry, I will help you get Felix. Walking in the crowd, Jolia, who has gained extraordinary power, is like a master, like a supreme queen. Walking in the jungle of flesh and blood, while absorbing nourishment, she transforms the desire flowers in the depths of many spiritual wills into her own witch source matter. At the same time, she also transforms her will into belief and injects it into her target. Jolia, who is full of joy in arbitrarily displaying the power of Rose Witch in the crowd, is indulging in all this. She doesn't know that the gift from fate has long been secretly marked with a price. Witch who plays with people's hearts, are you ready to pay it back? After absorbing the lust nourishment of 7 or 8 people, Alia seems to have reached her limit. The stomach of a newborn which will not be very big. This also allowed Zorn and several other people to escape a disaster and not become its food. But even if it was Zorn's turn, it didn't matter, he was already prepared. As Jolia ended this harvest and experiment on the sacrifices. As Miss Hazel Cheney blew out the ceremonial candles. Everyone woke up from the trance and confusion. At this time, everyone is still immersed in the incredible and magical scene just now. This time, it's just a slight witnessing of the mysterious extraordinary power. Remember, mystery and transcendence cannot be easily told to others. Only piety and faith can guide us to obtain that incredible extraordinary power. In the explanation, Hazel Cheney also used the subconscious influence ability in the Rose Witch means. This will make these ordinary people keep their mouths shut about this journey to witness extraordinary power. But for Zorn, the Star Mark fighter, whose will is like steel, it naturally has no effect. As the witnessing of extraordinary power ended, this tea party also came to an end. Under the butler's farewell, Zorn boarded the carriage. Zorn, who breathed a sigh of relief, rubbed his eyebrows slightly. Dang, in the distance, the bell of the sacred Lyang rang at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Zorn's eyes fell on the setting sun in the west. Night is coming, the blood moon is about to be staged. It's time to go back and prepare. Tonight, he slightly groped his palm. It will be a silent feast moment. As Zorn approached his manor, he saw a figure standing near the entrance from afar. It was the young rat catcher, Isaac, who had come to deliver the gray rats. These past few days, Zorn had been buying a large number of gray rats from the ratcatcher Bevis, including some surprisingly large mutated ones, all in preparation for the upcoming evil spirit warlock. Isaac. Zorn, having alighted from the carriage, greeted Isaac. Good afternoon, Mr. Zorn. Isaac, wearing an old felt hat, greeted Zorn somewhat cautiously. This time, there are a total of 12 gray rats, including 2 mutated ones. Also, my teacher asked me to tell you that there have been many more rats in the sewers recently, and they are very bold. Perhaps, there might really be a rat plague. After letting old Nello take the tied-up rats, Zorn paid the money and gave some extra for travel expenses. I will write a letter to the city hall, Zorn said. In the eyes of the young rat-catching boy, he was a nobleman, possessing the power to influence the city of Oblin. But Zorn knew that his nobility was insignificant in the vast power and political center that was Oblin, no different from ordinary people, and no one would care. But he would still do what he could, such as writing a letter to the city hall. After letting old Nello drive the carriage into the manor himself, Zorn lowered his voice. Today, your teacher will pass on the rat catcher sequence to you, right? Isaac was slightly stunned, then nodded. Zorn chuckled softly and slowly said, Tonight, there will be many changes. In the inheritance ceremony, be patient, Isaac, and you will see many interesting things. Remember, the prey has not yet appeared. As a hunter, there is no need to rush. Young Isaac frowned slightly, not quite understanding the meaning of the words of this respected young nobleman. But he still remembered these words. I will pass your words on to my teacher. Zorn nodded slightly. With Bevis's vision and experience, he would understand what Zorn was talking about. After Isaac disappeared at the end of the street, Zorn walked towards the manor. Unknowingly, twilight was approaching. He walked out along the slightly dim underground stairs. He slightly rotated the twin serpent ring on his middle finger. In the underground secret room, he performed a small wave of sacrifices again and fed the twin serpent ring. With this period of nurturing the forbidden item, the twin serpent ring, his vision was getting better and better, especially for those living things and objects in motion. He had a very detailed power of insight. Forbidden items have a very powerful blessing for transcendence. The premise is that you have to bear those negative effects. The more you bear the powerful forbidden characteristics, the more you need to pay the price. In his vision, the player panel also emerged. Star Mark Fighter, 30th Anniversary Exclusive Edition, Non-Tradable, Level 1, 16%. Talent, Gang Intent Iron Bone, SS level you have an iron will and body. Skills, Basic Skull Cracking Fist, LV0, 31%. Although the level and transcendent skills have not been improved, the experience value has been accumulated to a certain extent. Accumulation and precipitation are the key to the subsequent level and skill improvement. The sun had already set, and the red sunset in the sky gradually dimmed, covering the sky with a thin layer of blood. Arrived in the small living room, waiting for dinner. Old butler Gronk walked in quickly. Hope to bring some good news. Young Master Zorn, a good news, a bad news, which one do you want to hear first? Zorn twitched the corner of his eye. Let's hear the good news first. The good news is that the pharmaceutical tutor who works at Oblin City Public University was very interested after reading your letter and very much hoped to meet you. I have made an appointment for you on Wednesday afternoon next week. Zorn nodded slightly. This was indeed good news. If the other party was willing to contact him, Zorn would have a great chance of winning them over. After all, he had many ready-made potions and magic potion formulas in his hand. In terms of potions and magic potion science, he had a background that led the entire era. Then Zorn stabilized his mind. Then what's the bad news? The bad news is that when I was looking for the corresponding factory, I learned from the factory owners that the Steam Factory Act seemed to be about to be promulgated. Almost no factory owner was willing to sell his own steam factory. They are all waiting for a price, really a group of treacherous merchants. The Steam Factory Act is about to be promulgated? Zorn raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes, young Master Zorn, I even made a special trip to the city hall and asked some of my friends, and their answer was affirmative. Hearing this, Zorn couldn't help laughing. Uncle Gronk, this is really good news. Gronk was slightly stunned. This is good news? I heard that the Steam Factory Act mainly restricts the number of steam factories, and it is precisely because of this that those existing steam factories will be so fearless and have such high asking prices. Zorn just waved his hand gently. If this law is so simple, it would be great. The steam factory matter will be put on hold for the time being. I believe some factories will be willing to sell to us at a reasonable price. Even though he had some doubts in his mind, Gronk still chose to believe Zorn. After all, Zorn, who had been in contact with extraordinary power during this period, could always make accurate judgments. It just needed to follow young Master Zorn's orders. The Steam Factory Act restricts the number of factories, which is good. However, many existing low-quality steam factories that do not meet the emission standards will receive an administrative order to rectify within a time limit. If the rectification fails to meet the standards, heavy taxes will be levied directly. Even the entire steam factory will be directly sealed up and confiscated. Obviously, the Oakland City Hall also realized the series of problems caused by steam factory pollution. Continuing like this will cause many terrible disasters. When the Steam Factory Act is marked out, at least 2/3 of the steam factories will be affected. Many steam factories that are already poorly managed will be sold at a discount. The steam factory that originally required 10,000 or 8,000 gold pounds may now only need half the price to get it. This is the real good news. After letting Grank join the table and share dinner. After giving some instructions, Zorn quietly entered the underground ritual altar's secret room. Night has already arrived. The blood moon will soon reach the correct position. And Zorn will arrive at the correct position in that first ray of scarlet crimson halo, accept the inheritance and then hide it. When the scarlet blood moon fills the entire earth, a large number of eyes will be intertwined on the trajectory of fate. And the evil spirit warlock, as the core of the evil god, will attract most of the attention. Some sequences are born to attract attention, are intolerable existences, and must be eliminated existences. The evil spirit warlock is like this, and is among the best. Therefore, Zorn needs to be fully prepared. Try not to be discovered as much as possible, and even if discovered, he needs to hide his own particularity and not be deliberately targeted. In this way, he can develop steadily and low-key. In the dark and silent secret room, Zorn's palm was attached to the curtain of the altar ritual. Air. Gu. Nu. See, air. Gu. Nu. See, the low, heavy and melodious murmur, like a rotating vortex, bloomed in the depths of Zorn's heart. This is the call from the ancient evil god. If it were someone else, listening to the call from the secret and ancient evil god, there is a high probability that it will become some kind of terrible mutated monster, or become wriggling residue of flesh and blood, flowing filthy blood. And Zorn, who was listening to the ancient mysterious words, seemed very calm. In the ancient Tyrus language, Argunus means head, soul, ruler, etc. And all of this points to the perfect vessel and vehicle Zorn Korik. This was originally his power. At this time, the evil spirit warlock sequence urgently wanted to enter and arrive at the correct position. But Zorn did not start the ceremony. A little more patience is the key to success. Zorn, who was sleeping in the twilight, waiting for that ray of crimson, said so. Officially launched. Dusk deepened. The bright moonlight was serene and tranquil. The stars in the sky twinkled like playful sprites. Inside the astronomical observatory atop the plateau's mountain peak, stellar observers were busy recording the trajectories of the stars. This place was also known as the closest point to the starry sky. Not far away was the lamb farm, where numerous death row inmates were imprisoned. The most heinous criminals were subjected to a wizard sheep transformation spell, permanently turning them into sheep, and in this harsh highland region, they produced wool to atone for their crimes. This was the reason for the existence of the plateau prison. As the sheep slumbered, the originally bright moonlight underwent a magnificent transformation, unbeknownst to anyone. Crimson moonlight, like blood, instantly poured down upon the earth. Ba, ba, the sheep bleated softly, adding a touch of color to the hazy blood moon. The rat hunter, who was waiting, saw the crimson light spill across the land through the slightly yellowed glass. When the blood-colored moonlight entered his eyes, Bevis recalled the words Isaac had brought back from Zorn today. He pondered, then looked at Isaac, who was full of expectation. Isaac, the inheritance has begun. As Master Zorn explained, we hunters need a great deal of patience. Immerse yourself as much as possible in the sequence's trajectory, and you will see more things. Understood, teacher. When the white, serene moonlight completed its magnificent metamorphosis, the novel astronomical phenomenon, the blood moon, descended at this moment. The entire city of Oblin was submerged in this crimson brilliance. Many people curiously and astonishingly peered through their windows at the hazy crimson light. Deep within the mountains and wilderness, nocturnal fur hunters paused to observe. Inside a simple, cheap room, a young painter captured this moment, crimson windows and blood-colored veils. A young noble reached out his palm to grasp the first ray of light, interwoven with crimson and night. Zorn, who had long been prepared, recited the correct ancient Tias incantation at this forbidden moment when the crimson light adorned the earth. And he anchored his anchoring point in a secret corner of the starry sky, unknown to anyone. In the original trajectory. The incorrect time node. The wording of the ancient incantation, which lacked deep resonance. And the shallow and easily targeted anchoring point. All of this led to Zorn Click inheriting the power of the evil spirit wizard, but at the same time, he was polluted and disturbed by the power of the evil spirit wizard, and then constantly twisted and driven mad. But all of this was completely corrected in the hands of the well-prepared Zorn. Even more, the location Zorn anchored was a perfect and impeccable place. Having done all of this, egg, goo, nu, s, ek, goo, nu, s, the low murmur slowly entered Zorn's body from his ears, entered the depths of his soul, and then rose higher and higher in screams and madness, until it completed a perfect fusion with Zorn. When the power of the evil spirit wizard sequence filled Zorn's body, the complex and chaotic ancient memories of the evil spirit wizard also came one after another. For a time, Zorn lost some control over his body. Gurgle. Hung. Gry, gurgle. I am so hungry. I need delicious food. The cry from the depths of his soul gave Zorn an irresistible sense of hunger. The food needed by the evil spirit wizard was flesh and blood, and souls. Especially the spiritual soul that drifted out of the body after death, was an absolutely beautiful delicacy. To strangle life in one's hands, pain and wailing were the seasonings, and the spiritual soul after the demise of life was the delicacy. He now urgently needed slaughter and death. Forcibly suppressing the hunger that was making him go mad, Zorn came to the food he had prepared long ago. In the iron cage next to him were mutated gray rats, each one plump and with shiny fur. During this period, he had bought a lot of gray rats and mutated gray rats from the rat hunters. He stretched out his right hand. At this time, he realized that his right hand was shriveled and withered, like a dead tree. He touched his cheek, and it was the same. He chuckled dryly, like two pieces of iron rubbing together, rough and grating. Then he slowly stretched out his palm. His main class was Spellcaster. His control over the evil spirit wizard, who was also a spellcaster, was naturally easy. Life Drain. He naturally used this ability. This was the basic ability of the big boss evil spirit wizard, devouring life, which was as simple as eating and drinking for him, just like picking up food and putting it in his mouth. Gurgle, the dozens of rats, large and small, in the iron cage seemed to sense something. They screamed, panicked, and scurried around. But where could they escape when they were locked in an iron cage? Gurgle. Life, source power, and the weak spiritual souls of the rats were quickly drawn out of their bodies, turning into a slight, hazy, blood-colored torrent. It was gurglingly drawn in by Zorn, and then digested and devoured. There were more than 40 ordinary gray rats and about 10 mutated gray rats. A mutated gray rat provided Zorn with about 5 times the life, source power, and spiritual soul of an ordinary gray rat. The latest novels are first published on Lu 9 Shuba. As Zorn absorbed, the bodies of these gray rats quickly shriveled and sunken, like dried-up remains. When all of these 50 or so gray rats were completely devoured by Zorn, the hunger was still there, but it had eased a lot and would no longer affect Zorn's thoughts and judgment. Then, he raised his palm. The originally dark and shriveled arms and palms had now recovered a little, become fuller, and regained a little luster, but were still in a relatively withered state. Sure enough, the foundation required for this perfect, evil spirit wizard sequence is indeed amazing. You must know that I am already a star mark fighter, and the burden is still so great. Fortunately, I was well prepared, otherwise, the uncontrollable hunger would have forced me to kill those innocent residents. Currently, my state is too easy to attract attention. It seems, it's time to start my sewer war god plan again. Zorn couldn't help but rub his brow and smile. He quietly pushed open the door and disappeared into the crimson blood moon's halo. He raised his head and looked at the blood moon in the sky. At this time, the blood moon had just climbed onto the sky, and the halo of the blood moon was becoming clearer and clearer. The curtain had only just been raised. There's still time, enough for me to return full. Zorn came to the corner of the street, skillfully opened the sewer manhole cover, and then disappeared into it. Before, he had already figured out this shortcut into the sewer. It was to fill the evil spirit wizard's stomach. Squeak, 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 squeak. As soon as he went down the ladder, 2 gray rats as big as house cats squeaked and approached. Their small eyes glowed with a strange red light, and they even showed their sharp fangs. Under the blood moon, many creatures would be affected. And the sewer rats themselves, which were pregnant with terrible power, began to mutate on a large scale. However, at this moment, in front of the terrifying evil spirit wizard, showing their fangs, this cute and warm scene, Zorn couldn't help but be amused. It's really as Isaac said, the rats in this sewer are getting bolder and bolder. But at the same time, they are also delicious cakes. He deeply extended his palm, and a terrifying suction acted on the 2 mutated gray rats, their souls and lives. At this time, the 2 mutated gray rats screamed in panic and wanted to escape, but it was too late. The mutated gray rats, whose life and spirituality had been drained, instantly became limp and lost all their strength, and could only twitch and struggle in place, allowing the terrible evil spirit to take everything from them, easily solving the 2 mutated rats affected by the blood moon. The hunger was filled a lot again. At this time, being in the lower sewer full of food, Zorn was not in a hurry. He walked towards the depths of the darkness, while opening his panel. In addition to the original, Star Mark Fighter, panel. The second sequence, the second panel, the world-class big boss evil spirit wizard appeared. Evil spirit wizard, world-class boss, special template, level 1, 5%. Evil witch spirituality, you can devour everything with pain, distortion, fear, despair, deformity, the spirit of death, and use it as food. Immortal divinity, unknown, talent, lingering rebirth, SSS level after death, you can be resurrected in the dying moment, 5 out of 5. Evil spirit authority, SSS level you can master the source of spirituality and reshape it. Skills, life drain, LV0, 1%. Forbidden weaving, LV0 doom orb, LV0 scythe of end, forbidden technique LV0. Taboo weaving. Examining every detail of the great boss evil spirit wizard's panel meticulously. If one were to delve deeply, Zorn could write a thesis on the attributes and characteristics hidden within each line of text on the panel. After all, the players researched the great boss evil spirit wizard as if they were writing a research paper. There were several analysis posts every day, none of them repeating. As a recognized world-class great boss, its foundation and strength are beyond doubt. Zorn examined the panel, marveling and gaining many new insights. One of the insights was that the evil spirit wizard in his hands was not a battle-damaged version but a real, complete version. In his thoughts, his gaze fell on talent, SSS level, lingering resurgence, and evil spirit authority. This is the most terrifying and proud aspect of the evil spirit wizard Zornkrieg. Lingering resurgence is an extremely rare resurrection method. In the great boss evil spirit wizard's Divine Kingdom dungeon, the fallen poem of the evil spirit, he has 3 chances to resurrect. That is to say, players need to defeat him 4 times to officially complete the kill. Even if it is not in the fallen poem, in the previous chapters, players who have managed to kill the evil spirit wizard who has not yet grown up. He will also use lingering resurgence to escape and resurrect, and can accumulate his own, lingering resurgence, again through killing. The battle-damaged version of the evil spirit wizard has only 3, lingering resurgence. But at this time, the lingering resurgence in Zorn's hand has 5 times. According to the first-hand information of players, 5 resurrections are a genuine, complete version. Compared to the life-saving, lingering resurgence. What truly poses a threat to this world and is feared by many forces is evil spirit authority. Evil spirit authority, SSS level. You can master the origin of spirituality and reshape it. In layman's terms, Zorn Crick can passively influence the spiritual roots and self-will of the people around him, making them loyal believers. Actively using this method can even change the soul will of others, directly transforming them into his loyal believers. And believers can continuously contribute excess spirituality to the evil spirit wizard. A walking source of pollution, a natural body for preaching, a terrifying demon who absorbs spirituality. This is the great boss evil spirit wizard, Zorn Crick. The core of what is coveted by the secret sect and feared by the church. As Zorn went deeper into the sewers, the squeaks of the grey rats kept ringing. Thanks to the influence of the blood moon, almost most of the grey rats are in a state of mutation. Feeling the strange and bizarre power permeating the air, Zorn thoughtfully. The blood moon will be the catalyst for the rat plague. Soon, Oblin City will usher in a terrible rat plague. At this moment, Zorn is undoubtedly the beneficiary of this rat swarm disaster. He is constantly absorbing the life and spirituality of the mutated grey rats that are from the darkness. Especially some elite mutated grey rats that have absorbed evil power, resulting in spiritual madness, and a size comparable to small dogs, can greatly increase Zorn's satiety. This type of spirituality is extremely polluting when it is in a state of madness, and it must be eliminated for humans in transcendence. Otherwise, it will cause spiritual pollution damage. But for a part of an unnameable evil god, the evil spirit wizard, who possesses a complete sequence outline. He himself is the controller of disaster and death. He feeds on this and enjoys it. After devouring hundreds of mutated grey rats, plus a dozen elite mutated grey rats, Zorn finally had a certain sense of fullness. At this time, he felt a mysterious power surging in the depths of the darkness, gestating. Listening carefully, there was even a faint murmur. Examining the darkness, Zorn's pupils slightly. Is the Forbidden Bloodline sect constructing a bloody ritual? Or is it for other purposes? No matter what it is, Zorn has no intention of going to investigate. He has just obtained the inheritance of the evil spirit wizard, and has no intention of provoking the group of lunatics from the Forbidden Bloodline. The main thing is that he can't afford to provoke them now. If you want to develop steadily, you have to be. Following the way he came, Zorn quietly retreated. On the way back, it wasn't long before he encountered 7 or 8 mutated grey rats, led by an elite mutated grey rat. Under the leadership of the elite mutated grey rat, this mutated grey rat seemed to be advancing in the form of a small team. Squeak squeak, when he saw Zorn, the elite mutated grey rat's small eyes glowing with blood stared at Zorn, and made a squeak sound. Immediately, the 7 or 8 mutated grey rats behind him immediately made a fighting posture. Has the Rat King been born again? Seeing this scene, Zorn raised his eyebrows slightly. Now that he has obtained the evil spirit wizard sequence, he is naturally no longer as poor in combat methods as the previous Starscar fighter. He pinched his right middle finger and pulled it out gently, and the entire finger fell off directly from the root. When it was dropped on the ground, the middle finger quickly twisted and visibly grew stronger. Before long, the forbidden twin-ringed serpent with 2 snake heads was born in front of Zorn. Its entire body is covered with silver scales, glowing with a silver halo. The silver pupils are and the thick part is as thick as Zorn's arm, and it is a full 6 feet long. The most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack send. Hiss hiss, it's snake letter, staring at the rat prey in front of it, slowly closer, full of pressure. Normal transcendence, when using forbidden sealed objects, in most cases, they can almost only use the shallow power of these forbidden items. As an evil spirit wizard, with the ability to forbidden weaving, he can more deeply exert the forbidden characteristics of these terrible forbidden sealed objects. Forbidden weaving is both an amplifier of forbidden sealed objects and a constraint of forbidden sealed objects. Zorn has been feeding this twin snake ring for some time. It just so happens that the powerful ability of forbidden weaving can be used to exert the forbidden methods of this twin snake ring. Faced with this terrible and highly active sealed object, the attack of this mutated rat teen could not leave even a trace on the forbidden twin ring serpent. And the forbidden twin ring serpent, a mutated gray rat, is a. After destroying all the mutated gray rats, the forbidden twin ring serpent around Zorn twice, and then paved the way for Zorn in front. Until Zorn came to the location of the sewer exit, the forbidden twin ring serpent quickly attached to Zorn's body, turned into a middle finger and with Zorn. However, Zorn did not go up, but quietly in the quiet darkness of this sewer. After a long time, he opened his eyes. The brown pupils at this time seemed to be more than the darkness. Even if I use the power of forbidden weaving, my evil wizard spirit will not have any loss. From the beginning of the inheritance to the whole process of my devouring and absorbing in the sewers, there has never been any loss of evil wizard spirituality. This, he took a deep breath, slowly out, with a kind of feeling. It is the embodiment of the perfect closed loop of this sequence. He came to this underground, hunting a large number of mutated gray rats. On the one hand, it is to fill his soul. On the other hand, it is to do a little experiment to verify his ideas. Now it seems that the result of the verification makes him very satisfied. The Zorn Crick in the original trajectory, his sequence is incomplete, which leads to his evil wizard spirituality. He must constantly kill, so that he can fill the loss, and even improve his level and strength. At the same time, the evil wizard spirituality itself is a pollutant. After the old housekeeper Grank was polluted. On that unprepared night, he used a dagger to tear open the chest of the young and ignorant Zorncrick, his face in which to what? The betrayal of the closest person made Zorncrick pain and the first death and astonishment, and even made his silently begin to end. He used lingering resurgence to resurrect, and then used the dagger that Grank tore open to cut off Grank's head. While burying Grank, he also personally buried his last friendship and trust. Since then, he no longer trusts anyone. Even if, later he knew that this was caused by his own evil wizard spirituality. But Zorncrick, who has experienced too much betrayal, killing, and death, did not choose to forgive himself. He hates himself, and hates this world. He vowed to personally bury this world full of pain. You want to control the sequence, not be controlled by the sequence. In the depths of Zorn's soul, the consensus of the legendary players of the past emerged. As a complete, evil spirit wizard sequence, it is more orderly. The difficulty of controlling it has dropped a lot. Time is almost up. Topping off the sewer, his palm, holding the blood moon brilliance like flowing water in his hand. It's time to see the games and struggles of those guys in the intertwined veins of fate. By the way, it's time to summon my guardian. Zorn headed towards his manor villa. Lantern, and the Duke of Curtain Fire. In the dim and silent secret chamber, candlelight flickered. Although Zorn had completed the inheritance of the necromancer, the ritual was not yet over. The necromancer was the main course of this inheritance ritual, the core. However, the delicious side dish, the guardian of the necromancer, had not yet been chosen by Zorn. And now, it was time to choose his own guardian. Using the ancient Taius language, he chanted the ancient secret words. Zorn's spiritual consciousness fell towards a hazy and hidden abyss of black mist. When touching the viscous black mist, dense, needle-like pain spread throughout Zorn's soul. It will be painful at the beginning, but this is also a kind of tempering of the evil wizard's soul, constantly strengthening the soul's spiritual intensity in the tempering. Moreover, I possess the fighter sequence, especially good at growing while being beaten. The combination of the two sequences may produce different effects. As the evil wizard's spirit descended and sank, it reached the depths of the black mist. The surroundings became completely silent. Vaguely, Zorn could feel that in the depths of the darkness, there seemed to be secret and profound gazes scrutinizing him. When Zorn looked over, all he saw was a gloomy darkness, and even if he reached that area, he would be met with nothing. Zorn knew that in the depths of this black mist, he could not see others, and others could not see him. Only he was here, but he was not alone here. He focused his gaze on that source of calamity. There were more than a dozen fragments of the evil god, Erginus' remains, large and small, with varying degrees of spirituality, quietly floating in the depths of this black mist. As a former player, Zorn knew the situation here very well. The world-class boss, Necromancer, sequence that Zorn had obtained was the largest and most complete fragment of Erginus. And the dozen or so Erginus fragments displayed here were only a part of them. Some remains were sealed, some were buried. Some remains were obtained by esoteric sects, secret cults, and the church. They were being made into powerful special sequences and were growing silently. And those here were continuing to wait, waiting for the right time, waiting for the right container. Whether it was Zorn or the evil spirits who had obtained the evil god's fragments, they all knew the true name of this evil god when they obtained the fragments of the evil god Erginus. At the same time, they had already become a part of the great evil god. And as a part of the evil god, what evil spirits like Zorn had to do was to collect the other parts and eventually achieve the terrifying evil god. This was fate, and also destiny. Of course. Zorn could also choose to do nothing, just quietly be a noble, eat, drink, and have fun for most of his life. But that day would always come. An evil spirit much stronger than Zorn. Either in the dusk of a certain evening, or in the window of a certain dinner, or in Zorn's dream. He would appear and strangle Zorn's neck. Zorn could only watch in despair as the corners of the other party's mouth curled up in a smile, suffocating to death. And the other party would be very happy to taste Zorn, such a delicious cake that occupied a huge advantage but was willing to give up. If the other party was kind, perhaps he would spare Zorn's relatives, friends, and children. But would a person who collected a large number of evil god remains be kind? Obviously not. Everything that the former boss, Necromancer Zornkrik, did to ascend to the evil wizard's temple would be copied on Zorn by another rising boss. If Zorn didn't want to become a part of others, then he had to kill all the guys and forces who had obtained the fragments of the evil god, Erginus. Devour all the other evil spirits. The process may be very difficult, but Zorn was already prepared for it. He was willing to pay even the price of his life for this thorny evil god journey. He was already prepared. Scanning through the dozen or so remains in the source of calamity area, Zorn came to the location where his previous remains were. He pushed aside the dark black mist. For vaguely visible illusory outlines gradually emerged and became clearer. These were the four guardians of the Necromancer. However, the current Zorn could only activate one guardian. Only as his strength grew and improved could he activate the other guardians. Shadow Assassin, calm. Merciful Witch, mercy. Calamity Knight, courage. Lantern Bearer, wisdom. In the original trajectory, Zornkrik mainly chose the Calamity Knight. On many occasions on the verge of death, the Calamity Knight helped Zornkrik block attacks and let him escape danger. If Zorn was a pure Necromancer, Zorn would most likely choose the Shadow Assassin, which could help Zorn do a lot of dirty work, and more importantly, protect Zorn's safety. But with Star Mark Fighter, the demand for Shadow Assassin was greatly reduced. Lantern Bearer. Zorn's gaze fell on the Lantern Bearer, the most suitable among the four guardians to serve as a partner, military advisor, and think tank. Zorn gently tapped the outline of the Lantern Bearer. A hunched old man with white hair, carrying an old lantern, gradually emerged. The Lantern Bearer's pupils were deep, calm, and heavy, as if they could penetrate the mist and witness the truth. My master, I hope to reach a place I need to go to become more deeply familiar with this world. The outside world is roaring and noisy. Many eyes are on our place of origin. Even, some of us have been imprisoned, enslaved, and controlled by them. I need to explore and understand this world in your area. When the time is right, I will appear where I should appear. Zorn nodded slightly. The benefit of choosing the Lantern Bearer was that this wise old man could always move forward in his own way. After the former four knights were all activated by Zornkrik, the other 3 guardians fell in the final fall poem. Only the lantern bearer survived. In the later chapters, the lantern bearer, as a keynote boss, gave Zornkrik no less revenge. Even many experienced players fell into the hands of the lantern bearer and were refined into lamp oil. It was a pity that this old man, who used the weak light of the lantern to break through the mist and once illuminated the way forward for Zornkrik, eventually died in the hands of the second world-class boss. Carefully looking at the lantern bearer, Zorn slowly withdrew his gaze. Once, he also fell into the hands of the lantern bearer and became a part of the lamp oil. He knew the lantern bearer's methods very well. You have no problem acting independently, but I need you to use your lantern to anchor that remnant. Zorn pointed to an inconspicuous piece among the many remnants. The lantern bearer looked at the remnant and then at his master. He did not ask anything, but patted the lantern in his hand. A flame the size of a candle jumped out of the lantern and disappeared into the wriggling blood-red remnant with blood. Can you feel its existence? Zorn asked. I can. The lantern bearer nodded slightly. Very good. Zorn said softly. When the time is right, your candlelight will illuminate his path to death. The lantern bearer paused, then he narrowed his eyes and looked deeply at his master. The latest novel is first published at 6-9 Books Bar. Master, your gaze is sharper than the light of the lamp. After saluting Zorn, the lantern bearer turned into a ray of bright light, like a shooting star, and passed through the black mist, falling towards the blood-colored silent earth. After doing all this, Zorn's gaze fell on this secret and deep abyss of black mist. He took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. This source of calamity hid a huge secret. But in the current era, this huge secret would not be known to anyone. And he perfectly controlled this secret. He hesitated in the depths of the black mist for a moment, then shook his head. Now is not the time yet. Once I make a move, then the other evil spirits will be aware of it. The current me is only level 1 and cannot pose any threat to them. At least when I advance to the middle level, with level 7 or even level 8, and have the ability to create miracle creations, it will be time for me to use the resources here. And before that, I need to help Blood Shadow Rose open the passage to that secret place. For the next period of time, improving my level is the main theme. Then Zorn's gaze once again fell on the remnant flesh that was marked by the lantern bearer, and at the same time stood still. The entire source of calamity once again fell into the silence of death, only those flesh and blood remnants that would bring death, pain, disaster, and loss of control to the world were wriggling. Time passed by minute, until the blood moon climbed to the very center of the sky. Like a cold blood-colored pupil, overlooking the earth. At this time, this source of calamity, shrouded in death, disaster, and black mist, one by one hazy, illusory shadows emerged. These were all evil spirits. They were all part of the great evil god. They were also Zorn's boss peers. Although they were not as powerful as Zorn, they were not easy to deal with, especially some guys who were cultivated by those esoteric sects and secret organizations, whose levels were higher than Zorn and whose strengths were more powerful. The arrival of the blood moon made them come here by appointment. They could only vaguely sense each other, and could not truly see each other, let alone know each other's identities. But they knew. Evil spirits do not need friends. Evil spirits only need food. They fed on each other. As the outlines of many figures became more and more solid, the part of the flesh and blood remnant that was previously marked by the lantern bearer suddenly rose into the air. Then, in the hazy blood-colored moonlight, it fell into the depths of the twilight earth. Examining the remnant that had left the source of calamity, Zorn narrowed his eyes slightly. Others did not know who this remnant would fall into the hands of. But he knew very well. Duke Macfire, that terrible guy with extremely high power and status, and even the support of the church's power. Taking advantage of the blood moon, he once again stole a fragment of the evil god's flesh and blood. As a fellow boss, necromancer Zornkrik was hunted down by the church, which was promoted by this Duke Macfire. When Zornkrik was dismembered, a part of him was swallowed by Duke Macfire. Even the later internal strife of the church was inseparable from this Duke Macfire. There was no doubt that this Duke Macfire was one of the trendsetters in the era. And this time, Zorn marked him in advance. When the cataclysmic riot in Oblin City occurs, he will become the target of many evil spirits. And in the original trajectory, that was the position of Zornkrik. On the towering mountain peak, the recorder on the tower also observed a part of the birth of the distorted disaster through a special instrument, peaking at the origin magic pool. He quickly recorded all of this on parchment. And before this, he and his companions had recorded many similar anomalies. On another gray tower, a young wizard wearing a gray wizard's robe frowned. Today's blood moon, many forces cannot suppress the restlessness. The ripples in the origin magic pool have not stopped at all. In the past, it was difficult to produce 1 or 2 ripples a year. Woo-woo, the wind blowing down from the snow-capped mountains, mixed with low murmurs, seemed to be telling the past. The era of great turmoil is coming. The young gray-robed wizard raised his head and looked at the snow-capped mountain peak that was so longing. I'm afraid it will be difficult to climb this year. A team of knights quickly climbed up the stairs and reported breathlessly. Lord Francis, some sheep have run away. Run away? The young gray-robed wizard named Francis was stunned. How many ran away? The knight hesitated for a moment before stammering. Many. Many? Francis, with a handsome face and neat short hair, couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. Those sheep that were locked with rings, one by one, were all vicious people. Among them, there were many powerful transcendents. Originally, they wanted to use them as materials to produce wool, and at the same time use them as elemental factors to suppress the terrible superiors in the prison. The arrival of the blood moon brought changes, even disasters. Blood moon. Francis raised his head, the blood moon perfectly reflected in his pupils. This is truly a terrible night. Morning. Zorn indulged in a rare lie-in, enjoying the maid's wake-up service. Last night. He wandered deep into the black mist for a long time, silently absorbing the source essence of the black mist. It wasn't until around 3 in the morning, when the blood moon disappeared, that he returned. Establishing contact with the black mist as early as possible is crucial. But apparently, apart from Zorn, none of the other masters of the evil gods knew this. As always, a lavish breakfast. After finishing the bread soup, Zorn couldn't manage the remaining bacon and a blood sausage. A bit wasteful. The instinctual frugality from the Gi player made him dislike wasting food. Whether it's the SS-ranked, star-scarred fighter, or the big boss, evil spirit warlock, both are powerful sequences. They can extract nutrients from food to slowly grow. The evil spirit warlock's life toughness, also known as the HP cap, steadily increases through daily life and participation in events as it digests. Just yesterday, after completing the inheritance of the evil spirit warlock sequence, Zorn could feel it. As a boss template, his life toughness had increased by at least 7 or 8 times, and that was just the beginning. Although the evil spirit warlock is a caster sequence, it still possesses impressive HP. Moreover, it's a HP that can continuously grow. For example, right now, digesting food is slowly increasing the HP cap, slowly but steadily. Yesterday, after completing the inheritance of the evil spirit warlock sequence, the existence of dual sequences made him feel like he had 2 engines. Whether it's the digestion of food or the digestion of gains from participating in events, the efficiency has greatly increased. More importantly, the evil energy of the original evil spirit warlock sequence easily left traces, allowing other transcendents to sniff out the presence of evil power. However, Zorn, with dual sequences, is not just a simple evil spirit warlock. He is a fighter plus evil spirit warlock. This greatly reduces the traces of evil energy, and even if traces are left, they are not strong. It looks more like a weak evil wizard. This makes it less likely to be investigated and targeted. The Yi Fighter sequence can be used to mask the evil spirit warlock sequence. In this way, the room for maneuver is very large. Zorn had many speculations about dual sequences before. And now, the effect is even better than Zorn imagined. In the side hall, he picked up today's Oglenstein Daily. Secretly opened the system panel. Star-Scarred Fighter, 30th Anniversary Special Edition, non-tradable, level 1, 5%. Evil Spirit Warlock, World-Class Boss, Special Template, level 1, 5%. Originally, the fighter was at level 1 with 15% experience. After acquiring the Evil Spirit Warlock, it was leveled out. The two sequences underwent a certain degree of fusion. Looking at the same level of experience, Zorn smelled many unusual things. The growth of the level is the growth of the sequence. And different sequences require different elements and write different poems. The growth of the E-Fighter sequence requires intense fighting on the edge of life and death, belonging to the combat sequence. While the Evil Spirit Warlock is about squeezing, enslaving, imprisoning, creating chaos and disaster, and harvesting the spiritual souls of others, this is a destruction sequence. From the way the sequence grows, you can see the evil nature of the Evil Spirit Warlock. But having two sequences makes me a little different. Zorn rubbed his brow, unleashing his imagination. The experience I gain from using Fighter can also be used to supplement the Evil Spirit Warlock sequence. At the same time, the combat of using the Evil Spirit Warlock's abilities can also be rewarded by Fighter. With this in mind, in the depths of Zorn's pupils, strange lights flickered and surged. As long as the E-Fighter uses abilities, even if it's combat, the difference is the intensity of the combat, high or low. You know, the Evil Spirit Warlock's exploitation and extraction from factory workers is always in a state of ability use. From the E-Fighter's perspective, using abilities on others, and having a substantive effect, is combat, although the intensity is not high, but this is fighting with dozens, hundreds of people. If this can trigger the growth of the E-Fighter sequence, then that's 24 hours a day of non-stop combat. I can fight 100 people, and I can fight non-stop for 24 hours, this is definitely a bug. In his thoughts, Zorn's heart stirred slightly. As a player, Zorn also has other ways to promote the growth of the Evil Spirit Warlock. But this is the growth of dual sequences, not to mention there is a big boss Evil Spirit Warlock like an experience cave. But if he can exploit the bug of dual sequences to obtain excess benefits, then Zorn naturally cannot miss this excellent bug path. The previous Zorn Crick was able to grow rapidly only with the help of the Tantric sect, coupled with insane killing, blood sacrifices, and the slaughter of cities. And now Zorn, as a lone Evil Spirit Warlock, does not have a force to rely on. And his fellow boss opponents. The latest novels are first published on 69. Basically, they all have backers. If you want to grow quickly, then naturally you need some special means. If you want to test whether this bug is feasible, then you need to establish the Steam Potion Factory as soon as possible. However, the Steam Potion Factory is obviously not something that can be established in a short time. Perhaps, Zorn rubbed his brow slightly. I can test it in other ways. In his thoughts, Zorn's eyes lit up. This method is good. Let those greedy guys feel the terror and horror of the Evil Spirit Warlock. While solving some troubles, it can also be a perfect test. After carefully sorting out his thoughts, Zorn digested the food, slowly transforming it into chi and evil energy, while he also absorbed a lot of information from the newspaper. Just like the trajectory Zorn had encountered many times. The blood moon of midsummer in 1645 only occupied a small space. It was just some after-dinner and tavern talk, and did not attract much attention. Being in the tide, yet unaware, only after a long time, when people look back again, do they see the terrible traces left by the monstrous waves in history. Today's headline is about the pollution of steam factories and the treatment of workers in steam factories. Workers are demanding wage increases and improved treatment. And the capitalists of the steam factories are desperately squeezing the lives of the bottom laborers. The city hall is mediating in an attempt to find a balance. After browsing the news about the Bay Area, Zorn's gaze fell on the inconspicuous small advertising area on the back of the newspaper. Some of the unknown secret information that emerged made Zorn's heart move slightly. After carefully browsing the information and repeatedly confirming it, Zorn found what he wanted. Whether it is the Church or the Ottenstein Republic, they are trying their best to hide the secrets of transcendence. But as more and more mysterious forces are resurrected, the number of transcendents has gradually increased. Therefore, the small circles of transcendents in Oblin City have gradually taken shape. Some of these transcendents are nobles, some are ordinary people who accidentally mastered mysterious powers, and some are chosen people like Zorn. Naturally, there must be members of the Tantric sect among them. Even some official members will enter it in a secret private capacity. And the small advertisements in the middle area of this newspaper contain the meeting dates and locations of the small circles of transcendents in Oblin City. Whenever the transcendent gathering is opened, many materials, potions, transcendent props, and even forbidden sealed objects that are not visible outside will have a small range of circulation in the transcendent small circle. If Zorn did not calculate wrong, the next transcendent gathering is likely to have what Zorn needs. And the next opening of the transcendent gathering is coming soon. After reading the newspaper, Zorn came to the study, took out the letter paper, and picked up the pen to start writing. This is a letter to the city hall about the situation of mutated gray rats in the sewer. Although the role of this letter may not be great, but this is what Zorn promised Isaac. After writing a letter to Oblin City Hall, Zorn also wrote the same letter to the municipal police department. If the police department can go to the sewer to investigate, the situation may be different. The second witch. Boom rumble accompanied by thunder, purple lightning tore through the increasingly stifling summer day. Immediately following a torrential rain poured down, washing away the scorching heat in the air. Numerous noises and disturbances were concealed by the torrential rain. Star Rain Quicksand Cafe. This is a discreet cafe, brimming with youthful vigor, located just across the street from the Ogran Noble Academy. It's a popular dating spot for many couples from the Ogran Noble Academy. Now it's graduation season. Therefore, this place has become a spot where noble young men and women, who already have few constraints, can freely release their hormones during their most beautiful youthful years. Picking up an iced coffee, Zorn took a small sip and rubbed his temples. Sometimes, having too strong a power of perception and insight isn't a good thing. On his way here just now, he sensed that in almost all the private rooms, the auras of young men and women were intertwined, and some were even exploring each other deeply. Zorn only needed to extend his palm and exert a little force to easily seize these young and delicious lives. And this kind of slaughter was something that the previous Zorn Korik often did. The Zorn Korik of the original timeline was constantly losing his spirituality, he needed to constantly feed and grow through killing. But the current Zorn won't lose his own spirituality unless he's seriously injured. He only needs to advance steadily to gradually grow stronger. Zorn savored the rich coffee, staring at the rain outside and the passing carriages. Before long, a rather luxurious and spacious blue carriage stopped in front of Star Rain Quicksand Cafe. Rose Witch, Jolia stepped out from it. Looking at Jolia coming over, Zorn pursed his lips and smiled softly. The plan is beginning to bear fruit. Before, at the very beginning of the Rose Witch's birth, Zorn used the power of Evil Spirit Warlock to secretly inject it into the depths of Rose Witch, Jolia's sequence, and gave her the words of enlightenment. After the start of a new week, as a classmate, and a classmate with a good relationship, Zorn would often encounter Miss Jolia. And every time they met, in addition to striking up a conversation, Zorn would use Evil Spirit Authority, following the previously laid track, to silently reshape and transform her spiritual will. For the spiritual will reshaping of ordinary people, it only takes once, at most twice, to transform them into loyal believers of Evil Spirit Warlock. But for transcendence, it takes more times. After all, the current Zorn is only at level 1, and Evil Spirit Authority only has the power of level 1. In these few days, Zorn has reshaped Jolia 8 or 9 times, and only then has he reached the perfect level. Now, Jolia is already a devout believer of Evil Spirit Warlock. Using authority to reshape the spiritual will of transcendence, implant loyal faith, and convert them into his devout believers. This is the terror and horror of the world-class boss, Evil Spirit Warlock. And this is the fundamental reason why Zorn Korik made the Ottenston Republic fearful and the Holy Radiant Sun Church wary. Directly using this power to constantly enslave transcendents and convert them into his believers is undoubtedly a good method. The previous Zorn Korik also thought so, and he did so. Slaughter, kill, convert. Growing stronger all the way, and finally towards glory. Then, he was beaten to death in the holy witch ancient temple, and then dismembered. These are all lessons learned with blood and tears. The extremely powerful ability of evil spirit authority must be used. But using it recklessly and on a large scale, the other transcendents are not fools, they will perceive it. The correct way to use it is to use it covertly, silently, and without being detected. Only valuable existences are worthy of Zorn capturing them as pawns. After using the means of the big boss to convert Miss Jolia into his believer. Today, the message Zorn passed during the lunch break was: after school, at Star Rain Quicksand Cafe, an envoy will meet her. Now, Miss Jolia has arrived as scheduled. Squeak! Just as Zorn was thinking, the door was pushed open a crack. Then, a black and white checkered figure with a faint fragrance quickly slipped into the room. As if afraid of being discovered, she quickly closed the door of the small room. It's you. Just as she sat down, when she saw the appearance of the person opposite her, Jolia exclaimed. The surprised expression on her small face formed a sharp contrast with Zorn's slightly narrow smile. After a slight startlement, the devout will in the depths of her soul seemed to have played a role. After she came back to her senses, she got up slightly, and quickly greeted Zorn, holding the skirt with both hands. Greetings, Envoy Lord. Zorn carefully looked at Jolia from top to bottom. Until Jolia's face was slightly flushed by Zorn's gaze, Zorn slowly withdrew his gaze. No wonder the evil spirit warlock can become the first world-class boss. He muttered to himself. At this time, the Jolia who was affected by the transformation did not show any signs of being affected at all. Even on the spiritual level, there were no traces of being polluted, transformed, or infiltrated. Many detailed summaries of the true experiment verification post tested by the former players appeared in Zorn's mind. The correct way to open evil spirit authority is not a one-time high-intensity transformation, but multiple gradual transformations. A one-time high-intensity transformation can easily tear the target unit's life soul, self-will, and transcendent spirituality. Even if it is repaired, the target unit is likely to be crippled. Moreover, a forceful deep transformation is more likely to be detected by some transcendent masters with strong perception abilities. From a high-intensity transformation of storm and rain, to a silent and subtle infiltration transformation. This gradual infiltration transformation, repeated many times, can cause permanent changes. In this way, it will not cause resistance from the target unit, nor will it damage the target unit's transcendent spirituality, and at the same time, it will not attract the attention of other transcendents. The whole process is more like a self-change that comes naturally. The true experiment verification post is perfectly verified on Jolia at this moment. Gradually withdrawing his divergent thoughts, Zorn suppressed his voice and asked in a low and melodious tone. How is the blood shadow rose, the enlightenment's secret words that, Lord, passed on to you, being executed? Listening to the inquiry from the Lord, Jolia's body trembled slightly, and the original shyness and curiosity were instantly suppressed. She responded cautiously. During this period, Miss Hazel Cheney is eagerly trying to decipher the Lord's words of enlightenment. Although there has been some progress, the Lord's secret words are too profound and obscure. Overall, the progress is not very great. The difficulty of that enlightenment's secret word was already very high. It was normal that Hazel Cheney could not analyze it in depth. Zorn nodded slightly. The Lord told me to bring you new information, Mist and Valley. You can say it is a scene in a dream. Mist, Valley, scene in a dream. Jolia carefully remembered these simple words and information. The simpler the information given, the less likely it is to reveal flaws. With the Enlightenment's secret words, plus the Mist and Valley. Zorn believed that the quite intelligent Hazel Cheney lady, to some extent, it would not be a problem to call her a gentleman. He will definitely be able to understand the mystery. Then, Blood Shadow Rose will officially replace Zorn on the long and arduous journey to the ancient ruins, the ruins of the Kingdom of God. In the original trajectory, the evil witch boss needs to choose one of the 3 node locations to start the journey and open the passage to the ancient ruins of the Kingdom of God. In order to activate the connection between evil spirit warlock and Kingdom of God, obtain divine grace, further consolidate his identity and status as a big boss, and better let this world feel pain. And the entire journey, without a doubt, requires paying a huge price. Zorn Korik, slaughtering steam city-states, destroying manors, and blood-sacrificing towns, were all in order to better and faster open the ruins of the Kingdom of God. However, in the predetermined trajectory, under the impetus of many parties. That will be the tomb he personally dug for himself. But now, the situation is completely different. Zorn needs the Kingdom of God, and even more needs the powerful divine grace power inside. But Zorn does not intend to dig it himself. This important and great task undoubtedly falls on Blood Shadow Rose. Taking Rose Witch Jolia as the entry point, disguising it as important information and guidance given to them by the Blood Shadow Rose Witch, and let them dig. The process may be difficult, but there will also be some gains. And the core that makes the Rose Witch, this secret sect believe is the witch anchor point of Jolia. As long as Jolia can become powerful in an unbelievable trajectory, and she can grasp some information about the future, then, the witches will have to believe in the authenticity of all this. In addition, the Lord has other information to give instructions. Zorn spoke again, making Jolia more humble and devout. Calamity and terrible blood source power are shrouding Ogran City. A restlessness and catastrophe from the depths of the sewers has already formed. The rat plague will arrive unexpectedly. This is the scene of the Lord witnessing the future. Lord, witness the future. Jolia, who has a foundation of transcendent knowledge, trembled in her heart. She knew very well what a great means it was to witness the future. Feeling Jolia's increasingly humble heart and will, Zorn once again used evil spirit authority to strengthen her devout will. Frequent repairs can better maintain the bridge between the Lord and the believers. And this will be the shortcut for evil spirit warlock to build for the Blood Shadow Rose, which is to slide into the abyss. Bay Area, 2nd Wharf Street. Night fell, and the rain became increasingly torrential and roaring. There was already less work at night, and with the addition of strong winds and heavy rain, the taverns on 2nd Wharf Street, adjacent to the pier, naturally became crowded. Passing merchants, travelers, and dock workers from distant mountain towns and small cities crowded into the tavern to make a living. As some traveling poets began playing the accordion, the tavern became even more noisy and lively, and the enthusiasm grew even higher. The prosperity of Oblin City could be witnessed even in the corners of the tavern. Ugh, in the corner, a drunkard reeking of alcohol slumped on the table, hiccuping. Across from him, Zorn, dressed in an old brown linen short robe and wearing a grey-domed woven hat, sat steadily on the old long bench. Crack! A bolt of purple lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating Oblin City in the rain. After the light, there was a thick and silent darkness. Immediately afterward, rumble, the thunder and the rain rolled in from afar, and Zorn could feel the slight ripples and the calm wine in his glass caused by the thunder's vibrations. What a wonderful night! Sitting in this lively tavern, listening to the sound of the rain outside the glass window, Zorn found a familiar feeling. Originally, Zorn's plan for today was to meet with the potion master Vladimir Korkin after seeing Jolia today. However, yesterday, the potion master sent a letter. He had important matters to deal with temporarily and said that he would personally visit. Having some free time, Zorn came to the Bay Area after dealing with Jolia's affairs. He planned to deal with the gang that swallowed the Korik family's wealth and find the noble and the mastermind behind him. He also wanted to test the special bud between the two sequences of Evil Spirit Wizard and Fighter. According to Zorn's experience, the Wharf Gang in the Bay Area is an area where many events are mixed together. And events are never independent, they all have inextricable connections with each other. The end of one event is often the beginning of another event. In the era of roaring tides, the era of supernatural revival, the undercurrent vortex will involve all participants. The Bay Area is the huge vortex center of Oblin City. This includes not only the interests of many secret sects, but also the interests of the church. And within these forces, there are evil spirits. They are all Zorn's targets. Now, with the dual sequences in hand, Zorn is qualified to participate in this grand prelude. But he also needs to be careful enough. The Sweetheart Vegetable Tavern where Zorn is currently located is a frequent gathering place for members of the Homer Mafia gang. The dock handling company that Zorn's father invested in is currently controlled by the Homer Mafia. Now, Zorn wants them to spit it all out with interest. Before long, a carriage stopped on the street outside the tavern. Creak. A sound. The door of the lively tavern was suddenly pushed open. Except for some travelers near the door who would look up to notice these newcomers, the other guests in the tavern were as always immersed in the tavern's noise. Of the three people who came in, the leading man was in his early 30s, of medium build, with a beard. He wore a fedora hat, and his leather shoes stepped on the wooden floor with a sonorous sound. He had a gloomy temperament, a cold face, sunken pupils, and vigilant and steady eyes, like a falcon. As a mafia boss, he who licked blood from the knife's edge was more careful than anyone else. Two burly mafia members wearing gray newsboy caps came to the bar and forcibly squeezed away several guests. The squeezed-away guests were annoyed and glared over. But when they saw the windbreaker, suit, and newsboy cap, they seemed to think of something, and fear appeared on their faces, and they shrank their necks and made way. When night falls, the Homer Mafia is the underground emperor here. They are existences they cannot afford to provoke. Sitting down, Clyde Joshua took off his fedora and tapped the table with his finger downwards. The bartender immediately stopped his work and greeted him. "Good evening, Mr. Clyde." "The usual?" Yes." A hoarse, smoky voice sounded. "Any trouble?" "The tavern has been very good all day, and the revenue has been excellent." Soon, a glass of blood-colored blood serpent wine was mixed. This kind of high-intensity special wine is difficult for ordinary people to resist, but Clyde Joshua, as the boss of the Homer Mafia, is obviously not an ordinary person. The strong taste stimulated the taste buds, allowing Clyde Joshua to relax his nerves, and he was also feeling the mottled and noisy gazes in the crowd. As a transcendent, he has unparalleled keen insight and even possesses strength beyond ordinary people. He has many opponents, and there are many people secretly watching him, but not many dare to attack him. Clyde Joshua enjoys this feeling of a tiger entering a flock of sheep, being looked up to by those weak sheep. Savoring the blood-colored blood serpent wine, Clyde Joshua glanced at the roaring rainy night outside. He rubbed the bridge of his nose and frowned. He didn't like, or even hated, rainy nights. This terrible weather. In the corner, Zorn, tasting the calm wine, lowered his brown-domed woven hat. "The most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack at uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair." The level 2, arsonist, has the power to control flames and can even unleash terrible fires. According to the reports in the Oberlin Steam Daily over the past 6 months, there have been several merchant ship fires in the Bay Area. Many of these fires are probably inseparable from this arsonist. Looks like he's quite strong, but unfortunately, it's a rainy night. And there are also 2 gang members. In his thoughts, Zorn had already closed his eyes, and the power of evil spirit authority radiated out silently. As a world-class boss, the position of evil spirit wizard is very high. In layman's terms, that means the power radiation range is large, not easy to be detected, and the effect is strong and the drawbacks are few. Therefore, even at a certain distance, Zorn can still use evil spirit authority to quietly complete the control of the 2 younger brothers of that arsonist. Directly controlling the arsonist, with that careful and vigilant state, he would not only detect it, but even fight back. Although the 2 gang members are ordinary people, but they can play a vital role. For the sake of insurance, Zorn used the authority's baptism twice on the 2 Homer Mafia members. With Zorn as the center, the radiating power of authority was perfectly anchored on the 2 ordinary Mafia members. Now, they are all devout believers of the Holy Witch Overlord. If it were a sequence that is good at spirituality and perception, perhaps it could still detect a little bit of abnormality. Unfortunately, the arsonist is not much better than the fighter in this regard. Find a reason to let him go to the back alley of the tavern later. After Zorn conveyed the will of the evil spirit, he took the lead to walk towards the back alley of the tavern. He had already scouted the area while waiting here. He even chose a graveyard for the Homer Mafia boss. Soon, arsonist Clyde Joshua finished drinking the blood serpent wine. He once again turned his gaze to the rainy night outside the window, and the sound of the rain made him inexplicably irritable. Just at this time, a gang member beside him lowered his voice and said, "Boss, the kid who just passed by seems to be a member of the Oaktown Mafia who escaped. He looked at us several times." These words immediately made Clyde Joshua feel like he had been stepped on the tail. He seemed to have found the source of his irritability today. Although the boss of the Oaktown Mafia died in their hands, several of his loyal younger brothers escaped. The escaped younger brothers had avenged him twice, and he was injured both times, which made him resentful. He vowed to completely kill all the members of the Oaktown Mafia. With the reminder from his younger brother, Clyde Joshua carefully recalled that opposite the slumped drunkard, there was indeed a fit and young guy. Clyde Joshua grinned grimly in a low voice. "Follow him, tonight's prey has been found." Diving into the whirring rain, Clyde Joshua caught sight of that figure fleeing in a panic. "Chase!" The group of three immediately quickened their pace and chased after him. Whether it was the other party's bad luck or their good luck. After 2 or 3 turns, the three of them blocked the young Oaktown Mafia escapee in a narrow dead alley. "Go!" Arsonist, Clyde Joshua said coldly. The 2 gang members behind him revealed their Terma-Gu short knives. Kacha purple lightning instantly illuminated the entire world, and also illuminated the edge of the Terma-Gu short knife. Boom! Long! Long! Shie! Shie! 2 crisp piercing sounds rang out, and were covered up by the thunder. Also covered up was the beast-like roar of arsonist Clyde Joshua. Wizard, a chilling sting came from the small of his back. This filled the roaring Clyde Joshua with a mix of shock and fury. These 2 were his good brothers, who had shared life and death with him. Now, they were truly stabbing him in the back. Was it betrayal, or something else? The shocked and furious Clyde Joshua had no time to figure it out. He raised his right hand, and the scarlet flames, like flowing blood, illuminated his fiery eyes, where the flame raven resided. The origin of the arsonist sequence mostly came from the flame raven dwelling in Doomsday Volcano. Under normal circumstances, the flames covering his palm should have been at least 2 feet high. But in this rain-swept night, they were only about a foot. Arsonists were greatly suppressed in the rain. Clyde Joshua couldn't care less at this point, and he slammed his palm down. Crack! The chest of the lackey on the left visibly caved in, and his body flew backward, crashing heavily against the wall. The fire snaked out like a viper, rapidly burning and rising from the caved-in chest, threatening to devour him whole. Arsonists gain flame source matter by releasing flames and promoting combustion in combustible materials. And living beings were excellent combustible materials, yielding a very rich flame source matter. Faced with the betrayal of his brothers, he went straight for the kill. As Clyde Joshua was about to finish off the other lackey, a black orb with blood-colored lightning arcs shot towards him from the front at an extremely fast speed. Damn it, that guy is a transcendent. Clyde Joshua was horrified. The betrayal of the 2 lackeys had already attracted all of his attention. He didn't even have the mind to care about the guy opposite him. Nor did he expect the other party to be a transcendent who wielded transcendent spells. Now, with the opponent's sudden attack, he was powerless to resist the frontal assault of that transcendent spell. Boom! The massive explosion and the tearing surge of air sent Clyde Joshua flying out like a kite with a broken string. In a daze, Clyde Joshua seemed to see death waving his scythe at him. With a thud, he slammed heavily into the wall 3 or 4 meters away. As he fell, he slammed his arm against the wall, barely managing to steady himself. At this moment, Clyde Joshua's trench coat was violently torn to shreds, like scattered strips of cloth, and every part of his body ached, his hands trembling violently. The rain and the explosion of the transcendent spell further blurred his vision. Before, he could still make out the road by using the dim windows. But now, the world before him was like a torn and arbitrarily pieced together picture, blurry and fragmented, and he could no longer see the world clearly. Escape! He gritted his teeth, dragging his heavy legs back the way he came, staggering as he ran. Seeing the fleeing leader of the Homa Mafia, Zorn was also slightly surprised. He wasn't directly blown to death? 2 lackeys stabbing him in the back, coupled with Zorn's pre-positioned release of a necromantic spell, Orb of Annihilation, the power was considerable. One should know that the destructive power of the Orb of Annihilation was extremely terrifying. He must have some kind of good defense mechanism. Even within the same sequence, the transcendent talents and skills gained were different. However, judging from the state of his escape, he's likely just struggling on the verge of death. Zorn quickly chased after him. Sure enough, when Zorn stepped over the 2 corpses, one killed by the mafia boss and the other by his own Orb of Annihilation, and arrived at a wider alley, about 20 meters away, the mafia boss, Clyde Joshua, had collapsed to the ground. The flames that had been flowing over his hands had gradually dissipated in the rain and accumulated water. The pouring rain seemed to have become the last straw extinguishing the flame of his life. Huff, gasp, Zorn took a deep breath and gently rubbed his brow. As a veteran player, he had killed no less than 1,000 or 800 gang leaders. He was too clear about some of the special skills of these dying mafia bosses. Either feigning death, waiting for the enemy to approach, and then desperately counterattacking. Or pretending to surrender, then suddenly attacking, or looking for another opportunity. Or pretending to be bravely martyred, but secretly gathering strength, and once the opponent relaxed their guard, either escaping or counterattacking. These ruthless mafia bosses with many special skills would not die so easily. Zorn did not approach but slowly unfolded the Nether authority from a certain distance. Nether warlocks were noble mages. As long as there was enough distance to kite, they could completely play with the general sequence in the palm of their hand. Although he had the ability to resurrect, each resurrection would lose some of his Nether spirituality, and it would take a lot of time just to make up for the loss of Nether spirituality. Naturally, it couldn't be wasted easily. The power of the invisible Nether authority poured into that dying transcendent spirituality like a blade. The next moment, the power of the arsonist Clyde Joshua's life flame suddenly erupted and soared. His whole body sprang up like a spring. The blazing flames instantly covered his body, illuminating the rainy alley under the night, and even directly evaporating the falling rain. His face twisted and contorted, and while howling in pain, 2 fist-sized Molotov cocktails flew quickly towards Zorn. Bang! Bang! The 2 Molotov cocktails shattered in the air. Whoosh, the blazing flames instantly raged in the alley, and even the pouring rain could not submerge them for a moment. The newest novels are first published on Lujiujiu Shuba. If Zorn had been closer, these Molotov cocktails would have doused his entire body. But Zorn was far enough away. The raging flames turned into a wall of fire, separating the 2. Clyde Joshua, with a gloomy face, looked at the calm and indifferent young face like a demon across the flames, and his heart was trembling. Originally, he planned to collect the fire of life, feign death, wait for the other party to approach, and then explode and kill the opponent. Although it was very risky, it was also an opportunity to counter-kill the opponent. However, the other party was terribly experienced. Not only did he not approach, but he even whipped the corpse from a distance. What a cunning and shameless fellow. Fortunately, he had drunk that expensive potion purchased from the transcendent black market. Pretending to fall to the ground and die, but actually panting and recovering. This allowed his injuries to be contained and restored a lot of physical strength. The price of 120 gold pounds made his heart ache. But it was worth the price today. Go! With the flames blocking the way, and a violent stinging sensation coming from the depths of his soul, Clyde Joshua knew that this place was not suitable for a long stay. He turned around and quickly ran towards the tavern. Looking at the escaped Clyde Joshua, Zorn smiled indifferently, like a grim reaper hunter in the rain. Did you really escape? You know, prey injured by a Nether warlock can never escape. As a world-class boss, the Nether warlock had unparalleled insight into spirituality. Just now, Clyde Joshua had been pierced through his spirituality, and in the near future, his spirituality would slowly be lost, and the traces of that loss would be completely visible in the Nether Warlock's sight. Besides that, Zorn had many other ways. He stretched out his palm and twisted it slightly. His middle finger quickly fell off, and after rolling in the water for a moment, a 6-foot-long double-ringed viper emerged. Absorb the bloodstains over there and sniff out the location of its master. Hiss, the double-ringed viper spat out its tongue and quickly swam away. Zorn then came to the side of the two corpses. Although they were dead, their souls were freshly baked for Zorn, and had not even left their bodies. These gang members, if sent to court for trial, would basically be sentenced to death. Zorn was only responsible for transcending them, forgiving them was something God needed to do. He opened Life Drain with one hand and activated it. Within Zorn's line of sight, souls with black impurities were slowly extracted from the corpses. Then his palm was like a huge vortex, sucking the two souls into it. At this time, the two ignorant souls vaguely realized something. They wanted to struggle, but they had already been crushed by Zorn. The souls were absorbed and quickly transformed into the spiritual source matter that Zorn needed. The spiritual source matter provided by one soul was more than that provided by 10 mutated grey rats, and it was more pure and delicious. Different sequences also had different types of source matter harvested through conversion objects. The arsonist burning humans to death, burning houses, merchant ships, and even creating forest fires, could obtain fire source matter. And the Nether Warlock killing humans, in the process of terror and disaster caused by killing, the painful struggle and twisted death process of life, and finally the harvesting of souls, obtained spiritual source matter. The taste is not bad. As Zorn got up, the burning oil had been extinguished by the heavy rain. The double-ringed viper seemed to have caught the trace of the prey's escape at this time. It quickly swam away. Zorn quickly followed. Near the back door of the tavern, the double-ringed viper did not enter the tavern, but continued forward. He didn't use the tavern as a cover, but fled directly to his safe house? Zorn raised his eyebrows, and a few cruel smiles outlined on his face. Under normal circumstances, these gang leaders' safe houses often contained a lot of wealth. The other party fled back to the safe house, and Zorn could just wipe them all out. Reality. Bang! Biting down and enduring the stinging pain from the depths of his soul, arsonist, Clyde Joshua slammed the thick iron door shut and fastened the safety bolt. Damn spellcaster! He cursed through gritted teeth as he began to take off his wet clothes. Although it was a rainy day, it was precisely the rain that helped him conceal his tracks more effectively. He had used an extra portion of the 12-pound concealment dust. This was a good item purchased from the transcendent black market, which could more effectively mask his aura. With the heavy rain and the concealment dust, he believed it was enough to shake off that damn spellcaster. After changing into dry clothes, Clyde Joshua lay exhausted on the sofa in the safe house. Huff! Huff, with each breath, his soul throbbed with pain. The injuries to his body, coupled with the exhaustion of his soul, and the side effects of the potent potion, made him drowsy. In a hazy blur, Clyde Joshua had a terrible dream. In the dream, that demon-like terrifying figure somehow found his safe house. The figure standing outside the door performed some bizarre ritual with a candle. A horrifying scene unfolded before him as he saw himself uncontrollably rise, undo the safety bolt, and pull open the iron door. That demonic, terrifying figure came in. At that moment, Clyde Joshua woke up from the nightmare in terror. Huff, awakened, he glanced at the iron door of the safe house not far away. Fortunately, the door was closed. It was just a nightmare. That terrifying figure hadn't chased him. Slightly relieved, he wanted to get up and find something to eat. But the next moment, his heart nearly stopped, his body trembled slightly, and his face turned a ghastly pale. That terrifying nightmare became a reality at this moment. A large, silver-white snake tightly coiled around him. And that demon-like spellcaster was sitting on the sofa opposite him. He was even holding a meticulously bound copy of The Rise of the Saints Man Empire, and reading it intently. Oh! Awake! Zorn looked up, a cold smile curving his lips as he looked at the mafia boss before him. That smile, like the palm of a demon, gripped Clyde Joshua's heart tightly, making it hard for him to breathe. Zorn closed the book, sat up slightly straighter, and looked at the restrained mafia boss, Clyde Joshua. When he guided the arsonist, whose spirituality was ebbing away due to the ritual, to open the door, Zorn used evil spirit authority on him for the second time. It was a deep and penetrating reshaping, a reshaping that broke down the other party's spiritual defenses. After all, the other party was a Tier 2 arsonist, with extreme vigilance, so the effect was there, but not very good. Now, it was possible to use it for the third time. As Zorn used evil spirit authority, again, Clyde Joshua, who was already under control and struggling with little resistance, had his will to resist weakened significantly on a psychological level. This third use of evil spirit authority was particularly effective. The somewhat resistant attitude gradually turned into dejection, followed by a slight stiffness and unconscious twitching on his face. Seeing this, Zorn rubbed his brow. Forcibly and deeply reshaping the other party's sequence spirituality, changing, twisting, the other party's soul will, this method was certainly powerful, but it had this one drawback: it easily led to sequence loss of control and distortion. Who is your patron? Zorn cut to the chase, getting straight to the point. Clyde Joshua's body trembled, and he twisted his head strangely from side to side, seemingly resisting Zorn's inquiry. Tell me, who is your patron, and perhaps I can give you a chance to survive. Zorn tried to weaken the other party's psychological defenses with words. People always have a a fluke mentality/tendency to hope for luck. Sure enough, upon hearing Zorn's words, Clyde Joshua spoke in a rough and hoarse voice. It's Baron Bryn. Baron Bryn? As the key information was supplemented, the information network in Zorn's mind instantly cleared away a large area of mist. The Homer Mafia was the surface force, and its backer and patron, Baron Bryn, was the key point of the event. Baron Bryn was a nobleman who was good at smuggling and trading with secret sects, and he possessed a considerable fortune. He could be considered a nobleman with some means. Under Baron Bryn's protection, what aspects of smuggling do you mainly engage in? Zorn's inquiry caused Clyde Joshua to raise his stiff neck and look at him. Clearly, Zorn knew more than he had imagined. After a moment, Clyde Joshua opened his mouth and said, It's blood-veined reefstone, obtained from the Blood Duergar natives and the sacrifice of marine resources from the ocean. Is that really so? Hearing this, Zorn rubbed his brow. During this period, what Zorn had learned was that the current development progress of the steam wave was faster than he had imagined. Those secret sects had already begun to vigorously develop their power in the depths of the ocean. They had even formed a dark commercial chain of interests. From the depths of the ocean, in unregulated areas, they took those natives and spiritual marine creatures for blood sacrifices to obtain special blood sacrifice resources, blood-veined reefstone. Then, they smuggled it into internal cities to earn valuable pounds and used these pounds to continue expanding their power in the depths of the ocean. Once those secret sects grew stronger, those evil spirits, Zorn's fellow bosses who were loyal to the evil god's secret sects, would also grow stronger along with them. They might even devour Zorn in turn. And this was precisely what Zorn did not want to see. Which secret sect is trading with Baron Bryn? Amidst his thoughts, Zorn asked again. This time, arsonist, Clyde did not hesitate, he shook his head very decisively. Baron Bryn always has us put the resources in the warehouse. The other party will take away those sacrifices. I am only responsible for transporting the goods and protecting their safety, other matters are not for me to inquire about. Zorn was not surprised by this answer. Since those secret sects were called secret sects, they were naturally cautious in their actions. In different versions, the map of Oblin City was different, so the secret sect's stronghold would naturally not be fixed. The secret sect that Baron Bryn cooperated with would not be too certain, or even more than one. However, Baron Bryn used the gang to control the Greeno Wharf Transportation Company, which seriously damaged Zorn's interests. Zorn not only wanted to take back what belonged to him, but also wanted to make him pay a terrible price, and use this to crack down on those evil god organizations and suppress fellow bosses. Stroking his fingers, Zorn lowered his voice and asked. You should have collected and stored a lot of criminal evidence about Baron Bryn, right? Arsonist, Clyde's body trembled. Yes. He responded stiffly. These mafia bosses, reaching this position, obviously had their own awareness. They were also afraid that one day they would be pushed out by the patron above as scapegoats. They had to grasp enough black material evidence of the patron so that it could play a role at a critical moment. Where is it? It's in the hidden compartment of the bookshelf behind you. Hearing this, Zorn couldn't help but smile. These mafia bosses all had the same personality. They were ruthless to others and equally ruthless to their own people. If you dared to tear apart your face, they would dare to go down with you. I guess the wealth you have accumulated is inside, right? Yes. His voice became increasingly hoarse and deep. At the same time, some pungent smoke began to spread and drift on his body, and the smell of scorching began to spread. Mentioning wealth seemed to touch arsonist's reverse scale. Distortion and loss of control were sliding into an irreversible abyss. Cough cough, he coughed heavily twice, and black tar mixed with sparks spewed out of his mouth. Feeling that the information he had asked was almost enough, Zorn finally asked. Are there any blood-veined reefstone resource reserves at the pier ready for trading? Where is the specific storage location? Arsonist, Clyde let out a low growl like a beast from his mouth. His body was heating up as if it were a piece of burning charcoal. While twisting and struggling, he spoke in a low voice about the important resource information of the pier. Listening to his description, Zorn's heart surged with a slight emotion of joy. Blood-veined reefstone and other sacrificial resources had little effect on ordinary transcendent. But for evil spirit wizards, the effect was excellent. Zorn came here to make trouble for the pier gang. On the one hand, it was to take back what belonged to him and, incidentally, to report the nobleman who had provoked him. On the other hand, it was to see if his luck was good enough to see if the pier gang had smuggled resources in their hands. Now it seemed that his luck was quite good. Not only were there smuggled goods in the pier warehouse controlled by the Homer Mafia, but it seemed that there were quite a few of them. After he finished speaking, walla sound of crackling, arsonist, Clyde burned open like a raging, fiery flame. The arsonist completely lost control. At the same time, Zorn also unleashed the evil spirit authority that he had prepared long ago, and poured it fiercely into the depths of his spirituality. She hissed, it was as if the blade of death had been poured into the depths of the soul. The raging flames instantly seemed to have lost their backbone, although they were burning fiercely, they did not radiate wantonly. Evil spirit authority could reshape spirituality, at the same time, it also had the ability to destroy transcendent spirituality. At the same time, the double-ringed snake, unafraid of flames, quickly dragged him to the fireplace on the side. Walala, the fireplace fire, with the transcendent as fuel, burned fiercely. Zorn used the fireplace fire to open the hidden compartment behind the bookshelf. It was time to take stock of the harvest. Notification. Quite the rewarding haul. Using the pyromaniac's skeletal fire within the fireplace, Zorn inventoried his gains from this venture. First and foremost were the smuggling evidences sufficient to put Baron Bryn behind bars for life, along with evidence of his collaboration with an evil god organization. However, this Baron Bryn, feared even by a level 2 pyromaniac, was an exceptionally powerful transcendent. Without sufficient strength for capture, Baron Bryn would undoubtedly escape. Undeniably, he was a very difficult fellow to deal with. Such a formidable character was beyond Zorn's current capabilities to confront head-on. The Bay Area docks were the core of intertwined interests, the waters here ran deep. Zorn understood this better than anyone. Therefore, Zorn planned to hand over the evidence to his police precinct friends. The precinct would then take over. Zorn believed that Ansel Hall, a law enforcer filled with a sense of justice and responsibility, would bring the villainous Baron Bryn to justice. Although the process would involve many obstacles and dangers. But, to gain greater honor, master stronger powers, and even wield the authority of the precinct's order. Some price must be paid, mustn't it? In Oberlin City, there were many enemies. Not every enemy required Zorn's direct intervention. The friends Zorn made could also play a significant role. If Ansel Hall handled it well. Leveraging the power of the municipal police and the church, they could absolutely crush that Baron Bryn to ashes. Besides the evidence. There was also a large amount of paper currency, mainly in denominations of 1, 2, and 5 gold pounds, totaling 1,646 gold pounds. This fortune was enough to cover the embezzled dividends of the Korik family for the past 6 months, with even some left over. And this was just the interest. The real treasure lay in the dock warehouse. After carefully stowing away these items, Zorn glanced at the pyromaniac burning in the fireplace. He began to organize all the information and results regarding today's dual sequence experiment. During the day, when he was guiding Miss Jolia and having her do things, Zorn had already sniffed out some clues. He needed more samples to confirm the results. Previously in the tavern, his control over the 2 mafia thugs prompted them to carry out orders. And now, wielding the pyromaniac and making it reveal important confidential information. After repeated tests on multiple targets, Zorn had arrived at precise results. The evil spirit warlock, using the power of evil spirit authority to control enemies, could not obtain source material. However, the pugilist, using abilities judged as combat, could obtain source material. Now that the 2 major sequences were intertwined, it became that the evil spirit warlock sequence uses evil spirit authority to acquire followers and drive them. This ability was judged as combat by the pugilist sequence. Then Zorn obtained a steady stream of pugilist source material. And this pugilist source material was absorbed by the dual sequences, becoming nourishment for the overall sequence. Both major sequences benefited from it. Relying on this strange bug, the system operated so efficiently. Puff, breath, Zorn, taking a deep breath, suppressed his restless emotions. With this result confirmed, the operational space was far too vast. Zorn rapidly exercised his imagination. I can recruit workers to work for me through the steam factory, to conceal the power of the evil god, and I can use the power of authority to influence the workers' loyalty and faith in the steam factory enterprise. This way, my evil spirit authority is passively triggered, and at the pugilist level, it's me fighting with a large number of ordinary people, which will have a constant stream of gains. This is much better than the evil spirit warlock enslavement, exploitation, and imprisonment effects. And this doesn't delay the evil spirit warlock's own characteristics from being brought into play. Combining the 2 aspects, it's definitely 1 part of effort for 5, 6, or even 7 or 8 parts of gain. Those workers, while receiving more pay from my factory, only need to pay a small price, the price of believing in me. This will be a fair trade. What, you say that faith in the steam factory is the bewitchment of an evil god? Sorry, sir, this is our company's unique corporate culture. So, Zorn slightly stretched his torso. I need to make spiritual statues so that I can better exert the power of my authority. Although spiritual statues don't require massive materials like miracle statues, they still require considerable materials. I hope the upcoming Transcendent Exchange meeting will have some of the things I need. Slowly withdrawing his mind from the conception of future plans, Zorn looked at the completely carbonized remains of the pyromaniac. He opened his palm, and a hazy, pale, and somewhat distorted soul was slowly drawn out from the remains. The newborn soul was weak and bewildered, fearing Zorn. Regardless of its life, after death, it would be the food of the evil spirit warlock. The abundant spirituality in the soul seemed to whet Zorn's appetite. But Zorn controlled his greed for spirituality very well. He manipulated the soul to inject it into the fiery red sequence crystal core on the pyromaniac's remains. Soon, a spiritual sequence crystal core was born. And this was one of the materials for spiritual statues. After storing these things and preparing himself, Zorn put on his raincoat and stepped into the deep, dark rain. The latest novels are first published on Lujojo Shuba, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Soon, Zorn arrived at the dock warehouse where the smuggled goods, blood-veined coral, were hidden. 4 gang members on the night shift were drowsily dozing off. They didn't even notice Zorn approaching in the rain. There was a considerable number of people stationed here, and it was not far from the Sweetheart Vegetable Tavern, so reinforcements could arrive quickly if anything happened. Too bad. They were facing Zorn, the evil spirit warlock Zorn Korik, who could bewitch people and control souls. Using evil spirit authority, Zorn successfully captured 4 devout followers. Opening the warehouse door and entering it, Zorn began the arrangement of the sacrificial ritual. There was a large quantity of this batch of smuggled goods, blood-veined coral, at least loaded in 7 or 8 boxes. It was impossible for Zorn to take them all away alone. Even if he could take them all away, Zorn wouldn't do so, as that would only cause trouble for himself. But if he directly sacrificed them using the ritual, there would be no trace to be found. That damned evil spirit stole the smuggled goods. What does it have to do with me, Zorn? Under the cover of the pugilist, the traces left by the evil spirit warlock were only a weak evil spirit. Moreover, the evil spirits in Oblin City that shared the same origin as Zorn were far more than just Zorn. Want to investigate? Take your time. Moreover, soon that Baron Bryn himself would be plunged into crisis, with no time or energy to investigate at all. For Mafia members pried open the boxes and continuously carried over pieces of blood-veined coral. Zorn then performed the sacrifice again and again, sacrificing all these spiritual source material sacrifices to the hidden source land he had anchored. Of course, Zorn could also sacrifice these sacrifices to his birthplace, the Calamity Source Land. However, Zorn had not yet constructed his own spiritual domain in the Calamity Source Land. Once sacrificed there, if other evil spirits noticed, Zorn would be working for nothing, as these resources were continuously sacrificed and consumed. The abundant spirituality gathered together, like a vast ocean of spiritual source material. Such abundant resources caused Zorn's mind to be slightly stirred. This was indeed a huge windfall. At least 30,000 gold pounds, or even 40,000 gold pounds worth of resources. Such a large batch of sacrifices, carefully digested, is enough for my dual sequences to advance to level 2. And there will even be some left over. Soon, Oblin City will usher in its own wave of transcendent power, and a terrifying calamity storm. Many transcendent will also appear on the stage. The evil spirits are also ready to make a move. After advancing to level 2, I will be better able to resist this terrible storm and wave, and even draw nourishment from it. And this sacrificial ritual will also be a telling gift to the evil spirits. It is also the beginning of me engraving the first stigma in Oblin City. Nearing the second half of the night, Zorn completed the final ritual. And the sacrifices for the final ritual were 4 Mafia members. They knelt devoutly before the small table altar, offering their lives and souls. Regardless of whether Zorn let them go, their deaths were already destined. Rather than leaving traces for the enemy to investigate, it was better to handle it cleanly himself. Crack-cha-boom, rumble, rumble, purple lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the cold face hidden under the knitted hat and raincoat in the rain. Then, the sound of thunder rumbled and echoed in the deep, vast, drifting rain. Zorn, while moving forward, used the power of forbidden weaving to interfere with the traces being detected. Before, Zorn didn't dare to act easily, mainly because the pugilist didn't have a good means of isolating detection. But for the first world-class big boss, evil spirit warlock, his existence itself was naturally pollution and interference, extremely difficult to be detected. Using the power of forbidden weaving to erase the traces would be a perfect elimination. As the rain washed away the last trace, Zorn also disappeared into the depths of the dark rain alley. The heavy rain of the previous night made the morning air exceptionally fresh. Moreover, the sleep-inducing effect of the rainy night allowed Zorn to sleep particularly soundly last night. Of course, for a necromancer, sleep is merely the dormancy of the physical body. The necromancer's soul never sleeps. It is constantly vigilant of reality, dreams, and the spirit world. At the same time, Zorn's spiritual will spent the entire night digesting the resources from the hidden source. Opening the window, Zorn allowed the slightly chilly morning air to blow into the living room. While enjoying his breakfast, Zorn looked at the level bar on his system page. Stellar Marksman Brawler, 30th Anniversary Special Edition, Non-Transferable, Level 1, 10%. Talent Adamantine in 10 Iron Bone, SS grade. You possess an will and body of steel. Skills Basic Skull Cracking Fist, LV0, 35%. Yesterday, the experience was at 6%. After devouring the souls of several mafia members and digesting the overnight sacrifices, the sequence experience surged to 10%. The efficiency of this improvement is self-evident. In the coming period, the sequence experience will surge. Zorn estimated that by the time he graduated from the Noble Academy, he would advance to level 2, which was much faster than originally planned. After finishing breakfast, Zorn looked at the old butler, Grunk, standing to the side. "Uncle Grunk, this morning, I heard some noise coming from the kitchen." "What happened?" Old butler Grunk's expression changed slightly before he truthfully replied. "Young Master Zorn, a lot of rats appeared in the kitchen, and they are very large, like house cats, and there are even 2 that are terrifyingly large. This morning, those terrifying fellows even chased after the early rising laundry maid Sophia and the kitchen assistant Daisy. They were both terrified. When Vanessa and the cook Burrita rushed over, those damned, terrifying rats were dragging Sophia towards the corner. By the time I got there, Sophia was pale and trembling all over, unable to muster the strength to stand up. Those damn sewer rats are really too outrageous. I have already scolded the cook Burrita, and he is currently investigating and cleaning the kitchen. Currently, he has discovered a rat hole the size of a plate in the corner." After a pause, Grunk continued. "Recently, it's not just us, other noble families have also reported rat infestations. It is said that even long-tailed hunting cats that are skilled at catching rats have died in rat swarm attacks. Perhaps, we should find a rat catcher to clean things up properly." Hearing this, Zorn frowned slightly. The power of the terrifying plague rats was brewing, and there were obvious signs. This was not something that could be solved by cleaning. "Uncle Grunk, today, find some bricklayers to inspect the foundation area of the entire manor and fill in all potential rat holes." Faced with the impending rat plague, Zorn could not stand idly by and needed to take precautions. He was not afraid of those nightmare plague rats or the nightmare ratmen with some supernatural power born within the nightmare plague rat swarms. In fact, when the nightmare plague rats arrived, they would only provide Zorn with a meal. However, the others in the manor did not have much resistance against the nightmare plague rats. In addition, I will contact some rat catchers, they are more experienced in resisting rats. Although he said that, Zorn had already begun to think about creating a nightmare plague rat slaughter trap. The terrible rat plague was a disaster for ordinary people. For the necromancer Zorn Korik, it was more like a feast. He could use the power of the cataclysm to leverage many things. That afternoon, Grunk found several bricklayers and began inspecting and repairing the underground foundations of the entire manor. Over the next few days, Zorn continued his studies, steadily and quickly digesting the resources transmitted from the hidden source, and growing rapidly. Even Zorn's diligent studying attracted an unknown, shy young girl. One afternoon after school, Zorn found an anonymous love letter expressing admiration in his school bag. This made Zorn marvel at the simplicity and purity of youth. And in this new week, information about small-scale rat infestations frequently appearing in Oblin City finally began to appear in the Oblinstein Daily. The second to last weekend of mid-May. Zorn was enjoying a rare leisurely morning tea time. Good news finally arrived. Just yesterday, the Oblin City Steam Factory Management Act was officially promulgated. Those key provisions were even stricter than Zorn had anticipated. Not only were there standards for workers' minimum wages, but also emission standards for coal smoke, and inspections of many steam factories were also more stringent. Obviously, the Oblin City Hall had discovered that something was not right. The great development of the steam industry promoted the prosperity and development of Oblin City, attracting a large number of out-of-towners to Oblin City to make a living. This also allowed evil god cults, gangs, and criminal groups to thrive in Oblin City. Once there are too many people, the light cannot reach the deeper places. The restless power of cataclysm was brewing in the dark shadows of Oblin City. Given the population density of Oblin City, once the power of some evil god cataclysm descended, that would be a terrible nightmare. For Zorn, the promulgation of the stricter Steam Factory Management Act was quite good news. This morning, 3 steam factory owners had already come to visit Zorn. The old butler Gronk was responsible for receiving them. Currently, Grunk had followed one factory owner to their steam factory for an on-site inspection. If things went smoothly, the steam factory could be finalized in the next 2 days. Once the steam factory was finalized and a potion master was secured, the factory could start training. Unfortunately, the potion master Vladimir Korjan had not come to visit these days. Zorn had already begun to secretly look for new candidates. Zorn's steam factory plan could not be disrupted due to the absence of a potion master. The latest novel is first published at 6-9 Book Bar. Just as Zorn was wondering whether to go to Adolf Monastery to purchase some of the resources he needed, footsteps sounded outside the door. It was old Nero bringing the young rat catcher Isaac. "You rat catchers must be very busy these days." Zorn got up and asked. Zorn had asked Grunk to go to 1456 Rook Street to find the rat catcher Bevis. But they were not there after 3 visits. The landlord said that the rat catcher and his apprentice had been too busy cleaning up the rat infestation to be seen these days. "It's been crazy busy." Isaac scratched his head and smiled shyly. Immediately, he said apologetically, "I'm very sorry, Lord Zorn. My teacher originally asked me to come over yesterday, but I was really too tired. I swear I really just wanted to rest for a little while, but when I opened my eyes, it was already this morning." He stood there, uneasy about his fault. What a simple child. Zorn thought to himself. "I think you haven't had breakfast yet." Zorn beckoned Isaac to sit down and pushed the exquisite cheese pastries and scones in front of Isaac. After struggling for a while, hunger finally took over. With his morning tea, Isaac transformed into a person burying his head in food. Looking at Isaac's hungry appearance, Zorn couldn't help but smile and shifted his gaze to the distance. When he obtained the necromancer sequence and was tormented by hunger, the way he frantically absorbed the lives of mutated grey rats was not much better than Isaac's current state. With his stomach almost full, Isaac raised his head and looked at Zorn with a slightly embarrassed smile. Some time ago, every time Isaac came to deliver grey rats, he would spend some time with Zorn. Isaac would ask Zorn many questions about transcendent knowledge. Zorn was also happy to be a teacher and naturally taught enthusiastically. Each exchange with Zorn would bring Isaac rich gains and a deeper understanding. "How has the rat infestation been lately?" Zorn withdrew his gaze from the window and looked at Isaac to inquire. Isaac seriously thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Very troublesome. And very. Rat infestations have appeared in the homes of many residents living in the lower levels and basements, and many people have been bitten. If a plague breaks out, it will be even more troublesome. As far as I know, there have been several cases of homeless people who sleep on the streets being gnawed to death by rats at night." The screams alarmed the patrolling police, but the patrolling police were also powerless in the face of swarms of rats. Yesterday, the police also came to us and said that a child had been dragged into a rat hole by those damned rats and hoped that we could help. Speaking of this, Isaac's face darkened, and his will also sank a little. "I searched for a long time in that area and found no trace of the child. If I were stronger, maybe, I could have found the child who was dragged away by those damned rats. The rat plague is breaking out." Hearing Isaac's account, this also confirmed Zorn's idea. Now it was just the prelude, stirring during the night in small areas. When the rat plague broke out to its climax, tens of thousands of rats, braving the sun, surged through the streets, rampantly. The nightmare ratmen with transcendent powers even dared to attack the police station, provoking the state's violent system. At that time, residents could only hide in their homes, watching the rampant, terrible disaster outside through the windows, praying that those terrible fellows would not break in. Even ants can kill an elephant. Not to mention that they were all mutated grey rats with pollution and their squeaks and hisses would drown out the chimes of the holy sun at noon, and the terrible power of cataclysm would no longer be satisfied with the sewers but would permeate the entire Oakland city. At that time, the power of cataclysm from the rat plague would severely provoke the authority of the Holy Sun Church and engrave an indelible mark of disaster on Oakland City. In the poem, the rat plague is a chapter in the history of Woodland City. Although not particularly intense and not posing much threat to transcendence, it radiates to all areas of Woodland City and affects everyone. It has extremely far-reaching influence and significance. At the same time, the rat plague event has a very strong catalytic effect. It can benefit many transcendents. The secret hunting trap must be deployed as soon as possible. Participating in the rat plague event earlier will better accelerate my digestion and absorption of resources, and leverage more power. Originally, Zorn was still wondering whether to go to the Adolf Monastery to buy something from the witch bishop. Now it seems that it is not only necessary but also as soon as possible. Mr. Zorn, do you know about the major theft that happened in the Bay Area recently? Isaac's voice brought Zorn's thoughts back again. Theft? Zorn's heart stirred slightly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Isaac. Has this incident started to ferment? Zorn erased his traces. But the evil spirit sacrifice and the ritual platform were left there. After all, those are part of the notification ceremony. Not too clear. Zorn shook his head. Mentioning the grievances and disputes between the evil god organization and the Transcendents, Isaac became very interested. Newborn Transcendents are always very interested in everything in the transcendent world. This matter has been making a lot of noise these days. When I rested in the tavern, I heard many people discussing this matter. Isaac explained to Zorn in detail. It is said that the boss of the Homer Mafia, a pyromaniac, joined forces with an evil god organization and took advantage of the rain to steal a batch of important resources, said to be worth hundreds of thousands of gold pounds. This is really the biggest theft in Woodland City in recent years. Hundreds of thousands of gold pounds? Zorn rubbed his fingers. That Earl Bryn, he really has the guts to falsely report resources worth tens of thousands of gold pounds as hundreds of thousands. Could it be that he wants to use my name to write off the debt? Apart from the value of resources. From the perspective of that Earl Bryn. The Homer Mafia's younger brother was sacrificed, important resources were lost, and the Homer Mafia boss in charge of everything disappeared. This is obviously a long-planned black eat black with internal and external cooperation. Also, Isaac continued to say. It is said that the big shot released the news that anyone who provides valuable information can get at least 500 gold pounds as reward. I know you have many friends, maybe you can have information in this regard. 500 gold pounds, that's a lot. Zorn nodded, he understood what this deployment teenager was thinking. This young and immature guy wants to introduce him to a way to make money. Unfortunately, this path is too wild. Isaac continued to tell. I heard that at the stolen scene, there was a cruel and bloody sacrifice. And it is an extremely evil live sacrifice, that damn evil spirit. Hearing this, Zorn rubbed his eyebrows. When the police went to investigate, the official Transcendents judged from the remnants of the mysterious ceremony that it was a crazy and terrible guy. It is said that he put the traces of the ceremony there to show. During the narration, Isaac scratched his head, and for a while he couldn't remember the too awkward word. It's the evil spirit's notification ceremony. Zorn added lightly from the side. Yes. It's the evil spirit's notification ceremony. Isaac nodded quickly. Your Excellency Zorn, you are really knowledgeable. I can never remember those obscure and awkward words. My teacher said that the terrible evil god organization constructed this bloody live sacrifice, and its meaning is to tell others that the terrible evil spirit, he, is coming. And we rat catchers have the obligation and responsibility to hunt evil spirits. Isaac clenched his fists and said very seriously. Use the evil spirit's notification ceremony as a disguise to cover up Zorn's real purpose of retaliating against the Mafia and the greedy noble Viscount. This is enough to help Zorn get back what belongs to him. At the same time, this notification ceremony is also Zorn's own stigmata lightly engraved in the chapter of Woodland City. It can help Zorn grow better to a certain extent. Although it is not thick and not deep enough. But this is just the beginning. After eating, drinking, and a conversation, the rat catcher, Isaac recovered a lot of energy and physical strength. At Zorn's invitation, Isaac began a comprehensive inspection of the entire manor inside and out. By knocking on the wall, Isaac could tell where there were rat holes. He can also judge how many gray rats have gathered here through the smell, hair, and some inconspicuous traces left in the corner. Zorn, who owns the forbidden sealed object, double snake ring, asked himself that his visual ability is not weak. But in terms of detecting the traces of rats, it can only be said that professional matters should be done by professionals after all. About 2 hours later, a total of 12 basement walls were marked by Isaac. Behind the walls are passages dug by gray rats, and there are hidden rat holes in the corners. These places need to be re-chiseled, repaired, and filled. After finishing, it was already near noon. The latest novel is first published on Lugio Shuba. Zorn invited Isaac to enjoy a hearty lunch. After seeing Isaac off, waiting for a while, Grank did not come back. Zorn estimated that he should be discussing with the steam factory owner, so he didn't wait any longer. On the street of Golo Street, he stopped a carriage. Go to the North Ring Street police station in the Mist District. The coachman thought for a moment, then lowered his voice and responded politely. Okay, honorable guest. These days, Zorn can feel that the stigmata he has engraved is constantly strengthening. In other words, the impact of the batch of resources Zorn stole and sacrificed is far more than what is seen on the surface. Sometimes, the stigmata painstakingly engraved using rituals are quickly washed away by time and fate, disappearing without a trace. But this time, a theft and ritual by chance. In the crisis-ridden Ooglan City, the effect was so good. Engrave your own stigmata in the poems of Ooglan City. It's like unlocking a permanent achievement, which will bring Zorn many buff effects. Now, he has felt it. His sequence is more stable. The digestion of sacrifices in daily practice are more efficient and smooth. This made Zorn sigh with the impermanence of fate, and he also planned to add some fuel to the fire to make the stigmata more profound. Such opportunities are very rare. The more profound the stigmata, the more amazing the effect of the achievement. Since you have encountered it, you must not miss it. A little after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Walking through the noisy, crying, and mocking hall of the North Ring Street police station, I came to the entrance of the police station. Ansel Hall, wearing a relatively loose black police uniform jacket, pulled his tie, loosened his police cap, and then took a deep breath. Recently, the number of bewildered people in the Mist District has obviously decreased a lot. The pressure on his patrol has also been reduced a lot. The City Hall Police Department also organized these law enforcement officers who have mastered extraordinary powers to conduct training on extraordinary powers, and also conducted experience exchanges with the Transcendents of the Church. He has gained a lot. But I don't know why, these days, suddenly the rat plague began to appear in the Mist District. It is said that many people have been bitten by those terrible rats. There are also some rats that have been killed, and the size of the head is really scary. God knows what kind of harmful substances those black-hearted steam factories are discharging into the sewers, and they have raised so many big and terrible rats. It is said that many domestic cats have been bitten by rats. Even, those terrible rats hunt stray cats in groups. Rats hunt cats? The world seems to be slowly opening in front of him in a strange and bizarre way. This damn world is getting more and more incomprehensible. Officer Ansel, who spit hard, happened to see a newsboy of 8 or 9 years old wearing a dirty gray newsboy hat coming to him. At the same time, he also noticed that what the newsboy was holding in his hand did not seem to be a newspaper. Before he could ask, the newsboy with big eyes and long eyelashes looked at him and asked, "Are you Officer Ansel Hall?" The vigilance peculiar to law enforcement officers was instantly raised. "Do you have anything to do with Officer Ansel Hall? Just now a gentleman asked me to give this to Officer Ansel, and he also told me that you are Officer Ansel." "Oh? Where is that gentleman?" "Right there." Following the direction known by the newsboy, although there were several pedestrians, Ether determined that those people were not the people he was looking for. "Forget it," Ansel shook his head and did not intend to continue looking. "Yes, I am Officer Ansel." He nodded, and took the tightly wrapped and relatively heavy item in the newspaper. By the way, he took out 2 copper le to buy a copy of today's Ooglanstein Daily. He wrapped the item in the newspaper and clipped it under his arm, and walked towards the police station. Came to his office and closed the door. He opened the wrapped item, and as he checked, Ansel's expression suddenly changed. The theft case involving a heretical god organization and terrifying evil spirits that occurred in the Bay Area a few days ago has spread throughout the entire city of Ugrand. Ansel, of course, had heard about it. Even Ethel knew that this was the damned evil spirit trying to leave its mark on Ugrand. However, that was a case in the Bay Area, so it naturally didn't fall under the jurisdiction of their Mist District Police Station. But at this moment, the batch of important information in his hands allowed him to see many things from a different perspective. It contained a large amount of detailed transaction information, photos, archive stubs, and so on. Money laundering accounts, funds, and the time of each transaction, bank locations, all of these could be verified with a single check. And this important information was all about the smuggling of contraband between the mafia controlled by Baron Bryn and the heretical god esoteric organization. This was definitely enough information to put Baron Bryn in jail for life. The evil spirit performing the blood sacrifice was certainly terrifying. But those who died were all mafia members, and their deaths were no cause for regret. And this Baron Bryn, who was crying thief, was the accomplice of the evil god, the real demon. Examining the documents in his hand for a long time, Ansel gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "This damned beast, he won't be eating jail food, he'll be eating lead, and plenty of it." Watching the tomboy newsboy hand the information to Ansel, Zorn boarded the carriage to Adolf Monastery. In the rhythmic sound of horses' hooves and carriage wheels, Zorn closed his eyes to rest. Baron Bryn was not someone Zorn could deal with right now. But Zorn could use the power of the authorities to strike him hard. He would involve the power of the church and the Ugrand city government, even if only indirectly. But it would still help Zorn expand his stigmata. Zorn's goal was already achieved by handing the information to Ansel. Since Baron Bryn had transported contraband from the depths of the ocean to Ugrand and traded with the heretical god esoteric organization, clearly, a portion of these resources must have fallen into the hands of the evil spirit within the heretical god esoteric organization. Zorn had cut off this path. To some extent, it could be said that he had curbed the transactions of those heretical god esoteric organizations, and at the same time, he had also curbed the development of other fellow evil spirit bosses to a certain extent. If Zorn guessed correctly, within the heretical god esoteric organization that traded with Baron Bryn, there must be the Forbidden Bloodline, this crazy cult organization. And the outbreak of this rat plague. Not only was it being promoted in secret by the Forbidden Bloodline, that group of crazy guys. At the same time, there was also a fellow boss who also controlled the remnants of the evil god, also touching the power of the Forbidden Bloodline. Otherwise, the stigmata of the evil god's revelation ceremony involving only a few people would not have produced such an amazing effect. And that was precisely why the radiation range of the rat plague was so huge. And this time, he had cut off the supply of important resources. He should be able to slow down and weaken the destructive extent of the rat plague, to a certain extent. Zorn was also uncertain about the final form of birth of that fellow boss within the Forbidden Bloodline. Was it the Golden Rat King who killed his way out of the many Rat Kings, ate the remnants of the evil god, and became the terrifying, Golden Crown Cataclysm Rat King? Or was it that unfortunate fellow who was also teased by fate, touched the power of the Forbidden Bloodline, mutated into a lower alien species, absorbed the Golden Rat King, and became the terrifying, Bloodsource Lower One Rat King Knight? Regardless of which form appeared. But what was certain was that the rat plague had already arrived and was about to intensify. The authorities had already noticed. And Zorn also needed to prepare. In this cataclysm that was about to sweep through the entire city of Ugrand, he would make a big profit and earn a fortune. Other evil spirits were enjoying the heavy funding supported by the heretical god esoteric organization to develop. Zorn naturally couldn't fall behind. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when the chimes of the Holy Sun Church rang in the distance, the coachman who turned into Golo Longstreet, while bathing in the sunlight and chimes, crossed his hands on his chest and made a brief prayer to the great Holy Sunday, praising the greatness of the Lord, allowing them to return safely from the depths of the gray fog. Originally, he was unwilling to go, but the respected and generous guest gave too much. Fortunately, they returned safely. Inside the carriage, Zorn, carrying the monster treasure chest, was very satisfied with his gains from this trip to the witch monastery. He had spent about £160 on this trip. The resources he purchased were quite sufficient. Some scattered resources needed for many rituals could not be bought elsewhere. But Teresa, the bishop who herself was in this kind of business and was also Grandma Spirit Witch, had quite a lot of resources in her hands. The most uptack new uptack small uptack set uptack is uptack at uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. Tonight, he would be able to set up traps to trap the disaster rats. In addition, he learned from Bishop Teresa that the first batch of purple blood fluorescent grass would arrive soon. As soon as he got off the carriage, Zorn saw Vanessa waiting at the door. Young Master Zorn. With a smile in her eyes, Vanessa, wearing a maid's short skirt and flat women's leather shoes, greeted him briskly, wanting to help Zorn carry the box. But she used all her strength, her fair face slightly flushed, and she couldn't lift the brown monster treasure chest that Zorn had placed on the ground. I'll do it myself. Zorn smiled. This brown monster treasure chest had a large internal space, and it contained quite a lot of things. Okay. Vanessa nodded obediently, following behind Zorn. Young Master Zorn, Grandpa Grank is back, and there is also a very tall gentleman who came to visit you. He just arrived not long ago and is in the living room. Oh? Zorn raised his eyebrows slightly, vaguely guessing who it was. Arriving at the hall, through the green plant decorations, Zorn saw the guest in the living room area. He was wearing a white shirt inside, a well-fitting black outside, and a tall black top hat on his head. He was wearing a silver pocket watch on his chest, which showed that he was a man with a sense of time. Just as Vanessa said, he was very tall. The old butler Grank was already not short, but this gentleman was still half a head taller than the old butler. His pupils were a pale golden color, his nose was high, his cheekbones were protruding, and his eyes were very calm. When Zorn came to the living room area, a calm smile spread across his face. He stood up and greeted Zorn. Good afternoon, Mr. Zorn. I didn't expect you to be so young. You are still in school, aren't you? The corners of Zorn's mouth outlined a faint smile. He had already guessed that these days, this apothecary Vladimir Kirkin should have been inquiring about his relevant information these days. It was excusable for the other party to understand Zorn's information if they had the intention of cooperating. And the other party using age as an entry point naturally represented some of their concerns. Young people represent ignorance, naivety, lack of sufficient experience and patience, and are prone to making mistakes. The level 2, apothecary, contrary to your worries, I think youth gives me infinite possibilities. Zorn's words made the apothecary Vladimir's face suddenly change. His extraordinary sequence was, apothecary, which was a little-known secret. He had carefully investigated the young nobleman as soon as he came in. This young nobleman was most likely an ordinary person, which was the apothecary's judgment. But the other party directly broke his true identity. In addition, the apothecary Vladimir noticed a detail. That was that the old butler standing aside did not have any unexpected expression. He is also an extraordinary person. And also a powerful extraordinary person who is good at hiding himself. Instantly, the apothecary Vladimir became cautious and careful. Compared to your identity as an apothecary, it is your dedication to pharmaceutical research that I admire and adore the most. For example, your recent research on extracting life essence from ocean whale oil has shown me a brand new chapter about life. In addition, your research achievements on the characteristics of magic potions are equally admirable. When Zorn earnestly discussed professional knowledge and information about pharmaceutics with apothecary, Vladimir quickly lowered his guard. As a professional pharmacist, and even more so as a transcendent of the apothecary sequence, he could easily tell. This young nobleman was not just spouting empty words. He also possessed rich knowledge of pharmaceutics and magic potions. He even had many unique insights into potions. In other words, they were kindred spirits. Soon, Apothecary found a sense of resonance and camaraderie in their conversation. The power of steam industrialization is driving the world's progress. The mysterious, bizarre, and grotesque power of transcendence is reviving, and it is intensifying. And potions are the catalysts and lubricants of transcendent power. And magic potions are the key steps to sequence advancement. Using the power of steam to promote the development of industrialized potions. This is crucial for the transcendence of this entire era, and it is also a key path to the catalysis and advancement of many sequences such as pharmacist and apothecary. This will write a new chapter in the tide of transcendence and the steam era, and engrave a crucial stigmata. When the beautiful and vast picture described by Zorn unfolded before Vladimir's eyes, his soul trembled slightly. At that moment, he seemed to have cleared away the fog that had troubled him for a long time. He glimpsed a path full of thorns, bumps, and ruggedness, but it was a path to truth that he. Am I going to mess around with aristocratic widows, indulging in the emptiness brought by pleasure and potions? No. Deep in his soul, Vladimir severely criticized himself. I want to use my hands to research potions and concoct magic potions. Use my recipes to add some spice to this world and make the mysterious and bizarre transcendent world boil. Hey! Friend, want a bottle of potion? It can let you swim in the depths of the mysterious and bizarre ocean. Even to the devil, I will sell him a bottle. In the vast chapter of potions and magic potions, write my own poems and stigmata. This is the transcendent path for me to touch magic potions and peep into secrets. As a player, Zorn naturally knew the weight of potions and magic potions in the epic chapter. He was even more aware of the promotion of potions and magic potions to transcendent power. Engraving his own stigmata in the magic potion chapter will allow Zorn to better absorb potions, digest magic potions, and eliminate the negative characteristics of magic potions. It can also speed up his digestion of the source matter and speed up his growth. Moreover, Zorn will speed up helping Vladimir successfully develop more potion and magic potion recipes. Let him become an apothecary trendsetter standing at the peak of the roaring tide in the steam wave era. Zorn is not worried about Vladimir's betrayal. He will slowly influence Vladimir. If he is a friend, he will not cause any harm to Vladimir. If one day he betrays, then Zorn's evil spirit authority will be the fuse for his distortion. After a long time, Vladimir slowly recovered his mind. At this time, the sky had gradually darkened. I'm sorry, I kept you waiting. He showed a warm smile. What about the cooperation? Zorn asked, squinting his eyes. I think we should be able to discuss it in more detail at the dinner table, shouldn't we? Vladimir said with a teasing smile. Oh. My dear Vladimir, apothecary, I have prepared a rich dinner for you. Zorn got up happily and invited apothecary Vladimir. In the dinner culture of the Austin Republic, willing to discuss in detail at the dinner table means a very willing intention to cooperate. It is a close and friendly cooperation between friends. And this is what Zorn most wants to see. Until the night was deep and the streetlights were brightly lit. After finishing dinner, Vladimir left contentedly after receiving 2 detailed potion recipes from Zorn's study. Zorn sent Vladimir to the carriage and told old Nero to watch until the carriage disappeared into the depths of the streetlights before heading towards the manor. The cooperation with the future legendary apothecary was undoubtedly very smooth. Angel Round Investment not only has financial investment, but also lays the foundation for each other's friendship. The latter is the key. After the apothecary is stabilized, as long as the steam factory is running, there will be a steady stream of gold pounds coming in. How's the steam factory going? After entering the hall, Zorn looked at the old butler Grank who was following behind him. These are the addresses of the 3 steam factories, and their corresponding prices. You can go and check them carefully tomorrow. Grank handed the prepared information to Zorn. Zorn glanced at it roughly. The medium-sized steam factories that originally cost around 8,000 to 10,000 are now only around 4,000 to 6,000 gold pounds. Although waiting for some time may lower the price. But now time is more important than gold pounds. Zorn wants to set up the steam factory before the evil spirit wizard is upgraded. The promotion of the big boss evil spirit wizard is not comparable to ordinary sequences. Terrible evil energy riots. The resonance of evil gods from the source of disaster. The cataclysmic phenomena guided by one's own powerful power. These are the situations that will occur when Zorn is upgraded. Once upgraded without concealment. This will inevitably attract the top aristocratic powerhouses in Ogren City. The bishop and deputy bishop of the Holy Sun Church. As well as the masters of other evil god secret sects, and the secret coveting of evil spirits. When he was a player, Zorn really did sneak attacks on evil spirits during their promotion, stabbing them hard in the waist and making them frantically drop gold coins. And more than once or twice. Now that it's Zorn's turn to be an evil spirit, it is impossible to give anyone such an opportunity. The Star Mark fighter itself can cover up a part. The roar and waves of the steam factory, as well as the corporate, evil, culture, faith, woven by the workers, can strongly cover it up. During this period, Zorn will also use rituals to increase the effect. When the terrible rat plague breaks out, attracting more attention. That will be Zorn's perfect promotion moment. After thinking for a moment, Zorn said this. Uncle Grank, I will negotiate the price with those factory owners in the next 2 days, and the factory will be able to open soon. You recruit workers from the public university district of Ogren City according to the standards I gave you before. Gronk nodded quickly. Understood, young Master Zorn, I will go tomorrow. In addition, the underground corridor and many rooms of the manor also need to be repaired. The rat catcher Isaac has marked them all. Vanessa has already told me, I will find someone to repair it tomorrow. Gronk's answer always makes Zorn feel very relieved. Unknowingly, dusk has deepened. Even Golo Street, which was originally full of carriages, is now sparsely populated. A blurry figure quickly crossed the street and disappeared into the dense forest of the green belt. Then the figure skillfully opened the sewer manhole cover, disappeared into it, and quietly closed it. Action in the night. This is one of Zorn's favorite parts. Darkness is like a perfect disguise. With the adaptation and continuous growth during this period, Zorn has gradually felt the great benefits of the dual sequence. Fighter has unparalleled stability, balance, and flexibility in body movements. Evil Spirit Wizard has extremely powerful perception and insight, as well as powerful and mysterious transcendent spells on the evil god side. The combination of the two allows him to fight in close quarters and cast spells remotely. Acting in this dark night is really very convenient. When climbing down the vertical ladder of the sewer, Zorn could feel the faint and strange whispers ringing in his ears. Cataclysm is wriggling in the sewer, here, is not safe. But the more this is the case, the safer it is for evil spirits. The area of Cataclysm is also the most suitable growth environment for his evil spirit wizard. The effect of digesting sacrifices here is much better than in the study. The evil spirit wizard himself needs to construct such a cataclysmic environment of death and distortion. Since there is a ready-made one, why not use it? This time, Zorn entered the sewer, on the one hand, to set up a trap ritual. On the other hand, it is to deeply understand the distorted and wriggling rat disaster and see how far it has progressed. As soon as he landed, Zorn frowned slightly. He looked at the sidewalk on the right side of the sewer. On the ground, there were ritual runes and evil patterns outlined with blood. The corpses of 20 or 30 gray rats were piled together, like a small mountain. This is some kind of evil ritual, and it is in progress. Here, there are other people. While Zorn's mind was slightly moving. Hiss, the sharp hissing sound, like a steel needle, poured into the depths of Zorn's soul along his ears. At the same time, a gray figure suddenly appeared in the darkness and pounced on Zorn at an extremely fast speed. The sharp fangs almost touched Zorn's neck in an instant. It seems. Just for a short moment. The terrible monster will kill the young nobleman. Faced with the sudden attack, Zorn, with his fighter sequence, reacted with lightning speed. He leaned backward, twisting his upper body at an incredible angle. While dodging the attack, his right hand slammed towards the monstrous creature's gaping maw. The bloodthirsty monster didn't fear Zorn's palm strike at all. Instead, it bit down fiercely on Zorn's hand. Rip a sound as if flesh was torn. Zorn and the blurry afterimage passed each other. He quickly retreated a few steps. The terrifying monster hissed, circling rapidly in the darkness. At this moment, Zorn was able to clearly see what kind of terrifying mutated monster had attacked him. It had strong and thick lower limbs, supporting its overall body in a standing posture. Its standing upper body showed a hunched and strange shape. Its upper limbs were slender, with claws like blades at the ends, scraping against the sewer walls with a hissing sound. Gray and heavy fur covered its entire body, and a thick tail swayed back and forth in the darkness. Its head was a huge rat's head, like a human skull. This was a nightmare ratman that had just begun to develop. Zorn squinted, examining this peculiar species born from the cataclysm before him. Nightmare ratmen were born as soon as the rat plague started. It seems that Forbidden Blood Source has invested a lot of capital in this underground depth. From the wriggling cataclysmic power here, I can also feel that this rat plague will be more turbulent than ever before. In addition, this guy also knows some simple blood sacrifice rituals and already possesses rudimentary intelligence. It can barely be regarded as a transcendent species. As the evil cult organization, Forbidden Blood Source, uses rituals to invest sacrifices, guiding out part of the blood source power of Double-Ringed Serpent. The sewers of Oakland City have now become a breeding ground and incubation site for cataclysms and terrifying creatures. The nightmare ratmen born in this environment are quite tricky and troublesome. If Oakland City fails to extinguish the rat plague event in time, it will intensify and, in extreme cases, lead to the pollution of the entire Oakland City. Rat plague mutation, limb alienation, blood source pollution, spiritual distortion, and other weird and bizarre forces will radiate out. At that time, Oakland City will become a terrifying source of calamity in reality. The entire city, and even everyone in Oakland City, will be purified. Fortunately, the Oakland City Hall has now noticed the rat infestation and taken certain actions. The disaster will not worsen to that point. In the dark and silent sewers, the newborn nightmare ratman was staring at Zorn with its scarlet eyes, revealing greed, bloodlust, and madness in its sharp gaze. In its mouth, it was holding one of Zorn's fingers. During the attack just now, it bit off Zorn's middle finger. The nightmare ratman raised its head, and its slender tongue wrapped around Zorn's finger. Gulp! A sound. It swallowed Zorn's finger directly. Immediately afterward, the nightmare ratman shook its fur and retreated cautiously, its body disappearing bit by bit into the air as if it was being erased by an eraser. Stepping back to hide, the nightmare ratman was about to launch its next attack. Hiss! The piercing hiss had just sounded when it stopped abruptly. Immediately afterward, the nightmare ratman fell heavily from above. It rolled frantically on the ground, its throat seeming to be blocked, making painful wails and hisses. Fresh blood flowed frantically from its mouth, eyes, and ears, splattering everywhere as it rolled. In just a moment, this transcendent species, the nightmare ratman, which could easily bite an adult man to death, lost its breath. Its abdomen was still undulating and wriggling. Before long, the well-fed double-ringed serpent slowly swam and climbed out of its mouth. Zorn had deliberately let it bite off his finger. With a small design, the nightmare ratman successfully fell into the trap. Zorn didn't even need to take the initiative. A moment later, a gray, thumb-sized rat plague crystal core was extracted from the nightmare ratman's corpse. Zorn opened his palm and grabbed it gently. Squeak, accompanied by a terrified spiritual hiss, the mutated soul of the nightmare ratman was easily captured by Zorn. How fierce it was when it attacked Zorn just now. How frightened it was when facing Zorn after death. Necromancer is the destined end for many spirits and souls. Holding the nightmare ratman's soul, Zorn pondered for a moment. Then he integrated it into the rat plague crystal core. This nightmare ratman has the ability to hide. Collect more spiritual ratman crystal cores from nightmare ratmen with the ability to hide. Finding an alchemist or artisan in the transcendent sequence can help forge transcendent equipment such as invisibility cloaks. When everyone's sequence level is not high, such equipment is excellent for killing, stealing, escaping, and eavesdropping. You must know that players have one for each person. Carefully storing the rat plague crystal core into a small iron box, Zorn then walked into the depths of the darkness. Using darkness as a concealing curtain, Zorn silently walked through the silent depths of the sewer, resonating with the cataclysm and dancing with death. About a quarter of an hour later, Zorn successfully arrived at the target area. This was a relatively wide underground corridor. It was humid and cold, with a small amount of blue fluorescent moss, and a large number of gray rats lived here. It was an excellent place for a secret trap altar. In the corner, Zorn began to set up the ritual. In the middle were 3 candlesticks, and after the 3 black candles were lit, the flames were abnormally strange and dim. On the left was a dried witch's eyeball, which still had some witch magic. The first item on the right was a twisted and jagged goat horn. The last sacrifice was the spiritual Ratman crystal core that Zorn had just handcrafted. Originally, Zorn planned to kill a few more elite mutated grey rats to replace it. But thinking that this was a trap altar used to leverage the black mist to accelerate his growth, Zorn also invested some more capital. Anyway, since the rat plague has already arrived, there will be no shortage of Ratman crystal cores. The ritual was set up. As the black candles released a misty atmosphere, dispelling the darkness and presenting the specific environment of the ritual platform, Zorn silently chanted and prayed in the ancient Saint Maya language. In terms of ritual application, the ancient Saint Maya language is better than the ancient Tuz language. If you want to communicate with the great and indescribable, then it is better to use the ancient Tuz language. As Zorn prayed again and again, silently, a certain response was given from Zorn's place of origin, the source of calamity. The thin calamity black mist slowly descended, and then silently dissipated around. As time went by, the calamity black mist became more and more, almost enveloping Zorn, the altar, and the black and strange candlelight. Suddenly, woo-woo! A sound like a low whimper and cry suddenly struck. Then, the heavy and melodious strange murmur came from far and near. The terrifying ancient evil god seemed to feel that the wriggling cataclysm was summoning him. Woo-woo! For a time, the strange wind and waves surged violently. It seemed to tear the darkness apart. Zorn's figure in the wind and waves was also swayed from side to side. The 3 black flames seemed to open their terrifying eyes at the same time. At that moment, everything was swallowed by darkness and fire. The surroundings became quiet. Zorn looked at the front. The altar, the sacrifices, and the various strange phenomena just now had all disappeared, just like a dream, making reality seem less real. In the position where the altar was before, all that remained was a wisp of thin misty black fog. Black mist trap, complete. Zorn stretched out his palm and gently touched the misty black fog. Squeak! At the same time, a grey rat that came out of the corner seemed to feel something. It quickly climbed over. When it reached the vicinity of the misty black fog, a mass of black shadow tentacles quietly emerged. With a roll of the black shadow, the grey rat was directly dragged into the depths of the misty black fog. Squeak! After making 2 faint screams, the black fog devoured it. With the rapid digestion of the grey rat, the misty black fog seemed to grow stronger. At the same time, Zorn felt that using the cataclysmic power here in the sewers of Ogland City had begun to leverage the black mist power of the source of calamity. But this also meant that Zorn had begun to use cataclysm to leverage more powerful forces. This would be the beginning of the necromancer's path to terror and horror. Once, there was the evil big boss, the evil spirit wizard Zorn Crick. He frantically sacrificed countless villages, towns, and even unleashed terrifying cataclysmic powers, transforming entire vibrant city-states into cities of death and disaster. All to create a cataclysm environment, leveraging the power of the origin of cataclysm within the surroundings of death and disaster. High efficiency indeed. But the problem is, this also made him a target of public criticism. He was jointly ambushed and attacked by the church and esoteric sects. After a narrow escape, he was already seriously injured, and his evil spirit essence was greatly diminished. Helpless, he could only resort to more intense blood sacrifices and slaughter. What he got in return was more powerful pursuit and even heavier injuries. After several rounds of tug-of-war, not only did he not gain, but he suffered a great loss. But now, Zorn's strategy is focused on a steady stream, sustainable development. Although he doesn't earn as fiercely or as quickly, it's safer. No one will notice Zorn subtly leveraging power in the corner. Even if they do, they won't care. In the eyes of the outside world, this is just a weak evil spirit. Moreover, using Cataclysm to leverage power is only one of Zorn's paths to becoming stronger. The steam factory he is planning is a legitimate path. In addition to this, Zorn has many other sly operations. Taking only one path is likely to narrow the road. If you want to become a terrifying evil god, you have to widen your path. As the hidden trap ritual began to operate, a steady stream of gray rats began to be attracted. There were even some mutated gray rats. At this time, you can see the benefits of Zorn's investment in that Spirit Ratman crystal core. The effect is much better than ordinary trap rituals. In just a short time, more than a dozen gray rats had been captured by the trap and then sacrificed. The wriggling cataclysmic power permeating the air was constantly being absorbed. The misty black fog was growing steadily. Feeling the constant growth of the misty black fog, Zorn exhaled lightly. When I have leveraged enough black fog, I can establish my spiritual domain in the origin of Cataclysm. That will be my personal territory in the origin, an exclusive area that no one can invade. By the time others realize that they can seize territory here, I will have already seized a lot. A powerful spiritual domain allows me to avoid many powerful divinations, probes, and peaks, and better conceal myself. In short, the benefits of spiritual domain are very, very many. Before constructing the spiritual domain, controlling these misty black fogs, when upgrading, can also awaken some powerful and practical dark-type transcendent witchcraft in advance. Just as Zorn was thinking about which powerful transcendent witchcraft he could leverage with the black fog, the misty black fog in front of Zorn quietly dissipated. Oh? Is someone coming? His mind stirred slightly. As a special trap, it will dissipate and stop hunting once a powerful spirit approaches. It will restart after the powerful spirit leaves. Besides the occasional dripping sound of water and the squeaking of gray rats, footsteps sounded from far to near. And there was more than one person. It seemed that they were converging here from two directions. Zorn restrained his breath and leaned in a corner that the blue fluorescent moss could not illuminate, allowing himself to hide perfectly in the darkness. Before long, footsteps stopped. Uncle Morrison. A relatively crisp voice sounded. A thick nasal sound responded in a low voice. After a long silence, the rough voice then spoke. Baron Bryn's batch of goods was stolen. I already got the news from them. The relatively young voice responded. Uncle Morrison, are there any other resources? Faced with the inquiry, the silent darkness did not respond, only the squeaking of gray rats sounded slightly. Yesterday, the feast started again. The relatively crisp voice began to tell intermittently. It was a very young girl, about 13 or 14 years old. Her body was very soft, almost unable to stand, and she cried very sadly. I cut open her neck with a knife, and sure enough, the virgin's blood exceptionally sweet. The crisp voice began to become high-pitched and excited. But those damn rats, the way they looked at me was as if they were looking at food. How dare they? The roar exploded like thunder. I am a great evil spirit knight, listening to the great existence, wielding unparalleled terrifying power. Every time I sleep, I can hear the great elder god YGGNSS calling in my ear. In this sewer, I can feel the darkness nourishing my soul. Every time I devour a gray rat, my power becomes stronger. I can see, hear, and smell the malice of those damn rat kings towards me. How dare those damn scraps have malice towards me? I will kill them all, I will eat them all. I am the true inheritor of blood source power. The latest novels are first published on 6_9_book_bar. I am the supreme knight who wields forbidden power. Everyone who stands in my way must die. In the description, that voice became more and more excited, crazy, and hysterical. Even terrifying evil energy permeated and spread in the air, like waves of wind, blowing the blue fluorescent moss. It can be seen that his mental state is very energetic. In the dark corner, Zorn quietly felt the surge of that strange power and already understood. He is the one favored by the forbidden blood source, the evil spirit knight. A fellow boss has appeared. However, it seems that he has been severely corrupted. Instead of developing his inner power, he actually worships and believes in the superiors of the forbidden blood source. Truly ignorant and foolish. In his thoughts, Zorn rubbed his brow slightly. This is not surprising. Now, the transcendent power has just surged, and no one has truly witnessed the terror of the evil spirit born from the remains of the evil god, YGGNSS. When the world-class big boss, evil spirit wizard, Zorn Crick speaks for the evil god and initiates several city-state level cataclysm preludes in the Holy Relic continent. Everyone will realize the horror and terror of YGGNSS in the ancient historical era. But now, the steam wave has just surged. The evil spirit sequence from YGGNSS has only been born recently and has not yet reached the time to exert its power. Calm down, Butch. The thick voice sounded. The agitated power of the evil spirit knight, named Butch, gradually calmed down. Although we didn't buy the resources this time due to the theft, I have contacted a new seller, and they have good resources in their hands. Wait a few more days, just a few more days, and I will get the resources for you. Also, the thick voice paused. I heard them say that this theft seems to have been done by another evil spirit. These words immediately caught the attention of the evil spirit knight. Another evil spirit? He eagerly asked. Uncle Morrison, can you catch him? I urgently need another portion of Lord YGGNSS' flesh. I am willing to pay any price for it. The man in the darkness shook his head helplessly. That is a very cunning guy. It can be seen from his giving ceremony that his evil spirit trait is very weak, completely inferior to yours, Butch. Among you, he is just a scrap. But he used heavy rain and thunder, as well as some means of interference, to prevent us from detecting him. The chance to catch him is minimal. But, you don't have to worry, Butch. The man with the thick voice comforted. According to the information I have obtained, there are several other hidden evil spirit sequences in Ogren City. They are all lurking in the dark, and they are ready to move. They are all trying to find each other in secret. However, the advantage is now on your side. The power leveraged by Forbidden Blood Source is terrible, allowing the cataclysm here to wriggle and become a breeding ground for you. This is your home field and your opportunity. Become stronger in this cataclysm, and when the power of the cataclysm reaches its peak, you need to appear in Ogren City and inscribe a strong and colorful mark of cataclysm. A unique mark of cataclysm that belongs to you. Just like that guy used Ogren City as a canvas and inscribed a mark with the giving ceremony. This is the power of cataclysm that belongs to you. No one is more suitable than you to write the chapter of death. When you establish enough advantages, you will be qualified to seek out and devour and absorb other evil spirits, such as those weak evil spirits. The rite of Annunciation, the Saint's Scar. Cataclysm, writing the chapter of death. Butch was familiar with these mystical terms related to rituals from his studies within the Forbidden Bloodline. He knew that he needed to arrange rituals based on the environment and weather, and then conduct a profound sacrifice. And involve enough transcendence. Only then could he initially inscribe his own Saint Scar. If the sacrifice of that cunning evil spirit went unnoticed, it would be a faint Saint Scar. It would soon be washed away by time, crushed by the gears of fate, and then disappear without a trace. But when enough transcendence were involved, and even attracted the investigation of many people, the confluence of many transcendent powers was like a grand ritual, a cruel vortex. Then that trace of the Saint Scar would be continuously strengthened, becoming nourishment for the Saint Scar inscribed by that cunning evil spirit, and having a certain anchoring and fixing effect on it. And now, the power of cataclysm is brewing and growing in the sewers of Oglen City. The slaughter between him and those damned rat kings is part of the ritual. And it is a part that pushes the ritual to a climax. When he kills all the rat kings and devours and digests them, descends upon the terrified Oakland city, and even levels the Church of the Holy Sun. The entire Oakland city, and everyone involved, will be the notes he uses to compose the chapter of death. He will leave a strong and colorful stroke in the scroll of history. When he ascends his own throne on the stairs covered with bones and death. However, the current situation is that he lacks sufficient resources to advance to Tier 3. He needs to advance to Tier 3 as soon as possible, otherwise, he will only become the Rat King's dinner. In the darkness, the two communicated intermittently. After a full half an hour, after agreeing on the time for the next meeting, the two then left. Before leaving, the evil spirit knight, Butch, looked around. There was an indescribable feeling. It was as if the darkness was thicker, giving him a sense of peace of mind. Not a bad place, I like it here. He muttered in a low voice, and then left. Deep in the darkness. As a hidden third person, Zorn eavesdropped on the conversation between the two. His eyes were deep as he carefully examined the surrounding darkness. Is this the aggregation characteristic of Lord Agunas? It always allows us evil spirits to converge and collide in some unexpected way. It's like an unexpected encounter of fate, playing a movement like a storm. Fortunately, I am not the Zorn Korik in the previous trajectory. My evil spirit warlock is very complete, and the evil warlock's spirituality will not dissipate. Plus, I am a dual sequence, with the Star Scarfighter as a cover. Even if I appear in front of him, he will not feel that I am an evil spirit warlock. This way I can avoid a lot of trouble. Relying on his former identity as a player, and the advantages of a dual sequence, Zorn's fault tolerance rate is now quite high. Tier 2, the evil spirit knight, who is about to advance to Tier 3. In his thoughts, Zorn looked in the direction of the sewer where the evil spirit knight disappeared. That evil spirit knight is a part that Zorn must devour. If Zorn doesn't devour it, it will be cheaper for others. If it is sealed by the church, it will be a big trouble. It is absolutely impossible to get it without the internal strife of the church. Now, that Tier 2, evil spirit knight, is walking alone in the depths of the sewer. This seems like an opportunity. If he devours the other party, then Zorn can use that flesh and blood remains to strengthen evil spirit magic, leverage the power of the black mist, and enhance the boss template, etc. In the early stage, devouring a not weak, evil spirit knight has no small advantage. Vaguely, Zorn had a feeling of excitement. After thinking for a moment, he finally shook his head. That Tier 2, evil spirit knight, is outstanding in his ability to fight and resist when he is at a low level. Moreover, this is his home field, and it is difficult to deal with him in a short time. Once the Tier 3 Dreamweaver kills his way back, or if those lunatics from the Forbidden Bloodline come over, I will be the one who suffers. After all, I am only Tier 1. The perfect opportunity requires more patience to wait. However, there is a lot of useful information in the conversation between these two. Zorn carefully sorted out the many important contents of the two people's conversation. Either at the end of the month or at the beginning of next month. The evil spirit knight and the other rat kings cultivated with the blood of the upper-level forbidden will have a convergence of forbidden rituals. At that time, it will also be the moment when the rat plague breaks out. Come on. Evil spirit knight, Butch. Don't be swallowed by those rats. The bloodline lower rat king, with you as the core, will carry the blood of the forbidden, which is a rarer boss than the Golden Crown Cataclysm rat king. Moreover, many hidden places underground also need your cataclysm to break out before they can appear. The most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. Only when you become more and more crazy, twisted, and sink into the blood of the upper level, can I have more gains? Carefully sorting out the pictures of the future appearance of the two bosses, Zorn has two completely different ideas. Seeking benefits in disaster is the basic operation of players. And as an old hand among the old hands in this regard, Zorn, who is burdened with a dual sequence, is even more needless to say. From the moment the disaster just started, he had already begun to fleece the sheep. As the two people went away, the ritual trap gathered again. Soon, gray rats and mutated gray rats were constantly attracted by the trap and then captured. The ritual continued to leverage more black mist. Vaguely, Zorn could feel that his nascent disaster source had a trace of connection with him, and this was the advantage of leveraging the black mist. Star Scarfighter, 30th Anniversary Exclusive Commemorative Edition, not tradable, Level 1, 38%. Talent, Gang Intent Iron Bones, SS grade you have an iron will and body. Skills, Basic Skull Cracking Fist, LV0, 48%. After examining the panel, Zorn was thoughtful. Now there is almost 6% to 8% experience growth every day. At the end of the month, it will be almost full of experience. At that time, the Distorted and Restless, Rat Plague, will become an excellent cover for my advancement to Tier 2. Turning off the system panel, Zorn chose a relatively narrow sewer and walked in. He planned to hunt and capture some elite mutated gray rats to absorb and digest. This can effectively convert some spiritual source matter, and also improve his transcendent skills. Many transcendents who have obtained transcendent abilities, if they are not told by organizations with deep foundations that transcendent abilities can also be transformed and upgraded. They probably don't know for the rest of their lives that transcendent abilities can also be upgraded to a certain extent through rituals and saint scars. And the players with panels naturally have a panoramic view of this. Transcendent skills generally have 4 levels. Each level of transformation will greatly enhance transcendent skills, and even develop many powerful characteristics. Players also have corresponding names for each level. LV0, Entry. LV1, Proficient. LV2, Expert. LV3, Master. Many evil players will even practice their basic skills to the master level in the villages and towns of the novice area before they come out of the mountain. Although Zorn will not be so exaggerated now. But what should be livered still needs to be livered. The same transcendent spell, master level and entry level are completely 2 concepts. Even LV1 level, the power is much greater than LV0 level. Every day, Zorn practices his various abilities in the sewers. The fighter's boxing skills can be practiced at home, just as a morning exercise. But the evil spirit warlock's methods, life extraction, forbidden weaving, doom curse, and even the extremely destructive sickle of the end, cannot be easily revealed in front of people. And in this black mist surging, mutated gray rat-filled depths of the sewer, is an excellent place. As he went deeper, into the depths of the darkness, mutated gray rats began to appear constantly. Zorn then used the transcendent witchcraft means of the evil spirit warlock, taking these mutated gray rats as targets, and constantly cultivating his spells and skills. Ceremony. Amidst the increasingly sweltering summer scenery, the midsummer month of May slipped away silently. The first weekend of June, June 6th, arrived. Zorn welcomed his graduation ceremony. In the afternoon. On the lawn north of Oblin Noble Academy, adjacent to the artificial lake. The graduation ceremony was extraordinarily lively and bustling. Delicious cakes, cookies, candied fruits, and sweets, along with some light alcoholic beverages, were laid out on long tables. The young noble students, dressed in finery, savored the delectable desserts and delicacies, enjoying the beautiful times ahead amidst laughter and cheerful voices. Zorn, in a corner, scanned the crowd immersed in the ocean of joy. After a moment, he retracted his gaze and continued to savor the delicacies in the corner. He was in the crowd, but he and the people around him seemed to be in 2 different worlds. Although the food was being quickly digested by him, it was not being converted into gang chi and demonic energy. Instead, it was being converted into life nutrients, nourishing his life form to grow slowly. After half a month of digesting the sacrifices, Zorn had filled his sequence level experience points a few days ago. The gang chi and demonic energy of the peak level 1 sequence had also reached their respective limits. Zorn, calming his mind, pondered the results of the past half-month. First of all, the steam factory purchased for 5,400 gold pounds, with the help of the potion master Vladimir, the first batch of simply trained pharmacist apprentices, began to take up their posts. At the beginning, the potion production efficiency was quite touching, and most of them were substandard defective products. However, with the startup of the steam factory, Zorn placed a simple, spiritual statue in his office in the steam factory. He felt the roar of steam surging, and the tide of the times was flowing past. The evil characteristics of the evil spirit warlock seemed to be covered and diluted by the roaring steam tide. The power of authority exerted by using the simple, spiritual statue had an exceptionally good effect. After a few days of simple influence, Zorn could feel that those students who had just graduated from public universities were becoming more and more diligent and eager to learn, and their enthusiasm was high, and they were also working hard to help the steam factory solve many problems. Corporate culture has quietly taken shape. The successful establishment of the steam factory and the stable functioning of the stigmata during this period. Zorn, who had already reached the peak of level 1, was about to usher in a transformation. Today, this bloody graduation ceremony may be an opportunity. Star Mark Fighter, 30th Anniversary Exclusive Commemorative Edition, Non-Tradable, Level 1, 99%. Talent, Gang in 10 Iron Bone, SS level you possess an iron will and body. Skills, Basic Skull Cracking Fist, LV0 level, 95%. Evil Spirit Warlock, World Class Boss, Special Template, level 1, 99%. Evil Witch Spirituality, you can devour everything with pain, distortion, fear, despair, deformity, and the spirit of death, and use it as food. Immortal Divinity, Unknown, Talent, Last Breath Resurrection, SSS level after death, you can be resurrected in your last breath, May 5th. Evil Spirit Authority, SSS level you can grasp the origin of spirituality and reshape it. Skills, Life Drain, LV0 level, 34%. Forbidden Weaving, LV0 level, 21%. Doom Orb, LV0 level, 14%. Scythe of Ending, Forbidden Art LV0 level, 3%. In addition to the sequence level, Zorn's many extraordinary skills and extraordinary spells have also improved. Many transcendents are not very clear that extraordinary skills and extraordinary spells have proficiency that can be upgraded. They simply don't specifically cultivate in this area. Zorn can be considered to have a small advantage in this regard. The reason why it is said to be a small advantage is because those churches, evil god sects, and other extraordinary forces, they know these aspects of knowledge. Just as Zorn was thinking, a tiptoeing sound quietly approached. Good afternoon, Miss Jolia. Zorn, holding a wineglass, turned around with a kind smile on his face. Ah! You found me. Jolia wore a playful smile on her lips, exclaiming softly. Today, she was wearing a blue and white low-cut courtball gown, her chest was a patch of snow white, and she wore a blue and white flower veil on her head, like a noble tulip. Her beauty was indescribable. In addition, after becoming a witch, her natural charm blossomed, almost attracting the attention of most of the men and noble youths. Even if she left the crowd and came here, there were still many noble youths willing to stop and wait for her not far away. You look very beautiful today. Zorn raised his glass, not stingy with his words of praise. Thank you. Jolia had a smile on her lips. But, it's too flamboyant. Her expression froze slightly, and a trace of nervousness flashed in the depths of her bright pupils, as well as a fear. Witches always like to test on the edge of playing with fire. But this time, she was facing the envoy. However, today is a grand ceremony for the students, they should wantonly bloom their youth and vitality, shouldn't they? Jolia's slightly trembling heart calmed down slightly. Then he blinked his bright eyes and said softly, Student Zorn, can we go to the dance floor for a bop his duet? Bop his duet? This is an intimate dance between lovers. Zorn's eyebrows twitched slightly. Sure enough, Jolia continued to speak. If you make some excessive demands after the dance, Jolia can't refuse. The corners of Zorn's eyes twitched. Did she develop Stockholm Syndrome from being abused? However, after the rose witch who likes to play with people's hearts is captured, she will try her best to please her master. Although Zorn is nominally the envoy of the master, he is the substantive master she has come into contact with. It's just that, with so many people watching her now, if he does that, I'm afraid many high-spirited flower protectors will come to him for trouble. What's the progress of the Blood Shadow Rose recently? Zorn changed the subject and asked. Jolia straightened her expression and lowered her voice. My mentor, Ms. Hazel, has finally gained something based on the mist and valley I gave her. It is said that they seem to have found clues in a valley deep in the misty mountains on the north side. Moreover, according to your instructions, I told them that the rat plague in Oblin City is coming soon. During this period, the rat plagues that have appeared in Oblin City one after another, and the disasters surging in the depths of the sewers, have perfectly verified the greatness of the Lord. This has made Ms. Hazel, and the Bishop of the Blood Shadow Rose, trust me even more. They are eager to know more. Listening to Jolia's explanation, Zorn's eyes narrowed and he glanced at her, then lowered his voice. When the time comes, the Lord will naturally give hints, unlimited demands, and the greed that arises will only bring misfortune. Jolia, hearing this, firmly remembered everything the envoy had stated. The Blood Shadow Rose has already launched the development of the ruined God Kingdom. This development journey, which can be called an epic pit, is handed over to the Blood Shadow Rose. Zorn can safely develop and grow in Oblin City. Several other evil spirits are also acting in secret to varying degrees. From the Oblin Steam Daily, Zorn also saw some proposals and decisions in the bill regarding the Duke of Muhua. Obviously, this guy who promoted the strangulation of the big boss, evil spirit warlock, Zorn Korik, is also using Oblin City as a scroll, engraving his own stigmata. This made Zorn feel the pressure of the inner volume of the same boss. Neither of them wants to become food on the table. Then roll, desperately roll. Just as he was thinking, Zorn suddenly felt that the air was a little hot, and he couldn't help but loosen the tie on his shirt. Then, he sniffed hard in the air. He smelled a different smell, or a familiar smell. The ceremony is in progress, and the cruel blood of death and slaughter is about to bloom. Although the rose witch Jolia did not have Zorn's keen sense of smell, she also noticed something through some of Zorn's actions and details in front of her. What's wrong? She asked softly. We need to get away from the crowd, Zorn said lightly. Perhaps we can go to the corridor over there for a walk, and the adjacent teaching building can also provide us with some cover. Zorn glanced at the corridor and teaching building not far away, suggesting. The rose witch Jolia's heart trembled slightly. Is something going to happen? Immediately, she stabilized her mind. Of course, no problem. As he led the rose witch Jolia further away from the dance area, Zorn turned around. I don't know when, a cloud of haze had already enveloped the dance area, and it was becoming more and more hideous, and the people in it knew nothing. As the strange haze became more and more dense, the strange atmosphere in the air became heavier and heavier. Ah! A scream of exclamation broke the liveliness of the graduation ball. The stunned crowd looked around. But I saw in the center of the lawn, I don't know when a black hole like a well appeared. The lady just now seemed to have fallen in. Several enthusiastic men stretched their heads to look, wanting to lend a helping hand. The black hole, bottomless, can no longer see the trace of the lady who fell into it. The crowd was stunned. Ah! A sharp and piercing scream rang out loudly. But I saw a giant dune rat the size of a half-person, standing up to a meter tall, appeared on the table at some point, eating cookies heartily. The girl near the dune rat was in a state of panic, screaming. Hearing the scream of the gorgeously dressed girl, the giant gray rat jumped up from the table and directly knocked the girl down. Then he took a hard bite. The scream stopped abruptly. Crimson blood quickly soaked and dyed the white dress red, like blooming blood-colored flowers. For a time, the crowd seemed to be pressed the pause button, and the air seemed to stagnate. Everyone was frightened by the horrific scene. The next moment, horror, panic, screams, and panic, like a tide, broke out in the crowd. The crowd began to flee everywhere. Then, one black hole after another appeared on the lawn. A large number of gray rats the size of wild cats and small dogs, and doom rats that stood up to a meter high, poured out like a tide. The bloody ceremony in the rat plague is here. Zorn, who had already climbed to the corridor on the second floor of the teaching building, coldly scrutinized the scene. The once joyous campus graduation ceremony had now become a hunting ground for rats. Despairing and terrified screams intertwined, forming a vast net that enveloped everyone. A large number of mutated gray rats and dune rats with blood-red light permeating their pupils continuously poured out of the tunnels. They squeaked and chattered. They were unrestrained. They orderly chased after the fleeing humans. The noble students and teachers scattered in panic, each running in a different direction. The band that had been playing was also hiding in fear. A young girl who was running slowly tripped over the hem of her long dress. "Save me, Charles!" she cried out to her partner in despair. However, her partner, who had previously sworn eternal love, glanced back before turning away and abandoning her. In the next moment, the desperate girl was overwhelmed by a large number of mutated gray rats. Torn and pulled by the gray rats, the girl was dragged into the dark cave until darkness swallowed her desperate cries. Her dance partner didn't run far either, before a lean dune rat bit through his heel, causing him to fall to the ground. Screaming in pain, the nobleman named Charles was also dragged into the dark cave. At this moment, students, teachers, and other personnel throughout the campus were constantly being besieged by mutated gray rats. Although there was some resistance, those sporadic attempts were quickly crushed by the gray rats with dozens or hundreds of times their numbers, then torn apart and devoured. A scarlet and terrifying blood-colored ceremony was cruelly blooming within the campus. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood and death. Over the past half-month, the rat infestation had been escalating throughout the city of Ogren. There had been horrifying incidents of people being bitten by gray rats, and even dragged away by them. The fear stemming from the rat plague began to spread throughout the city of Ogren. The Ogren City Hall had already formed rat catchers and volunteer militias, along with the police force. They began to exterminate the sewer rats. Poisoning, traps, blockades, and even the use of a large number of hounds to encircle and suppress the sewer rats were implemented. Thousands of gray rats were killed. The rat plague seemed to be contained for a time. Zorn knew that the city hall's actions would indeed weaken the intensity of the rat plague outbreak to some extent, and protect Ogren City. However, driven by the forbidden blood source, on this day when the blood source of the superiors bloomed, the rat plague would erupt in a twisted and frenzied manner. Now it seemed that today was the day when the terrifying blood source power would erupt. If it had been a day earlier or a day later, and the graduation ceremony of the Noble Academy had been avoided, then the blood-colored ceremony currently happening at the Noble Academy would not have occurred. But the trajectory of fate is sometimes so unpredictable. Since a blood-colored ceremony had appeared here, then other areas would also experience symbolic events marking the outbreak of the rat plague. On the second floor of the teaching building, watching the scene of gray rats preying on humans and using them as food, Jolia, having witnessed the cruelty of the supernatural world, covered her mouth, her face slightly pale. Although she was a level 1 witch, if she were to be besieged by these gray rats that crawled out of the sewers, she might not be able to escape. She secretly glanced at Zorn, only to find that Zorn was calmly surveying the campus, as if searching for something. She immediately understood. The master has already seen through everything. Her faith in that great and mysterious Saint Warlock Master grew even more fervent. A rapid assessment of the campus revealed that the nightmare ratmen, each as large as an adult man, that Zorn had once killed, were now appearing on campus. They directed the mutated gray rats, constantly dragging captured humans into the caves. There were 7 or 8 of them just within sight. Zorn estimated that there were actually 20 or 30 of them, or even more. At the same time, among these gray rats, there would also be a terrifying Rat King. A Rat King with high intelligence. Hide, go upstairs. Zorn suddenly bent down, lowered his voice, and said quickly. Without asking why, Jolia immediately imitated Zorn and bent down to hide. Zorn noticed that 2 nightmare ratmen were leading a large number of dune rats and gray rats, heading this way. These rampant rat swarms were actually searching for other humans. And that was the terrifying nature of the rat plague. In a localized area, they could tear everything apart. The 2 climbed all the way to the 5th floor along the stairs. As soon as they reached the top floor, they discovered an elderly campus cleaner wearing a gray-blue uniform hiding in a corner not far away, trembling. Obviously, the situation outside had frightened him. Shoo! Jolia made a shushing gesture to him. And when Zorn's gaze swept over the cleaner, his pupils contracted slightly. Zorn, what do we do now? The two squatted down, and Jolia asked in a low voice. Zorn, however, silently began to mobilize the evil energy of the evil spirit warlock. Did your mentor teach you any close combat skills? Zorn asked in a low voice. I was taught some, but I haven't had any practical experience. Being taught is enough. Get ready, you'll have practical experience in a moment. What? Jolia was still in shock. Zorn had already turned around abruptly. The Doom Annihilation Orb, black mixed with blood red, hit the cleaner hiding in the corner the moment it was released. Boom! The huge roar made Jolia feel a ringing in her ears. While throwing his right middle finger over, Zorn said quickly. Go to the stairwell and guard against those nightmare rat men. The order from the envoy made it impossible for her to refuse. She immediately ran downstairs, while glancing at the location of the explosion just now. A viscous darkness mixed with blood threads, like a strange black mist, spread out. Jia, a low, hoarse voice spread from the black mist that was shaken by the explosion. At the same time, these black mist quickly converged. A level 2 nightmare rat king, with red hair all over its body, a full 2 meters in size, and also in the form of a nightmare rat man, walked out of the viscous black mist. Although it used special means to avoid Zorn's Doom Annihilation Orb attack. But it didn't completely avoid it. Half of its cheek was charred black from the explosion, and its flesh was turned out. Even though the blood threads were constantly blooming and growing, trying to heal the wound. But the damage from the Doom Annihilation Orb made it clear that it was not so easy to heal. Boy, how did you find me? This level 2 peak, Nightmare Rat King, who wanted to capture humans for sacrifice to advance, licked its wound with its tongue, revealing sharp fangs, its voice low and full of anger. A pair of cold blood-colored eyes, glowing with a scarlet luster, stared dead at Zorn. It would torture this human transcendent who had injured the great, Nightmare Rat King, until he regretted being born into this world. Faced with the oppressive Rat King, Zorn appeared relaxed and comfortable. Rat King boss? It's not like he wasn't a boss himself. Originally, he participated in this blood-colored ceremony because he wanted to find the Rat King and hunt it down. And then complete the level 2 advancement. As a result, the Rat King hid in a place they also thought was safe. You don't need to know how I found you, Zorn said lightly. Anyway, you're going to die soon. As soon as the words fell, Zorn rushed up quickly. He punched towards the Nightmare Rat King's head. Roar roar, having eaten Zorn's punch, the furious Nightmare Rat King waved its claws and counterattacked Zorn. One man and one rat instantly entered into a high-intensity close combat fight. Zorn had many other means to get rid of this Nightmare Rat King. However, Zorn's basic skull-cracking fist experience points were already at 95%. Engaging in a high-level fighting match. This was one of the upgrade conditions for basic skull-cracking fist. At the same time, this was also one of the elements for the fighter advancement. Killing the Rat King was only a secondary purpose. Using the Rat King to complete his skill upgrade and level advancement was the primary purpose. Even though Zorn was unarmed. At this moment, in their fight, Zorn held a certain advantage. His fists seemed to be cast from steel unbelievably fast. Several punches landed squarely on the Nightmare Rat King's head. For a time, the Nightmare Rat King was forced to retreat. The roaring Nightmare Rat King raised its upper limbs, quickly adopting a defensive stance. But Zorn's offensive momentum didn't diminish at all, becoming even more fierce. He even forced the Rat King into a corner. An SS-Class, Star Mark fighter. In addition, he also possessed the template and life endurance of a world-class boss. Filled to the brim with stats. Coupled with Zorn's experience and offensive maneuvers. Facing this small, level 2 boss, he naturally held an absolute advantage. As Zorn gradually exerted his strength. Boom, 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 each punch that landed made the Nightmare Rat King feel as if it were being pushed around by a giant wave. Roar, roar, the enraged Nightmare Rat King, enduring the damage, unleashed nightmare sharp claws. Black, chilling light radiated from its claws. When unleashed, it was like a whirlwind, tearing through the air. Facing a boss creature, unleashing a boss skill. Under normal circumstances, a fighter would obviously evade. But Zorn wasn't afraid at all. With the blessing of the SS-Class talent, Gangy Iron Bone, Zorn's arms already possessed extremely strong defensive capabilities. Infusing a small amount of Gangchi made Zorn's arms as tough and resilient as iron armor. Zorn's fists, with a fierce momentum to tear apart the opponent's skull. Engaged in a bloody collision with the boss skill Nightmare Sharp Claws. Clang clang clang. In the back and forth attacks of the man and the rat, one could vaguely see a large number of sparks erupting. The ear-piercing sound, like steel grinding, rose and fell. Even though blood was constantly spurting out. Those arms didn't seem to belong to Zorn. He exerted all his strength to unleash fighting skills, wholeheartedly immersed in the fight. Even though he was covered in wounds, the fighter advanced fearlessly. Zorn could feel a wonderful sensation spreading and rippling in his heart. He could also feel that the fist techniques he unleashed with his fists seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. As a veteran who had experienced countless upgrades, Zorn knew very well that he was about to level up. It was very common for fighters to level up in life and death battles. At this moment, this level 2, Nightmare Rat King, was Zorn's stepping stone, and also the catalyst for his upgrade. Withstanding a round of boss skill bursts from the Nightmare Rat King, Zorn's sleeves had already been torn into strips of cloth, and his arms were covered in bloodstains, like two bloody hands. Seemingly severely injured, but in reality, it was not light at all. After a high-intensity battle, Zorn had already obtained what he needed. So he no longer wasted time. The rat plague outside was raging. It would be troublesome if those nightmare rat men rushed up. The battle on Jolia's side downstairs didn't seem optimistic. Boom! As Zorn punched the nightmare ratman's head again. Evil spirit authority, the power of authority, which had been prepared by mobilizing evil energy for a long time, was like a spiritual steel needle, piercing through the Nightmare Rat King's soul. The fact that the opponent had blocked a round of Nightmare Sharp Claws made the Nightmare Rat King slightly surprised. After taking another punch from the opponent, the Nightmare Rat King was about to condense its boss forbidden technique skill. It wanted to solve this damned human in one go. Just as the natal forbidden technique was mobilized. Sis, the Nightmare Rat King suddenly screamed sharply. The forbidden technique it had just started was interrupted by Zorn's evil spirit authority. Dark demonic energy stirred violently in its body. The backlash made its body convulse and become somewhat difficult to control. Thick, scarlet blood gurgled from the corners of its mouth. A look of fear appeared in the depths of those small eyes filled with blood-colored light. It knew very well that its forbidden technique skill was very powerful and could not be interrupted by ordinary means. But it was interrupted by this weak human. How is this possible? You know to be afraid now? Zorn gave a low, grim smile. Unfortunately, it's too late. I've prepared the most perfect gift for you. The next moment. Chi. Excruciating pain pierced through the Nightmare Rat King's shoulders, and instantly pierced into the Nightmare Rat King's soul. The two snake heads of the double serpent sprang out from behind it, biting tightly onto the Nightmare Rat King's two shoulders. The reason why Zorn threw his fingers into the corner before was to be able to flank the Rat King from the front and back. Now it seemed that the effect was excellent. The forbidden sealed item, Double Serpent Ring, had a natural restraining characteristic against rat-like creatures. Life Drain. At the same time, Zorn also unleashed the powerful ability of the evil spirit warlock Great Boss. Gurgle. Not only was life force being rapidly extracted, but even the soul and sequence spirituality were being extracted by Zorn. Most Uptak Up-to-Date Uptak Novel Uptak in Uptak 6 Uptak 9 Uptak Book Uptak Bar Uptak First Uptak Release. No, the Nightmare Rat King's small eyes rolled frantically, and it tried its best to mobilize its dark demonic energy. But the double suppression of the world-class Great Boss and the forbidden sealed item. How could it break free if it wanted to? In the process of constantly extracting the opponent's life, Zorn's arms and fists, with their serious injuries, healed and recovered visibly to the naked eye. The simplest and most direct use of life drain was to extract the opponent's life to restore oneself. As long as he wasn't dead, Zorn could quickly restore his flesh, soul, and sequence spirituality through life drain. The world-class great boss was not only strong in stats, but also had powerful mechanics. Before long, Zorn ended life drain with a dull plop. The Nightmare Rat King slammed heavily to the ground. Its body was in a state of being half dry and not dry. It was dead, but not completely dead. Dragging the Nightmare Rat King downstairs, a scarlet blood mist filled the air, reeking of blood. On the stairs, there were a large number of mutated gray rat corpses. 2 Nightmare Rat Men also fell in the pool of blood. Rose Witch Jolia sat on the ground, her blue and white court dress was already tattered, stained with blood and turned blood blue. Under the afternoon sunlight, the girl and the evil rat, blood and wreckage, outlined a chilling and tragic picture. The blood stained which completed her mission. She prevented the rat swarm from going upstairs, buying Zorn enough time to fight the Rat King one-on-one. Jolia supported herself and tried to get up, wanting to speak, but her neck had already been bitten through. Dragging the Nightmare Rat King to Jolia's side, Zorn grabbed Jolia's palm. "You did very well," Zorn said softly. The next moment, life drain started. Gurgle gurgle, the life force and spiritual origin extracted from the Nightmare Rat King constantly poured into Jolia's hand. The dying Rose Witch recovered at an extremely fast speed. The evil spirit warlock did not heal injuries or restore life. However, the evil spirit warlock could transport the life, soul root, and spiritual origin of other life forms. "I don't heal, I'm just a life transporter." Soon, Jolia recovered all of her injuries. She looked at Zorn with a surprised and stunned expression. Aren't you a fighter? How can you heal?" This kind of healing witchcraft is a powerful method mastered by the church's transcendent priests. Zorn glanced outside before saying, "This is not healing witchcraft, this is the Lord's gift to me." The Lord's gift. Jolia's heart trembled slightly. She had already prepared to dedicate her life to the Lord, but as a result, the Lord saved her. She once again witnessed the greatness of the Lord. "Don't be dazed." Zorn pushed the somewhat dazed Jolia. The transcendent crystal cores extracted from those 2 Nightmare Rat Men are good spiritual materials, although there is some pollution, but they are very effective when used as ritual materials. "Everything you killed belongs to you, we have to leave quickly, someone is coming." But I didn't bring a container to load them." Jolia, who had knowledge of transcendent learning, knew that this type of polluted material could not be easily touched. "Just wrap it in your damaged clothes." After collecting the spoils, the 2 quickly left down the stairs. Although the Rat King's fur was very good, but now it was obviously not suitable to run away carrying the Rat King's corpse. The Noble Academy, plagued by rat swarms and dire rats, was the stage for a bloody ceremony. Teachers and students of the Noble Academy were constantly being torn apart and dragged away. The tide of rats swept through the entire campus, growing ever larger. The disaster clearly showed signs of further expansion. That is, until Zorn killed the Rat King, abruptly stopping the surging tide. Squeak, 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 many mutant gray rats and elite mutant gray rats emitted piercing squeaks. The original order of the rat tide began to be disturbed. The frenzied, bloodthirsty, and ferocious dire rats, and many ordinary rats, began to stir restlessly. Squeak, 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 the rat swarms hissed in a chaotic manner. The intelligent dire rats also sensed that something was wrong. Dragging their original spoils, some even began to discard their spoils, the humans they were dragging. The dire rats began to retreat with a large number of rats. However, the mutant gray rats and the larger elite mutant gray rats began to scurry around. The surviving humans trembled and fled, crying. For a time, the entire campus became even more chaotic. But overall, it was not as terrifying as before. After all, the rat swarms had previously been like an army, looting everywhere. Now, they had become a disorganized mess. If Zorn hadn't killed the Rat King, there would have been even more casualties. Taking advantage of this chaotic state, Zorn and Jolia mingled with the panicked crowd and quickly fled the rat-infested campus. On the way, Zorn also rescued 2 students who were being dragged away by the rats. Oh! Thank the great holy sun, young Master Zorn, you've finally come out. Seeing Zorn rushing over old Nero, the coachman who was kneeling beside the carriage praying to the great holy sun, quickly got up. A look of surprise appeared on his wrinkled face. When he saw the grey rats, his face changed, and he jumped onto the carriage with great speed. As soon as Zorn entered the carriage, old Nero started the carriage as quickly as possible, and rapidly left this terrible place. Phew! Zorn, who had entered the carriage, also breathed a sigh of relief. As Zorn fled with the crowd, he noticed some transcendents hidden within the Noble Academy taking action. They were likely official personnel from Oblin City. Oblin City placed great importance on the safety of the Noble Academy. Mutant Grey Rats, Elite Mutant Grey Rats, Dire Ratmen. The approximate trajectory of the disaster's incubation and growth in the sewers appeared in Zorn's mind. Those dire rats that stood a full meter tall could bite adult men to death. And the dire ratmen who already possessed rudimentary spirituality and intelligence were already rudimentary transcendent species. In addition, they could manipulate rat swarms. Under the guidance of the Rat King, every appearance was a terrible disaster of death. More importantly, Zorn rubbed his brow inside the carriage. When fleeing outside the school, Zorn noticed that a hazy green miasma was emanating from the cave area. Today was the first weekend of June. Under the promotion of the Forbidden Blood Source, Evil God organization, they had successfully pried open the blood source power of the slumbering twin-ringed serpent. Blood-containing curses was flowing, and terrible pollution was spreading. The disaster ecology in the sewers was officially born, and the disaster had already taken shape. The Rat Kings couldn't wait to come out to forage, and then rapidly grow in the disaster environment. Just like a certain damn evil spirit's notification ceremony. The Rat Kings also craved to inscribe their own disaster stigmata in the prelude of Oblin City. Next, it was up to Oblin City and the church to intervene and deal with this disaster. Inside the carriage, Zorn carefully examined his attribute page. Star Mark Fighter, 30th Anniversary Exclusive Edition, Non-Tradable, Level 1, 99%. Talent, Gang in 10 Iron Bone, SS Grade. You possess an iron will and body. Skills, Basic Skull Cracking Fist, LV1, 0%. The Star Mark Fighter S Skull Cracking Fist had been upgraded to LV1. Zorn had already felt it just now. The Level 1 Skull Cracking Fist was a step above in terms of punching speed, destructive power, and the exertion of gang energy, completely able to overwhelm the Rat King boss. Subsequently, Zorn looked at his level and frowned slightly. The 99% experience at Level 1 had not entered Level 2. He had clearly grasped that feeling of transformation just now. But, it was difficult to push the transformation process further. Normally, this could be upgraded smoothly. It is not difficult to go from Level 1 to Level 2. Is it a problem with the dual sequence? The latest novels are first published at 6-9 books bar. Zorn couldn't help but rub his brow. He had waited for the outbreak of this disaster for a long time. If he couldn't use the disaster to break through, then he needed to use the star mark or the power of the hazy black mist that had been pried open by the previous trap ritual. Just as he was thinking, a burst of noise and commotion came from the street outside. Ah, run! What are you looking at? So many rats! Oh! My God, those damn rats, how dare they! Zorn pulled open the car window curtain. Looking out, he saw the towering Holy Sun Church Tower, as high and steep as a holy sword, built of marble not far away. At this time, densely packed grey rats and dire rats were climbing towards the top of the tower in droves. The grey rat tide surged continuously, as if a demon was gradually devouring the landmark building of the Holy Sun Church in Oblin City. So that's how it is. Zorn suddenly understood, and he knew the opportunity for his breakthrough. He was an evil spirit. Order was gazing at him, and he needed to wait for chaos and disaster to bloom. Soon, the time arrived at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, the tower of the Holy Sun Church had been completely submerged by the rat tide. Clang! Clang! The heavy, melodious, solemn, and heavy church bells rang at 4 o'clock in the afternoon prayer time. Normally, it would ring 4 times. But this time, the bell stopped abruptly after only ringing twice. Immediately afterward, a wave of screams and exclamations came from the crowd. Zorn looked through the glass. The golden bell and drum crashed heavily to the ground like a meteorite. Thump! The dull sound was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's hearts hard. The drum and bell of the Holy Sun Church had been bitten off by the rat swarm and fell from the towering tower. At that moment, Zorn felt the extreme surge of disaster power. The local rat gang is really impolite, so arrogant. The smile on the corner of Zorn's mouth couldn't be suppressed at all. Because he had already grasped the opportunity for a breakthrough. Using chaos and disaster as a disguise, Zorn silently began his promotion and transformation. His level took the lead in entering level 2. Immediately afterward, gang energy and evil energy also began to transform. Chi-Chi, the flesh, life, soul, and sequence spirituality were all transforming rapidly in all aspects. Originally, the evil spirit characteristics of the evil spirit warlock, which would have spread everywhere and absorbed life, did not emit a trace under the cover of the fighter sequence, Starmark, Steam Factory, and the rising disaster ecology outside at this time. After a long time, Zorn, who had completed the level 2 transformation, exhaled lightly. He carefully felt the breakthrough effects in all aspects. Physical strength, spiritual perception, intensity, and life endurance have all been enhanced in all aspects. Evil energy and gang energy have also completed their transformation. Compared to level 1, this level 2 dual sequence is obviously much stronger. Opening the system panel, Zorn also had new gains as he advanced to level 2. Ogland City, Star Mark Fighter, 30th Anniversary Exclusive Edition, Non-Tradable, Level 2, 0%. Talent Adamantine Will Iron Bones, SS Grade You possess an iron will and body. Skills Basic Skull Crusher, LV1, 0%. Chi Specialization, Passive LV0. Gained a Passive Fighting Specialization. After carefully examining his stats, he discovered that he had leveled up to level 2. Fighter only gained a passive Chi specialization. Netherworld Warlock gained nothing. Zorn smiled instead. It seems like a disadvantage in the short term, but it's definitely a huge gain in the long run. Within the world of Holy Relic Eternal Poem. If no skill is obtained after leveling up, then a more powerful skill, or even forbidden art, is guaranteed to be obtained upon the next level up. Since Netherworld Warlock didn't gain a skill upon reaching level 2, it means that Zorn will definitely gain an extremely powerful extraordinary spell when he reaches level 3. It might even be a powerful forbidden art similar to Scythe of the End. Furthermore, by combining it with the power of the Calamity Black Mist, Zorn can completely leverage the powerful spell he desires. Such an opportunity won't come often for Netherworld Warlock. As for Fighter, this passive skill is more desirable than an active skill. The passive skill Chi Specialization allows Zorn's Chi to grow faster, be used more flexibly, and also enhances the power of Chi. The strength of a fighter lies in this Chi. With this Chi Specialization, the fighter's ability in close combat is enhanced significantly. Fighter rapidly strengthens Chi and enhances strength at low levels. Meanwhile, Netherworld Warlock remains steady, accumulating more powerful Netherworld Witchcraft. This can be said to be one of the best combinations for early-stage leveling. Inside the carriage, Zorn checked his stats, immersed in the joy of leveling up. Meanwhile, outside in Ogren City. The city was dancing with death and disaster amidst the unrest of the Rat Plague. June 6. The Rat Plague in Ogren City officially erupted on a large scale. Tragic rat-tide disasters unfolded in many parts of Ogren City. In the old city, tens of thousands of grey rats and doom rats surged through the streets, and pedestrians couldn't avoid them. After the rat tide passed, only skeletal remains were left. New City District. Led by the Doom Knight Ratmen, they smashed windows and doors, dragging residents into the sewers. A tragic bloody graduation ceremony took place at the Noble Academy, with 30 to 40 students and teachers dragged underground by the rat tide, their fate unknown. The most tragic was the Holy Sun Church, where tens of thousands of disaster rats climbed to the top of the tower, biting through the ropes, causing the church's sacred bell to fall. Even those arrogant disaster rats wanted to attack the Holy Sun Church. However, a massive number of disaster rats were ignited by a mysterious flame during the assault. Tens of thousands of disaster rats burned in the raging flames in front of the Holy Sun Church, illuminating the depths of the night. Although it was just the sacred bell falling, the impact it caused was unprecedentedly bad. That night, the rat plague incident in Ogren City was transmitted to every corner of the continent through steam telegraph and other means. In the early hours of the morning, the Steam Daily factory worked overtime to print the rat plague incident in Ogren City. The next day, when the sun rose, amidst the cries of newsboys waving the Steam Daily, the rat plague incident in Ogren City officially landed on the front page headlines of the Holy Relic continent. It was also on this day that the Calamity Extraordinary event began to emerge on the continent. A new era was roaring in with the tide of steam. Early morning. The backyard of the manor, beneath the dense forest. Zorn was using chi, practicing the basic skull crusher that had already reached level 1. Star Mark chi was integrated into it, and every punch contained astonishing destructive power. Coupled with chi mastery, Zorn felt as if chi was surging and flowing through his body like raging waves. While adapting to the all-round transformation effect after advancing to level 2, Zorn also took stock of his consumption. The sacrifices I offered to the Hidden Land before are almost 2/3 consumed. The remaining 1/3 can help me advance 20 to 30% of my level progress. Fortunately, Zorn retracted his final punch of the skull crusher and looked south. Whoa! Faintly, he could hear the roar of the steam tide. Mixed in with the roar of steam was the clamor of workers communicating while working in the steam factory. Fortunately, the steam factory has been activated, giving my netherworld characteristics a place to dwell. At the same time, thanks to the bug characteristics of the dual sequence, my leveling speed is quite fast. The layout that previously cost a lot of time and money has now become a powerful engine for Zorn to develop steadily. Breakfast time. Zorn picked up the freshly baked Steam Daily from Ogren City. Sure enough, many pages were densely packed with reports of yesterday's rat plague outbreak in Ogren City. The newspaper's accompanying pictures included a scene of the rat swarm devouring the Holy Sun Church's tower, biting off the sacred bell. There was a scene of tens of thousands of rats marching through the streets, dragging pedestrians. There was a scene of rats crawling all over glass windows, breaking in. Of course, the bloody ceremony at Ogren City's Noble Academy, with the scene of bloodstained wreckage, was also reported. Fear and unease were enveloping Ogren City. The latest novels are first published on 69shu.com as the front line for the landing of calamity forces. Ogren City is facing the first major test of the extraordinary era wave. Being in Ogren City, Zorn knew very well that Ogren City had attracted the attention of the entire continent, and the vortex storm of the extraordinary and the calamity was rising higher and higher. After reading the newspaper, when his gaze swept across the small advertisement area in the middle of the newspaper, some special combinations of words attracted Zorn's attention. After slightly analyzing them using different arrangements and combinations, Zorn's mind stirred slightly. Extraordinary gathering, is it finally coming? The time is tomorrow. It seems, the rat plague has also catalyzed the actions between the extraordinary. After finishing breakfast, Zorn roughly read the newspaper. Is the situation in the basement any better? Zorn looked at the old butler, Grank, beside him. Currently, the basic door frames have been blocked quite tightly, and that hazy green miasma shouldn't be able to float up. Furthermore, I will check it every day. Old butler Grank said this. Zorn nodded. Gronk was still very reliable in his work. Yesterday, the rat plague broke out. After returning, Zorn checked the sewers and the basement. Toxic miasma with pollution and curses had already spread in the sewers. Although the rat holes in the manor's basement were blocked, the toxic miasma was still constantly seeping in. Zorn could only order Grank to seal the door to the basement entrance.
Once ordinary people are infected with toxic miasma with pollution and curses, they will either become seriously ill, or be polluted and mutated, with parts such as the head or limbs, arms, etc., becoming rat-like, and then turning into mutated ratmen.
Calamity. For ordinary people, it is a life-threatening disaster. Tomorrow is the extraordinary gathering in Ogren City. It can be considered a more important gathering among the extraordinary in June. Not only will many special extraordinary individuals with powerful means participate. At the same time, there will be some special good things appearing. And these special good things, precisely, no one here recognizes. This is an excellent opportunity to pick up bargains. With this in mind, Zorn looked at the butler Grank and said,
Uncle Gronk, I need to use a sum of gold pounds, about 5,000 gold pounds.
Gronk didn't ask Zorn what he was going to do and nodded immediately. I will go to the bank to retrieve it for you this afternoon. Zorn currently has about 1,800 gold pounds in his hands.
Adding the 5,000 gold pounds taken out, a total of 6,800 gold pounds, is enough for Zorn to have enough gains at the exchange meeting between the extraordinary.
Although it is said that it is likely that not so much will be used. But being prepared is always Zorn's principle. When the goddess of luck is not standing on Zorn's side, Zorn will use gold pounds as a weight to gain an overwhelming winning rate. Although Zorn doesn't have to continue his studies after graduation.
But Zorn himself began to learn geography and steam navigation knowledge. Knowledge in these areas can play a significant role in the future. After enjoying a hearty lunch, Zorn originally wanted to take a nap for a while better digesting the sacrifices he had previously seized. Young Master Zorn, a lady is visiting you, and she is waiting outside the manor.
Vanessa walked in with the message. Oh. Hearing this, Zorn rubbed his brow. Coming, so fast? Shouldn't be. Did something go wrong in some link?
Through the window, Zorn saw a tall, middle-aged lady wearing a well-fitting, concise black dress and a veil, lighting a lady's cigarette, standing at the door. She was looking at the window, and in the depths of those silver pupils, there seemed to be a reflection of Zorn in the room. Back at school, Zorn had used some means to kill the Rat King.
Moreover, the Noble Academy had official transcendence. This matter naturally couldn't be concealed.
Zorn that it would take some time before the authorities contacted him. In Zorn's plan, cooperation with the authorities was inevitable. Although he didn't necessarily have to become a pillar of the Republic, he wanted to have a place for himself within the curtain of power. But he didn't expect the official transcendent to arrive so quickly. Moreover, the identity of the lady who arrived was quite extraordinary. She was a famous countess of Ogren City, with astonishing wealth, and possessed the surname Isaiah. On a little known side, she was also a level 5 reflectionist, possessing the bizarre power to invert the world. Moreover, she was a core member of the official transcendent organization in Ogren City. In this present time where the steam wave had just surged, being able to possess a level 5 rank was already quite impressive.
Inside the living room,
sniffing the scent of the cigarette that carried a slight ocean fragrance, Zorn frowned slightly. This young body, healthy and robust, was somewhat resistant to the smell of cigarettes.
However, the lady in her early 30s sitting opposite Zorn showed no ladylike reserve or politeness, puffing out smoke incessantly, treating Zorn as if he were transparent. Countess Mabel, what business do you have with me? After a long while, Zorn slowly opened his mouth to inquire. Do you really not know why I'm looking for you?
Mabel Isaiah slightly adjusted her sitting posture, her silver-gray pupils narrowed slightly, examining Zorn seriously and solemnly. Knowing the other party's personality, Zorn knew very well. If he answered, I really don't know, the other party would probably stay here and argue with him until the sun went down.
The school incident? Zorn asked tentatively.
Now that the young man had admitted it, Mabel extinguished the cigarette she had lit very simply. She waved her hand, and the smoke drifted out of the window with astonishing speed. Fighter Zorn Carrick, who eliminated the Rat King, with your strength, you could have eliminated more rat people. Why did you run away? Mrs. Mabel leaned her body forward, and Zorn noticed that the pair of silver eyes became brighter. She possesses some kind of special ability to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Letting out a light breath, Zorn slowly began to narrate a response that blended truth and falsehood together. After my life and death struggle with the Rat King, I was seriously injured, and at the same time, I felt the opportunity for a breakthrough. Moreover, at that time, other transcendents had already taken action within the school, and I needed to seize that rare opportunity to break through.
Moreover, when I escaped, I also kicked 2 plague rats to death, saving 2 classmates.
Mrs. Mabel, you can't expect a recent graduate like me to save the world, to save everyone.
I am also a victim of this disaster.
Zorn spread out his hands.
Moreover, that damned Rat King, it almost bit my neck off. When that really happens, no one will stand up for me, will they?
Mabel narrowed her eyes, her gaze landing on Zorn. After a long while, she slowly withdrew her gaze.
Yes, you did very well. It could even be said that if you hadn't killed the Rat King, the Noble Academy's losses would have been even more severe.
So, this time I am visiting you in a personal capacity, not as an official transcendent organization investigating you. Also, Mrs. Mabel paused, then continued. One of the 2 girls you saved is my niece.
Hearing this, Zorn was slightly stunned.
But he saw Mabel slowly explain. She was terrified at the time. If you hadn't lent a hand, she would probably have been dragged into the depths of the cave by those terrible things. In fact, another purpose of my coming here this time is mainly to thank you for lending a hand to my niece. Saying this, Mabel Isaiah, who had stood up, bowed slightly to Zorn.
So, that's what happened. Mabel Isaiah's explanation made Zorn instantly understand the coincidence.
Such a strange result produced by the meshing of the gears of fate made Zorn marvel at the unpredictability of fate. Reseated, the Countess Mabel had swept away the seriousness from her face, replaced by a faint smile.
A transcendent like you, who has mastered mysterious powers and is surprisingly strong, should achieve something.
This is, as she spoke, Mrs. Mabel pushed something in front of Zorn. A special golden card appeared on the table in front of Zorn.
This is an invitation card to the Clover Club.
You can think of it as a club for transcendents, a place where transcendents exchange resources and information with each other. Clover Club. Zorn's heart stirred slightly, but he remained calm on the surface.
Clover Club. This was the most exclusive transcendent circle in Ogren City. There were many high-level transcendents among them.
There were even many powerful figures with real power.
A transcendent sequence like Zorn's was ordinary. His sequence level was ordinary. His identity was actually just that of an ordinary good citizen of Ogren City. He was basically not qualified to be invited into the Clover Club.
While Zorn was thinking, Mrs. Mabel continued to explain. There, you can make more transcendent friends, learn more transcendent knowledge, to enrich and strengthen yourself. Yesterday was truly a nightmare day. When your level is higher and your strength is stronger, you will be able to prevent those terrible nightmares from descending upon you.
Originally, Zorn was slightly worried. After Countess Mabel's explanation, Zorn was relieved.
She just thinks I'm a relatively strong fighter, and simply wants to win me over.
By the way, thanking me for lending a hand to her niece.
If I guessed correctly, she probably just passed by. It can be seen that she really dotes on her niece, otherwise she wouldn't have made this trip to thank me.
After all, no matter what, I'm just a fighter, a small-scale sequence that can't be put on the table. Zorn's thoughts turned quickly.
Although the other party didn't value him too much. But the golden card in front of him allowed Zorn to enter the Clover Club in advance, which was very beneficial to Zorn's development. It should be known that there were also good things in the Clover Club.
Thank you very much, Countess Mabel.
Seeing Zorn accept the golden card, Countess Mabel also stood up. Although I would like to stay a little longer and listen to you tell me how you bravely killed the Rat King.
But time doesn't allow it anymore, I still have to visit an important guest. Also, Mabel paused. Although the church and the authorities have always been relatively restrained towards transcendents like you who seek transcendent power on their own. But now, the situation in Ogren City is relatively chaotic. From the information I have learned, there is a terrible power brewing in the sewers. If you and some of your transcendent friends can eliminate some of the plague rats in the sewers, it will also be of some help to your own sequence. The Ogren City Hall also hopes that you will do so. Ogren City will remember your merits.
Zorn heard the implication in Mrs. Mabel's words. I have some rat-catcher friends, and during this time I will join hands with them to eliminate those damned plague rats.
Zorn said this,
entering the steam car, as the car started.
After leaving the fighter-s manor,
Mrs. Mabel lit a lady's cigarette, took a deep breath and exhaled a cloud of smoke.
What do you think?
She asked as she spoke.
Above her head, on the opposite side of the car roof, a reflected world clearly emerged. I can smell some evil power.
It may be because he has just been promoted to the second level.
Although he hides it very well, I still smelled it. It is a very weak evil power.
Also, his ring is a forbidden item.
The reflection gave her a response. She exhaled the smoke from her nostrils.
None of the guys who try to get transcendent power, master it, and survive are good people.
He killed the level 2 Rat King. Although it is likely that 2 people cooperated, it can still be seen that his strength is amazing. It is not a big deal for this kind of rare talent to master some special power. It would be strange if he didn't master some special means. You know that's not what I'm asking. He's a very interesting little guy. I think you can have more contact with him.
The person in the reflection slowly said.
Oh?
Mrs. Mabel was slightly surprised.
Why? Intuition. Intuition? Mrs. Mabel frowned slightly. The reflection's intuition has always been very accurate. She looked back through the car window. The manor that was still clearly visible just now. At this time, it had already been submerged in the depths of the shade of the trees. Gathering. Nice reflection.
Under the shade of the tree, Zorn watched the steam car carrying Mrs. Mabel away and rubbed his brow.
It's just a bit impolite, staring at me the whole time. Clearly, this is a reflection that hasn't been beaten down by supernatural powers. When it's been scorched by the terrifying gaze of the evil spirits, it will learn how to be polite and humble, and of course, courteous. According to the original trajectory, terrifying legends about evil spirits should start circulating in Oblin City. And the Transcendents will also become fearful of those evil spirits. Currently, although there are many evil spirits in Oblin City, the current trajectory seems to have changed somewhat.
Zorn took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, while also rubbing his brow involuntarily.
Someone is missing, someone who would use the power of the evil spirits to display the cataclysm and kick off the prelude. All the other evil spirits seem to be particularly low-key. In a little while, Zorn murmured silently in his heart. Bringing the terrifying power of the evil spirits onto the stage now is just courting death. When I can hide my true identity and not be spied on by those hidden existences. Then, it will be time to remind Oblin City of the fear of being dominated by evil spirits. That time node is coming soon.
Lost in thought, Zorn fiddled with the golden card in his hand. Some information about the Clover Club surfaced in his mind.
That is the beginning of the high endgame. I'm not qualified to go to the Clover Club yet, at least not until the rat plague is resolved and more black mist is leveraged, then I'll barely be qualified to go there in a low-key manner. After all, Duke Movoy is also a member of that club.
Lost in thought, Zorn's gaze crossed Goro Long Street, where carriages passed from time to time, and fell on the bushes across the street.
That was Zorn's entrance to the sewer. He would exterminate the rat swarm even if Mrs. Mabel didn't say so. Zorn couldn't miss the flesh and blood of the evil spirit knight. That was the key to an evil spirit cataclysm. It's just that the Forbidden Blood Source, this evil god organization, leveraged the forbidden blood of the double-ringed serpent. The power of the cataclysm was changing the underground tunnels. When it stabilizes, it will become the boundary between the dark world and reality. Although Zorn had leveled up to level 2, he still needed to prepare well. And only after the power of the cataclysm below becomes more stable can he go down to harvest more. Timing is very important when confronting a cataclysm. The next day, early morning. After enjoying breakfast, Zorn took a carriage to the border between the Mist District and the Bay District. After paying the 24 copper fees, he got out of the car and looked around. Carrying a gray monster suitcase, Zorn entered a secluded, shadowy alley.
Several minutes later, Zorn had completely changed his original appearance. His figure was slightly taller, and his shoulders were slightly broader. He was wearing a brownish-black windbreaker and a wide-brimmed brown woven hat, which covered most of his face. And his appearance had changed from that of a callow 16 or 17-year-old boy to that of an indifferent and lazy young man of 23 or 24. The supernatural item that changed his appearance was the witch mask. This was an unexpected gain for Zorn from Bishop Teresa.
The last time Zorn went to the monastery to buy some necessary ritual materials, he made a request to purchase a witch mask. For witches, making a witch mask is not difficult. And the witch mask is not too expensive, about 50 to 80 gold pounds. So Bishop Teresa gave Zorn one as a gift. By using the witch mask to change his appearance and then using Gang Chi to change his voice, he could more perfectly conceal his true identity. Transcendence gatherings are crowded and complicated, so you have to be cautious and careful. Following the dark and quiet alleyway, Zorn quickly found his target. He quietly pushed open an iron gate. "Good afternoon, sir."
A well-dressed middle-aged man in his early 40s, who was guarding the door, greeted Zorn in a calm tone. Zorn nodded slightly. The middle-aged man opened the downward-sloping stairwell for Zorn. Throughout the entire process, he only glanced at Zorn's suitcase and made no extra movements.
From Zorn's point of view, he was quite professional. Passing through the dark-shrouded passageway, a wide-open space suddenly appeared before him.
This was a relatively spacious area, similar to a castle basement.
Gas lamps were on the arched pillars, making the underground area relatively bright.
At this time, in this spacious basement area, there were many stalls laid out on the ground on both sides. Hand lamps emitted orange-yellow light, pressing down on stall cloths made of canvas or thick blankets.
The things sold on these seemingly simple stalls were not cheap. Just a few items would cost the average resident of Oberlin City a month's salary to buy. And those that were expensive, needless to say. Ritual materials, alchemical potions, special props, transcendent weapons, and so on. Most of the people who came here were like Zorn. The most uptack, new uptack, small uptack, say uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. Through masks, or simply some transcendent spells, to conceal their appearance.
While concealing their identities, they all carried monster suitcases of varying sizes in their hands. Compared to ordinary suitcases, the capacity of monster suitcases is 5 or 6 times greater than that of equivalent suitcases. With disguise, they looked no different from ordinary suitcases. Zorn thought for a moment, then began to look for the stallholders he needed.
Transcendence gather.
Some exchange information, some seek help, and most trade resources. Among them are many artificers who can forge many special props. Soon, Zorn found his target. For relatively delicate lanterns pressed down on the 4 corners of the white canvas. The stall was mainly filled with various gadgets and equipment. For example, eyeball hats, special watches, weapon canes, and other equipment with special uses. Behind the stall was a woman wearing an orange-yellow lady's top and brown summer gray trousers. She was wearing a lady's yarn hat, and you could barely make out that it was a fair face, but you couldn't see more details.
However, Zorn could roughly guess the other party's identity.
This young girl from a remote artisan town, named Lydia Daniel, has a certain probability of becoming a legendary artificer in the future. At this point in time, there are many important figures in Oberlin City in the future.
Do you accept custom equipment and props?
Zorn paused for a moment and asked.
Ah.
The other party was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting this young man to have such a request.
Can I ask, what kind of custom prop is it? She asked tentatively, obviously not wanting to miss such an opportunity.
The transcendents in Oberlin City don't seem to like the props she makes very much, which has meant that her income hasn't improved much for a long time. An invisibility cloak with the spirituality of a night rat from the Underdark and a Ratman crystal core as its core. I have materials for 3 spiritual Ratman crystal cores, and if possible, I would like to incorporate a spiritual Rat King crystal core into it.
If you can do it, the reward will be even higher. No problem.
After thinking for a moment, Lydia gave a very affirmative response. She needed this prop order to increase her reward. Otherwise, she would be kicked out by the landlord next month. In addition, I also need to forge a spiritual statue, also with the same 3 spiritual Ratman crystal cores, which shouldn't be a problem for you. Compared to the invisibility cloak, the latter is much less difficult. Lydia had no reason to refuse. Once she completes this transcendent prop, she won't have to worry about rent and daily expenses for a while. After agreeing on the time and place of the transaction, Zorn handed over the materials in his hand to this level 2 artificer. Zorn wasn't worried that Lydia Daniel, who came from an artisan town, would steal his things. First, this female artificer has a very good character. Secondly, he knows this artificer inside and out. After handing the things over to the other party, Zorn breathed a sigh of relief. The invisibility cloak can help Zorn move better. The spiritual statue made by the artificer can replace the simple spiritual statue constructed by Zorn so that the power of the authority can be better exerted. In this underground area, he waited for about half an hour. The crowd walked towards the end of the basement. This area is a temporary trading area. At the end of the basement, there is the real gathering place for transcendence. A spacious area resembling an underground church. Numerous gas lamps adorn the walls. Besides those, there are also some large murals that have suffered considerable damage. The basement area is inevitably damp. However, one can still discern the past glory of this place from these murals. Approximately 50 to 60 individuals are seated within the hall. The rustling sounds of hushed conversations are barely audible. Soon, a cloud of hazy gray shadow drifted from the corner of the podium to the center. Everyone's gaze turned towards that shadow. A humanoid figure, but entirely composed of shadow, emerged from it. Mr. Shadow. He is the initiator and manager of this supernatural gathering. His identity is shrouded in mystery, and few know his true self. Moreover, he possesses the extremely rare shadow sequence profession. After that shadow, intertwined with light and darkness, appeared. There were envious gazes among the crowd, as well as those filled with apprehension. The shadow sequence, that is an exceptionally rare sequence. Zorn mused secretly from a corner within the crowd. Within the circle of supernatural beings, a hierarchy of discrimination exists. Individuals like Mr. Shadow, with their rare and uncommon shadow sequence, undoubtedly stand at the apex of this hierarchy. Next are the spellcaster sequences, which also hold a higher position in the hierarchy, nearly on par with special elemental sequences. Then come alchemists, artificers, apothecaries, potion makers, and so on. Although their combat abilities may not be impressive, they are a more respected group. Supernatural beings of this type are actively courted by both official organizations and the church. Sequences at the bottom of the hierarchy of contempt include common sequences such as fighters, thieves, assassins, bards, and martial monks. Of course, the Evil Spirit Warlock sequence, a world-class boss template, is beyond the scope of discussion. No one can afford to look down on the Evil Spirit Warlock, who can bring fear to the entire continent. Any supernatural beings with needs can come on stage to state their requirements, or sell their items and goods. As per the usual rules, a fee of £5 is required. Without pleasantries or formalities, Mr. Shadow cut straight to the chase, his voice crisp and decisive, without any hesitation. Soon, several supernatural beings ascended the stage. Some sought to purchase items they needed, others sold what they believed to be valuable, and still others inquired about information. In the world of supernatural beings, the value of intelligence is often very high. At times, it can even be considered priceless. Zorn quietly waited for opportunities and valuable items within the crowd. However, valuable items arrived faster than Zorn had anticipated. A man wearing a coarse brown high-neck shirt and a pale gargoyle mask walked onto the stage, carrying a light yellow monster suitcase. Does anyone know the correct way to use the giant glutton's stomach? His voice was slightly hoarse, clearly not his original voice. Zorn, who had been immersed in a state of languidness within the crowd, felt a flicker of sharp light deep within his pupils the instant he heard the words, giant glutton stomach.
Giant glutton stomach, this is a rare and precious magical item. It's even better than the glutton's stomach. Some things that the glutton's stomach cannot digest can be digested by the giant glutton's stomach.
Different worlds and versions have their own unique treasures. Evidently, giant glutton stomach resources exist in this world. However, such resources are relatively scarce, and the methods of using them have long been lost. But for players, this is not a secret at all.
While Zorn was thinking, the man asked the question again twice.
Seeing that no one responded, the gargoyle-masked man shook his head, preparing to take his monster suitcase and leave the stage. Just then, a lazy, deep voice rang out from the crowd. I happen to know the correct way to use the giant glutton stomach, but you may not be able to afford the price. The man on stage straightened up abruptly, his eyes like torches, accurately locating the young man who had spoken within the crowd. After scrutinizing the lazy youth for a moment, the pale gargoyle-masked man pondered briefly before speaking.
A giant glutton stomach, can that afford your price? He really has it.
Zorn sat up straight and became slightly more serious.
How, to trade? After all, you may not believe the method I describe.
The gargoyle-masked man thought for a moment and looked at the Mr. Shadow on the side. The leader who can host and start the supernatural gathering must have means and abilities such as truth or identify truth.
Otherwise, this place will become a paradise for tricksters. I can host a truth meeting for you,
Mr. Shadow stated in a calm voice.
Soon. A small truth meeting was set up in the corner. The newest novels are first published on 6 Uptak 9 Uptak Book Uptak Bar Uptak.
Zorn and the pale gargoyle-masked man sat face to face on either side of a square table. One side lit a white candle.
Mr. Shadow stood there.
But the hazy candlelight penetrated his translucent shadowy body.
All right, we can begin.
As Mr. Shadow's voice faded, the gargoyle-masked man began to put pressure on Zorn.
He took out 3 semi-dried stomachs from the light yellow monster suitcase. The 3 semi-dried stomachs were not much different in color or size. Which one is the giant glutton stomach?
The pair of pupils under the pale gargoyle mask scrutinized Zorn, with sharp glints surging. Zorn pointed from left to right, saying in sequence. This one is the greedy one's stomach, this one is the glutton's stomach, and this one is the giant glutton's stomach.
I didn't expect you to have so many good things.
Seeing that Zorn had said everything correctly, the gargoyle-masked man felt a little relieved. At least, the lazy youth sitting in front of him did possess supernatural knowledge in this area. Then what is the correct way to use the giant glutton's stomach? The gargoyle-masked man leaned forward slightly, preparing to listen carefully. The giant glutton's stomach is a magical supernatural organ with a larger capacity and stronger digestive abilities than the glutton's stomach and the greedy one's stomach.
Zorn began to explain in a soothing voice. If you want to install the stomach,
first, you must constantly drink clear water, empty your stomach in advance, leave no food residue, and put yourself in a state of empty stomach hunger. Generally, it is best to use spiritually infused clear water. While emptying your stomach, wash the giant glutton's stomach clean and put it into boiling water to boil for at least 24 hours. The giant glutton's stomach has amazing contractility, and generally 24 hours is enough to reactivate it and then contract it to the size of a fist. However, even so, it is difficult to swallow easily.
Swallowing?
Zorn's words made the gargoyle-masked man and Mr. Shadow on the side slightly stunned.
Obviously, Zorn's explanation began to challenge their understanding. Yes, it needs to be swallowed.
At this time, snake transformation potion is needed to assist swallowing. Of course, if you are willing to spend more pounds to buy a more expensive and better snake swallowing potion, the effect will be even better. After drinking the snake transformation potion, it will take about 15 minutes to expand your esophagus, allowing you to directly swallow the shrunken giant glutton's stomach. Then wait for the glutton's stomach to eat your own stomach, and then merge.
Pain is unavoidable. In addition, prepare some food by your side. The giant glutton's stomach is very terrible. If you can't feed it in the first time, it will even make you hungry and lose your mind, gnawing off your own arm. Okay, this is the entire process of enjoying the delicious giant glutton stomach.
Zorn ended this small truth meeting in a humorous and interesting tone. Mr. Shadow on the side looked at Zorn, felt it carefully for a moment, and then looked at the gargoyle-masked man, nodding slightly. What he said is not false.
This sounds like an outrageous thing, but it's actually true.
The gargoyle-masked man's eyes twitched.
But fortunately, he got the information he needed. Sun King's golden skeleton, the Two's Truth Society, ended.
The gargoyle-masked man left in a hurry. Zorn obtained his share of the giant glutton's stomach and returned to his original spot. The exchange meeting for transcendence continued. Zorn, in the crowd, narrowed his eyes slightly.
Crucial intelligence information can often be sold for a considerable price.
And this time, a standard procedure for a regular giant glutton's stomach earned Zorn at least 1,200 plus pounds.
Yes.
This giant glutton's stomach is worth at least 1,200 plus pounds. If the powerful effects of the giant glutton stomach are gradually discovered, even 2,000 plus pounds might not be enough to buy it.
It can eat at least a week's worth of food in one meal. After raising it, eating 10 days worth of food in one meal is no problem. It's all about a good appetite.
In addition, it can actively control the digestion speed of food, greatly accelerating the efficiency of growth-type abilities. For the Yi Fighter sequence, it can additionally increase strength. For the Necromancer sequence, it can speed up the efficiency of obtaining life force from food. Apart from the tendency to eat itself when hungry, the giant glutton's stomach has almost no side effects.
Truly eats even itself when extremely hungry. The exchange meeting between Transcendents continued steadily. Transcendents constantly brought out good things.
If Zorn encountered something he needed, he would bid a little. Most items were worth hundreds or 300 to 500 pounds, and items worth thousands of pounds were very rare. Even so, Zorn spent 600 pounds to purchase 5 good materials he needed. As the exchange meeting continued and approached its end, Zorn did not see the item he remembered appear.
Could it be that I encountered that extremely low probability? Zorn, in the corner of the crowd, stroked the handle of his suitcase while quietly pondering. Although that good thing was likely to appear at the first Transcendent exchange meeting after the rat plague, there was also a very small chance that it wouldn't appear. Time passed by, and some Transcendents had even begun to leave.
At this moment, a man wearing a gray robe and a wooden carved mask walked onto the stage. He took out a slender ceramic jar about the height of an arm from his monster suitcase. The moment he saw the slender ceramic jar, Zorn's pupils narrowed slightly. It's here. The slender ceramic jar, about 2 feet tall, was covered with relatively dense and complex ancient words. Zorn, familiar with this knowledge, recognized at a glance that the ancient words were from the Kruger Highland Empire's funeral culture, expressing admiration and praise for great beings. And this was the good thing Zorn had been waiting for. Cough, cough, the man with the wooden carved mask coughed violently when he took out the slender ceramic jar. When he put the slender ceramic jar down, the coughing stopped. Everyone, this is a peculiar item that my friend discovered while exploring ancient underground tombs on the fog-shrouded highlands of Cheng'en. Touching it will cause severe coughing, and even wearing gloves will only reduce the effect of the cough. Putting it in a monster box will greatly improve the blocking effect. The thumb-carved mask man's explanation aroused the interest of many people. Is it a forbidden sealed item? The inquiry from the audience piqued everyone's curiosity. I don't know, because this ceramic jar, made of an unknown material, cannot be opened at all. Cannot be opened? The crowd's curiosity grew even stronger. The man explains seriously. I have used various methods, knocking, smashing, burning, and even throwing this ceramic jar off a cliff hundreds of meters high. But no matter what, this ceramic jar cannot be opened. Its magical property of causing coughing upon contact proves that it is extraordinary. If any friends don't believe me, you can come up and try. Soon, some Transcendents went up to try. Just as the carved mask man said, touching it would cause a violent cough. After everyone's verification, the carved mask man announced the price.
£500. When he announced this price, the entire exchange venue was silent, and for a moment, no one was willing to buy this strange item that caused coughing at this price. After all, no one knew if there was really an incredible forbidden sealed item inside. It might be some kind of terrible pollutant. Those who came here were all transcendents, and naturally understood the reasoning behind this. Even if there was a powerful forbidden sealed item, it would be futile if it couldn't be opened. After asking twice more, the carved masked man shook his head helplessly. If any friend is interested, you can make an offer. Zorn in the crowd waited for a moment, raised his hand, and his voice rang out faintly. £200. Before anyone else could react. Deal. The carved masked man immediately reached a deal with Zorn at an extremely fast speed. As if afraid that Zorn would regret it. Pulling down his hat, Zorn picked up his suitcase and walked towards the carved masked man who was walking off the stage. In the corner, Zorn paid £200 in banknotes. And got the slender ceramic jar in his hand. Sure enough, upon contact, an uncontrollable cough surged continuously. Zorn quickly stored it in the monster suitcase. After completing the transaction, the carved masked man turned and walked out of the venue. Zorn glanced at the crowd and also picked up his suitcase and walked outside. Now that this top-notch treasure was in hand, Zorn should leave this place. The newest novels are first published on Lugio Shuba. As Zorn left, the two people in the corner looked at each other and got up knowingly. Huff, in the underground passage, Zorn exhaled lightly as he moved forward. This time, he carried a full 6,800 pounds of magic gold. Mainly to prevent anyone from fighting him for this, Sun King's golden skeleton. After all, this treasure was a limited edition item, worth more than Zorn's last theft and sacrifice at the dock. As a result, nothing unexpected happened, and he easily obtained this, Sun King's golden skeleton, for £200. The Kruger Highland Empire, with its glorious ancient civilization, worshipped superiors, consorted with demons, and attempted to blaspheme the gods to establish a divine kingdom on earth, obtaining powerful strength and long life. In the end, when the Kruger Highland Empire was backlashed, they prayed to the gods, but what responded to them was the gaze and ravages of the evil gods. The terminal emperor, Sun King, in the false divine kingdom, digested the flesh and bones of the evil gods, fused the power of three superiors, and condensed his own golden sundae. He, who attempted to steal the power of the gods, eventually fell. But this terminal emperor was too powerful, and even after death, his bones were dismembered, sealed, and buried in various locations. And this sealed skeleton that Zorn held in his hand was one of them. The flesh and blood it devoured included a part of Lord Eugenius. And this was also the reason why Zorn could perfectly utilize this piece of skeleton. £200 to buy this, Sun King's golden skeleton. £600 to buy 5 good materials. Then there's the reward to be paid to the artisan, a total of about £240. In addition, I harvested the magical resource Giant Glutton's stomach with a piece of information. This time's harvest is quite rich. It's just, there's a little trouble. As he moved forward, Zorn had already left the transcendent gathering venue and entered the dark shadow alley. In front of Zorn, a hazy shadow loomed. Behind him, a burly warrior shrouded in darkness blocked Zorn's retreat. At the Transcendent Exchange meeting, the wealth Zorn displayed made some guys' hearts flutter. A level 2 assassin and a level 1 warrior. Both are relatively tricky sequences at low levels. If the environment and time allowed, Zorn wouldn't mind having a fight between men with them. To properly promote the adaptation and growth of the fighter sequence, and to stabilize the necromancer. But this was obviously not suitable. Zorn, who had long detected that there were enemies tracking him, had secretly condensed the necromancer's forbidden technique, Scythe of the End. As the Scythe of the End bloomed, were, like the refreshing waves of midsummer, rippling the shimmering lake surface. In the quiet summer alley, a formless and hidden wave suddenly rolled up. Zorn's figure loomed in the wind. The assassin, in stealth, accumulating power, and the Wu warrior, twisting his wrist. They felt something, and it was too late when they wanted to do something.
Chirp chirp in the wave of scythe blades, a crisp sound rang and fell, and the two fell and their bodies were separated. Their corpses and heads fell on the ground, sinking strangely, and then floated up again. The thick earth was like the surface of water, and the two corpses floated in it. The wall at this time was also like a shimmering water curtain, reflecting Zorn's blurred figure. As a world-class boss's forbidden technique, the strength of the scythe of the end was obviously very excessive.
Just casting it not only possessed extremely hidden scythe blade cutting. It could also guide a certain degree of End Burial Earth's influence on reality, burying the enemy.
The more powerful such forbidden spells were, the more they should be used frequently. While using it, deeply experience the transcendent spells, treat them as a part of yourself, so that you can promote the growth of transcendent spells. Using the effect of End Burial Earth to dispose of the corpses, Zorn waited for a moment at the intersection and stopped a carriage.
Go to Adolf Monastery.
Respected guest, that place, having been there several times, he already knew what the coachman was going to say.
Zorn simply took out a 5 silver dragon-denominated banknote from the assassin's black folding leather wallet and handed it over through the front window. When you come back, there will be the same reward.
Zorn's act of adding money made the coachman deeply realize his mistake, and he drove the carriage at the first time, and any hesitation for a second would be disrespectful to the silver dragon on the 5 silver dragon denomination. Darkness and reality once again, I arrived at the Adolf Monastery.
I don't know if Zorn's donation had an effect. Many parts of the monastery have been renovated. You can also see some masons working. The old building is showing new vitality. Zorn enjoyed a meal in the monastery and performed the midday prayer. Originally, Zorn just wanted to donate £500 and leave. As a result, Bishop Teresa met with Zorn and thanked Zorn again for his benevolence. Since Bishop Teresa took the initiative to meet with him,
Zorn talked to Bishop Teresa about the steam factory and the holy healing microlight reagent.
Preparing to open up sales channels in advance.
Zorn knows that witches have ways to sell resources on the black market.
As part of Teresa's assistant, Granny Spirit Witch is still active in the area of the extraordinary. Many extraordinary people go to Granny Spirit Witch to buy resources. When she heard Zorn's description of the holy healing microlight reagent being so amazing and the output not being weak, Bishop Teresa obviously realized something. With the increasingly fierce steam wave, those huge steel factories with roaring steam furnaces are gradually devouring the skills on which their witches depend for survival witch potions. Under the analysis of potion masters and alchemists, the essence of potions and magic potions is constantly being explored. And the output efficiency of a steam factory is unmatched by many witches. It takes many years to train a group of qualified witches who are proficient in alchemy potions. It takes a very short time to build a steam factory and train qualified workers. The times are abandoning their witches. Fortunately, they still have a chance to change. Being in Oakland City, Bishop Teresa seemed to have long felt the pressure of the steam industrialization wave. After listening to Zorn's narration, Bishop Teresa slowly asked, "Mr. Zorn, can I send some witches to work in your steam factory?" The other party's request made Zorn think slightly. Let the witches work in the steam factory. This is not a problem. Zorn is not worried about the witches stealing his potion formulas or anything. He can't use up his potion formulas at all. After all, he was once a holy potion master, and he has many top-level potion and magic potion formulas. Although witches will also be affected by some authority, that is only within the scope of corporate culture, which is a devotion and seriousness to work. It does not affect the witches' beliefs, nor will it turn Zorn and the witches into enemies. But letting them come into contact with the advanced steam industrialization potion production process and learn new potion knowledge. The roar of steam, and the gradually surging power of steam industrialization, will gradually penetrate into the witches' sequence, and then be transmitted to some deeper places through the witches as a medium. This will allow the existence of the witches' beliefs to recover in advance. However, combined with the current relatively turbulent steam wave and Zorn's need for the witches' sales channels, Zorn still nodded slightly. In any case, using authority to influence and using steam factories to exploit extraordinary people is more effective than ordinary people, and the participation of witches is more effective for Zorn.
After the rat plague incident, extraordinary people will slowly land on the stage of the continent. Witches working in factories is also an irreversible trend. On the issue of witches entering factories and potion sales,
the two talked until the afternoon prayer time before it ended.
There is no doubt that this was a win-win cooperation. Under Bishop Teresa's farewell, Zorn boarded the carriage. Soon, the mist surged and submerged the carriage in the depths of the fog. Before, when Zorn was just a fighter, he was not afraid of the lost ones wandering in the mist. Now, Zorn is already a level 2 evil spirit witch, and the resources and methods in his hands are gradually increasing. Now if he encounters a lost one, again, the unlucky lost one will only have the tragedy doubled. After carefully sorting it out in his mind, Zorn asked the coachman to go to the steam potion factory on the south side of Oblin City, or more precisely, the Korik Steam Potion Factory. Before, in the witch monastery, Zorn could feel that there seemed to be many more young witches in the monastery than before. Before long, witches will go to the steam potion factory for interviews. Zorn needs to say hello to Potion Master Vladimir in advance.
Crossing the entire Oblin City,
Zorn clearly felt that the rat plague was engraving the stigmata of pain and disaster in Oblin City.
Many public hospitals, private hospitals, and even some small clinics are overcrowded. Pollution from the sewers is raging throughout Oblin City. The rat plague is taking shape.
In Zorn's mind, several rat plague Qingshin potion with good efficacy and cheap price involuntarily appeared.
Although the rat plague Qingshin potion will soon be imitated by opponents after it appears.
But the time it takes for opponents to imitate is enough for the potion factory to make a fortune. At the same time, it can also contain the rat plague in the sewers, instead of raging in Oblin City. The prosperous Oblin City is Zorn's perfect development place. Oblin City, which is full of rats, will only lead to decline.
By the time I returned from the steam potion factory, it was completely dark.
At the gate of the manor, under the bright 2 gas lamps.
The latest novels are first published on 6-9 Books Bar.
Vanessa, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, would occasionally stand on tiptoe and stretch her head to scan the wide road. Whenever a carriage drove by, she would be ready to greet it. But when the carriage sped past, a little disappointment appeared on her increasingly delicate face. This was not the carriage that young Master Zorn was returning in.
"You've been waiting here for a long time."
A familiar voice sounded from the darkness outside the light.
"Ah! Young Master Zorn, you're back!" Vanessa exclaimed. She quickly walked over, her bright eyes full of joy. Zorn, carrying a monster suitcase, walked out of the darkness. He had been observing Vanessa in the darkness for a while. Vanessa, who was not affected by the authority, followed her usual trajectory and slipped into the vortex dominated by Zorn. And Zorn is also looking for a corresponding extraordinary gift for her. "Why didn't you take a carriage?" Vanessa asked curiously, looking at the street behind Zorn. "I got off on the street, thinking about some questions on the way,"
Zorn said slowly. Then he glanced at the brightly lit manor hall.
"Are there guests at home?"
"The rat catchers are here. They came when the sun went down, and they've been waiting for you for a long time."
Zorn nodded slightly and walked towards the hall. Zorn had already guessed Bevis's arrival.
They must have encountered trouble in the sewers. After inviting the 2 rat catchers, Bevis and young Isaac, to dinner together, the 3 began to discuss serious matters in the living room. Bevis, who was promoted to the 2nd level almost a month ago, has now stabilized the 2nd level sequence and is rapidly improving. The young rat catcher Isaac is also making rapid progress. Zorn estimates that in another month, this guy will be able to advance to the 2nd level. The talent of the future, legendary God Hunter, is not ordinary. But compared with Zorn, it is slightly inferior. But no matter what, this will be a period of rapid increase in the strength of rat catchers during the rat plague outbreak. Clearing his throat, rat catcher Bevis said slowly.
"Mr. Zorn, you must have seen the rat plague that has broken out recently."
The rat plague is raging in Oblin City, and the key to eliminating the raging rat plague is to eliminate the Rat King. Today, I and several rat catcher friends entered the sewers, wanting to explore the traces of the Rat King. However, some incredible and strange changes seem to have occurred in the current sewers. The torches that used to be able to illuminate the sewers can now only illuminate the area around us for 2 or 3 meters. Even if we increase the light of the torches, it is still the same.
Darkness seems unable to be dispelled. Speaking of this, Bevis's face sank. He seemed to have touched some bad memories. And darkness seems to have the ability to devour sound. As long as we pull away a certain distance, we cannot communicate through sound. This led to us losing a young ratcatcher today. Mr. Zorn, do you know the reason for the series of changes in the sewers? Sitting on the sofa, Zorn, after listening to Bevis's narration, thought for a while before slowly opening his mouth.
The junction of dark realm and reality in the sewers has already taken shape.
Snake, dark realm, reality, borderland.
Although Bevis didn't quite understand these new terms, he realized through a series of encounters in the sewers today that the sewers were becoming terrifying and frightening. And at this moment, Zorn's explanation of the nouns made him realize that he had found the right person. After clearing his thoughts slightly, Zorn slowly began to explain.
Do you know about the higher UPS?
Zorn's words caused a solemn expression to appear on the faces of Bevis and Isaac. Obviously they knew about them. In many legendary stories, there are many rumors about the higher UPS. For example, the unprecedentedly powerful ancient civilization established by the Krug Plateau Empire in the St. Gan Mist Highlands was related to 3 higher-ups.
Another example.
The St. Sman Empire, which is now rising at an astonishing speed, faintly shows traces of the higher UPS.
Higher-ups possess many incredible abilities. Most of them are intangible existences.
They cannot be touched, cannot be perceived, and no one knows what they look like. Except for a very, very small number of special existences, normal humans, even transcendents, cannot understand their existence and will. After the two digested it for a while, Zorn then slowly said. The reason why a terrible ecological environment where darkness and reality intersect appears deep in the sewers is because the forbidden blood of the terrible higher-up, twin-ringed serpent, is escaping within the sewers. Higher-up, twin-ringed serpent. Terrible forbidden blood. When the mystery buried in the depths of the terrifying darkness is revealed.
Bevis's mind trembled violently.
He naturally knew the story of the terrifying higher-up, twin-ringed serpent. He also knew the terrifying stories about the twin-ringed serpent. The twin-ringed serpent landed from the ocean hundreds of years ago, and overnight, the residents of several coastal towns were devoured. In the following 6 months, several small city-states were also contaminated. Under the contamination of the twin-ringed serpent, the mutated serpent folk were born, numbering in the thousands. They followed the invisible higher-up, twin-ringed serpent, and migrated north. To this day, in the mist-shrouded northern territory, there are still snake dens built by the serpent folk. Bevis is very clear about the traces of a mysterious organization in the depths of the Ogren city sewers, hunting rats and worshipping the twin-ringed serpent. But he did not expect that the terrifying higher-up, twin-ringed serpent, was sleeping under their feet. After the two digested this information for a while, Zorn then slowly continued to explain. If I guessed correctly, the Forbidden Bloodline, this crazy heretical god organization, on June 6, the day the rat plague broke out, leveraged the forbidden blood of the higher-up, twin-ringed serpent.
Forbidden blood is more terrifying than imagined.
Originally, the sewers were immersed in the depths of darkness, and when the forbidden blood contaminated the darkness inside, the dark realm slowly infiltrated and invaded. Now, the sewers have become a borderland between the dark realm and reality. It has a certain strange power of the dark realm. Because of this, torches cannot illuminate deeper places, and darkness will devour our voices even more. And the spread of forbidden blood has caused curses and pollution to spread. A terrible and strange environment has also taken shape. Now, the sewers are like they are alive, devouring the humans and transcendents who enter them. The content described by Zorn is the information obtained after the transcendents continuously explored, decrypted, and conquered the underground, and it is information that can be disclosed. And this is also the tip of the iceberg of the secrets and terrifying existences that transcendents are gradually coming into contact with in the transcendent world. At this time, the shock that Zorn gave to Bevis by explaining it can be imagined. After a long time, Bevis looked at Zorn, and in the depths of his pupils, there was not only awe but also fear, and he opened his hoarse voice.
Then, how should we solve the trouble in this? Hearing this, Zorn smiled lightly. This is not a problem that can be solved by a few simple people.
It requires the intervention of Ogren City and the power of the church to have the hope of extinguishing this disaster. But we can contribute our own strength.
In his thoughts, Zorn began to explain the coping methods for the current strange ecological environment of the dark borderland in the sewers. And this is the key to entering the sewers. First of all, the fire will be rejected by the darkness. The more fiercely the fire burns, the more it will be suppressed by the viscous darkness. In the dark realm, light is not allowed to pass. Perhaps you can go to Granny Spirit Witch to see if there are any potions for dark vision. Or wear props such as eyeball necklaces with dark vision. In this way, you can walk in the dark. Zorn's suggestion was quickly noted down by Bevis. This is all key information for entering the sewers again. Secondly, the green miasma inside is easy to be contaminated even by transcendence.
The most uptack new uptack small uptack set uptack is uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack release.
You need to carry corresponding detoxification potions. Granny Spirit Witch should also have them. By the way, if transcendent residents are poisoned, they can also use similar potions to detoxify, and the effect should be good. Today, Zorn went to the witch convent and the steam potion factory. The process of manufacturing and selling detoxification potions has been opened up.
That detoxification potion is not difficult, and it is estimated that the potion master, Vladimir, can master it tonight and figure out the steam industrial production process. Tomorrow, or at most the day after tomorrow, Granny Spirit Witch will have batches of detoxification potions, and the price is not expensive, cheap and affordable.
To this end,
Zorn also gave Vladimir 2,000 gold pounds to purchase potion materials in this area. This is enough for the newly established steam factory to earn the first pot of gold.
Zorn's explanation undoubtedly pointed out the direction for Bevis.
Faced with the terrible darkness, he once again raised the courage to fight against it. Terrible disaster rats are raging, and as a rat catcher, he must kill them. This is his duty, and it is also the destiny of his inheritance of the rat catcher sequence.
Lord Zorn, are you willing to act with us?
We have a large number of rat catchers who can curb the rat tide and find the location of the Rat King. After harvesting enough intelligence and information from Zorn, the rat catcher Bevis invited Zorn. There is no doubt that it is safer to act with the rat catchers. It can even be said that this is a shortcut to clear the level. The rat catchers are the group that runs through the entire rat plague event. And Isaac, the young rat catcher who grew up in this event, is even more favored by fate.
Thank you very much for your invitation, Mr. Bevis.
Zorn smiled lightly.
But you should also feel that I have just been promoted to the second level, and I need a period of time to settle my sequence and level.
This statement is naturally Zorn's excuse. Now is not the time to cooperate with the rat catchers. He just got the giant glutton stomach, the Sun King golden skeleton, and the transcendent props that are being made are waiting for him. He needs a period of time to digest these resources.
Bevis's face showed a few regrets. He knows Zorn's strength very well. That is a man who can face the Rat King head-on. If there could be such a thigh in the team, their team would be stronger and more powerful. You can play a greater role in this rat plague and harvest more at the same time. At present, the rat catcher group in Ogren City is more than just them. Moreover, as the outbreak of the rat plague in Ogren City was reported and became the headline of the Holy Relic continent,
more and more rat catchers are taking steam trains to Ogren City.
Although we cannot act together now, it will not be long before I believe our opportunity to cooperate will come. Zorn stood up and said seriously.
Cooperation with the rat catchers is inevitable. After all, only they can find the Rat King's final nest. More precisely, it is the route of the rat catcher Isaac. Now that the relationship is taken care of, Zorn can directly join the rat catcher team in the future, harvesting and devouring the Rat King. Hearing this, the rat catcher Bevis also nodded slightly.
I hope that moment will come sooner. skeleton deep within the silent and gloomy basement. The strange, misty miasma that had been raging in the basement a few days ago was cleared away as Zorn transplanted some potted blue fluorescent moss from the underground. The green, hazy miasma was completely cleared, and the air was exceptionally fresh. Zorn didn't tell anyone about the little-known fact that blue-silver moss could clear toxins and miasma.
Once this news gets out, the blue fluorescent moss in the sewers will be scavenged by those unscrupulous rat catchers. By then, even if the rat plague is resolved,
before the blue fluorescent moss recovers,
the miasma with pollution and toxins underground will be difficult to dissipate, which will cause the rat plague to repeatedly break out in Ogren City. Inside the boiling boiler in the basement, a strange sound of extreme hunger is being emitted. Glug, gle, gle, glug, gle, gle, the giant devourer's stomach is being boiled within. After emptying the stomach for a few days, Zorn can finally complete the hardware installation of the giant devourer's stomach. However, the installation of the giant devourer's stomach is only secondary today. The main thing is the unsealing and utilization of the Sun King's golden skeleton.
In the corner,
on the black ritual platform, the three valuable materials that Zorn purchased earlier are quietly placed.
From left to right, they are a golden Wolf King Fong dagger, old ruins silver powder from the St. Gan Mist Plateau,
fire heartwood from the Witch Tribe's magical. These are all rare items, each worth around 100 gold pounds. Zorn is also making a huge investment in order to digest the Sun King's golden skeleton. The 3 candles on the 3 candlestick are burning, illuminating Zorn's calm face. Glancing at the Sun King's golden skeleton, placed aside, Zorn focused his gaze on the ritual platform in front of him. Zorn naturally knows the incantation to unseal the Sun King's golden skeleton. Although it is a remnant, it still contains the power of a high-ranking being and the power of a terrifying evil god. However, without using his own great power, it is very difficult for Zorn to use it silently, and there is even a possibility of failure.
He might even blow up the entire manor into ruins.
So, Zorn intends to summon himself. Initially, Zorn anchored his own anchor point in the hidden sourceland and began to pry the black mist of the disaster sourceland for cover. Therefore, even if he guides and uses his own great power in the form of a summoning now, it will not be seen by those terrifying guys. And the original Zorn Crick anchored himself in the disaster sourceland, and scrupulously displaying his great power, casting disasters at every turn, blood sacrificing an entire city-state, and taking the souls of an entire town's residents. Blood sacrifice is great for a while, but the crematorium is afterwards. Everything he did was seen by those hidden and cunning existences. Basically, they were chasing after him, stepping on his tail.
And the current Zorn Crick
anchors himself in the hidden sourceland, slowly prying the power of the disaster sourceland. When the spiritual field of the disaster sourceland takes shape, after perfectly concealing himself, when the terrifying evil spirit wizard slaughters the church and blood sacrifices the church's extraordinary team, no one will know his true whereabouts. Previously, Zorn had leveraged a lot of the power of the black mist in the disaster environment deep in the sewers using ritual traps. Now, Zorn can already use summoning to exert his great power.
Moreover, there is no need to worry about being discovered by anyone. Taking a deep breath, Zorn used the ancient Maya language, his voice low and deep. Great Lord of the Holy Witch, you are the seer who sees the future. You are the lighthouse that never goes out. You are the witness to immortal miracles. The world's poem will be rewritten in your hands. The wheels of history will be rotated and carved at your fingertips. I pray for your coming. As Zorn finished reciting the spell tailored for himself, above the altar, the viscous, misty black mist flowed in rapidly like night, covering the roof, as if a dark and deep night sky had descended. In the depths of the black mist, a cold and stern, great silhouette faintly emerged. That is Zorn in the hidden source land. His real self. The anchor point of the hidden source land. And the origin of the disaster source land. The Trinity, this is all of the evil spirit wizard, Zorn Crick. With the completion of the summoning. In Zorn's vision, he saw himself in a low and dim secret room.
When the real him looked up at the depths of the hidden black mist, he and himself made eye contact. A strange feeling. He smiled slightly, then retracted his gaze. The him in the hidden source land tapped lightly. In the basement, the viscous black mist was quickly reshaped. Soon, the four walls, floor, and ceiling were all shrouded in a curtain condensed from black mist. With the blessing of great power, there is no need to fear what waves the Sun King's golden skeleton will make. Cough cough cough, the most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. He coughed and took out the ceramic jar from the monster suitcase. After placing the ceramic jar properly, after Zorn combed through the spell in his mind, he then slowly chanted it in the Tias language. This Sun King, who worships the sun, is eager for everything great, and regards it as the standard. He has a crazy obsession and pursuit for the so-called language of God, ancient Tias. Even after death, he will only be unsealed in the incantation of ancient Tias. When Zorn finished chanting the unsealing incantation, crack crack crack, the ceramic jar quickly cracked. A substantial golden light flowed out along the cracks. Then the sealed ceramic jar quickly weathered. The vast golden light rushed out like a flood. The entire secret room was filled with a golden ocean. If it weren't for the dark curtain blocking it, the golden light would probably flow directly onto the streets outside. Zorn only felt a golden sun rising in front of his eyes. He even saw that brilliant golden figure, sitting high on the throne cast by gold, solemnly scrutinizing himself. Kneel down, you damn slave. It was as if a scolding heat wave was coming. Everything around was rapidly heating up. If this continues, Zorn will probably be cooked. At the same time, Zorn made his move. The him in the hidden source land slapped down hard. Boom! The palm across dimensions, carrying infinite great power, fell heavily. The figure on the golden throne was directly knocked off the throne. Clang, dang, dang, it was as if a rib cast from gold fell on the floor of the secret room, making a metallic sound. When the golden streamer wanted to surge out again, it was another blow from the hidden source land, heavily hitting the Sun King's golden skeleton. The golden light and the remaining will seem to be scattered. But the golden light still wanted to condense. But at this time, there is no need to mobilize the power of the hidden source land anymore. Zorn himself can clean up this collapsing Sun King's golden skeleton. Life drain, Zorn used his extraordinary ability. After all, the Sun King, once assimilated the flesh and blood remains of Ergunis. The spiritual origin here can be said to have some homologous characteristics with Zorn, and can be directly and efficiently absorbed and digested. This is the most perfect food for the evil spirit wizard. Gurgle gurgle gurgle, in the efficient extraction. Zorn could feel that his sequence experience was rapidly increasing. 6%, 8%, 10%. Evil Spirit Warlock, World-Class Boss, Special Template, Level 2, 36%. Evil Spirit Spirituality, you can devour all spirits with pain, distortion, fear, despair, deformity, and death, and use them as food. Immortal Divinity, Unknown Talents Last Moments Rebirth, SSS rank after death, you can be resurrected in your last moments, 5 out of 5. Evil Spirit Authority, SSS rank you can grasp the origin of spirituality and reshape it. Skills Life Drain, LV0, 56%. Forbidden Weaving, LV0, 24%. Doom Orb, LV0, 16%. Scythe of Annihilation, Forbidden Art LV0, 4%. In a dark and silent chamber, Zorn quietly examined his attribute panel. The level 2 sequence experience surged from 5% to 36%, a rapid increase as if riding an elevator. And this is only the value of the spiritual resources contained in the Sun King's golden skeleton, and it is the aspect with relatively low value. More value lies in the golden skeleton itself. I still have some sacrifices in the hidden source. This time, digesting the golden skeleton has increased so much. Adding the resources from the hidden source and the daily supply from the steam factory, if I finish digesting them, I feel like I can reach about 80% to 90% of the sequence experience.
It's not too far from level 3. Gather resources as soon as possible. This is much faster than leveling up slowly by myself. If Zorn doesn't act, the trajectory and plot of the world will not change. Then Zorn wouldn't mind leveling up slowly and staging a story of the evil god of Shirley Slope. Unfortunately, the steam is roaring, the evil spirits are acting, and the church will investigate step by step. The world doesn't revolve around Zorn, and he can't afford to slow down. Slowly gathering his mind. At this time, the ritual has not ended. Zorn is carefully feeling the gaze from the stars. However, there is none. No discerning gaze swept over at all. Puff, after a long time, Zorn let out a long breath. Unknowingly, I have leveraged enough power of the black mist. Using rituals to exert power, I won't be discovered at all under the cover of the black mist. Now Ogren City is in the midst of disaster. Whether it's the power of the church, the rulers of Ogren City, or the members of those evil spirit organizations, they are all watching in the dark. If I use the power of the evil spirits and they find out, there will inevitably be scrutiny. Fortunately, no one has noticed. Zorn's gaze returned to the Sun King's golden skeleton, which was of great value. Zorn only extracted the spiritual essence. The value of the other parts is far higher than this small amount of spiritual essence. Putting it into the disaster source can construct my own small golden throne to a certain extent. The Sun King especially likes to sit high on a towering throne, overlooking everything. Collecting his bones to build my throne, he must be very happy in heaven. In his thoughts, Zorn sent the golden skeleton to the disaster source through the ritual. If Zorn had done this before, he would definitely have been discovered. After all, the disaster source is a common ground for many evil spirits. But now Zorn already has a not weak power of the black mist, and has his own small area that is not spied on by others. Putting this golden skeleton into resources into it, no one will know. Even if they know, Zorn doesn't need to worry. Other evil spirits cannot enter the area of the black mist he controls. Ending the ritual, the viscous black mist slowly dissipated. Zorn also felt that a part of his trinity had returned to the hidden source, continuing to hide. His spiritual will also return to his real self. With the golden skeleton throne as the core, as the second anchor point, the speed of digesting the black mist will be faster. Next, Zorn took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. That is to find the lair of the evil god organization Forbidden Blood Source in Ogren City. The evil god organization Forbidden Blood Source built an altar in a hidden place deep in the sewer to promote the ritual process. In this process, they absorbed the forbidden blood of the superior double-ringed serpent and polluted the sewer environment to expand the harm of the rat plague. They want to grow bigger and stronger and create brilliance again. According to Zorn's understanding, these forbidden bloods that have been absorbed by the double-ringed serpent will not be stored deep in the sewer. Instead, it will be stored in the secret stronghold of the Forbidden Blood Source in Ogren City. Finding this secret stronghold, you can find a way to steal or the forbidden blood extracted by the Forbidden Blood Source. These forbidden bloods are all top-notch resources. It can help Zorn unlock some special methods. However, the lair of the Forbidden Blood Source is not easy to find. Zorn rubbed his eyebrows. In different versions, the lairs and strongholds of many organizations are also different. Zorn can't turn the entire Ogren City upside down. However, he still has some clues. If he uses them well, he can completely follow the clues to find the nest of the Forbidden Blood Source in Ogren City. After sorting out the follow-up ideas, Zorn looked at the giant glutton's stomach pouch that was still being burned in the hot boiler not far away. Before, the stomach pouch, which kept making dull hunger sounds of glug-glug. The most uptack new uptack small uptack set uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. At this time, it no longer made a sound, and honestly rolled up and down in the pot. Zorn deliberately put this stomach pouch in this underground secret room to boil. In this way, whether it is releasing the scorching power of the Sun King's golden skeleton, or when his true self descends, the deterrence at the spiritual level can make this giant glutton's stomach pouch more honest, and steadily integrate with Zorn, instead of making any troubles.
According to the established process, Zorn, who had emptied the stomach pouch, took out the giant glutton's stomach pouch to cool down, and drank the snake swallowing potion he bought from the witch bishop. After digesting for more than 10 minutes, when the effect of the potion began to maximize,
Zorn directly swallowed the giant glutton's stomach pouch.
Soon, there was a severe pain in the stomach pouch.
Accompanied by coughing, blood was constantly coughed out. This kind of pain lasted for about half an hour. As the pain disappeared, the feeling of hunger began to gradually emerge. Coming to the food shelf that had been prepared, Zorn began to eat. Mainly biscuits and pastries, with fresh cream cakes, and some braised meat. Of course, the wine that is easiest to fill the stomach pouch is also indispensable. 2 small buckets of clear water, and 2 small buckets of fruit wine with a lighter taste, are placed in the corner. These wines alone are enough to fill the glutton's stomach pouch. With food and wine, Zorn quickly ate, and a warm feeling spread in the stomach pouch. The body, which had been hungry for 3 days and was a little weak, quickly regained strength, and even made Zorn feel energetic. In the dark and silent underground secret room. Huff, breath, sitting down quietly, a part of the viscous and strange black mist quietly infiltrated from the surrounding walls and slowly merged into Zorn's body. For a time, Zorn's perception clearly appeared in the trap ritual in the sewer. With the golden skeleton, my perception of the trap ritual area has greatly improved. At the same time, using this stable anchor point, I can easily mobilize a lot of the power of the black mist. During this time, that evil spirit knight has appeared near the trap ritual 3 times. He seems to feel that there is a secret ritual buried there by me, or is attracted by the thin black mist. But the evil spirit knight is not good at spiritual insight, and he doesn't have much knowledge in the field of transcendence. Although there are some scattered feelings, there is no substantial discovery. The second time he arrived there was the day before the rat plague broke out. The evil spirit knight had already advanced to level 3. The day before yesterday was his 3rd arrival. He was contaminated and suffered heavy injuries. He wandered in that area for a long time. It seems he is waiting for his uncle. According to the agreed time, his uncle should meet him in the next few days. If he doesn't come, his uncle is probably dead. If he comes, you can follow his uncle's clues to find the forbidden blood source nest stronghold. In the next few days, while Zorn was adapting to the giant glutton's stomach pouch, he was also leveraging more black mist from the disaster source at a faster speed. Faced with the threat of the rat plague, Ogren City finally began to strike hard. Thanks to the help of mysterious people, an effective method of restraint in the dark world sewer boundary quickly spread among the rat catchers. Don't try to fight the darkness with torches, it will only attract the backlash of the darkness. Using dark vision may have good results. The detoxification potions that have appeared on the market one after another are very effective against sewer miasma. This once caused those detoxification potions to sell out. With a way to deal with it. Official transcendents also began to enter the sewer one after another, exterminating the rat swarms that brought disaster to Ogren City. Every day, Zorn would digest the sacrifices and use the trap ritual as an anchor point to feel the situation in the sewer. This day, he finally waited for the opportunity. The clue, he came himself. Is so sweet. The dimly lit and silent underground corridor. Ka la, se, a bizarre murmur, like a deep dream, echoed in the depths of the darkness. Silence, darkness, death. These were the main colors of this corridor, or rather, the entire sewer world. Blue fluorescent moss bloomed with a faint light in the greenish sewer miasma, preserving the last touch of color in this dead and boring world. In the depths of a corner, the boundary between the dark world and reality. With a slight ripple of a cloud of misty, viscous black fog. Zorn, wearing a brown linen coat and a brown felt hat, appeared silently in the depths of the sewer. Just now, Zorn sensed someone's arrival through the trap ritual anchor point here. He used the anchor point here to build a bridge through the power of the black fog and arrived here. With the Sun King Golden Skeleton as a powerful anchor point, Zorn could better mobilize the power of the black fog and achieve a certain distance of bridging teleportation. Zorn, hidden in the darkness, raised his head and looked into the depths of the darkness. Although there was interference from the dark world,
The evil spirit warlock was an evil god's head in wool that had been lost in the darkness for who knows how many years, and was born with a strong dark vision.
At this moment,
wearing a black dress, a bowler hat, and dressed quite meticulously, the Tier 3 Dreamweaver was quietly standing in the darkness, summoning the evil spirit knight, Butch, who had been wandering here some time ago, through the dream he wove.
Morrison. Zorn still remembered his name. Just as Zorn was about to mobilize his evil energy to cast an evil spirit spell to sneak attack the other party, the darkness suddenly became agitated. Dawn! 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 The sewer seemed like a drum being struck heavily.
The whole world was trembling slightly. The black sewage bloomed with strange ripples. An eerie and bloody aura suddenly intruded into Zorn's perception, and the darkness was forcibly squeezed away at this moment. The moment he felt this terrifying and powerful aura, a slight smile appeared on the corner of Zorn's mouth, and he also pinched the forbidden technique in his hand.
Well done, Butch.
It looks like the blood source lower 1 Rat King Knight is about to be born in your hands. A few days ago, Zorn noticed that this evil spirit knight was seriously injured. He wasn't sure if this guy could survive the fight with the other Rat Kings.
Now it seems that this guy is about to make a comeback.
The blood source lower 1 Rat King Knight is about to be born.
Huff, huff, heavy breathing caused the air to vibrate.
At this time, the evil spirit knight, Butch, no longer looked like a human. Beneath him was a giant rat-like body made up of bloody flesh and bones that was 4 to 5 meters long, with flesh and hair constantly wriggling. He sat, or rather, his lower body was fused into this mass of huge Rat King bones and flesh. It found its Rat King mount and merged with it. Lances woven from a large number of bones were inserted into the surrounding flesh and bones. Looking at the huge monster in front of him, a combination of human and rat.
Butch!
The Dreamweaver Morrison's heart trembled, and he opened his mouth with a hoarse voice.
Morrison uncle.
I am so hungry, I am so hungry. Butch's voice came from the rat's mouth at the front end of the Rat King Knight. As he spoke, drip, drip, saliva couldn't help but flow from the corner of his mouth, falling heavily to the ground. Eyes like blood-colored lanterns in the darkness were filled with a desire and greed for food.
Morrison, his face ashen, took 2 steps back.
He had already realized that coming to Butch now was a huge mistake.
Morrison uncle. I have been waiting for you here for a long, long time. I almost forgot about you. I am so hungry. Morrison uncle, did you bring me something to eat?
Looking at the approaching monster Butch, Morrison stretched out his palm and desperately released the power of the Dreamweaver's dream sleep.
Butch, you haven't slept for a long, long time. Now, you need to have a good sleep.
The moment Morrison's palm touched the Rat King's head of the monster Butch.
Ah!
A high-pitched scream suddenly sounded.
Morrison was screaming. Immediately afterwards.
Crack, the scream stopped abruptly. Then there was the rustling sound of gnawing flesh.
And eerie laughter was also mixed in. Morrison uncle, your flesh is so sweet. In the depths of the darkness, Zorn, wrapped in black mist, approached silently.
Evil spirit creatures have a strong immunity to mental spells and control. Even a Tier 5 Dreamweaver cannot make a Tier 3, blood source lower 1 Rat King Knight, who is about to take shape, fall asleep. A Tier 3 Dreamweaver trying to appease the other party will only invite death. Woo! A surge of wind suddenly surged in the darkness, carrying the sharpness of the forbidden technique's scythe blade.
Chie!
The upper part of the evil spirit knight Butch, who was enjoying his uncle, was directly cut off and thrown away.
Ah! A miserable wail suddenly exploded.
The furious Butch launched a night charge towards the attacker in the darkness.
Dawn! Dawn! Dawn!
Every step he took, the earth trembled.
But this time it was different.
During the charge, Butch's huge body kept sinking into the ground, as if he was stepping on a swamp.
The forbidden technique, Scythe of the End, affects reality, and the resulting end soil will bury the enemy.
Even so, Butch still charged towards Zorn like a mountain.
Zorn quickly threw out an annihilation orb. With a boom,
The explosion of the annihilation orb tore apart the fur and flesh of the Rat King Knight Butch, and even blew away a part of the flesh, causing the Rat King Knight Butch to feel pain, but it couldn't stop him from moving forward. Zorn moved, and the agility of the fighter's steps was fully displayed as he quickly dodged to the side.
Boom, rumble, the Rat King Knight Butch's huge charge smashed open a wall behind Zorn.
Zorn had just created some distance. Swish! Swish! 2 streaks of bone spears were poured towards Zorn by the Rat King Butch using the throw skill.
Zorn, who had already anticipated this move, directly hid behind an arch pillar in the corridor. Clang! Clang!
The thrown bone spears were heavily in the arch pillar. The ends of the spears trembled in the air. At the same time, he threw several annihilation orbs into the wall hole that the Rat King Knight Butch had smashed through.
Boom boom boom.
The orbs exploded, causing some damage, but obviously not much. Although the Evil Spirit Warlock is the first world-class boss, it still has the drawbacks of a caster. The first few levels are not strong enough to directly take away other bosses with a forbidden spell. Under the cover of the explosion's fluctuations, Zorn quickly moved his position, hid in the dark corner again, and began to charge up the forbidden technique, side of the end.
Huff, huff, carrying a heavy breathing sound.
The Rat King Knight Butch slowly walked out of the wall hole that had been smashed open. He tentatively stepped on the ground in front of him, solid and hard, no longer the strange muddy road surface from before. If it hadn't been for the strange situation just now that limited his speed, he could definitely have caught up with that damn attacker. At the same time, the top part of Butch that Zorn had cut off before had quickly grown out under the wriggling and flowing of flesh.
Damn attacker, who are you? The Rat King Knight Butch, lying in the darkness and patrolling his surroundings, asked in a low voice.
Zorn spread out his palm, and black mist quietly surged out and penetrated into the wall.
Oh! Dear Butch, don't you know who I am?
A hidden sound wave spread throughout the space, and the sound came from all directions. In his thoughts, the Rat King Knight Butch was suddenly overjoyed.
You are a part of us. No wonder I felt the same aura and smell on you.
Lord Aegunus's flesh, saying that, the Rat King Knight Butch stretched out his tongue and licked his fangs and lips. His voice began to tremble and be excited.
That's really too delicious. So I want to eat you even more. At the same time as the roar exploded. Dawn! Dawn! Dawn!
Butch launched another charge. The earth was being struck like a war drum, and the sound echoed in the darkness. He slammed hard into a wall. Just now he had sniffed out that guy was hiding behind this wall.
Pang! A palpitating collision sound followed.
The entire huge body of the Rat King Knight Butch was almost completely on the wall, like a wall of flesh.
Under the lure of Zorn using black mist as bait,
the Rat King Knight Butch crashed not into the wall, but into the thick barrier of the sewer. The violent collision of the night charge caused the Rat King Knight Butch's huge body to wriggle and rebound, almost fainting.
Woo! The wind of the forbidden technique struck again, like the wailing of a ghost. Shie! Shie! Shie!
The forbidden technique's scythe blade kept cutting open the Rat King Knight Butch's flesh and bones. Viscous and stinky blood gushed out like a spring.
Ah! The giant beast's angry roar spread and rippled along the passage. Origin! Eaten by half of Zorn's forbidden technique, scythe of the end's cutting power.
The Rat King Knight seemed to be soaked in blood. Large pieces of flesh kept falling off. Amidst wails, the Rat King Knight's body rapidly expanded with a bizarre power that combined the evil energy and the forbidden blood. The Rat King's head below suddenly sucked in the surrounding area. Those bizarre flesh pieces that had fallen on the ground, still wriggling and climbing, trying to return to the main body, quickly melted into a blood mist. Gurgle, gurgle, the Rat King Knight's entire body seemed to be boiling, constantly bubbling. A layer of bizarre blood-colored scales vaguely emerged. Clang, 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 Zorn's attack from the latter half of the forbidden technique side of the end was completely blocked by these bizarre blood-colored scales.
Double serpent scale armor? Zorn's pupils slightly narrowed. The more you use it, the more you will sink into the forbidden blood in madness. But that's fine too. The more blood of the double serpent you draw, the more I'll be able to extract later.
Huff. Huff, the Rat King Nightbutch, panting heavily, surveyed the surrounding darkness. He sensed the danger of death. If he continued to entangle with that damned attacker here, he would be the only one to die. He had never been so embarrassed, even when facing those golden Rat Kings.
Cowardly and cunning spellcaster. Butch cursed fiercely.
I need to absorb more forbidden blood, I need to devour more Rat Kings, I feel like I'm still missing a lot.
He thirstily and greedily wanted to gain more. He glanced at his uncle's corpse not far away. Although he was a little reluctant to part with his uncle's taste, he had to abandon it. Go! Thump! 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 Like a war drum.
The Rat King Nightbutch, while carrying the bone spear and holding up the forbidden shield, quickly fled along the passage he came from. A strange roar and hiss.
Like a fierce collision deep in the heart. Rhythmic drumbeats with the darkness as the drum surface penetrated the dark realm and transmitted to deeper depths. This further deepened the fear of the rat catchers and official transcendence in the darkness. When the Rat King Nightbutch had completely disappeared, Zorn then walked out of the corner. If he could kill the Rat King Nightbutch, Zorn wouldn't mind directly altering the original trajectory here. But judging from the fact that the Rat King Nightbutch could mobilize the power of the forbidden blood, Zorn really might not be able to kill him. After all, that guy was also a Netherworld Knight, also a stage boss sequence. Since he wasn't sure, he would follow the established trajectory. Anyway, he had already figured out the location of the final nest, just waiting to pick up the scraps. Coming to the side,
Zorn dragged Butch's upper body, which he had cut off earlier, out of the corner. Although this large piece of flesh and blood wreckage had begun to dissolve, Zorn still collected 2 small bottles of blood from it. Enough for sacrificing and anchoring coordinates.
After collecting the blood,
Zorn came to the side of the 3rd-level Dreamweaver who had died tragically. A 3rd-level Dreamweaver was already not weak, with plenty of room to play. Unfortunately, he was not good at head-on confrontation, and he was facing the stage boss Bloodborne Lower 1 Rat King Knight who was best at head-on confrontation, so the end was naturally extremely miserable.
He died instantly in one encounter and became the Rat King's dinner. Although that unlucky uncle was already dead. But for the Netherworld Warlock, the dead were often easier to talk to.
Looking at the flesh and blood wreckage that had been torn to pieces, Zorn said in a low voice.
Are you coming out yourself, or am I going to drag you out?
Dreamweavers could mobilize human dreams and travel through them, and were also leaders in the control of spirituality. But in front of the Netherworld Warlock, they were all food. After a while, a hazy and transparent undead soul emitting a slight luster floated out of the wreckage corpse. The way he looked at Zorn was full of fear, and his tone was even more humble and respectful.
Greetings, Honorable Saint Warlock.
Hee, Zorn smiled softly.
Shouldn't you call me a damned Netherworld Warlock? His laughter made the newborn undead soul tremble even more in fear. Where is the forbidden blood source's stronghold in Oblin City?
After looking at the Dreamweaver's undead soul for a moment, he asked slowly.
I don't know.
The undead soul shook his head after thinking for a moment. Zorn frowned upon hearing this. What this guy said was true.
The Netherworld Warlock's evil warlock spirituality could devour all death spirits with pain, distortion, fear, despair, and use them as food.
The taste of truth, falsehood, deceit, hypocrisy, etc. emitted by food was clearly visible in front of him. After thinking for a moment, Zorn changed his question.
The members of the evil god organization Forbidden Blood Source, where are they in the sewer nest area?
If you don't know the exact location, you can roughly describe an area. This time, the Dreamweaver's undead soul had an answer. In the middle section of the junction area between the Mist District and the Old City District, the information I got from Butch is that they can often capture some young girls for the Rat King and Butch to enjoy. Those are all children from poor families. Zorn quickly had a general range in his mind.
Do you have anything else to add about Forbidden Blood Source?
The Dreamweaver's undead soul stared at the direction where the Rat King Knight Butch escaped for a moment, then he looked at Zorn and begged.
Honorable Saint Warlock, can you spare Butch? He is a pitiful child. Zorn took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Morrison, are you still deceiving yourself now? You should have felt his strangeness and abnormality when Butch obtained the powerful Netherworld Night sequence, and the desire for spirituality will distort his will. And joining Forbidden Blood Source has made him fall into the abyss. Even his most beloved and trusted uncle died under his fangs. Do you still expect him to be merciful to this world? As long as he doesn't die, Oblin City will not return to peace. But, speaking of this, Zorn paused. Butch is also a victim. I will purify his soul and let him complete his self-redemption. I will help him die with dignity. Hearing this, Morrison respectfully saluted Zorn. Thank you, Saint Warlock. He knew very well what Butch had done after being contaminated. Death was his inevitable fate, and it was already a great fortune to be able to rest in peace. I heard Butch say that Forbidden Blood Source seems to be running a public welfare charity organization that distributes food, and many people in the Old City District will go to receive it. The key information provided by Morrison instantly narrowed the area Zorn was searching, and even turned into a few rare places, and the difficulty dropped visibly to the naked eye. After getting the satisfactory answer, Zorn opened his poem. Using Netherworld authority, Zorn drove his remaining spirituality out of the sequence. Morrison was relieved and slowly dissipated into the air. Liberated from the sequence, his soul could be at peace. Otherwise, his soul would be bound and imprisoned, and become a servant of the sequence. Controlling the sequence before death, and being a servant of the sequence after death, this was the inevitable price to pay. After getting the answer he wanted from him, Zorn gave him the opportunity to rest in peace. This was a fair trade. The junction area between the Mist District and the Old City District, a public welfare charity organization that distributes food, many people go to receive food. After collecting the sequence crystal core materials extracted from Morrison, Zorn quickly sketched out a specific picture in his mind. That's right, Miss Artificer is in the Old City District. Tomorrow, I will meet with Miss Artificer. While getting what I need, I can also inquire about the charity organization there. As a good citizen of Oblin City, I must crack down on this fake charity organization that smuggles people. In thought, in the depths of the sewer, the aura of transcendence appeared. Obviously, the battle between Zorn and the Rat King Butch had attracted the attention of the official transcendence. Silently, Zorn disappeared into the depths of the darkness. Invisibility robe morning. The food on the table was exceptionally lavish. Croissants, bacon, sausage, eggs, fried potato chunks, baked beans, vegetable salad, clear soup, and mixed fried meatballs, enough food for 3 people. Zorn casually ate his meal while reading the Oblin City Steam Daily. The Oblin Steam Daily was filled with news of victories in the rat plague. Various sections had numerous photos of rat corpses. Among them were several giant plague rats and human-like plague night ratmen. At the same time, some sections began to vaguely mention mysterious supernatural powers. During this period, the rat plague and mysterious powers became things that the people of Oblin City feared and discussed. Moreover, the rat plague in Oblin City became a hot topic of concern for humans across the continent during this time. Young Master Zorn, your appetite lately is astonishing. Vanessa, the maid serving Zorn, said softly with a smile in her eyes. The old butler, Frank, had told them that anyone who leaked the fact that the young master possessed mysterious powers would be directly expelled from the manor. Although she knew that young Master Zorn possessed incredible mysterious powers, this astonishing appetite still startled Vanessa. This is the power of the supernatural, Vanessa. You have considerable aptitude in this area, and perhaps you will be able to master it in the future. Zorn glanced at Vanessa and said this. Ah. Really? Vanessa was surprised, and her eyes showed envy and curiosity. Of course, it's true. In the original setting, Vanessa did have considerable supernatural aptitude, coupled with near-total loyalty. After being cultivated, she could be used as Zorn's capable assistant. As the business gradually expanded, especially after the magical wizard's castle was gradually built. When Zorn was away, someone always had to guard the house. Vanessa was clearly the perfect role for this.
Therefore, Zorn would naturally not forget to cultivate his own people. Although Zorn could help her obtain a good sequence at this stage, those were not what Zorn wanted.
Vanessa would need to wait some time to acquire a powerful sequence. After breakfast, Zorn continued to digest the food and offerings in the study. Then, he changed into ordinary clothes and went out. Dressing too well in the old city was not only easy to attract thieves but also attracted a lot of attention. A black coat that was washed very clean but obviously a bit old, simple coarse linen trousers, a pair of well-fitting gray canvas shoes, and a wide-brimmed black and white woven hat. Summer had arrived, and even men would use wider brims to block the sun. It was said that this was a popular trend blowing from Saint-Sman. Zorn liked this very much. Entering mid-June, the sun became increasingly scorching. A little after 10 in the morning. Old City, Belleau Long Street. A fifth-floor cafe near the mountain building. Zorn used the witch mask to once again become a lazy, indifferent young man. This was the delivery location agreed upon with artisan Lydia Daniel. Soon, Zorn sensed artisan entering the cafe. Zorn opened the door of the small private room, revealed half of his body in the aisle, and waved to Lydia who was coming in. "Good afternoon,
sir." Lydia, entering the small private room, greeted Zorn very politely, but she did not know Zorn's name or title.
"You can call me Mr. Giant.
Zorn had long prepared a secret code name for himself. After all, he himself was standing on the shoulders of giants, players. His achievements and trajectory were all thanks to the selfless dedication of those giants. This code name not only referred to himself but also represented a group of people.
"Mr. Giant?"
Silently noting the title of this Mr. Giant, Lydia quickly took out the finished spiritual statue and cloak-like invisibility item. The spiritual statue was an adorable lucky cat.
It was reasonable to place it in the office as an ornament.
And the invisibility item, at Lydia's suggestion, was made into a more concealed cloak. Players often wanted their equipment and decorations to be more exaggerated and abstract, and a cloak was undoubtedly a better choice.
But Zorn's identity was clearly not suitable for a cloak now.
A well-fitting invisibility cloak was more practical.
After wearing it, you only need to. While Lydia was still explaining, Zorn had already put on the brown invisibility cloak.
As the invisibility properties of the invisibility cloak connected.
The latest novels are first published on the 6-9 book bar. Zorn's entire body quickly dimmed and dissipated in the air.
Lydia was slightly startled.
This gentleman's spirituality is so powerful.
The more powerful the spirituality of this type of magical supernatural item, the better the effect tends to be.
In her perception, this gentleman should be a fighter. And fighters did not seem to be known for their spirituality.
Perhaps his level is very high. He is a knowledgeable and very wealthy noble gentleman, so it's normal for his level to be higher.
Very good.
After dispelling the cloak's invisibility effect, Zorn praised with great satisfaction. Although some details had not been polished in place.
But that was only because Lydia's level was not high enough.
The overall characteristics of this magical cloak were very balanced and stable, enough for Zorn to use for a long time.
After receiving the final payment from Zorn,
Lydia trembled slightly and breathed a long sigh of relief. Although she had made some money before, most of the time her expenses were greater than her income. After all, she also had to constantly exercise her supernatural abilities and deal with those magical resources.
That was quite costly.
This time, the reward was a full 240 gold pounds. Excluding most of the material costs, she could still earn at least 40 to 60 gold pounds. This was the largest gain she had made since becoming an artisan. This time, she personally experienced the money-making ability of an artisan. After storing the two supernatural items in her small brown monster suitcase, Zorn slowly opened his mouth and said,
"If possible, you can leave me a specific contact method. I might be able to introduce you to some supernatural item production orders."
In the future, Zorn would need to produce a lot of supernatural items. Giving the future legendary artisan more orders would allow her to grow better and faster.
Hearing that he would introduce her to orders, how could Lydia refuse? She immediately wrote down the contact information on a piece of paper.
Of course, she also kept a trick up her sleeve.
She wrote the contact information for her landlady.
Although that fierce old woman urged them tenants to pay rent on the first day of every month, she was still very responsible. After putting away the contact information, Zorn glanced out the window and then looked at artisan Lydia and asked softly,
"Miss Lydia, you live near here, do you know the specific locations of any charities in this area that distribute food to the poor?"
The artisan miss thought for a while before responding.
"There are several similar charities nearby.
Every winter, they distribute food to the homeless. Without them, I'm afraid many homeless people would starve to death on the streets every winter."
Oakland City, for the sake of municipal appearance.
They would distribute food in the old city, restricting those homeless people to the old city,
thereby ensuring the cleanliness and tidiness of the Bay Area and the new city.
As for the Fog District, not even dogs would go there, let alone homeless people. During the conversation, the kind-hearted artisan miss once again wrote down the specific locations of several charities in detail, showing that she was very familiar with this place.
"Thank you very much for your information." Zorn got up and thanked the artisan Mississippi. Having obtained good equipment and knowing the specific locations,
then the next step was to go and find out the details of these charities. To see which one was the evil god organization of forbidden blood source.
Hypnosis. 4:00 in the afternoon, prayer time. Ding.
Ding, the chimes of the Holy Sun Cathedral's bell tower faintly echoed from afar. The broken bell, gnawed down by rats a few days prior, had been replaced with a new one yesterday.
On Bluebell Street, within the shadow-covered alleyways,
Zorn stood deep in the shadows.
He gnawed on a cheap baguette slice while watching the long line of people waiting for food distribution across the street. Not all those receiving relief food were homeless. Many families struggling financially would send children or the elderly with free time to collect some food. This taste, it hasn't changed at all.
Zorn mumbled, choking slightly as he stuffed the last piece of bread into his mouth.
The baguettes in Ogren City were very fragrant and sweet when freshly baked. But if exposed to air overnight, they would become a handy weapon.
Many abstract art players would often wield baguettes in street fights with the mafia, even using them to smash the skulls of stubborn mafia members. Later, the baguette mafia, formed by players, became a nightmare for many residents of Ogren City.
Dusting the crumbs off his hands, Zorn took a deep breath, fully retracting the power of his transcendent sequence. Even transcendent individuals skilled in spiritual perception and insight would only see him as an ordinary person.
Lowering the brim of his hat, the listless young man displayed silent and introverted characteristics as he walked towards the Beverly Relief Station across the street. After bidding farewell to the artisan girl, Zorn began to investigate each of the coordinates she had given him, one by one. As a cult organization, they couldn't possibly have "I'm a cult member" written on their faces. They were often very secretive and good at disguising themselves. Even ordinary people working within them were unaware that they were working for a cult organization. Zorn used the method of gold pounds to pave the way, to approach those at the level of the heads of these charitable organizations. From these heads, he could always sniff out some special aura and flavor.
And if he was lucky, he might even encounter transcendent individuals from the cult organization. The previous two relief stations were very ordinary and legitimate.
Zorn finished testing them and donated 20 gold pounds to each, which, although not much, could provide some help. The third relief station in front of him seemed to be more powerful.
"Sir, if you need food, you need to line up over there."
Just as he approached the gate of Beverly Relief Station, a staff member stopped Zorn and patiently explained,
"I'm not here to collect food today."
Zorn showed a hint of gratitude and began his performance.
"When I was struggling financially before, I received a lot of food here. If it weren't for that food, I'm afraid I would have had a hard time getting through that winter. Even now, whenever I recall that cold winter, my right knee still aches faintly, and I seem to hear the sound of the biting cold wind in my ears. Oh, those were really hard days. I felt like I was fighting death every day.
Thank the great Holy Sun, and thank the Beverly Relief Station, I made it through.
This spring, I found a job and made a small fortune. Father Karloff of the Great Holy Sun Church taught us to be grateful. I'm here today to make a donation to the Beverly Relief Station. Zorn's explanation and performance were very qualified and in place. The other party naturally believed it. Of course, the main reason was that people often came here to give back and express gratitude. In this world with gods and true faith, there was no shortage of converted devout believers. Please come with me, Supervisor Boyd is in charge here today. Following the staff member, Zorn entered the Beverly Relief Station. As soon as he entered, Zorn faintly smelled a peculiar smell, a strange mixture of sewage and forbidden blood. Looks like I've come to the right place. Zorn was taken to an office on the second floor. The staff member knocked on the door. Supervisor Boyd, a devout believer of the Great Holy Sun, wants to make a donation. Come in. A slightly surprised voice came from inside the room. Pushing open the door. In the light of the bright and wide glass window, Supervisor Boyd was sitting behind a long table. In his early 30s, his hair was meticulously combed back, the only flaw being his receding hairline. He wore a delicate brown coat, his face was very clean, and a pair of brown pupils scrutinized Zorn as he came in, seeming expectant. Most striking was the gold pocket watch he held in his hand. Tick. Tock, the faint ticking of the pocket watch precisely measured the dimensions of time. A peak level 1, Dreamweaver, his level is very close to level 2, possessing hypnotic transcendent abilities. With a glance at the man in his early 30s, Boyd, Zorn had already collected a lot of information. August Joffrey, you can just call me August. Zorn took off his woven hat, greeted him, and introduced himself. August Joffrey was Zorn's commonly used alias. Please sit down, Mr. August. Boyd smiled kindly. As Zorn sat down, he happened to see the Dreamweaver open the pocket watch and place it in front of him. Tick. Tock, tick. Tock, rhythmic sounds echoed in the depths of Zorn's consciousness. The hypnosis had begun. He really treats me like an ordinary person. He knew too much about the Dreamweaver's hypnotic techniques. Sitting in the chair, Zorn couldn't help but yawn, feeling a little dazed, and then drowsily falling asleep. A very good hypnosis. Unfortunately, the level 2 evil sorcerer boss is immune to all lower-level spiritual control. Facing each other directly with the essence of spirituality in the depths of the dream, this. I like it too much. Mr. Dreamweaver, are you ready to face the evil spirit sorcerer? In a daze, Zorn woke up. It was still 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the bright and sunny office. It was still Boyd sitting behind the wide, bright glass window and the long table. And he was still sitting in the chair. Everything around him seemed real. But Zorn knew that he had already fallen into the dream woven for him by the Dreamweaver. After all, he had jumped involuntarily. Otherwise, this level 1, Dreamweaver, Mr. Boyd would not be able to pull him into the dream he had woven, even if he exhausted all his dream spiritual energy. Oh. I'm very sorry, Mr. Boyd, where were we just talking about? Zorn straightened his body slightly and silently began to exert his authority, reshaping the Dreamweaver's spirituality and will. The level 2, evil spirit sorcerer, could already relatively easily reshape the spiritual will of a level 1 transcendent individual, completely turning them into a loyal believer. And now, it was even in a dream, where the two people's spirits were directly connected, so the effect was even better. We were talking about you planning to donate all of your gold pounds to the Beverly Relief Station. Boyd narrowed his eyes, looked at the slightly introverted man in front of him, and slowly explained. He planned to scavenge the money from the other party. But doing it directly would make the other party think that their money had been stolen and call the police. Pulling the other party into a dream and guiding the weaving of a real dream where they donated all their funds would make the other party think that they had donated all the gold pounds. He had done this several times, and each time he had gained a lot. Oh. Yes, I am willing to donate 5 gold pounds of all my wealth. Zorn smiled and said so. Sitting in the high-backed chair, the smile on Boyd's face was a little stiff. 5 gold pounds? This damn poor ghost dares to say he's donating with only 5 gold pounds? Between annoyance and astonishment, Boyd only felt that the dream in front of him was a blur.
He only felt that the scattered fragments of memories in the deepest part of his soul were constantly emerging. He groped, searched, and recalled his true self. Finally, the root of his spirituality, in the deepest part, completed the connection with that secret and great existence. His sequence spirit trembled, and his soul's will completed sublimation and transformation at this moment.
He understood.
I am a part of the Holy Sorcerer Master, I am a believer of the Great Master.
Looking at the man in front of him again.
His body trembled slightly, and then he humbly bowed his back and lowered his head.
Greetings, great Holy Sorcerer Envoy. In the depths of the dream, Boyd said devoutly with a trembling voice.
Dream invasion, I have to say, your dream realm is really useful. Seeing the dream weaver who specializes in weaving dreams and hypnosis being easily taken down, Zorn thought to himself. If it were outside, Zorn would need to prepare for a longer time and prevent the dream weaver's counterattack. But in the dream realm, the sequence spirituality of the two is closer. And even if he wanted to counterattack or call for help, he would have to go through the process of waking up first.
Obviously, Zorn wouldn't give him that chance. A deep evil spirit authority baptism directly captured this level 1 peak Dreamweaver. Zorn will have to perform 2 more deep baptisms on him later to ensure the perfect execution of the subsequent plan.
After sorting out his thoughts, Zorn asked.
What is the efficiency of extracting the forbidden blood from the upper-level twin serpents with the forbidden blood source? Reporting to the envoy, the extraction efficiency of the forbidden blood is not high.
Each time, at least 3 humans need to be sacrificed to obtain a portion of the forbidden blood. Even that portion of the forbidden blood will dissipate a lot. But fortunately, these past few days, Lord Cormier Faulkner has researched a way to perfectly encapsulate the forbidden blood. Hearing this, Zorn frowned slightly. Sacrificing 3 humans to obtain a portion of forbidden blood, that's a bit inefficient. If it were me, sacrificing 1 human would be enough to obtain a portion of forbidden blood, cough cough. Sure enough, this group of damned evil god organizations is plotting against the citizens of Oberlin City.
We must carry out a severe crackdown, and all property must be confiscated. While obtaining key information, Zorn also sees the key figure in this. Mad Wizard Cormier Faulkner.
This is the chief research wizard within the forbidden blood source. According to the normal course of events, when the church cracks down on the forbidden blood source hideout, Mad Wizard Cormier Faulkner will escape with a lot of forbidden blood. This forbidden blood will make him increasingly crazy and depraved, but his strength will also increase rapidly.
Besides Cormier, who else from the Forbidden Blood Source organization is stationed here? Zorn asked again.
There is also a level 5 vice bishop, Lord Blood Knight, and 2 level 4 priests. In addition, there are about 12 acolytes like me, and more than 30 devout believers who have completely devoted themselves to the forbidden blood source.
Zorn nodded slightly.
No wonder it takes the power of the church to solve the trouble here. The forbidden blood source has indeed invested a lot of power here.
A level 5 Mad Wizard. A level 5 Vice Bishop Blood Knight. And 2 level 4 priests. The acolytes, deacons, below are generally level 1 or 2, and the excellent ones will be level 3. These level 3s will also become probationary priests. Facing so many extraordinary individuals, Zorn quietly activated the cataclysm and waited for it to expand further. Winning is definitely possible. But whether he can calmly obtain the forbidden blood here is hard to say. That Mad Wizard Cormier is extremely cunning. Once there is any disturbance, he might escape with the goods. Even if he doesn't take them away, if they counterattack before dying, Zorn will likely not be able to obtain the complete forbidden blood. He glanced at Boyd, who had a pious expression. It's time for the believers to exert their subjective initiative. Zorn doesn't know much about this place, so letting these insiders do their own thing will often be better. After all, it's always harder to guard against one's own people. I want to obtain as much forbidden blood as possible. Do you have a way? Zorn asked in a low voice. After thinking for a while, Boyd slowly said. The forbidden blood is currently sealed in the second basement level, guarded by 2 priests. Each time the seal is opened to transport resources inside, the 2 priests will strictly inspect and activate the seal.
Currently, it is almost impossible to quietly take out the forbidden blood. But Envoy, if you are not in a hurry, I might have a good plan that can allow you to obtain that forbidden blood.
Oh?
Zorn raised his eyebrows slightly.
Tell me more. It's like this, Envoy. One of my friends has extremely outstanding talent.
Although he is only level 2, he is deeply loved by Vice Bishop Griga and is currently a key training target of the forbidden blood source. He is currently responsible for transporting the forbidden blood. Just yesterday, he told me that a batch of forbidden blood will be transported away next week, and he will be the carrier of the forbidden blood. If the Envoy can bring him under the command of the Great Lord of the Sacred Witches,
perhaps there will be an opportunity.
This Dreamweaver may not know why that level 2 friend has such special treatment.
But Zorn understood instantly upon hearing this. There is actually a blood source wielder favored by the power of the blood source. This is quite interesting.
Blood source wielder refers to some special existences who can more easily digest and absorb the forbidden blood and exert the power of the forbidden blood. Normal extraordinary individuals will always have some serious effects when they come into contact with the forbidden blood, and may even go berserk, become distorted, lose control, and become terrifying blood source monsters. But for blood source wielders, this will not happen.
What sequence is your friend? After thinking for a moment, Zorn asked. He is a level 2 assassin, very skilled in concealment and assassination.
Blood source assassin sequence, this is a very good sequence, but the risk factor is higher, it is easy to lose control, and it will bear a terrible blood source curse.
Can you bring your friend over and drag him into a dream realm? The latest novels are first published at Lujio Shuba. Zorn asked. Hearing this, Boyd showed a warm smile. Respected Envoy, this is a very, very simple matter for me. This morning, I had already made an appointment with Regina. After nightfall, the two of us will join hands to enter the dream realm and invade the dream of the Bene family's youngest daughter, dream invasion. Zorn knew what Dreamweavers like to do. Real, clear, efficient, and without any trouble. But this time, he will face big trouble. Capturing this level 2 blood source assassin, then the subsequent plan can be perfectly carried out. After learning in detail about the construction of the forbidden blood source's secret hideout in the dream realm. It was almost 5 o'clock when Zorn exited the dream realm. During this period, Zorn once again performed 2 deep authority baptisms on Dreamweaver Boyd, making it impossible for him to break free in the slightest. When he was about to leave, Zorn suddenly thought of something. He turned around and looked at people often come here to donate. I think those donations went into your personal pocket, right? Yes, Envoy.
Dreamweaver Boyd said respectfully.
How much savings do you have? About 330 gold pounds. Is that all? I have about 80 more gold pounds on me. Then give me 400 gold pounds. The kind-hearted Zorn also left the Dreamweaver a dozen gold pounds to maintain daily expenses, so as not to reveal any flaws. Walking out of the Beverly Relief Station, the afternoon sun shone on his body, giving him a warm feeling. Not bad, 400 gold pounds in income, minus the 40 gold pounds consumed, a net profit of 360. Adding the previous remaining 3,240 gold pounds, there are a total of Boyd said the Bene family's noodles are very good, I can go try them. Zorn's figure quickly disappeared into the depths of the street. Bene Noodle Restaurant. It only costs 6 copper lo to order a large bowl of noodles. The Bene family's youngest daughter, who helps in the store, is about 13 or 14 years old. Lively and cute, it is the age when a girl is about to bloom. She is very beautiful and well-developed, obviously a beauty in the making. No wonder those 2 guys would have bad intentions. After eating a full 6 large bowls of egg noodles and paying a silver dragon, Zorn waited quietly in the darkness. Soon, the night was quiet. Zorn, who had already anchored his position, waited for Dreamweaver Boyd and the thin, indifferent young man blood source assassin Regina. Then the next process is very simple. The Dreamweaver made a heavy and sturdy dream realm prison. The unsuspecting blood source assassin plunged into it. The dream invasion he was looking forward to began. However, he was the one being invaded. The blood source assassin, sensing something was wrong,
wanted to use the power of the blood source to escape, but how could Zorn give him such a chance? The black mist guided by Zorn directly became an insurmountable barrier. In the first half of the night's confrontation, Zorn performed 3 deep and slow authority baptisms on him, making him a devout believer of the Lord of the Sacred Witches. With the capture of the 2 believers, Zorn can already deploy the evil spirit cataclysm against the secret hideout of the forbidden blood source. Catastrophe ceremony. Time flies. Unknowingly, it's already late June. The results of the rat extermination in Ogren City these past few days have been very gratifying. A large number of plague rats, and even plague night ratmen, have been killed. Cartloads of rat corpses were hauled to the outskirts of the city for unified incineration, the flames soaring into the sky. The Ogren Steam Daily reported continuous victories.
Of course, this is the scene that ordinary residents see.
But what the Transcendents encounter is a different picture altogether. As the sewers are continuously cleaned,
the Transcendents finally encountered a tough opponent.
At the junction of the dark world and the deeper parts of the sewers, deep within the extremely viscous curtain of darkness, there lies the Rat King's territory, where the terrifying Rat King lurks. There are even rumors that the terrible Rat King is building his own underground kingdom.
As this news was gradually unearthed, in just a few days, several official Transcendents died in the Rat King's mouth for going too deep. There were also rumors of unlucky rat catchers being dragged into the depths of darkness by the Rat King. This made the Transcendents more cautious and careful when exploring the junction area in the depths of the sewers. Although hunting those transcendent species, the Plague Night Ratmen, and harvesting crystal core materials is a lucrative income. Meeting the Rat King can really cost you your life. The exploration of the underground depths by the Transcendents has gradually entered a stalemate.
The rat plague has been partially resolved.
The miasma in the sewers, although thinner, still exists.
As the weather becomes increasingly hot, this place has gradually become a breeding ground for viruses, bacteria, and even curses and plagues.
Patients began to run rampant in Ogren City.
The plague cleansing potion, which Zorn had prepared long ago, produced by the Steam Potion Factory, began to play a huge role.
In the past few consecutive days,
the Steam Factory could sell 400 to 500 gold pounds worth of potions every day, truly making money hand over fist.
Thanks to Zorn's early allocation of 2,000 gold pounds to the potioner for special purchases, the materials in the Steam Potion Factory are also exceptionally abundant.
Enough to supply for a long time. During this period, other pharmaceutical factories also wanted to inquire about more information about the potion. At this time, the power of authority released by the spiritual statue made by Miss Craftsman allowed the corporate culture to exert a strong effect.
No one would leak any bit of information about the entire pharmaceutical process.
This undoubtedly increased the difficulty for rival potion factories to imitate. Ogren City gradually calmed down after more than half a month of the rat plague's ravages, and the pain was soothed.
Even the rat plague that was about to break out was suppressed by the timely birth of the potion.
It seems that it is gradually returning to its original trajectory of prosperity.
Similarly, during this period,
Zorn was thriving both in his career and in his strength.
And today, his evil god career will usher in a phased peak.
June 24th morning, 10 o'clock.
The weather was stuffy and unbearably hot, making it difficult to breathe. Beverly Relief Station, on the 3rd floor corridor. Zorn, in the guise of a cold young man, carrying a black monster treasure chest and holding today's Steam Daily, sat down.
Today, he was wearing a relatively thin short-sleeved white shirt, with a black short invisibility cloak on the outside, gray-white summer trousers, and a pair of walking shoes.
The stuffy and hot weather made Zorn couldn't help but tug at his collar and cuffs. This damn stuffy weather, it would be great if there was a heavy rain,
Zorn muttered to himself, glancing outside. Even though Transcendents have extremely strong tolerance to the external environment, a hot environment will still be somewhat uncomfortable.
Last night, Zorn received a ritual prayer from the Dream Weaver, Boyd.
This afternoon, the Forbidden Blood Source will transfer a batch of forbidden blood.
The opportunity has come. Zorn came for this.
During this period, with 2 internal informants, Zorn dare not say that he knows the actions of the forbidden blood source like the back of his hand. But he also understands it 80 or 90%. During this period, Zorn had the 2 of them quietly carry out many arrangements. For example, the evil spirit disaster ritual that is about to unfold in front of him was prepared by the 2 of them.
Spreading out today's steam daily. Zorn also opened the system page.
Looking at the gains from his cultivation during this period. Evil Spirit Warlock, World Class Boss, Special Template, Level 2, 82%. Evil Witch Spirituality, you can devour all spirits with pain, distortion, fear, despair, deformity, and death, and use them as food. Immortal Divinity, Unknown, Talent, Lingering Resurrection, SSS Grade After Death, you can resurrect in the dying moment, May 5th. Evil Spirit Authority, SSS Grade you can grasp the root of spirituality and reshape it.
The latest novels are first published on 6_9_book_bar. Skills, Life Drain, LV0, 78%. Forbidden Weaving, LV0, 35%. Calamity Obliteration Orb, LV0, 98%. Scythe of the End, Forbidden Technique LV0, 8%. During this period, Zorn digested all the sacrifices. In addition to the Steam Factory's card BUG, continuously obtaining source quality. In just over a week, his sequence experience successfully reached the level of 2nd grade 82%. In addition to the improvement of sequence experience.
Thanks to the 2 anchors, Sun King Twilight Skeleton, and the Rat Plague, Sewer Ritual Trap. Zorn is leveraging more and more Black Mist power. Especially the Sun King Golden Skeleton, is now completely the main force for leveraging the Black Mist, which is 4 or 5 times more than the Rat Plague, Trap Ritual. It is also because the Calamity Black Mist that Zorn now controls is already not weak. That's why he has the confidence to launch the Evil Spirit Disaster. As the Calamity Black Mist becomes more and more powerful. Zorn also thoroughly explored the linkage between his several spells, transcendent skills, and the Black Mist. Deeply develop one's own methods and abilities and the linkage between them. This is something a transcendent must do. In Zorn's repeated groping. The strongest linkage effect with Calamity Black Mist is Calamity Obliteration Orb, followed by the forbidden technique Scythe of the End. If the linkage effect is strong, then in the environment of the Evil Spirit Disaster, they can exert their power exponentially. Therefore, during this period, every night Zorn would enter the depths of the sewer, wandering in the junction area to work hard on Calamity Obliteration Orb and increase its experience. The former sewer god of war was not just talking. Currently, the Calamity Orb has reached the level of 98%. There is only one step away from upgrading its level. The news from the Blood Source Assassin is that the forbidden blood transfer operation will be carried out from the time of the meal offering to sunset. Zorn came early to prepare for the Evil Spirit Disaster ritual and make thorough plans. At the same time, there is plenty of time to officially upgrade the level of Calamity Obliteration Orb to level 1. Before long. Click. The door at the end of the corridor opened, and the Dream Weaver, Boyd, poked out half of his body. The 2 looked at each other. Zorn put away the newspaper, picked up the black monster treasure chest and walked over. The 2 passed each other, without any communication. Zorn had already ordered what should be ordered, and now he just needs to act according to the plan. Entering the room and closing the door. A medium-sized room with a window slowly unfolded before Zorn's eyes. A total of 3 square tables covered with clean black tablecloths. There are unlit black candles and a dozen fist-sized blood crystal sacrifice materials on them. These dozen or so fist-sized blood crystal sacrifice materials are worth 500 to 600 gold pounds. This is what the Blood Source Assassin, Regina, emptied his savings to get for Zorn. Picking up these fist-sized, ruby-like blood crystal materials, carefully observing them, Zorn nodded slightly and praised. Good materials. Zorn opened his black monster briefcase and began to take out things to arrange the ritual. Activated. Evil Spirit Cataclysm can be regarded as a combination of ritual and super forbidden spell. While possessing powerful and astonishing destructive power, it can also engrave Calamity Holy Scars with immortal characteristics in the historical scroll of surging steam waves. In the current city of Ogren, which is attracting attention from the entire continent due to the outbreak of the rat plague and the emergence of the extraordinary, it makes a shocking debut. The effect of engraving the Calamity Holy Scar will at least double. After drawing the curtains and isolating the small house from the outside world. On the 3 ritual platforms, Zorn lit the black candles. He began his ritual arrangement. Zorn's first ritual was to summon himself. The materials used were the same as the last time. After Zorn retrieved the sacrifice, he returned it, focusing on recycling. Soon, in the depths of the viscous black mist above the altar, the true self in the depths of the hidden anchor point faintly emerged. Zorn also saw himself in the cabin below. After using the dark curtain to completely seal and cover the entire room, he continued to unfold the arrangement of the ritual. The second ritual is summoning the Sun King. Of course, it is not a real summoning of the Sun King, but a summoning of a part of the power of Sun King Golden Skeleton. The main purpose is to interfere with and erase Zorn's traces here. When Zorn accumulates more Sun King Golden Skeleton to build the Sun Golden Throne, coupled with the cover of the Black Mist, it will be a double guarantee for greater safety. Now, the degree of safety is already very high. However, the Golden Throne has not been successful yet, and a ritual is needed to guide some power over. Once the evil spirit cataclysm breaks out, it will inevitably attract the attention of all the masters in Ogren City, and the investigation will be unprecedentedly powerful. The evil wizard boss just wants to develop in a low-key manner, so as not to be found along the vine. The cover of the Black Mist, coupled with the interference of the Sun King's power, is enough to guarantee it. The third ritual is the evil spirit cataclysm, which is also the core of today. The evil spirit cataclysm has 2 types, convergent and open. Open type, that is, the power spreads outward, and the radiation range is large, but the destructive power is not enough. It can kill ordinary people and some low-level extraordinary people in seconds. But it is difficult to deal with high-level extraordinary people. The convergent type restricts the power to a certain range. But the formed cataclysm enchantment will trap the strong and kill them. Zorn's goal is the Beverlyn Relief Station and the Masters of Forbidden Blood Source. There is no doubt that the convergent type should be adopted. Moreover, there are many benefits to using the convergent type. If, within a period of time, the Church and the official forces of Ogren City cannot eliminate Zorn's evil spirit cataclysm, then this introverted cataclysm, it will permanently change the extraordinary environment of this area and form an unremovable borderland. It is equivalent to engraving a permanent mark on Ogren City. In the dark, silent, and secret depths of the house. As the last ritual incantation to Lord Ogunis was completed, whoosh, a palm-sized vortex slowly bloomed at the position of the black mist curtain ceiling. Eru. Eru, Cass. Cass, a strange and cold sound wave slowly swept in. The calamity black mist quickly permeated and infiltrated, and at the same time, some small figures faintly emerged on the opposite side of the vortex. They eagerly wanted to come over. Currently, Zorn's evil spirit wizard level is 2. The power level of evil spirit cataclysm is also level 2. In the evil spirit cataclysm environment, the guided calamity black mist becomes the death black mist with even more killing power. The linkage effect with evil spirit witchcraft will also be stronger. Normal humans will die a few breaths after taking a sip of the level 2 death black mist. Level 1 extraordinary people, although they can resist for a while, cannot escape the fate of death. And this is the horror of the death black mist in the cataclysm environment. Following the death black mist are the evil spirit creatures on the periphery of the calamity sourceland. However, most of them are currently level 1 evil spirit creatures, and there are few level 2 ones. But even so, these strange evil spirit creatures are fast-moving and have strange methods. Although they are slightly insufficient in intelligence, their destructive power is no less than that of extraordinary people of the same level. As the evil spirit cataclysm ritual progressed, the vortex began to expand continuously. There are more and more evil spirit figures gathering on the opposite side of the vortex.
If Zorn doesn't allow it, they can't come over.
The death black mist is getting thicker and thicker, but everything is trapped within the black mist curtain.
Until the vortex completely occupied the entire ceiling of the roof, it stabilized. At this time,
as long as Zorn has a thought, he can immediately start the evil spirit cataclysm and further expand this terrifying power.
But now is not the time.
We have to wait until the blood source assassin Regina feeds back the information. When the two priests open the underground seal door, then it can bloom.
Otherwise, if the enemies are killed after the cataclysm is released and then it is discovered that the seal door cannot be opened, it would be too abstract.
Taking a deep breath, Zorn sat down steadily. He stretched out his right hand. Zitsizi, a doom annihilation orb about the size of an adult's fist, quickly condensed. With his mind controlling the doom annihilation orb, he began to wholeheartedly promote the growth of this evil spirit witchcraft, doom annihilation orb.
Time soon came to more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Zorn, who was constantly deepening his control over the doom annihilation orb, slowly opened his eyes. From the use of spells to the operation of evil energy, and the resonance with the black mist, the doom annihilation orb has reached a perfect state. He glanced at it, and the experience value was already 99%.
Use a series of doom annihilation orbs to eliminate enough enemies in a battle. This is the prerequisite for the spell upgrade of the doom annihilation orb. Obviously, Zorn does not have this condition now. But he has imprints.
The imprints outlined in the scroll of Ogren City during the previous evil spirit announcement ceremony, Zorn did not use them, but kept them there. The newest novels are first published at 6-9 Books Bar. Imprints carved in the scroll chapter.
It can be used as an anchor point to speed up self-cultivation.
It can also be used for level breakthroughs and skill breakthroughs.
The role of imprints is extraordinary, whether it is an evil god organization or an official extraordinary person.
They all hope to engrave their own imprints in the scroll of the extraordinary roaring wave. Mobilizing the imprint of the evil spirit announcement ceremony, slowly investing a part of its power into the doom annihilation orb.
Investing about 1/3 of it.
The doom annihilation orb completed its transformation naturally.
Doom annihilation orb, LV1, 0%.
Zorn's right hand slightly opened. Accompanied by the blooming of blood flames, a doom annihilation orb the size of a bowl appeared in the sky above his palm. Compared to the 0th level, the power of this transformed first-level doom annihilation orb has increased by at least 3 or 4 times, and this is the growth of the wizard boss. Feeling the amazing power contained in it, Zorn's eyes narrowed slightly. When linking with the black mist, you can silently hide the doom annihilation orb in the black mist, and you can store at least 5 doom annihilation orbs. Under the joint outbreak, the explosive ability is not improved by 1.5 stars. After adapting to the effect of this new level of 5 orb storage, Zorn looked at the vortex above his head.
The benefits of starting the evil spirit cataclysm early are now reflected.
On the opposite side of the cataclysm vortex, there are already a considerable number of level 2 evil spirits waiting there. As soon as it is turned on, a group of powerful evil spirit creatures will directly kill them. Just when Zorn thought he had to wait 2 or 3 more hours, a low prayer came clearly. Great Lord of the Holy Witch, your most devout believer, prays for you to descend the power of the great miracle. Zorn followed the prayer. He saw blood source assassin Regina wrapped in blood source power.
Regina finished praying, blew out the candle, and then opened the door.
There were already 4 deacons of the Forbidden Blood Source sect wearing black robes waiting there. After a brief exchange, they walked outside.
It's about to begin. Zorn waited quietly. After about 3 minutes,
Zorn, taking a deep breath, quickly expanded the area of the evil spirit cataclysm, the area being the entire Beverlyn Relief Station building, and continuing deep underground. At the same time, Zorn opened the cataclysm vortex and started the complete form of the evil spirit cataclysm. A large group of level 2 evil spirit creatures poured in, all of which were translucent and mainly in the form of evil spiritual energy. Evil spirit ghouls, evil spirit orcs, evil spirit werewolves, evil spirit 3-faced ghosts, evil spirit magic wolves, evil spirit banshees. Their bodies were filled with strange green evil energy lines, all of them were hungry and thirsty, craving flesh and blood, souls, and spiritual source matter.
Go! Go underground, there is enough food to drive you crazy. With Zorn's order,
this group of evil spirit creatures directly sank downstairs. Human flesh, souls, the spiritual source matter of extraordinary people, and forbidden blood are all good things for them.
Ah, a scream suddenly sounded. What the hell is this? Run, no, help! Panic and chaos quickly grew when the evil spirit cataclysm officially started. Above the sky curtain.
At this time, the sun is shining brightly. In the distance, you can see peace doves flying around the church's bell tower. You can see a large number of believers of the Holy Sun Church entering the church to prepare for the prayer.
Under the rule of the church, everything is so orderly and peaceful.
At this time, a cataclysm vortex tore a terrifying crack in this azure sky curtain with unparalleled posture. It is rapidly expanding and constantly spewing out the death-black mist, like a terrible haze shrouded over Ogren City. The death-black mist began to fall, sprinkling the power of the terrible cataclysm towards the cataclysm area below. The long-planned evil spirit cataclysm, before everyone could react. Like a terrible sort of cataclysm, it was fiercely inserted into Ogren City and declared its arrival. Disaster Oglen City Hall. This is a towering steel building with 36 floors.
It is a landmark building in Oglen City. 31st floor. In the spacious and bright office,
Gustav Medes, the Duke of Emberfire who serves as the deputy mayor of the industrial department, quietly stood by the window after finishing his work. From here, he could overlook the entire Oglen City.
Everyone was prostrate under their rule.
And he himself was a top-tier sequence, fiend fire mage. He held both power and strength in his hands. Oglen City would be the place for him to display his talents. The roar of the steam tide was becoming increasingly turbulent in Oglen City. A magnificent and vast scroll had already been unfurled. He had been coveting this exquisite and alluring scroll for a long time. He needed to find the perfect opportunity to write his own immortal mark in Oglen City, to help him complete his promotion from level 5 to level 6, and complete that crucial level crossing.
Suddenly, in the depths of the distant blue sky, a striking black color rapidly expanded.
That black color was like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, his veins bulging.
Scarlet flames surged uncontrollably, engulfing his entire being in an ocean of fire. Fiend cataclysm.
He gritted his teeth, his body trembling as he roared in a low voice. How could there be a fiend cataclysm? How could Oglen City be hiding such a terrifying fiend? Even a powerful existence like him would find it difficult to trigger the fiend cataclysm, a permanent disaster even more terrifying than a forbidden curse. One should know that the fiend cataclysm was simply an incomparably sharp blade.
A casual wave could engrave an indelible immortal mark on the scroll of the era. The guy who mastered the fiend cataclysm was simply the darling of the Tide era. The entire era seemed to be a scroll laid out for him.
And he only needed to use the fiend cataclysm to scribble casually to reap a bountiful harvest. Watching the ever-enlarging vortex of death, and feeling the increasingly striking thick black mist of death. Huff, breath, Duke of Emberfire Gustav suppressed the restlessness in his heart. I must capture this damned fiend, as long as I devour him, my sequence can be further improved, and even master the terrifying fiend cataclysm. Fortunately, the level of this cataclysm is not too high, only level 2. He's just a fledgling. I have a good chance of catching him. If I can catch it, this will be a perfect gift. Holy Sun Church. Inside a room on the 6th floor of the church. Father Karloff was very satisfied after enjoying the service of that 12-year-old child. Come here on time tomorrow, the Lord will once again bestow favor upon you. He stroked the young and tender face with his withered old palm and whispered. Only in this way can you hold a position within the church, this is the only way. Yes. Yes, Father Karloff. The 12-year-old child lowered his head and replied in a trembling voice. All right, go. The child slowly moved his steps out and closed the door. Although he had healing that could help the child relieve the pain, he liked to leave marks on the child. Huff, Father Karloff, exhaling a long breath, looked out the window at the quiet Ogland city. Although the rat plague had once raged some time ago. But under the suppression of the church's power, those damned dirty things in the sewers had been driven into the deeper darkness. Although there were still some remaining stubborn elements, they were no longer a threat. Ogland City was still under the rule of the church. No one could question their authority and holiness, they were supreme beings. Until, he glanced out the window. A large patch of viscous and dense dark clouds, constantly drifting down with terrifying gray mist, entered his sight. His heart suddenly twitched, and his pupils contracted sharply. That is, the holy light priest who possessed a level 4 divine sequence saw the terrifying evil power contained within at a glance. Death, alien realms, darkness, calamity, evil energy, various frightening powers were mixed and intertwined together.
Cataclysm. This is a damned cataclysm. Father Karloff flew into a rage.
That damned fiend was actually unleashing a cataclysm in the city ruled by their Holy Sun Church. This simply didn't put their Holy Sun Church in their eyes.
Purify.
This damned fiend must be purified. And it must be purified with a slow fire, to let the damned beast know that this is not a place where he can run rampant.
When Father Karloff quickly arrived at the corridor of the high-level council hall, the holy and majestic sound waves of the bishop had already overflowed into the corridor. That lost fiend needs the Lord's purification. The most uptack new uptack small uptack set uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. When he is tied to the solar pyre, he will find the direction of repentance, and he will realize his mistakes. Immediately after, Father Karloff heard the strong responses from several powerful Grand Knights accepting the order. These Grand Knights all possessed the powerful Solar Knight sequence. And they also possessed a level 4 sequence rank. They would uphold the justice of the church and completely eliminate any heretics and dissidents who attempted to challenge the order. Prosperous Bay Area.
On the deck of a steamboat docked at the pier, a man with golden hair and light golden pupils looked at the familiar viscous black mist and the falling black mist of death in the distance. His face was extremely solemn.
Fiend cataclysm. He clenched his fists. Is there such a terrifying existence among us?
That contaminated guy in the depths of the underground is not weaker than me.
The guy who can unleash the terrifying fiend cataclysm is more powerful than any of us. His casual display can engrave an imprint on Ogland City that none of us can match even with our best efforts. Fate is too unfair. I must find a way to devour that guy underground as soon as possible, and then follow the teacher's guidance to search for other flesh and bones in the depths of the ocean. Ogland City is a huge meat grinder. Those few terrifying fiends are all searching for each other. I have been sniffed out some traces. I must be very careful, otherwise, the next one to be devoured will be me. The sudden appearance of the fiend cataclysm. Like a heavy bomb, it stirred the entire Ogland City, making Ogland City instantly surge with undercurrents. The streets were bustling with the summer heat. A large number of passers-by and tourists looked up, curiously looking at the dark clouds that suddenly appeared in the sky. The viscous black mist completely engulfed the entire Beverly Relief Station. The black mist of death falling from the huge dark clouds above the sky also converged. Looking from a distance, it was like a slender branch with a huge top, a mushroom black cloud. The passers-by on the street looked at the majestic miracle of the fiend cataclysm, while Zorn, through the heavy curtains, scanned the streets and crowds outside. The introverted cataclysm has a strong cataclysmic barrier. The terrifying black mist of death will not spread. As the beginning of the exquisite transcendent scroll unfolded by the steam-tide Ogland City. This is the most perfect place for Zorn to outline the stigmata. As a breeding ground for fiends and a source of experience. Zorn needs to re-establish order here, his own order. Put down the curtains. The light was blocked outside. Zorn was completely submerged in the deep darkness. The screams and panic before were now submerged in the black mist of death. Not only were those forbidden blood source believers all dead. Even those level 1 transcendents could not last too long in the black mist of death. But deeper in the basement, the collision between transcendence and fiendish creatures was raging.
On this third floor, Zorn could feel the terrible tremors coming from under his feet and the spread of strange power. Once the fiend cataclysm breaks out, it will inevitably attract a lot of attention. Even the church's knights are on their way. The Holy Sun Church may not be interested in other things, but eliminating rampant fiends is a great opportunity for church experts to engrave stigmata in Odland City.
They will definitely not let it go.
Whether it is the Vatican or the official Transcendence or other fiends, it will take them some time to get here. I need to kill all those people below as soon as possible, so that I can accumulate enough spiritual source matter and better advance to level 3. At the same time, Zorn took a deep breath, and a sharp light surged in the depths of his pupils. This grand and immortal imprint engraved in the epic scroll of the transcendent tide will also begin to pry open my divinity. Remarks. I started writing this book mainly to change my previous focus on monster slaying and leveling up.
I wanted to focus on interesting stories and weave some smaller stories into the larger narrative. For example, interweaving the absurd and bizarre stories of the fallen evil spirits from the original trajectory.
At the same time, I wanted the protagonist to forge his own new story.
It's been a bumpy road, but so far, I've found a writing style that suits me relatively well. And this style has also allowed this book to successfully be listed on Sanjiang. Of course, the more realistic situation is that the big authors aren't starting new books at the end of the year, giving small, unknown authors like me a chance. Also, at 12 o'clock tonight, this book will be launched. After 12 o'clock, I will upload 5 chapters. There should be 2 more chapters tomorrow during the day. It can be considered a small burst of updates. After the launch, the updates will be at least 6K plus words, and at most 8K plus words. I will update as much as possible. I hope the readers who like this book will subscribe a lot. The subsequent quality will not disappoint you, my esteemed readers. It's almost the new year, so I'd like to wish everyone an early happy new year. I wish you, my esteemed readers, a year of explosive wealth and invincible prosperity in the new year. New Year's greetings and kneeling thanks. Dawn. 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 Night. With the invisibility cloak activated, Zorn was like an invisible ghost in the dense black mist of death. The corpses of the forbidden blood source cultists littered the corridor all the way. There were even corpses of several level 2 transcendents among them. Zorn glanced at his sequence level. Previously, his experience was at level 2, 82%, but now it was 88%. Using evil spirit disaster to kill transcendence to increase his level was undoubtedly fast and satisfying. If he could kill all the stubbornly resisting guys deep in the basement. Zorn could not only use the power of the disaster to directly advance to level 3, but also accumulate some level 3 experience. At this time, deep underground, a fierce battle was taking place. Hundreds of evil spirit creatures roamed in the gray mist, looking for opportunities to attack. Although the evil spirits were not very intelligent, they were all battle-hardened hunters. They knew how to deal with high-level prey. Arriving at the wider second-level area of the basement, Zorn quickly understood the situation at hand. The level 2 death black mist with strong lethal characteristics, coupled with the charge of the level 2 evil spirits. In just one wave, the forbidden blood source lunatics who opened the sealed gates suffered heavy losses. After a fight, except for the blood source assassin, several powerful deacons who barely survived in the black mist of death were all dead. The level 1 Dreamweaver that Zorn had captured before did not escape the disaster. Even the 2 level 4 priests were seriously injured by the attack of the death poison mist and hundreds of evil spirit creatures. Fortunately, the level 5 Vice Bishop Blood Knight Griga killed more than 20 evil spirits in a row, stabilizing the situation. Griga, with boiling blood aura surging, held the blood-colored Blood Fong Knight Spear and guarded the entrance of the sealed gate that had been opened with an unusually gloomy face. 2 blood source priests wearing robes, but obviously with a somewhat weakened aura and panting heavily, guarded on both sides. The power of the level 2 cataclysmic death black mist would kill level 1 transcendence. Would make level 2 transcendents lose their combat power and die slowly. The strength of level 3 transcendence would also be greatly reduced, and they could easily die in the level 2 evil spirit attack. If level 4 transcendents had strong physiques, they would be less affected. However, these two level 4 blood source priests were not excellent in terms of physique and were greatly affected. Under the impact of the evil spirits, their injuries were relatively serious. Far away, separated by the dense black mist of death, Zorn could smell their spiritual source essence flowing and dissipating. The smell of the spiritual source essence made the surrounding level 2 evil spirits eager to move. The level 5 Blood Knight Griga had a strong knight physique and was almost unaffected. And this was also the reason why many evil spirits did not dare to attack rashly. Mobilizing his boiling blood aura, Blood Knight Griga scrutinized the dense death black mist with piercing eyes. He could feel those damn evil spirits were watching him intently. He was not afraid of these level 2 evil spirits. What was terrifying was the manipulator behind this terrifying disaster. Evil spirit. And a very strong evil spirit. Such a terrifying and powerful evil spirit could definitely kill him in this level 2 evil spirit disaster environment. With enough experience, he knew that the damn evil spirit was lurking in the depths of the grey mist, waiting for an opportunity. And if he wanted to take this batch of forbidden blood out, he could not give the opponent a chance. Taking a deep breath, Blood Knight Griga lowered his voice and asked to the rear. "Is it ready, Regina?" A swift voice came from behind the half-covered sealed gate. "It's ready, Lord Griga." While responding, blood source assassin Regina walked out carrying a silver-scaled monster treasure chest. A strange and flowing silver color also appeared on his body. Quickly scanning Regina, who was carrying the forbidden blood, Blood Knight Griga nodded slightly, a trace of relief appearing in the depths of his pupils. Regina had a special bloodline power and could digest forbidden blood. With cultivation, he would definitely achieve something in the future. "Follow behind me, be careful of that terrible," Blood Knight Griga's expression suddenly changed halfway through his words. With a muffled clang, the Bloodfang Knight spear suddenly plunged into the hard stone slab in front of him, and a large area of the ground cracked. A wide and heavy blood shield gurgling with blood bubbles quickly appeared in front of him. In an instant, there was a sound of wind and waves. Wu, like death, was murmuring. An invisible scythe blade bloomed on the blood shield. Stirring up the blood waves on the blood shield, it even carved deep cracks on the Bloodfang Knight spear behind the blood shield. "It's a forbidden spell." Blood Knight Griga, with a parched voice, took a deep breath, and tightly grasped the blood-colored knight spear in front of him with both hands. "And it's a forbidden spell blessed by the power of the disaster." Woo! The wailing wind and waves became more and more turbulent, mixed with the death edge of the forbidden spell scythe. Blood Knight Griga gritted his teeth and tried his best to prop up the blood-colored knight spear in his hand. Chi! 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 The terrifying forbidden spell scythe constantly attacked. Every impact with the blood shield and the spear, the terrible destructive power, made him have to go all out. Resisting the terrifying forbidden spell, feeling death whispering in his ear. This could not help but remind him of the memory of stepping on the path of night cultivation, squeezing out the last bit of physical strength, still insisting on holding the spear until late at night, with the starlight sprinkling on his body. He finally defeated himself, survived the aura and was able to control the night sequence. "It's the same this time," he roared. Broad shoulders, rough hands, surging boiling blood aura. He used all his strength to prop up the blood shield. The latest novels are available on Leo 9 Shuba, helping him block the continuous attacks of the forbidden spell blessed by the power of the disaster. When the most violent wave of scythe blades hit the blood shield, Blood Knight Griga knew that the most difficult period had passed. As long as they survived the second half of the forbidden spell's continuous weakening, they would usher in the hope of escape. Dawn was right in front of them. Just when Blood Knight Griga was about to vaguely capture that ray of dawn, a sharp and penetrating edge suddenly came from the position of his lower back, violently pouring into his sequence deep and even touching his soul. The blood source assassin, whom he had protected behind him, gave him a fatal blow at the important moment when he was about to glimpse the dawn. Blood source poisoning, stealth assassination, desperate strike.
The effects of many skills stacked together directly extinguished the hope of Blood Knight's survival. Kacha, Blood Knight Griga's stalwart body, which resisted the forbidden spell, was like a mountain about to collapse, tottering. Why betray? Blood Knight Griga roared, roaring, the sound waves were like thunder, and his steel teeth gnashed. His eyes were bloodshot, and his limbs were rapidly swelling. Despair had completely overwhelmed him. He suddenly gave up the blood shield and knight spear he relied on for survival. Since he could not survive, he would kill the damn betrayer. The Blood Knight, who turned around, slapped down at the blood source assassin in grief and anger. With a pong sound, blood source assassin Regina's head shattered directly like a watermelon, dying unusually simply. Assassins were difficult to compete with knights head-on.
Not to mention level 5 fighting level 2. The next moment, Blood Knight Griga also followed in the footsteps of blood source assassin Regina. The wind and waves of the forbidden spell swept over, destroying the blood shield and spear, and cutting the somewhat collapsed and disordered sequence of Blood Knight Griga into pieces. The level 5 Blood Knight fell. Also cut into pieces were the 2 level 4 priests who did not play much role. Logically speaking, if these 2 level 4 priests were in good condition, they could definitely exert more powerful power than the level 5 Blood Knight. But unfortunately, they, who were not strong in physique, were poisoned and weakened by the death grey mist, and their strength was greatly reduced. And were injured in their spiritual essence by a wave of fierce attacks from the evil spirits. In the end, under the baptism of Zorn's enhanced version of the forbidden spell, they died with regret, and were arguably the most miserable in the entire field. With the death of several people, many evil spirits swarmed in, frenziedly gnawing on flesh and blood, and extracting the small amount of dead souls and spiritual source essence from them. Zorn did not stop these evil spirits either. Within the scope of evil spirit disaster, most of the death, slaughter, dead souls, and spiritual source essence would be collected by the power of the disaster and belong to Zorn. No matter how much the evil spirits gnawed, they could only eat the leftovers. However, even these leftovers were supreme delicacies for these evil spirits on the border of the disaster source, and it was already very good to have a bite to eat. Carefully recalling the betrayal and hateful strike of Blood Knight and Blood Source Assassin just now. What an unforgettable scene. And this was the terrifying power of the evil spirit warlock's authority. Silently, bewitching people's hearts, reversing beliefs, and offering a fatal blow at a critical moment. It could be foreseen that such things would continue to be staged. In the original trajectory, Zorn Crick unscrupulously used this powerful method. This made the transcendence of those churches and other evil god sects wary, making it difficult to achieve miraculous effects. And now, Zorn used it as a key trump card. The effect was unexpectedly good. This type of secret method needs to be used at key nodes, and it can have a landslide-like effect with just a slight burst. Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, Zorn's eyes glanced at the surrounding dense black mist of death, and then walked towards the silver monster suitcase left by the blood source assassin. The resources inside were the essence of this large-scale rat disaster event. When Zorn approached the silver monster suitcase, an accident suddenly occurred. A purple giant rune hand with a full 6 feet in size suddenly tore through the grey mist and grabbed towards Zorn. Mad Warlock. Zorn's pupils shrank slightly. The level 5 Mad Warlock had sneaked in silently. At this critical moment, he launched a sneak attack on Zorn. With a pong sound, Zorn's body was directly crushed by this terrifying rune hand, blood and flesh splattering, and black mist permeating. After the giant rune hand crushed Zorn's corpse, it suddenly rubbed, and the remaining wreckage burned with a sound. The purple flames dyed the entire death black mist with a strange color. Mad Wizard, a branch of the wizard sequence. Its sequence has an unstable sequence core. Each time it casts a spell, it will perform a special shock determination. The closer the Mad Wizard is to madness, the more amazing the shock determination of the spell. If the determination is successful, the spell will be blessed by the power of the runes and greatly strengthened. If the determination fails, the effect of the spell will be greatly weakened. Higher upper limit and lower limit, this is the Mad Wizard. And this determination was obviously very successful, and the power of the rune hand was astonishing.
It's just. The Mad Wizard doesn't seem to have found the right enemy. Ashes fell rustlingly along the cracks of the rune hand. The owner of the rune hand also seemed to realize that he had been tricked. He quickly dispersed his rune hand. In the dark and silent depths of the black mist, Zorn quietly watched the scene of the powerful rune hand crushing the puppet he controlled with the black mist. Zorn, who had already obtained detailed information about this place, knew of the existence of Mad Wizard Cormier Faulkner. And he also took precautions against him. But Zorn didn't expect that this lunatic would actually dare to enter his evil spirit cataclysm. When the Mad Wizard passed through the cataclysm barrier just now, Zorn noticed it and deliberately left a hand. Sure enough, the Mad Wizard was fooled. Zorn followed the clues and captured a few traces of him. But even so, this level 5 Mad Wizard's methods were quite powerful. Zorn captured his traces and found that there were 3 locations where he was hiding. He needed further probing. While letting the evil spirits spread out in the depths of the surrounding mist, Zorn released more cataclysmic black mist. Cormier Faulkner, I admire your talent. Why serve the evil god organization, Forbidden Bloodline, that is destined to fail? Why not join me?
Only I can make our wizard faction great again.
Zorn's voice was erratic in the mist. Hee, a hoarse and rough voice laughed lowly, full of sarcasm. This evil spirit friend who can't see the light of day.
Do you know what your evil spirit knight, friend, who has fallen into madness, likes to do most? It's disgusting to catch rats in the sewer to eat. He can only take a look at the outside world through the cracks in the sewer manhole cover and breathe a breath of fresh air when he is full. Are you inviting me to eat rats in the sewer like you?
Speaking of this, the Mad Wizard's voice suddenly became high-pitched and rapid.
Damn.
I hate eating rats, I hate that taste. Only the taste of the great superior, double-ringed serpent, is truly intoxicating. Embracing the blood of the double-ringed serpent, to sleep in it, this is the most memorable. Zorn's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. He was about to find the Mad Wizard's location. You're right, Cormier, but you don't seem to know how to more effectively use human flesh and souls to exchange for more forbidden blood. It's too inefficient to exchange 3 humans for 1 forbidden blood. I know how to better please the great superiors. I can get a complete and powerful forbidden blood with the sacrifice of 1 human. You only need to roar.
Ow, ow, ow.
Hiss, hiss. In an instant, 7 or 8 evil spirit creatures pounced on a corner and burst out with attacks on the soul at the same time. The Mad Wizard, who was found in his true location, was shocked and angry. A huge and strange blood-colored magic ball also whizzed over. The Mad Wizard just wanted to use the wizard robe gate to escape from this corner, but it was already too late.
Boom! A frightening roar and shockwave fell.
The Mad Wizard landed in another corner in a mess. But the wizard robe on his body had disappeared, and his right arm was already a bloody mess. Woo-woo, the wind of death, like scraping from hell to reality, swirled in his ears. It's that damn forbidden curse. The Mad Wizard trembled slightly. Although he is only level 2, this guy is an extremely terrifying, evil spirit wizard. With the blessing of the evil spirit cataclysm domain, all his wizard curses are greatly enhanced. Before, Mad Wizard Cormier Faulkner only thought that this was just the cataclysm of a level 2 evil spirit wizard. He was a level 5 sequence. Maybe he could kill this arrogant and daring, evil spirit wizard. Now it seems that he is the arrogant and daring guy. He shouldn't have entered this terrible, evil spirit cataclysm. You know, until now, he has not accurately grasped the location of that evil spirit wizard. That guy is much more cunning than he thought. This damn evil spirit cataclysm has covered up everything about that evil spirit wizard. The Mad Wizard ran quickly while rapidly casting wizard spells. The latest novels are available on Lujio Shuba. Woo woo. With the howling wind, the ground, the ceiling, and even the thick black mist of death all seemed to come alive. The Mad Wizard stepped on the ground and constantly rippled with waves. Under the blessing of the evil spirit cataclysm, the soil-covering effect of the forbidden curse seemed to bury the entire world. But the Mad Wizard stepped on the ground, and he did not sink as the ripples bloomed. At the same time, silver scale armor shields appeared on his body. Zorn had seen this shield before. It is the power from the depths of the forbidden blood. At this time, the Mad Wizard mobilized the power of the forbidden blood.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
Several consecutive attacks by the extremely destructive Forbidden Curse Scythe Blade were blocked by the Forbidden Blood shield of the Mad Wizard. But he obviously couldn't hold on for too long, because the Forbidden Blood shield was visibly weakening rapidly under the attack of the Forbidden Curse. The Mad Wizard, who quickly chanted the Wizard Curse, had blood boiling and surging all over his body.
With a sound,
as the blood mist exploded, he disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already arrived next to the silver monster suitcase. Then he grabbed the silver monster suitcase. Blood mist exploded one after another. Each time, the Mad Wizard could quickly change his position to avoid Zorn's Forbidden Curse Scythe Blade attack. After several times, he had already appeared at the edge of the Evil Spirit Cataclysm barrier.
This series of actions was extremely fast.
The blooming and contraction of that powerful spell was also amazing. Not only did he avoid the pursuit of a large number of evil spirits, but he also avoided Zorn's Forbidden Curse pursuit. By the way, he also came to the edge of the barrier wall, making a perfect preparation for his escape. It's the powerful space spell Blood Mist Gate in the Forbidden Blood.
Zorn's pupils shrank slightly.
This guy really researched it. The evil god organization, Forbidden Bloodline, is indeed very good at researching forbidden blood. The Mad Wizard, who had pulled away a safe distance, looked at the black mist of death behind him with a gloomy and distorted expression.
Damn evil spirit wizard, I remember you. Next time, you won't have such a good chance. He quickly cast a spell to open the barrier gate to the outside world.
Is that so? At this moment, a calm and profound voice slowly sounded.
I'm afraid, you won't have a next time.
Mad Wizard, Cormier, you will pay the price of your greed, death.
What?
The Mad Wizard was slightly startled. He vaguely felt something. He suddenly looked at the silver monster suitcase that he had desperately snatched over.
The next moment,
boom! 5 level 1 annihilation magic balls with the power of Evil Spirit Cataclysm exploded at the same time. The implosion inside the shield further amplified the power. In an instant, it tore the Mad Wizard to pieces and turned him into a torrent of flesh and blood wreckage. At the same time, this implosion also tore the silver scale armor shield from the inside. No, the dead soul that emerged from the flesh and blood wreckage howled and roared frantically. If he were outside, perhaps his dead soul could struggle for a while.
But in the environment of Evil Spirit Cataclysm, once the dead soul appears, it will be captured by the cataclysm, and there will be no resistance at all.
A large number of evil spirits pounced on, biting the Mad Wizard's dead soul, absorbing his spiritual essence, absorbing his flesh and blood, and completely drowning out his wailing.
Gained forbidden skills.
Long ago, Zorn had already instructed the key player in this opening event, the Bloodborne Assassin. As the only one who could safely transport the forbidden blood / although he had been in the sealed door for a long time.
In fact, according to Zorn's instructions,
he only stored and carried 2 portions of forbidden blood in the silver monster suitcase. As for the other 30 or so portions of forbidden blood, Zorn had him hide them in the corners of the sealed chamber. This way, whether the Forbidden Bloodline, members of these evil god organizations escaped with the goods or not, Zorn would reap the final resources. Originally, when the Mad Wizard didn't come in, Zorn planned to leave safely after collecting the goods and leveling up. But he didn't expect that this crazy and greedy guy would dare to break into the Evil Spirit Wizard's boss's Evil Spirit Cataclysm. Since the other party came in, Zorn went along with the flow. Silently using the means of the Black Mist hiding orb, he wrapped 5 powerful doom orbs with black mist and poured them into the silver monster suitcase. It would be best if the Mad Wizard bet that he couldn't succeed, so that he would still have a slim hope of surviving. Unfortunately, he lost the bet. He snatched the treasure chest and paid the price of his life for his greed. Looking at the many flesh and blood remains that had been completely devoured, Zorn slowly withdrew his gaze, feeling the increasingly deathly black mist around him, and the increasingly stronger barrier walls.
The intersection is about to begin. An open-ended evil spirit cataclysm will collapse if it expands to a certain extent.
A closed-ended evil spirit cataclysm, when raised to a certain intensity, will enter a stable state and create a cataclysm intersection. The Level 2, Evil Spirit Cataclysm, has killed and devoured 2 Level 4 Transcendents, 2 Level 5 Transcendents, and more than a dozen Level 1 and 2 Transcendents. Zorn already felt that its intensity had reached a certain standard and began to create a cataclysm intersection.
Carrying his monster suitcase, Zorn entered the open seal chamber.
In the corner, he found the forbidden blood that the bloodborne assassin, Reinegen, had hidden. Inside a glass-sealed container as thick as an infant's arm and 1 foot long, flowed forbidden blood like quicksilver.
The entire container wall was blooming with a silver glow.
At the same time, the glass canister wall was covered with sealing spells written by the Mad Wizard, using Saint Maya's secret words. Zorn glanced over it and shook his head. The wording of the spell is not profound enough, the tonality is not deep enough, and there are some minor grammatical errors.
Most importantly, Saint Maya ancient language works well for rituals, secret words, spells, and curses, but it doesn't work well for sealing. Using the ancient language of Tias is the best.
The special powder material for writing spells also has some problems.
You need to add some materials containing solar properties.
A large amount of information came one after another. Zorn gently pressed down on the surging thoughts, opened the monster suitcase and began to stock up.
A total of 34 portions.
Excluding the 2 that exploded, there are a total of 36 portions. The number is correct.
After putting away the things,
feeling the deathly black mist that had become quiet again, Zorn came to the vicinity of the location where the Mad Wizard had entered.
He could leave from here. At the
same time, he could also reach the underground sacrificial area where the Forbidden Bloodline used the blood sacrifice ritual to pry the twin ring serpent.
Zorn obviously had no intention of going there. Soon, official transcendence would seal this place off. Going to the deep sacrificial area would be asking for trouble. Open the system panel.
Evil Spirit Wizard, World-Class Boss, Special Template, Level 2, 99%.
Evil Witch Spirituality, you can devour all spirits with pain, distortion, panic, despair, deformity, and death, and use them as food. Immortal Divinity, Recovering.
The Level 2 sequence experience was already full, and there was even some left over.
At the same time,
this first cataclysm also helped Zorn successfully pry his Immortal Divinity. Let the Immortal Divinity enter the recovery phase.
Immortal Divinity is more powerful than Evil Witch Spirituality.
The original trajectory of Zorn Korik frantically carried out the Evil Spirit Cataclysm in order to better pry the divinity and speed up its recovery.
Once the divinity completes its recovery,
then Zorn can guide the destructive and disastrous Evil God Cataclysm that has completely changed in nature.
After examining it for a moment,
Zorn quickly promoted his Level 3 advancement in accordance with the power of the Evil Spirit Cataclysm. Crack, 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 after a while, the invisible barrier was broken.
Zorn's level quickly entered Level 3. Evil Spirit Cataclysm can easily help Zorn cross these conventional level upgrades. The sequence experience grew to about 3 level 8% and stabilized.
Chi-Chi, the powerful evil witch boss body, the thick spiritual energy, the tough astral chi, and the vast spirituality.
With the breakthrough, Zorn was undergoing transformation in all aspects.
After stabilizing for a while, Zorn felt that many powerful forces were approaching the cataclysm area. The transcendents dispatched by the church and the authorities were coming.
Go! Zorn, who had completed the level advancement, did not have any nostalgia.
He activated the invisibility cloak on his body, and the whole person quickly disappeared into the air. He opened the barrier and disappeared into the dark passage outside. At the end, he pushed open the half-closed door, and a wide sewer appeared in front of Zorn.
The most uptack new uptack small uptack set uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. Ka. La. Si, ka. La.
See, as soon as he entered the sewer, a strange murmur came from the right. Zorn examined the darkness that revealed a strange aura and the increasingly intense whispers in his ears. He quickly moved away from that area to the left. Half an hour later. New City District, an open-air balcony cafe on the 3rd floor. Zorn ordered a coffee with fresh milk and coconut jelly. He could see on the northwest side, the thick and lingering heavy cataclysm haze shrouded the sky above Oblin City. At this time, many people had noticed this scene, either stopping to watch or pointing and talking. Even in this cafe, many people were looking at the strange dark clouds appearing in the northwest city with great interest and discussing them. Taking a sip of the fragrant coffee, he casually picked up today's Oblin City Steam Daily as a cover. Opened the attribute panel. After advancing to level 3, he gained new skills. Just as he had predicted when he was at level 2. The Evil Spirit Wizard had obtained a powerful Evil Spirit Forbidden technique, Forbidden Spell. Eternal Doom Whiplash designates the target's current spells and skills, and seals them. Carefully examine this powerful Evil Spirit Forbidden technique. Quite good. A look of joy appeared in the depths of Zorn's pupils. Eternal Doom Whiplash can be said to be one of the core abilities of the Evil Spirit Wizard. It can interrupt and seal the enemy's spells, even forbidden spells can be interrupted and sealed. If Zorn had mastered this powerful spell before, when the level 5 Blood Knight propped up the Blood Shield, Zorn could directly interrupt and seal the powerful defensive Blood Shield, and then use forbidden spell cutting. Similarly, Zorn could also use this, Eternal Doom Whiplash, to interrupt and seal the Mad Wizard's Blood Mist Gate, preventing him from escaping. Even if the powerful ability was excavated from the forbidden blood, it can still be interrupted and sealed by Eternal Doom Whiplash. As a world-class boss, Evil Spirit Wizard almost has the highest confrontation judgment of equal rank. The level 3 fighter obtained a very potential transcendent skill of the major genre of body techniques. Thousand Flows Mist Step. The upgrade difficulty of this body technique is relatively high. With continuous upgrades, the speed of the Transcendent will be very fast, and at the same time, they will be able to obtain many body technique special effects. However, compared to the Evil Spirit Wizard's Evil Spirit Witch Curse, it is much inferior. I don't need too many means from the E-Fighter sequence. After another defensive Transcendent skill, the fighter skills obtained in subsequent upgrades can be directly burned to strengthen the existing skills. As for the Evil Spirit Wizard sequence, it needs to continuously collect more witch curses. After sorting out the general ideas of the future sequence upgrades, Zorn slowly gathered his mind and looked at the huge haze shrouded in the sky above Oblin City in the distance. He had already felt that the immortal, Calamity imprint, was slowly and heavily engraved in the chapter of Oblin City. Next, just wait patiently to obtain rich fruits. Rumble, suddenly, rolling heavy thunder came from a distance, and the earth was trembling slightly. I don't know when, the heavy clouds of nature slowly from the distant horizon. Oblin City's rainstorm is coming. By evil spirits. Rumble, the torrential rain washed over the rat-infested city of Oblin. It also took away the heat in the air. After breakfast, Zorn, who was digesting his food, opened today's Oblin Steam Daily. A strange cloud of death shrouds Oblin, a sign of disaster? Or is it disrespect to the gods? The large, bold headline, carrying the scent of ink, rushed towards him. It's finally starting to be officially published in the newspaper. A narrow smile appeared at the corner of Zorn's eyes as he read on in detail. Today is already the third day of the evil spirit disaster. At the beginning, the residents of Oblin were just curious about the strange dark clouds. But as time went on, the cloud of death condensed by the evil spirit disaster never dissipated. After some information such as evil gods, blood sacrifices, rituals, and disasters were dug up, terrifying rumors such as a terrible evil god ritual to be carried out in Oblin have already appeared. After these few days of fermentation, it is almost possible to hear the residents of Oblin talking about the terrifying cloud of death everywhere. From the growth and expansion speed of the immortal disaster holy mark, Zorn can clearly feel that the storm set off by this evil spirit disaster has affected more and more transcendence, and there is still a tendency to continue to expand. Now, rumors about evil spirits have begun to spread in Oblin. The fear of being dominated by evil spirits is also gradually growing. Today's Oblin Steam Daily elaborates on the situation of the strange cloud of death. The wording "disrespect to the gods" clearly shows that the official Oblin is urging the Holy Sun Church to solve this trouble as soon as possible. Zorn is very familiar with the Holy Sun Church's process for handling such incidents. They will spend a lot of time judging the resources, manpower, etc. required to end this disaster. By the time the resource process is approved, the evil spirit disaster will have already formed a stable boundary. It is good that the disaster is over. But the boundary, permanently engraved in Oblin, will never be erased. And this will be Zorn's anchor in this world. Quickly browsing all the information in today's Oblin Steam Daily, Zorn sniffed out an unusual smell. The disagreement between Oblin City Hall and the church is getting bigger and bigger. No, it should be said that the disagreement between the Ostantan Republic and the Holy Sun Church is getting bigger and bigger. Although the Holy Sun Church is the only legal religion of the Ostantan Republic. But the Ostantan Republic is not the only place where the Holy Sun Church preaches. More accurately, Ostantan is just a small piece of land in the northern border of the continent where the Holy Sun preaches, a preaching place that is not taken too seriously. Before the tide of steam roared, the power of the transcendent had not yet recovered. The transcendent power mastered by the Holy Sun Church has absolute say. Whoever dares not listen may be punished by God. Even many great nobles must bow before the Holy Sun Church. But now times have changed. The roar of steam swept the entire world. The great development of the steam industry has promoted social progress, promoted the recovery of many mysterious forces, and the transcendent sequence has gradually been excavated. When the dignitaries of Ostantan mastered the transcendent power, they naturally needed to take back the right to speak. Although they still dare not wrestle with the Holy Sun Church. But in the handling of some transcendent events, they have begun to dare to question the Church. Take this evil spirit disaster as an example. This newspaper article urging the Church to deal with the incident as soon as possible clearly shows dissatisfaction with the Church. Although there is still a long way to go before the internal strife of the Holy Sun Church and the dispute between the Ostantan Republic and the Church. But it is a wonderful journey to appreciate it from the beginning, when the first spark is ignited until its raging flames burn the entire world. His gaze swept over the pouring rain outside. The sound of the rain was like a beautiful movement, playing in his ears. Zorn slowly gathered his thoughts. After being promoted to level 3, his perception power became more and more powerful, and more meticulous. Even very weak fluctuations could hardly escape his perception. The evil energy and disaster black mist are growing stronger day by day. Let him gradually find a sense of control over the surrounding world. Having an orderly sense of control over the surrounding world is an advanced quality of a caster. As a caster, being touched silently by the enemy is disrespect to oneself. Even though the level 3 evil witch boss probably has 20 times the life toughness of a level 3 transcendent, plus he himself is a fighter sequence and is not afraid of sneak attacks. If it is a conventional caster sequence, it will take at least the middle level 8 or even 9 to have this feeling for the first time. But Zorn was still very satisfied to find this familiar feeling at level 3. The rain has become more and more torrential in the past 2 days, so it's not good to go to the sewers to farm skills. Zorn thought secretly. Although it is not good to go to the sewers to farm skills. But with the forbidden blood in hand, Zorn needs to do more and more things. In the past 2 days, he began to obtain some pharmacist's experimental equipment through the channel of Apothecary Vladimir. Such as furnaces, crucibles, distillation equipment, small steam energy towers, etc. He is going to start extracting what he needs from the blood of the twin-ringed serpent. The forbidden blood of the twin-ringed serpent contains many powerful forbidden powers. For example, the snakescale shield that can block forbidden spells. The blood mist door that can quickly shuttle. These are very rare transcendent forbidden techniques. This kind of transcendent forbidden technique excavated from the superior
has a very nice name: exclusive transcendent forbidden technique.
A powerful skill and forbidden technique exclusive to a certain superior.
You cannot obtain it from other places, extracting it from the superior is the only way.
From the forbidden blood of the superior, twin-ringed serpent, you can extract the powerful exclusive transcendent forbidden technique that Zorn needs. In addition, using the forbidden blood of the superior can also strengthen one's own transcendent skills.
And this is one of the few ways to strengthen the skill form.
Zorn has a lot of room to play with the 30-odd copies of forbidden blood that he worked so hard to snatch. However, before that, Zorn needs to get rid of the Rat King Butch first. Get the flesh and blood remains of the Rat King Butch that have been fused with the forbidden blood of the twin-ringed serpent. It can allow Zorn to better digest these forbidden blood.
While Zorn was thinking,
the old butler Grank walked in, holding a letter in his hand.
"Young Master Zorn, the postman just sent a letter. It was sent from the police station in the Mist District."
Mist District Police Station? Zorn raised his eyebrows slightly. He took the letter, opened it, and examined it in detail.
"Dear Mr. Zorn, Oberlin City, North Ring Street Police Station, Mist District. Officer Ansel Hall. This is a letter inviting Zorn to the North Ring Street Police Station in the Mist District to provide advice and opinions as a transcendent consultant. Although a fee will be paid to Zorn every month after passing, this fee from the police station, which has no lucrative departments, is more symbolic than practical. But Zorn understands the meaning behind this letter. Oberlin City is starting to gradually win over many transcendents. Zorn will naturally not refuse this.
As early as when Zorn met Officer Ansel, he had this plan, and now it is the season to reap the rewards.
Having contact with the police circle as a transcendent consultant will have many benefits.
First, if there is any trouble, the police station can help solve it effectively. Second, if you perform well and stand out, you can completely get to know some truly capable and powerful people in the police station.
Third, you can get a lot of useful intelligence information from the police system. For example, some traces of other potential evil spirits.
Just as Zorn was planning to reply to Officer Ansel with a letter.
In the rain, a wet figure suddenly broke into Zorn's perception.
Zorn frowned slightly.
Why did Isaac suddenly run over?
Then, Isaac, who was speeding through the rain, bypassed the old butler Grank who was blocking him and rushed into the hall.
"Mr. Zorn, please save my teacher. He was bitten by the Rat King and is dying."
Rain and tears mixed together as Isaac sobbed and begged. The rain poured down more and more violently. Inside the carriage speeding towards the old district, Isaac, the rat catcher, who had changed into clean clothes, had red eyes as he sniffled and recounted his experiences. The rat catchers had been very busy recently. It had been some time since he had seen Isaac and his master. Isaac's growth had been astonishing. He was already level 2, and his sequence was quite stable. As a darling of fate, a trendsetter of the times, and a bearer of a special sequence, it was only reasonable that he leveled up a bit faster. You should know that Zorn Crick, the core protagonist of the Evil Spirit Wizard chapter,
spent the latter half of his time either running away or preparing to run away.
Yet his strength and level still rose rapidly. We followed the hidden passage to the boundary between the dark world and the depths of the sewers. Although the flood in the sewers was extremely turbulent, it was all swallowed by that strange boundary. We followed the path to the quiet forest behind the Rat King's castle, originally intending to kill the patrolling night ratmen there. But we encountered that terrifying monster. It was like a mountain, each step it took was terribly heavy, as if a heavy iron hammer was striking our hearts. We were unable to fight back at all and could only flee in panic. During the escape, 3 rat catchers in the team were killed by that terrifying Rat King. My master was also pierced through the chest. Although I tried my best to bring him out and gave him a life-restoring potion, strange blood-colored bubbles and black mist kept spreading from the wound, and the injury could not heal. "You are knowledgeable, please, save my master." As he spoke, Isaac's voice became increasingly hoarse. While he explained, Zorn listened attentively. They discovered the secret passage to the underground? Their luck is astonishingly good. This unexpected discovery gave Zorn many ideas. However, although Isaac and the others were lucky, their strength was far too lacking. After listening to his account, Zorn held his breath and nodded slightly.
Let's wait and see your master's condition first. Soon, the two arrived at a temporary rest area behind a tavern on Luke Street.
There were many rat catchers here, and they could help each other if there were any problems.
Just as they passed through the old doorway. Ho, ho, Zorn heard a strange sound. Oh! Damn it! Bevis is going to go crazy again.
Immediately afterward, Zorn saw several rat catchers running out in a swarm.
Bang, 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 heavy, twisted, rolling sounds came from inside the house. Everyone, get out of the way. I've brought Mr. Zorn, he can save my master.
Isaac tried hard to push through the crowd and shouted loudly.
Mr. Zorn?
Many rat catchers were stunned when they heard this. Earlier, there was a story circulating among the rat catchers about the amazingly strong fighter, Mr. Zorn, who beat up the Rat King.
This made them full of curiosity about Mr. Zorn.
Now that Isaac mentioned Mr. Zorn, the rat catchers looked over one after another.
Is this the legendary Mr. Zorn? Isn't he a child the same age as Isaac? When they saw the true face of Mr. Zorn, the rat catchers looked at each other in dismay. Could it be that Isaac made a mistake? Entering the house, Zorn's eyes fell on Bevis. His powerful perception immediately allowed Zorn to sense Bevis's condition. His body and spirituality have been polluted. And there is a tendency for distortion and loss of control. Zorn immediately used evil spirit authority to appease Bevis's constantly wriggling sequence spirituality. Who, breathing heavily, with red eyes, arching his back, and with his limbs on the ground like a beast, Bevis's breathing began to ease. After a while, he slowly lay down, curled up on the bed, and entered a deep sleep. Zorn stepped forward, uncovered his clothes, and the wound on his chest had healed but not completely. A small amount of viscous, strange black mist constantly emanated from it. And a black mark was clearly visible under the skin, like a raised blood vessel, an earthworm, gently wriggling and crawling. Not only is there pollution, but there is also a very strong curse. It seems that Butch has officially forged the crown of his subordinate. While Zorn was checking, the other rat catchers were also near the door and windows, curiously observing the scene of Zorn calming down the about-to-go berserk Bevis. You should know that when Bevis was manic before, 5 or 6 of them couldn't hold him down, and some were bitten twice. But now, that Mr. Zorn didn't know what powerful method he used, but he actually calmed down the about-to-go berserk Bevis. Before, they didn't quite believe that this young Mr. Zorn had any ability. Now it seems that this young Mr. Zorn seems to be quite capable. Regarding the previous incident of this Mr. Zorn confronting and killing the Rat King, they naturally became more and more convinced. Isaac, with red eyes, walked over cautiously. Mr. Zorn, is my master okay? Zorn glanced at Isaac, pointed to the black thread that was wriggling and crawling like an earthworm at the location of the wound, and slowly opened his mouth. Do you see this thing? I see it, Isaac nodded. It existed before, but now it seems to be a bit longer than before. This is the Blood Source Subordinate Rat King Knight's Death Ring Curse. Zorn said softly. Ordinary second-order transcendents can only withstand the Death Ring Curse for up to 1 day, but your master is a rat catcher, can he be exempted from this Death Ring Curse? Rat catcher Isaac asked urgently. Zorn glanced at Isaac. He can barely resist for 1 more day. Boom, rumble, rumble. Thunder rumbled in the depths of the rain. It was like a thunderclap in the depths of Isaac's heart at this moment. He was completely stunned in place, with only endless roaring echoing in the depths of his soul. Looking at the rat catcher Isaac, who was completely stunned in place, Zorn withdrew his gaze. This kind of killing Death Ring Curse is very powerful. It is also very simple to remove it, just kill the Blood Source Subordinate Rat King Knight. After resolving the curse, and drinking some potion, the pollution can also be expelled and purified. But for rat catchers, that is too difficult. Even if all the rat catchers are gathered together now, they may not be able to kill the Blood Source Subordinate Rat King Knight. It is likely to become the Rat King's further strengthened food.
Even if it is a church transcendent, it will cost a heavy price to kill the blood source subordinate Rat King Knight. In fact, in the original trajectory, the church did pay a terrible price to kill the blood source subordinate Rat King Knight. And in this process, sooner or later, Bevis, the master of the future, legendary god hunter, Isaac, will fall in a tragic battle. Before his fall, he will pass the will of rat catching and hunting to Isaac. After the inheritance of the fire, the old fire is extinguished, and the new fire is born. The will of rat catching and hunting will run through his heart in sequence, urging him to give the evil spirit wizard Big Boss Zornkrieg a fatal blow at a critical moment, taking one of his lives. Stepping on the corpse of the world-class Big Boss, evil spirit wizard, writing his own legendary epic, and creating his own imprint chapter.
And now, Zorn is going to rewrite this ending. After a long, long time, Isaac, with red and dry eyes, looked at Zorn, and he pleaded in a hoarse and rough voice. Mr. Zorn, you possess amazing transcendent knowledge, you must have a way to save my master. You often tell me that in the transcendent world, if you want to gain something, you must pay enough price. As long as you can save my master, I am willing to pay any price. He clenched his fists, his body was trembling, now he was willing to sell his soul to save his master. If it wasn't for his master, he would have starved to death on the streets, and he would not have been able to come into contact with this strange and mysterious transcendent world. Everything he has was given by his master, and he is willing to return it all. I do have a way to save your master. Zorn looked at Isaac and said in a low voice. These words made Isaac's heart tremble slightly. But the problem is, you have to be prepared to bear the heavy price that is like a shackle. You may lose your freedom, lose your self-will, and even lose your life for it. I am willing. Isaac gritted his teeth, his expression was more resilient than ever before, and he responded in a low voice. Knight, lower position Rat King Knight rumble, deep within the rapid currents of the sewer. In a more secluded part of the sewer, the darkness was thick, viscous, and heavy. Zorn and Isaac moved swiftly, one in front of the other, wading through knee-deep water. There's a hidden doorway in the small canal ahead. Passing through it will take us directly to the junction area below. Isaac, while moving forward, explained the hidden passage they had discovered to Zorn. As a trendsetter of the times, an existence with a special sequence, Isaac would naturally have some special gains in these disaster areas. But discovering this gate of junction was truly a stroke of luck. Mr. Zorn, can killing the Rat King really save my teacher? Isaac couldn't help but turn back and ask as they moved forward. Compared to that question, I think it's more important to figure out how to deal with that terrifying level 3, almost level 4, Rat King. Zorn, following behind Isaac, replied slowly. Before, when Zorn told Isaac that the way to save his teacher was to kill the terrifying Rat King, this young rat catcher was undoubtedly in despair. You must know, the Rat King's strength is terrifying. Even the church side is said to have lost many powerful transcendents. The situation of rat catchers being killed by the Rat King has happened several times. No one dared to face the terrifying Rat King. This time alone, 3 rat catchers died directly. He wanted to kill the Rat King, which was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Then, he naturally turned his hopeful gaze to Zorn again, seeking help, just like a drowning person. Zorn, using the excuse of needing to buy medicine, asked the other rat catchers to look after Bevis, and then left with Isaac. Returning to his manor, he brought the prepared items. The two set off again. The target was the bloodborne lower position Rat King Knight in the depths of the underground. This time, Zorn planned to duel the Rat King, Butch. Under normal circumstances, in the underground junction area, there would be many transcendents from the church, the government, rat catchers, and so on. Zorn would have no chance to duel the Rat King, Butch. But the appearance of the evil spirit disaster and the torrential rain pouring into the sewer, the situation took a turn for the better. According to the information provided by Isaac and his group of rat catchers, after the sewer was blocked by floods, now in the junction area deep underground, not to mention the official transcendents, there aren't even any rat catchers.
and Isaac and others passed through a special quiet passage, the so-called Gate of Junction, to reach the junction area deep underground.
This provided Zorn with an excellent opportunity to calmly kill the blood-borne lower position Rat King Knight.
In the original plan, he would have to wait at least 1 or 2 months. After the church crusade against the Rat King, severely damaging the blood-borne lower position Rat King Knight, Zorn would be able to pick up the scraps in the final nest.
At that time,
Zorn could only get the flesh and blood remains of the evil spirit knight and a part of the forbidden blood. He couldn't get any of the other good things.
But now it's different. Without interference,
Zorn would duel the Rat King Butch and kill him, then all the good things underground would belong to Zorn. The opportunity came, and Zorn, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately seized it. Of course, as the guide, Isaac would also have good gains. After all, without this Gate of Junction and this unexpected event,
Zorn would not have captured such an excellent opportunity.
Soon, the two passed through a relatively narrow pipe and arrived at the shortcut gate that Isaac mentioned.
Zorn scanned the dark doorway, about 2 meters in diameter.
It was the Gate of Junction that Zorn was very familiar with. Gate of Junction can directly cross a certain distance and arrive at the depths of the junction area.
Putting down the black monster suitcase, Zorn took out 2 masks from it.
One was a pale witch mask, and the other was an ordinary demon imp mask.
Both can effectively conceal the face.
Zorn put on the witch mask, without changing his appearance. Then he handed the ordinary demon imp mask to Isaac.
Put it on.
This, Isaac was slightly stunned.
You think there's no one in the depths of the underground, right? Zorn stated calmly. But many times, the reality is often not as smooth as you think. Being prepared can keep you safe. Zorn taught. Isaac quickly absorbed these valuable experiences. Remember what I told you in the carriage? Yes. Isaac nodded. Killing that terrifying Rat King will cause quite a stir in Obrin City.
As the killers, we will have good gains, but we will also be targeted by many people. Heroes enjoy glory and praise, but they also bear danger and scrutiny. So, we need to hide our identities and keep it secret, so that we can protect our safety.
We can't let anyone know that we killed the Rat King.
After listening to Isaac recite his statement in detail, Zorn nodded slightly.
Put it on. Let's go. Isaac's character is still trustworthy.
Joining forces with Isaac to kill the Rat King. On the one hand, it can truly win over this guy to become one of his own, a true friend. On the other hand, it is also because the rat catcher who kills the Rat King can obtain rich experience through hunting, allowing Isaac to upgrade better, and activate the characteristics of Hunting God. After mastering the Hunting God characteristic, he can smell the taste and aura of other evil spirits.
Maybe one day in the future, Isaac will be able to bring Zorn information traces, or even wreckage, of other evil spirits.
Passing through the Gate of Junction, arriving at the dark junction area.
The dull and silent world slowly bloomed in Zorn's perception.
Because it is a junction area between the sewer and the dark world.
There are sewer-like structures here. But the scale is larger and more complex.
Some characteristics of the dark world are presented in the junction area. Walls, wall bodies and other parts have strange cracks, and some black shadows can be seen lurking in them from a distance.
Once approached, those strange shadows will disappear.
Occasionally, some strange dark shadows will slip away from the side, and some shadows will even stop to look at the intruders.
Even, these shadows will attack the intruders.
These so-called shadows are shadow creatures.
Where reality and darkness intersect, shadows must be accompanied.
The junction area between the dark world and the sewers of Ogren City.
The whole world is filled with a strange atmosphere of desolation and death. At this time, the position the two entered was the center of an intersection.
Zorn's eyes gradually swept across the intersection.
Although slowly exploring can find the current location of the Rat King Butch.
Using food can also better lure Butch over.
But it takes more time.
But Zorn has a better way. He looked at Isaac and lowered his voice.
Isaac, feel the Rat King's location. Ah? Isaac was stunned. How to feel it?
Calm down, use your rat catcher sequence to carefully feel the veins of darkness, you will be able to capture the direction of that powerful rat king. This is a unique talent and ability belonging to your rat catchers.
Following Zorn's instructions, Isaac stood in the darkness and carefully felt the surrounding darkness.
All kinds of sequences have some hidden potential small skills and abilities, waiting for the transcendents to explore and develop. This is the sewer, and also the core area of the rat disaster. Isaac, whose talent is basically at the ceiling of Ratcatcher, can definitely feel the Rat King's position if he masters the method.
Sure enough. A dozen breaths later, Isaac's face showed surprise as he opened his eyes. He looked at Zorn in surprise and said urgently, "Mr. Zorn, I feel the Rat King's aura and location."
Zorn nodded lightly.
"Very good, maintain this state, let's go catch rats." About a quarter of an hour later, the two came to a wide area as wide as an underground church. It's just the church area which should have been solemn and dignified. Now it is covered by a small piece of bone jungle with piles of bones. The bone forest of the Dark World is one of the very iconic areas.
At the same time, this is also the treasure land of necromancers. Of course, Zorn prefers to call it the burial ground of necromancers. When Zorn used the full-level account of the necromancer, he buried too many enemies' corpses and bones in the bone forest. He would even build death traps in the dark and strange junction area, waiting for human transcendents to come in and die. At this time, Butch, the blood-born lower position Rat King Knight who had already ascended to the throne, was dragging his mountain-like body, rummaging through the bones in the depths of the bone forest, looking for something. While rummaging, he also made a low murmur.
"So hungry, I'm almost starving to death. Damn, isn't there anything delicious?"
"Except for bones, it's still bones, I hate these bones." Uncle's taste is still sweet and delicious. Uncle, I miss you so much." This guy still can't forget his delicious uncle. But from his muttering, it can be seen that this guy is getting more and more energetic. From time to time, he would throw up a bone high, then catch it with the Rat King's head at the front, and then quickly lick it, absorbing the weak remnants of the spiritual source quality in it. The desire for flesh and blood, soul, and spiritual source quality will make him more and more crazy. If the church does not come down to crusade against him. When the spiritual source quality is lacking to a certain extent, the characteristics of the evil spirit sequence will drive him to rush out of the sewer and forage in the street. However, the spiritual source quality of ordinary humans cannot satisfy the increasingly distorted desire and greed. In the end, the blood-born lower position Rat King Knight will launch an attack on the Holy Sun Church. Until the sacred fire of the church purifies his will and soul, and completely ignites that mountain-like body, he will fall heavily to the ground, ending his crazy night charge. At the same time, he will use the flames of his bones and flesh to ignite the night sky of Ogren City that night, drawing a tragic ending for the Rat Plague chapter, and for himself. Zorn gave Isaac a look. Isaac understood and hid aside. In Zorn's plan, Isaac is an important link, but also a link that needs to be protected. Next, it will be the boss confrontation time between the evil spirit wizard and the blood-born lower position Rat King Knight. Through the plot. In the corner, Zorn released the Calamity Black Mist while opening his attribute panel. Star Mark Fighter, 30th Anniversary Special Edition, non-transferable, level 3, 9%. Talent, Adamantine Will Iron Bone, SS grade. You possess an iron will and body. Skills, Basic Skull Crushing Fist, LV1, 10%. Adamantine Chi Specialization, Passive LV0, 29%. Thousand Stream Gale Step, LV0, 2%. This battle with the Rat King Butch will inevitably be time-consuming and protracted. Zorn plans to use the E-Fighter sequence as his main attack and the Netherworld Warlock means as support. Although it will be a bit of a scratching also has its benefits. That is, it can better help Zorn practice his skills and obtain fighting source matter. You must know that, Blood Source Lower being Rat King Knight, has both the Netherworld Knight sequence, Forbidden Blood, and has absorbed the Golden Rat King. Fighting such a big boss in a life and death battle is a blood profit every second. Killing the enemy is not the goal, leveling up is. If possible, Zorn would even be willing to fight Butch here for a whole day.
Feels like the preparations are almost complete.
Zorn used 1000 Streamgale Step, which was extremely fast and silent.
After obtaining this major sex movement skill, Zorn would use it lightly and continuously in his daily life.
This way, he would not consume much adamantine chi and could effectively improve its level.
Hello, Butch. In the depths of the darkness, a voice suddenly sounded.
The Rat King Butch, who was digging and licking bones, suddenly raised his huge rat head and looked in the direction of the sound.
Not far in front of him, he saw a human, food. And it was the food he craved, with a rich source of spiritual essence.
The Rat King Butch's eyes glowed with greedy blood, and his flesh and silver-gray fur trembled with excitement.
Ka-RSS, he let out a strange hiss and launched a night charge towards the food. Boom! 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 The darkness played the drumbeat of its trampling, and the earth trembled. Zorn quickly moved to the side, avoiding the Rat King Butch's night charge. Skull-crushing fist erupted. Eternal Calamity Whiplash, the powerful interruption and sealing forbidden technique also bloomed. The Rat King Butch, who was charging at high speed, suddenly slowed down, and the mountain of flesh the size of a room immediately overturned on the spot and rolled forward with a rumble. Finally, with a bang, it hit the rock wall and stopped. Zorn used 1000 Streamgale Step and quickly followed. While the Rat King Butch hadn't turned over yet. He used both hands. Now is the time for skull crushing. Bang 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 bang. Every punch hit the Rat King Butch's flesh and fur, and its power bloomed like ripples. It looked like he was giving the Rat King Butch a massage. Fighter, vs. Blood source lower being Rat King Knight, scratch. Just scratch hard. No stats, no mechanics, all scratch. The Rat King Butch, who officially became Blood source lower being Rat King Knight, is much stronger in terms of defense than before. The more this is the case, the more satisfied Zorn is. He was also worried that he would kill the Rat King Butch too quickly, then there would be no such perfect experience warehouse. With Eternal Calamity Whiplash, this top-level mechanic in hand. As the battle progresses, Zorn can seal all of the Rat King Butch's skills and abilities, making its threat lower and lower, eventually becoming a huge sandbag. As a top boss, Netherworld Warlock, why need to win with weakness? It's all about bullying the weak, it's all about crushing with strength. After painstakingly developing in a low-key manner, still need to win with weakness, wouldn't that be a waste of development? When Zorn came here, the Rat King Butch was already dead. Waiting for him is just a battle to bury it. Boom! When another punch landed, the Rat King Butch turned over with force, and a 5-meter-long skeleton spear slammed down. Zorn borrowed strength and retreated nimbly. Boom! The skeleton spear slammed heavily on the ground, and the head-sized stones were directly smashed to pieces. Damn human, what did you do? The Rat King Butch, shaking his head up and down, roared in unison. Send you on your way. Zorn responded lightly while charging again. Originally, the growth rate of the level 1 Skull Crushing Fist was already relatively slow. But in the battle with the Rat King, every punch of the Skull Crushing Fist made Zorn feel that the Skull Crushing Fist was growing rapidly. At the same time, the high-intensity battle between the fighter sequence and the Rat King also greatly increased the sequence experience. The same level, fighter, facing a staged boss like Blood Source lower being Rat King Knight. Solo battle, after winning and killing the opponent, can increase at least half a level of experience. Even with the Netherworld Warlock boss, this experience black hole, there can still be considerable gains. Zorn, who was close to the body, avoided the Rat King's attack. Skull Crushing Fist opened fire again. Without the powerful skill, Night Charge. The Rat King Knight Butch's mobility directly changed from cavalry to infantry. That burly, mountain-like body became a burden, making it difficult for him to move around. In the attack of moving around, Zorn's offensive became more and more fierce. The Rat King Butch obviously did not sit still. His rat tail was also constantly whipping. Finding an opportunity, the Rat King's fangs would also bite Zorn. The human-shaped Butch, which was inserted on the Rat King's back and integrated with the Rat King, was waving a skeleton spear and constantly attacking Zorn. In the battle between one person and one Rat King,
With a muffled bang, Zorn, who was dodging the Rat King's head bite, was directly swept away by the skeleton spear. After flying 7 or 8 meters, he slammed heavily on a large stone. Seeing this, the Rat King Butch was overjoyed. He knew very well about the weak physique of these humans. Just find an opportunity, one bite, or one hit, is enough to make these level 1 or 2 transcendents lose most of their combat power.
But this time it was a little different.
The human who was swept away stood up as if nothing had happened after a somersault.
You must know that this blow, even if it is drawn on the rock wall, will draw a crack. This human is actually fine?
Butch was stunned for a while. Today's human seems particularly strange.
Well done, Butch.
Zorn shook his shoulders and smiled. The evil warlock boss itself has a very strong life toughness, coupled with the fighter's SS level, steel will iron bone, talent, and the star mark adamantine chi, which is good at defense itself. There is damage from this blow, but not much. For Zorn, he barely lost a sliver of blood. If you really take out the blood bar, yours is certainly very long, but I am not much worse than you. Moreover, using Life Leech, Zorn can quickly restore his life force. Dare to fight boss with bare hands, naturally Zorn has the confidence. Using Gale Step again, Zorn charged again.
Continue his skull-crushing scratch attack.
In the battle, while the skill experience of skull-crushing fist is increasing sharply, the fighting source matter is constantly being drawn by Zorn, rich and pure. On the surface, the fighter is scratching. In fact, the Netherworld Warlock is reducing the dimension of the attack. The forbidden spell, Eternal Calamity Whiplash, which is secretly accumulating power, is constantly sealing the Rat King Butch's other skills and abilities. When the target unit does not use skills or abilities, Eternal Calamity Whiplash will randomly select a skill to seal the enemy's skills or abilities, and it will not be unsealed in this battle. As the battle continued, although he was occasionally knocked into the air, stabbed by the skeleton spear, and even bitten by the Rat King. But with the adamantine chi of the fighter sequence, and the life toughness of the Netherworld Warlock, carrying it, and breaking free,
Zorn, with many means and abilities, highlights an error tolerance rate.
Moreover, finding an opportunity, Zorn will use Life Leech to the Rat King hard and restore his injuries. Zorn is basically not afraid of the Rat King's attack.
But the Rat King cannot ignore Zorn's attack.
As Skull-Crushing Fist continued to attack, the damage also began to show continuously. In the first hour of the battle, the Rat King fought back, and from time to time he was able to give Zorn a certain blow, and even knock Zorn into the air. In the second hour of the battle, the Rat King's attack began to weaken, and he was no longer able to cause any effective obstruction to Zorn's attack. When entering the third hour of the battle, the Rat King began to enter the defensive stage. He constantly moved his body, avoiding Zorn's attack. And his skeleton spear was all knocked away by Zorn during this period. When the battle entered the fourth hour, the Rat King officially entered the stage of strategically waiting for death. During this period, he thought of countless ways. But they were always resolved calmly by that damn fighter. Then he will usher in a more violent counterattack. He has tried his best, but that damn fighter is completely at ease. Can't beat, really can't beat. Whether it is the Rat King's ability or the Netherworld Knight's ability, they are all firmly pressed by Zorn. There are many means that may not be Zorn's opponent, and many abilities and skills have been sealed, so he can only wait for death. When the battle is close to the fifth hour, the Rat King, who is hanging on by one breath, is at risk of sudden death at any time. Under the constant killing of the star mark adamantine chi, although the outer fur is not damaged, the many flesh and blood in his body have long been beaten into blood by Zorn. Round and round like a balloon filled with water. Now Zorn sucks casually, and a lot of life force gurgles over. In fact, when entering the third hour, Zorn had already begun to release water, just to be able to fight the Rat King for a while longer. And as he entered the fifth hour, Zorn felt a hint of hunger. In order to maintain his physical strength and obtain adamantine chi, he accelerated the digestion of food. Almost. Zorn thought secretly. Do it! Zorn suddenly shouted loudly. The Rat King, who was waiting for death with his eyes down, heard the voice of this terrible human in front of him, and he raised his eyelids slightly.
Hee, finally, is it going to end?
Isaac, the rat catcher who had been waiting for a long time, rushed out from the corner. Of course, even if he walked over slowly, the effect would be the same.
The Rat King just wants to die suddenly now. Die.
Heart Hunting Strike, use the ultimate hunting power to inflict a fatal blow on the enemy, and each kill of the enemy will increase the destructive power of Heart Hunting Strike. This is his growth skill, and it is also the key to his strong strength. After using this skill to make up for killing the Rat King, the damage of this skill will be greatly improved. This blow heavily killed on the Rat King's sequence core, coupled with the damage bonus of Rat Catcher to rat-like creatures. At that moment, Zorn vaguely heard the sound of the sequence collapsing. The Rat King, whose fur was torn open, flowed out like a flood of blood mixed with flesh and blood remains.
Ah, the Rat King Butch let out a miserable wail, and the power emerged from his successfully thinned body and ran into the depths of the darkness.
Lord Zorn, quickly catch up with him, can't let him run.
Isaac looked at the Rat King's figure fleeing quickly and said anxiously.
But his actions were stopped by Zorn.
Just follow slowly, he can't escape. Zorn glanced at the hurried Isaac and said lightly. Next, the boss will take you through the plot. Remains, following the trail of Rat King Bucci's blood. The two advanced along the path. Isaac stared at the bloodstains and the darkness ahead, a hint of anxiety on his face. He was eager to catch up with the Rat King. Zorn steadily followed behind Bucci, the corner of his eye glancing into the darkness. The anxious hunter only focused on the injured prey, unaware that he too had become the target of other hunters. In the battle between Zorn and Rat King Bucci, what seemed like a low-end, skill-less fight was actually packed with high-level techniques. Using the black mist, Zorn sensed at least 5 transcendent individuals spying and observing the battle from the shadows. Moreover, these transcendent individuals were of considerable sequence rank. Zorn's fist-to-fist confrontation with Rat King Bucci, and the sight of the Rat King being utterly powerless against him, successfully intimidated those lurking in the depths of darkness. These transcendent individuals with considerable strength could naturally discern the gold content of Zorn resolving Rat King Bucci with his fists. This fighter was not someone they could afford to provoke. A fighter who could take on the Rat King single-handedly could not only smash their heads but also twist them off and use them as balls. So, they were all very well behaved. Following the trail through the sewers of the Borderlands, Zorn opened the system panel to check the results of the 5-hour battle. Star Mark Fighter, 30th Anniversary Exclusive Edition, Untradeable, Level 3, 14%. Talent Adamantine Wool Iron Bone, SS grade. You possess an iron will and body. Skills Basic Skull Crushing Fist, LV1, 65%. Adamantine Chi Specialization, Passive LV0, 54%. Thousand Streams Gale Step, LV0, 24%. The sequence experience level increased by about 5%. Skull Crushing Fist increased by 55%. Adamantine Chi Specialization increased by 25%. Thousand Streams Gale Step increased by 22%. The improvement efficiency in all aspects was exceptionally astonishing. Currently, Bucci hasn't died yet. Once he dies, I will gain another portion of fighter source matter, which will further increase several percentage points in levels. After passing through an area with blue-silver moss, in a relatively empty underground space, the two caught up with Bucci. The rock wall where Bucci collapsed had a huge black stone door with a diameter of over 10 meters. That was the sealed door of Twin-Ringed Serpent. The Borderlands exposed things that should not have been exposed. Zorn scanned the wide space. He casually picked up a handy stone. Star Mark Adamantine Chi was slightly infused into it. Buzz. Zorn threw it forcefully at a collapsed stone pillar half a meter high. With a bang, a figure fell out of it with a muffled sound. The figure had a cold expression, and after a roll, he quickly got up by supporting himself with one hand. With a sway of his body, like a phantom, he rushed towards the two of them. Kill him, Zorn said coldly. Isaac was stunned, and his movements were half a beat slow. But Zorn didn't give the hidden guy a single chance of survival.
Evil spirit authority turned into invisible spiritual steel needles and plunged down fiercely. The man let out a strange scream. At the same time, strange black hair quickly appeared on his body, fleshy wings appeared on his back, and his eyes glowed with blood-red light, and his speed suddenly increased. He pounced on the two of them at an even faster speed.
It's the beasts from the evil god organization Primal Beast.
Zorn sneered and rushed forward with his fists, fighting with this bat-beast hybrid.
Although the opponent was extremely fast, Zorn's speed was not slow either. And Zorn's attacks were obviously more experienced than his opponent's.
After a moment of fighting, this beastified Batman was forced to retreat by Zorn.
Lacking experience, Isaac, after his initial panic, also showed his due qualities.
He quickly calmed his mind and immediately used his powerful means. Heart-hunting strike as the illusory and hazy special attack landed. The beastified Batman, who was fighting with Zorn, changed his face drastically.
His movements became slow and stiff.
Zorn seized the opportunity and slammed two heavy punches on his head.
Skull-crushing.
His hands were like pliers, clamping the opponent's head, and Starmark adamantine chi erupted violently.
No, this level 3 beastified Batman wailed miserably, his face full of fear. He wanted to regret it, but it was too late. Sheila that already bat-ified head was torn off by Zorn, along with the gurgling blood.
The headless body twitched for a moment and crashed heavily on the ground with a bang sound. Zorn wiped the blood off with the fur on his head and casually threw the head aside.
A little bat who just advanced to level 3 not long ago dares to fight a fighter head-on? Who gave you the courage? Attack, defense, speed, 3 skills in hand, adamantine chi initially formed.
In this stage of level 3, 4, and 5, this is the most powerful time for a fighter.
Although there is no defense skill, the Starmark fighter talent can be completely regarded as a powerful passive defense skill.
The enemies that the casters dare not fight in close combat can be easily solved by the fighter. Looking at the level 3 sequencer who was killed by Zorn with a wave of his hand, Isaac's heart trembled slightly. Before, when Mr. Zorn was fighting against that terrifying Rat King, due to the huge gap, he couldn't feel the strength and terror of Mr. Zorn. But at this time, facing that level 3 beastified Batman, he truly felt it. Such a powerful guy, he and his teacher might not be able to kill him even if they joined forces. When that guy rushed over, he felt danger and pressure. But Mr. Zorn only used a round of wonderful fighting to twist off the opponent's head and throw it aside like garbage. In his opinion, the enemy with pressure and danger was not worth mentioning in front of Zorn, and was crushed to death casually.
This is the gap. After killing this enemy lurking aside, Zorn looked at Isaac and explained in a low and heavy voice.
Isaac, as a hunter, don't let the prey deceive your eyes, you have to put some attention behind you, around you. I know you are very anxious, but the more this is the case, the more you have to remain calm and rational.
In a hunt, when you lose the keen sense of a hunter, what is the difference from courting death? In that case, not only will you not be able to save your teacher, but you will even put your own life in it. Guilt appeared on Isaac's gradually reddened face, standing awkwardly in place, like a student who had made a mistake. After a long while, he looked at Zorn with some understanding.
Mr. Zorn, your teachings, I remember, I will not make such mistakes again.
Yes.
Zorn nodded slightly.
It's okay for young people to make mistakes, this is an inevitable experience on the road to growth.
And this is also the purpose of Zorn taking him to complete this hunt. Turning around, Zorn looked at the passage in the darkness behind him. Those who are not afraid of death can come over and see if I can twist off all your heads. Zorn's voice penetrated the darkness, and the light of the blue fluorescent moss trembled slightly. In the silent depths of darkness, no one dared to respond. Zorn, withdrawing his gaze, came to Rat King Bucci in front of the towering wall. Bucci, who had arrived here with a tired body, waiting for death to come, was lying quietly. Fresh blood gurgled out, gathering to form a blood-colored stream.
Faintly, silver light could be seen blooming slightly within it.
At this time, the pupils of Bucci on the back of the Rat King faded from blood red and returned to their original brown color. The last glimmer of light before death allowed him to regain his former sanity. He looked at Zorn and opened his mouth in a hoarse voice.
I think I should remember who you are. We have fought before, right?
Zorn opened the black monster suitcase on the side, and while nodding slightly, he began to take things out. A small melting crucible, black flint for starting a fire, some glassware, and an iron pot. The Rat King was full of treasures and could not be wasted.
Yes, we have met before. Bucci, raising his head, looked at the round black seal door. I inherited that powerful sequence. The power contained within made me feel palpitations and fanaticism. I thought I could master that terrible power. However, that sequence was more terrifying than I thought. I couldn't control myself, I did too many wrong things. I deserve to die. Now that I think about it, that was really a nightmare. Now, finally liberated. While speaking, Bucci tried hard to pull his body out of the Rat King's back.
Tear, the pain of torn flesh made his whole body spasm.
But he didn't care anymore.
Bucci, rolling down from the back of the Rat King, looked at the Ratcatcher Isaac not far away.
Young Ratcatcher, give me a quick one.
However, Isaac just watched him vigilantly and did not easily approach.
Bucci, even now, do you still want to counterattack before you die?
Zorn's voice sounded slowly. The water of that terrible flesh and bone is too deep, you can't grasp it.
Bucci's body trembled slightly, his scheme was easily seen through by the guy who personally sent him on his way. He let out a long breath and lay heavily backward. Facing a terrifying guy like you, I didn't die in vain at all.
After saying that, there was no more sound. Zorn walked forward, his pupils slightly condensed. The first piece of Ergugnatha's flesh and blood remains, finally here.
Life drain activated.
Gurgle gurgle. The flesh and blood remains from Ergugnath were quickly absorbed by Zorn. Rapidly digesting Ergugnatha's flesh and blood remains.
The sequence strength of Evil Spirit Warlock was rapidly increasing. And the most obvious improvement was undoubtedly defense and life tenacity.
Evil spirit sequences, killing each other and absorbing each other's flesh and blood remains, can strengthen their own sequence strength.
If Evil Spirit Knight Bucci absorbed enough Ergugnatha's flesh and blood remains, he could even grow to the sequence strength level of a world-class big boss like Zorn.
Because of this, every evil spirit born from Ergugnatha's flesh and blood is eager to devour other evil spirits, using the flesh and blood of others as nourishment to grow stronger.
Even a top-level sequence like Zorn is the same. If Zorn doesn't work hard, he will eventually be collected by other collectors.
Fortunately, Zorn already has a certain advantage now. Being a world-class big boss himself, after absorbing more of Ergugnatha's flesh and bone,
he can awaken divinity, can dominate the source land, and even can become an evil god who enslaves the entire world. Rat King's Heart. Chapter, Rat King's Heart. Gurgle, gurgle, as it was absorbed, Zoan's flesh and blood also bubbled and boiled. Bloody bubbles constantly burst on his scorching body. Throughout the entire process, the strength of Zoan's sequence was visibly increasing.
After a long time, Zoan slowly opened his eyes. As expected of the corrupted god flesh remnants of Eugenus, the strengthening effect is quite astonishing. After digestion, there are improvements in all aspects. The greatest benefit that this piece of flesh remnant from the corrupted Spirit Knight sequence has brought me is defense and life endurance. Defense has increased by at least 80%. With the addition of the fighter's chi, that defense will be quite considerable. Zoan chuckled softly. Once the fighter gains another defensive skill, the fighter will be officially complete. The abilities of the fighter sequence itself are not particularly outstanding. But with the corrupted spirit wizard as its foundation, it's a completely different story. Previously, life endurance was about 20 times that of a level 3 sequence, but now, it's about 30 times. Feeling such a bountiful harvest, Zoan couldn't help but praise it. Devouring other corrupted spirit remnants is the fastest way to become stronger. But it is also the most difficult. You must know that every corrupted spirit that isn't weak basically has its own independent chapter, and behind them, there are also powerful forces that nurtured them. Collecting other corrupted spirits is a long journey, not to be rushed.
After digesting the Eugenu's flesh remnant of the corrupted spirit knight, Zoan looked at the already withered body of Butch. He opened his right palm, slowly releasing Butch's soul and will from the corrupted spirit knight sequence. Although the corrupted spirit knight Butch did many wrong things, he also paid the price of death for his mistakes. Zoan needed to fulfill his agreement with his uncle. As Butch's soul was released from the sequence, a slight wave surged. The wind was mixed with rustling sounds. UNC, Lou. I'm sorry. Fool-ish child. It's all uncle's fault I let you inherit a sequence you couldn't bear. Luckily, it's all over. Vaguely, Zoan saw two hazy afterimages gather together and dissipate with the wind. Huff, looking at the dissipating afterimages, Zoan lightly exhaled. Gurgle, gurgle, a slight hunger was stirring. I need to eat something, otherwise Isaac is going to become food. Zoan joked to himself. Mr. Zoan, now that the Rat King is dead, my teacher, Isaac, who had walked over, glanced at the 3 to 4 meter high mountain of flesh and asked softly. Zoan patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Now that the Rat King is dead, your teacher should have lifted the curse and woken up by the time we get back. After receiving a definite answer, Isaac instantly perked up. Although he now wanted to visit his teacher urgently. Judging from the fact that Mr. Zoan had already set out so many things, it was clear that they wouldn't be able to return for a while. Zoan said in a steady voice. Before we go back, we still have many things to do. As he spoke, he pointed to the Rat King behind him and took out 2 short knives from the black monster suitcase. I need you to cut up the Rat King's flesh. Are we going to find the Rat King's golden heart? Isaac asked curiously. Zoan raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded. It seems your teacher didn't skimp on teaching you about this. After receiving the sharp short knife from Zoan, Isaac explained. Actually, this information was told to me by the witch sisters from Granny Ling's side. They said that within the Rat King, who flows with strange cursed blood, there will be a golden Rat King's heart. Although eating that golden Rat King's heart will strengthen one's own power, and even enhance one's own spirituality. But from then on, one will also bear a terrible curse. Moreover, the flowing cursed blood is extremely contaminating and will drive us into madness. Zoan nodded. Those witches from the high mountains are indeed right. But as long as we handle it well, it's not a big problem. Alright, let's get moving. The method of the lunatics from Forbidden Blood Source, who directly use their bodies as containers to connect with the blood source, is extremely risky. Even if they gain power, they will fall into madness. The guys within this corrupted god organization, Forbidden Blood Source, are more or less crazy and abstract. The contamination of the forbidden blood is not a problem for the corrupted spirit wizard at all. If you take it directly, it will take some time to slowly digest it. Even if it can't be digested, it can be excreted from the body. But this method of use is too wasteful. Using it for research, purifying powerful exclusive forbidden arts, and strengthening one's own extraordinary abilities in corrupted spirit wizardry is the correct way to use it. Soon Isaac, who had burrowed into the mountain of flesh, came out carrying a basketball-sized heart that was golden all over and emitting a golden halo. After receiving this heart, Zoan said, there should be 3 to 4 more golden hearts like this inside. Isaac nodded. Yes. I can hear the beating of those golden hearts. There are 3 more inside. That's good, go inside and continue digging. I'm going to release the cursed blood inside. During this time, you need to hide inside the corpse and don't come out. You can only come out when I call you out, otherwise it will be more troublesome if you get contaminated. Isaac hesitated slightly. Mr. Zoan, aren't you worried about being contaminated? Don't worry, I have a solution. Zoan explained. Then be careful. After giving Zoan a slightly envious look, Isaac quickly burrowed into the corpse. When he had finished devouring Butch's flesh remnant before, Zoan was able to feel that the flesh remnant had completed a certain degree of fusion with the forbidden blood. After absorbing it, Zoan was also able to grasp and guide the forbidden blood of the twin-ringed serpent, to a certain extent.
It was precisely because of this that Zoan was able to guide the forbidden blood out of this golden heart. Otherwise, using a more clumsy blood exchange method would be slower and it would not be easy to replace it cleanly. An unclean golden rat king's heart is poison and a curse. He took out the prepared glass container. Zoan held the golden rat king's heart in both hands, and a strange and bizarre guiding force gently surged and bloomed. The forbidden blood, fused deep within the golden rat king's heart, continuously seeped and climbed out of the golden rat king's heart like tiny silver ringed snakes. It densely covered the heart, like a ball of silver moonlight.
The most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair.
Hiss hiss. Hiss hiss.
Dense hissing sounds, like poisonous snakes, constantly drilled into Zoan's ears, mind, and soul.
The whole world was constantly shaking and twisting before his eyes. Strange murmurs were also guiding Zoan, trying to make Zoan submit to this terrifying forbidden blood.
But Zoan was only slightly affected.
If an ordinary level 3 extraordinary person were here, they would soon be reduced to slaves and containers of the forbidden blood.
Unmoved, Zoan quickly guided these living forbidden blood into the glass container below.
After guiding all the forbidden blood out of the heart and sealing it,
Zoan breathed a sigh of relief.
The corrupted spirit wizard, Sequence, is not afraid of these forbidden blood.
But Zoan's level is still relatively low, and there will still be some impact. If he enters the middle level, with level 7 and level 8, then Zoan can basically easily exempt himself from the influence of these silver forbidden blood.
If he enters the upper level, possessing levels 12 and 13,
then Zoan will be able to do the butterfly stroke in this forbidden blood. Alright, come out. Zoan looked at the Rat King's corpse.
Isaac, who was a little pale, slowly walked out. In his hands, he held a brand new golden Rat King's heart. His steps were slightly unsteady. Even with the protection of the Rat King's corpse, he was still somewhat affected.
Zoan used corrupted spirit authority to slightly soothe his spirituality, and his condition improved slightly.
Eating the Rat King's heart later will allow you to get rid of these contaminations and also benefit you greatly.
Yes. The current Isaac completely trusted Zoan's explanations. While drawing blood, Zoan set up a pot and lit a fire, and threw the cut Rat King's heart into the pot to cook. When the forbidden blood was drawn out, the Rat King's heart was already cooked. The two immediately surrounded the stove and devoured the Rat King's heart. Although the meat was quite firm, both of them were extraordinary people, so naturally they could eat it. The golden Rat King's heart belongs to magical organs. It has the same magical effect as the glutton's stomach pouch. The glutton's stomach pouch can help extraordinary people accommodate and digest more food. The golden Rat King heart can strengthen the extraordinary person's heart, allowing extraordinary people to have stronger power bursts, endurance supply, and faster energy flow speed. The golden Rat King's heart can speed up the operation of Zoan's star-marked chi and holy wizard corrupted energy. And this is one of the reasons why Zoan wanted to hunt the Rat King butch. As it was eaten and digested, Isaac's condition obviously improved and became more energetic. Thump thump, thump thump, his heart pumping and beating became strong and powerful. Previously, Isaac's growth-type skill killed the Rat King butch. When the Rat King butch died, Zoan's experience points increased from 14% to 19%. As the one who delivered the final blow, Isaac himself had a professional hunting talent. Zoan was able to feel that he should have directly soared to the peak of level 2. After completing the kill of a big boss like Blood Source Lower 1 Rat King Knight, it would not be difficult for him to directly rise to level 3. But this guy still endured his temper. He wanted to use this promotion to plot more. After eating about a quarter of the heart, Zoan stopped eating after the feeling of hunger was soothed. Isaac also stopped after eating about a quarter of the heart. He was full. Pack up the rest and take it away. After you go back, give half to your teacher. The Rat King's heart is an excellent tonic for you rat catchers. It can allow Bevis to recover faster, and it can also make you and your teacher stronger. Zoan's gift made Isaac show a sincere expression of gratitude.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zoan. He wanted to say some words of repayment, but he was a little choked up, speechless, and embarrassed. But he was poor and had nothing at this age. What could he repay Mr. Zoan with? Ha ha, Zoan smiled and patted him on the shoulder. When you become strong in the future, we can give this world a good lesson. Hearing this, Isaac's heart trembled slightly. He looked at Zoan, clenched his fists, and his eyes were more determined than ever before. Yes, give this world a good lesson. Although he didn't know what it meant, since Mr. Zoan said so, he would do it. For this Mr. Zoan who had helped him too much and whom he could not repay at all. He was willing to dedicate his soul and heart to him. Fierce flames rose up, engulfing the corpse of the Rat King, Butch. Zorn and Isaac, carrying the black monster suitcase, disappeared into the depths of the darkness, illuminated by the blazing fire. Burning the Rat King's corpse could destroy many traces. Although the news that the fighter and Ratcatcher had killed the Rat King would be known and spread by other transcendents here, this would not bring the official and church animosity to the killer. Isn't it a matter of course for a Ratcatcher to kill a Rat King? Even if the killer announces his identity, he will receive due praise and co-optation. Zorn, with his fighter identity, has nothing to worry about. The only problem is that the Ratcatcher will have some trouble. But this is also the price that must be paid for bearing honor and merit. The two companions passed through the dim underground passage, crossed the boundary gate, and waded through the waist-deep flood before breaking free from the sewer and entering the pouring rain. Any later, and we would have really been trapped in the depths of the underground. When the two arrived at the gathering place in the backyard of the Lampwick Tavern, the Ratcatcher, Bevis, had already woken up and was eating the tavern's awful bread soup. Although still weak, he was no longer in mortal danger. Just as Zorn had said, killing the Rat King was the only way to save his teacher. Seeing this, Isaac burst into tears of joy, and everyone comforted him. A joyful mood filled the small room. The story of the fall of the old fire was successfully rewritten in Zorn's hands. While everyone was enjoying the wonderful moment, Zorn quietly withdrew. Gallow Street. Manor, basement. Zorn carefully stored all 8 bottles of forbidden blood he had obtained this time in the monster chest. These 8 bottles of forbidden blood also contained a portion of the Rat King's blood. It needed further purification. Zorn estimated that he would eventually be able to obtain 6 bottles of forbidden blood. He had previously harvested 34 bottles, and this time he obtained another 6. A full 40 bottles of forbidden blood, if used well, could definitely play a huge role. Lost in thought, Zorn's gaze slowly swept over his underground secret room. Zorn had quietly thrown the previous 34 bottles of forbidden blood into the catastrophe origin. Zorn planned to put this time's unpurified forbidden blood in the monster chest in this secret room. In this underground secret room, there were more than a dozen monster chests and suitcases of various sizes that Zorn had purchased one after another. With the nurturing of the catastrophe black mist, Zorn would be able to sense at the moment someone touched his monster chest, or even entered this secret room. Once an intrusion occurred, Zorn could use the catastrophe black mist as a bridge to quickly arrive here. After this period of time, the Oakland Daily has been constantly reporting information about transcendent studies. The monster chest market can be opened soon, and preparations for this aspect must be made in advance. The witches from the high mountains are particularly good at nurturing these small transcendent creatures. Which, monster chest, breeding factory, sounds pretty good too. In addition, gently stroking his palm, Zorn thought quietly. The funds in my hand are also gradually becoming abundant, and in a while, I will be able to talk to Bishop Teresa about the resources of Magic Castle. Magic Castle, it is one of the strange and mysterious magical creatures in the transcendent world. They have an inner world that can be freely expanded and contracted. As a wizard, you can transform the inner world into your own wizard castle through resource investment, such as increasing a stable enchantment barrier, opening up a steam laboratory for research, constructing the Kano Gate for sealing, establishing a wizard collection warehouse for collecting and storing other resources, etc. Once a normal castle is fixed, it cannot be moved. But that Magic Castle contracts the inner world. After finally folding it up, it is the size of a suitcase and can be easily taken away.
Small-scale expansion can also present the appearance of a cabin in the woods.
It can be used normally without taking up space. The only problem is that magic castles are not only expensive, but also scarce, and you may not be able to buy them even if you have money. Fortunately, the High Mountain Witches will definitely have resources in this regard.
Currently, Zorn is in a gradually deepening cooperation with the High Mountain Witches. Many potions are sold through the witches' channels.
Zorn has made a lot of money during this period, and the witches have also benefited a lot.
When the cooperative relationship is further stabilized, Zorn plans to make this request.
Calming down, Zorn sorted out his future plans and ideas. During my battle with the Rat King in the depths of the underground this time, some of the transcendent observers in the dark were obviously members of those evil god organizations. They were also plotting the flesh and bones of the Rat King Knight. In the original trajectory, within the Blood Shadow Rose organization, in addition to funding Zorn Korik, there is a high probability that there will be two other sequences of Flesh and Blood remains.
One in Oblin City, and the other in Saint Sman.
The original Blood Shadow Rose organization in Oblin City is also keen on causing trouble, trying to do something big in the entire Oblin City, and deeply engrave immortal marks, laying the groundwork for awakening the terrifying Blood Shadow Rose Witch. But this time, they got a trace of a treasure and started digging for treasure with their heads down. They don't care about the situation in the outside world at all. During this period of time, Jolia will report to me through rituals every few days, and the excavation progress of Blood Shadow Rose is steadily advancing. The more this is the case, the more satisfactory it is. Thinking so, Zorn couldn't help but smile. In addition, this time, the lunatics of the Forbidden Blood Source suffered a big loss. Not only was their old nest super duped by me with Evil Spirit Cataclysm, but the underground Rat King was also harvested by me. They didn't get a single cent and suffered heavy losses at the same time, a bloody loss to the point of explosion. With their crazy behavior, they will definitely want to get their revenge, and this is definitely a point that can be used. If they want to do something, I can fully cooperate with them to give the Oblin City Church a hard time. But, Forbidden Blood Source no longer has the power of flesh and blood remains in Oblin City.
I need new evil spirit targets. Although Zorn currently has no clue, the official side will definitely have information in this regard. Cooperation with the official side is the beginning for Zorn to find detailed clues for the next evil spirit creature. The latest novels are first published on Lujio Shuba. Leaving the underground secret room, Zorn came to the study, picked up a pen, and took out a letter paper to start writing a letter. Soon, a letter to Officer Ansel was written. The content was also very simple, that he would arrive at the Fog District Police Station on time the day after tomorrow. In Ansel's letter to Zorn, he mentioned other transcendence and assessment and other related information. The police station's invitation was obviously not just for Zorn alone. At the same time, he must also have sufficiently rich transcendent knowledge to be qualified to serve as a consultant. When Zorn finished writing the letter, the sky had already darkened. It was dinner time.
And today's dinner was Rat King Heart Feast. A total of 4 golden Rat King hearts. About 3/4 of a heart was given to Isaac and his teacher. The remaining 3 naturally belonged to Zorn. Digesting so many Rat King hearts would greatly strengthen Zorn's heart power, and to a certain extent increase the upper limit of astral chi and evil energy capacity. I have to say, Chef Belita's craftsmanship is indeed good. He made the golden heart of the Rat King into braised, steamed, fried, meatballs, and other types. Zorn naturally ate a hearty meal without any politeness. The heavy rain that lasted for several days finally cleared up. The golden rays of the morning sun shone on the exceptionally clean streets of various districts that had been washed away. Oblin City finally ushered in heavy good news. That is, the terrifying Rat King, like a mountain of flesh, in the depths of the underground, was killed by a mysterious transcendent. It is said that the terrifying transcendent fought fiercely with the Rat King for several hours. In the end, he killed the terrifying Rat King. A painter's expressive oil painting of the Fighter and Rat King Knight. Combined with this heavy news, it was quickly spread through today's Oblin City Steam Daily. The pedestrians on the street almost all had a newspaper in hand, checking the latest information on the rat plague. Inside the North Ring Street police station.
This is really good news. After checking today's Steam Daily, Zorn couldn't help but smile
when he put down the newspaper. In the not-so-spacious but bright waiting room facing the morning sun, the other two people who, like Zorn, had come to the police station with the purpose of serving as police consultants, caught Zorn's eyes.
Near the window
was a middle-aged man in his early 30s. He was wearing a brown trench coat, a bowler hat, and bright leather shoes underneath, which showed that he was quite burly and tall. It is worth mentioning that his black toothbrush mustache added a lot of color to his whole person. Like Zorn, he was also looking at the Steam Daily. Opposite Zorn was a woman in her early 30s. She was wearing a blue floral lady's gauze hat, her skin was very white, and it could be seen that she knew how to take care of herself. Her light golden long hair was scattered on her shoulders and behind her, and a white checkered long dress complemented her quiet temperament.
I never thought that the fighter sequence could be so powerful.
At this time, Mr. Mustache also finished reading the newspaper and spoke slowly. His voice was rough and powerful. At this time, all three people in this hut were transcendents, and there were not too many scruples in their conversations with each other. In my impression, most of the fighter sequences live in the underground Black Fist boxing ring. In the underground Black Fist market of the Saints Man Kingdom, there are fighters from all over the world. They use their fists as weapons, fighting and killing each other until one side falls and cannot stand up. Some fighters even die in the ring. That is really a cruel and bloody scene. But it's the first time I've seen a fighter who can kill a rat king as huge as a mountain. Mr. Mustache said with a rough voice, and showed his rich knowledge and experience in the transcendent level.
What do you two think about this fighter and rat king incident? Mr. Mustache looked at the fair-skinned lady and the young nobleman Zorn. Only with rich transcendent knowledge can one serve as a police consultant.
The three of them may participate in and discuss some transcendent events together in the future, and they need to know whether each other really has this kind of foundation. In the small room, under the shroud of morning light, a silent game has already begun. Ranger, that fighter is not just a simple fighter, he has some other tricks up his sleeve. The one who spoke was the lady with smooth, fair skin. Her voice was very calm, her enunciation is natural and smooth as flowing water, making people unable to help but immerse themselves in it. This also very much matched the characteristics of her extraordinary sequence, Holy Poet Ranger.
This sequence's voice always possesses some kind of wonderful magic.
When they speak, they unconsciously attract the attention of those around them. Therefore, one can always see rangers vividly telling adventure stories in taverns, and travelers immersed in them. According to the information I have obtained, that fighter should possess some kind of terrifying and unique power because he restrained many of the Rat King's powerful methods and skills. That's why that fighter was able to calmly kill the terrifying Rat King. Otherwise, that mysterious fighter would probably have had difficulty taking down that powerful Rat King. However, speaking of which, the lady with the calm voice looked at Zorn.
The one who really has the right to speak about fighter is this young fighter, mister, what do you think?
Both of their gazes simultaneously fell on fighter Zorn. After taking down the Rat King, Zorn naturally knew that many of the extraordinary individuals in Oblin City would be focused on the powerful Tier 3 fighter. Therefore, Zorn concealed his fighter sequence strength aura, maintaining it at a Tier 2 intermediate level. For a fighter who is not good at concealment and stealth, this was too difficult. But for a heretic warlock with powerful anchors such as the Sun King's Golden Skeleton, Calamity Black Mist, and Immortal Calamity Holy Mark, it was too easy.
Furthermore, Zorn's current age was indeed a bit too high for a Tier 3 fighter. Tier 2 intermediate level was just right. Feeling the gazes of the Holy Poet Ranger and the Devil Apostle. You guys are analyzing it correctly. How about I give you a detailed account from a first-person perspective?
After a moment of thought, Zorn slowly opened his mouth. First of all, this fighter possesses abundant stellar chi and stamina, otherwise, he would not be able to fight for such a long time. In addition, I may have some insights into the terrifying and unique power aspect that this ranger lady described. Zorn's words made the corner of the Holy Poet Ranger lady's eye twitch slightly.
Holy Poet Rangers are not weak in terms of spirituality and can effectively restrain their sequence characteristics.
But to be detected by Fighter, that is very telling of Zorn's methods. They wanted to test him, so Zorn satisfied their wishes. The Ranger lady's subtle movements naturally could not escape Zorn's notice.
But Zorn continued to elaborate on his own.
There is a very unique method in the Fighter sequence that can effectively interrupt the enemy's abilities or skills. Spiritual Energy Stellar Shattering Fist. I estimate that the powerful Tier 3 Peak Fighter Master precisely mastered this near-forbidden technique, which is why he was able to effectively restrain the Rat King's many methods and skills and achieve final victory. After speaking, Zorn looked seriously at the tall, burly man.
Do you think I'm right, Mr. Devil? In an instant.
The bearded, burly man shrouded under the wide glass window stiffened slightly, motionless like a statue. After a long time, the burly bearded man twisted his stiff neck and looked at Zorn.
You are right, Fighter Mister.
His face was very gloomy. Feeling this exchange without fireworks, the Ranger lady's lips curled into a slight smile.
So, he is from the Devil sequence. No wonder I couldn't sense his sequence.
Devils are the best at concealing their existence. But then again, the Devil sequence was seen through by Fighter Mister. This Fighter Mister is truly extraordinary. It wasn't until the Devil Mister withdrew his gaze and no longer met Zorn's eyes that Zorn shifted his gaze to the outside of the window. If this Devil Mister was a little more honest,
then Zorn wouldn't have exposed the other party's sequence.
But, the Devil Apostle Mister was manipulating a mirror devil at the window behind him, frantically sniffing Zorn's aura next to Zorn's reflection, and even trying to eat Zorn's reflection in an attempt to uncover more. The Devil Mister's actions were very impolite.
There was no way Zorn could only use this method to euphemistically remind the other party.
Fortunately, this Devil Mister tactfully withdrew his mirror devil. If the other party became more presumptuous, Zorn planned to enjoy Iron Pot Stewed Devil in the evening.
But Zorn also saved some face for the other party. Just calling him Devil Mister.
Instead of the damned Tier 3 Peak Devil Apostle who was sending a dog to sniff me.
The Devil sequence is a very powerful sequence.
It is also a sequence that is not very popular. But if there is official endorsement, and no criminal record is left, it is still possible to cooperate with the authorities. But all in all, the sequence still depends on the person. As long as one can control the sequence, then any sequence will not be a problem.
If one cannot control the sequence, then even the weakest sequence is extremely dangerous.
The three of them stopped talking. The air was filled with strange dullness and tranquility, forming a sharp contrast with the bustling street outside the window. Until a creak sound, the door was pushed open, and the tranquility and dullness were broken.
Mr. Byrne, please come over here. The sweet smiling policewoman opened her mouth very politely.
The Devil Mister, who had picked up the newspaper, quickly walked out without looking back. Until the door closed, the Ranger lady pursed her lips and chuckled softly.
Devil sequences are all very vengeful, perhaps you shouldn't have exposed his sequence.
That Devil Mister better pray he doesn't come looking for trouble, otherwise he's going to be in big trouble,
Zorn said jokingly.
Hearing this, the Ranger lady straightened her expression.
From the game and negotiation between the three of them,
she had already recognized the power of the Fighter Mister in front of her.
Perhaps we can get to know each other again. My name is Gaidwa Isaiah. Zorn stood up very politely and took off his woven hat. Good morning, Ms. Gaidwa.
Zorn Kellick, a student who just graduated from school, I apologize for sensing your sequence.
Are you blaming me for sensing your sequence? Gaidwa Isaiah smiled warmly and calmly. The two of them chatted casually like this. Gaidwa Isaiah.
From this surname, Zorn smelled something unusual. When the other party talked about coming from the East Coast covered with white shells, Zorn had already guessed the other party's identity.
Most likely the Isaiah's Restoration faction.
Speaking of this Restoration faction, there is too much to talk about. The Isaiah family is active in the fertile territory of the Otenstan Republic, St. Grel Empire and St. Sman's Grand River Plain Province. Wars, sessions, and reparations in the historical trajectory spanning hundreds of years divided this area into three major regions, which are respectively controlled by 3 countries. But among these forces, there are people flowing with the Isaiah bloodline, and they all have the same Isaiah adventure stories.
With the advent of the Steam New Era,
under the impetus of extraordinary power, the forces of the mainland surged.
The Isaiah Restoration faction also surged secretly. After completing the Oblin Epic chapter,
players can freely choose their own camp faction to promote the surging of the tide of the times and write different holy epics. You can even go to the depths of the St. Gone Mist Plateau, find an area with good resource endowments, leisurely farm and not participate in any events to be a bystander.
But Zorn Kellic can't be as free as players.
He needs to cultivate his own power, improve his own strength, and choose a faction that fits him.
The Isaiah Restoration faction is one of the routes Zorn is currently considering. But it's just one of them.
If this faction does not support itself, Zorn will eat it dry and then give up decisively. If this faction can rise, Zorn will not be stingy with his power.
If you want to establish your own order, then the current old order must be completely broken. Although the changes and turmoil of the entire era have not yet begun.
But in Oblin City, ripples have already bloomed.
The time for the two to talk is always short.
Soon, the young policewoman opened the door again, this time inviting Gaidwa to come over.
Zorn waited quietly here, quietly digesting the food while absorbing the weak stellar chi.
About 10 minutes later, it was Zorn's turn.
Follow the policewoman to the 3rd floor and push open the silver metal door.
A relatively wide semicircular mahogany desk, with documents piled up like a mountain. Zorn could even see some documents suspected of being confidential, casually placed on the corner of the desk. Behind the round table, in the outline of the light transmitted through the special glass window, Zorn met the director of the Mist District North Ring Street Police Station. After seeing the other party's appearance clearly, the corner of Zorn's eye twitched.
It's really a bit unavoidable.
She was about 27 years old, wearing a well-fitting black police uniform, the buttons of her clothes were open, and the lady's shirt inside was supported by roundness.
The police cap was buttoned on her head, flattening her black hair.
From her cold expression and icy eyes, one could see that this was not an easy-to-get-along-with cold lady.
Caroline Holt. Oblin City, a legendary police chief. She will play an important role in the steam era of Oblin City and the future turmoil. Just like Duke Mohawk actively promoted the church's hunting of Zorn Kellic, Chief Caroline Holt will be committed to the safety and glory of Oblin City and the Otenston Republic.
From police chief to mayor, then to counselor, and then to fugitive and political prisoner, this series of ups and downs in the plot highlights the complexity and multifaceted nature of her life trajectory. Zorn wanted to touch more key figures step by step through this vein and clue of cooperation with official extraordinary people. But the unexpected encounter with this legendary director also made Zorn increasingly aware of the complexity of the intertwined fate trajectories in Oblin City in the Steam era.
Zorn Kellic? Only 16 years old? Just graduated this year?
Behind the wide office desk, a cold voice that kept people away slowly sounded.
In a while, I will be 17 years old. Zorn corrected.
Such a correction undoubtedly drew a cold gaze from Director Caroline.
You are just a level 2 fighter.
She paused here. Although, the potential of fighters may be underestimated by those scholars who evaluate sequences.
But you are ultimately too young, and your level is not high enough. Give me a reason to keep you. Otherwise, the door is behind you.
Zorn narrowed his eyes, sizing up the level 4 soul feeder director. Heh, still stubbornly adhering to your own methods, attempting to leverage this world. After a moment of thought, Zorn slowly opened his mouth. Although the fighter sequence is not skilled in spiritual investigation, it still possesses a sense of smell and perception that surpasses ordinary people. Your aura is cold and dry, and your body temperature is at least 3 or 4 degrees lower than that of a normal person. You don't like the sun, but to ensure the suitability of your work, you still chose to open the curtains and let the sun shine in. Plus some subtle traces, I can judge that you should be a soul feeder, right? The originally calm soul feeder Caroline's pupils constricted slightly, her oppressive gaze staring coldly at Zorn, with faint roars of evil spirits in the depths of her eyes. Continue, she suppressed the slight surge of emotion in her heart and said calmly. Immediately afterwards, Zorn said something that shocked the director's mind.
Your situation seems to be the price you bear for controlling evil spirits. But in reality, it is the damn evil spirit within you that is resisting your enslavement.
For such disobedient evil spirits, you only need to use the correct method and beat them up severely. Instantly, Director Caroline's body trembled slightly. She even felt the nurtured evil spirit within her stirring slightly.
Damn it! This fighter is right.
She had explored a lot of extraordinary information about soul feeders and evil spirits. Much information indicated that the resistance of evil spirits was very, very difficult to solve, and this was the price that soul feeders had to bear. But the fighter in front of her said it could be solved.
And this young fighter actually knew so much secret extraordinary knowledge. Was he a member of those secret knowledge sects?
For a time, many complex thoughts flooded her mind. She took a deep breath and looked again at the fighter in front of her who was only 16, no, almost 17 years old.
How exactly should it be solved? She asked tentatively.
First of all, you need to construct a sufficiently powerful ritual environment, an enhanced version of the barrier wall, to prevent the evil spirit from escaping. Then release the evil spirit and pour spiritual liquid mixed with your blood onto the evil spirit's spine. It must absorb it. If it doesn't absorb it, then beat it to death. This simple, crude, yet somewhat mysterious and high-end operation broadened Caroline's horizons. What if the evil spirit is really killed? She frowned slightly. An evil spirit that would rather die than submit has no meaning in living. Killing it will only benefit you and not harm you, Zorn said in a calm voice.
If you really kill the evil spirit, you will be severely weakened, but not to the point of actually dying. Just re-enslave and nurture another one. If you can't kill a few evil spirits in the soul feeder stage, it will be too late to regret it when those evil spirits ride on your head and lick your flesh and soul when you advance to become a soul shepherd in the future. While Caroline was still digesting Zorn's crude method,
Zorn slowly spoke again. Using the above method, most evil spirits will submit.
It is quick and relatively simple.
But the disadvantage is that the evil spirit will still be restless, and it is difficult to be effective against those extremely stubborn evil spirits.
Zorn paused, he smiled gently like a devil. There is also a more high-end method. A more high-end method.
Caroline couldn't help but have her eyes light up slightly. She was already somewhat interested in this 17-year-old fighter.
Sequence is not equivalent to extraordinary knowledge. Fighters can also master rich knowledge of extraordinary learning.
At least, the extraordinary knowledge displayed by this young fighter was completely crushing the previous Mr. Demon and Miss Ranger. Even this fighter's manner was more devilish than that Mr. Demon. She liked to cooperate with such interesting guys. Unrestrained by the world, liking to follow their own methods and paths.
Then what is the better method? Caroline asked.
Zorn vaguely felt the hatred of the level 4 evil spirit. He slowly opened his mouth. Use a ritual to guide hellfire. Evil spirits are most afraid of this. A big fire is easy to burn them to death, so use a slow fire to simmer them slowly.
Don't listen to the wailing and pleading of the evil spirit. Just simmer it slowly for 2 hours every day.
Simmer it for 10 days or half a month, and your evil spirit will be very well behaved for the next year.
It can still be done in the mid-level soul shepherd sequence. To deal with evil spirits, fear is the best chain. For example, your current evil spirit is quite restless, it is about to burst out. Obviously, it hasn't tasted the taste of fear.
Caroline's face was a little ugly.
Just as Zorn said.
At this time, her evil spirit was indeed quite restless. This brought her quite a lot of trouble.
Completely suppressing the evil spirit in her body.
Caroline then looked at Zorn again, with a few apologies on her face.
I'm sorry. Mr. Zorn, my evil spirit has made you laugh. Zorn waved his hand indifferently.
The steam tide surged, and mysterious and bizarre extraordinary forces continued to revive and be born. Many extraordinary individuals had not yet clearly explored information on extraordinary professional directions, let alone these details. But the player group had already figured out these aspects. As a professional consultant, dealing with these small matters is not a problem, Zorn said reservedly. Being able to solve Soul Feeder and Soul Shepherd is just a small matter to him? The latest novels are first published on Lujiujiu Shuba. Caroline's heart trembled slightly. The slightly contemptuous attitude she had previously held because the other party was a level 2 fighter had completely changed at this time. This was a fighter with extraordinary knowledge and worthy of respect. Can you give me a piece of paper and a pen? After getting the pen and blank paper, Zorn paused and then looked at Ms. Caroline. Have you studied the ancient Mayan language? I have only learned a few words. Then I will write these ritual secret words in the current common language, but the effect will be a little worse. Soon, Zorn wrote down the low-end beat up the evil spirit and the high-end fire roast the evil spirit ritual secret words respectively, and Zorn also specially marked some key points. Memorize it and burn it. After handing over the paper filled with words, Zorn said seriously. Otherwise, it will cause some trouble. Cause some trouble? Caroline frowned slightly. She understood what Zorn meant. Rituals that guide the power of the mysterious side will always attract something. Understood. She carefully put away the paper. After inviting Zorn to the sofa rest area next to her, Caroline then talked about the real purpose of inviting Zorn over today. Mr. Zorn, I will increase your salary as a professional consultant to the highest level. Although this meager salary is insignificant to you, it is still the sincerity of our North Ring Street police station. The main reason I invited you here this time is, speaking of this, Caroline paused. To investigate that terrible evil spirit disaster. Hearing this, Zorn's mind moved slightly, his expression calm and natural. Through the window, he could see that the already clear sky was a piece of blue. But on the southwest side of the sky, thick, dull, and oppressive dark death clouds lingered, shrouding the sky above the junction of Oakland City's Fog District and Old Town. The evil spirit disaster had not yet been resolved. It was constantly helping Zorn to increase the depth and breadth of the immortal calamity holy mark. Such a huge anchor point made Zorn even safer. I'm helping the official investigation of myself, which sounds very criminal. These days are getting more and more judgment-worthy. Director Caroline's request was not beyond Zorn's expectations. As a player, Zorn had done things that were more abstract than this, and many more. Assisting the official system and investigating himself was just routine operation. Today, Zorn's purpose in coming here was to start a more high-end operation. After a moment of thought, Zorn then asked. Is it to find that powerful evil spirit? Creature that started the evil spirit disaster? Or to investigate the situation of the evil spirit disaster and find a way and path to end the evil spirit disaster? Ending the evil spirit disaster is not something that the official extraordinary individuals of Oakland City should do, the church is doing this. Director Caroline responded. Our purpose is to find the mastermind behind the evil spirit disaster and the members of this evil god organization. They must be wiped out, this organization and that terrible evil spirit, otherwise, once a larger-scale evil spirit disaster is started, the entire Oakland City will suffer a terrible disaster. After thinking carefully for a moment, Zorn slowly opened his mouth. As far as I know, many powerful evil spirit creatures have already appeared in Oakland City. The terrible Rat King deep underground is an evil spirit creature, not to mention the guy who started this terrible evil spirit disaster. He is definitely a top-level terrible evil spirit. I need to see enough information and data to be able to make a judgment. No problem. Caroline responded readily. Moreover, I have also prepared a quiet temporary office for you. The purpose of finding these consultants this time was to find that terrible evil spirit creature as soon as possible. They had already prepared information on evil god organizations and other aspects. Quickly. In a clean and tidy, sunny office, Zorn received many copies of information. Looking at so much important confidential information, Zorn took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. Although this confidential information was only the part that was allowed to be declassified, and Zorn could not access more important confidential information.
But combined with his own understanding of the trajectory of the entire Oberlin city,
Zorn could still use this already declassified confidential information to sort out his thoughts and find key clues.
He browsed this intelligence information very quickly.
As he gradually delved deeper, intelligence information about several other evil god organizations and some evil spirit creatures
was quickly excavated by Zorn.
Even, there was a evil spirit sequence secretly cultivated by the church.
Sure enough, Oberlin City was already very dissatisfied with the church. They even dared to investigate the church's evil spirit sequence.
While reviewing the intelligence and sorting out the new information, Zorn was also constructing his plan in more depth. The Holy Sun Church was not a monolithic entity, they possessed different powers. The official transcendent organization of Oberlin City was lying dormant, growing stronger.
The evil god organization plotting in the dark wanted to grow stronger and extract more nourishment from Oberlin City. These were all aspects that could be exploited.
At the same time, Zorn's boss counterparts were being dug out by him step by step.
After all, Zorn was too familiar with them. These fellow bosses and their evil spirit sequences.
Some of their sequences were incomplete, and they were desperately eager for spiritual source matter, so they couldn't help but kill. Others, although their sequences were relatively complete, could not effectively control them and would be drawn and guided by them, leading to slaughter and the extraction of spiritual source matter. These bloody cases were often sealed off. It was impossible to learn about these aspects without entering the official intelligence organization network. As he browsed through this important intelligence, the fog over Oberlin City slowly dissipated before his eyes, and everything began to become clear and transparent. Through the photos from the crime scene files, he could easily determine which sequence of evil spirit was responsible. By the area where the crime occurred, he could also determine the approximate living area of the evil spirit. He could even roughly judge the means and abilities possessed by the evil spirit through the traces at the scene. Furthermore, through the tragic situation at the scene, he could further analyze whether this fellow evil spirit boss could control his sequence. A year ago, the inextinguishable fire burned fiercely on the river.
Was Duke Muohua, this evil spirit fire mage, striking at his competitors?
It can be seen that this guy is eager to leave a heavy mark on the beautiful scroll of Oberlin City, playing his notes to outline a satisfactory immortal sacred mark. Unfortunately, my evil spirit cataclysm preempted him, and that guy must be furious. Currently, it seems that Duke Muohua is not only doing business with Forbidden Blood Source, but also cooperating with Sun Cult, a fanatical religion that specializes in creating fools and idiots. No matter which version, Sun Cult is one of the strongest among the major evil god organizations. Even during the internal strife of the church, Sun Cult will absorb a part of the Holy Sun, and then begin to whitewash, and then gradually move towards orthodoxy. After all, Sun Cult and the current Holy Sun were once part of the Sun Goddess Church.
There are even dual god and even triple god beliefs. Not to mention multifaceted beliefs.
However, with me here, you can forget about whitewashing so easily. Lost in thought, Zorn tapped the table lightly.
Normally, the Sun Cult should be cultivating 3 important targets in Oberlin City now.
The first is that extremely talented solar sequence genius who will indeed achieve great things in the future. The second comes from the country bordering Austin Republic, the Holy Great Empire. Thinking of this, Zorn rubbed his brow. That is, the Empress who, in the original trajectory, used the Sun Cult's solar blade to stab Zorn Korik in the ribs. If we follow the trajectory that benefits that Empress, she will take away Zorn Korik's head and heart. She will seal the heart in an ancient reincarnation box to provide her with the ability to revive. And the head will be made into a skull scepter, hung on the walls of Valhalla, listening to the old guys from the Sun Church rambling on and on.
Occasionally, people will come to watch and point fingers. And at key grand ceremonies, Zorn Korik's skull scepter will be held in the Empress's hand, reliving the warmth of the past. With this in mind, Zorn took a light breath. To some extent, Zorn Korik, as the first world-class boss, was frantically looted after his death and became the perfect stepping stone for many important figures later on, and he did indeed play a significant role. The third, Zorn stopped tapping the table.
The third is my target evil spirit divine Archmaster. A terrifying guy who possesses powerful divine arc power, has the ability to resurrect, and can actively leverage divinity. In the original trajectory, the evil spirit divine Archmaster became even more powerful after eating some of the flesh and bones of the evil spirit witch. Although not a world-class boss, he has the potential to become one, and he becomes a key figure in later chapters.
Although there are other target units. But those target units are not suitable. You can't expect an Evil Spirit Knight, or Evil Spirit Scout, or the like to launch the Evil Spirit Cataclysm, which is known for its spirituality. And the Evil Spirit Divine Archmaster is obviously very suitable for the Evil Spirit Cataclysm sequence. This will be the perfect scapegoat. The Sun Cult's power is very strong, and it is suitable to use the official power to strike at them. Zorn can find opportunities in time to deal with those not-so-strong evil spirit sequences slowly. After all, Zorn has now obtained a lot of specific clues and information about other evil spirit sequences from the authorities. As long as they are in Ogren City, they can't escape. After enjoying afternoon tea and desserts at the police station, Zorn saw Chief Caroline again. This time, Chief Caroline came to Zorn's temporary office in person. "You look very good." Zorn's eyes swept over Chief Caroline, and he raised his eyebrows slightly. Although she still looked aloof, her tone was no longer cold and rejecting. "At noon, I used the method you provided, and the effect was very good. Among the official transcendents in Ogren City, there are quite a few who have the Soul Feeder sequence. After all, this sequence can better communicate with the dead souls and can better help us solve cases. But the resistance of evil spirits puts many soul feeders on the verge of danger, and there have been 2 cases of loss of control and distortion this year." The backlash of the evil spirits not only cost those 2 police officers their lives, but their families also died tragically under the fangs and claws of the evil spirits. Speaking of this, Caroline paused. "Mr. Zorn, can I report this method to the authorities and then promote it?" "Of course, there is no problem." Zorn nodded lightly in response. Those soul feeders bear the danger of guarding the safety of Ogren City and maintaining order. They should enjoy this safer sequence. The latest novel is first published on 69shu.com. Seeing this, Caroline took a light breath. "On behalf of the Ogren City Hall Police Department, I extend my sincere thanks to you. After all, this was a method given by Zorn, and if they wanted to promote it, they still needed to seek his opinion. Moreover, this Mr. Zorn did not look simple at all. As a local nobleman of Ogren City, he also owned his own enterprise. Most importantly, he was still very young. As his strength increased and he grew older, he might become the ruler and big shot of Ogren City. Maintaining a good relationship was also very necessary. Mr. Zorn, regarding the Evil Spirit Cataclysm incident, have you made any discoveries?" Caroline's eyes swept over the many documents that had been flipped through, and she looked at Zorn again and asked. "There are many important discoveries." Saying that, Zorn pushed 3 documents in front of Caroline. Caroline looked at the 3 documents one by one. She had already read these materials, and after browsing them again, she still did not find anything. This document shows that an evil spirit divine Archmaster, who possesses powerful divine arc power, used evil energy to sacrifice more than 100 villagers in the village. It can be seen from the photos that the evil spirit divine Archmaster absorbed the spiritual source matter of those villagers, causing the corpses to wither and shrivel like rotten wood. These methods of extracting spiritual source matter are the same as the way those victims died in the Evil Spirit Cataclysm incident. Moreover, this style of using cataclysm for sacrifice is basically in line with the practices of the evil god organization, Sun Cult. As far as I know, speaking of this, Zorn paused. The Sun Cult has a lot of activities in Ogren City. They are eager to overthrow the rule of the Holy Sun Church. Nothing can strike the Holy Sun Church more than an evil spirit cataclysm ritual. Every day that the terrible, evil spirit cataclysm exists is a powerful weakening of the Holy Sun Church's credibility. And the one who benefits the most is undoubtedly the Sun Cult. Caroline, who already knew a lot of secret information about Ogren City, felt a slight sinking in her heart.
when she received the order to investigate this information. The Duke who supported her had told her to be careful of the Sun cult. She had also heard about the struggle between the Sun cult and the Holy Sun Church. It would be very troublesome if it involved the Sun cult. In any case, the investigation still had to be carried out. As for whether to kill or capture them in the end, or to ignore them, that was something that the big shots above needed to decide. And what she had to do was to find out that terrible evil spirit creature.
Mr. Zorn, your analysis is very constructive. I will send people to conduct a thorough investigation in this area. If you have any other discoveries, you can write to me at any time. Of course, if you have time to come over, I would be more than happy.
In addition, if your professional analysis is needed, I will notify you in advance, or I will send police officers to pick you up.
Hearing this, Zorn nodded slightly. As a professional transcendent consultant, he mainly detailed analysis, put forward insights, and gave opinions and conclusions.
As for how to make decisions, that was not something that Zorn could control. For Zorn, he only needed to provide such a line of thought to the official power. The things that the Sun cult did were more inhumane than those of the Forbidden Blood Source. The Forbidden Blood Source at least knew to make some contributions with charitable organizations. And that self-righteous, evil spirit divine Archmaster of the Sun cult would really kill people and sacrifice them wantonly, and carry out crazy sacrifices, and so on. Fortunately, the Sun cult was backing him up, otherwise, he would be a smaller version of the evil spirit witch. The Sun cult did not know many of the things that the evil spirit divine Archmaster did. Therefore, the Sun cult themselves did not dare to say that the evil spirit cataclysm was not done by the evil spirit divine Archmaster. Now, Zorn planned to give him a chance to experience the thrill of being chased as a big boss.
In addition, the Sun cult was very keen on collecting Sun King Golden Bones. According to the current trajectory and time node,
the Sun cult should have several Sun King Golden Bones in their hands. And this was also one of Zorn's goals. Zorn already had an excellent idea and plan on how to effectively frame the evil spirit divine Archmaster. But he still needed to wait for an excellent time node.
Potion. The appointed hour arrived.
As the bells of the Holy Sun Church chimed, Zorn emerged from the police station right on time, a wave of heat washing over him. The weather in July was living up to its reputation, displaying its full fiery intensity. Zorn's gaze casually swept across the street, pausing briefly on a carriage across the way. Then, he headed towards a small alley nearby. At the same time, in the carriage across the street, a burly man adjusted his bowler hat. Afterward, he ducked into a mirror hanging inside the carriage window. "Mr. Devil, you really love to haggle over every little detail."
Entering the alley, Zorn couldn't help but rub his temples.
Soon, a figure leaped down from a window at the end of the alley. It was none other than the burly Mr. Devil. Without a word, he charged forward with his fists clenched. It was clear that Mr. Devil wanted to regain his lost face. He wanted a fight with the fighter. Soon, the alley was filled with the muffled sounds of fists hitting flesh. More than 10 minutes later, Mr. Byrne, the Devil Apostle, whose face, neck, arms, and the backs of his hands were covered in black demonic scales, was dripping blood from his nose. Many parts of his scales were cracked and broken.
Right now, he wasn't convinced by anyone, only by the wall.
Only by leaning on it could he barely stand. And not far in front of him, the fighter, Zorn, was looking at him with a calm expression. This Devil Apostle only used his fists and no other means.
Zorn didn't feel the need to deliver a fatal blow. Moreover, Zorn didn't sense much malice. This was very interesting. The other party was clearly here with a purpose. Just as Zorn was pondering how to end this, the Devil Apostle slowly retracted his demonic scales. He rolled up his sleeve, and an orange light outline slowly appeared on the inside of his arm. Zorn's pupils narrowed slightly. That was the lantern seed left by the Lantern Keeper.
Lantern Keeper.
Yes.
The Devil Apostle, Mr. Byrne, nodded slightly.
He is also Ferdinand Hagler, the Viscount.
Viscount? It seems that the Lantern Keeper has found himself a good identity. When the Lantern Keeper broke free from the calamity source and descended upon Oblin City, he had the opportunity to choose a body. A beggar on the street, a terminally ill old man, a patient suffering from a terrible disease, and so on. The power of the lantern would help the Lantern Keeper perfectly integrate into it and heal the disease and pain. It was quite rare for the Lantern Keeper to acquire the body of a viscount. The Lantern Keeper had been here for some time, although there was no contact between them. But Zorn could feel that the Lantern Keeper was in Oblin City, and often wandered in various places. That wise man who was good at planning and scheming. At this moment, he silently completed an intersection with Zorn. After Zorn digested this information, the Devil Apostle burned slowly and methodically said, "Originally, I wanted to give you, this young and presumptuous guy, a good beating. But for some reason, my master sent me a message and told me to fully cooperate with your actions." Hiss. "I have to say, you are indeed very good at fighting. Also, you hit too hard, young people really don't know how to hold back. Even this, I have already held back a lot." Zorn thought to himself. The Lantern Keeper would sense it when the lantern seed got close to Zorn. That's why the Lantern Keeper reminded him. Otherwise, if this Mr. Devil had gone all out, the Lantern Keeper would have lost a pawn. However, the unexpected encounter with the Lantern Keeper was a great benefit. This would allow Zorn to better implement his plan while making it easier to hide himself. While thinking, Zorn slowly asked, "What did you answer when Chief Caroline asked you about the evil spirit cataclysm?" "I didn't have any important discoveries." The Devil Mister shook his head. "This is a double cross, a confrontation between evil god organizations. That evil spirit sequence caster is very strong and terrible. I have interacted with many transcendent people around, and none of them have too detailed information. That evil spirit is too cunning and has never left any traces. As far as I know, even the Church, which has very strong transcendent power, doesn't have any useful intelligence or information." After listening to the Devil Mr. Burns' answer, Zorn thought for a moment before speaking. "The Sun Sect, evil spirit shaman. The Sun Sect did it?" The Devil Mr. Burn was slightly stunned. "It's likely them, you can find a lot of traces from it." After all, he was a smart man, and as soon as Zorn said this, the Devil Mister quickly understood. "I understand, I will start from this aspect, dig out some information, point the finger at the Sun Sect, and also spread this information. This evil spirit cataclysm is a tragic struggle between the Sun Sect and the forbidden blood source. At the same time, it is also the Sun Sect's means of attacking the Holy Sun Church." Zorn was very satisfied with the Devil Mister's explanation. After some in-depth communication, the two left the depths of the alley separately. In the depths of the dark alley, Zorn's figure was submerged in the depths of the shadows. The Lantern Keeper has slowly unfolded his power. He captured a good lantern seed, and didn't reveal my identity to anyone. This old man is indeed as reassuring as ever. When this Devil Mister tells the Lantern Keeper my thoughts, after this information spreads, plus some evidence, then the finger will point to the Sun Sect. The next period of time will be to convert the resources harvested in the rat disaster and evil spirit cataclysm into strength. At the same time, secretly investigate the stronghold of the Sun Sect and find the anchor point of the evil spirit shaman. According to the information and news provided by the police station, the evil spirit shaman and the Sun Sect stronghold he relies on are in the Bay Area. The official confidential information is still very useful. Zorn gained a lot of information from this cooperation with the officials. In addition, the shaman has many powerful escape methods. The latest novels are released on lu_jo_shu_ba. Even directly using divine magic for long-distance teleportation, and he also has rather tricky resurrection methods. Skills in all aspects also need to be improved, so that he can better kill that evil spirit shaman. While thinking, Zorn had already left the dark alley. When he came to the wide street, above the curtain of the sky in front, a majestic and vast giant black mist cataclysm cloud group carrying death bloomed before his eyes. Feeling the cataclysmic power resonating with him, he stopped and watched quietly. Before long, his heart was slightly touched. He suddenly thought of a secret and powerful forbidden witchcraft that was very suitable for the next action. And it was a powerful forbidden witchcraft that could be fully leveraged with forbidden blood. The hot summer month of July was already coming to an end in a flash. Deep in the sewers. In the silence and darkness, Zorn walked silently. 3 blood-colored flame bowl-sized doom orbs slowly rotated around him. Whenever a gray rat appeared, he would release the doom orb over, without burning with flames, let alone the explosion of the doom orb. Just with such a heavy impact, the ordinary gray rat would die on the spot. However, along the way, Zorn rarely encountered gray rats. There are fewer and fewer gray rats. If this continues, not only will the rat catchers lose their jobs, but I will also have no place to grind my skills. Since the news that the fighter single-handedly brushed the Rat King at the beginning of the month and completely strangled the rat disaster spread, the residents of Oblin City cheered. The subsequent situation also proved that the rat disaster was successfully strangled. Those dire rat men, dire rats, elite mutated gray rats, ordinary mutated gray rats, etc. were no longer born. With the continuous hunting by official transcendent people, church transcendent squads, and rat catchers, their numbers were getting smaller and smaller. The rat infestation problem in the sewers was constantly being solved as time passed. Of course. The most important thing was that Zorn killed the group of lunatics who kept drawing on the forbidden blood source of the superior, double-ring serpent. Completely cutting off the source of pollution was the real reason for ending the rat disaster. Although the rat disaster was over. But the troubles left by the rat disaster had not yet ended. At this time, the sewer area where Zorn was located still had a rather dense miasma with pollution and toxins. Rat Plague Clearing Heart Potion was still the best-selling product in Oblin City during this period. It was foreseeable that in the future, Rat Plague Clearing Heart Potion would still be able to sell a lot. But during this period, other merchants had already begun to get involved in this track, and there were several of them. Zorn learned that they were purchasing materials in this area during this period, preparing to go all out. At the right time and place, Zorn ended the rat infestation, which allowed him to earn a lot of money. As for other steam potion factories wanting to get involved in this track, that was their own business. Anyway, Zorn had already taken generous profits and quietly left the market. Rat Plague Clearing Heart Potion was only a temporary potion plan. Holy Heal Micro-Light Fluorescent Agent and other powerful potions were Zorn's main battlefield. But even this temporary potion plan also brought Zorn a generous return. There was a profit of about 36,000 gold pounds, which was the harvest of the past month and a half. At the same time, as it entered July, the witches finally arrived. Almost more than 20 witches from the mountains entered Zorn's steam pharmaceutical factory. Even though he had been prepared before, when so many witches who knew pharmacy came to the steam pharmaceutical factory, the potion master Vladimir Kirkin was still a little flustered. But soon, he found his old job. You know, he himself was a pharmacy tutor at the Oblin City Public Academy. He opened a small witch school in the steam pharmaceutical factory, and taught these witches formal pharmacy knowledge every day. These young witches, who were only teenagers, were enthusiastic and eager to learn, and made amazing progress. This made Vladimir extremely happy. He would spare no effort to answer whatever the witches asked, and the potion master also benefited a lot from the many pharmacy knowledge brought by the witches from the mountains. The collision of the two knowledge systems would benefit both the potion master and the witches. Clang! Dang! Dang, when Zorn pushed open the sewer manhole cover and crawled out. The old butler Grank was outside, looking at his young master Zorn with a not-so-good look. The young master Zorn had extraordinary power and also held amazing wealth, but he couldn't understand his hobby of liking to drill into the sewers. He handed over a wet towel and said, "Young Master Zorn, a guest has come to visit." Zorn had been quietly cultivating and improving his strength for about a month, and few people had visited. At most, Isaac came over every day to deliver gray rats. But Zorn knew that Oblin City was not peaceful now. The visiting guest would bring new changes. Forbidden Potion. The guest visiting Zorn was Bishop Teresa. Zorn was slightly puzzled by Bishop Teresa's visit. In any case, a serious reception was inevitable. Fine tea from the island plantation, delicate pastries, and some afternoon tea snacks, etc. Zorn also instructed the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner. This time, not only Bishop Teresa visited, but also 4 other witches. And each of them was of a very high level, the lowest of which reached level 4. With so many people coming, it was obviously no small matter. Zorn led Bishop Teresa, introducing her to various parts of his manor one by one. Although Zorn's manor had already begun to decline when he took over, it had not gone bankrupt after all, and its foundation was still there. Not to mention, with Zorn's rapid accumulation of wealth, many aspects of the entire manor had been newly added. As they walked, Bishop Teresa slowly recounted. During this time, the plague potion and that holy healing potion have been selling very well. At the beginning of the month, those young children arrived at the steam potion factory. It's obvious that they like it there. They research their favorite potions when they go to work every day, and play around the residential area after work. To be honest, when I was in the high mountains, I rarely saw them smile so happily. More importantly, they are very interested in today's pharmacy and potionology. Speaking of this, Bishop Teresa paused. However, Lord Zorn, you are also aware that they are all witches, and they are all carefully selected from many tribes, with high talent and many powerful means. They used their own means to spread what they saw and heard in Oblin City to the high mountains during this time, which is normal. But just a few days ago, I suddenly received a large number of letters from the tribes, saying that several tribes of witches with transformation abilities have turned into giant eagles soaring in the sky and sneaked out. Just yesterday, several witches I sent secretly investigated and found out. Those witches who sneaked out were gathered together with the witches who entered the steam factory. Moreover, they are also discussing letting more sisters come over. Hearing this, Zorn couldn't help but laugh. It seems that they like Oblin City very much. What bad intentions could witches have? They just yearn for the prosperity of big cities. Oblin City. As a city surging with steam waves. It has a developed steam industry, a large number of commodities, delicacies, services, clean streets, various styles of clothing, different cultures, art products, and can get timely access to the outside world's steam daily. The civilization of steam commercialization is manifested here. Here, you can easily touch the world. It is understandable that those witches who have both ability and strength here that their former partners have told them that the outside world has changed so much, and sneak into the big city. They like Oblin City very much, but Oblin City probably doesn't like them. Bishop Teresa expressed her concerns. Before, I only sent the first batch of about 20 young witches to Oblin City. And in the highlands, there are many, many more witches, and with the passage of time, a batch of young witches are born every year. Moreover, in recent years, the power of mystery and transcendence is constantly recovering, and the number of witches who awaken every year is also increasing. Now that witches are sneaking into Oblin City, if no action is taken. When more and more witches enter Oblin City, I am afraid that many troubles will arise, and even evolve into a disaster. Witches who have lost their way will also lose control. Some people may even deliberately lure witches to fall. Once the witches cause any big trouble in Oblin City, all the witches will be expelled. Hearing this, Zorn nodded slightly. Zorn knew how terrible the witches were better than anyone else. Although not as exaggerated as the little girl selling nuclear bombs, they are definitely a presence that no one can ignore. If they cause big trouble, no one can handle it. So, what is your idea? Zorn asked the key question. Bishop Teresa thought for a moment before responding. The monastery cannot accommodate so many witches. Nor can it provide them with work. Bishop Teresa paused. If there could be a larger steam factory where witches could get work, they could slowly adapt to the world of Oblin City. Hearing this, Zorn's pupils narrowed slightly. Large-scale witch potion/steam factory. Although I really want to, isn't this too fast? Zorn has many, many potion recipes in his hands. There is absolutely no problem in expanding a large-scale potion factory in Oblin. It can completely afford to let a large number of witches enter the factory to work.
It can even further promote the prosperity of Oblin's potion industry. 20 or 30 witches are okay. However, when hundreds or even hundreds of witches work in the potion factory and enter and exit in groups, that will be a transcendent force not to be underestimated. Not to mention the church, even the Oblin city government will not easily allow it. While thinking, Zorn slowly asked. Currently, have you told anyone else about the news of the witches sneaking into Oblin city? Not yet. Bishop Teresa shook her head. I will inform the potion factory's potionist as soon as possible, and ask him to accept the witches who come over into the factory and let them settle down first. Zorn said like this. Thank you very much for your generosity. Bishop Teresa thanked. Afterwards, I plan to visit an earl in Oblin city. Zorn continued. Only with the promise of these power holders and the endorsement of the official, can a large number of witches enter Oblin city and officially settle down. However, I am not sure if it will be successful. Hearing this, Bishop Teresa showed a grateful expression and said, your willingness to lend a helping hand is already a great help, and the witches will remember your kindness. Hearing this, Zorn smiled lightly. At the beginning of the month, after those witches entered the factory, Zorn could clearly feel that the efficiency of harvesting fighting origin had surged. Obviously, the fighting effect of witch and fighter as transcendence far exceeded that of ordinary people. If fighter can fight with hundreds of witches, the effect is simply unimaginable. The sumptuous dinner time always passed quickly. By the time they said goodbye to the witches, the sky had completely darkened. If the interests of Oblin city's official and the church are consistent, the witches will most likely find it difficult to enter Oblin city. The church will inevitably expel, suppress, and even kill these witches who have mastered transcendent power. Anyway, the church's persecution of witches is a tradition that has existed for thousands of years. But now, evil spirits are raging, and the church is busy solving the problem. And Oblin city officials are also seeking the independence of transcendent power. It is completely okay for the witches to come in and intervene in time. In fact, witches can help Oblin officials to a certain extent. The only trouble is, when the church recovers, it may deal with the witches and suppress the official transcendent power. The latest novels are first published on Leo 9 Shuba. But no one understands the trajectory of the future better than Zorn. In the near future, waves of various events will come one after another, and the waves will become more and more turbulent. Until a major internal strife breaks out in the church. Oblin city's Holy Sun Church does not have much opportunity to manage these witches. Therefore, Zorn needs to find a powerful figure in the officialdom to give them some protection. At the same time, this method can also help the witches better integrate into Oblin city, where transcendent power is constantly recovering. After saying goodbye to the witches, Zorn returned to the manor, entered the basement, and walked towards the secret room, taking the opportunity to open the system panel. Star Mark Fighter, Level 3, 37%. Talent, Gang meaning Iron Bone, SS Grade, Skills, Basic Skull Cracking Fist, LV1, 84%. Gang Chi Specialization, Passive LV0, 77%. Thousand Stream Storm Step, LV0, 82%. Evil Spirit Wizard, World Class Boss, Special Template, Level 3, 37%. Evil Witch Spirituality, feeds on spirituality. Immortal Divinity, Unknown, Talent, Lingering Resurrection, SSS Grade Resurrection, 5/5. Evil Spirit Authority, SSS Grade Reshaping Spirituality. Skills, Life Drain, LV0, 92%. Forbidden Weaving, LV0, 46%. Doom Orb, LV1, 14%. Scythe, Forbidden Technique LV0, 17%. Eternal Doom Whip, Forbidden Technique LV0, 4%. After defeating the Rat King, Zorn's level 3 experience increased to 19%. After another month, it increased to 37%. This rate of increase is already not slow. Basically, it all depends on the dual sequence card bug to obtain fighting origin to improve. Most of them were obtained by the arriving witches. That's why Zorn is willing to let more witches come to Oblin City. During this month,
the cultivation of skills in various aspects has not stopped. It's just that without those gray rats with certain transcendent power as target units, the improvement efficiency is not so fast. However, Zorn has been tirelessly working on skills in the sewers, and he is still steadily improving. Arriving at the end of the corridor, as he opened the underground secret room sealed by the black mist curtain. On the long table, a whole set of potion melting, refining, and preparation crucibles, furnaces, glassware, beakers, and other props were placed on it. During this month, in addition to cultivation, Zorn spent the rest of his time on refining forbidden blood. Forbidden blood contains the power of powerful exclusive forbidden techniques. After acquiring these exclusive forbidden technique transcendent skills, you can either load them into your sequence, or burn them to strengthen your original transcendent skills. Zorn has extracted a total of 10 bottles of forbidden blood so far. Manufactured 8 bottles of exclusive forbidden technique skill potion. The 2 failed bottles were not Zorn's operational errors, but the forbidden blood itself has a certain probability of failure during the purification and production process. Being able to succeed in 8 bottles is already Zorn relying on his rich pharmacy experience. If he let the current potionist, Vladimir, come over, he would be lucky if he could succeed in 2 bottles. Today, Zorn plans to use these 8 bottles of exclusive forbidden technique skill potion to try to extract the powerful exclusive forbidden technique he needs. Zorn estimates that about 6 bottles are enough, but for the sake of stability, he made some more. Open the monster treasure chest placed in the corner. Zorn took out a potion that bloomed with a brilliant silver light. Exclusive forbidden technique skill potion extracted from the forbidden blood of the superior, dual-ringed serpent. After examining it for a moment, Zorn raised his head and poured it down. A strange murmur sounded, and the entire small room swayed and twisted from side to side. Giant Glutton's stomach accelerated the digestion of the potion, and Zorn also worked hard to absorb the forbidden skills in it. Soon, the effect of the potion dissipated. The first potion failed to absorb the effect. Zorn's expression was calm as usual. Although it failed, it also harvested certain characteristics of transcendent skills, which in game terms are skill enhancement fragments. While thinking, Zorn poured it into the Doom Orb. Being the power of forbidden techniques, it generally has a normal effect on other skills that are also forbidden techniques. But for the regular skill Doom Orb, about 3 or 4 enhancements can cause it to undergo a transformation. Second one, continue. Zorn took out another one and continued to strengthen it. The second one, still failed. The third one was successful. However, the captured position seems to be a bit wrong. The exclusive forbidden technique is a skill to transform into a snake, which is not very suitable for Zorn. Once he transforms into a snake-like creature, Zorn's many methods cannot be released. He is not a transcendent sequence like Druid, which, and cannot use abilities when transformed. Countess of Reflection. Although the desired target was not obtained in 3 consecutive attempts. However, the third attempt yielded a complete exclusive forbidden technique. After burning it, the precipitated skill power was invested into the Doom Orb. The Doom Orb underwent a transformation. Dual Ring Doom Orb, LV1, 14%. The dual ring characteristic is simple and direct, increasing Zorn's casting consumption to a certain extent, but also doubling the power of the Doom Orb. The level 1 Doom Orb itself is already powerful, and adding a dual ring to double its characteristics, for a transcendent of the same level, a fully charged Doom Orb will either kill or cripple them. Looking at the enhanced version of the dual ring Doom Orb, Zorn thought to himself. This is the benefit of rare and powerful forbidden blood. It can help transcendents obtain more powerful, exclusive forbidden techniques, while also guaranteeing the strengthening of skills. It is precisely because of the powerful characteristics of forbidden blood that even after becoming stronger, obtaining forbidden blood will not be easy. Continue. Zorn continued to consume the exclusive forbidden technique skill potion. The 4th and 5th attempts were unsuccessful. It wasn't until the 6th potion that Zorn finally obtained the powerful, exclusive forbidden technique he desired. Superior Serpent's Eye, exclusive forbidden technique LV0. Carefully examining this exclusive forbidden technique from a superior being.
Zahn's expression turned slightly solemn.
This is a very powerful forbidden technique, which ordinary transcendents prefer to call a forbidden spell. As he inscribed this exclusive forbidden technique into the Evil Spirit Warlock sequence.
An even more powerful visual force spread out from Zahn himself as the center.
The passive visual power of the superior serpent's eye further strengthened the warlock's control over the surrounding world. When casting this powerful forbidden technique, Zahn could capture many difficult-to-detect traces.
For example, the location where those evil spirits who died at Zahn's hands were resurrected, and the direction in which they fled. Using the superior serpent's eye to capture the traces of fleeing enemies was always accurate.
The superior serpent's eye exclusive forbidden technique could also be used to discern hidden enemies in the surrounding area.
As the superior serpent's eye stabilized, the ripples and agitation in Zahn's sequence calmed down.
Obtaining this powerful exclusive forbidden technique, superior serpent's eye, was not without a price. When Zahn advanced to level 4, the evil spirit warlock would no longer gain skills.
The fighter would not be affected. Lost in thought, Zahn focused his attention on the many skills on the attribute panel. The 4th and 5th potions still had some skill characteristics precipitated. After a moment of consideration, Zahn invested them into basic skull-crushing fist. Investing 2 skill characteristics into other skills might not lead to a transformation.
But investing them into this basic skull-crushing fist certainly would.
With the investment, a brand new skill went online. Spirit-shattering skull-crushing fist, LV1, 84%. Not bad, not bad. Looking at this transformation effect, Zahn nodded slightly. Basic skull-crushing fist has several directions for advancement. Armor breaking, heavy blow, astral dragon, spirit shattering, etc. If you want to break through in a specific direction, you need to take professional skill potions and undergo specialized training, which can perfectly guide it out. Random transformations like Zahn's depend on luck. This time, Zahn's luck was good.
The spirit-shattering characteristic can better break energy barriers and has a certain degree of restraint against shields, energy defenses, and so on. Not to mention the late stage, even in the mid-stage, fighters will be relatively weak against casters. But with this spirit-shattering skull-crushing fist, the fighter can extend their strong period for some time. At the same time, this will strengthen the fighter's strength in the level 3, 4, and 5 stages. And this is exactly what Zahn needs. Zahn needs to use his fighter identity to play a role in the current official system. If Zahn's prediction is correct, this time Zahn will need to use it to find that reflected image countess. Closing the attribute panel, Zahn carefully put away the remaining 2 skill potions. Using them after a higher level will have a better effect. With 2 or 3, there is hope to obtain the powerful forbidden technique he wants. Whether it's Blood Mist Gate or Serpent Scale Armor, these are all exclusive forbidden techniques. They are all hidden deep within this skill potion. Like that, Mad Warlock and the Rat King, Butch, they both obtain this ability by connecting to the forbidden blood. To use it, you must activate the forbidden blood. The more you use it, the more you will sink into madness. Zahn's method of extracting skill potions and solidifying skills in the sequence system is the correct way to use them. Early morning. After practicing several sets of skull-crushing fist, Zahn began to enjoy breakfast. The spirit-shattering skull-crushing fist didn't have too many changes compared to the previous basic skull-crushing fist. It's just that a layer of condensed astral energy is integrated into the flesh and blood, erupting with Zahn's fist, with stronger destructive power and strong spirit-shattering characteristics. The attack moves of the skull-crushing fist are still the same, but how to use them depends on the fighter's own comprehension. While having breakfast, Zahn also checked the situation in Ogren City and continental events during this period through the Ogren Steam Daily. After entering July, the War Council of the Holy Sman Empire wanted to further consolidate the Empire's steam battleship hegemony on the ocean. They promulgated the World Maritime Law that was beneficial to them and occupied many crucial sea lanes. However, the Holy Grail Empire in the Northern Territory and several new empires that rose with the steam tide in the southern region of the continent obviously did not agree. Therefore, both the Holy Grail Empire and the alliance of several empires in southern border are working hard to build ships. Bigger, faster, and stronger steam battleships. This is the theme of the rise of the steam tide and the age of great nautical exploration. The shadow of war gradually gathered and became heavier and heavier. If it were in other countries closer to the ocean, they would definitely be able to feel the atmosphere of war. However, the inland country that is not close to the sea, the Republic of Otenstan, which is adjacent to the dangerous mist, can temporarily enjoy a moment of peace. It is worth mentioning that there has been more discussion about the sun cult and the evil spirit cataclysm in Ogren City during this period. It is said that some reliable inside information says that the evil spirit theurgist of the sun cult used powerful theurgical power to descend the evil spirit cataclysm, intending to shake the authority of the Holy Sun. Whether it is true or not is another matter. But someone in the Holy Sun Church obviously believed it. The church has been investigating the sun cult during this period. They even uprooted a few not-so-important strongholds. Although there has been no key progress, it can also be seen that the sun cult is indeed deeply cultivating Ogren City. The change in the strategic direction of the Holy Sun Church aiming at the sun cult. This is naturally very good for Zon. Of course, Zon will not be careless because of this. The investigation of evil spirits is still ongoing, and he still needs to completely make the sun cult and the Holy Sun Church fight to the death. After breakfast, Zon got into the carriage and went to the Bay Area. This time, Zon was looking for Mrs. Mabel Isaiah, the powerful, reflected image person, with a level 5 sequence rank. The most uptack new uptack novel uptack is uptack first uptack published uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack. Bay Area, 12, 3-month Bay Street. Inside the spacious and luxurious castle hall, a young maid brought up delicious pastries and steaming morning tea. Please enjoy. When Zon visited just now, the butler informed him that he needed to wait until noon. For the countess who owns the title of Earl. Zon's visit as an ordinary person without any status was allowed because the butler in his early 40s was also a transcendent. He felt that Zon was a transcendent, and Zon took out the Clover Club business card. Otherwise, he would have to wait outside. This castle with a medieval frame structure is wider than Zon's manor. Zon's manor is actually just a slightly larger detached villa, plus a slightly wider courtyard around it. But it's not on the same level as an earl who owns his own castle. Of course, it can be called a manor mainly because, near the Mist area, the Korik family really has a manor used for production. Through the wide windows, you can see the sparkling 3-month bay, and you can see the docks where many merchant ships are moored not far away. You can also hear the low and melodious whistle of the steamship. Steam trains, steamships, and steam airships. These 3 steam kits are the threshold for a country to officially master steam power. Steam telegraph machines, steam towers, and steam magic pools. These are further steam transcendent technologies. Currently, the 3 steam kits have been widely used on the Holy Relic continent. Steam telegraph machines and steam towers have also been used on a small scale. Drinking tea and eating snacks. Zon leisurely digested the food, absorbed astral energy, and waited quietly. When he came in, he saw Mrs. Mabel's reflection walking in the depths of reality from the hazy reflection on the ground. Obviously, Mrs. Mabel knew that Zon had come in, and he just needed to wait quietly. Soon, noon arrived. Footsteps sounded on the stairs. Greetings, Madam Mabel, good morning. Zon got up to greet her. He was wearing the standard formal dress for young nobles visiting. Mrs. Mabel clamped a cigarette holder, smoking one cigarette after another, and the smoke formed a cloud around her. She sat down in front of Zon. Mrs. Mabel's silver eyes looked Zon up and down. Your sequence level is growing very fast, almost level 3. Her soft, smoky voice was impressive. Speak. What do you want from me? The reflecting image person has a strong power to see through people's hearts. Zon did not hide anything, and explained one by one his desire to recruit witches to open a steam potion factory. Witches are believers of the Holy Sun. Perhaps you can talk to the bishop of the church. Mrs. Mabel stated calmly.
Now the Holy Sun Church even wants to curb the official power. How can it tolerate witches entering Ogren City on a large scale?
I know, but they are just entering Ogren City to study, research, and work in the field of potion science. For hundreds of thousands of years, witch potions have had various legends on the Holy Relic continent. If the Ogren City Witch Potion Factory makes a name for itself, it will bring more prosperity to the entire Ogren City's commerce.
Mrs. Mabel was unmoved by Zahn's explanation. Obviously, she also has some understanding of the potion industry. It's not like just letting some witches in can research potions that are selling well on the continent. Without enough profit, it's not worth the risk of offending the church. Zahn took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Without taking out a trump card and enough benefits, this Mrs. Mabel will obviously not allow it. Do you know about the plague-clearing potion some time ago?
Zahn slowly opened his mouth.
Of course I've heard of it. This potion successfully helped Ogren City curb the potential plague.
Some time ago, my niece, Valerie, was rescued by you. She also thoughtfully sent over a batch of plague-clearing potions, which have amazing effects on ordinary people, and even, for level 1 transcendence, they also have quite good effects, after some pollution. Speaking of this, Mrs. Mabel suddenly realized something. Her silver eyes narrowed slightly, and her gaze fell on Zahn.
This, you made it?
More precisely, it was researched by my alchemists and witches.
Zahn responded.
Furthermore, this potion has also brought me a generous return.
After examining Zahn for a moment, Mrs. Mabel spoke again. Can I know approximately how much?
About
30,000 gold pounds.
Hearing this, Mrs. Mabel's body trembled slightly imperceptibly.
30,000 gold pounds is still an amazing fortune for her.
And this was only created in 2 months.
The gold pound, this devil, makes people's hearts flutter.
Mrs. Mabel, whose thoughts were spinning rapidly, leaned back slightly.
You know, if I am willing to protect the witches, it will cost a lot. Hearing this, Zahn couldn't help but smile. When you start talking about costs, then things are already done. The only problem is how much it will cost. Mage Ruins 70H Ancient Mage Ruins from near lunchtime to the dinner table. Then to afternoon tea time. Finally, Zorn finalized the cooperation details with Mrs. Mabel in many aspects. Making money is only one aspect for Zorn.
The real purpose is to get those witches to work for him. And to establish a better cooperative relationship with the witches. The further back, the more amazing the source quality required by the big boss, evil spirit wizard, will be. The efficiency of fighting source quality provided by ordinary people is obviously not comparable to that of witches.
Now ordinary people can still surpass witches through quantity. Especially after Zorn's level is high. High-level fighters vs ordinary people can hardly obtain fighting source quality.
However, high-level fighters vs extraordinary witches can always maintain a minimum level of source quality acquisition, commonly known as minimum guarantee. As long as there are enough witches, the amount of source quality obtained through minimum guarantee will also be very considerable.
20% of the profit.
This is the profit part that Mrs. Mabel will take from the witch steam potion factory that Zorn will establish next. Moreover, she will send financial and other related personnel to reside in the steam potion factory. She wants to make sure that Zorn is really letting the witches work, instead of doing other things. And the price she needs to pay is: she will ensure the stable operation of the witch steam potion factory, and the safety of the witches will not be interfered by the church. The potion factory will be endorsed by the official of Ogren City, and she will use her own commercial channels to help Zorn sell the potions better. Zorn can sell potions to various steam city-states and the Republic of Otenston. With official endorsement, the potions of the steam factory can be sold openly to neighboring countries and on the sea. This will undoubtedly make her hated by the church. But as long as the benefits are sufficient, there is no problem at all. Common interests will forge unbreakable friendship. When the cooperation was finalized, the relationship between the two parties was also invisibly closer. When I was as young as you, I was still full of beautiful wishes and aspirations for this world. Mrs. Mabel took a deep puff of her cigarette, then slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke and added, as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. But at your age, you can bargain with me here.
There are probably few young people like you in the entire Otenston. Zorn just responded with a faint smile.
Changing the subject, Mrs. Mabel said slowly. Your fighter sequence reminds me of the level 3 peak fighter, Mr. who fought the Rat King in the depths of the Ogren City sewer some time ago. He fought that terrifying existence like a mountain of flesh for several hours. Finally, he killed the Rat King, which completely subverted my understanding of the fighter sequence. I always thought that the fighter sequence was just a pawn manipulated by money in the underground fighting arena black boxing ring. Now it seems that the strength of the fighter sequence may be stronger than I thought. Listening to Mrs. Mabel's description, Zorn's expression was calm, but his heart was different.
How can that fighter be not powerful? The template of the big boss is full of values. The template of a boss of this strength cannot be weak no matter which sequence it is applied to. During the description, Mrs. Mabel continued. The higher-ups have been looking for level 3 fighter candidates for some time. Your upgrade speed is not slow. If possible, you can find time to advance to level 3 as soon as possible. Anyway, you are someone who has singled out the Rat King.
I still trust your own strength.
Of course, Zorn knew what Mrs. Mabel meant by the higher-ups looking for candidates. But he should pretend not to know. Can I know why? Zorn asked tentatively.
After thinking for a moment, Mrs. Mabel decided to reveal some information about this. After all, as their partner, Zorn needs to be slowly absorbed. Since you came to me instead of going to the church, you should be aware that there are certain conflicts between the official of Ogren City and the church. Saying that, she lowered her voice slightly.
Ogren City is not simple.
This land was buried in the gray fog for thousands of years.
Many powerful beings have left traces in this land.
Somewhere under our feet, there are mysterious and dangerous ancient ruins. It is said to be the site of a certain legendary ancient mage.
Ogren City is using the power of the steam tower to excavate and explore.
But the power of that legendary ancient mage is mysterious and powerful, and we have many nodes to overcome. Some of these nodes require level 3 melee fighting sequences, and fighter was not originally considered. But the appearance of that mysterious as fighter underground obviously reversed the higher-ups' understanding of the fighter sequence. So the higher-ups have also included the fighter sequence.
Advance to level 3 as soon as possible.
If you can show enough strength, maybe you will have a chance to go deep underground.
Also, if you can really make some contributions, maybe I have a way to help you obtain your father's title.
Zorn's heart moved slightly.
Zorn's father's title is not hereditary. Normally, Zorn cannot get his father's title. But it can be completed through some methods. As long as the official of Ogren City is willing, it can be done completely. Having a title is much more convenient than being an ordinary person. At the same time, the title is also one of the ways to the center of power. Not to mention anything else, the tax reduction alone can save Zorn a lot of money. So the next step is to advance to level 3. After finishing afternoon tea, Zorn got up to say goodbye.
This visit to Mrs. Mabel was fruitful. After saying goodbye to Mrs. Mabel, Zorn boarded his carriage.
Go to January Bay, he ordered. Coachman Old Nero steadily drove the carriage towards January Bay.
Inside the carriage, Zorn thought quietly. The hidden effect of the fighter sequence level is perfect.
Even the level 5 Shadow Man did not notice anything unusual.
Next, you only need to complete advancement to level 3. That Zorn, who was already at level 3, could achieve the so-called advancement to level 3 by releasing the cover. Also, this time I made a blood profit of more than 30,000 gold pounds. I need to continue to acquire steam factories so that more witches have the opportunity to work in the factory. While thinking, Zorn's thoughts focused on the site of the legendary ancient mage ruins. The legendary small world ruins of the legendary ancient mage that the official of Ogren City is excavating will bring a large-scale extraordinary sequence inheritance resource to the official extraordinaries of Ogren City. Rich extraordinary knowledge in the fields of mysticism, ritualism, and extraordinary skill learning. As well as those secret and powerful forbidden spell scrolls. powerful witch tool blueprints, and several terrifying forbidden sealed objects. As the core carrier of the Ogren City Poetry Chapter Ogren City, its special nature is beyond doubt. The legendary small world ruins of the legendary ancient mage are a crucial part of this. With the development of this small world ruins, the prelude to the outbreak of the extraordinary sequence in Ogren City will be officially opened. The wave of extraordinary sequences will become more and more turbulent. And the time node for the big outbreak is at the end of this year or the beginning of next year. In the original trajectory, the iron-headed and fearless evil spirit wizard Zorn Korik was also an important participant in this relic development. With the support of the Sun's secret sect, he launched at least 3 attacks on the legendary small world ruins, killing a large number of official extraordinaries. Although Zorn Korik died twice, he also got what he needed. Then, on the road to death, he went further and further. Now it's different. He and the official of Ogren City have a formal cooperation. He can calmly obtain the core resources inside by conventional means. During the development phase, many important resources, others do not know their value, but Zorn is very clear. The development of the legendary small world ruins is not achieved overnight. It can be seen from the fact that the level 3 fighter sequence is still needed. Currently, this development project is still in its initial stage. Following this project all the time, Zorn can gain a lot. At the same time, he can also accurately grasp the specific direction of those core resources. After sorting out the cooperation ideas with the official, Zorn turned his attention to the outside. On the wide Rhine-Danube River, steam-powered merchant ships were coming and going. March Bay is not far from January Bay. Before long, Zorn arrived at his destination. Move slowly along the dock street and stop for a while at each dock intersection. Yes, young Master Zorn. The carriage began to move forward slowly. The evil spirit divine art master is likely to be in the Bay Area. But Zorn didn't know exactly where. If you don't look for it, the evil spirit boss can't jump out and deliver itself to your mouth. Zorn planned to use the most simple and unpretentious method. Use the newly acquired exclusive forbidden technique Superior Ring Snake Eye to slowly find it. Although this method is a bit clumsy. Once you find the other party, the space for operation is quite large. But if you want to find the other party, it will take a lot of time. Zorn estimated that even if the situation is relatively smooth, it will take 10.5 months. If it is not smooth, you may not be able to find the other party. During the continuous advance and exploration, when passing an intersection, do along with a burst of rapid whistle sound, a bright black steam car quickly overtook Zorn's carriage. Because it was too close, the horses seemed to be frightened, and the carriage began to become bumpy and shaky. Oh! Damn! There are more and more of these steam cars driving around. Old Nero couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. Zorn, who was using Superior Ring Snake Eye to observe the outside, looked over. At first glance, Zorn was slightly stunned. At that moment, Zorn vaguely saw the goddess of luck smiling at him. In the steam car that almost had a minor car accident just now, sitting was Isabelle Isaiah, Zorn's confidant who stabbed Zorn in the back in the original trajectory. The trajectory of fate slightly collided and converged in silence. And Zorn used the power of the Superior to quietly capture this imperceptible context. Although in the original trajectory, Zorn Korik and the future Empress Isabelle Isaiah had life and death grudges. But in the current trajectory, the two are not related to each other. Zorn naturally would not have any hatred for this future Empress. However, Isabelle Isaiah was also cultivated by the Sun Secret Sect, like that evil spirit divine art master. They have an extraordinary cooperative relationship. Vaguely, Zorn understood something. Follow up quietly. Zorn whispered. Hearing this, old Nero immediately accelerated and followed the steam car from a distance. Isabelle, wearing a loose-fitting summer blue floral wrap dress and a black-veiled sun hat, stepped off the steam car and walked towards the secluded pier. In this hub of wealth, the Bay Area pier had no shortage of steam cars. Therefore, no one paid attention to this particular steam car. From his hidden vantage point as an upper echelon figure, Zorn slowly retracted his gaze only after Isabel disappeared onto a steamship docked in the harbor. He had already sensed the abundant spiritual emanations and traces of deceased souls on that ship. It was likely a stronghold of the solar cult. More likely, it was the secret hideout of the evil spirit theurgist.
Isabel and the evil spirit theurgist had a good relationship
during the Saints-Man steam war and the internal strife within the church. With the support of the solar cult, a new empire was established.
Isabel Isaiah ascended to the throne, enjoying unparalleled glory.
At that time, the evil spirit theurgist, having devoured a portion of the evil spirit wizard's flesh and blood remains, along with several other portions, had initially stabilized his sequence. Like a winner in life, he became the court wizard of the new empire. Isabel Isaiah was adept at concealing her true self, a woman of great ambition. She was unscrupulous in achieving her goals, even sacrificing her own body as a price. To gain the full support of the solar cult, she did not hesitate to use the power of her mist giant bloodline to disguise herself, pleasing and submitting to the evil spirit wizard Big Boss.
And at a crucial moment, she stifled Zorn Korik's final act of madness to the world. Ultimately, she stepped on Zorn Korik's bones, solidifying her position.
But this time, neither of them would likely have such an opportunity.
The evil spirit theurgist must die.
And he must die meaningfully, with value.
Isabel Isaiah, if she was willing to submit, it wouldn't be impossible to let this woman take the throne. She was quite capable. However, there were quite a few Isaiah descendants with the power of the mist giant bloodline. If this empress was disobedient, they could just replace her with someone obedient. The Isaiah family had no shortage of empresses. Let's go.
Zorn's voice slowly sounded. Old Nero restarted the carriage. Inside the carriage, even though the air was slightly stuffy, Zorn's mood was better than ever. Tingzi had already been found, and as for how much he could uncover, Zorn needed to deliberate further after returning. He didn't directly use powerful forbidden curse vision to investigate, in order to avoid alerting the enemy. Instead, borrowing deeper power to investigate would allow him to better explore and find more and better things.
For several days at the end of July, Zorn began to get busy.
With the experience of establishing a steam potion factory before, reopening one was very simple.
When opening the first small to medium-sized steam potion factory,
Zorn scouted out several management talents
and used the power of authority to completely transform them into devout believers.
Coupled with this spiritual statue,
he could perfectly ensure that the steam factory was controlled by Zorn.
However, since he wanted to open a larger steam factory, and even needed to have a certain influence on the witches, then he needed to construct a higher-level spiritual statue. Deep underground, in the plain ruins of the legendary ancient mage, there were resources for Zorn to construct a higher-level spiritual statue. The work of finding a new steam pharmaceutical factory address and opening it was handed over to those management talents. Zorn planned to slowly cultivate his subordinates into transcendence when the number of transcendent sequences in Oblin City increased. With the bug of the dual sequence, as long as Zorn enslaved enough transcendence, he could obtain combat essence well, and then become the experience for the growth of the dual sequence.
Before, his level was not high enough to stably manage enough transcendence.
But as Zorn advanced to level 3, further digested the Solar King's golden skeleton, and mastered the power of Calamity Immortal Holy Mark, Calamity Black Mist, and other aspects increased.
The level 3 Zorn was already able to stably control the abilities of transcendence.
The development of the Holy Witch Church can also be put on the agenda slowly. However, if you want to develop the Holy Witch Church, you need to find a group of talents. And Oblin City, as the starting point of the epic chapter, has no shortage of talents.
Even talents with small boss sequences are not few. These small boss are also Zorn's important goals for the next period of time. On this day, near noon, Zorn detoured from the Bay Area Pier Street to the Adolf Witch Monastery in the Mist District.
Inside the carriage, Zorn quietly pondered the gains from the exploration of the steamship at the pier these days.
Relying on the evil spirit wizard's deep sense of spiritual origin essence,
Zorn confirmed that it was the habitat of the evil spirit theurgist. Because of the incompleteness of its sequence itself, its theurgy spirituality would flow and dissipate slightly. Although it was very slight, it was still captured by Zorn. At the same time, there was an extremely strong ritual curtain barrier on the ship. If he rashly explored, he would only be sensed by the evil spirit theurgist.
That evil spirit theurgist, boss companion, would appear in the nearby tavern.
If he kept watch for a long time, he might have extraordinary gains and uncover bigger secrets.
But Zorn obviously didn't have that much time. Moreover, neither the fighter nor the evil spirit wizard were very good at this kind of task.
But Zorn had already scouted a very good assassin small boss candidate, and it was an excellent candidate.
Arrived at the witch monastery again. The entire monastery gave people a completely new feeling. Clean roads, white walls.
When eating, Zorn could feel that the types, portions, and amount of meat were completely different from before. Even the monastic clothes worn by the children of the monastery were neat, clean, and fit well. The witches earned money and were really willing to spend it on these children.
After having lunch at the witch monastery,
Zorn met with Bishop Teresa. When he told her that things had been negotiated, even Bishop Teresa couldn't help but show a warm smile.
The witches will be grateful for what you have done for us. We will always remember your kindness.
Zorn struck while the iron was hot and put forward his needs. Bishop Teresa, I know that there are incredible transcendent species like Mysterious Castle in the high mountains.
I am very interested in this magical species. I even plan to open a monster treasure box breeding factory. The most uptack new uptack novel uptack is uptack first uptack published uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack. I wonder if I can capture a magical creature like Mysterious Castle and bring it to Oblin City? Bishop Teresa thought for a moment and said,
Mysterious castles are on the high mountains, and they are not particularly rare magical creatures. Many witch tribes also trade with each other, although their prices are not cheap, but it should not be expensive for Lord Zorn. As soon as Bishop Teresa said this, Zorn instantly understood that there were many Mysterious Castle in this world version. It's roughly between 2,000 gold pounds and 5,000 gold pounds. Bishop Teresa gave a rough price range. Gold pounds are not a problem. I hope to get a Mysterious Castle with very excellent comprehensive abilities. Zorn clearly stated that he was not short of money, as long as it was the best. The excellence of comprehensive abilities means that the speed of expansion and contraction of the Mysterious Castle will be very fast, the adaptability will be stronger, it can accommodate a larger spatial range, and it can be more compatible with various rituals and energies. Lord Zorn, rest assured, I will choose a Mysterious Castle suitable for you as soon as possible, and deliver it as soon as possible. Next, after some negotiation between the two on the young witches working in the factory, Zorn left a 1,000 gold pound deposit and got up to say goodbye. Originally, Zorn had 4,000 gold pounds on him, plus the 36,000 gold pounds of net profit earned this time.
The current Zorn holds 40,000 gold pounds of wealth.
Although opening a large steam factory next may cost 20,000 to 30,000 gold pounds. But Zorn can still have about 10,000 gold pounds of discretionary power. Moreover, the holy healing microlight fluorescent agent of the steam potion factory has also gradually opened up the market of large and small steam city-states in the Ottenston Republic through the sales channels of the witches. The reputation is quite good, and it has begun to be accepted by more and more transcendents. It is estimated that there can still be an income of 300 to 500 gold pounds per month. Although it is not as fast as making disaster money, it is stable and continuous.
Go to the old town, Rook Street, Red River Valley Tavern. After leaving the monastery and getting into the carriage, Zorn ordered. As dusk approached, the Red River Valley Tavern gradually became lively. There were both travelers from the north and south, and regular customers of the tavern who worked nearby. Of course, there were also some gang members. Near Rook Street, there was the Three Horses Gang. One is the Silver Horse Mafia near the Ratcatchers area, mainly engaged in carriage rental business. Basically, they will participate in collecting a Silver Dragon share of money for carriage operations in the Old Town. One is the Red Light District behind Rook Street, where there are many street girls. It is also known as the soul-destroying cave of the Old Town,
which is the territory of the Red Horse Mafia. Then there is the Poison Horse Mafia, engaged in the sale of addictive potions. They will sell those illegal addictive potions in various taverns.
And the Red River Valley Tavern is their lair. Poison Horse Mafia is the residents' private name for them. The real name of the mafia is Red River Valley Mafia.
The Red River Valley town in the depths of the mist is the source of their black industry. They use the fertile soil there to plant illegal plants. The bosses of the Three Horses Mafia are all very powerful and well-known small boss sequences. When the strength is weak, players can investigate, collect evidence, and then call the police to let the official touch the strength to wound them, so that they become blood-stained state. In this way, players can easily kill this boss. While harvesting a large sum of gold pounds, you can also get a lot of news about the mist. If you don't want to be so troublesome, you can directly find these small boss for a heads up.
Behind the Red River Valley Tavern is the boss battle venue.
But in this case, the player must have the strength to fight the boss alone. Many players who are not very strong want to save time and directly come to fight this boss in a perfect state. They will be abused to death by the boss of the Three Horses Mafia. So that later, even if the strength is strong, players will still come over to challenge these former boss, and beat the boss on the ground. The boss of the Poison Horse Mafia, and the boss sequence, Doomsday Shadow Assassin, masters the soul of the assassin, and many skills are also very powerful. But this boss of the Poison Horse Mafia has a relatively fatal flaw. That is, his, Doomsday Shadow Assassin, has certain spiritual defects. Basically, he is the easiest guy to deal with among the Three Horses boss. Soon Zorn waited for the target. His figure was slightly thin, and his height was not high. He was wearing a simple brown robe. He was completely an unremarkable guy who fell into the crowd. This also perfectly fits his, Doomsday Shadow Assassin, sequence. After entering the tavern, he took off his fedora, fanned the wind, and asked the bartender for a large glass of calm wine with ice. He scanned the tavern. His eyes fell on the corner not far away. There were more people in other places. Only that area had only one very young guy. He was slightly stunned, and then walked over with a glass of calm wine with ice. "Boy, no matter what your purpose is, but this is my territory, you better not cause trouble here." Sitting opposite Zorn, the boss of the Poison Horse Mafia, Doomsday Shadow Assassin, Alvin Burke, lowered his voice and warned, full of warning. "Subordinates." The young fighter drained the tall glass of snakefruit wine in front of him and began to reminisce. "As you can see, I am a fighter. A fighter from the underground black boxing arena of Saint Sman's holy capital." His voice was deep and melodious, filled with wine and stories. "In those years, every night I would use my fists to defeat at least 3 enemies, thereby welcoming the cheers of the entire arena. Most of the time, opponents would fall beneath my fists. Of course, occasionally I would be knocked down by powerful fighters, but as you can see, I possess an iron will. I am always able to stand up, again and again, until I exhaust all my strength. I am powerful, I am fearless. But I always felt like something was missing. Do you understand what I mean, friend? It was truly a terrible feeling. Until one day, I heard stories from the distant northern frontier, the story of the Ye-Fighter and the Rat King. Deep underground, the Ye-Fighter, who could fight the mountain of flesh that was the terrifying Rat King, for hours. Even after being knocked away countless times, he could always bravely stand up. In addition, I also heard that Ogren City has many mysterious and powerful existences, even terrifying evil spirits have appeared here. A terrible storm is brewing here. When I arrived here, I saw that terrifying cataclysmic haze shrouded above Ogren City. I felt it, I came to the right place, this is where I will make my name. I will use my fists to tell everyone here, I have arrived." Alvin Burke, the Doom Shadow Assassin, boss of the Poison Horse Mafia, sitting across from Zorn, swallowed a mouthful of calm wine, completely stunned by this clumsy performance. "Where the hell did you come from, you bastard?" He gritted his teeth and said fiercely. "Among the friends I know, you rank in the top 3 when it comes to bragging. Also, friend, before you brag, at least get rid of that damn Ogren accent. You're a local, not a damn out-of-towner."
Ha, Zorn couldn't help but laugh out loud. But you understand my purpose, don't you? Friend. Backyard.
The Doom Shadow assassin, Alvin Burke, drained the calm wine in front of him and said decisively.
Using a dagger would be too easy on you, I'll use jabs to make you leave here crying. The noisy tavern backyard. Spacious and filled with many boxes of wine, very much in line with Zorn's impression of a boss fight. It's a boss fight, that's right. But sorry, I'm the boss. In the hazy light and shadows of the back window, the two stood in opposite corners. Zorn suddenly clenched his fist. With a buzz sound, the gang energy trembled. My fist will have spirit-shattering attack properties that will directly strike your soul. As soon as he finished speaking, Zorn stepped on Thousand Stream's storm step, launching a frontal assault. The Doom Shadow assassin, Alvin Burke, has certain flaws in his spirituality. But at the same time, this guy also likes to fight. Zorn's strategy is very simple. That is to deliberately attract this guy to come and fight. Then, in the battle, slowly infiltrate and influence this guy with the evil spirit authority. At the same time, during certain heavy punch attacks, Zorn will increase the infiltration power of the evil spirit authority. Until, the other party completely succumbs. Bang! 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 The two's fists rapidly intertwined, dull and full of powerful aesthetics. In the noisy and lively end of the tavern's backyard, the two constantly fought back and forth. Although the Doom Shadow assassin, Alvin Burke, possessed decent combat skills. And even possesses a special boss template. But unfortunately, his opponent overwhelms him in every aspect. Under the influence of the evil spirit authority, Zorn applied the effect of good feeling. The level 3 peak, Doom Shadow assassin, Alvin Burke, although at a disadvantage in the fight. But the more he fought, the more he felt that the guy in front of him was pleasing to the eye. This further fueled his enthusiasm for battle. Moreover, he could feel that fighting enemies in the dark was rapidly improving him in every aspect. After all, he was fighting a world-class boss. The gains in battle are also the most efficient. Although, occasionally when the opponent's fist landed, it would cause a slight stinging sensation in the depths of his soul. But he also knew that it was the opponent's so-called spirit-shattering attack characteristic. It posed some threat, but not much. The two's fight quickly entered a white-hot stage. Feeling that the time was about right, Zorn finally revealed his bloody fangs. The evil spirit authority was activated with full force in an instant. Buzz, at that moment, the Doom Shadow assassin, Alvin Burke's eyes were filled with gold stars, and he seemed to see his grandmother. This damn bastard is trying to control me. In the midst of muscle spasms, Alvin Burke gritted his steel teeth, quickly pulled out a short knife with Doom from behind him, and slashed fiercely in front of him. As the blade fell, the darkness was suddenly split open with a crack. With a stiff roll, he barely rolled into it. The next moment, the ferocious blade, carrying the sulfuric smell of Doom lava, lingered at Zorn's nose. The blade slashed down towards Zorn's skull. Before Alvin's blade could fall, a huge fist rapidly magnified in his eye socket. The Doom Shadow assassin, invaded and influenced by the evil spirit authority, lost most of his strength. With a heavy bang sound, Alvin Burke was smashed away and crashed into a wooden frame next to him, shattering it. Zorn threw out his middle finger. Before long, the twin serpent and the black mist chains wrapped around Alvin like wrapping a rice dumpling, completely locking him down. You despicable bastard, only knows how to use such vile and dirty means. Tear off your disguised face, let me see who you really are. The locked-down Alvin Burke cursed in a low voice, filled with anger and frustration. Zorn unhurriedly took out the monster suitcase he had prepared long ago from the corner and opened it. While taking out ritual resources from inside, Zorn calmly narrated. Do you know about the prisoners' prison on the St. Gan Mist Highlands? Whenever a batch of prisoners is transported there, they are turned into Highland sheep by wizards specializing in sheep transformation magic, sheep transformation, and the lock ring is completely completed. And this also means that in their future decades of life, they will be driven by sheepdogs from one pasture to another, just like sheep,
and their wool will be shaved off every spring and autumn, creating the last bit of value for this world.
And this is what will happen to you after you are captured.
And this is just the kindest side of the Highland prisoner's labor.
Yes, you heard that right, this is the kindest side.
You know, there are always some crazy existences among wizards. When those sheep get old, they will be slaughtered by those crazy wizards.
Do you know?
Zorn smiled gently. Sheep made from humans and real sheep taste the same.
The demonic whisper made Alvin Burke's heart tremble slightly. Fortunately, you don't have to worry about being eaten by your own kind. Because, you will be redeemed by me, I will save your soul and baptize it.
Zorn's words naturally elicited even more violent curses from Alvin Burke. As a boss sequence, the Doom Shadow Assassin, Alvin Burke is relatively difficult to completely baptize. At this time, some extra power is needed. Some of the Shadow Assassin source matter from Zorn's 4 guardians will be used as a medium to hold a ritual for him. Only then can the Doom Shadow Assassin, Alvin Burke's official enslavement be officially completed, completely making him a devout believer of the great Saint Witch Lord.
Capturing these boss sequences is more troublesome than ordinary transcendence. But the harvest will also be richer. After all, this is a boss sequence.
Soon, Zorn started the guiding ritual. A large amount of viscous disaster black mist was used, and at the same time, a part of the Shadow Assassin's source matter was poured into the Doom Shadow Assassin, Alvin Burke's body. Using the evil spirit authority, Zorn began a deep baptism. It has to be said that the boss sequence is durable. If other sequences were infused and reshaped like this, they would have already lost control, either, or exploded. In any case, they would definitely die.
But the Doom Shadow Assassin boss sequence is still fighting against Zorn's authority.
After Zorn slowly completed more than a dozen deep ritual baptisms, the Doom Shadow Assassin, Alvin Burke's sequence spirituality and soul will finally slowly turn into what Zorn needed.
Great!
Master, his voice was slightly dry and rough. But at the soul will level, he has already surrendered to Zorn. But Zorn did not relax his vigilance, continuing to increase his strength and delve deeper. It was not until the other party's sequence spirituality showed signs of instability that Zorn stopped the deep baptism. At this time, the night was already deep. But the tavern was becoming more and more lively and noisy. The two sat on a long chair in the backyard aisle. The mottled and swaying light and shadows constantly fell on the two of them. The Doom Shadow Assassin, Alvin Burke, looked respectful and humble. In this way, we were able to send out the medicinal materials from the depths of the valley and process them underground into high-profit potions. Alvin Burke explained the black industrial chain he controlled. That valley is indeed an extraordinary fertile land, but from now on, you don't need to grow those medicinal materials that will get you shot full of holes anymore. You can grow these medicinal materials. Saying that, Zorn took out a piece of paper that he had prepared long ago and handed it to Alvin Burke. The large misty valley controlled by Alvin Burke is a place where mysterious source matter flows, and it is very fertile. It can be completely used to grow a large number of medicinal materials needed by the Steam Potion Factory, as the origin of medicinal materials. Zorn will also gradually use the Evil Spirit Authority to redeem and baptize his men in the next period of time, and all of them will be enslaved to become loyal believers of the Saint Witch Lord, and follow Alvin Burke to become the most upstream medicinal material merchant in Zorn's hands.
Yes, my master,
Alvin Burke said respectfully.
Zorn glanced at Alvin Burke. Call me Messenger Sir from now on. Yes, Messenger Sir. Currently, Zorn has only enslaved one of the 3 horses of Poison Horse. Zorn is still not ready to move the other 2 horses for the time being. After all, they are boss sequences, and the other 2 horses' sequence spirituality has no flaws. Zorn needs to have a level of 4 or even 5 to be able to perfectly enslave and control these small bosses. If they are cultivated well, these small boss sequences can also grow up and become Zorn's powerful assistants. After completely controlling this assassin boss first, then plan for the next boss. There are small bosses under the big boss, and under the small bosses are many industrial chains and younger brothers. This is what a big boss should look like.
In his thoughts, Zorn looked at Alvin Burke again.
In addition, during this period of time, you need to go to this location for detailed surveillance, Zorn meticulously instructed.
As a Doom Shadow assassin, Alvin Burke has extraordinary talent in secretly stalking, observing, and tracking. If Zorn didn't know this guy very well and designed a plan.
Otherwise, even if other evil spirit sequences came over, they might not be able to catch him.
After all, boss sequences are often very resistant to control-type methods, and have extremely strong escape and survival abilities.
Understood, Messenger Sir, I am very good at exploring the target's situation, I guarantee I will not disappoint you. The order from the messenger made Alvin respond with utmost seriousness. Early August. Zorn had advanced his fighter sequence to level 3. During this time, every evening, Zorn would spend some time at the Red River Valley Tavern on Luke Street.
While listening to Alvin's reports, he would use the Evil Spirit Authority to cleanse him several times. At the same time, he gradually converted the members of the Poison Horse Gang into believers.
Alvin Burke's surveillance of the Evil Spirit Theurgist had also yielded some results.
By visiting the steamboats, he had discovered another stronghold, suspected to be a hidden stronghold of the Sun Sect. But Zorn was obviously not satisfied with just one stronghold. He instructed Doomsday Shadow Assassin Alvin to continue observing, and to dig out as many strongholds and extraordinary experts of the Sun Sect as possible.
If you're going to play big. Zorn wasn't satisfied with small-scale skirmishes.
In early August, after Zorn's breakthrough, he visited the Countess again.
The Countess was very satisfied with Zorn's breakthrough. Entering mid-August,
an invitation from the Countess led Zorn to board a steam car heading to the suburbs. The destination was located in the eastern suburbs, across the steam train line, a place shrouded in mist called Rift Mist Town.
That was the entrance to the ruins of the legendary Archmage.
Inside the slightly bumpy steam car, Countess Mabel was smoking while recounting the situation inside the legendary Archmage's ruins. That is a territory full of mysterious power and deadly danger.
Currently, we are trapped by a peculiar mirror magic domain.
It possesses extremely powerful, anti-magic, power. Almost any spell or skill cast from outside the body will be greatly weakened. Only those sequences that do not rely on external skill release, the so-called melee sequences, can exert some power inside.
Every once in a while, a batch of mysterious mirror warriors will be thrown into the area.
But killing those mirrors yields no reward.
Only by killing the mirror constructors behind these mirrors can this endless slaughter be ended.
But each level has a considerable number of mirror constructors. Therefore, we can only send extraordinary individuals of the corresponding level into it each time the Rift Mist opens, trying to kill the mirror constructors, and then explore deeper and deeper. As I said just now, it's very dangerous inside.
According to the information we have investigated, there are 7 levels in the mirror magic domain. Currently, we are exploring the 4th level.
But even so, more than a dozen extraordinary individuals have died in this area of the mirror magic domain.
The 5th, 6th, and even 7th levels further down are even more dangerous.
The Countess explained.
Zorn quickly digested this information.
First of all, they have not mastered the means to distinguish the mirror constructors, and can only use this stupid method to probe, explore, and advance time and time again.
It's time-consuming and laborious, and it's also relatively easy to lose people. Those mirror constructors in the mirror magic domain are indeed quite.
In addition, Zorn's pupils narrowed as he looked at Countess Mabel.
Rift Mist opens? Can't stay permanently?
We haven't mastered the method to open it permanently yet, we can only enter it when the Rift Mist opens.
Mrs. Mabel explained.
Okay. Zorn nodded slightly, closing his eyes to digest the information he had learned.
Someone is messing around in the dark.
And they are important figures within the core circle of power.
Zorn had already reached an important conclusion in his thoughts. Zorn was too familiar with the internal structure of the Archmage's ruins. The 1st level's magic domain boss is the Grey Mist Knight.
Although it is not very powerful, it possesses the power to continuously construct ordinary gray mist soldiers, so it is relatively easy to solve overall.
The second level's magic domain boss is the Infernal Mage, and this is also a rather despicable mage.
When adventurers enter it to explore, it often casts large-scale fire spells from a distance. If you don't carry fire-type extraordinary armor, it is easy to die from the opponent's fire spell attacks.
The third level's magic domain boss is the Mirror Witch,
which is also the area that Zorn is about to enter, and is also called the Mirror Magic Domain by Mrs. Mabel. The boss, Mirror Witch, in the Mirror Magic Domain masters the means of Mirror Constructor. It has a large number of Mirror Constructors in the Mirror Magic Domain within the 7 levels. Normally speaking, after defeating the first level's Magic Domain boss, Grey Mist Knight, you can master the method to permanently open the Rift Mist. As a result, they have now reached the 3rd level, but have not yet mastered it. Obviously, someone obtained the method to permanently open the Rift Mist, but did not announce it. This leads to the fact that they have to wait for the Rift Mist to open before they can enter. Zorn was still wondering before why he needed to wait from the beginning of the month to the middle of the month. Now the case is solved.
There's a mole.
In his thoughts, the 3 factions of the current Oblin City Hall emerged in Zorn's mind.
The Church faction, the Parliament faction, the Restoration faction. The Church faction is naturally a group of extraordinary individuals led by Duke Muhua, who are leaning towards and aligning with the Church. The Parliament faction is the main force of Oblin City Hall.
The Restoration faction's voice is still relatively weak, and it is basically consistent with the Parliament faction.
Obviously, the force that is hindering the development of Oblin City Hall in terms of extraordinary power.
It must be this group of stubborn elements led by Duke Muhua.
This must be severely.
If you can't permanently open the Rift Mist, you can only rely on the opportunity to open it once or twice a month to explore. I'm afraid that by the time the internal strife in the Church and the turmoil on the continent break out, they will not have explored the important resources inside. And this will bring great trouble to Oblin City. Even if the Church secretly supports Duke Muhua from behind, that won't work.
Since I'm here, your plans, all of them will go bankrupt.
In his thoughts, Zorn already had a general strategy and plan. After this exploration is over, he can use the discoveries inside as an excuse to inform Mrs. Mabel of the correct way to open the Rift Mist. Reaching the 3rd level world, Mirror Witch, at this point is already a bit late. Therefore, Zorn also plans to directly that powerful Mirror Witch, and will also provide some key clues for breaking the next level, the 4th level, Lich King, world. In this way, the official progress of Oblin City can be faster to the 5th level, Archmage Projection, world.
The entire Archmage Ruins has 7 levels of worlds.
But as long as you enter the 5th level world, you can get relatively rich resources. The sooner Oblin City Hall gets these resources to digest,
the stronger its strength will naturally be. Naturally, it will have more say in calling out the Church.
As the steam car moved forward, the Rift Mist town ahead was approaching.
Suddenly,
caw, 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 a large number of crows were startled and flew everywhere, and the ear-piercing sound waves submerged Zorn like an ocean. The surrounding smoke also instantly made the steam car become illusory and hazy.
The latest novel is first published on 6 Uptak 9 Uptak 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 Uptak. Zorn was heavily thrown into the mirror world by Mrs. Mabel. A large number of crows followed closely and chased after Zorn.
Suddenly, a sharp claw down towards Zorn's heart. Zorn, who was falling, probed lightly, and his Gangchi filled right hand, like a steel claw, the quickly sneaking claw, and clicked.
Boom! A sound.
Zorn's fist had already on the head of that crow person.
Roar roar, when Zorn wanted to the second strike. The roar of the angry bear came.
The crow's claws that were originally quickly turned into thick and wide bear paws, and terrible power directly Zorn's palms. Immediately afterwards, the bear pawed the air with the power of the earth, and Zorn.
Soul-shattering skull-splitting fist. Zorn punched up too. Boom!
As the Gangchi and the power of nature.
Zorn backwards.
And that brown bear on the grass in front of the mist. Fortunately, after the druid sequence's natural bear transformed, it was not injured.
The sneak attack is very good. But the heat is a little bit off.
Zorn's voice was calm and natural, and even his breathing did not have a trace of. The druid quickly changed from the natural bear state to human. This level 3 druid, Mr. is about 27 or 8 years old, with a clean white shirt inside, a black swallow-tailed coat outside, and a high top hat, looking very much like a magicianess. Although his natural bear is, he himself is. At this time, the steam car also, and Mrs. Mabel opened the door and walked down.
I told you, he's very powerful, you had to try it, are you satisfied now?
The druid looked at Mrs. Mabel, who got out of the car, and said, raising his voice a few tones.
Where did you find this powerful fighter? Could it be that this guy is the one who fights the Rat King underground? Obviously not, he just to level 3. What? Just promoted to level 3 and he's so powerful? Is it possible that he was already very powerful at level 2? During the conversation, the druid looked at Zorn. I'm Joey Bryan, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Druid.
Now that I think about it, your strength, and if I hadn't turned into a bear, I'm afraid it would have been really hard for me to. Your Zorn just smiled lightly. If he was willing, this Mr. Druid would not need to turn into a bear at all, because in the crow state, he would be by him.
How are things inside? Mrs. Mabel asked as she walked forward along the mist.
They said we were too slow, they didn't wait for us and went down in advance.
Mr. Druid quickly narrated.
Hearing this, Mrs. Mabel, and a layer of cold appeared on her face. When it wasn't open, that Duke Muhuo, but now that it's open, they're
What about the other two? They're already waiting over there. Okay, let's go over there quickly.
Saying that, Mrs. Mabel turned her head to look at Zorn.
Get ready, we'll be going down in a while.
It's your first time going down, follow behind them, and clear the situation inside before you can act alone.
You have at least 1 day to fight and advance inside, so don't be too. What about the gains inside? Zorn, who was following behind, asked curiously. Gains?
The druid who was traveling with him smiled. It would be great if you didn't die inside the first time you went down, you don't have to worry about gains.
Mrs. Mabel gave Zorn a detailed answer.
Unless it's something particularly valuable, general resources, as long as you're willing to, it's all yours.
Particularly valuable things, Zorn. This freedom of is a bit big. Could it be that the things they fancy are all particularly valuable? Fortunately, Zorn was also prepared.
Now the power of Calamity Source is strong enough.
He can completely send things away. Although in that mirror magic domain, the efficiency of sending things out is very slow.
But Zorn will definitely take the Calamity Source channel for the really good things.
Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time to go to a boss and come back empty-handed?
Passing through the dark and hidden, viscous and thick fog-filled crack passage. Zorn stepped onto the dry sandy soil, gazing at the mirror demon realm world before him.
The sky was low in a hazy gray, as if it were a burnt-out ash-covered kingdom.
The air was filled with a scorched, decaying smell.
Everywhere you looked, there were various ruins and towers, leaning and collapsing. Woo-woo, from time to time, eerie gusts of wind howled past, carrying ash and sparks.
When the eerie sound of the wind entered his ears, a slight stinging sensation surged on the surface of his soul. This had no effect on Zorn.
But for the other 3 companions, it was not so easy.
Faced with the eerie sound of the wind, the expressions of the 3 people sank slightly.
2 of them directly took out purple potions and drank them.
These types of soul potions can strengthen soul defense, allowing them to stay here calmly. The druid among the 3 was not afraid of this eerie demonic sound. The nature-embracing druid possessed a very strong soul defense. This was the first layer of the mirror demon realm, and the 3 needed to reach the 4th layer as soon as possible.
Let's go! Druid Joey Bryan led the way.
As they moved forward, they occasionally saw shimmering, strange mirror surfaces appearing on the ground, in the sky, and on the collapsed ruins of towers.
Whenever similar mirror surfaces appeared, the group would quickly detour around the area where the mirror surface was located, and even avoid being directly illuminated by the strange mirror surface.
While advancing, Druid Joey kindly introduced the situation here to Zorn. Don't look in the mirror here, or strange mirror creatures will steal your reflection and run out of the mirror world to attack you. If you can't beat them, run away as soon as possible, those mirror creatures are very powerful.
Following the group forward, Zorn silently opened his attribute panel. Starscar Fighter, Level 3, 52%. Talent, Iron Bones, SS Grade, Skills, Soul Shattering Skull Crushing Fist, LV1, 96%. Specialization, Passive LV0, 72%. Thousand Streams Gale Step, LV0, 92%. During this period, the sequence experience steadily increased. At the same time, two of the fighter's three skills were about to reach their critical points. And once the Soul Shattering Skull Crushing Fist, which was about to reach level 2, was upgraded, its power would undergo a qualitative change. Zorn planned to upgrade the Soul Shattering Skull Crushing Fist to level 2, and then quickly clear the boss Mirror Demoness. Soon, the group of 4 arrived at the 4th level of the Mirror Demon Realm. The dark sky seemed to be pressing down. This is where we fight those mirror warriors. We're not far ahead, you can find some idle mirrors here to adapt, and when you feel ready, you can come find us again. At this stage, the 3 obviously had no intention of letting Zorn join their small group. Coincidentally, Zorn was thinking the same thing. Thank you.
Zorn expressed his gratitude. Be careful of those mirror constructs, they are the real trouble. Before leaving, Druid Joey imparted his experience to Zorn. I think, Zorn thought silently in his heart. They will find that I am the real trouble. After the 3 left. Soon, Zorn found a demon mirror surface that was just about to form. He didn't avoid the mirror surface like the others. Instead, he stood in front of the mirror in a grand manner. Soon, a blurry figure vaguely emerged, followed by a fully armed mirror warrior, with a modeled heavy sword and bronze-colored armor covering his entire body, with multiple damaged and rusty spots. He raised his sword and slashed. Zorn caught the blade with his bare hands. Clang clang clang. Sparks flew as the iron fists collided with the rusty sword. His whole body was as tough as steel. This was the strength of a level 3 fighter. The man in the mirror image entered into a sparring match. The Mirror Demon Realm was an excellent place for melee players to practice their skills. The only downside was that source energy was scarce here. Each time they entered, they could not restore their own energy. When overtraining and source energy was exhausted, it was easy to be attacked by those cunning mirror constructs. Those mirror constructs were much more powerful than mirror warriors. If the mirror warriors were ordinary monsters, then the mirror constructs were elite monsters, and cunning elite monsters at that. 5 or 6 minutes later, sensing that this mirror warrior was slightly exhausted, Zorn went up and performed a series of skull-crushing moves, tearing off his helmet. Inside the collapsed armor was nothing. And the armor quickly turned into ashes, rustling away with sparks. Continue. Zorn began his journey of pulling monsters to practice his skills. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. When he entered the 4th hour, Zorn felt that the soul-shattering skull-crushing fist had entered a full state. Engage in a hearty battle with a spellcaster, shatter their spiritual energy shield, and defeat them. This was the perfect way to advance the soul-shattering skull-crushing fist. But there were no spellcasters here willing to be beaten. So Zorn chose the Stigmata breakthrough. The Stigmata constructed by the Evil Spirit Revelation ceremony had long been stabilized. The breakthrough of the Doom Annihilation Orb consumed 1/3. This soul-shattering skull-crushing fist also needed about 1/3. Sitting down in a corner, Zorn mobilized the Stigmata of the Evil Spirit Revelation ceremony and poured it into the soul-shattering skull-crushing fist. The skill completed its breakthrough silently. Soul-shattering skull-crushing fist, LV2, 0%, let's try it out. Zorn pulled out another mirror warrior in front of the mirror. A muffled boom sounded when Zorn's fist hit the mirror warrior's head. The mirror warrior staggered slightly, completely frozen in place. But the suppression and dizziness from the expert-level soul-shattering skull-crushing fist attack on the head completely deprived the Mirror Warrior of the opportunity to fight back. Zorn punched one after another, not fast, nor heavy. But dealing with the Mirror Warrior in front of him directly caused him to be infinitely dizzy. He punched unhurriedly for about a minute. The Mirror Warrior was like a sandbag and had no chance to fight back at all. Even though Zorn didn't use much force, this level 2 Mirror Warrior still couldn't withstand Zorn's expert-level soul-shattering skull-crushing fist attack. As a new punch landed. Boom! The head of the Mirror Warrior, who had been suppressed and dizzy for more than a minute, directly collapsed and dissipated, turning into a pile of ashes. Not bad, not bad. After some experimentation, Zorn was very satisfied with the performance of this level 2 soul-shattering skull-crushing fist. Then, next is, speed clearing the Mirror Demoness. Coming to the mirror again. Zorn waited for a moment. A new Mirror Warrior condensed and formed, and just as the Mirror Warrior touched the mirror surface and was about to come out, the prepared Zorn suddenly charged. A muffled boom sounded. Zorn and the Mirror Warrior fell together into a mirror world. As the Mirror Warrior got up, Zorn gave his head a heavy punch. Immediately afterwards, Zorn began to chant the ancient mirror spells left by the legendary Archmage. Soon, a mirror gate appeared in front of Zorn. Before the Mirror Warrior attacked Zorn, Zorn took the lead in drilling into the mirror gate and disappeared. The ancient ruins of the legendary Archmage. There were a total of 7 strange world layers. Each world layer also had 7 layers. That is to say, the ancient ruins of the legendary Archmage had a total of 49 layers. Each world layer had a corresponding speed clearing method. The speed clearing method for the mirror world layer was also very simple. The first step was to collide with the Mirror Warrior coming out of the mirror to enter the mirror space. Then use the ancient mage's spells to directly open the mirror gate leading to the 7th layer. Then, on the 7th layer, safely arrive at the Mirror Demoness Tower according to a certain route. But you can't directly enter the Demoness Tower. Once you enter, the Mirror Demoness will awaken. Players need to climb the tower on the outer periphery of the tower. At the same time, gradually destroy 12 energy hubs during the climb. This way, the Mirror Demoness can be trapped on the top floor of the tower, and at the same time, a large number of powerful mirror constructs outside cannot enter. Next, it was time for players to show off their skills and solo the boss, Mirror Demoness. At the same time, this method would also have a very special advantage. That is, the method of infiltrating after destroying the 12 energy hubs would prevent the Mirror Demoness from awakening. Players had to actively attack. So, the question came. If you open a world boss account and use a speed clearing strategy, would using the forbidden spell, Eternal Doom Lash, to seal the Mirror Demoness, count as an attack? And at this moment, Zorn, who had spent half an hour successfully climbing the Mirror Demoness Tower, was about to verify this answer. At this time, the Mirror Demoness, lying on the tower, was in a deep sleep. A ray of bright moonlight shone on her through the window. The silver-pleated court dress on her body shone brightly in the moonlight. She looked about 16 or 17 years old, belonging to the petite and lovely type. But when she crushed the player's heart through the mirror, that small body would not be soft at all. Zorn grabbed the Mirror Demoness' wrist. The forbidden spell, Eternal Doom Lash, was activated. The forbidden spell took effect, but the Demoness did not wake up. Zorn raised his eyebrows slightly. This is interesting, my dear Demoness. This level 4, Mirror Demoness, boss would have 4 to 6 powerful skills. To be on the safe side, Zorn used the forbidden spell, Eternal Doom Lash, a total of 10 times. The extra times would also turn into forbidden spells to strengthen the ceiling of her skills. Without powerful skills, the level 4 Mirror Demoness would not have more resistance than a level 4 Mirror Construct, at most her health bar was longer. Taking a deep breath, Zorn stretched out his hands and strangled the sleeping Demoness' head tightly like pliers. It's time to get up, dear Demoness. Skull crushing. The moment the erupted, he suddenly pulled the Demoness off the bed and performed a 360-degree Thomas spin and threw her up. As the demoness was thrown into the air, Zorn jumped high with the Thousand Streams Gale Step, and then hugged her with strong and powerful arms. Finally, the demoness slammed heavily on the ground with her head down.
With a crack sound,
the floor was cracked and sunken.
The demoness' skull was indeed very hard. Zorn could guarantee that the demoness would be very big.
The battle scene was too brutal and is not suitable for display.
Miss Witch's head was finally torn off by Zorn. Moonlight shone onto the bed.
Miss Witch's headless corpse was arranged by Zorn. The head was held in Miss Witch's hands. Even her cheeks carried a trace of fear and despair. With all her skills sealed, she was beaten the entire time, and anyone would face death with despair.
What a hearty and unforgettable battle! Admiring this bloody yet serene scene, Zorn sighed softly.
Placing the corpse and body together allows for better separation of Mirror Witch sequence core. And as a boss sequence, the sequence core has a significant effect. In the Steam Age, with the initial revival of mysterious forces, if you want to acquire the mysterious transcendent sequence and gradually master incredible mysterious powers, materials are undoubtedly the top priority. As a boss's sequence core, it will inevitably bring an ordinary person a corresponding transcendent sequence profession. Because it is a boss sequence core, the profession will often be very powerful. For Zorn, this rather powerful witch sequence core boss can help Zorn leverage Compassionate Witch, one of the four horsemen.
Vanessa's loyalty and piety are enough for her to obtain a powerful sequence.
With the death of the Mirror Witch, moonlight slowly shone in through another rooftop window. In the moonlight, a silver monster treasure chest slowly emerged.
Zorn was quite familiar with the good things inside the treasure chest.
A silver moon skull. This is the core material for making high-quality spiritual statues. 12 bottles of boiling blood dragon potion. These are limited edition items, only produced in boss treasure chests. After drinking it, the blood will briefly boil, and you will master some of the dragon's power.
And after drinking each bottle, a small amount of dragon power will be deposited.
Dragon power permanently increases a small amount of strength. There are also 2 witch skill scrolls, which are also rare items.
Zorn took a look.
One is a skill for forced stealth. One is a skill for charged assassination.
Compassionate Witch mainly specializes in control and survival.
Although the damage is weaker, it is only relative to the other 3 guardians. For ordinary sequences, the damage of Compassionate Witch is still not easily tolerated by them. One for offense and one for defense, these 2 skills are very suitable for Compassionate Witch.
The last item is more critical. Forbidden sealed item Witch's Mirror.
Like Zorn's twin serpent ring, it is also a lower level sealed item. Through the Witch's Mirror, you can enter the mirror world and walk in the mirror world for a period of time.
Forbidden side effect: after each use, the user will lose their mirror image for a period of time.
During the period of mirror image loss, it is easy for the self in the mirror image to control the user in reverse.
Even some mirror demon like Transcendence.
For example, the apostle of the mirror demon that Zorn encountered before can also control Transcendence in their mirror image weakness period through the mirror image. Heavy use of the Witch's Mirror, after being contaminated, will make it impossible to distinguish between the real and the mirrored world, and eventually get lost in the depths of the mirror image.
Of course, this is only for ordinary Transcendence.
But for the world-class big boss, Evil Spirit Wizard, who possesses Forbidden Weaving, if a Transcendent of this type dares to enter Zorn's mirror image and try to manipulate Zorn, then congratulations, you have won a mirror image prison.
As for pollution, it would be good enough if the Witch's Mirror is not polluted by Zorn. The rest is a small half box of Kruger gold coins. About 1,800 coins.
Zorn looked around. He found a chair from Miss Witch's dressing table and then dismantled it. After igniting it with the flames of the Doom Annihilation Orb, a small bonfire ritual was completed just like that. The ritual sacrifice was made using the Silver Moon Skull, the Witch's Mirror, and 2 boiling blood dragon potions.
Anyway, these things will eventually end up in Zorn's hands.
Having these materials to build the bridge of the ritual will have a better effect.
Summoning himself is all about saving money.
Zorn chanted the ritual incantation, summoning himself. Soon, flames rose, and a black mist of disaster slowly bloomed. The potions and skill scrolls were slowly thrown over, falling into the depths of the source of disaster. When it came to those Kruger gold coins, one coin after another jumped up and rose. The efficiency was not very fast. But this is nearly 3,000 pounds of wealth, so it's okay if it's slow. Anyway, all of it has to be sent out today. It took a full half an hour for all 1,800 Kruger gold coins to be sent out. Zorn naturally did not forget Miss Witch's spiritual mirror Witchcore, and he also sent it out. Finally, the black mist of disaster slowly rolled the several sacrificial items into it. The entire ritual process took about an hour. If it were a normal ritual process, it would only take 2 or 3 minutes. After sending everything out, Zorn got up and took a long breath, looking out through the old, withered yellow glass window. He saw that the entire 7th floor's mirror demon realm was filled with shimmering mirror surfaces. Mirror warriors were constantly being born, and even, many, mirror construct, came directly from the mirror world to reality. When Miss Witch died, it was equivalent to the world of this floor being opened up. The power of the mirror world would be greatly weakened. Most of the hidden, mirror constructs, would be repelled. At this time, it was enough to simply push through. And there was no need to worry about those cunning, mirror constructs, leading a large number of mirror warriors to outflank, flank, and encircle, etc. The difficulty and danger were greatly reduced. Of course, even if it was a push, in Zorn's view, it still put some pressure on those level 3 transcendents. When Zorn used the mirror small space and the ancient incantation to come to the 4th floor again, as soon as he arrived, Zorn heard dense sounds of fighting outside. Looking out, the druid, who had turned into a natural bear. The burly, heavily armored, warrior, who was wielding his two-handed greatsword with all his might. And the he-scout, Miss, who was constantly slashing at the enemy's weak joint positions with 2 short blades. The 3 of them were back to back against the collapsed tower, surrounded by hundreds of mirror warriors. Zorn's gaze quickly swept over these hundreds of mirror warriors. He easily found about 7 or 8 mirror constructs. Killing these mirror constructs would make the other mirror warriors insignificant. The gang energy flowed continuously. Thousand stream gale step erupted, and Zorn rushed to the battlefield at an extremely fast speed. After finding the first mirror construct, boom! The expert level, soul-shattering skull-crushing fist, with the blessing of the boss template, struck a heavy blow on its head. It directly caused the mirror construct to stagger back and become dizzy, unable to lift the construct longsword in its hand. Even though there were other mirror warriors' attacks coming over, Zorn was not afraid at all. The fighter's innate talent for being able to withstand attacks plus gang energy plus strengthened world boss body plus long health bar. When those mirror warriors' swords and weapons slashed at Zorn's body, sparks flew. If there was a data-based perspective, then 111 of force damage would constantly float out. In less than 30 seconds, Zorn smashed the head of the first mirror construct. Then the second, the third, the fourth. No one could stop Zorn's fists. Slaughter! Slaughter! Constant slaughter. Zorn kept smashing the enemies that appeared in front of him with his fists. The fighter was completely immersed in slaughter and battle. Until, there was no longer a single enemy on this battlefield that could stand in front of Zorn. Whoosh, the whistling wind and waves rolled up large swaths of ashes and sparks, and the outline of Zorn's figure was bathed in them, like a god of war made of ashes who would never fall. Huff, huff, the druid, Joey, who had returned from the natural bear form to human form, was covered in wounds, and blood had stained his black swallowtail coat red. Each breath tugged at the wounds, bringing pain. He gasped for breath, his gaze falling on the fighter, not far away. The horrified emotion in the depths of his pupils was difficult to dissipate for a long time. The heavily armored warrior and the scout miss were also about the same. Their gazes were difficult to move away from the fighter's stalwart figure. If it weren't for that fighter, the 3 of them, except for the scout miss who might have been able to escape, the other 2 would most likely have been buried here. The monster tide that the 3 of them could not contend with together was smashed to pieces alive by that terrifying fighter with those 2 fists. The scout miss took out 3 bottles of holy healing glow serum from her small bag.
After drinking them, the injuries on the three of them were rapidly recovering. During this time, the effect of this holy healing glow serum has been accepted by more and more transcendents. The medicinal effect is strong and lasting, and more importantly, there are no side effects. Even if it is a serious injury, a bottle of holy healing glow serum can recover a lot. Transcendents who frequently participate in battles will carry some more or less. Looking at the E-fighter, who had begun to dismantle parts from the mirror construct, the scout miss slowly withdrew her gaze and looked at the druid, Joey. He's really not that guy from the depths who fought the Flesh Mountain Rat King one-on-one?
He is not.
The druid, Joey shook his head.
He has only just advanced to level 3, and you can feel that his sequence level is at the level 3 threshold. And that fighter in the depths of the underground has already been at level 3 peak a long time ago, and now it is estimated that he is already level 4. So the E-fighter sequence is really so powerful. The scout Miss's eyes sparkled.
Those mirror warriors will turn into ashes after they die. But these mirror constructs will not after they die.
Tearing open their armor and twisting open the furnace cover can reveal the construct core that still has residual heat. Although this thing cannot help transcendents acquire transcendent sequences, it is still a valuable material. It is the core material used to construct micro steam source pool towers. With a micro steam source pool tower, you can slowly research and unlock many steam technologies. And this is also the necessary path for large steam source energy towers. After Zorn got all the construct cores in his hands, the injuries of several people had also recovered to a similar degree, and they came over. Lord Zorn, just now, we were fighting with several mirror warriors, and suddenly many mirror warriors emerged around us, and even mirror constructs.
Thank you very much for your timely assistance, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable.
The druid, Joey, who came over, said with a bit of gratitude. Just now, he also felt that this fighter might not be very adapted to fighting those mirror warriors. But now it seems that this fighter is undoubtedly a veteran warrior with rich combat experience.
Suddenly so many mirror warriors emerged, do you know what's really going on? Hearing this, Zorn shook his head.
I'm not very clear, after all, this is also my first time here.
In addition, let's continue to kill these mirror constructs.
Saying that, Zorn looked at the distant ruins of the tower. In the increasingly dense ashes, there were more and more enemies. At the same time, other teams were fighting these enemies.
Several people nodded.
The material of this mirror construct itself is also relatively valuable, but it is not easy to bring out. Basically, it will become the official material of Oblin City. And these construct cores that are easier to carry are the most valuable, and naturally became the loot of everyone.
At this time,
this mysterious mirror demon realm did not know what happened. A large number of mirror constructs left the mirror world.
It was a great time to hunt.
Before, the three people were not very willing to let Zorn participate in their small team.
After the battle just now, Zorn successfully became the top boss in the team. Next, the boss began to lead them to quickly farm mirror constructs.
Riftwood Town Church. Inside the spacious hall, on the right side, several rifts in the gray mist were clearly visible. However, they flickered slightly from time to time, accompanied by crackling sounds.
The time for those pathfinders inside to emerge was rapidly approaching.
Duke Muhua and Madame Mabel were both present in the church, along with numerous other staff members.
However, the center of attention was not Duke Muhua or Madame Mabel,
but rather an elderly gentleman in his early 50s, dressed in a black, Lifu formal attire, wearing a dark brown top hat, and holding a black, Jeju bamboo with prominent joints, cane. He sat on a very old church pew, facing the wide arched glass, muchon curtain wall, of the church.
His expression was calm and leisurely. Marquis Albert Wilde from the Ministry of Justice. He possessed the level 8, Mohunrun Soul Shepherd, sequence. He was one of the cornerstones of stability in Ayodhya City. Both Duke Muhua and Madame Mabel frequently glanced at the grey mist rifts. They had received intelligence from observers at the first sign of unrest in the mirror, Moyu demon realm.
A large number of Jingshan Gaozhuang's mirror constructs had broken free from the mirror world, leading a large number of mirror warriors to attack the 5 teams of Transcendence who had entered. They did not know the specific situation inside and needed to wait for those teams to come out to understand. There were a total of 5 teams. Each team had 4 to 5 people. Duke Muhua and Madame Mabel each had 1 team. The other 3 teams were dispatched by Marquis Albert. Whether these teams could return safely and how many Zhanghua battle achievements/results they had were all part of their merit. Being able to scout out powerful Transcendence and make enough contributions to Ayaglan city would inevitably lead to higher positions.
Before long,
the first team emerged from the Grey Mist Rift.
There were 5 people in total, Duke Muhua's team.
After personnel counts, they had obtained 2 level 4 crystal cores and 21 level 3 construct crystal cores. Seeing this number, Duke Muhua felt slightly relieved. In the past, being able to bring out 4 or 5 construct crystal cores was already very good. This time, many mirror constructs had emerged. The danger had greatly increased, but obtaining a full 23 construct crystal cores was already a very excellent result.
After all, these Transcendents were all talented Transcendents he had secretly borrowed from the church.
Before long, the 3 teams of Transcendents dispatched by Marquis Albert also returned one after another. The 3 teams had lost a total of 3 Transcendents. The losses were considered relatively heavy. But they also had gains, with each team obtaining a dozen or so construct crystal cores. However, compared to Duke Muhua, whose single team returned intact and obtained 23 construct crystal cores, they were significantly inferior. After some more time passed,
no one else was seen coming out.
At this time, the rifts in the grey mist began to shrink. Seeing the rifts getting smaller and smaller, Madame Mabel's face became increasingly gloomy. The personnel Marquis Albert had scouted were not weak in combat ability, but 3 had still been lost. And the personnel she had selected, although also not bad. But if they fell into an encircled situation, she was afraid there was a real risk of complete annihilation. Once the team she had scouted was wiped out, then, she would lose the opportunity to lead the exploration of the ancient ruins. Seeing that the Grey Mist Rift had already shrunk to the point where humans could no longer come out, Madame Mabel's mood finally sank heavily, a slight bitterness spreading on her tongue.
Did none of them escape?
Not far away, the corners of Duke Muhua's mouth curled into a faint smile.
This unrest really came at the right time.
After carefully examining the Grey Mist Rift near, confirming that there was absolutely no hope,
Duke Muhua Gustav looked at Madame Mabel, as if a victor announcing his triumph. Madame Mabel, the rift has not yet closed, perhaps there is still the blessing of the Goddess of Miracles, is there not?
His slightly concerned voice rang out. Seemingly comforting, but in reality, it was a heart-wrenching remark. Just as Madame Mabel, with a grim expression, was about to turn around, a pair of hands, filled with faint star mark, Gangchi stellar energy, as tough as steel, suddenly reached out along that about to close Grey Mist Rift, blocking the closing of the Grey Mist Rift.
Immediately afterwards, in the shocked gazes of many Transcendents in the church,
that pair of Gangchi stellar energy hands gradually exerted force. Chi, amidst the crackling sounds,
the about to close Grey Mist Rift was forcibly torn open again.
Several people filed out from the torn Grey Mist Rift.
Huff, luckily we made it. Otherwise, being trapped inside would have been troublesome.
The scout, Xiaojiamis, patted her undulating but flat chest, panting. The heavy armored warrior leaned on his greatsword, but his legs were also trembling slightly. Deludi Druid, Joey was fine, he had transformed into a peregrine falcon and helped everyone find the location of the exit. Zorn was even less of a problem. Close to the departure time, 5 or 6, Jingshan Gaozhuang's mirror constructs had charged over.
The group could only kill them all.
At this time was already very tight. With the druid transformed into a peregrine falcon, at the last moment, Zorn burst out at full speed and tore open the Grey Mist Rift.
The group barely made it.
Although Zorn had many ways to get out if trapped inside, it was obviously best not to use them.
With the return of the 4, the slightly silent hall instantly became lively. The expressions of the many transcendents in the Riftwood Town Church Hall were also colorful. Duke Muhwa's gaze swept over the four, the faint smile on his face gradually disappeared, then became indifferent, and finally turned gloomy. Madame Mabel was completely the opposite. A look of surprise first appeared on her frost-covered face, followed by a look of joy on her brow. She couldn't wait to step forward and ask about the specific situation. Not far away, Marquis Albert, who was sitting steadily on the old pew, couldn't help but focus his gaze on the four, more precisely on Zorn.
Just now.
That pair of dainty stellar energy hands tearing open the grey mist rift was indeed quite a feat as she inquired. An increasingly joyful color appeared on Madame Mabel's face. It was already surprising enough that the four were able to return. And the things the four brought back were even more amazing. She couldn't help but look at the scout, Xiajia Miss' orange-red luggage. As the staff finished counting, an unbelievable number was also presented. 55 level 3 construct crystal cores, 8 level 4 construct crystal cores. The newest novels are first published on Leo 9 Shuba. A total of 63. With the finality of this number, even Marquis Albert finally got up. You should know that the three teams he assembled only had a little over 40 combined. I think it should be this young, Gedugia fighter, Xianxing Mister, he should be the main force of this exploration. As Marquis Albert, leaning on his palm, slowly walked over, his old but powerful voice rang out, everyone gave way to him. Marquis Albert came to the four people, his eyes fell on Zorn. Can you tell me what strategies and methods you used to obtain so many construct crystal cores? Strategies and methods? Zorn thought seriously for a moment. Are strategies and methods even needed? Isn't it enough to just use your fists to beat all the enemies that charge over to death? This answer was obviously very Gedugia fighter. Marquis Albert was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. He somewhat liked the young child in front of him. Then he looked at Madame Mabel. This time, you did very well, your team will be able to add one more person. The delighted Madame Mabel immediately responded. Thank you for your grace, Lord Marquis Albert. A 5-person team has more fault tolerance than a 4-person team. Not to mention there is Zorn, this pillar-level existence. In terms of nobility, Duke Muhwa is undoubtedly of higher rank. But his Juawei nobility came from family inheritance. And Marquis Albert's Juawei nobility was piled up with the corpses of enemies on the battlefield. The war Juawei nobility of a transcendent who has been baptized by blood and fire will always have more power and persuasiveness than the Juawei nobility inherited from the family. With the team members all out, this exploration officially ended. After instructing some things, Marquis Albert got up and left. And Zorn also received his share of the harvest from the staff. Ordinary resources belong to individuals, but construct crystal cores are obviously particularly valuable resources. The team obtained half of the harvest. For level 4 construct crystal cores, 22 level 3 construct crystal cores. Zorn rightfully took 4 level 4 construct crystal cores and 10 level 3 construct crystal cores. The three then each had 4 level 3 construct crystal cores. Soon Duke Muhwa left quickly with his men. However, the gaze that fell on Zorn before leaving was filled with indifference and hatred. The intersection of the gears of fate meant that the two were destined to be enemies. Already level 3, and already halfway through the level 4 process, Zorn was not afraid of the hostility from Duke Muhwa. Moreover, the big pit dug by Duke Muhwa next was about to explode. The fuse will be lit by Zorn Creek. Soon, the group got into Madame Mabel's steam car. Deludi Druid, Joey did not come up, he could fly back by himself. By the time the warrior and the scout, Xiaojia Miss, were delivered to their destinations, it was already getting dark. Madame Mabel, closing the car door, lit a lady's cigarette, took a deep breath and slowly said, Driver Kane is trustworthy, we have a life or death friendship. Some small troubles will be solved by him, you can say directly what you want to say. The sense of smell of Daengren reflection person, Madame Mabel is indeed extraordinary. I have many discoveries in the mirror, Mayu Demon Realm. Zorn straightened his expression and said, The most important discovery is
I saw a secret, Sheng Maya Saint Maya, ritual, Miyu incantation, in a mirror space. From my transcendent knowledge, this should be a ritual incantation to open the grey mist rift through a ritual. Upon hearing this, Daengren reflection person, Madame Mabel's body trembled slightly. She looked at Zorn cautiously and lowered her voice.
You mean, we don't have to wait for the natural opening of the grey mist rift, but can actively open it with a ritual? From the content of the ritual, yes.
As long as a certain amount of sacrifices are made, the grey mist rift can be opened at any time.
Zorn said so.
And, he continued to tell. According to my understanding of these secret ancient ruins, this type of grey mist rift is often related to the first layer world.
Isn't the first layer the grey mist night world? I think there should be some harvest from killing the grey mist night, is there not in the harvest?
Zorn's words seemed to instantly awaken Madame Mabel.
Past memories quickly surfaced.
The first layer grey mist night was killed by Duke Muhua's people.
If it is really as Zorn said.
If there is indeed a ritual to open the grey mist rift,
then it must have been hidden by Duke Muhua.
That damned bastard, he hid important information.
Even Madame Mabel, who has excellent cultivation, couldn't help but curse at this time. After the anger, Madame Mabel quickly calmed down.
After careful consideration, she quickly realized that this was an opportunity, a huge opportunity to kick Duke Muhua out of the relic development circle in one fell swoop.
Even an opportunity to crush him severely.
However, this ritual still needs further verification. Once it is confirmed that the ritual given by Zorn can be activated,
then, what Duke Muhua has hidden will be his own news.
After a moment of thought, Madame Mabel looked at Zorn solemnly.
This discovery is very, very amazing. I only told you alone, and your driver, Mr. Kane, should have heard it too. Zorn understood what Madame Mabel was going to ask. Very good.
When Madame Mabel looked at Zorn again, she was filled with a look of relief, and she already had a bit of a one-of-us attitude.
What else have you discovered?
After a moment of thought, Zorn slowly opened his mouth.
The second aspect is not so much a discovery, but some ideas. In the process of fighting those mirror warriors, I gained a lot of clues. In addition, from my communication with Joey and others, I learned that the world on the next level should be a world of undead and liches. Joey also told me this, and they also guessed that the world on the next level is a similar world.
At the same time, Joey told me that the patterns of the previous levels are similar. They all involve constant advancement, and when they finally reach the Guardian and join forces to attack the Guardian, a large number of creatures from the current world will attack them. For a powerful Lich King, once a large number of undead creatures are launched to attack, the number of enemies will be endless like a tide, which is very tricky and troublesome. According to the situation in the previous levels, the Lich King will not take action or drive those undead creatures until he reaches near the final Guardian.
If, Zorn paused.
Let an assassin with amazing strength sneak into the deepest level and directly assassinate the Guardian, then perhaps this level can be cleared easily. What Zorn described is exactly the best way to clear the Lich King's world. In the Lich King's world, the Lich King is in a state of residual blood and sleeps. The more undead creatures the challengers kill in the previous levels, the more life value the sleeping Lich King will gain. When finally advancing to the 7th level, the Lich King will return to his peak state. But if an assassin is used to explore the way, preferably the undead assassin sequence, and a critical strike is silently delivered to the sleeping Lich King, then this powerful Lich King can be easily sent away. Zorn's description made Mabel think seriously. She knew that this young fighter had a wealth of transcendent knowledge. At the same time, she had also investigated Zorn and knew that Zorn had become the Transcendental Studies Consultant of the Oakland City Police Department. If only one person is allowed to enter, the level of this transcendent can completely reach level 5. In her thoughts, Mabel's eyes lit up. She knew that in the depths of the Mist Zone, there was a powerful, undead assassin who liked to live alone. He has a powerful level 5 rating. Even the Church's transcendence would not easily provoke that guy. And she has a certain relationship with that undead assassin. Because of the curse, that undead assassin doesn't like to leave the mist-shrouded area. But if she invites him, he will most likely take action. After a moment of thought, Madame Mabel looked at Zorn.
Today, is the restlessness below somewhat related to you? Hearing this, Zorn shook his head calmly.
I wish it was related to me, but it's not. Only for a period of time at the beginning, I explored in that area and made some discoveries, and then most of the time I was with the three of them.
Isn't it Duke Muhua who did it? Zorn asked back.
After examining Zorn for a moment, Madame Mabel slowly withdrew her gaze.
I just wanted to confirm it.
As it seems now, it should be Duke Muhua who is secretly playing tricks.
They were the first to come out, wanting to trap you inside.
Fortunately, this time the team was safe and sound.
While explaining, Madame Mabel's voice softened.
You did a very good job. I will help you get your father's title as soon as possible. The roar of steam power makes this world increasingly unpredictable and turbulent. The constant emergence of mysterious powers makes this world full of danger and turmoil.
Not to mention, terrible evil spirits are floating in the sky above Oblin City. Oblin City needs a young and powerful nobleman like you.
Looking at the huge haze of evil spirit disaster that has been shrouding Oblin City for more than a month in the distance, Madame Mabel's expression in the depths of the twilight became more and more solemn.
Gello Street, twilight descends.
When Zorn got off the steam car, he happened to see Vanessa standing and waiting at the entrance of the manor, under the gas street lamp.
Young master! You are back!
Vanessa, wearing a clean and tidy made outfit, ran over lightly, her fair face filled with joy.
Examining Vanessa, Zorn's mind couldn't help but emerge with many characteristics of the merciful witch.
The power to protect the master, to protect the master's safety. It has to be said that Vanessa's compatibility with the merciful witch is very high.
Come to my room later.
Zorn lowered his voice.
Vanessa's cheeks instantly turned crimson. Yes,
she replied shyly in a low voice.
Late night. Vanessa snuggled in Zorn's arms, her heart beating fast.
The storm just now almost made her think she was going to fall apart. She knew very well that young Master Zorn was not an ordinary human being. When communicating privately with other maids, she knew very well that some maids who were played out were not allowed to continue staying in the manor. Fortunately, young Master Zorn had enough pity for her.
Feeling the strong and powerful heartbeat of young Master Zorn,
she became more and more clear about her position. To serve young Master Zorn forever, this is her destiny, and also her destination. When the moon reached a certain position,
Zorn gently stroked Vanessa's rosy cheeks.
Have you learned those prayer secret words and basic transcendental knowledge that I told you before?
Yes.
I have learned them all, my memory is very good.
The most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack is uptack at uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. Vanessa was quite proud of this.
When studying at the Maid Academy, she was always able to be at the top of her class. Zorn smiled softly.
Vanessa does have considerable transcendent talent. Cultivating her into a transcendent is definitely a very correct thing. Get up, I have a gift for you.
Gift?
Vanessa, who was being honest with Zorn in the dark night, was curious and expectant. Deep in the secret room, using the spirituality sequence crystal core of the boss, Mirror Witch,
Zorn slowly pried the sequence of the merciful witch, one of the four guardians.
As Vanessa prayed the ritual secret words on the altar, Zorn descended the sequence, merciful witch, on her.
A very small scale but extremely high sequence intensity ritual was quietly opened and then slowly came to an end. When Vanessa slowly digested the merciful witch sequence, Zorn's voice seemed to ring. The merciful witch sequence mainly follows the trajectory of protection and safety.
Protect me and maintain my safety.
As my subordinate sequence, as long as you carry out protection actions and maintain safety, you will be able to continuously obtain the source quality of the merciful witch.
At the same time, you are also one of my anchors.
Digesting the merciful witch sequence, a lot of information poured into the depths of Vanessa's soul and sequence.
The four guardians are all Zorn's sequence anchors. The more anchors there are, the greater Zorn's power of the evil spirit authority will be. the higher the efficiency of prying the cataclysmic black mist will be. In his thoughts, Zorn's attention was focused on the many resources he had gained before. The material, silver moon skull. He plans to let Miss Craftsman help him create a more advanced spiritual statue. After all, the new steam factory will open in a while. Corporate culture must keep up. 12 servings of boiling blood dragon potion can allow Zorn to obtain a certain amount of dragon power. The strength of the fighter will be improved a bit. The 2 skill scrolls will be handed over to Vanessa later for her to learn. The forbidden sealed object, Witch's Mirror, can be handed over to Vanessa in the future for her to use. But now, in Zorn's hands, it can play a huge role. Before, Zorn went to explore the evil spirit theurgist, and may have left traces that were discovered by the other party. Now, using this, Witch's Mirror, Zorn can perfectly hide and investigate the evil spirit theurgist. A dozen construct crystal cores can help Zorn build a small-scale steam laboratory. But this can only be done after the Magic Castle arrives here. In the next period of time, Madame Mabel should quietly start exploring the ancient ruins in Rift Mist Town. After the ritual is verified, and with the cooperation of that powerful, undead assassin, it shouldn't be a problem to speedrun the 4th level, the Lich King's world. When the noose is around Duke Muwa's neck, I'm looking forward to his performance. The undead assassin in the Mist Zone is the mentor of this sequence. He can follow the tides of the times, continuously improve his strength, and give players certain guidance. He has a good relationship with the Oakland City official. With Madame Mabel's status, it shouldn't be a big problem to invite him. After obtaining the powerful sealed object, Witch's Mirror, Zorn rubbed his brow. The next action is to investigate the evil spirit theurgist well. The other day, Alvin had already provided the second stronghold of the Sun Esoteric Sect. He even overheard some information about the Sun Esoteric Sect's plans and the like. It's time to infiltrate the Sun Esoteric Sect, and guide them to give the Holy Sun Church a taste of their own medicine. For a long, long time. When Vanessa opened her eyes again, the night in her vision showed different colors and contours than before. She could hear the low chirping of insects crawling on the branches in the depths of the night outside the window. She could feel the endless energy veins flowing around her that made her palpitate. She could even see the great figure in the depths of the profound dimension that she completely surrendered to. She merged perfectly with the merciful witch. She blinked her eyes mischievously, increasingly sinking into it. Young Master Zorn. So, you are so amazing. Resurrection point, it was early morning. Zorn was enjoying his hearty breakfast as usual, reading the Oglenstein Daily. Vanessa was attentively serving him by his side. Having initially stabilized her compassionate witch sequence in the past few days, Vanessa had already begun to use her methods to gradually patrol around the manor. Within the manor, Zorn had buried his own power. With the manor as the core, when conducting safety and guardian tasks, Vanessa would continuously gain something. When Vanessa's power was deeply linked with Zorn's, it wouldn't exhibit evil spirit characteristics, but rather manifest as the means and abilities of a witch. In this way, she could better utilize her own power, as well as Zorn's power, to sniff out those potential dangers, and deal with and resist them. Zorn had a preliminary conflict with Duke Muwa. That Duke Muwa would inevitably investigate Zorn. When Zorn wasn't in the manor, Vanessa could play a certain role. And as her level increased, the role she could play would become greater and greater. After entering August, Zorn also went to the police station 3 times. Once was to hold a symposium on matters related to the torture of evil spirits by Soulfeeder sequence members. The methods Zorn provided for torturing evil spirits in the Soulfeeder sequence reportedly played a significant role in the Oakland City Police Department. Many Soulfeeder sequence members benefited from it. More than 30 Soulfeeders of varying levels participated in the symposium. They raised many strange questions. Zorn answered them one by one. Afterwards, when Caroline communicated with Zorn privately, Caroline also informed Zorn that a certain Shepherd of Souls in Oakland City had also highly praised Zorn for providing the methods.
The other 2 times he went to the police station were to discuss and explore the evil spirit theurgist aspect with 2 others.
Yes.
After Zorn's guidance, plus Mr. Demon's investigation and evidence collection, and the Lantern Old Man secretly spreading information, the Oakland City Police Department also placed the target of the evil god disaster on the evil spirit theurgist of the Sun's secret cult. After breakfast, Zorn originally planned to continue to take a look at the new factory that was about to open. But Zorn heard the prayer from Doomsday Shadow Assassin, Alvin. Great Master, the evil spirit theurgist has left. The heavy, overlapping sound waves swept in, causing Zorn's thoughts to stir slightly. For so long, that evil spirit theurgist has basically not left his stronghold for a long time. Now that he has left, the opportunity to explore has come. Not wanting to miss the excellent opportunity, Zorn immediately boarded the carriage. Go to Star Moon Street in the Bay Area. A steady voice sounded. The carriage started smoothly. About half an hour later, Zorn, wearing a thin summer top and a wide-brimmed men's hat, entered the Moonlight Sand Tavern.
Because of its high location.
From here, he could clearly see the old steamship where the evil spirit theurgist was located in the Bay Area wharf. Arriving at the corridor of the private room, Doomsday Shadow Assassin, Alvin opened the door of a small private room, poked out half of his body, and beckoned Zorn to come over.
After entering it,
Zorn lit a black candle, and as the misty black smoke swirled, a small curtain area of disaster black mist had formed.
Alvin immediately lowered his voice and quickly explained.
About half an hour ago, a carriage stopped near the pier. At that time, I noticed the suspicious carriage. After the 2 people inside came out, they immediately went to the steamship where the evil spirit theurgist was located. About 10 minutes later, the evil spirit theurgist left the steamship with those 2 people.
You instructed before that once the evil spirit theurgist leaves, I should remind you as soon as possible, so I performed the ritual prayer and called for your arrival.
You did well.
Zorn nodded slightly, giving praise. If ordinary people were tailing, they would easily be detected by transcendence.
And the ability of Doomsday Shadow Assassin to secretly detect is beyond doubt. Under the premise of maintaining a certain distance, it is impossible to be discovered at all. He scrutinized the old steamship on the Pier River for a moment. Zorn slowly withdrew his gaze. Then he took out a lady's hand mirror from the black monster handbag he carried with him. The lady's hand mirror was silver all over and had a scale armored texture edging. This was the forbidden sealed object, Witch's Mirror. When examining the mirror's surface sideways, you could see a witch lady combing her hair inside, using reality as a mirror image. Her appearance and outline were exactly those of the former mirror witch Miss. Placing it in front of him, Zorn's reflection did not appear in the magic mirror.
Good morning, Miss Witch.
Zorn greeted very kindly. When the witch lady who was combing her hair saw Zorn, she was stunned for a moment, and then said in a slightly respectful tone.
Good morning, Mr. Fighter.
Boss, Mirror Witch is a part of Witch's Mirror in reality. When he first got it, when he met and used it for the first time, the Mirror Witch lady was very indignant about this fighter who had thrown her back into the magic mirror.
If there wasn't a problem with my ability, you should be the one being held.
The Mirror Witch lady said so. Although Zorn was the master of the Witch's Mirror at this time and could force the other party to follow his orders. But Zorn still fulfilled the other party's wish. Zorn took the initiative to enter the mirror world. The battle between Fighter and Mirror Witch Miss broke out again. A witch lady with skills only prolonged the time she was beaten. In addition, because Zorn had been constantly taking potions these days and had mastered some dragon power, the witch lady was beaten even harder. When Zorn tore off the witch lady's head for the second time and handed it over very gracefully, the witch lady became polite and courteous. Ordinary transcendents do not have the means to eliminate the forbidden spirit in the forbidden sealed object, nor can they threaten them. Therefore, forbidden sealed objects with forbidden spirits never restrain themselves, but will wantonly indulge their power.
Any user must follow their forbidden rules or even bear the price.
And Zorn's away game and tearing off the other party's head meant very clearly.
If you don't listen, I can really eliminate you.
And the mirror witch lady obviously understood this and became a lady.
I need to enter the mirror world and use my mirror image to walk in reality. The most uptack new uptack small uptack set uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. Okay, Mr. Fighter.
Soon the mirror witch lady constructed Zorn's mirror image.
The gaze between reality and mirror image. In an instant, Zorn saw himself in reality.
His consciousness quietly descended into the mirror image.
Looking out at the mirror world.
The complex and well-arranged mirror world is like a kaleidoscope world.
The world is piled up in front of you in more and dense forms.
Go to the old steamship with 2 red chimneys over there.
Following Zorn's order, the mirror witch lady soon paved a mirror road directly to the old steamship for Zorn.
Arriving at the old steamship, Zorn pushed gently and easily entered the cabin along the old steamship's cabin glass. Projecting reality with a mirror image, although it has no destructive power and will directly shatter and die when it suffers a relatively serious attack.
But the mirror image will not leave any traces in reality. Evil spirit Theurgist will not be able to detect it. Following the stairs, all the way down,
Zorn encountered the ritual curtain constructed by evil spirit Theurgist. Zorn had been prepared for this for a long time. He stretched out his palm and the disaster black mist surged out silently.
Disaster black mist and the evil spirit sequence of Ogunus's flesh have commonalities.
Although, evil spirit Theurgist has not yet leveraged the disaster black mist. But his own power will inherently have a part of disaster black mist.
Using this commonality,
Zorn could quietly pass through the ritual curtain of evil spirit Theurgist. But Zorn did not enter rashly. While mobilizing the power of the disaster black mist, Zorn also simultaneously cast the forbidden spell Superior Ouroboros Eye. The world behind the curtain continued to bloom in Zorn's vision.
After a moment, Zorn habitually rubbed his brow.
This evil spirit Theurgist guy is indeed very cautious and cunning. One of the 2 red-headed parrots he raises is a Theurgy parrot. Although it is no different from ordinary parrots, that parrot is obviously his eyes and ears.
Not to mention entering it with a real body, even entering it with a mirror image will be detected.
In addition to that red-headed parrot, the monster treasure chest over there that looks like it contains good things is also a death trap.
Once an intruder wants to open the monster treasure chest and explore the things inside, a terrifying Theurgy forbidden spell will directly hit the forehead.
In addition, the entire steamship has also acquired a certain natural spirituality in the frequent use of the Grand Prophecy by this evil spirit Theurgist guy. Using the Grand Prophecy to awaken the steam spirit of this steamship, I have to say, it's indeed a very good idea. Under the comfort of my authority, the natural spirituality of the steamship will not see anything.
Before long, the curtain became hazy and transparent.
Zorn's mirror image directly crossed the curtain and entered the mirror world of the evil spirit Theurgist's cabin base. The mirror world inside the cabin base is hazy and illusory. This place has been affected by the Grand Prophecy of evil spirit Theurgist.
Fortunately, there is no Theurgy parrot here, and Zorn can move freely.
Walking in this mirror secret base, Zorn's pupils turned into silver-gray vertical pupils, and he carefully observed those veins and traces.
If a territory is constructed in one's own Saint Witch Spirit Kingdom or in the ruins God Kingdom, the death of the evil spirit boss will become a self-sacrifice ritual.
Resurrection after death will gain a more powerful second form, third form. The more times you die, the more amazing the intensity of the sacrifice, and the more terrifying the multiple forms.
But outside, when there is no self-territory, after the death of the evil spirit boss, the spirituality will be severely damaged, and he will also enter a weak state. Resurrecting in place at this time is just ascending to heaven for the second time.
Therefore, it is necessary to construct a ritual to draw one's own resurrection spirit to resurrect in a hidden place. In other words, the evil spirit sequence must use a ritual to construct its own resurrection point. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to be guarded after death. Evil spirit Theurgist has the power of resurrection. He must be clear about this. Therefore, he will inevitably construct his own resurrection point. And the resurrection point must be related to the area where the main body is active. Using the Ouroboros, I can discover this trajectory vein. Zorn estimated that evil spirit theurgist himself did not know that the power of resurrection would have such characteristics. Soon, on a purple flower of a seemingly inconspicuous potted plant, Zorn saw a wisp of imperceptible evil energy life trajectory. Following the evil energy life trajectory, Zorn used the power of the forbidden spell to constantly examine the past. Finally, in a basement deep in the gray mist, Zorn saw a ritual altar shrouded in a mass of disaster black mist. The resurrection point of evil spirit theurgist has been found. After locating the resurrection point of the evil spirit theurgist, Zorn did not stop there. According to the original trajectory, the evil spirit theurgist should only have one chance to resurrect. However, in some versions, the evil spirit theurgist can use the power of the Sun King golden skeleton within the church to gain another extremely weakened resurrection opportunity.
Zorn naturally wouldn't let this possibility go. The evil spirit theurgist is a key figure in the upcoming Evil Spirit Overture in Ogren City. He must not be allowed any chance to escape. After a detailed investigation, Zorn did not find any clues or traces of the evil spirit theurgist's second resurrection. No second chance to resurrect? Zorn mused. Well, to be on the safe side, I should consume some Calamity Black Mist to complete a Calamity Black Mist exploration. In his thoughts, Zorn silently mobilized the Calamity Black Mist with the hidden will of the Calamity Source. A large amount of Calamity Black Mist poured into the mirrored cabin. Then, the black mist quickly ignited. Everything around became clearer and clearer. The effect of the Calamity Black Mist is significant. Taking resurrection as an example. By consuming Calamity Black Mist, it can exempt the evil spirit boss from the cost of spiritual loss during resurrection and remove the weakened state, thereby achieving a perfect full health and mana resurrection. What? You haven't leveraged the Black Mist yet? Then weaken and wait for death. As a portion of the Black Mist quickly burned away, the trajectory of the resurrection vein that Zorn discovered became as thick as a finger under the gathering of the Black Mist. And in the corner, a trajectory of Calamity Black Mist gathering as thin as a thread also emerged. That cunning, evil spirit theurgist really has a second resurrection. Although it is a very weak resurrection, if I didn't discover it, the evil spirit theurgist would have slipped away directly, and it would be too difficult to catch this guy then. After using the serpent's eye again to find this other hidden ritual resurrection point, Zorn silently retreated from the mirror world. Crack, 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 as the mottled images of the surrounding mirror world peeled away, Zorn returned to the small private room in the Moon Ripple Sand Tavern. Gently rubbing his palms, Zorn meticulously sorted out his next plan. Since the evil spirit theurgist has two resurrections, and the two resurrection locations are relatively far apart, the previous plan needs to be adjusted appropriately. After a moment, Zorn looked at Doomsday Shadowthorn, Alvin, and slowly asked, "Have those guys who were tracking the Sun Sect organization members discovered any traces of transcendence?" Reporting, Envoy, they have been discovered, and I have also had my subordinates quietly figure out the areas where that guy frequents. Every 2 or 3 days, he goes to the Fire Girl Tavern, at the pier in the evening to find those ocean girls from the Aberna Islands. Hearing this, Zorn chuckled softly. The Fire Girl Tavern is a very famous hostess bar in the Bay Area. Those girls from the ocean are not only beautiful and passionate but also very open. They are very popular among the men of Ogren City. When night fell, the taverns in the Bay Area became lively. After completing 3 rounds of fierce battles with that fiery short-haired ocean girl, Glem carried a bottle of Highland whiskey to the back alley of the Fire Girl Tavern. For Glem, who has the Savage Blood Warrior sequence and has reached level 2, he has amazing stamina and endurance. In Ogren City, there are few places where he can vent his abundant energy and strength. However, tavern girls are one of the few places where he can experience the feeling of a warrior's charge. During this time, he has also restrained himself a lot. Some time ago, the priest had already informed them. Next, they will have a plan. Although he is not very clear about what this plan is. But, once this plan is completed,
then, they will be able to officially step onto the stage of Ogren City. He can put on his armor and become an upright member of the Knights in the Sun Church. Enjoy the admiring gazes of the crowd and accept the worship of the Sun believers.
Instead of acting secretly like now.
In the dim alleyway, sparse figures passed by. Just as Glem, who had just taken another gulp of Highland whiskey, was about to reach his residence, he brushed past a short passerby. I can send a kid like that flying with one punch. As a level 2 savage blood warrior, Glem has such confidence. At the moment when the two passed each other, the sharp blade suddenly rang in his ears, unbelievably fast. This moment made the savage blood warrior feel as if he had returned to the scene when those terrifying gray-eyed elves' arrows fell during the battle on the plateau. Roar! As the roar exploded, savage blood boil instantly ignited blood flames all over his body. Next, I'm going to tear this bastard apart.
Just as Glem, with his battlefire high, raised his fist that had crushed the whiskey bottle, there was a heavy bang.
Alvin's short sword struck the back of his head with the flat of the blade. The savage blood warrior's footsteps staggered slightly, and after taking a few steps forward, he fell to the ground like he was drunk. As a boss sequence, and with a level of 3, it is naturally a sure win to fight this level 2 warrior, especially with a preemptive strike. If the envoy hadn't forbidden him from harming the other party, this savage blood warrior's head would have already taken off in their first encounter.
Alvin dragged the unconscious savage blood warrior into a hidden alley.
Zorn was already waiting here.
It's convenient to have a boss minion working.
In addition, this Alvin is indeed a boss sequence. He has the means and strength. This charge blade strike technique is superb, the strength is just right, dazed but doesn't hurt the brain. He directly began to reshape the sequence spirit of Glem, who had no power to resist, perfectly enslaving him as a devout believer of the Saint Warlock Overlord.
The latest novels are first published on 6_9_book_bar.
Then, Zorn tapped lightly, awakening the sleeping soul.
Zorn can extract and question the souls after death. Awakening the sleeping sequence soul is simply too easy.
Alvin, who was on the side, came to the entrance of the alley with great tacit understanding to guard against anyone disturbing him. Looking at the devout and fearful soul that slowly floated out, Zorn slowly asked,
"What is your current position in the Sun Sect, and what do you specifically do?"
Reporting, Great Envoy, I serve as an acolyte in the Sun Sect, mainly doing some preparatory work for ritual materials.
For a level 2, it can only be an acolyte.
Only level 3 transcendents who have reached the level and are very talented can become probationary priests.
Then do you know what the specific strongholds of the Sun Sect in Ogren City are?
Reporting, Envoy, I only know that Priest Baron, the level 4, Holy Light Priest, leads our 10 or so acolytes to operate in this area. Level 4, Holy Light Priest, plus a dozen acolytes, this is just a small stronghold. After knowing the specific situation of this stronghold, Zorn rubbed his eyebrows slightly. Then, Zorn looked at the soul in front of him and slowly opened his mouth.
Do you know of other Sun Sect strongholds, or have similar clues?
The floating soul thought for a moment and then shook its head. I don't know the strongholds of other churches. However, just a few days ago, Holy Light Priest, Baron gathered all the acolytes and told us that the church is about to launch a plan.
Once this plan is completed, then, we will be able to officially step onto the stage of Ogren City. Even drive the Sun Church out of Ogren City, and even the Otenston Republic.
Hearing this, Zorn's eyes lit up suddenly.
Are you sure that, Holy Light Priest, Baron said that?
Yes. The floating soul nodded solemnly. Moreover, Holy Light Priest, Baron's expression was very excited and fanatical at the time, and then we praised the great sun together until late at night.
What is Priest Baron's mode of transportation?
Carriage.
Does his coachman live with him?
The coachman has his own residence, not far from our stronghold. Although he is not a transcendent, he is a true believer of the great sun.
Oh?
Zorn raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly. I like true believers. In other words, Priest Baron trusts him very much.
Yes. Very good.
Zorn nodded slightly.
With constant questioning, Zorn figured out the personnel and organizational structure of this hidden Sun Sect.
It is still the standard charisma type of rule. This also means that the priest named Baron will regularly gather with other priests in power. In this way, that coachman is very important.
Zorn can completely explore the meeting places of Priest Baron with other priests and other vice-bishops and bishops through the coachman.
And this will be a crucial node for the joint strike of Ogren City and the church forces against the Sun sect, next. If Zorn guessed correctly, that Priest Baron's coachman must have been ritually baptized by Priest Baron for many years.
Only in this way can he be shaped into a devout believer. That is also why Priest Baron trusts that ordinary coachman so much. That is his own puppet, how can he not trust him? But sorry.
This time, Zorn will let that Priest Baron experience it.
The feeling of being betrayed by his own puppet. As for the great plan described by Savage Blood Warrior, Glem,
Zorn is naturally extremely clear, even extremely familiar. In multiple versions, he has experienced that rising blood-colored sun. He has also seen the believers of the Holy Sun bathing in the blood-colored sun and then burning into ashes. And this is also a ritual prelude that Zorn must try to strangle or even weaken at this stage. This is a unique ritual belonging to the Sun Church.
In the Ogren City poem chapter, it will carve an eternal and immortal huge stigmata.
It will also contribute the most shocking, most destructive, and most impactful famous scene in the entire chapter.
And this key chapter will officially promote the vast picture of the War of Faith in Ogren City and even the Otenstan Republic. This chapter was personally ignited by the world-class boss, Evil Spirit Wizard, Weeping Blood Sun. Destiny. In the original timeline.
After breaking with the Blood Shadow Rose.
After massacring Miss George's family and taking out several noble families,
Zorn Crick began to be hunted by the church.
During the pursuit, Zorn Crick was spotted by the terrifying schemer.
Subsequently, Zorn Crick reached a cooperation with the Solar Cult. The Solar Cult urgently needed a powerful being to help them ignite the bleeding sun. And Zorn also urgently needed more resources to strengthen himself.
The two hit it off immediately.
With the support of the Solar Cult, Zorn Crick displayed the terror of a world-class boss. He accepted a large amount of resources without refusal, his level rose rapidly, and his strength continued to improve.
During the cooperation between the two parties,
Zorn Crick continuously blood-sacrificed several small towns around Oblin City. Even if they noticed, the Holy Radiant Sun Church did not dare to provide support immediately. That period was the highlight of Zorn Crick's life. He was a complete death-sowing machine, a walking source of pollution.
With a wave of his hand, he could create holy marks that even extraordinary individuals could not reach in their entire lives. The entire Oblin City was shrouded in the fear and gloom of the Evil Spirit Warlock. During this period, Evil Spirit Divine Art Master had to detour when they saw him. Even the unparalleled solar genius, even when radiating the light of the sun, could not compare to him. The future Empress, beneath him, exhausted all her flattery, contorting herself into the shape that Zorn Crick desired. Entering the second year,
Level 5 Zorn Crick reached the peak of this stage.
Amidst the turbulent world situation,
he personally ignited the bleeding sun.
When he thought he could use this great ritual to complete his advancement to the intermediate level, little did he know,
this would be the beginning of a nightmare. Deceived by the terrifying schemer behind the Solar Cult, the ritual ignited by Zorn Crick was just a part of the ritual plan constructed by the schemer. Zorn Crick was treated as a pawn to be played with. The bleeding sun burned away one of his lives and scorched his soul in sequence, making him increasingly mad, constantly sinking and falling. He constantly prayed to Agunas, paying heavier and heavier prices, eager to obtain more power from the land of calamity. Eventually, Zorn Crick escaped and did not die in the bleeding sun.
He led his people into the depths of the gray fog,
beginning the long journey of digging his own grave in the ruined divine kingdom.
The original trajectory chapter was complex enough and vast enough. But when Zorn doesn't play according to the routine, how should the trajectory of fate respond?
The answer is, a new substitute has appeared.
Evil Spirit Divine Art Master is about to replace Zorn's position in the original trajectory.
The time trajectories of the bleeding sun appearing in different versions are also different.
Judging from the current world situation, the major forces on the southern side of the continent are all eager to make a move. The bleeding sun is about to rise in the northern border of the continent. Moreover, this will most likely be the prelude to the ritual that sounds the horn of war. And this does not conform to Zorn's interests. Zorn currently needs a safe and stable Oblin city. He still needs to continue to develop in a low-key manner here. He doesn't want Oblin city to be dragged into the vortex of war, becoming the battlefield of the Solar Church and the Holy Radiant Sun Church. Striking the Solar Church and killing the evil spirit Divine Archmaster. At least for a period of time, the Solar Cult will not be able to carry out the powerful ritual process of the bleeding sun. Of course, the Solar Cult will have other ways to find substitutes. However, forcing them to replace other evil spirit sequences to ignite the ritual. Firstly, it will delay for a period of time. Secondly, the intensity of the ritual will also be much weaker. Postponing the bleeding sun ritual, coupled with insufficient ritual power. It is enough for Zorn to achieve his strategic intentions. After mastering the details of the various aspects, the devout believer, the coachman, is Zorn's next target. After pressing the savage blood warrior sequence soul back in, wake him up and let him go back, Zorn said to Alvin. Allowing him to resume his original trajectory will greatly reduce the risk of accidental discovery. Alvin slapped Graham's cheeks hard while he was asleep. His face turned red, but this savage blood warrior did not wake up. This damn high-quality sleep. He couldn't help but mutter, seeing the envoy getting further and further away. Alvin simply took off his pants and started to relieve himself. This awakening ritual often works wonders. When Alvin caught up, a pig-killing-like scream came from the depths of the alley behind him. Which damn bastard did this? If I catch him, I'll tear him apart. The awakening ritual was very successful. Alvin was very satisfied. Just as Zorn had expected. The coachman named Old Aaron, who lived not far from the secret stronghold of the Solar Church, was a believer influenced by Father Baron. In Zorn's vision, a certain solar halo emerged from his soul. This was not due to his own belief. It was mainly the result of Father Baron's constant influence with means and abilities. He had completely become a slave to the sun. Even in the middle of the night, he still lit 3 white candles and knelt before a simple altar to pray. Zorn used a mirror to enter the house silently, and used his authority to help this devout believer find his way again. Still in the form of worshipping the sun, still emitting a slight solar luster. But the root of his soul had become a part of the holy warlock overlord. This old coachman, deeply trusted by Father Baron, explained everything in detail. Although he had not followed Father Baron into that depth, nor had he participated in the meeting. But Father Baron's destination was very fixed at the beginning and middle of each month. He knew that it was a gathering place for the sun. Each time, many carriages and even steam cars were parked there. The latest novel is first published on 6/9 Shuabieh. After obtaining detailed information from the coachman Old Aaron, even Zorn couldn't help but sigh at the boldness of the solar cult. However, judging from the fact that so many nobles had already believed in the solar cult and cooperated with it, they did indeed have the confidence to be so bold. According to the original trajectory, they were indeed about to land on the official stage. But this time, the evil spirit warlock will not allow it. Their trajectory must be interrupted. Today, the evil spirit Divine Archmaster left the steamship and got into a carriage. If I guessed correctly, it should be to discuss the progress of the Bleeding Sun ritual. The day after tomorrow is the time when the Solar Cult organization will hold a gathering again. According to Old Coachman's description, there are about 30 carriages and 7 or 8 steam cars each time. The high-level powerhouses of the Solar Cult in Oblin City will probably have half of their members gathered there. There are also some nobles, wealthy merchants, etc. During this period,
the high-level solar cult members will inevitably start a small meeting to discuss the various aspects of the bleeding sun's progress. This, Zorn suddenly clenched his palm and thought.
It will be an excellent opportunity.
The Holy Radiant Sun Church itself has been exasperated by the evil spirit disastrous difficult to eliminate Deathgloom during this time. Once they know that the solar cult has even further terrifying plans, they will inevitably carry out extremely heavy blows.
The same is true for the Oberlin City Hall.
At the same time, once the strike is completed, the subsequent impact will also be huge. Zorn couldn't help but rub his forehead in thought. My informing will also cause the solar cult to fall into infighting for a period of time. The Bleeding Sun Plan. Even within the solar cult, very few people know about it. Limited to a few solar apostles, vice-bishops, bishops, and the planner with the schemer sequence.
These are the backbone of the solar cult.
In the original trajectory, they were all loyal believers of the sun, so naturally they would not inform. And this plan was indeed successful and quite perfect.
But it's different now. There is one more bug in Zorn. An informer who shouldn't have appeared. Once their plan fails,
they will inevitably conduct internal self-checks, forming a period of internal friction. So, Zorn rubbed his forehead. Next, I will have to visit the old man with the lantern, Sir Ferdinand Haygrass.
After investigating and learning about this secret, Zorn. He naturally couldn't directly inform Director Caroline, or Earl Mabel. The best informer is Mr. Byrne, the Devil Apostle.
But Zorn obviously cannot directly contact the Devil Apostle with such major event information.
Visit the old man with the lantern to discuss the next plan by the way. Then let him inform Director Caroline as the informer of Devil Apostle Mr. Byrne.
This director, who has always been committed to safeguarding the safety and glory of Oberlin City, will inevitably inform the high-level powerhouses of Oberlin City upon learning the seriousness of this matter. Although the high-level powerhouses of Oberlin City and the Holy Radiant Sun Church have some disagreements with each other.
But for the evil spirit that has shown a terrifying evil spirit disaster. This is the target they need to eliminate as soon as possible. The solar cult must be severely struck. They must not be given any more opportunities to harm Oberlin City. The next morning,
when Zorn arrived at the manor of Ferdinand Haygrass, the old man with the lantern in the Bay Area, that is, Viscount Ferdinand Haygrass.
Viscount Ferdinand received him personally. After finishing lunch, the two entered the small secret room.
Zorn told the wise old man who could see through the mist all the information he had collected. After learning about it, the old man with the lantern greatly appreciated Zorn's plan. He also made certain supplements to some of the details of Zorn's plan, making the plan more delicate and adding some fault tolerance.
At the same time, after the two parties finished their talks,
Viscount Ferdinand invested approximately £5,000 in Zorn's steam potion factory.
When Zorn and Viscount Ferdinand were drinking afternoon tea.
Mist District, North Ring Street Police Station. Devil Apostle Mr. Byrne visited Director Caroline Holt.
Near the time of the meal,
Caroline took Devil Apostle Mr. Byrne on a carriage and hurried to the Oberlin City Hall.
An hour later, at the gathering attended by only a few of the top powerhouses in Oberlin City,
the news brought by Caroline caused a great uproar in the hearts of several top powerhouses. The stone thrown by Zorn silently
made the entire Oberlin City even more turbulent. As dusk fell, this undercurrent also involved the high-level powerhouses of the Holy Radiant Sun Church. Suppression strategic deployment. In the following days, Oberlin City was unusually calm.
Zorn knew that this was just the calm before the storm. He stayed in his manor, practicing his boxing, honing his skills, and improving his strength. In addition, he taught Vanessa a lot of transcendent knowledge and combat skills. Although transcendent beings of different sequences can release their spells and skills after mastering their sequences, the comprehensive combat ability is not as simple as releasing skills. Close combat, mid-range games, long-range spell confrontation, etc., all require sufficient professionalism. In terms of combat, Vanessa still has a very high talent and is progressing rapidly. The level 1, Merciful Witch, is extremely efficient in obtaining witch essence when guarding the evil spirit warlock, especially when guarding a large amount of calamity black mist.
And this is also the benefit of the lower sequence. The higher the level of the upper sequence, the more amazing the efficiency of the lower sequence.
If Zorn had a level of 5, the Merciful Witch would be able to reach level 2 in about a week.
Zorn's current level is 3. Vanessa will probably need more than a month to reach level 2.
If she is diligent, this time may be shortened.
The weather in mid-August is getting hotter and hotter. The entire Oblin city is like a huge furnace.
With the improvement of the sequence level, the fighter has powerful endurance has greatly reduced the impact of the weather.
Star Mark Fighter, level 3, 65%. Talent, Gangan 10 Iron Bone, SS level, skills, Soul Shattering Skull Cracking Fist, LV2, 3%. Gang Chi Specialization, Passive LV0, 75%. 1000 Flowstorm Step, LV0, 98%.
His eyes gradually scan his sequence.
1000 Flowstorm Step is about to level up.
The upgrade condition for 1000 Flowstorm Step is to complete a chase with the enemy with speed and agility, and finally win. That is, chasing and killing the enemy, and finally winning. The stronger the enemy, the lower the difficulty of this breakthrough. Although Zorn can use the Stigmata to break through. However, the upgrade conditions for 1000 Flowstorm Step are not harsh, and it does not require consuming precious Stigmata. If Zorn looked up at the street outside the window, in the direction of the Bay Area. If there is an invitation, perhaps I can upgrade today. Just as Zorn was examining, a speeding carriage stopped outside the manor.
Ansel Hall, the police officer, got out of the carriage. It really came. A few minutes later, Zorn accepted the invitation and boarded the carriage. Looking at the serious-looking Officer Ansel, Zorn asked with some curiosity. Officer Ansel, can I ask what's going on?
Even if a transcendent being of the Soul Feeder sequence loses control, it shouldn't be so urgent.
Your Excellency Zorn. Officer Ansel said seriously.
This time, it was an order from the superior that Director Caroline received, and it was just issued at noon. I think no one in our entire police department except Director Caroline knows what the order issued this time is.
The order I received was to bring you over.
Zorn nodded slightly.
This operation has a pretty strict sense of confidentiality.
If Zorn guessed correctly, the high-level powerhouses of Oblin City and those bishops and deputy bishops of the Holy Sun Church should have already been in place.
And they used powerful means to hold the other party back. Therefore, Zorn, these secondary but powerful transcendent beings, can participate in the second and even third layers of defense deployment.
The powerhouses of the Holy Sun Church and the high-level officials of Oblin City mainly kill the other party's powerhouses.
And Zorn and others are to prevent ordinary transcendent enemies from escaping, and to chase down those who flee.
While thinking, Zorn closed his eyes and rested his mind, secretly mobilizing the power of the Black Mist to give the Lantern Old Man certain hints. Zorn and the Lantern Old Man had already completed the arrangements early on. The hint at this time is to inform the Lantern Old Man that the plan has officially started, to be vigilant, and to ensure the perfect completion of the plan.
Soon, Zorn followed Officer Ansel Hall to the police station. As soon as he arrived at the police station, Zorn felt the tense atmosphere. A large number of police officers were busy coming and going.
At the entrance of the police station, there were even a large number of carriages carrying out the deployment of police officers.
Opening the door to Director Caroline's office.
Director Caroline was standing in front of the window looking outside, seemingly thinking about something.
3 transcendent police officers were sitting aside.
In addition to the 3 police officers, there were also Mr. Byrne, the Demon Apostle, and Ms. Gaidwa Isaiah, the Holy Poem Ranger.
With Zorn's arrival, Director Caroline turned around and looked over.
She said in a crisp and neat voice.
Okay, now that everyone is here, I will talk about our mission today.
We need to be stationed at the 2nd Street intersection leading to the Mist Zone from the Bay Area, Golden Palm Beach Club.
No transcendent beings are allowed to pass. Any transcendent being who breaks through can be killed.
The above is the entire content of the mission.
When the mission is over, you will naturally be informed of the full picture of the mission. But now, please follow the mission instructions. Okay. Let's go.
With Director Caroline's decisive style, the group immediately took action. The agreement previously signed with the police station as a transcendent consultant included the option of whether or not to participate in battles between transcendent beings. For fighters, it is impossible not to participate.
There are many benefits to participating. For example, you can get a good combat subsidy.
If you are injured, the police station will pay all medical expenses, and during the injury period, you will also be given subsidies according to the salary of the highest level police officer.
Soon. Inside a carriage. Director Caroline, Ms. Gaidwa, Mr. Byrne, and Zorn were squeezed together.
As the carriage started, Director Caroline glanced at the outside through the window for a moment before withdrawing her gaze.
The direction she looked at was always the direction of the Bay Area. Mr. Zorn. Director Caroline's gaze fell on Zorn.
I heard that some time ago, in the Rift Mist town, you showed extraordinary means.
In addition, there have been some interesting rumors about you these days. The latest novels are first published on Lu99shuba.com.
Rumor has it that you are the fighter who fought the Rat King deep underground, possessing unparalleled power.
With Director Caroline's explanation.
Everyone in the carriage turned their attention to Zorn, their eyes flashing with curiosity. After all, the Yi fighter, who once fought the Rat King deep underground in Oakland City for several disappearances, was not only reported in the newspaper. It also reversed many people's perception of the fighter sequence.
Zorn didn't need to think to know that this slanderous rumor must have been done by Duke Muhua. In the last underground ruins exploration.
He stood on Mrs. Mabel's side and allowed Mrs. Mabel to gain a certain advantage.
This naturally made Duke Muhua angry.
After the rumors of Fighter and Rat King came out. Although the Yi fighter burned the Rat King and destroyed many good things. However, the Rat King still had many good things that were taken away by the Yi fighter. This will naturally be coveted by some people. Duke Muhua's revenge of pouring dirty water, although it cannot really harm Zorn, it will always cause Zorn a lot of trouble.
I also want to be that hero like Fighter.
Zorn spread his hands. Unfortunately, I was only level 2 at that time.
I think it should be that I stung the nerves of some guys, and they deliberately raised me to a height that does not belong to me, praised me to death, and then let other transcendent beings find trouble with me.
Hearing this, Caroline smiled slightly. She is naturally clear about the struggle between high-level powerhouses such as Duke Muhua and Mrs. Mabel.
However, such rumors are always curious, and even she can't help but be curious. And the strength of Fighter, Zorn, is really strong. Who can be sure that the fighter in front of him is not that one? Regardless of whether you are or not, your previous suggestions and the rituals you provided have played an important role in Oakland City. In my mind, you are one of the heroes of Oakland City. Director Caroline said sincerely. Caroline always has a certain respect for transcendent beings who contribute to Oakland City. Your strength is very strong, and I even heard that Duke Albert Weil praised you very much. I hope this time, you can help a lot. After all, the enemy we are facing this time will be unprecedentedly powerful. Hearing this, Zorn nodded slightly. Director Caroline, don't worry.
As an excellent citizen of Oakland City, I will not let those guys who destroy Oakland City escape from my hands.
Soon, the group arrived at the intersection of the 2nd Street leading to the Mist Zone from the Bay Area, Golden Palm Beach Club. Just as Zorn expected. At this time, there were already a large number of armed police officers blocking the area. Not only are there large caliber revolvers, but also the latest style of steam mechanical guns. Miniaturized steam source pool furnace glanced at it and roughly saw the structure of the steam mechanical gun. Revolvers still use gunpowder to drive bullets. The steam mechanical gun with energy transmission pipes is already energy driven. It provides steam source energy through the steam source pool furnace on the side, and then operates through the internal structure of the steam gun to finally construct the energy into a magic model steam bullet and launch it. Although it currently looks a bit stupid, big and rough, and not convenient and flexible. But in the future, This will be a terrible force that can leverage the entire world. Woo woo woo, several steam source energy furnaces emitted a low and rapid whistle, which is a signal that the steam bullet has been loaded. Zorn and the others then entered behind the corner cover on the side. For remote, you still have to look at steam, gunpowder, and spellcasters. Only when transcendent beings kill over is the moment when Zorn and other transcendent beings take action. Looking into the distance. The personnel on the street have completed the initial evacuation. Along the empty street, you can still see the iconic golden palm trees of the Golden Palm Beach Club, and the club's brown flags fluttering in the wind. At this time, the inside of the Golden Palm Beach Club is still a peaceful and natural scene. As if nothing happened. When Zorn carefully examined the Golden Palm Beach Club, his pupils narrowed slightly. They actually directly surrounded it. It seems that the church really used good things. Otherwise, the people of the Sun Secret Sect would have already noticed it, and would even directly kill it. They won't wait for a second-line personnel to arrive. Is it time difference alarm clock, that terrible high-level forbidden ceiling object? Or is it a strategic resource like world projection? Or are these top treasures used together? There is obviously a certain ritual fighting against it. Zorn is relatively far away and cannot observe it in detail. It is not impossible to forcibly investigate with visual forbidden spells, but that is asking for trouble. This battle is a duel between powerhouses. Zorn is now only a second-line, or even third-line, defense personnel. He only needs to do his job. It would be best if the evil spirit theurgist died here. Zorn has already paved the way for him later. If he doesn't die here, he will also escape to his steamship, and Zorn will also go over to deal with him at that time. Just as Zorn was examining, he suddenly noticed something and immediately shouted sharply. Everyone, close your eyes quickly. Time difference alarm clock, Golden Palm Beach Club. This is one of the most famous aristocratic clubs in the Bay Area. Ordinary people may not know about it, but it is very well known among the nobility. To become a member of this club, one needs to pay membership fees and the information circulating among the nobles is also very simple. That is, the Golden Palm Beach Club possesses incredible supernatural powers. The rarity of supernatural power means that even nobles need to spend a lot of money to have a chance to obtain it. And during this time, whether it was the rat plague event caused by the Rat King, deep underground in Oblin City, or the terror evil spirit floating in the sky above Oblin City, both have made the stories of the supernatural increasingly intense in Oblin City. The despair and helplessness of ordinary people in the face of supernatural disasters. All of this has made the nobles of Oblin City eager to acquire the mysterious supernatural power. Naturally, the Golden Palm Beach Club, rumored to be hiding supernatural powers, has become known to more and more nobles, and some have even joined it. However, simply joining the club is not enough, one also needs to demonstrate sufficient devotion. Next to the window in the fifth-floor hall, Sun Theurgist, Uriah Sisi, frowned slightly as he looked out the window. Steam cars and carriages passed by on the street from time to time. There were not too many or too few people coming and going, and the attire of many of them indicated that they were upper-class society gentlemen and ladies. The streets were clean and tidy, and there were even police officers from the precinct maintaining order here. This was the kind of scene that a high-end wealthy community should have, a natural and harmonious scene. But Uriah always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Vice Bishop Uriah, Your Excellency. Just then, a clear voice rang out. Uriah turned around and saw evil spirit theurgist Francis walking over. Both of them were in the theurgist sequence. When Francis first joined the Sun Church, he had guided him for a period of time. The two had a good relationship. Francis had a kind smile on his face, sunny and cheerful. His golden hair and golden pupils, as well as the sunny smile on his face, always gave people a positive feeling. Everyone is discussing interesting anecdotes about the sea, which are very interesting. The love between a mermaid who has learned human language and a shipwrecked sailor, the beautiful singing of the ocean banshee undulating in the waves, the mysterious subterranean island inhabited by ancient humans, and if a suitable island is discovered, it can also be used to develop a marine plantation. Everything on the ocean is fascinating. Also, he paused. I noticed that you seem to have been here for a long time. Are you thinking about something? Uriah raised his eyebrows slightly. Have I been here for a long time? I thought I only stood here for a little while. Francis paused for a moment. It's been almost an hour. Is that a little while? However, he did not dwell on this small issue. I have some problems with the release of theurgy. I hope you can give me some guidance and advice. Uriah, who was a little upset at this time, ignored Francis's question and instead pointed outside and asked. Do you feel that something is wrong outside? Something wrong outside? Francis couldn't help but look outside. The streets outside were very clean, the sun was very bright, and the few pedestrians strolled along both sides of the street. Everything was very harmonious and natural. He thought seriously for a moment, then frowned slightly. Lord Uriah, it seems like there is something, but it also seems like there isn't. Uriah took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. That's the problem. Clearly, I feel that there is something wrong, but, he moved even closer to the glass, trying to bring the outside world into his pupils. But I just can't find it. Drawn in by his question, Francis looked again at the world outside the glass window. Perhaps, because it's too quiet outside. Francis said casually. Too quiet? In an instant, a thunderclap rumbled deep in the soul of sun theurgist Uriah Cece. Yes, too quiet, it's too quiet outside. Looking outside again. Uriah's heart trembled, and his face turned pale. Outside, he stammered, cold sweat dripping. It's terrifyingly quiet. Also, the position of the sun is also wrong. Although the outside was as quiet and natural as ever. At this time, in Uriah's eyes, there was only endless fear outside. He stiffly turned his head away from the distorted world outside and withdrew his gaze. Go! He walked towards the inner hall without looking back. Go where? Francis, who had not mastered the sequence for long enough and had not experienced enough cruel supernatural events, had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. But he still followed. Go see Bishop Uriah. But Bishop Uriah is not to be disturbed right now. That was before, now he can be. Sun theurgist Uriah Cece pushed open the door of the inner hall with force. Sha-sha. As soon as he came in, Uriah heard a strange sound like insects crawling on his eardrums. When he saw the situation in the inner hall clearly, he held his breath slightly and stood silently to the side. Francis, who was following behind him, glanced across the hall, and his expression instantly became much more serious. He also realized that something big was happening and followed Vice Bishop Uriah to stand aside. At this time, in the center of the wide inner hall, an ordinary rectangular ritual table was placed there. A headless body was standing. Blood flowed silently. Together with the ticking alarm clock, a head was placed on the table. A head that still maintained a smile from before death. Uriah recognized the owner of that head. It was Vice Bishop Drew Mill, who was responsible for the security of the Golden Palm Beach Club. In the morning, he was still talking and laughing with him. Now, the other party was already on the table. Sha-sha. Sha-sha. The apprehensive Francis stole 2 glances at the alarm clock that brought the strange sound. Its style was simple and old, with double ear bells, probably a classic model from 40 or 50 years ago. The iron shell was also slightly mottled with rust. The peculiar ticking sound seemed to be ringing deep in the soul. The more he looked, the more his face turned pale. Upper level forbidden sealed item, time difference alarm clock. This was one of the most terrifying forbidden sealed items of the Holy Sun Church in Oakland City. And at this time, this time difference alarm clock was placed here. If it was just placed here and fell into their hands, then without a doubt, this would be a huge victory. The problem is, the time difference alarm clock was in the activated state. This meant that it was not the time difference alarm clock that had fallen into their hands, but that they had already fallen into the encirclement of the Holy Sun Church. The time difference alarm clock that was activated and not activated were completely 2 different things,
The constantly ringing ticking sound was like the Grim Reaper urging death to approach.
Every second seemed to be gnawing at their souls.
Time passed by, minute by minute. When a specific time was reached, everyone looked in unison at the ritual table, and the man sitting behind the ritual table wearing a black windbreaker, a fedora hat, the brim of the hat pressed very low, and very broad shoulders.
Originally,
the position of this mysterious man should have belonged to Lord Uradifu, the 7th level, holy light priest, who served as the Bishop of Oblin City. But at this time, Bishop Uradifu of Oblin City stood respectfully to the side. The only ones who could make the Bishop of Oblin City show such an attitude. That can only be one of the 3 red-clothed archbishops within the Sun Secret sect. As for which red-clothed archbishop it was, they didn't know, and they weren't qualified to know. The other 7 or 8 vice-bishops responsible for various areas of Oblin City, and the core cultivated transcendents gathered their gazes. In the intersection of everyone's gazes. This is the Holy Sun Church's top-level sealed item, the time difference alarm clock. The deep, somewhat hoarse voice of the man in the fedora hat rang out. His tone was relatively relaxed, and everyone could clearly hear the words he was explaining. Before using this forbidden sealed item, it needs to be placed for a period of time. During this period, it will tighten the time, constantly collecting timelines and compressing them. The man in the dark fedora hat slowly explained. When it reaches a specific time, it will begin to release the compressed time and form a unique timeline, a timeline with a perfect time difference from the outside world. Clearly, we will feel that the passage of time is very normal. Clearly, we can see that there is nothing wrong with the outside world. But in reality, we are just operating within the time released by this time difference alarm clock. The timeline we are in now is a timeline that has been manipulated, a timeline that has been changed.
This leads to, we know nothing about the outside world. When the alarm rings, we will arrive at the scheduled time node. We will face the real timeline, a timeline surrounded by enemies.
Normally, before the meeting, a vice bishop needs to conduct a screening of the entire area to ensure the safety of the council.
But because of someone's dereliction of duty, thinking that multiple gathering ceremonies have already been held here, there will be no danger. In addition, the enemy is indeed prepared.
This leads to, the man raised his head. His eyebrows were very heavy, the skin on his face was slightly rough after years of wind and sun, the combination of wide shoulders and a rough and thick face made him look particularly strong, just sitting there was like a mountain. We completed the gathering here like clowns, being played by the enemy. Of course, he has already paid the price for this. The head on the ritual table still had a smile on its face. The explanation of the man in the fedora hat
made people's hearts even more terrified. The enemy had already carried out a comprehensive encirclement, and they knew nothing about it.
The man wearing the fedora hat got up and came to the window. He narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at the outside world. The more he saw through that false facade, the more cruel the truth he saw.
Taking a deep breath,
the man in the fedora hat turned around and looked at the many core members of the Sun Church in the room. They knew long ago that we would be gathering here and made arrangements in advance. Although Mr. Prophet predicted that we would succeed. But, now it seems that it is obviously not this time.
Of course.
The man in the fedora hat paused. The problems that have occurred so far are not problems.
The real problem is, how did they know our plan?
As an ordinary Transcendent Club gathering, no one knows that this is the meeting point of the Sun Church.
The power of transcendence is blooming in Oblin City, and many such Transcendent Clubs have already appeared.
Even if they knew, they would definitely not use such a large formation to lay out the situation. But the reality is that they used the top-level power to surround this place.
Not only is there the time difference alarm clock, but there are also other terrifying powers.
It would not be an exaggeration to say that they have come out in full force. Obviously, they know that the great ceremony of Bleeding Sun is about to bloom in Oblin City.
Since this is the case, then it also means that someone among you must have leaked this major confidential information. Being able to pass on this important information while enduring the gaze from the great sun, you have a lot of skills.
The man in the fedora hat gradually scrutinized everyone with his almost solidified gaze. Everyone was trembling slightly to varying degrees.
And this is also what I admire the most. You successfully passed the information out, and we knew nothing about it. Since you're on the poker table, you always have to be willing to admit defeat, right? As soon as these words came out, all the transcendents present became even more frightened.
Bleeding Sun, this is one of the most magnificent ceremonies of their Sun secret sect.
It is also the plan that Mr. Prophet gave a positive answer to.
It is the beginning of their Sun Church, officially bathing in the sunlight.
Since they are going to lose this time, then there must be chips to pay. And they are most likely the chips that will be lost.
But then, the voice of the man in the fedora hat made their hearts surge again with huge waves.
But I don't like to admit defeat like this. At least, I cannot lose so much. There is always one of you who is a snitch, isn't there? So you have 10 minutes to prove your innocence. Otherwise, this table can fit all of you. Shah. Shah.
Time passed by, minute by minute. The trembling emotions in Francis's heart had calmed down slightly compared to the beginning. Firstly, he had not leaked the important information about the bleeding sun. Secondly, even if this terrifying cardinal went mad and really piled their heads on the table to start a crazy ritual to complete his escape plan, he could still survive. After all, he was of the sequence of the flesh and blood remains of Lord Ergunus. He had the ability to resurrect. Other sequences didn't have this heaven-defying power.
But even so,
he was still racking his brains to figure out how to effectively prove his innocence.
I'm clearly innocent, but I have to prove it. Who keeps evidence to prove they're innocent for no reason? The more Francis thought about it, the more numb he felt.
Silence and oppression filled the air, making people unable to help but hold their breath.
A full few minutes passed.
The fedora-hatted man behind the ritual
table spoke calmly.
Since you were able to escape the gaze of the great sun, you must also be able to cover up the truth with lies.
So, self-proving is meaningless, isn't it? The fedora-hatted man's explanation made everyone breathe a sigh of relief.
A cardinal with a level of 9 or 10 could kill them too easily.
There are only a few minutes left.
Now, spread the news that we have been surrounded and start organizing people to escape.
Save as many as you can. Remember, wait for my signal. Yes.
The people in the room responded one after another, and then quickly left the inner hall at the speed of escape. Only the cardinal stood alone on the timeline, and around him were secret and heavy shackles of time. As they spread the news, a burst of boiling noise quickly came from the outer hall. Fortunately, Bishop Uradifu easily maintained the situation. There were not only a large number of priests here, but also many Sun Knights who maintained safety and order. At the same time, some nobles who had devoted themselves to the cause of the Sun Church had also obtained the sequence power of the extraordinary during this period. Although their strength was not very strong, they were perfect shields. When necessary, they could block bullets and spells for them. The collision between the rituals became more and more intense. At one moment, you could see the Golden Palm Beach Club becoming real and heavy. At another moment, you felt that the Golden Palm Beach Club was illusory and hazy, as if it was far away from you. Terrible forces pulled back and forth.
Zorn could even see two different timelines constantly colliding. Creak.
Creak, the entire building of the Golden Palm Beach Club, like a willow tree in a storm, was constantly swaying back and forth, like an old forest cabin, with the risk of breaking at any time. In an instant, extremely scorching power filled the sky above the Golden Palm Beach Club. It was as if the sun was about to descend on Earth.
Everyone, close your eyes quickly. Zorn sternly reminded. Quick!
Close your eyes, don't look. Although she didn't capture what happened in the distance like Zorn, Director Caroline also felt the danger, and she ordered loudly.
Buzz, in an instant. The sound of the entire world was extremely drawn away.
Everything around was as if it had been smeared with thick white paint. Even though Zorn closed his eyes at this moment and even hid behind the wall. Within the scope of his visual perception, it was still a vast expanse of white. Zorn stretched out his hands. His hands were completely integrated with the white paint-like world in front of him.
The whole world. At this moment, the color was completely drawn away. The sound also lost its proper trajectory. The deathly pale world was silent and silent. Although Zorn could break free from the corrosion of the pale power, that would make him too conspicuous. My eyes. I can't see anything. Screams rang out one after another. When Zorn looked over with his eyes closed, he could barely see a few struggling and twisting bodies in the pale world. Blood like white paint flowed out, covering the ground. But soon, they stopped struggling. They just took one more look, and they paid the price of their recklessness with their lives. Ordinary people are as fragile as a bug in the face of extraordinary power. Although others were also enduring the erosion of the terrible pale power, fortunately they did not die. Great Mother of Nature, you are the symbol of benevolence and love, your holy light will nurture and heal us, just as Zorn was observing the direction of the Golden Palm Beach Club with his eyes closed. The melodious singing from Ballad Ranger rang in his ears. The thick and viscous white paint world was peeled off a lot. Zorn also quickly found some color lines, and the world in front of him gradually returned to normal, and the sound gradually returned to its original trajectory. The Ranger Lady's power is not weak either. Zorn praised secretly. At this time, so were the others. The police officers also broke free from the erosion of the pale power. It's just that the few police officers who fell in the pool of blood could no longer stand up. At the same time, 5 or 6 carriages were speeding towards them, very fast. Fire! Caroline, with a gloomy face, immediately shouted angrily. Several police officers holding steam mechanical guns and police officers holding revolvers immediately fired at full force. They started strafing at the rushing carriages. Without reasonable and effective countermeasures. Even a level 3 extraordinary person would die under the concentrated fire of these steam guns and revolvers. The charging carriages were immediately taught a lesson by the truth of the new era. For a time, the carriages overturned and the horses fell. Just when many police officers thought it was about to end. 7 or 8 extraordinary people suddenly tore apart the carriages. They charged towards the crowd. There were armored warriors. There were hidden assassins. There were theurgists who propped up shields. There were wizards who released ice cones. There was also a dream weaver. Many police officers fired quickly. But these people were obviously prepared. The warriors in front used a shield, which they didn't know where they found, to charge all the way while holding off the bullets. While attacking. Poochie! Blood flowed like a waterfall from the neck of a police officer. An assassin had sneaked over. Zorn's 1,000 flowstorm step suddenly broke out. He punched the air next to him. A muffled pang sound. A figure fell out of the air. It was a young nobleman wearing a brown dress, with a little blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, and a trace of astonishment appeared in the depths of his pupils. He didn't expect that his proud stealth skill was actually easily detected and broken by a punch. Zorn rushed up with his fist clenched, and rushed up. This was a level 2 assassin, and the sequence strength was obviously average. It was obviously a very ordinary sequence given by the Sun Secret cult, to win over the noble members. Even if it was not strong, it was also an extraordinary sequence. Under the noble's resource cultivation, he also reached level 2. Zorn could blow the opponent with one punch. However, this was a great opportunity to upgrade 1,000 flowstorm step. Zorn needed to chase the opponent with 1,000 flowstorm step for a while, and then complete the kill. Clang! 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 Zorn's fist and the assassin collided several times in a row, and sparks splashed everywhere. The dagger in his hand almost fell off, and the assassin's face immediately sank. He began to constantly move around with Zorn, trying to use speed and flexibility to distance himself. But this made Zorn even more satisfied. At the same time, several other extraordinary people also rushed into the defense line set up by the police officers. Several extraordinary people immediately fought with these Sun Secret cult members. If there were no extraordinary people sitting here, The 30 or so ordinary police officers would most likely be slaughtered by these extraordinary people.
But with extraordinary people here, they would be wiped out here. After fighting with the assassin for a while,
feeling that it was almost time, the power under Zorn's feet suddenly exploded. The shattering spirit skull cracking fist heavily fell. The level 2 assassin also wanted to use the blue block skill to block it. But he obviously misestimated the power of this punch. Crack! Bang! While breaking the assassin's arm bone, this punch also heavily landed on his head. The young noble assassin who fell on the ground was silent. A one-hit kill. It's that simple. Turning around, Zorn joined the battle again. After all, other extraordinary people were not as good at fighting as Zorn.
And for Zorn, one of the nourishment of evil spirit warlock was killing.
The more you kill, the more you gain.
Even if you don't absorb the other party's sequence spiritual source matter. Just completing the killing was enough for Zorn to have a rich spiritual source matter income. The strength of this group of rushing extraordinary people was not strong.
As Zorn participated in the battle,
that was naturally one-sided. After continuously killing for extraordinary people, Zorn stopped slightly.
Killing too much easily exposes flaws. After killing this group of extraordinary people, dragging the corpses to the side, Director Caroline quickly rebuilt the defense line.
Zorn was standing behind the corner and feeling, Thousand Flow Storm Step, breaking through. And the other extraordinary people more or less put their eyes on Zorn. This fighter was quite strong.
This was the unified cognition of everyone. Then everyone put their eyes and attention on the location of the Golden Palm Beach Club not far away.
But the scene that fell into their eyes made them all more and more solemn.
Thousand Flow Storm Step, LV1, 0%.
Zorn in the corner examined the Thousand Flow Storm Step after the breakthrough, and nodded slightly.
After the breakthrough, Zorn's speed was undoubtedly faster.
Moreover, when linked with other means, he could do many things that he could not do originally.
Slowly converging his mind, Zorn looked at the Golden Palm Beach Club in the distance.
He saw that the 7 or 8-story building of the Golden Palm Beach Club, the top 3 or 4 floors were torn to pieces by terrible power. A large number of building debris was scattered in all directions. A golden sun slowly rose above the building.
Rumble! Rumble!
In the deafening roar, golden lightning constantly fell, whipping the building below, wanting to tear everything below apart. And in the building below, black trees, vines, ancient trees, flowers and plants, etc. grew rapidly, like a dense jungle ready to go, constantly blocking the falling golden lightning. Not only the club was surrounded by a strange black forest, but also strange black grass and trees constantly appeared in the surrounding blocks.
A vague figure could be vaguely seen in the depths of the black jungle. Terrible sequence forbidden spell power was fighting against each other. The entire block was covered with a layer of golden halo by the golden sun. Zorn even had a strange sense of comfort bathing on the edge of a summer beach. But the strange black jungle was chilling.
Terrible power was being conceived in the depths of the black jungle.
Rumble! As the roar of thunder resounded throughout Oblin City, countless eyes converged from all directions.
They all saw the golden sun slowly rising in Oblin City.
And it became more and more scorching and strong, surging. The Great Holy Sun!
The Great Holy Sun, the moment the golden sun rose in Oblin City. A large number of believers knelt down and worshipped, praising the greatness of the Holy Sun.
And at this time,
this huge golden Holy Sun, which rose step by step, scattering golden halos and ripples in every corner of Oblin City,
was about to bring a holy baptism to Oblin City.
Just when the attention of many extraordinary people was on the scene of the strong fighting and killing in the distance, a withered palm with the power of necromancy silently bloomed from the backs of all the extraordinary people. Like the annihilation of life, it gently patted down.
It's bad. Too bad.
Director Caroline, Mr. Devil and Ms. Ranger felt the attack coming, and wanted to react, but it was a little late. This damn attacker was extremely cunning, and launched an attack behind everyone when everyone was examining the Holy Sun. But Zorn in the crowd, as if he had foreseen it, suddenly punched behind him. Like a meteor piercing through the darkness. This punch went against the trend, and the clear luster of the stars directly perfectly reflected the attacker's facial contours. It was the vice bishop wearing a Sun Secret Cult sun robe. Level 5, Necromantic Bloodline Warlock. A sinister, cunning, and vicious sequence. Warlock, Divine Warlock. Just as the sneak attack, a palm meant to obliterate life, descended. Boom! A muffled roar exploded beside everyone's ears. Many of the hands that were launching sneak attacks simultaneously burst open, transforming into black mist of death. Even so, several ordinary police officers suffered burns from the black mist of death on their backs, and cried out in agony. The awakened transcendents all felt a sense of relief, realizing that if Zorn hadn't counterattacked just now, they would probably have been injured. And the ordinary people would probably have been wiped out completely. Just as the transcendents reacted and became vigilant, Zorn moved like a phantom, quickly arriving in a nearby alleyway. The alleyway was dark and quiet, filled with a faint golden glow from the scattering rays of the golden sun. The level 5 Necro Blood Warlock, clad in a white sun robe, stood within a faint cloud of deathly gray mist. A strange expression appeared on his gaunt, sunken face. His eyes, filled with gloom, stared at this fighter who didn't know the meaning of death. The confrontation during the ritual had caused the entire world to be stripped of its color and sound. They were able to take the opportunity to scatter and escape. When they arrived here, they saw these low-level transcendents and humans. As a Necro Blood Warlock, he naturally wanted to kill these humans immediately, turning them into undead warriors to create chaos. This would give him a better chance to escape. And also severely strike these ignorant low-level transcendents. However, the level 4 soul feeder in the crowd was quite difficult to deal with. Therefore, when attacking, the level 4 soul feeder was his main focus. But he never expected that this attack, meant to cover everyone, would be shattered by that small level 3 fighter with a single punch. Moreover, that strange chi not only illuminated his position, but also caused a slight stinging sensation on his withered skin. What surprised him even more was that the fighter who didn't know the meaning of death actually dared to charge over. Level 3 chasing level 5. Did he think he had lived too long? He, the sound of old tree bark rubbing together echoed within the alleyway. At this time, Director Caroline, Mr. Devil, and Miss Ranger also rushed to provide support. Even facing so many people, the level 5 Necro Blood Warlock still had confidence in winning. It would just take a little more time. Hiss. Roar. Behind him, a sharp, ear-piercing, strange sound rang out from the black undead gray mist. Immediately afterward, a giant black, withered undead hand, large enough to fill the alleyway, suddenly opened. It grabbed towards the group with extreme speed. Just at this moment, a golden light descended from the sky. Boom! The withered undead hand was blocked by a battle shield bearing the symbol of the Holy Sun. As the holy power spread, chi. The black, withered undead hand was rapidly evaporated. It was a knight riding a light elemental warhorse, descending from the sky, blocking this attack. The knight riding the elemental warhorse was burly and tall, almost filling the alleyway. Good job, leave the rest to me. His voice was thick and deep. The level 5 Sun Knight was the main force against the members of the Sun Cult. The Necro Blood Warlock, seeing this level 5 Sun Knight chasing after him, pushed his left hand against the wall. A strange black ripple appeared on the wall, and he directly disappeared into the wall. The Sun Knight rode the Sun Warhorse directly over to the wall, chasing after him at high speed. A level 5 should be a powerful Grand Knight Commander. Zorn thought to himself. At least in the current stage, the foundation of the Holy Sun was still very strong. If it weren't for the internal strife, or if the continent hadn't been in turmoil, the Holy Sun's dominance and faith could have lasted for several more decades. But the Holy Sun Church, which had ruled the continent for hundreds of years, was already riddled with holes. Now, all you have to do is walk up and kick it hard, and it will collapse with a crash. Of course, a group of powerful knights with true faith might run out and beat you up.
This time, the Sun secret cult had obviously encountered the latter,
as the Sun Knight chased after the Necro Blood Warlock.
At this time,
gunfire, fighting, and the clash of skills and spells echoed throughout the entire district, weaving together into a huge and dangerous web. From time to time, terrifying roars could be heard. It was unknown which summoner had summoned some terrifying creature.
Boom!
Boom! The violent impact sounds coming from the depths of the buildings could also show the intensity of this battle. Not to mention the confrontation between the terrifying golden holy sun and the dead dark jungle at this moment. The confrontation of this intensity
would cause the area near this district to be completely scrapped.
Terrible pollution, the embers of power, lingering taboos, and drifting curses. For ordinary people, encountering any of these would be an unbearable disaster. And at this time, the crowd who had returned to the defense line continued to hold their ground. As time passed by, minute by minute.
With the experience from before, everyone was extra cautious. Between breaths,
Zorn, maintaining the forbidden spell Superior Ouroboros Eye in a low energy state, had a slight sense of awareness. When he released more of the Ouroboros Eye's power,
a very familiar aura and smell permeated. The evil spirit divine warlock had escaped from the neighborhood that Zorn was guarding. Is this the intersection of fate's trajectories?
Zorn's mind stirred slightly.
Because he is only level 4, so, he was ignored instead.
For this battle of the Sun secret cult, many experts came from both the official side of Ogland City and the Holy Sun. Level 5 was already the identity of a vice bishop. This level would definitely not be let go, and once they ran out, there would be many experts chasing after them. Level 4 was the level of a priest. Although the position was also very high, the degree of importance was much less. And that evil spirit divine warlock had only been promoted to level 4 not long ago, and his aura intensity was not high. The latest novels are first released at 6-9 book bar. In addition, his ability to hide was quite good, which led to no experts targeting him.
Zorn, restraining his mind, immediately looked at Director Caroline and said,
Director Caroline, I discovered a powerful level 3 guy hiding his aura. He just passed by us, very sneaky. He should probably be an expert cultivated by the Sun secret cult.
I'm going to go after him.
Even though it was a level 4 evil spirit divine warlock, Zorn said it was a level 3 mysterious expert. Naturally, he didn't want others to know that he and the evil spirit divine warlock had any relationship. Director Caroline's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. She knew the characteristics of a fighter. They needed to gain something in battle. The battle here had already come to a preliminary end. It didn't make much sense for Zorn to continue guarding here. On the contrary, he could chase down the enemy with better results. The higher-ups of Ogland City, as well as the Holy Sun Church, all had missions in this regard.
Chase down as much as possible.
It was naturally excellent that Zorn was willing to chase down the enemy. She glanced at the increasingly scorching Holy Sun not far away, as well as the strange dark jungle that was expanding, and then nodded.
Then be careful.
It would be great if you could capture him alive, but if you can't, it's okay to kill him directly.
Zorn nodded.
That's the benefit of working for the government. You can go on a killing spree, and the government will cover you if anything happens. Then Zorn stepped on the thousand flowing mist step, rushing forward along the street and disappearing into the alleyway.
Entering the depths of the deserted alleyway,
Zorn directly took out the witch's mirror from the pocket inside his clothes. Without waiting for Zorn to speak, the mirror which had already opened the door to the mirror world on a wall of the alleyway. Zorn jumped in, the wall rippled like water, and then returned to calm.
Entering the mirror world.
Miss Mirror which was waiting aside like a clothes rack, carrying the monster treasure chest for ladies. He took the black felt hat, witch mask, and invisibility cloak handed over by the mirror witch and put them on. His figure quickly rose 7 or 8 points, and his face squirmed and adjusted slightly, becoming cold and stern.
He successfully transformed into the indifferent young man, Mr. Giant August Gofrey.
If you want to store things in the magic mirror, you need to let the mirror witch help carry them. Normal transcendents who want to enter the mirror world through the magic mirror need to pay the price of losing the mirror for a period of time. How can they be qualified to let the mirror witch carry things for them? But in front of Zorn, Miss Mirror Witch became polite.
The original deep and vast star Mark Fighter aura quickly turned into an aura of evil wizard with a slight evil aura. It was completely different from the extremely profound aura of the evil spirit wizard. And this was the benefit of Zorn's long-term foresight, layout precipitation, and leveraging of many forces. He could perfectly conceal his evil spirit sequence aura and show an aura of an evil wizard. Waving his hand across his face, a layer of black mist swirled around Zorn's face. His eyes peered through the mirror world, which was a mirror image of reality. The evil spirit divine warlock, who currently could not perfectly control his sequence, had a slight aura permeating, leaving an extremely clear trace in the mirror world. Zorn's pupils narrowed slightly as he examined it for a moment. Chase. Following the aura of the evil spirit divine warlock, Zorn chased after him. Passing through 3 alleyways, crossing 2 wide streets, and circling around the fog area. Zorn stopped near the streets of the gray fog and the riverbank. The silver vertical pupils, shining with a cold silver light, searched for the traces left by the evil spirit divine warlock. A very cunning guy, he entered the fog area but didn't go deep into the fog area, made a small move to escape to the fog area, and then went south along the riverbank. Is this, planning to escape to his steamship, pack his things and run away? Just as Zorn was looking for a suitable mirror location nearby to perform a long-distance shuttle, a cold incantation suddenly sounded. God bind. Zorn didn't hear what the low and hidden spell in front was, but the spell behind it exploded in Zorn's ear. Everything around him instantly dimmed. The dark clouds were pressed at a height of 2 or 3 stories. 7 or 8 thorn chains hung down from the dark clouds, and quickly bound the unprepared Zorn tightly with the speed of a whirlwind. No matter how Zorn struggled, he couldn't break free. I've been chasing me all the way, and I can't get rid of you no matter how hard I try. Since you like chasing so much, then die here. A voice like divine punishment heavily fell. Above the viscous dark clouds, a black hammer of divine punishment heavily smashed down. Boom! Violent explosions erupted at the street intersection. Many passers-by were affected by the sudden attack. For a time, screams, wails, and cries of pain rose and fell, and they fled this area one after another. At the same time as Zorn's body was smashed. Ka! Ka! The sound of mirrors shattering appeared in the evil spirit divine warlock's ears. The horse-drawn carriage world in front of him also shattered like a mirror in an instant. Francis's face suddenly changed. Not good, the one chasing me is a mirror image, destructs. Francis had noticed someone tracking him long ago. Moreover, that person's methods were quite formidable. Not only were they in a state of invisibility, but they could also accurately sniff out his trail. Repeated changes in direction not only failed to shake off the pursuer but instead allowed them to get closer and closer. Since he couldn't shake them off, he would kill them. A mere level 3 dark evil energy wizard, who had only mastered some dark evil energy. He could easily crush them to death. After arriving at this intersection, Francis boarded a carriage, concealed his aura, and began to set up a trap. Sure enough, the little wizard, as he had anticipated, successfully followed the alleyway to the intersection. Next was a series of spells to send them on their way. Sent on their way, yes, but with a slight complication. That was, the damn guy was a mirror image. The lifelike mirror image had successfully deceived him. And the real guy was inside the mirror world. As the carriage shattered like a mirror. Countless, densely packed, strange hands shimmering with starlight, large and small, stacked upon each other. In an instant, they almost filled the entire small carriage. The terrifying force heavily suppressed Francis. The carriage he had found earlier had now become a mirror cage imprisoning him. He had been distracted by the opponent's mirror image and exposed his identity with a preemptive attack. Now, having been located by the opponent, he had fallen into a disadvantage. Fortunately, although the opponent's attacks were strange and tricky, they were not insurmountable. With a gloomy expression, Francis suddenly tore at the white solar robe on his body. Whoosh, black calamity mist patterns spread across the solar robe. A layer of calamity holy shield bloomed accordingly, directly propping open all the large and small hands that were pressing down. As long as he could withstand it for a short time, he could safely escape. And escape back to reality, rather than falling into the mirror image. Once he fell into the mirror image, it would be troublesome. Just as Francis was erecting his shield to cast a spell. Chirp! The calamity shield was directly annihilated. It was as if a newly lit flame had been extinguished by a basin of cold water. This, in the moment of Francis's mental shock, he vaguely realized something. Not good. Just as the calamity holy shield shattered, a large hand filled with deep starlight reached in and directly clamped down on his right arm. And another palm, carrying strange winds, blew into this mirror carriage, blew into the depths of his soul, and even towards the locked arm, making his heart tremble. No! Boom! A desperate roar mixed with a violent eruption of surging calamity mist. The carriage was instantly blasted to pieces. Fortunately, the coachman was not in the carriage, otherwise, he would have been killed without a doubt. The huge rumbling explosion sent countless glass shards flying. In the flying glass shards, one could see from the mirror images in the glass the pale-faced, evil spirit Theurgist, dragging blood as he fell into the depths of the mirror world. And the cold and indifferent, giant mister, was riding the chilling winds, stepping on the aftermath of the explosion, steadily grabbing something, and landing firmly on the opposite side of the road. Fighter possesses extremely strong characteristics in terms of balance and stability. Distant figures fleeing in panic blossomed intermittently within the mirror world. Across the wide road and the shattered carriage. Their eyes met. Drip, drip. Fresh blood dripped continuously. Zorn raised his arm, which was constantly bleeding, smiled coldly, and a blood-colored arc gleamed in the depths of his silver eyes. When he arrived here, Zorn had already discovered the hiding Francis. And, as expected, the other party was attracted by the mirror image that Zorn had placed in reality. Then the following plan was very simple. When the other party was fully attacking the mirror image, Zorn was using the Scythe Forbidden spell to seal the other party's shield while severing one of the other party's arms. That evil spirit Theurgist has the ability to resurrect. Killing them directly would only allow them to escape and resurrect. The few people guarding the first resurrection point might not be able to safely kill the evil spirit Theurgist in their weakened state after resurrection. Therefore, Zorn's strategy was to first absorb some of the flesh and blood remains. In this way, after the evil spirit Theurgist resurrects, although they will revert flesh and blood. But they cannot revert the Aegunus's flesh and blood remains. On the one hand, it is inherently weak from resurrection, and on the other hand, losing the flesh and blood remains will cause its sequence strength to drop greatly and become unstable. With the superposition of various negative buffs, the Transcendents guarding there can effectively kill the evil spirit Theurgist again. Even directly complete the seal and suppression. Looking at his own arm in the other party's hand, Francis's pale face almost froze. As a part of the great Lord Aegunus, he can retrieve a part of himself. But if the flesh and blood remains are devoured and absorbed by other evil spirits, even if he resurrects, he will not be able to revert the flesh and blood remains. If it is absorbed by other evil spirits, it is lost forever, unless, kill the other party and then devour the other party. Gurgle, gurgle, as the life drain ability bloomed. The Aegunus flesh and blood remains within this arm were slowly absorbed and digested by Zorn. The rest turned to ashes and fell rustling down. Truly delicious. Zorn whispered like a demon. You are the guy who brought down the evil spirit Cataclysm. Francis's voice was hoarse and low. Don't bother trying, you can't leave this mirror world for a while. Zorn coldly looked at Francis, as if thinking about which part of the other party to eat next. With a gloomy expression, Francis suddenly retreated. Boom! 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 3 black lightning bolts suddenly struck down towards Zorn from the dark clouds. At the same time, a black, heavy Theurgy warhammer, the size of a carriage, also bombarded Zorn. Zorn supported his astral energy with both hands, barely grabbing a black thunderbolt.
Chirp chirp, the other two thunderbolts heavily struck his body, causing his body to be slightly paralyzed and stiff, and a little scorched smoke rose
as the black, heavy theurgy warhammer fell.
The newest novels are first published at 6-9 book bar. Zorn threw out the thunderbolt he had grabbed. Chirp, the evil spirit theurgist, who had just crossed the river bay railing, was knocked to the ground by this black thunderbolt. At the same time, the calamity mist around Zorn quickly bloomed.
Boom!
A large amount of calamity mist was blasted and surged everywhere. But Zorn also blocked this attack. But he was still smashed so that his knees sank into the ground, and the ground within a radius of 5 or 6 meters around him was all cracked. If I had the fighter's defensive skills, I could have used the defensive skills to withstand it directly, and I wouldn't have had to mobilize the calamity mist. In any case, the strength of a level 4 theurgist is not weak, and they have constructed a theurgy thundercloud, and their ability to fight in fortified positions is even stronger.
Unfortunately, in front of me, they still have to escape. If they don't escape, they will die. Just delaying for such a short time. The evil spirit theurgist, who had been struck by lightning, had already run to the surface of the Rhine-Danube River. He was stepping on the sparkling water surface, heading towards the steamboat. The severed arm was blocked by the calamity mist. Although he did not pry a large amount of calamity mist, he was still able to grasp a small amount of calamity mist as he leveled up. This calamity mist can become a strong support for his vitality. At this time, he can be caught up if he wants to chase. But when he catches up, the other party may have already arrived at the steamboat. And the other party's steamboat has accumulated a considerable amount of power from the Great Prophecy. If he really stubbornly resists, Zorn really can't take it down for a while. After all, Zorn can't entangle with the evil spirit theurgist here for too long. In case the official experts come over, what they catch will not be 1, but 2.
At this time, Miss Mirror Witch came late. Although it was a little late, it was just in time.
Catch up with him.
Zorn pointed to the evil spirit theurgist, who was stepping on the ripples on the lake. Miss Mirror Witch once again used her ability to open a mirror gate for Zorn to intercept the evil spirit theurgist. Lord Zorn, my strength can no longer maintain a higher intensity battle for you, it will be the limit in another 10 minutes or so.
Unless you are willing to pay a certain price, otherwise the balance will be broken.
Just as Zorn jumped into the mirror gate, Miss Mirror Witch quickly said.
Understood. I will solve that guy as soon as possible, and then I will find you suitable mirror food.
Zorn nodded, then jumped into the mirror gate and disappeared.
Although Zorn can force Miss Mirror Witch to use it for free, there is a limit to freeloading.
Even steel machinery will break down if overused.
The same is true for taboo sealed items.
Overuse will also reduce the function of the sealed item, reduce its strength, and even make the function of the sealed item invalid. Suitable paying the price and cultivating can allow Zorn to better use these taboo sealed items. For example, increase the daily freeloading time, increase the intensity, etc.
Just as Francis was fleeing rapidly.
4 or 5 black magic balls burning with red blood flames exploded in front of Francis. Boom boom boom, for a time, the water surface turned into a mirror, and each drop of water turned into a mirror reflecting the outline of his face. At the same time, the shock waves of the violently exploding magic balls sent Francis flying backwards.
Woo woo woo, the waves of death struck again.
It's that damn forbidden spell again.
Francis's gloomy face revealed supreme divine majesty in his pupils. Reality descent.
The Great Prophecy descended into the mirror world at this moment. The world of mirrors was suddenly torn open, and his figure directly fell towards reality.
You can honestly die here.
A cold voice rang in his ears, like the announcement of the Grim Reaper.
Buzz.
The crack leading to reality that had just been opened disappeared in an instant. The Great Prophecy opened the path to reality and hope, but was successfully closed by Zorn with the forbidden spell, Eternal Calamity Whiplash. Although Zorn could feel that he didn't seem to seal the other party's Great Prophecy. But it was enough to interrupt the effect of the other party's Great Prophecy. The scene where the Great Prophecy was strangled was like an invisible palm that ruthlessly crushed Francis's heart, causing him to be completely submerged in despair.
That terrible guy has too many tricks. Can't escape at all. Now, there is only one last way left, and that is to self-detonate and escape. Resurrect quickly during the time the other party is absorbing the flesh and blood remains, so that more remains can be preserved. With this in mind, all the theurgy evil energy became violent and surging. The evil spirit sequence is good at this point. Self-detonation is extremely efficient. As long as you want to self-detonate, you can 100% self-detonate, and the power is huge. Damn bastard, I'll remember you. Francis roared hysterically. Boom! In the world of mirrors, the evil spirit theurgist completed the ultimate self-detonation. The power of the self-detonation turned into a forbidden spell-level power, roaring and surging in all directions. Cardinal chapter of the Shepherd of Trees, red-clothed Archbishop Boom, the ultimate, surging self-destruction unleashed waves of flesh and bones that spread in all directions. In reality, on the Rhine-Danube, a violent hurricane stirred on the river's surface. Giant waves rose to heights of over 10 meters, and a small steamboat nearby was directly capsized. This terrifying scene was witnessed by many residents of Oblin City who had already taken refuge, gazing from afar. They guessed that powerful transcendence must be fighting fiercely within the Rhine-Danube. As the waves and hurricane dissipated, within the mirror world, Zorn rapidly unleashed the black fog of calamity, while simultaneously using life drain to quickly absorb the surrounding flesh and bone fragments. Gurgle, gurgle, Zorn absorbed rapidly. Continually, flesh and bone fragments turned to ashes. After a dozen seconds, whether in the mirror world or scattered in reality, all the flesh and bone fragments and life-filled blood mist turned to ashes and dissipated. Francis still escaped using resurrection. However, Zorn also absorbed a considerable portion of the exploded flesh and bone fragments of Ergunus. It's about the same as that arm from before. Losing so much flesh and bone, and without the calamity black fog to dispel the weakened state after resurrection. And those people over there have already constructed a trap, with preparation against unpreparedness, it's basically a certain death. You have to know, Isaac possesses powerful killing techniques. And Alvin is himself a boss-level character. This time, Zorn invited the young rat-catcher Isaac to deliver the final blow. Hunting such powerful evil spirits was his specialty. Having done everything he needed to do, Zorn stepped on the river water and came ashore. At this time, Zorn also sensed that a powerful individual had arrived nearby, and that skilled expert had already sniffed out that a battle seemed to be taking place in the mirror world. Let's go! Zorn quickly left the scene of the crime. Several minutes after Zorn left, a level 3, Reflection Man, brought a level 5, Holy Light Divine Archmaster, jumped into the water and arrived at the mirrored river surface. The two gazed at the battle aftermath that had not yet dissipated in the mirror world. It was an evil spirit fighting someone with equally evil aura. The Holy Light Divine Archmaster cast a spell, attempting to rewind to the scene of the previous battle. But the scene was blurry and hazy. He could only see many fragmented traces. The evil spirit Divine Archmaster self-destructed? Looks like he was seriously injured, probably from the confrontation during that ritual. The self-destruction happened just a few minutes ago. He was probably being hunted down, and would rather self-destruct than be caught. According to the information we have, this evil spirit Divine Archmaster likely has resurrection methods. The self-destruction wasn't suicide, but escape. Unfortunately, that damned guy still got away. And that wizard who was chasing him, with his evil aura, clearly wanted to plot against the flesh and bone fragments of that terrifying evil god called Ergunus. Lost in thought, the level 5, Holy Light Divine Archmaster, shook his head. The flesh and bone fragments of that terrifying evil god Ergunus were indeed terrifying, and contained incredible power. Not only was their church collecting them, other evil god organizations were also plotting against those powerful flesh and blood powers. That evil wizard himself contained the strange power of darkness and death. Plotting against Ergunus's flesh and bone fragments was simply too normal. As the light of the golden holy sun bloomed and became more solid, golden ripples continuously swayed and flickered within the small alleyway. Boom, the old wall on one side suddenly shattered.
A grey mist ranger from the highlands had his head pressed against the wall by Zorn, breaking through it.
Hurry!
Zorn urged in a low voice. Tear like the tearing of cloth, that the grey mist ranger's thick mirror image was quickly torn off and devoured by the magic mirror.
After the magic mirror ate the mirror image.
Zorn twisted the neck of this grey mist ranger from the highlands. At this time, Zorn had returned to his original appearance. Since he was coming out to capture enemies, he had to bring back a head. What's more, at this time, many people from the Sun cult had indeed run out. Leaving the Riverbend district, Zorn searched in this area for a moment before finally finding a suitable candidate, a guy with the aura of the Sun cult.
Then he jumped out of the mirror image and unleashed a small combo on the other party.
After the other party died, Zorn collected the other party's sequence crystal core. Then he dragged the other party's corpse to the side of the road. This level 3 sequence crystal core could be used as a good sacrifice to exchange for a ranger sequence. Then Zorn looked into the distance at the terrifying dark magic tree that had already risen from the dark forest, and the golden sun that was fighting against it. After examining the dark magic tree for a long time, Zorn slowly withdrew his gaze.
This time, I really caught a big fish.
The magic tree bishop, one of the 3 red-clothed archbishops. It's just, this fish is too big, it might capsize the boat. Originally, Zorn's plan was to capture the bishops who started the meeting here, as well as the vice-bishops, and a certain number of priests. And those nobles who had already pledged allegiance to the Sun Church, and to destroy their many strongholds. In this way, the Sun Church could be severely hit, preventing them from raising the bleeding sun. He did not expect that in this important meeting, the magic tree red-clothed archbishop of the Sun cult would also participate. Zorn had sensed something was wrong when the ritual confrontation erupted with terrifying power, and when the dark forest bloomed in the area where the club was located. The power of this confrontation was too strong. Now, as this hundreds-meter-tall magic tree grew, Zorn was certain that it was the magic tree red-clothed archbishop. This powerhouse suspected of being in the Dark Shepherd of Trees sequence, who controlled the ancient magic tree forest. At this stage, he should have level 9 or level 10 strength. It was more than 10 minutes later when police officers patrolling in a carriage discovered Zorn with a corpse by the side of the road. 2 police officers got out of the carriage, one tall and one short.
The tall police officer immediately spoke when he looked at Zorn. "Mr. Zorn."
Looking at the police officer who spoke, Zorn had a slight impression.
This level 2 soul feeder participated in the evil spirit seminar. Zorn remembered that this guy's evil spirit was very powerful, but of course Zorn didn't indulge him and directly dealt with the fierce evil spirit severely. "Did you kill this member of the evil god organization?" The tall police officer looked at the corpse on the ground. "Yes." Zorn nodded, and then asked, "How is the situation on your side?" "The losses are very heavy. Those damned members of the evil god organization are completely like lunatics, killing people crazily." The tall police officer's face darkened and he sighed.
Zorn nodded slightly.
"This is the reason why we want to eliminate them."
"Take the corpse back, I still have to kill others." The soul feeder police officer nodded slightly. "Then be careful, and also, beat those bastards to death."
"Don't worry, I will." Zorn waved his hand and quickly disappeared around the corner of the street ahead.
There, a battle was approaching.
"That is the famous Mr. Zorn?" Another police officer looked at Zorn's back with envy and curiosity.
During this period of time, Mr. Zorn's name was very well known in the police station circle. It is said that he helped the Soul Feeder sequence solve a big problem. The latest novel is first published on Leo 9 Shuba.
Yes.
A very powerful and respected gentleman.
Although he is very young, his rich knowledge of transcendent studies is admired by the director.
"Okay, let's get to work." The director said that as long as you can carry enough 100 corpses, you will have a chance to become a corpse keeper sequence. The corpse keeper sequence doesn't sound very good. The ordinary police officer muttered.
"Even if you want to apply for this, you may not be able to."
As time passed, The scope of the battle gradually spread to the entire Bay Area. Although the people of the Sun cult resisted fiercely. But the Holy Sun and Oblin officials were obviously more prepared and thorough. But as time went by, the Sun cult members were gradually jointly killed by the official transcendents and church members. Dong 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 when the bell of the pulley ceremony church rang. The light of the Holy Sun became more and more penetrating. The magic tree finally couldn't hold on, and was burned fiercely in the holy flame. From the fact that there was almost no resistance when the magic tree was burned, Zorn deduced that the magic tree red-clothed archbishop should have escaped. However, after carrying the thunder of the Holy Sun for several hours, he must have been seriously injured, as the magic tree was burned in all directions. Huge flames soared into the sky. The white clouds in the sky were illuminated like FRE clouds. The Mist Zone battlefield officially entered the final stage. Although there were still a small number of battles, they were also desperate resistance. During this period, Zorn also participated in 4 or 5 siege battles against level 4 and even level 5 transcendents. Fighting with these powerful enemies brought considerable gains to fighter Zorn. As the battle ended, the originally lively evening, at this time, the empty and hot streets were empty. Throughout the afternoon, the terrifying battles between transcendents, the constant gunshots, even the occasional demolition of walls and buildings, made the ordinary people in the Bay Area feel insecure and hide. Even the most horse-drawn carriages on the Bay Area island could not be seen at this time. After roughly measuring the distance, Zorn walked towards the North Ring Street police station in the Mist Zone. Star Mark Fighter, Level 3, 69%. Talent, Gang meaning Iron Bone, SS level, Skills, Soul-Breaking Skull-Cracking Fist, LV2, 6%. Gang Chi Expertise, Passive LV0, 82%. Thousand Flows Mist Step, LV1, 2%. Evil Spirit Wizard, World-Class Boss, Level 3, 69%. Evil Witch Spirituality, Eat Spirits. Immortal Divinity, Recovering. Talent, Lingering Rebirth, SSS level Resurrection, May 5th. Evil Spirit Authority, SSS level Control Spirituality. Skills, Life Drain, LV0, 99%. Forbidden Weaving, LV0, 58%. Double Ring Doom Orb, LV1, 18%. Scythe, Forbidden Technique LV0, 21%. Eternal Doom Whip, Forbidden Technique LV0, 7%. Superior Ring Serpent's Eye, Exclusive Forbidden Technique LV0, 10%. After a whole afternoon of fighting, and Zorn also killed some transcendents, especially killing the Evil Spirit Divine Archmaster. In addition to participating in the siege of level 4 and level 5 powerful transcendents. This made Zorn's sequence experience increase by about 8%. Zorn estimated that according to the current progress, in more than a month, less than 2 months, he could reach the peak of level 3, and then be promoted to level 4. Lost in thought, Zorn's gaze fell on Life Drain. After constant use, this ability also reached a full state. Complete a full round of Life Drain on a powerful enemy. This is the key to the transformation of the Life Drain ability. Just now, directly sucking to death the Evil Spirit Divine Archmaster barely counted as completing a round. However, Zorn tried it and there was no way to break through. Obviously the effect was not strong enough. Lost in thought, Zorn looked at the last 1/3 of the Evil Spirit Announcement Ceremony stigmata. He transferred all of them and invested them in Life Drain. This time, Life Drain easily broke through level LV1, reaching the level of mastery. The intensity of extraction and conversion has increased by more than 2 times, close to 3 times. After upgrading, in addition to being able to extract the life, soul, and source quality of normal living beings. At the same time, I can also extract the life I need from natural plants, remaining vitality of flesh and blood remains, corpses, and even some special forms of life. As the last part of the Evil Spirit Announcement Ceremony stigmata was consumed, that trace engraved in the Oblin City Flower Scroll chapter belonging to Zorn also completely disappeared. Although there will definitely be people who talk about the story of the mysterious Evil Spirit Announcement Ceremony after dinner. But it will no longer contribute stigmata to Zorn. But
Zorn looked at the junction of the Mist Zone and the Old Town area. Even though the holy sun rose high today, there was also the terrifying dark magic tree that stood against it. But that huge death haze, evil spirit disaster, still firmly existed in the Oblin City chapter scroll. Holy marks like the evil spirit revelation ritual will gradually weaken over 3 to 5 years, eventually dissipating completely. The powerful immortal holy mark of evil spirit cataclysm will never disappear. And next, finding a suitable opportunity, Zorn will once again construct a new immortal calamity holy mark. Zorn could feel that the opportunity was coming soon. Magician, divine artificer. When Zorn arrived at the North Ring Street of the Fog District, the clouds in the sky seemed to be completely ignited. The entire city of Oglon was bathed in blood-red sunset clouds. The setting sun also resembled a blazing sun burning with blood-colored flames. Under the blood-colored light and shadow, the afterimage of the entire city of Oglon was stretched long and dull. In a trance, Zorn vaguely saw a few outlines of the bleeding sun. But it was not rising, but setting. At least today, this time, the epic chapter of Oglon did not have a place for the bleeding sun. Mr. Byrne, the demon apostle, and Ms. Gator were at the police station entrance, chatting and laughing while looking at the blood-colored sun. Zorn vaguely seemed to hear a tavern joke, making Ms. Gator laugh heartily. "Good afternoon, Mr. Zorn." Seeing Zorn's arrival, Mr. Byrne and Ms. Gator restrained their smiles and bowed slightly in greeting. The relationship between transcendents is complicated. But sometimes it's very simple. Whoever is stronger will be the one who is respected. Today, Zorn Crick, this level 3 fighter, had demonstrated strength that convinced them. Before, in the carriage, they didn't quite believe what Chief Caroline had said to Zorn, hoping he could go all out. But now it seems that Chief Caroline was really prescient. "Good afternoon." Zorn slightly tipped his hat in return. Just as Zorn was looking at the officers going in and out of the police station, hesitating whether to go in, Mr. Byrne, the demon apostle, spoke. "Chief Caroline is very busy at the moment, and we probably won't see her for some time in the future. When I went in earlier, Chief Caroline told me to tell you too that she will invite us again when she has time and express her gratitude." "Thank you." Zorn nodded. Then he looked at the misty street and frowned slightly. It would be too difficult to get a carriage in the Fog District in the evening. In the past, the police station's carriage would always take him back. But today, the police station is so busy that no one is free. "Do you want a ride?" Just as Zorn was wondering how to get back, Mr. Byrne asked with a smile. "All right, let me reintroduce myself. My part-time job is a coachman in Oglon, and my carriage is parked across the street." Hearing this, Zorn couldn't help but be slightly stunned. "I didn't realize Mr. Byrne had such a way to make a fortune." Just forced by life." "All right, I also occasionally work as a private detective, and my best business is collecting evidence of affairs, cheating, and the like of noble gentlemen or noble ladies. Fair prices, no deception." Mr. Byrne, the demon apostle, had a truly rich life experience. Zorn couldn't help but sigh slightly. The two got into Mr. Byrne's carriage and first sent Ms. Gator Isaiah back. By the time Zorn arrived at Golo Longstreet, it was completely dark. From afar, Zorn saw Doom Shadow Alvin and the Ratcatcher boy Isaac chatting and laughing by the street lamp. From their relaxed expressions, Zorn knew the result. Saying goodbye to Mr. Byrne, Zorn invited Alvin and Isaac to enter the manor together. Dinner was already prepared here. While enjoying dinner, the two recounted the rather arduous and dangerous battle in the afternoon. When that guy appeared there, his body was as thin as an undead skeleton. I even felt like he couldn't stand still. He was very surprised at first as to why we were there. But then he became extremely angry and wanted to reprimand us, but his withered and weak state did not allow him to do so. Isaac attracted that guy's attention in front, and I ambushed him fiercely from behind. My blade pierced his heart, if he still had that thing. I didn't draw my short sword. That greedy blood blade can constantly absorb and squeeze the enemy's vitality. Leaving it on the enemy is the best choice. Isaac also used his most powerful means to heavily strike that terrifying guy.
Please forgive me for describing him in such simple and straightforward words. But that's the truth. Isaac on the side kept nodding and adding. That skeleton-like guy was indeed very scary. The two of us joined forces and tried our best to kill him after fighting for more than 10 minutes. Fortunately, Mr. Zorn, you set up the ritual curtain there in advance, so that the guy could not escape that space area, otherwise, we probably wouldn't be able to keep him. Of course, the potion that you gave us too, 1 bottle each, that filled us with power also played a huge role. That terrifying power made me feel like there was a giant dragon agitating my heart and my body, and my whole body was full of strength. Even so, both of us suffered serious injuries to varying degrees. Speaking of this, Isaac swallowed a large piece of beef and continued. Fortunately, the holy healing glimmering agent you gave us allowed us to recover from our injuries. Otherwise, the two of us would probably have difficulty climbing up from that deep secret room. Mr. Zorn, I feel that the holy healing glimmering agent is very amazing, and it seems to be much better than what I bought on the market. Zorn smiled lightly. This is a refined holy healing potion that I asked the potion master to specially concoct, and its efficacy is at least doubled. In addition to the promised reward, I will give each of you a dozen of these refined holy healing potions. Ah, wouldn't that be too much? Isaac said softly. Isaac, you're being too polite. Mr. Zorn treats us like his own people. Alvin, the doomed shadow on the side, regarded Zorn's place as his own home, eating and drinking heartily. Of course, when it's time to work, this guy will still go all out. He has both self-awareness and a devout belief in the great lord of the holy witches. Realizing that he was indeed being too polite, Isaac immediately stopped refusing. After dinner. The night was already very deep. Coachman Old Nero had just sent the two away. A larger carriage came to the outside of the manor. The lamp-carrying old man came down. The dark and silent basement. An orange lantern propped up the darkness, illuminating the diagonally downward steps. Zorn and the lamp-carrying old man entered the basement one after the other. Silently, the two looked at a corner on the side at the same time. As the lamp-carrying old man raised the lantern, the light rose a lot. Under the orange light, Vanessa's figure gradually emerged. Ah! I was discovered so quickly, I thought I could hide for a while longer. Vanessa stuck out her tongue. Able to borrow the master's black mist power to jump directly in from the outside. It seems that Miss Merciful Witch has become very adapted to the linkage and use of the master's power. The lamp-carrying old man praised. Vanessa's bright eyes sized up the lamp-carrying old man for a moment. You are the lamp-carrying old man, although the master did not mention it to me, I can feel your existence. It's Ferdinand Hage, the Viscount. Zorn glanced at Vanessa and said this. Vanessa immediately nodded obediently, indicating that she had remembered. Since you're here, come over together. Opening a pre-prepared Calamity Black Mist secret room, the three entered one after another. In the secret room, on the table, the lamp-carrying old man placed the black monster treasure chest he was carrying, which was heavily sealed. While undoing the seal, he said. I guarded there and lit up everything around with the light of the lantern. As you expected, Master, the extremely weak evil spirit Theurgist came to the trap I built for him through resurrection. Without much resistance, he was quickly suppressed and sealed by me with the lantern. He also wanted to self-destruct, but I didn't give him a chance. After speaking, the lamp-carrying old man patted the black monster seal treasure chest. After wriggling for a moment, the monster treasure chest spat out a bound figure. Looking at the evil spirit Theurgist who had been calculated all the way and was now sealed tightly. Zorn did not hesitate and directly used life absorption. The already LV1 life absorption gurgled and surged, absorbing the flesh and blood remains of Erguns. But for the evil spirit Theurgist's own vitality, soul, spiritual source quality, etc., Zorn did not absorb them. A living evil spirit Theurgist is more valuable than a dead one. Soon, Zorn completed the absorption of the flesh and blood remains of Erguns. Gurgling, in the continuous absorption, under the nourishment of the flesh and blood remains. All aspects of the evil spirit warlock sequence are constantly growing stronger. The most obvious improvement is in the comprehensive strength of spells and the efficiency of casting.
And this is the aspect that the evil spirit theurgist is best at. A full dozen minutes passed.
Zorn then slowly completely digested the power of all the absorbed flesh and blood remains. The strength of various spells has increased by at least 30%. After all, the strength of my own sequence of spells is already very high, so being able to increase by 30% is already an exaggeration. In addition, the casting efficiency has also increased by about 50%. Before, my casting efficiency was not fast enough, but now it is enough. After devouring the flesh and blood remains of the evil spirit theurgist, Zorn, whose comprehensive strength has been further improved, can feel that his compatibility with the calamity source has also greatly increased. To build a spiritual domain in the calamity source, either the level must be high enough, or enough flesh and blood remains must be devoured. Zorn has already devoured 2 extra good copies of Ergun's flesh and blood, and the level threshold will naturally be appropriately reduced.
Once Zorn completes the construction of the spiritual domain, the many calamity black mists that were pried loose before will have a more powerful use. While thinking, Zorn looked at Francis Rossetti, the evil spirit theurgist on the side. At this time, although the evil spirit theurgist's body was withered, and he was breathing more out than in, but he was not dead. Zorn did not absorb all of Ergun's flesh and blood. Instead, he left about 1/10 of the remains in his body, retaining his evil spirit theurgist sequence. However, the remaining 1/10 of the flesh and blood remains will make his sequence strength very weak. And this is exactly what Zorn wants to see. While thinking, Zorn began to use the evil spirit authority to enslave and control the evil spirit theurgist. While conducting a comprehensive baptism of his soul, will, spirituality, etc., Zorn thought about the follow-up plan. Others do not know that the evil spirit theurgist has been captured. Under this premise, he has great value. Next, Zorn intends to use the evil spirit theurgist as the spokesperson for the powerful ritual power of evil spirit cataclysm. Anyway, Zorn is the one who starts the ritual, and Zorn is also the ultimate beneficiary of the immortal calamity holy mark. The evil spirit theurgist is just a puppet facade controlled by Zorn. In the next 1 or 2 evil spirit cataclysms, as the evil spirit theurgist and the evil spirit cataclysm appear together, then everyone will know that the evil spirit theurgist launched the evil spirit cataclysm. And the evil spirit theurgist is a core member of the Sun Church. Then the next question is simple. This will successfully evolve into a war between the Holy Blazing Sun Church and the Sun Church. Every blow of the evil spirit cataclysm against the Holy Blazing Sun Church will be transformed into the Holy Blazing Sun Church's anger towards the Sun Church. Then let the Holy Blazing Sun Church launch a more violent pursuit of the Sun Church. Even if, in the near future, the Holy Blazing Sun Church itself will produce huge turmoil and infighting. But before the collapse, under Zorn's guidance, it will bloom its last sanctity and authority. Times. Ogran City. A great battle occurred in Ogran City between the Holy Radiant Sun Church and the Sun Church, a heretical church that worships evil gods, whose souls have been corrupted, and who have lost their humanity. It caused considerable damage to the Bay Area. The trade at the Bay Area docks was halted for 2 days. Many aristocratic clubs were also affected to some extent. After all, the Golden Palm Beach Club was the nest of the evil god organization. Many aristocratic clubs were investigated to varying degrees. All were more or less affected. The great battle between the church and the evil god organization in Ogran City, after brewing for 3 days, began to spread rapidly throughout the Holy Relic continent and the vast ocean with the report of the steam daily. Ogran City, the city of steam on the northern frontier, once again became the focus of attention of all forces in the Holy Relic continent. From the newspaper's special praise for the Ogran City Church's actions, and the promotion of the Great Golden Sun / Zorn could deduce that the golden sun that rose through the ritual was a method specifically used by the Church to engrave holy marks. And the purpose was naturally to eliminate the potential influence of the bleeding sun. Even if the Sun Church reignited the bleeding sun later, it would not cause 2 terrible immortal holy marks. This day, early morning, while enjoying breakfast, Zorn suddenly looked towards the evil spirit disaster area at the junction of the Mist District and the Old City. He saw that the thick cloud of death and disaster that had been firmly entrenched there for the past month or two was gradually dissipating at this time. Taking advantage of the opportunity to strike at the Sun Church. The Holy Radiant Sun Church was actually going to eliminate the evil spirit disaster together. The Holy Radiant Sun Church is really sparing no effort to prolong its life. Zorn took a sip of thick meat soup, and then smiled slightly.
However, it has lasted long enough.
Currently, the disaster boundary has already formed, and the anchor point has been anchored in the Ugran City epic. The elimination of the evil spirit disaster will not affect the existence of the immortal disaster holy mark.
In his thoughts, Zorn sensed his immortal disaster holy mark.
The immortal holy mark occupies about 1/3 of the entire holy mark. The outer 2/3 are conventional holy marks. But to maintain the eternal existence of this 1/3 of the immortal holy mark, it is necessary to maintain the outer 2/3 of the conventional holy mark. Under the effect of the immortal holy mark, the outer 2/3 of the conventional holy mark also have immortal characteristics and will not decay, belonging to the pseudo-immortal holy mark. Overall, this time's disaster holy mark cannot be used and consumed, just let it be permanently anchored here, become my anchor point, resurrection point, and continuously help me pry the disaster black mist. With the weakening, or even the demise, of the rat plague in the sewer world, the underground ritual can no longer continue to help Zorn pry the disaster black mist. Now, Zorn relies on the Sun King Golden Skeleton and the disaster holy mark to pry. The evil spirit's revelation holy mark could also perform a small amount of prying before, but it has been completely consumed by Zorn. In the epic, using great rituals to engrave different holy marks requires both a gap in the time dimension and a certain distance in the spatial dimension. The next evil spirit disaster involving the evil spirit theurgist needs to carefully consider the location and the target unit to be sacrificed. The evil spirit theurgist's revenge on the Holy Radiant Sun Church is undoubtedly a very good direction. It's just, Zorn slightly rubbed his palm. The control difficulty of the evil spirit theurgist is higher than imagined. The flesh and blood of the evil Goddard Eunice still has something to it. However, once this guy is perfectly controlled, many important resource information can be pried out of his mouth. For example, the location where the Sun King Golden Skeleton is hidden. In addition, the recovery efficiency of the evil spirit theurgist is a bit slow, but there is no hurry. While nurturing it with the disaster black mist, letting it eat more rats will allow it to slowly recover.
That night, before leaving, the Lantern Old Man took away a portion of the disaster black mist with his lantern.
Zorn's 4 guardians in the lower sequence cannot pry the disaster black mist. But they can effectively refine and absorb, and use the disaster black mist. Zorn giving them the disaster black mist can more effectively exert their own strength.
For example,
Vanessa, the merciful witch, who is the first to get the moon near the water. She secretly absorbs Zorn's disaster black mist and refines it when she has nothing to do. She thinks she is doing it very secretly, but Zorn clearly perceives every wisp of black mist being absorbed.
Late August.
The war between the Holy Radiant Sun and the Sun Secret Church is intensifying in the Republic of Ostenton. Not only are those dedicated reporters from Ostenton chasing the Church Knights for war reports. Even the Saintsman Steam Daily has taken out a portion of the space for special reports. In the Castle Manor deep in the grey mist, the Knights are exterminating members of the conspiring Sun Church. In the commercially prosperous Steam Town, the enforcers are hunting down members of the Sun Church. In the manor in Ugran City, the City Hall arrested nobles who participated in the evil god organization, confiscated their assets, and then the church lit and burned them.
In the entire late August.
Whether it is the Republic of Ostenton or the Saintsman Empire, or those South Continent empires, and the residents of the islands above the ocean. Many people's eyes converged again on that steam city adjacent to the mist in the northern frontier of the continent where the rat plague and evil spirit disaster had once appeared Ugrand. The entire late August in Ugran City was not very peaceful. At this time, the benefits of having powerful extraordinary power were highlighted. At least 3 or 4 times, some robbers and thieves, or other nobles wanted to threaten Zorn's pharmaceutical factory. Zorn directly let Alvin take action. This guy is a ruthless mafia boss. The group of guys under his command used to do things that would cost them their heads. Now, although they have been baptized by Zorn. But Zorn has never been kind to those who threaten him. The mafia boss Alvin's action taught those ignorant guys a lesson, and naturally no one dared to easily provoke Zorn's steam pharmaceutical factory again. The restless Ogran City in late August was very beneficial to Zorn. With the opening of the new Witch Steam pharmaceutical factory, a large number of skilled pharmacy apprentices successively entered the steam factory. These pharmacy apprentices are all backbone members who came out of the small steam pharmacy factory before. Enough to maintain the operation of the new steam pharmaceutical factory. During this period, Zorn went to see Miss Artisan a few times and harvested a very good high-quality spiritual statue. And there are several more Miss Artisan is still continuing to make. At the same time, some orders that Zorn introduced to Miss Artisan also made Miss Artisan very rich during this period. Even her sequence level is about to be promoted. For the artisan sequence, constantly making various extraordinary props and extraordinary equipment can continuously obtain the artisan source quality, and then quickly upgrade. At the end of August, with the first batch of hundreds of witches entering the Ogran City Steam Pharmaceutical Factory, Zorn clearly felt his combat source quality surge. The sequence that originally needed some time to upgrade has been greatly accelerated. Early September. The weather is still hot, but it is not as hot as July and August. At the same time, the Holy Radiant Sun Church's pursuit of the Sun Church seems to have come to an end. The latest novel is first published in 6 Uptak 9 Uptak Book Uptak Bar Uptak. A few days ago, I could still see members of the church knights coming in and out of Golo Street every day, very frequently. These 2 days, there are very few. As the witches continue to enter the factory to work. Bishop Teresa also brought good news. They have found a very good magic castle and are currently on the way to be transported with the caravan. It will be able to arrive in Ogran City in the next 2 days. The investment of the mountain witches has brought Zorn a rich harvest. And this is just the beginning. At noon, Zorn was checking the situation of the north of Ogran City being shrouded in mist. While thinking about the trajectory of subsequent events and the possible situations. According to the current situation of the steam tide surging. Originally in September, October, at the latest in the winter season. The bleeding sun will bloom in the Republic of Ostenton. The authority of the Holy Radiant Sun will be taken away apart. At the same time, the terrible ritual of the bleeding sun will ignite all the devout believers, evangelists, and authority holders of the Holy Radiant Sun in the 3 areas of the hills, valleys, and sea plains under the mountains. Then, more important secrets were revealed. That is, the Holy Radiant Sun Church is affected by the Saints' Man Empire. And then constantly suppresses and contains the development of the extraordinary power of the Republic of Ostenton. The church has become the black hand of national confrontation. This made the nobles of the Republic of Ostenton, who had long been dissatisfied with the Holy Radiant Sun, suddenly burst into anger. And the Sun Church that regained its authority was able to rise rapidly in the Republic of Ostenton and its sister neighboring country St. Gle Empire. And become the officially recognized Orthodox Church. Then the Holy Radiant Sun Church declared the Sun Church as heretics, worshipping evil gods. And the Sun Church called the Holy Radiant Sun worshipped by the Holy Radiant Sun Church has fallen and is about to usher in the twilight of the gods. The Church's war reignited in the northern part of the continent. This is the original trajectory. But after Zorn's betrayal, the trajectory of the original era tide was changed. The rising time of the bleeding sun will inevitably be postponed, and the intensity of the power will also be greatly weakened. After all, the number 1 seed Zorn Korik and the number 2 seed Evil Spirit Theurgist have never dedicated themselves, and the effect of the number 3 seed sought by the Sun Church will be much worse. In the overall situation, the future period will be relatively stable. And this is precisely the perfect environment for me to reconstruct the evil spirit disaster. Zorn, who is rapidly digesting the combat source quality obtained from the witches, already has several good goals. Before that, Zorn needs to let the evil spirit Theurgist recover a certain amount of strength as soon as possible. Young Master Zorn.
Vanessa's voice came from outside the door.
What's wrong?
Vanessa, who pushed the door in, lowered her voice and said.
Just now, I felt that there were other people spying on our manor nearby again.
When I approached, they noticed something and left on their own.
Zorn nodded. Pay more attention to safety, generally speaking, they dare not come in.
In his thoughts, Zorn looked at the streets and the lush forest outside.
Without thinking too much, Zorn knew that this was Dukemok's people.
According to what Zorn knew, the progress in Rift Mist Town was rapid, which naturally made Dukemok a little restless.
That Dukemok does have some means, it is estimated that he will soon attack me. Whether it is investigating my identity sequence and some confidential information, or directly assassinating me. Need to carry out a certain defense.
Zorn, who has swallowed 2 pieces of Ergunus's flesh and blood remains, has extremely strong comprehensive strength. Completely not afraid of that evil spirit fire mage Dukemok in a head-on confrontation.
But some insidious tricks should be guarded against.
Evil spirit fire mage Dukemok has extremely strong background in strength. Wanting to kill him directly is basically impossible.
Because
evil spirit fire mage also has resurrection. Although it is a resurrection, it is a very special ritual resurrection. It will use a special flame to complete the sacrifice ritual in death.
The resurrection will be stronger than the original state. So, Zorn's current strategy is to drive him out of the official camp of Wogran City in the first step.
Let him enter the Holy Radiant Sun Church. When he begins to bathe in the light of the Holy Radiant Sunday,
the countdown to death also starts.
Waiting for the bleeding sun to rise. The light of the Holy Radiant Sun that once nourished him will become the fuse for his death. Zorn only needs to wait for the opportunity to perfectly harvest the remains of evil spirit fire mage Dukemok. Planning for a long time before and after, and personally promoting many plans. Now, after his strength has gradually become stronger,
Zorn can not only firmly grasp his own destiny trajectory,
even more can push the tide of the times to surge fiercely to fit his own trajectory.
This is the tide maker of the times.
Instead of being like the previous Zorn Korik, drifting with the tide, and then being slapped to death by the turbulent waves.
Steam God Kingdom. The magical castle. Deep within the bright and silent basement. A small, rather simple, and even somewhat drafty wooden house stood quietly.
The light from the basement's gas lamps illuminated every detail of this small wooden house.
Vanessa, knocking and tapping on the small house, walked in along the doorframe, looking around with curiosity.
Young Master Zorn, this so-called magical castle, magical house, doesn't seem that impressive. Vanessa curiously poked her head out of the window to look at Zorn.
That's because it hasn't been fully tamed yet.
Once it's tamed, you'll understand the power of this mobile magical castle. Zorn was also examining and feeling the magical house that had just arrived today, costing around £5,200 in total.
£5,000 was the purchase price. Month.
This kind of magical house, not yet fully tamed, needs to be transported slowly by magical creatures. The 200 transportation fee was a bit high, but it was safe and worry-free. He placed his palm on the magical house. Gurgle, the calamity black mist surged forth. The magical house first took a small sip, and after digesting it for a moment, it seemed to feel that this calamity black mist energy was not bad, and continued to absorb and digest it. Seeing that the magical house could digest the calamity black mist, Zorn was slightly relieved.
When Zorn asked Bishop Teresa for a magical castle, he had specified that it needed to be of high intensity.
The higher the intensity, the more it could digest high-quality energy like the calamity black mist. As the magical house digested some calamity black mist.
Take the things and come over here. Zorn beckoned Vanessa. Vanessa immediately picked up the prepared black monster treasure chest and quickly walked over. The monster treasure chest was filled with many things and was very heavy.
However, the merciful witch was also in the small boss sequence, and her strength was not weak.
The heavy monster treasure chest was very light for her now. Holding Vanessa's hand, Zorn took a light step forward. Buzz. Space ripples bloomed slightly.
The two disappeared into the depths of the basement. In the darkness, Zorn opened the monster treasure chest and took out a small, half-person-high, steam source pool lighthouse.
Dense light immediately dispelled the surrounding darkness.
As Zorn gradually took out one steam source pool lighthouse after another from the monster treasure chest, the internal space of the magical castle was gradually lit up. Although it was called a magical castle, the internal environment was a relatively barren wasteland terrain.
There were only a few weeds and bushes.
Most of the ground was soil, gravel, and some larger rocks. When Zorn placed these steam source pool lighthouses, a portion of the calamity black mist surged forth, slowly linking the steam source pool lighthouses with the magical castle.
The magical castle itself was a living thing with extraordinary vitality.
And this steam source pool lighthouse used a construct core as the core of a small source energy reserve pool.
As the magical castle operated and grew,
these steam source pool lighthouses could become a part of the magical castle. They could be used as lighting lighthouses and as source energy pools.
More importantly,
the steam source pool lighthouse that Zorn constructed could slowly draw a certain amount of source energy from the outside world, continuously strengthening the various magical functions inside the magical castle, such as defense, walking, deformation, and many other functions. After placing a total of 10 steam source pool lighthouses, Zorn carried a handheld lamp, restrained the light, and began to explore the interior of the magical castle with Vanessa.
About half an hour later, Zorn had roughly figured out the internal situation of this magical castle.
The internal space is roughly elliptical, with a short diameter of just over to medium-sized village. After the gray fog dissipates, it can be deployed near the fog area manor, and then workers can be recruited to build a brand new steam castle. After the construction is completed, let the magical castle absorb and digest the steam castle. At that time, a perfect steam magical castle will be officially born. It has both magical characteristics and can obtain powerful mobility and defense capabilities, and even mobility, through steam power. Unlike the slow movement of ordinary magical castles, the steam magical castle can travel across the wasteland at a speed comparable to a horse.
It can also climb mountains, cross ridges, and swim in the ocean. When retracted, it can even be as small as a suitcase held in your hand. That's why it can be called magical. In terms of the advantages of cultivation speed, it needs to devour enough metal materials and activate the spider house characteristic to grow at least 6 spider house legs to move quickly. In his thoughts, various heaven-defying and abstract operations of many experts in cultivating magical houses and magical castles appeared in Zorn's mind. Conventional cultivation methods could no longer satisfy those experts' cultivation of magical castles.
Some put wings on the magical castle and flew in the sky. Others installed ocean lungs on the magical castle and built it into a magical submarine. Still others used the assassin and scout sequences to irrigate it, causing the magical castle to undergo directional mutations, allowing it to hide like an assassin, or even assassinate explorers. Of course, there were also some who sacrificed a large number of believers to the Great World Barrier Lord and then installed a thick world barrier wall on the magical castle, turning the magical castle into a mobile defensive steel fortress. Players had too many tricks on the magical castle. Zorn's tricks were not too excessive. He just wanted to move the power of the God's Kingdom ruins into the magical castle and complete the fusion, constructing an ordinary Steam God's Kingdom magical castle. What's wrong with a God's Kingdom growing legs and moving on its own? There was still a long time before the Steam magical castle was built. Next, Zorn and Vanessa began to move. They began to move many items into the magical castle. In the manor's basement, enemies might still sneak in, and there might even be a possibility of theft. But in the magical castle that had absorbed the calamity black mist, enemies would definitely not be able to enter. Even if they did, they would only be courting death, and the safety would be even higher. With this magical castle in hand, in the following time, Zorn could cultivate skills and conduct steam research inside, and the outside world would not notice. To have more foundation and potential in the extraordinary world. His own safe house for climbing extraordinary steam technology was essential.
Unknowingly, several days passed quickly.
The time came to mid-September.
This day. 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After cultivating and studying for a whole day, Zorn enjoyed a leisurely afternoon tea time with Vanessa's massage. Beep beep, a burst of rapid honking broke the silence. A steam car sped over at an extremely fast speed, and then stopped with a screeching brake on the road outside the manor. This series of actions made many passers-by look sideways. The man who got out of the car was burly with a brown beard. It was Mrs. Mabel's driver, Mr. Kane. "I have something to go out. If someone invades the manor, just sneak attack and fight. It's okay to kill them directly," Zorn, who got up, ordered. According to the manor castle law of Oblin City, Zorn has the right to kill any intruder. "Yes, young Master Zorn." Vanessa nodded very obediently. Although in front of Zorn, Vanessa was always so obedient.
But she was a genuine boss sequence, and her combat talent was extremely high.
She could quickly absorb and master many things Zorn taught.
Her strength had improved by leaps and bounds during this time.
Just the day before yesterday,
under Zorn's guidance, she successfully advanced to level 2. After upgrading, she only took half a day to stabilize. That merciful witch sequence seemed to be tailor-made for her.
Vanessa at level 2 was already very powerful.
Enough to take on the important task of guarding the house.
Wearing a black dress and a brown woven hat,
Zorn boarded Mrs. Mabel's steam car. Mrs. Mabel was not in the car, only the driver was alone. From the speed of the car just now, Zorn deduced that something must have happened. Before Zorn could ask, the driver, Mr. Kane, started the steam car and quickly said in a deep voice,
"After you told Mrs. Mabel those key intelligence information before."
Mrs. Mabel applied to Marquis Albert for half a month of research time on Riftfog Town, and Marquis Albert approved it. "The ritual you gave can indeed perfectly open the Grey Fog Rift, and only needs to invest a small amount of sacrifices to maintain the open state for a long time.
This also makes our research and promotion efficiency exceptionally exaggerated. During this period, we first pushed down the Mirror Witch world on the 3rd level, but what surprised us was, speaking of this, the driver, Mr. Kane, paused, and he looked at Zorn through the rearview mirror. The Mirror Witch is already dead, and all the good things have been stolen. That damn thief shouldn't be you, Mr. Zorn.
After all, a noble gentleman like you would definitely not do such a thing." Hearing this, Zorn's expression was calm and natural. Even if they had guessed it, Zorn insisted on not admitting it.
"You have no evidence, so you have to slander me."
Without dwelling on these details, the driver, Kane, continued to tell. Then Mrs. Mabel invited the reclusive undead assassin in the fog area. Just as you said, that undead gentleman single-handedly took the head of that undead lich.
After that, we entered the 5th level of the mage projection world.
The previous levels were all combat areas, and this is a level of harvest.
Although there is also some combat, the main tone is harvest.
On this level, we have obtained a lot of important resources and a large amount of transcendent knowledge.
I think you will definitely like those transcendent knowledge. To this, Zorn nodded slightly. The mysterious ancient mage had an extraordinary origin. The transcendent knowledge he collected was also very extensive.
Although Zorn had read most of the books in there, it was still beneficial to strengthen his learning of some professional books. Moreover, there were several special coordinates in the ancient mage's notes that were extremely important. These were all that Zorn had to get. Originally, according to our plan, we would effectively complete the acquisition of the 5th level world.
But I don't know who leaked the information about us promoting the deep world of Riftfog Town to Duke Muho.
Who would have thought that Duke Muho would take the lead in attacking, reporting to Marquis Albert, saying that we were cooperating with evil god organizations and secretly prying the important resources in Riftfog Town.
Currently, Duke Muho has already arrived at Riftfog Town with a part of the Oblin City Transcendent team and the power of the Church Knights.
Duke Muho, Mrs. Mabel, and Marquis Albert are all in Riftfog Town now.
Currently, they are confronting each other there. Hearing this, Zorn couldn't help but be slightly surprised. That damn Duke Muho, how dare he file a complaint first?
Mrs. Mabel's reflection on the car window glass told me to pick you up as soon as possible.
To prevent Duke Moho from playing any tricks. That's why I rushed over all the way.
Hearing this, Zorn's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked ahead, and said in a deep voice.
Tricks have already come.
But seeing that there was a team of Holy Sun Church Knights blocking the street ahead. There had been no Church Knights acting here as early as the beginning of September.
It was already the middle of September now.
These knights were obviously here with a mission. Moreover, Zorn had already noticed that the few level 3 and level 4 knights had obviously set their sights on the steam car.
Step on the accelerator to the metal, and crash straight through.
Zorn said sharply.
They are people from the church.
The driver Kane frowned slightly.
So what? Crash into the people from the church, today, whoever blocks will die.
Zorn's voice was full of murderous intent.
If we don't rush over, Mrs. Mabel will be in trouble. Even after they catch Mrs. Mabel, they will come to catch us. Understood, buckle up.
The driver Kane stepped on the steam car's accelerator to the metal. Buzz buzz buzz, the steam furnace roared like a giant beast.
Muwa is revealed.
Buzzing, a steam-powered steel behemoth of the new era sped past.
Before the level 3 and 4 knights could react, bang! Bang!
Accompanied by the roar and crash of the steam-powered steel behemoth, 2 knights blocking the center of the road were sent flying. They must have been at least 7 or 8 meters in the air. Then, to the astonishment of many knights, the steam-powered steel behemoth drifted sideways and entered another road. As the 2 airborne knights crashed heavily to the ground, the level 3 and 4 knights roared in uncontrollable rage.
Damn bastards, chase them, kill them.
Immediately, a level 4 knight, along with 3 level 3 knights, spurred their solar element warhorses, activated their charge skill, and chased after the steam car. Watching the church knights rapidly approaching from behind, damn it.
We'll be wanted by the church for the rest of our lives. Mr. Kane, the driver, shrieked. But then he added fiercely. Damn it, I only got clean 5 years ago, and now I have to go on the run again. Upon hearing this, Zorn couldn't help but smile.
He had long sensed that this Mr. Kane was no good. Looking at Zorn, who was sitting steadily in the back, through the rearview mirror, driver Kane said, Hey, kid, you've got guts.
Aren't you afraid of being wanted by the church? Those guys will chase you like mad dogs, constantly biting at you.
Until they tear your soul apart and devour your flesh. Upon hearing this, Zorn smiled lightly.
They better not, or they will experience what true fear is. The evil warlock boss just wants to develop in a low-key manner, but if the enemy prevents him from doing so, then he will simply enter a high-profile development phase. At that time, all the churches and the towns and manors managed by the church will be his death ranch. Evil spirit disaster will spring up like mushrooms after rain. Not attacking the church does not mean he will not attack. When it really comes to a stage where everyone breaks the rules and flips the table madly, you can't expect a terrifying evil spirit to abide by any humanitarianism. Ha ha! Upon hearing this, driver Kane couldn't help but laugh heartily. When I first saw you, I knew that your polite exterior hid madness. I was right.
While driving with one hand, he cast skills.
Incendiary bottle after another was thrown out. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Accompanied by the explosion of the Molotov cocktails.
Rumble!
The fiery flames instantly ignited a large area of the street, which blocked the chasing knights. To pass through these incendiary substances, one would inevitably be ignited by the flames.
Those knights obviously knew the power of these incendiary flames. Driver Kane's transcendent sequence is Pyromaniac, level 4. His strength is not weak. With the accelerator pedal floored, after more than 10 minutes, the faint outline of the huge gray mist of Rift Mist Town could be seen ahead. But at this time,
at the entrance of Rift Mist Town, there were not only members of the Holy Sun Church Knight Order.
There were also members of the official Transcendent team of Oblin City. You must know.
The legendary ancient mage's small plain ruins deep within Rift Mist Town are the core strategic direction of Oblin City. They are crucial to the prosperity of Oberlin City's transcendent power in the future.
Oberlin City naturally pays close attention to it. As for the Holy Sun Church,
they are themselves constrained by the Saintsman Empire, and they naturally want to suppress the rise of Oberlin City's transcendent power.
Confrontation is inevitable. Just as Zorn was wondering how to get in.
Bang bang bang, there was a knock on the door, coming from above. Zorn looked up and saw the reflection of Ms. Mabel on the roof of the car, looking at Zorn. Zorn extended his right hand. I appreciate your help, Ms. Reflection Person.
There are quite a few people waiting for you inside now. Ms. Reflection Person smiled lightly and pulled Zorn.
If you can't solve today's trouble, you may not be able to come out alive.
Zorn couldn't help but smile.
Don't worry, I definitely won't be the one dying today. Under the guidance of Ms. Reflection Person.
After passing through the world of reflections and the heavy fog,
Zorn walked out of a mist. As soon as he arrived at the spacious hall of Rift Mist Town, Zorn felt several powerful gazes. Not only was Marquis Albert there, but also several other existences of equal strength. This matter was no small matter. The Holy Sun Church and the official Oberlin City had sent many experts. As soon as Zorn arrived, he heard a cold and playful voice.
Remnants of the Solar Church, you dare to come here? Zorn calmly echoed back. Your Excellency Duke Muhua.
Now, mystery and transcendence are surging and agitating throughout the world. Bizarre whispers have long resounded throughout the world, even intertwined with us in the depths of dreams.
We cannot pretend not to hear.
Undoubtedly, mastering more transcendent power is the only way to gain a foothold in the future world and have a certain say. And you, as one of the core power holders of Oberlin City, openly suppressing the birth and development of Oberlin City's transcendent power.
Do you want that beast contaminated by the power of the superiors and Saintsman to devour our Ostanton sooner? Forgive my bluntness, your act of selling out the country is a bit too unsightly.
Although Zorn's voice was very calm, his aggressiveness was directly maxed out. The murderous intent in Duke Muhua's cold gaze surged slightly, and even the fire crows in the depths of his pupils seemed to be screeching loudly. Even many knights in the spacious church, as well as several experts from the Holy Sun Church, cast cold glances at Zorn. You're about to die, and you're still being stubborn. Today, I will let you die clearly. With a cold expression, Duke Muhua looked at Marquis Albert, as if he had planned it long ago, and slowly began to speak.
Lord Marquis Albert, after a detailed investigation by my people, we discovered that
Lady Mabel clearly possesses the means to stably open the ancient ruins deep within Rift Mist Town. But she has been hiding it from us. Until recently, Lady Mabel colluded with Zornkrieg, a remnant of the Solar Secret Sect,
and quietly opened the exploration of Rift Mist Town.
They quickly cleared the 3rd and 4th floors, and now they have entered the 5th level world, where they are rapidly plundering a large amount of resources. Although they may take out some of the resources for Oberlin City, most of the important resources are taken away by this Lady Mabel and Zornkrieg, a remnant of the Solar Church. After all, we don't know what they took out after quietly opening the Grey Mist Rift Passage.
Perhaps there are some top-level resources, terrifying sealed items. After all, Lady Mabel's reflection person sequence is very simple and convenient for transporting materials.
As all the accusations were directed at Zorn and Lady Mabel, heavy gazes pressed down like mountains.
Your Excellency Duke Gustave Muhua.
Lady Mabel's voice was clear and cold. The entire secret of the Rift Mist Town operation that I opened has long been secretly informed to Lord Marquis Albert.
You want to slander me?
Then I will have to ask about the treasure resources of the Grey Mist Knights on the 1st floor. After you took it away, you hid the ritual and prayer secrets to open Rift Mist Town, greatly delaying our Oberlin City's progress in exploring ancient resources and treasures.
This is a complete act of treason. Faced with Lady Mabel's questioning, Duke Gustave Muhua's expression was calm and composed.
There are naturally only some conventional resources inside, and there are no opening rituals or prayer secrets. It is clear that you obtained the ancient ritual and ritual secrets, and then refused to take them out. Until the arrival of Zornkrieg, this remnant of the Solar Church, in order to contribute resources to help the Solar Church construct the terrifying ritual of Bleeding Sun. That's why you took the risk, ostensibly informing Lord Marquis Albert, but actually smuggling resources in secret.
Moreover, I have very, very crucial evidence. Listening to Duke Muhwa's explanation.
In the solemn and depressing old church hall, all eyes once again fell on Duke Muhwa. Duke Muhwa suddenly pointed at Zornkrik. This guy is that damned, terrifying evil spirit that has been wandering in the sky above Oblin City.
Faced with Duke Muhwa's accusation,
the entire old church hall suddenly sank.
Everyone held their breath, and their gazes fell on Zorn with a slight look of astonishment.
At this time, Zorn also looked dazed.
Ah, he paused slightly. I'm an evil spirit? How come I don't know?
Duke Muhwa's pupils narrowed slightly, and faint crow screeches surged in the depths.
Respected Mr. Evil Spirit.
He squinted his eyes and stared at Zorn. Please maintain your disguise. Next, I will tear it all open layer by layer,
completely exposing your terrifying evil spirit's true face.
Zornkrik. Duke Muhwa roared suddenly.
Do you have a rat catcher friend named Isaac Rudolph?
Zorn took a deep breath, and a trace of fanaticism surged in the depths of his eyes.
This guy, can he really uncover my disguise? This is really so exciting. The current Zorn is more eager for Duke Muhwa's performance than anyone else. So, he cooperated very well.
Yes.
Zorn nodded.
I do have a rat catcher friend named Isaac. He is a diligent rat-catching boy. During the rat plague, he hunted many gray rats in Oblin City. Duke Muhwa listened to Zorn's explanation. He sneered for a moment, and then explained loudly. At the end of June, during the days of heavy rain, Isaac's teacher, the rat catcher named Bevis, was greedy for success and suffered an attack from the Rat King, suffering a death curse. According to the description of that rat catcher, I'm afraid it is a terrifying curse that can only be lifted by hunting the Rat King. And it was on that day that a fighter and a rat catcher joined forces to go deep underground and killed the invincible blood source lower-level Rat King Knight.
Am I right, Mr. Fighter? As the
prelude explained by Duke Muhwa slowly fell. A variety of gazes of astonishment, doubt, envy, and shock converged on Zornkrik.
Some time ago, it was a sensation in Oblin City.
A person singled out the powerful Rat King, and became famous in Oblin City.
Let countless transcendents recognize the powerful and mysterious existence of the fighter sequence. It's him. Confrontation in Liwu town is revealed. The showdown begins.
Faced with Duke Muhwa's exposure, Zorn remained calm and composed as always.
Duke Muhwa, please say everything you want to say. Speaking clearly is beneficial for everyone, isn't it? Duke Muhwa questioned sternly. Just tell me, are you that martial artist?
Taking a deep breath, Zorn spread his hands. It seems I can't hide the fact that I killed the Rat King, solved the rat plague to some extent, and even annihilated the rat epidemic and disaster. Yes, I killed the blood source lower being Rat King Knight. Since it had been exposed to this point, Zorn simply stopped hiding it. Zorn's admission immediately caused a slight stir of private discussion within the old church. Killing the terrifying Rat King was indeed an honor, but it also brought trouble. Without sufficient strength, it would be a disaster. Zorn could anticipate that Duke Muhwa would definitely make an issue of this.
However, Zorn's preparations were more thorough than he imagined.
Next, it would depend on how much Duke Muhwa could dig up. If Zorn's true identity were really exposed, although that was unlikely, then a brand new version of the high-profile, heretic spirit warlock would officially launch.
Zorn had even planned out his future trajectory.
First month, the deceitful heretic spirit monster is ambushed and brutally killed by the Orange City Hall and the Holy Sun Church, dismembered and left to die in Riftfog Town. Second month, the disheveled heretic spirit devil revives and flees, desperately arriving at the ancient Grey Mist Mountains. Third month, the creator of the heretic spirit cataclysm colludes with the solar cult, plotting and threatening Ortansden. Fourth month, the terrifying, heretic spirit warlock ignites the bleeding sun, causing heavy losses to the Holy Sun Church.
Fifth month, the warlock Zorn Korik is marching towards Oran City.
Sixth month, the great chief court archmage, Zorn Korik, is about to reside in the royal courtyard of the Ortansden Republic.
Being exposed wasn't scary. What was scary was having no backup plan.
Now, Zorn had been plotting and preparing for a long time, and his strength was growing daily.
So what if you exposed my heretic spirit warlock identity? I can still be a winner in life by changing factions and positions. Then,
Lord Zorn Korik. After a moment, Duke Muwa's voice was like a knife, seemingly wanting to tear through Zorn Korik's layers of disguise.
After killing the blood source lower being Rat King Knight, what did you do with those terrifying forbidden bloods and the remains of the great iguana's flesh? With your abundant knowledge of transcendence, it would be disrespectful to yourself to simply burn them, wouldn't it?
When mentioning forbidden blood and iguana's flesh remains, some greedy gazes fell on Zorn. Zorn was unwilling to bear the reputation and glory of killing the Rat King precisely because of this downside. It was too easy to attract attention. After pondering for a moment, Zorn said, "These are my personal spoils of war, and I have the right not to disclose their whereabouts and uses, right?" But, feeling the intertwined gazes, Zorn stated calmly, "Given the current situation, it might be difficult to give a satisfactory explanation without elaborating." In his thoughts, Zorn's memory seemed to return to that rainy afternoon when he defeated the Rat King and cooked its heart by the campfire. "After defeating the Rat King, I used a special method to extract the forbidden blood that was contaminated to some extent from the Rat King's heart. In the end, I obtained about 5 or 6 bottles of contaminated forbidden blood. Of course, the iguana's flesh that Duke Muhwot is so concerned about also separated out on its own.
Naturally, I also collected and sealed it. Then, I burned the Rat King Knight's remains to ashes. After that, for a period of time, regarding that rare and precious ancient flesh remains, Zorn paused. For a moment, everyone listened intently, afraid of missing a single word. As the experts of Oran City, they naturally knew that the value of that ancient flesh remains was extremely high. I slowly researched and tried to refine and absorb it myself. To this day, I have indeed absorbed quite a bit, which has greatly increased my strength. Yes, you heard right, I did absorb the iguana's flesh remains, but that's just my spoils of war, nothing more. Just like I ate the golden Rat King's golden heart. Originally, my martial artist sequence's strength was already extremely powerful. It's not an exaggeration to say that, in a one-on-one fight, I, Zorn Korik, have the power to single-handedly kill that terrifying Rat King. I'm not looking down on the knights in the temple, but it can be said that in the 3rd level stage, there isn't one who can beat me, and even in the 4th level range, it's the same. These words made many experts around him feel a slight sinking in their hearts. Zorn Korik's words clearly had a deeper meaning and a certain warning. This guy really has some tricks. Speaking of this, Zorn said with some arrogance, digesting the flesh and blood of the Unite sequence, has further augmented and strengthened the martial artist's strength, and the current strength is naturally even greater than before. This, during his explanation, Zorn looked at Duke Muhwa. Is there a problem?
Duke Muhwa, who was watching Zorn from the side, said coldly in a sinister tone, "Humph.
With just your martial artist sequence, you dare to say you can digest iguana's flesh? That's simply impossible. Only the great iguana's flesh sequence can digest each other. Other sequences cannot possibly touch the iguana's sequence's flesh remains. The reason why you can digest iguana's flesh is because, in addition to being a martial artist, you are also hiding another iguana's flesh, heretic spirit sequence, a powerful heretic spirit sequence." "Oh?"
Zorn smiled contemptuously. "Duke Muhwa, iguana's flesh is indeed powerful, but it's just a defeated opponent of mine."
"Why, can't I digest it? In other words, your sequence is special, so mine can't be special?"
Zorn's words caused many experts present to falter.
Yes.
He relied on his martial artist sequence to beat the forbidden lower being Rat King Knight violently. The strength of his own sequence had already been proven. It could even be said that this martial artist himself had an extraordinary sequence. Its sequence strength might be comparable to the powerful iguana's flesh sequence.
The sequence born from the iguana's flesh remains was indeed powerful.
But after all, it was just a remnant sequence. Losing meant becoming a remnant, winning meant becoming a true god.
The strong digest the weak. This was the truth since ancient times. At this moment, the unbelievable dual sequence had become a towering mountain in front of Duke Muhwa, making it impossible for him to overcome. Who could be sure that only the Iguana's heretic spirit sequence could digest Iguana's flesh? My martial artist sequence is just powerful, and it can digest Iguana's flesh. What can you do to me? Good, good, good. Duke Muhwa laughed in extreme anger. He continued to elaborate. The most uptack new uptack small uptack set uptack is uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. Previously, our exploration of Riftfog Town had been steadily advancing. But after Zorn Korik came, sudden changes occurred inside. Afterwards, I learned through spies that it was caused by the mirror which being killed. Zorn, you possess such amazing strength, how dare you say you didn't do it? Duke Muhwa questioned aggressively. Yes, I did ask Zorn to do it. Madame Mabel, who was on the side, spoke coldly at this time. Zorn was slightly taken aback, but quickly understood. Madame Mabel taking the blame was more convenient than Zorn taking the blame, and it could even be said to be a legitimate taking of the blame, as she was one of the pioneers. The changes on the third level of the mirror witch. When Madame Mabel obtained a lot of information from Zorn and completed the verification, she had already guessed that Zorn did it. At this time, Zorn admitted that his strength was powerful, which made it even more unquestionable. When everyone's eyes were on Madame Mabel, she looked at Duke Muhwa with a gloomy expression and sternly said, "Before, you repeatedly delayed and disrupted the exploration of the underground ruins. I had long seen that you were colluding with Saint Simon, intending to betray the country." Madame Mabel naturally didn't dare to say that she was colluding with the Holy Sun Church or something like that. But putting the big hat of treason on the other party's head was not a problem at all. Even the Holy Sun Church was secretly disrupting the transcendent power process in Orange City, and only acted behind the scenes, not daring to say it openly. Therefore, I joined forces with Zorn to investigate the situation inside. And Zorn lived up to expectations, single-handedly killing the mirror witch and obtaining a lot of important information, which was why we were able to unlock the opening ceremony of Riftfog. Otherwise, to this day, the progress of the underground ruins would probably still be far away. Speaking of this, Madame Mabel looked at Marquis Albert and said, "Lord Marquis Albert. It is precisely because we secretly opened the ancient underground ruins this time that we have obtained a large amount of important transcendent knowledge for Orange City and the Ortansden Republic, and even obtained considerable transcendent sequences. We thwarted Duke Muhwa's treasonous plan. That's why Duke Muhwa, this damned traitor, was exasperated and bit us back, slandering us for cooperating with the solar cult. He even slandered Zorn as a heretic spirit, intending to bewitch the power of the church, attack us, and start a civil war. Zorn Korik does have these kinds of powers, but Lord Albert, you should have felt it when you first saw Zorn Korik. His martial artist sequence does have a certain evil aura, which is obviously a sequela of digesting the iguana's flesh remains. In fact, Zorn Korik's sequence, that thick and star-shining martial artist aura is pure and unparalleled, completely unpolluted. Obviously, he has perfectly refined and absorbed the iguana's flesh remains. And Duke Muhwa is just using this as an excuse to try to harm Zorn. With Madame Mabel's explanation, Duke Muhwa's face became increasingly gloomy. Relying more on the power of the Holy Sun Church, this time he mobilized the Knight Order of the Holy Sun Church and even called 3 vice-bishops and 1 bishop. The purpose was to quickly confirm Zorn Korik as a remnant of the solar cult and to confirm his terrifying heretic spirit identity. Being at a disadvantage, he had to fight back with all his might, otherwise he would be completely kicked out of the game by Madame Mabel. However, the situation in front of him obviously did not progress as he had expected. But even at this time, Duke Muhwa was still unwilling to be kicked out of the game like this. Zorn, my people have investigated and found that your manor has the aura of a bizarre disaster black mist, which is the power belonging to a terrifying disaster source. How dare you say that you are not a heretic spirit sequence? Zorn looked at Duke Muhwa, who was struggling to the death, and simply responded, "That's just some research results I made with flesh remains. Not only have I researched the iguana's flesh remains, I have also made many gains in the research of the transcendent sequence.
A few days ago, at the Soul Feeder sequence exchange meeting in the Mist Zone, I solved some small troubles in the Soul Feeder sequence. Just at this moment, Marquis Albert, who was on the side, slowly spoke. That's not just a little trouble, but a considerable trouble that was solved.
Albert expressed his full affirmation of Zorn's contribution. Also,
Zorn paused and continued. Regarding the stability of the iguana's flesh remains of the heretic spirit sequence, I also have some research. Take me as an example. It is precisely because I conducted those aspects of research that I was able to smoothly and naturally digest those terrifying flesh and blood without being polluted by those flesh remains. Lord Duke Muhua, your iguana's flesh, heretic spirit fire mage, sequence is complete but not calm, and has great drawbacks. Saying that, Zorn stretched out his palm, as if feeling something.
I can feel that your sequence is restless. Once disturbed by touching the soul and the deepest memories, it can easily cause your flames to rage, right? This is a major drawback of the heretic spirit fire mage. It can easily be used by malicious guys. Zorn's words made Duke Muhua furious. Zorn had directly touched his soft ribs and forbidden area. And this damned martial artist had given him a big exposure on the spot. Once this news spread, the blow to him would undoubtedly be very fatal. Damn bastard, what are you talking about?
The heretic spirit fire mage, Duke Muhua Gustav, who had been exposed, was extremely furious. Whirring, the blazing flames instantly bloomed and rose, rising more than 10 meters high. In an instant, the entire ancient hall was illuminated in a crimson red.
Just as Zorn had said.
When its soul was touched, the evil spirit fire mage was easily enraged.
At this moment,
he had perfectly validated Zorn's words.
The house.
Where, the scorching flames rose more than 10 meters high, already licking at the roof of the old church. The surrounding air temperature rapidly increased.
The wandering mist, stirred by the fiery heatwave, surged like raging waves. Gustav!
A cold voice, filled with divine authority, suddenly rang out. At the same time, extremely cold icy mist rapidly appeared at the top of the old church.
Snowflakes and cold air quickly suppressed the flames. Only then did the firepower of the fiend fire mage, Gustav, slowly recede. But it didn't completely recede.
His eyes burned with raging flames, and his face bloomed with layers of fiery ripples, like melting wax. Fiend fire mage, the ultimate controller of flames. Many powerful fire spells could be easily released by him.
Not only could he grow by killing and absorbing spiritual essence,
but he could also improve by burning flames and obtaining flame essence.
Zorn Crick.
Those truly fire-spewing eyes stared fixedly at Zorn.
Duke Moore knew he was finished. But not dragging down that damned Zorn Crick was what angered him the most.
Duke Moore was very certain of his deduction and intuition. That damned Zorn Crick was clearly a fiend. But he used that damned fighter's identity to cover it up. He wanted to use an attack to force out Zorn's true identity. But at this time, experts from all sides were staring at him.
Once he acted, he would be the only one to suffer. At the same time, Ms. Mabel, the mirror image, stood in front of Zorn, also preventing Duke Moore from launching a sneak attack.
Although Zorn's strength was not weak, the opponent was a level 5 fiend fire mage.
And Zorn was only level 3.
Zorn, behind Mrs. Mabel, looked calmly at the fiend Duke Moore.
Is this all you can do? I thought I could dig out more.
If you could dig further, you would discover that I am the core contributor to promoting the heavy blow of the church and the Ogland City Hall against the Solar Church. Dig to the end, and your church will have to kowtow to me.
Too bad. You don't have the ability or means.
Killing the terrifying Rat King Knight and harvesting flesh and blood remnants is not a crime, but an honor and achievement. And Zorn is not a fiend sequence.
This is the most crucial point.
This was also the reason why Zorn acted together with Isaac and didn't hide too much. If it's not dug out, there's no problem.
Once someone digs it out,
then it will be very interesting. Zorn can use this hunt to cover himself with the truth of digesting ego Nurgus flesh and blood.
I did digest ego Nurgus flesh and blood remnants and strengthened myself. This is the truth that can be made public.
Using truth to cover up the truth. Perfect coordination with the dual sequence.
It can perfectly resist anyone's digging, accusations, and slanders against Zorn. What? You say I am a fiend?
Yes, you are right.
I did digest the fiend's bones and strengthened myself. And after that, Zorn's plot to obtain any of Ego Nerga's flesh and blood will be a fair and just hunt.
That is all from a righteous hunt.
All right.
Albert's heavy and majestic voice, like a bell, penetrated the gray mist in the old church and resonated in everyone's ears.
He scanned the audience.
Then his gaze fell heavily on Gustav.
Gustav, you can't call someone a fiend just because they digested Ego Nerga's flesh and blood bones. Just like you eat beef, you are not a cow, and you eat pork, you are not a pig. The sequence is the root, and digestion is just a means.
Mr. Fighter is not a fiend sequence. Marquis Albert's explanation seemed like a heavy hammer hitting the depths of Duke Moore's soul,
causing the flames on his body to tremble slightly. After that, Marquis Albert looked at the visiting bishop and several vice-bishops and said slowly, "Everyone, Zorn Crick's identity has been confirmed.
He does have some fiendish flesh and blood remnants. But that was something he worked hard for, punch by punch, with his fighter's identity and sequence.
That fiend's flesh and blood remnants are the spoils of war of a hero of Ogland City.
I think he has the right to deal with those flesh and blood remnants, and it seems that he is handling them quite well. In addition, Duke Moore Gustav's statement that Mr. Zorn and Mrs. Mabel are involved with the evil god organization, Solar Cult, has no substantial evidence.
In this regard, do you have anything to add?"
Whether it was the middle-level bishop or the other vice-bishops, they were silent at this time. Zorn himself had no connection or cooperation with the Solar Cult.
Where did the evidence come from?
It is true that Zorn Crick digested the fiend's power.
But he is not a fiend.
Relying solely on this point to slander Zorn Crick's involvement with the Solar Cult is too far-fetched. Seeing that the Holy Sun Church was no longer speaking and had no explanation, a layer of frost gradually appeared on Marquis Albert Wilder's face. His voice became even colder. Since there are no remnants of the Solar Church here, nor any recklessly acting terrifying fiends,
then, please, Bishop Andre, leave first.
After all, Rift Mist Town is also a key development project of our Ogland City Hall. Next, our internal affairs will be handled by our own people. In the depths of the grey mist, Bishop Andre of the Holy Sun Church looked deeply at Duke Moore Gustav, and then slowly said,
"Perhaps Duke Moore's investigation results have some problems, but his direction is not wrong. In addition, the sequence cultivated in his body cannot be easily touched."
After he finished speaking, he began to leave with his staff. Bishop Andre's meaning was already very clear. He wanted to protect Duke Moore. Fiend sequence can only digest fiend sequence. This is what Duke Moore told them and was very sure of. Through his investigation, it was also determined that Zorn Crick was that fighter. And after capturing the fiend's flesh and blood remnants, he absorbed them, and there was also the power of Calamity Black Mist in his manner.
Basically, his fiend identity can be nailed down.
Since the other party is a damned fiend, it is the duty of their church to combat the terrifying fiend. Then they can capture this damned fiend Zorn Crick and Mrs. Mabel who cooperated with him. Then use their excuse of cooperating with the evil god organization, Solar Church, to conduct an investigation.
In this way,
they can perfectly occupy this Rift Mist Town and make it a resource site for their Holy Sun Church.
Yes, swallowing the important resources deep underground in Rift Mist Town is their real purpose.
The hidden fiend target unit Zorn Crick is just the trigger. And this time, the rich harvest obtained by Mrs. Mabel's deep development of Rift Mist Town is the fuse.
So there was this action. But after a fierce confrontation,
the most troublesome thing is that Zorn is not a fiend. If this Zorn Crick was a fiend sequence, he would not have survived today. Today, their Holy Sun Church will win steadily.
Result.
The result of digging out was that this fighter killed the fiend night deep underground. And the other party also used his powerful sequence to digest that terrifying flesh and blood, and there was no fiendish aura. You can't kill someone just because they ate terrifying flesh and blood. At least, not in front of Marquis Albert Wilder.
After everyone from the church left one after another,
Duke Moir, who had concealed the Grey Mist Rift ritual, stood there with a pale face, his whole body filled with the pungent smell of ash smoke.
Although the planned plan failed completely,
but he still has the confidence of his own sequence.
He, Duke Moir, is not afraid of death, he can be resurrected.
And the fact that the bishop just spoke to protect him made him worry-free about his life. At most, he would be stripped of his position and expelled from the power center of Ogland City. When the ancient ruins in the depths were opened by Mrs. Mabel's ritual, and rich resources were obtained for Ogland City.
If he doesn't fight back, he will basically be disconnected.
After all, his cooperation with the church is to curb the excavation of ancient ruins and, when appropriate, transfer the resources inside to the church.
If he does nothing, the outcome will be even more miserable.
When he got the permanent opening of the Grey Mist Rift ritual, he and the church had this resource seizure plan. The original plan was wait until Ogland City has excavated enough, then use the excuse of investigating and controlling this place, taking advantage of the fact that Ogland City Hall doesn't know that they can actively open the Grey Mist Rift, and harvest a lot of resources in a short period of time.
Too bad.
Mrs. Mabel and Zorn's intervention also obtained the ritual to open the Grey Mist Rift, which directly bankrupted the church and his plan. So, they formulated this fiend detonation plan. It was originally supposed to perfectly detonate the damned fiend Zornkrieg. But, because there was a problem with the sequence of that damned fiend, Zornkrieg, it failed. And next, he will pay a heavy price for his failure. His eyes were cold, like an evil spirit struggling out of purgatory. In the afterimage behind, Soul Shepherd, Marquis Albert, several powerful evil spirits had emerged with a sinister aura, and even bursts of evil spirit screams stirred up a strange trend.
As the person in power in Ogland City,
Albert is very clear about the betrayal and planned intentions of this Duke Moir this time. After all, he has been cooperating with the church all along. Ogland City also intends to use the power of the church, so there is cooperation in the confrontation between the two sides. But this time, Duke Moir directly brought a large number of church members, and even called Bishop André Burke. He directly tore his face and wanted to swallow this important resource, ancient ruins.
It is not wrong to say that he is a traitor.
They also know that the Holy Sun Church does have the intention to curb the extraordinary power of Ogland City. If it really succeeds, at least part, or even most, of the resources inside will be plundered by the church.
And use the power of the constantly growing church and its unparalleled authority. He, Duke Moir. It is possible to become the person in power in Ogland City in the future.
Fortunately, this ambitious guy did not succeed. The true identity of the Yi fighter who has undergone cruel baptism has become a thick city wall blocking his ambition. After staring at Duke Moir Gustav for a long time,
Marquis Albert then slowly spoke. Gustav intends to betray the country and disrupt the great process of the development of extraordinary power in Ogland City. Now, directly revoke all his positions and imprison him. Then I will submit the entire process of his treason to the Republic Parliament, and submit detailed information and reports to the Congress, proposing to revoke his noble status and conduct a congressional trial. Now, Marquis Albert looked coldly at Duke Moir Gustav.
Arrest Gustav Meads, imprison him, and investigate. The extraordinary team that had been prepared immediately surrounded him. At this time, Duke Moir Gustav, whose face was like the ashes of a wreck, although he was powerful, he did not resist at this time. Before, the bishop had already said that it was useful to keep him.
Not resisting the investigation can still survive. Once you resist, the nature will be different. Moreover, he dared to confirm that that damned fighter now wants him to resist. As long as he takes action, that cunning guy will definitely take the opportunity to unite with others and come up to suppress him. Settlement screen. This guy is as ambitious and meticulous as ever. If I hadn't designed plans in many aspects, and if I didn't have the system panel and dual sequence characteristics, today, I might have really had to flee from Ogland City. Watching Duke Gustav of Emberwood, who was being imprisoned and bound by many official transcendents.
Zorn, standing in the thin grey mist, quietly scrutinized the scene. Of course, if Zorn didn't have a dual sequence, he wouldn't have promoted so many plans along this path.
Without being able to conceal his own evil spirit sequence characteristics.
He would cooperate with the Sun Church, instead of cooperating with the officials in Ogland City.
In his thoughts, Zorn's mind also surfaced many trajectories about Duke Gustav of Emberwood.
He can largely control the evil spirit fire mage sequence, and he himself inherited his father's Duke title from the Medes family. This allowed him to hold an important position in the Ogland City government. His special sequence was not only appreciated by the church, but also obtained many aspects of resources from the church. Therefore, this led to his continuous promotion of the church's power to hunt down evil spirit warlock Zorn Korik. Finally, after he obtained some flesh and blood remains of Zorn Korik, his strength improved further. When the church was almost burned by the bleeding sun, he was spared. In the Orthodox expedition wave of the Sun Church, the grievances between the evil spirit fire mage and the Sun Church will usher in a new prelude.
Of course, this is the official version of the prelude and trajectory.
In the personal files of different players, there are their own differences.
Looking at the current world trajectory, Duke Emberwood is in big trouble. The specific handling situation depends on how the Ottenston Congress decides. Even if the Ogland City Church is willing to give up some things, Duke Emberwood will come out unscathed.
Of course.
Even if he comes out unscathed, there will definitely be no place for him in the Ogland City Hall.
Becoming a deputy bishop of the Holy Radiant Sun Church is still very promising.
And this is exactly what Zorn wants to see. Drive him into the Holy Radiant Sun Church and wait for the sun's ultimate move.
Using the inevitable surging wave trajectory, the rolling wheels of history will crush and perfectly kill him.
Zorn only needs to complete the loot at the appropriate time.
It's too cheap to just arrest him like this. In my opinion, his evil spirit flesh and blood remains should be extracted.
At this time, Mrs. Mabel was still a little indignant.
Marquis Albert Wilde, who had experienced many storms, seemed a little calm.
This is already a good result. And if we really fight, we may not be able to catch him.
Mrs. Mabel raised her eyebrows slightly.
Does he also have resurrection?
Yes.
Marquis Albert nodded. After more than half a month of fermentation,
many details of the war in which the Holy Radiant Sun Church arrested members of the evil god organization, Sun Secret Sect, have now been revealed. Among them, the rumors about the evil spirit divine Archmaster are the most widespread.
Because there are rumors that
the evil spirit divine Archmaster used the incredible method of resurrection to self-destruct and escape before several deputy bishops discovered him.
Evil spirit sequence. Resurrection. This is a very popular topic. In many legends, resurrection is a very taboo topic. Who doesn't want to be resurrected from the dead? Even in the mysterious extraordinary world. This kind of power is very rare, and the price to be paid is extremely high. And that powerful, evil spirit sequence has such an incredible powerful ability. This is something that other sequences envy. During this period, the resurrection of evil spirits has become the most talked about thing in the streets, alleys, taverns, docks and other areas of Ogland City. In his thoughts, Mrs. Mabel looked at Zorn, and her slender eyebrows outlined a bit of a smile. Don't you also have the ability to resurrect? I have some research in this area,
Zorn said concisely. But the characteristics of that piece of flesh and blood seem to be not strong, so the results are very average. At this time, Marquis Albert also looked at Zorn.
After Duke Emberwood's desperate counterattack failed,
the more he looked at Zorn, the more pleasing Marquis Albert felt.
And
Zorn was also the fighter who killed the underground Rat King Knight. This further highlights the rare qualities of Mr. Zorn Korik and his incredible strength. After a moment of thought, Marquis Albert's eyes returned to Mrs. Mabel.
How is Zorn's title process going?
Reporting to Lord Marquis Albert, it is currently in the review stage, half a month, at most one more month to be approved. You also know that the procedures on the Congress side have always been very troublesome.
Albert nodded, he deeply understood the approval process above. Then Marquis Albert looked at Zorn and said, "Zorn, you did a very good job this time. Next, you can continue to explore the ancient ruins of the legendary ancient mage with Mrs. Mabel. No matter what, you have made great contributions this time. If you hadn't obtained the opening ceremony of the ancient ruins, we would still be kept in the dark. At that time, it would only benefit Duke Emberwood and the people of the church." Hearing this, Zorn's heart moved slightly. "Thank you, Lord Marquis Albert. I will work hard to help Mrs. Mabel explore the depths of the world." With Marquis Albert's special permission, it also means that Zorn can, to a certain extent, seek good things inside for himself. After all, isn't the pioneer's ruins of the legendary ancient mage to cultivate his own transcendent? After Marquis Albert escorted Duke Emberwood away, the Fisher Mist town returned to calm again. Before long, Zorn also followed Mrs. Mabel back into the steam car and drove towards the downtown area of Auckland City. Inside the steam car, after listening to the driver, Mr. Kane, about the violent driving situation of the two people just now, she didn't say anything. The church's knights blatantly invaded Fisher Mist town and killed one or two of them, which is considered light. If there is a conflict, it will not be solved by the death of one or two people. As the steam car moved forward, after Mrs. Mabel told in detail the current development situation in the ancient mage ruins, she looked at Zorn and said slowly, "What do you think? How should these resources and transcendent knowledge be effectively handled with the current progress?" After a little thought, Zorn slowly explained his plan. Conduct public recruitment to many universities in Auckland City, and then conduct detailed screening and testing in various aspects to select some students with transcendent talents. Incorporate them into the Auckland City transcendent system. This is the most effective way to deal with these extraordinary sequences. At the same time, establish a transcendent archive room to summarize the many transcendent knowledge in the ancient ruins. It is best to further develop large-scale and systematic training projects for transcendence, with a dedicated transcendent training base. The entire business process will start with small-scale pilot projects, and then slowly open up. Construct the transcendent training system of the entire Ottenston Republic. In addition to the transcendence cultivated locally, I also suggest accepting some transcendence from outside, such as witches from the mountains, etc. After listening to Zorn's explanation, Mrs. Mabel was also slightly surprised. Being able to have such a clear idea and plan is obviously not something that was thought of temporarily. Immediately, she began to think seriously, and the more she thought about it, the more she realized that Zorn's ideas and plans were very good. Why is the church powerful? Isn't it because they have a good system to cultivate transcendence? If the official power of Auckland City wants to grow stronger, it must also get on the right track. Your idea is very good, I will seriously consider it and report it to the above. Also, Mrs. Mabel paused while speaking. I heard that it seems that many witches have entered the steam potion factory. Yes. Zorn nodded. However, not all witches are interested in refining various potions, and there are also some witches who are talented in combat. Letting these combat proficient witches enter the official transcendent system of Auckland City may be a good choice. Well, I also have ideas in this regard. You send a batch of witches over during this period, and I will see the situation first. Mrs. Mabel said this. Well, I will send a batch of combat-type witches as soon as possible. For those witches who are good at fighting, letting them enter the transcendent system of Auckland City can play a better role. At the same time, it can also help Zorn better digest the endless stream of witches. In the future, the number of transcendents will continue to increase. The earlier a systematic cultivation is established, the more it will occupy a certain advantage. This is also the reason why Zorn suggested establishing a transcendent system as soon as possible. At this time, Zorn's thoughts were not on the cultivation of transcendence in Auckland City, but on how to deal with the many good things in the ancient mage ruins. Originally, under the situation where Duke Emberwood and Mrs. Mabel were evenly matched, it might be a bit troublesome for Zorn to obtain many good things inside. But now Duke Emberwood has been kicked out. Mrs. Mabel is in charge here alone.
And Marquis Albert has given Zorn special permission to participate. When they are all their own people, even if Zorn secretly harvests something, Mrs. Mabel will definitely turn a blind eye.
You must know that until now, neither Marquis Albert nor Mrs. Mabel have asked about the resources of the third-level mirror which is obviously given to Zorn by default. Originally, there were many top resources inside the ruins of the legendary ancient mage. In addition, there are also a batch of hidden resources, special routes, and ultimate treasures that only players can master and open. Zorn has free access to these good things and can quietly dig them out. The ruins themselves are treasures, constructed of many world-level frameworks. If it was before, Zorn would definitely not be able to bring his magic castle in. But now, as long as he doesn't do it too much, Mrs. Mabel will also allow it. Taking the magic castle to absorb some of the characteristics of the small world can strengthen the powerful functions of the magic castle. And what Zorn wants to go to most is the 7th level, which is also the deepest level, the Law Ring Tree level. Absorb the Law Ring Tree world origin inside. Then cultivate his own Law Ring Tree in the magic castle. This can greatly increase the upper limit of the magic castle and increase its magical characteristics. It can also further strengthen the future Steam God Kingdom magic castle.
Kicking out Duke Emberwood. The huge resources of this legendary ancient mage ruins have slowly bloomed in front of Zorn. Ogland City can draw a lot of resources from it to nourish and strengthen itself. Zorn can also use the resources of this legendary ancient mage to further improve his strength. It has now been developed to the 5th level, and it will not take long to enter the 7th level. The next few levels will gain more than battle. And with Zorn's participation, he can slowly solve the enemies behind him alone. Zorn already has a clear idea for the development of the resources of the legendary ancient mage ruins. Although this time was a big win. But there are also some tricky troubles coming soon. That is, the fact that Zorn killed the Rat King as a fighter has already been known by many people. This will inevitably breed some trouble. You must know that before, there were only rumors in this regard, and there have already been many secret peeping situations. And once this is confirmed this time, there will be more trouble. Of course, there will inevitably be benefits if there is trouble. For example, there is a high probability that the guys from the Sun Church will secretly contact Zorn. Although the bleeding sun has not yet risen.
But it won't be long.
The bleeding sun will rise again.
Just this time.
Zorn Korik can cooperate deeply with the Sun Church. When the bleeding sun rises,
Zorn, who has power and strength, will participate as a harvester rather than a sacrifice. Sun King. Mid-September weather. It's the season of clear skies and refreshing air. This is true for Ogland City as well. Especially with the rat plague, evil spirit cataclysm, the war between the church and the evil god organizations, and so on. A mystical and strange place where extraordinary powers are reviving. This is the unified name that many newspapers on the Holy Relic continent now use for Ogland City. Naturally, it has attracted many travelers and those who yearn for mysterious powers to go to Ogland. In addition, some travel agencies publish advertisements promoting mysterious and grotesque tours, and so on. This has led to the autumn travelers almost filling every steam train carriage heading to Ogland City. The thick fog in the Mist District has dissipated a lot, and many autumn travelers, following tour group members, curiously observe the magical Mist District where bewildered ones appear from inside the carriage. The wide Rhine-Danube River in the Bay Area sparkles, like a silver dragon flooding the river surface as a steamboat sails by. The old town, entering autumn, is even busier and more lively, with busy people seen everywhere. Vehicles transporting coal and wood are even more constantly flowing. Winter in Ogland City is very, very cold. When the heavy snow season breaks out, the corpses of those vagrants will be buried deep in the cold snow alleys before thawing. It is necessary to prepare sufficient food, coal, and wood before winter arrives. New Town. Manor, in the 2nd floor study. After quickly reading through the winter procurement catalog, Zorn handed it to the old butler Grank and said, "Uncle Grunk, have you finished reading the extraordinary knowledge I gave you some time ago?" Hearing this, Gronk couldn't help but straighten his back a bit, and he seriously responded.
Reporting to young Master Zorn, I have finished reading it, and I have read it many times. As I get older, my memory is not as good as when I was younger, so I have to put in more effort.
I have basically memorized it all. Zorn nodded. In a couple of days, I will prepare a ritual for you.
The night sequence is enough to give you a healthier and stronger physique than a young person.
Hearing this, Gronk's body trembled slightly, and his eyes were slightly moist.
His voice was slightly hoarse.
Thank you, young Master Zorn.
During this period, news about the mysterious and strange extraordinary power has completely spread in Oblin City. Mastering an extraordinary sequence allows one to possess strength and magical abilities beyond ordinary people.
It would be a lie to say that they are not envious. Ordinary people like them who serve nobles naturally can't even think about it.
But young Master Zorn is willing to give him a powerful extraordinary power. When he first got this news, he was extremely grateful and was so excited that he couldn't sleep peacefully for several nights in a row.
Alright, Uncle Grank, you deserve all of this.
I'm afraid I will still need you to take care of the inside and outside of the manor in the future.
Alright, go and get busy. After bowing deeply to Zorn, Grank left the study.
The old butler Grank is loyal to the Korik family, and the large manor is well managed by him. Especially in the few months since Zorn arrived, he has been busy and has not been lazy at all.
However, he is already over 50 or almost 60 years old and is not as good as when he was young.
Zorn's choice was to give him a regular extraordinary night sequence. After obtaining the night sequence, it can give him extraordinary physical strength, endurance, and tenacious mental strength.
Even at the age of 50 or 60, he can still be as physically strong and mentally sharp as he was around 30 years old. He can still contribute to the Korik family for another 30 years.
While continuing to read, while digesting the fighter's origin. Merciful witch, Vanessa silently emerged from the corner behind Zorn. Young Master Zorn, there have been many people investigating near the manor in the past 2 days.
Even people in passing carriages will deliberately stick their heads out to take a look.
Moreover, there is news that, Vanessa paused. Saying that you are the powerful fighter who killed the Rat King Knight. Although there were rumors in this regard some time ago, they were just rumors. This time, it is said to be definite news passed down from the church.
Hearing this, Zorn couldn't help but rub his brow. Once this news spreads, it naturally can't be hidden. Pay more attention these days, and it will be fine after a while.
Zorn plans to take the Magic Castle to the ruins of the legendary ancient mage in the next 2 days, and first go to the Grey Mist Night Order on the first floor. Let the Magic Castle absorb some of the Grey Mist source and build a Grey Mist barrier wall.
This can effectively block the enemy's investigation and potential attacks. As the extraordinary wave surges in Oblin City, more and more extraordinary powers will be born in Oblin City. It is necessary to carry out a certain defense.
Just as he was chatting with Vanessa, Zorn suddenly felt something.
After a moment, Vanessa also had a certain vague perception, and she looked towards the basement. That guy, he woke up?
It's not that he woke up, but that I have completely refined him. The two got up and walked towards the basement. Inside the silent, magic castle, lit by the steam furnace lighthouse.
Zorn brought Vanessa in.
During this period, Zorn placed evil spirit theurgist Francis in the magic castle and nourished him with black mist. He performed several deep, evil spirit authority baptisms every day. Although the trap ritual in the depths of the underground no longer had the effect of a cataclysmic environment and could not continue to pry the black mist. But it can be used as a perfect trap for hunting grey rats. Under the nourishment of the black mist plus the supply of flesh, spirituality, and life of the grey rats. For more than half a month, evil spirit theurgist Francis has recovered, and at the same time, he has been completely refined by Zorn. Next to a thick mass of calamity black mist, the already awakened, evil spirit theurgist Francis looked curiously at this novel world in front of him. At the same time, he opened his palm and calmly and naturally absorbed the calamity black mist in front of him. When he woke up, he knew who his master was. He also understood who he was loyal to and who he was dedicating his life to. Zorn not only did not reject the absorption of the Calamity Black Mist, but was very happy to see this scene. The Calamity Black Mist that is absorbed will enhance their abilities, comprehensive strength, and so on. At the same time, it will also turn into a cage chain, firmly imprisoning them in Zorn's lower level sequence. Become Zorn's small anchor point, helping Zorn slowly prime more Black Mist. The four Guardians are Zorn's own lower level sequence. Through the Calamity Black Mist, Zorn can also imprison other sequences and transform them into his own lower level sequences. The evil spirit theurgist, Francis in front of him, is very suitable as Zorn's lower level sequence. Only 1/10 of Yugunaz's flesh and blood remains. The strength of the evil spirit theurgist has greatly decreased. Although he no longer has the prestige of a big boss sequence. But he is also in existence at the level of a small boss. Even stronger than Alvin and Vanessa's sequence. As Zorn and Vanessa arrived, the evil spirit theurgist said while absorbing the Calamity Black Mist, "I don't even know that this magical Calamity Black Mist can be pried from the Calamity source into reality. Master, your methods are indeed incredible."
Master has many methods, Vanessa said softly from the side. Master, how is the situation outside? What about my steamboat stronghold? The absorbing, evil spirit theurgist, Francis asked. In that gathering, most of the extraordinary people of the Sun Secret Sect were captured or killed. That red-clothed archbishop was seriously injured, but he escaped. Bishop Ura also escaped. Afterwards, the church swept the court, and many nobles who cooperated with the Sun Church were also killed. I took the time to take a look at the steamboat you were in, and it has already been dug out, and the entire steamboat has been towed away. Hearing this, Francis couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Then it's a bit of a pity. On that steamboat, I used the great prophecy to activate the spirit of steam. If it still exists, it can exert a lot of power. Hearing this, Zorn slowly opened his mouth and said, Actually, your direction is not very correct. Francis was slightly startled and looked at Zorn with some incomprehension. That steamboat is too big, and it is not in a long-term steam furnace operation state. Therefore, the effect of your great prophecy enlightenment is not very good. On the contrary, these steam furnace lighthouses around absorb source energy, burn, and then release steam and light up the lighthouses. They operate the steam furnace with very stable efficiency, which is a very complete life trajectory. It can be well enlightened by your great prophecy. The thoughtful Francis looked at those steam furnace lighthouses. He immediately had a goal again. Using the great prophecy to enlighten spirits is his favorite thing to do. After thinking for a while, Zorn looked at Francis and slowly asked. Francis, do you know the specific location of those golden skeletons in your Sun Church? Sun King Golden Skeleton, this is one of the resources that the Sun Church likes to collect the most. And Francis, as the core cultivated by the Sun Church, naturally knows these resources. After thinking carefully for a moment, Francis looked at Zorn and said, Reporting to Master, I do know, but those two strongholds are relatively large locations. This time, many Sun Church members were captured, and the resources there have either been transferred away or have been cleared by the Holy Sun Church. It is basically impossible to harvest Sun King Golden Skeleton from the Sun Church. Hearing this, Zorn couldn't help but rub his brow. That Sun King Golden Skeleton is very valuable and is indeed not something that can be obtained casually. He had already picked up a leak once, and it was impossible to pick up leaks every time. Then, Zorn flipped his hand and took out several pieces of parchment that had been drawn with patterns long ago and handed them to Francis. Have you ever seen any of the ceiling doors inside here? According to the original trajectory, in several small-town strongholds around Oberlin City, there will be 3 to 5 special ceiling doors. Behind these ceiling doors, in addition to some extraordinary knowledge books and a small amount of gold coins, there is a certain probability that there will be Sun King Golden Skeleton, or other good things. After a moment, Francis's gaze fell on a sheepskin with demon horns and a sheep skull scepter. Then he solemnly handed this parchment to Zorn and said, Master, I have seen this ceiling place.
in the depths of a valley town west of the old town. However, the Sun Church members have been researching there for a long time without any results, and they just regarded it as a small stronghold to develop believers.
Listening to Francis's explanation,
Zorn scrutinized the sheep-skull demon scepter with slightly condensed eyes, and a strange light surged slightly.
I didn't expect that there are such good things that have not been excavated. This time, I'm going to get a bargain.
Behind the sheep-skull demon horn door, there is a top-level high-ranking authority equipment, the Sun King Golden Scepter. Inside the Golden Scepter, there is the power of the Sun Authority. Placed in the Calamity Black Mist, it can not only effectively prime or Calamity Black Mist. At the same time, once the Sun King Golden Scepter is obtained, after Zorn advances to level 4, he can initially construct the foundation of the spiritual field. In his thoughts, Zorn immediately transmitted information to Doomsday Shadowthorn, Alvin through the Calamity Black Mist. Let him go to the depths of that valley town in the west to investigate the situation, see if the church has discovered it, and the number and strength of extraordinary people deployed by the church there, and so on. After doing all this, Zorn looked at evil spirit theurgist Francis and slowly opened his mouth and said, "Next, you need to find a suitable place to settle and rest in Oblin City. Then, you need to hide your identity and wait for the right opportunity to come. You will follow me to cast Evil Spirit Cataclysm and point the finger at the Sun Church." Francis immediately said with a pious expression, "I will obey your orders, my great master." Zorn could feel that Oblin City was not peaceful. Whether it is the Sun Church that has just suffered a heavy blow, or the Holy Sun Church that has been deflated in Zorn's hands, or the official of Oblin City, who holds many extraordinary resources and is about to usher in an extraordinary explosion. The undercurrent is surging, and a major event is about to go online. And what Zorn has to do while preparing many preparations is to upgrade his level to 4 as soon as possible, to better welcome the new era wave. In the ancient ruins, accompanied by the creaking of wheels, the carriage moved steadily forward. The outline of the Rift Mist town ahead was faintly visible. Zorn caressed the slightly large and thick wooden treasure chest beside him. Zorn opened the system panel. Star Mark Fighter, level 3, 96%. Talent, Adamantine Wool Iron Bone, SS grade, skills, Soul Shatter Skull Crusher Fist, LV2, 9%. Adamantine Chi Specialization, passive LV0, 92%. Thousand Streamgale Step, LV1, 5%. Since the large-scale potion factory started operating and the witches started working in the factory, the fighter source essence Zorn obtained surged. This also allowed his sequence experience to quickly rise to level 3, 96%. In a few more days, he would be able to try to advance to level 4 with full experience. As a normal process for an evil spirit to advance, he would definitely have to pick an auspicious day and go to a church with many church members. Wait until those devout believers were bathed in the priest's prayers. Zorn would activate Evil Spirit Cataclysm, using their flesh and souls as sacrifices to complete the Evil Spirit Warlock's advancement ritual. But Zorn was not a single sequence. As a dual sequence, Zorn planned to try another way to advance this time, advancing in the fighter way. Mr. Zorn. Zorn got off the carriage carrying the large box, and the extraordinary guard stationed here immediately saluted Zorn. Zorn, nodding slightly, carried the box and walked towards the inside along the rift in the grey mist. Today was the new week's development day for the ancient mage ruins. At this time, many extraordinary teams had already gathered in the old church hall. Before, due to the limited opening time and the limited number of people entering, the team's main purpose was to explore and develop as far as possible. But now, there were no restrictions on time and the number of people entering. So, the main purpose was to bring out the things inside. Basically, all extraordinary teams had level 4 extraordinaries, and the combinations were relatively reasonable, allowing them to explore deeply for a long time. And each team carried their own monster treasure chests to facilitate the transportation of materials, etc. When Zorn came in, many extraordinary sighs fell on Zorn, and discussions rose all around. Zorn Crick.
The young nobleman of Oblin City.
A powerful fighter who single-handedly fought the Rat King in the dark boundary of the sewer. The terminator of the rat disaster. The extraordinary academic advisor of the police station. Now he was also an explorer of ancient ruins. During this period of time, Zorn Crick's reputation had risen sharply in the circle of extraordinaries in Oblin City. While waiting, Mrs. Mabel led a small team of Rift Mist town staff into the hall.
With the activation of the ritual,
Grey mist surged, and a grey mist rift leading directly to the 5th underground floor bloomed within it.
Many extraordinary teens entered one after another.
At this time, Mrs. Mabel, wearing black high heels, came to Zorn, puffing out smoke while looking Zorn and the wooden box beside Zorn up and down.
What are you going to move in? Tell the truth or tell a lie? Zorn joked.
What's the lie?
The lie is that this is just an ordinary monster treasure chest.
This is obviously not a monster treasure chest, your lie is really fake enough.
The truth is, Zorn lowered his voice. This is a magical castle. Magical castle?
Mrs. Mabel raised her eyebrows slightly.
This is a good thing that only witches on the mountains have, and ordinary people can't buy it even if they want to.
But your relationship with the witches seems to be good, so it's no problem to get such a good thing. Nowadays, the extraordinaries in this world still have a relatively primitive impression of magical castles. The blooming magical castle moved like a slow-moving hill. It had an effect, but it was not a threat.
Moving the magical castle in, what are you going to do? Mrs. Mabel asked curiously. Zorn looked around and didn't explain immediately.
Mrs. Mabel took a deep breath of smoke and then exhaled. The smoke mixed with the grey mist to construct a grey mist wall around the two of them to isolate eavesdropping. Drawing some of the original power of the world layer inside.
Zorn whispered. This is an exclusive secret ritual.
Your Reflection Man sequence is very suitable for the mirror world. If you can store and digest some of the original power in this area, it will be of great help to your sequence. Mrs. Mabel's heart trembled slightly. During the free opening of the ruins, she had been to that mirror world. When she arrived there, she felt as if she had returned to her hometown, and her heart was unprecedentedly peaceful. If she could master a certain amount of the power of the mirror, it would be of great help to her, Reflection Man. But she didn't know how to draw the power of the world. She wasn't even sure whether it was feasible to draw these magical world powers. And Zorn's clear information about this method made her heart beat faster. But she also had some concerns. After thinking for a moment, she looked at Zorn and said cautiously.
Will what we do affect the world inside?
It has an impact, but it's minimal. Zorn said affirmatively. The world inside is very complete, and it has formed a stable state of equilibrium, which has been the case for thousands of years. We have drawn apart, and the world will slowly recover on its own. As he spoke, Zorn handed over a pre-prepared envelope.
After reading, remember it and burn it. After hesitating for a moment, Mrs. Mabel took the envelope.
Don't do it too much, otherwise I won't be able to explain it to Lord Albert.
Zorn laughed. Mrs. Mabel, I have a big family and a big business in Oblin City. Can I run away if something happens? You can rest assured about the measure here, I can grasp it. Hearing this, Mabel nodded. She was relatively relieved about Zorn. Okay, you go.
Zorn, carrying the big box, looked at the grey mist rift opened by the ritual and walked over. Mrs. Mabel was Zorn's strategic partner. Giving her some help could make the cooperation between the two parties better.
Moreover, Zorn didn't need to pay too much.
In addition, Zorn could feel that Mrs. Mabel was about to advance to level 6, and she really needed a source of power to help her complete the advancement. After entering her office, about 10 minutes later, Mrs. Mabel came out. At the same time, she was also carrying a small white fluffy monster treasure chest.
Go to the mirror world layer. She instructed the personnel controlling the ritual channel. Yes. The staff immediately adjusted the channel to lead to the mirror world layer on the 3rd floor.
First floor, Grey Mist World Layer.
After finding a relatively safe little corner,
Let the magical castle bloom into an ordinary, simple wooden cabin in the forest. Zorn activated the world source extraction ritual that he had prepared long ago.
The newest novels are first released at 69shu.com.
Gurgling, the magical cabin began to slowly and steadily draw the world source of the gray mist layer. The mysterious ritual of drawing the world source was the ritual in the final chapter that could be unlocked after completing the integration of the 7 world layers. To complete the preconditions for the integration, it would take at least several years. Zorn used the advantage of players to get it done in one step, directly fighting for several years less. Immersed in the gray mist, Zorn felt the delicate and surging gray mist. A large amount of content about the treasure chapter of Legendary Ancient Mage Small Plain Ruins appeared in his mind. There were a large number of hidden treasures, hidden missions, unknown passages, special resources, etc. And what Zorn was most concerned about was the only ancient god spell in the huge treasure chapter.
Lower level, middle level, upper level.
At each major stage, extraordinaries could only master one ancient god spell or ancient god skill. Once missed, there was no chance to master it again. The current Zorn was at the level to master the lower level ancient god spell. If you want to get the lower level ancient god spell, Seed of Legendary Ancient Mage,
you must complete at least 3 hidden challenge missions.
If you want a better ancient god spell, Seed, then you have to complete 5 hidden challenge missions. If you want the ancient god spell, Seed, to be perfect,
then you have to complete all 7 hidden small world missions.
If you want to unlock and get the ultimate treasure, the ancient mage's divine spell, it will take a lot of time and energy.
Fortunately, I don't lack time now. So, let's start.
The evil spirit warlock, in the original trajectory, wanted to break in to harvest the good things inside. But those good things all needed to be slowly boiled out with time and energy.
They couldn't be obtained by breaking in. Cooperation with the official
allowed Zorn to unhurriedly excavate the treasures inside. And no one would interfere with him throughout the whole process.
Killing the first floor boss Grey Mist Night King can obtain treasure drawings.
Digging out the ancient bones of the Night King scattered in various places through the treasure drawings. Finally summon the ancient heroic spirit of the Night King, kill him and let him return to peace.
This is the ultimate hidden mission of the first floor world.
I don't know if the first floor Grey Mist boss has recondensed. If not, you need to go to the Grey Mist totem area, kill those elite Grey Mist knights, and stack their helmets in the abandoned stone pillar area to summon the remnant spirit of the Grey Mist Night King. After that, while moving forward, Zorn submerged into the depths of the dense Grey Mist. During the advance, he would encounter Grey Mist knights from time to time.
Battle was inevitable.
Zorn was very happy to fight these Grey Mist knights. The battle of the fighter and the killing of the evil spirit warlock
could all make him gain something.
Just as Zorn had expected, the first floor boss Grey Mist Night King did not reshape his Grey Mist armor and be reborn. Zorn adopted a curve strategy to obtain the treasure map fragments and began a long treasure digging journey. It took Zorn a full 3 days to complete the hidden mission of the first floor Grey Mist world. Then it was the second floor Purgatory world. The difficulty of the ultimate treasure mission in the second floor world was higher, and it took longer.
Zorn spent about 5 days. Then it was the third floor world. Each world required Zorn to spend several days. This was still under the condition that Zorn was very familiar with the mission process. If he was not familiar with the mission process and relied on those clues, I'm afraid it would be in years. Being busy in the ancient mage treasure made Zorn find the feeling of being a player back then. At that time, he would go online every day to wander in the treasure ancient ruins, looking for resources to complete missions. And now, he would come to the Rift Mist town in the morning to enter the treasure ancient ruins, and leave here at night. Even when he didn't want to leave, Zorn would rest overnight in his magical castle. In addition to the final hidden mission, if he encountered suitable conditions, Zorn would also try to complete some other conventional resource missions. Although Zorn's level 3 sequence level was already 99% full experience on the 3rd day. But those sequence source essences would settle in the sequence and would not be lost. So Zorn would not miss those missions with gains.
As Oberlin City continued to excavate the ancient mage ruins and harvest a large number of extraordinary sequence resources,
Oberlin City quickly opened the extraordinary training system.
At the same time, the Oberlin City Hall also accepted Zorn's proposal and allowed the witches on the mountains to enter Oberlin City to become official extraordinaries. And this decision was naturally strongly opposed by the church.
In the complex river of history,
the historical grievances between the witches and the church were not something that could be explained in a few words. They had finally driven the witches to the mountains. Now the witches were coming down the mountain and entering the officialdom of Oberlin City.
How could the church tolerate it? Let the witches join the ruling class. Wouldn't the efforts of thousands of years be wasted?
It was said that in the discussions between the church's high-level officials and the high-level powerhouses of Oberlin City, the two sides were at each other's throats and were about to directly fight. But in the end, both sides suppressed their tempers and talked about the conditions.
From the fact that the church was willing to discuss with the officialdom of Oberlin City, it could be seen.
The Holy Sun Church of Oberlin City also felt the pressure.
In the past. Discuss? Discuss what? The hammer.
The church would not discuss with anyone, they would directly issue a bishop's edict to crusade against the witches.
The knights, dispatched to strangle. But now, the power of extraordinaries was rising day by day.
The Holy Sun Church no longer had the supreme extraordinary power it used to have. To encircle and suppress the Sun Secret sect, it was still necessary to cooperate with the officialdom of Oberlin City. Without the cooperation of the Oberlin City government, they might not have been able to carry out the siege. The details of the final agreement reached by both sides are unknown to outsiders.
But Zorn knew.
The witches were allowed to enter Oberlin City and become official transcendents, able to participate in all activities.
In return, the Oberlin City government dropped all charges against Duke Muohua. This outcome was a win-win situation for Zorn.
The witches had come to Oberlin City.
This made Zorn's side of the partnership even stronger.
And driving Duke Muohua into the church was originally part of Zorn's plan.
Restorationists
were the flowing gray mist gathered before Zorn. In the depths of the hazy gray mist, a figure stood before a small altar. He whispered to the great Lord of the Holy Witches. His voice fell into Zorn's ears. With the increasingly powerful dune black mist,
Zorn could communicate more clearly with his subordinates and deliver tasks and information in a timely manner.
Great Master Alvin, the Shadow and Stinger, whispered before the altar. The other day, you instructed me to explore the valley to the west, and I have gained something. The town there is called Bu Town, long abandoned to the invasion of the lost. Currently, a large number of the lost are trapped within the houses. The original solid doors and windows were their barriers against the lost, but now they have become their prisons. Bu Town is currently occupied by the Holy Sun Church, and originally this should have been the territory of the Sun Church. This time, the church has sent members of the Knights Templar to garrison the town, initially estimated to be 40 or 50 people. In addition, there are a certain number of priests and acolytes, totaling about 100 people.
During my observation, carriages have been entering and leaving the valley town every day.
They plan to be stationed there for a long time, and even, they have transported a lot of materials there. It seems, they are preparing some kind of ritual. Before the altar, Alvin described the situation he had observed and summarized.
After a long time, Alvin finally ended his prayer to Zorn.
Zorn waved his hand, and the black mist in front of him dissipated. He got up and came to the window, looking out at the gradually autumn-tinged Golo Street, covered with withered yellow leaves. Zorn's thoughts quickly spread out.
Sending so many Knights Templar and priests. Obviously, the church has discovered the good things in the Grey Mist Valley town.
Judging from the fact that they are constantly transporting materials into the town, they obviously want to break the gate of the seal through the ritual, but this approach is futile. This method is okay for dealing with ordinary sealed lands, but it is not enough to deal with the sealed land of the Sun King's golden scepter. The Sun King of the ancient times was a being who challenged the gods. Also, there are a large number of the lost in that town. In his thoughts, Zorn gently rubbed his palms.
Perhaps, this is a good place for the blooming of the evil spirit cataclysm ritual. The large number of the lost, wallowing in death and distortion, are very good sacrifices. Currently, Zorn is trying to break through using the way of a fighter, and he has already figured out some of the ways. Spending a little more time, he can break through without the help of the evil spirit cataclysm. However, using the evil spirit cataclysm ritual to construct the immortal calamity Saint Mark is something that must be done. Whether it is the construction of the next spiritual domain, or the subsequent breakthrough of powerful forbidden spells, or the nurturing of the ancient god curse, and so on. All of them cannot be separated from the Saint Mark engraved in the vast chapters. Moreover, for the evil spirit witch, the necessary condition for advancing to the middle level is that there are at least 5, and not weak, immortal calamity Saint Marks. Although using the Sun King's golden skeleton can reduce the reliance on the immortal calamity Saint Mark. But now Zorn's immortal Saint Mark is far from enough. I need to advance to level 4 first, and I need to advance to level 4 in the way of a fighter. In this way, the old fox, Albert Wilde, will be less suspicious of me. At least, every time I go there, the middle-level evil spirit he places there will not sniff me so hard every time. Although Marquis Albert Wilde takes great care of Zorn. But if Zorn really thought that the other party regarded him as one of their own, then it would be a bit too self-deceptive. One of their own? Sometimes, those who betray you are often your own people. Just as he was about to close the window and prepare to go to Rift Mist Town to continue doing tasks, a lady's noble carriage with purple curtains and purple and gold flower lanterns hanging on it stopped outside the manor. A lady in a light purple court dress stepped out. When he saw who it was, Zorn frowned slightly, then relaxed. He slapped his forehead and said with a slightly annoyed smile, "Damn it! I should have thought of this earlier." In the wide and brand new beige sofa that had just been replaced in the autumn, Vanessa brought over a coffee tray and placed it on the matte marble table. The freshly brewed fragrant coffee had a pungent aroma, which had been roasted and ground a few days ago. These are all raw materials purchased from the Abernathy Island plantation. Originally, I also planned to buy an island and develop my marine plantation. But the old butler always reminded me that our Corrick family seems to have a curse of the sea. Although I am full of longing for the sea, I must have some awe for the possible curse of the sea. At this time, Ms. Ghetto Isaiah, the holy poet ranger, who was sitting opposite Zorn with an elegant and dignified manner, always had a faint smile on her face. She was a very qualified listener at this time. And she was today's visitor. Zorn had even roughly guessed the true purpose of this beautiful lady's visit today. Picking up the coffee and taking a slight sip, Ms. Ghetto Isaiah's beautiful voice explained like a line. "It is really commendable that a powerful existence like you still has such awe for the ocean. You must know that in Ogren City, no rising star like you can compare to you. Perhaps the stage in Ogren City is a bit too small for you." Hearing this, Zorn became more and more certain of the other party's identity. Sure enough, Ms. Ghetto Isaiah, who slightly straightened her expression, slowly explained with the melody of a ranger. "Do you still remember the stories and legends under the plateau?" Zorn nodded slightly. "That is indeed an extraordinary story and legend." Zorn, who had become a listener, listened to Ms. Ghetto Isaiah's narration. The Ottenston Republic, the St. Grieg Empire, and the Grand Peaceplain Province, which was compensated to the Saintsman Empire 100 years ago due to defeat. These 3 territories were originally one. After the defeat, the Grand River Plain Province was ceded to the Saintsman Empire. Ottenston and St. Grieg were divided and became independent. Subsequently, the Holy Sun Church entered the 2 countries, spread its faith, and did not allow any other churches to proselytize, and finally completed the dismemberment of the Northern Territory. But with the passage of time, the surge and revival of extraordinary power, the decay and infighting of the Holy Sun Church gradually declined. And the power of steam leveraged a new world pattern. The restorationist forces that reunited the 3 territories and established a powerful steam empire in the Northern Territory quietly roamed and surged within these 3 territories. Zorn knew very well. If these 3 territories in the Northern Territory are not merged to form a new republic or empire,
The future destiny will inevitably be annexed by the superior Saintsman Empire in the south, which is like a fearless warship. Subsequently, the superior Saintsman Empire will also be contaminated too deeply with the power of the superior, which will lead to a terrible national-level cataclysmic event, the Saintsman Saint Capital Cataclysm. The residents of the entire Saint Capital will have to pay for the Empire's ambitions with their lives. At that time, the Northern Territory will still be independent. Therefore, Zorn must support the birth of a new steam country in the Northern Territory. After listening to the glorious history and fascinating picture under the plateau narrated by Holy Poet Ranger, Ghetto. At one time, Zorn's mind also emerged with the idea of fighting for the new steam country. Of course, this idea that was guided by the Holy Poet Ranger, and did not belong to Zorn, only lasted for less than a second. Evil spirit witches are not affected by any will or spirituality. Your story is indeed fascinating. Zorn slowly responded. The Northern Territory does need a unified force to face the oppression of the superior Saintsman Empire. Zorn's words made Ghetto's heart tremble slightly. If this infinitely potential fighter has such an idea, then there is room for cooperation. And this is why she made a special visit. I know that there are many mysterious forces active in these three places in Ogren City. Even Zorn's eyes narrowed slightly as he examined the Ghetto in front of him. It can be said that the leader of this force is Saint Grieg. And behind it, bearing the curse above the mountains, flowing with the blood power of the grey mist giant Isaiah. Am I right, Ms. Ghetto? Zorn's statement caused Ghetto Isaiah's pupils to shrink sharply, and even the smile was slightly stiff on her face. She put down the coffee somewhat tremblingly, and the stiff face recovered its composure after a while. You are right, Mr. Zorn Korik. Ms. Ghetto Isaiah looked at Zorn very seriously. I didn't expect you to know so much. So, what is your attitude? Zorn smiled lightly, leaned back, and said lightly. Forgive me for speaking frankly, respected Ms. Ghetto, you are probably not qualified enough to discuss my attitude with me. At least let the real power holder behind you come to see me before I can barely talk to him. Hearing this, Ms. Ghetto Isaiah was slightly stagnant. I admit that your strength is very strong, Mr. Zorn. At the same time, you are now a noble baron of Ogren City. And you also own your own steam factory industry. You are a very successful, extraordinary nobleman. But relying on these alone is probably not enough. Hearing this, Zorn couldn't help but smile lightly. Is it enough or not? It's not up to you to say, is it? Zorn's words made Ghetto Isaiah stunned. She examined Zorn for a moment before reopening her mouth. Can I borrow a room? Of course, no problem. Zorn nodded slightly. Under Vanessa's guidance, Ghetto Isaiah took her servants into a guest room on the second floor. Vanessa, who had returned to Zorn's side, lowered her voice. Master, should we investigate? No need, we should always give guests some private space. Zorn waved his hand. Okay. Vanessa nodded very obediently. Glancing at the wall of grey mist ritual that had already unfolded on the second floor, Zorn withdrew his gaze. It seems that the grey mist giant's blood power of the power holder behind the scenes is already very strong. He can actually use rituals to contact Ms. Ghetto Isaiah. At least it can be determined that the power of this restoration faction is not weak. Even if a new National Assembly is formed in the future, it will be able to have a certain say. Also, Zorn paused. Grey mist giants are also terrible superiors, but they are not that strong. The sleeping giants spew out a massive amount of grey mist, and this is also the source of the grey mist in the Northern Territory. The stronger Isaiah's bloodline, the more grey mist giants will be resurrected. The forbidden wars of the superiors may be earlier than expected. Fortunately, my strength is growing extremely fast as well. If I can cultivate the ancient god curse and several other forbidden spells to a certain level at level 5. Perhaps I can complete a hunt of the superior, or at least participate in the hunt of the superior. Soon, Ms. Ghetto Isaiah, who had finished the ritual, returned to the hall. She looked at Zorn and said in a calm voice. Mr. Zorn Korik, Miss Grey Mist wants to meet you. When are you free? How about the 10th of this month? Zorn suggested.
The 10th of October is a good day. Ms. Ghetto Isaiah nodded slightly. We will come to pick you up then.
With the departure of Ms. Ghetto Isaiah, the Holy Poet Ranger.
Miss Grey Mist.
From this title, Zorn already knew who was in charge behind Ms. Ghetto Isaiah.
The trajectory of fate is sometimes so magical.
Bathed in the tranquility of the late autumn season, looking at the colorful fallen leaves outside, he was lost in thought. As for whether a cooperation can be reached, it depends on how much the other party is willing to pay.
Riftwood Town.
The fourth level of the underground ruins, the Lich King's world. Gurgle, deep within the death swamp, bubbles containing highly poisonous miasma occasionally rise from the swamp and burst. In the undead mist, soul-type undead float around. Using Thousand Streamgale Step, the G-Fighter, Zorn, while walking in the swamp, constantly tears apart wandering soul-type undead creatures with his chi hand.
For other transcendence.
The death swamp is very dangerous. Once trapped in the swamp, it is difficult to save oneself. For Zorn, whose Thousand Streamgale Step is already at LV1, walking here is like walking on flat ground. While tearing apart soul-type undead, he observes his surroundings, wanting to find elite banshees of level 3 or even level 4. Kill the banshees, and harvest their souls. Throw it into the banshee tombstone, summon and kill the banshee undead tree.
Then you can enter the next round and explore the last chapter of the Lich King's ancient undead. For this ultimate hidden quest on the 4th level, Zorn has been wandering here for several days. Of course, wandering here is not just wasting time. Every day, Zorn consolidates some of the breakthrough power of Fighter and Evil Spirit Warlock in battle. Battle is the key to the breakthrough of Fighter. Slaughter is the key to the breakthrough of Evil Spirit Warlock. Fighting and killing here can effectively improve the breakthrough effect in both aspects. Zorn can feel that he is about to advance to level 4. Perhaps it will be the next second, perhaps when killing the Banshee Undead Tree, or when confronting the ancient Lich King heroic spirit. In the dark and quiet depths of the undead mist, when Zorn is fighting, the mist is silently driven, as if invisible outlines are approaching. Just as Zorn tore apart a level 2 undead Banshee again. A bronze-colored dagger gently tapped Zorn's back at an extremely tricky angle. It seems like a gentle blow, but if it hits, it will directly tear open Zorn's chi. Zorn seemed to foresee this sneak attack. He slightly lowered his body, cleverly avoiding this blow, and turned around. His left leg swung out heavily like a steel chain. It was just an ordinary chi sweep, but it had the explosive power of a dragon's tail swing. The assassin who launched the sneak attack stretched out his right arm, and a faint blue halo lingered. Parry. One of the very magical skills of the assassin sequence. A well-versed assassin sequence can block many powerful attacks. The chi sweep collided with the parry. Boom! A visible energy wave rippled out. The assassin who launched the sneak attack quickly retreated a few steps, unloading Zorn's power. What a strong force, no wonder you can fight the Rat King Knight for several hours. Your chi is also the most powerful chi I have ever seen in a fighter. The assassin was shrouded in a robe, with a strong gray mist lingering around him, and his voice was rough and hoarse. He was actually the level 5 undead assassin instructor from the mist area. Zorn's fighter sequence is SS level, Star Scar Fighter, and this Star Scar chi is naturally the top existence. There is even stronger, do you want to try it? Zorn smiled, shaking his fist. The level 5 undead assassin instructor raised his eyebrows. No problem. Zorn, stepping on Thousand Streamgale Step, rushed up, and the soul-shattering skull-crushing fist was unleashed. Accompanied by the strong fist wind, the soul-shattering skull-crushing fist fell continuously at an extremely fast speed like a falling meteor. And the level 5 undead assassin instructor was always able to deal with Zorn's attacks by parrying, blocking, dodging, and maneuvering. Boom boom boom. Even though Zorn's attack was very fierce, the undead assassin instructor was still able to calmly confront and resolve it. For a time, the two sides fought fiercely in the depths of this grey mist. These days, when Zorn was doing hidden quests in the Lich King's world on the 4th level, he encountered this level 5 undead assassin instructor several times.
Of course, the two had never met. Every time this undead assassin instructor encountered fighter Zorn, he would avoid him in advance. This time, the two were in the same area, and this undead assassin instructor quietly touched up, wanting to test Zorn. With just a simple fight with the other party, Zorn felt an extraordinary change. As a professional undead assassin instructor Roseanne in the game world, he has a very special talent, that is, any skill in his hands will quickly reach full level LV3. Even break through the original level shackles and reach LV4, or even LV5. In addition, he himself is a boss template. Therefore, this undead assassin instructor has unfathomable strength. And as a mentor, he has very strong teaching and guidance abilities. He can quickly improve the player's proficiency by sparring with the players. He can also help the players break through the level through guidance. Zorn estimated that this mentor should have felt that his level was a bit difficult to break through. So he took the initiative to sneak attack him, guiding him to fight with him, so that the fighter could break through in the fight. And he is undoubtedly a very excellent and qualified mentor. As soon as they fought, Zorn vaguely felt that his level barrier was loosening. The more he fought, the more Zorn could feel that his level breakthrough trend was getting bigger and bigger. Originally, Zorn had already accumulated enough breakthrough power of the fighter. And at this time, the guidance of this mentor made Zorn's accumulation begin to qualitatively change, and the breakthrough was coming soon. After the two fought for more than 10 minutes, another set of powerful attacks was fully charged, and Zorn's legs suddenly exerted force. Boom! With the blooming of a layer of energy ripples. The blooming of Thousand Stream Gale Step made Zorn glide towards the rear like a leaf in the air. Lightly and naturally landed on an undead grave that was 3 or 4 meters high. Then he stood there quietly and began to guide the power to break through the level and advance. And the undead assassin instructor Roseanne stood far away on the swamp water, watching the breakthrough of the young fighter. What surprised Roseanne was, when guiding the other party's breakthrough, he was seeking a breakthrough in this undead land, and the level 5 barrier also seems to have groped for a little breakthrough opportunity with the completion of guiding the other party's promotion. Guiding the promotion of other transcendents will also give him some gains. And this time, guiding this level 3 fighter, the harvest was particularly amazing. But after thinking carefully about the identity of this fighter, Roseanne was a little relieved. The sequence of this fighter gentleman is probably the top batch in the entire Oakland City, or even the entire Ottenston Republic. The terrifying guy who can digest the flesh and blood of Ergunis is naturally extraordinary. The latest novel is first published on Leo 9 Shuba. And guiding the breakthrough of such a top sequence is also a huge harvest. Shichichi, quietly feeling the tempering and strengthening of various aspects in the breakthrough state. Zorn also quickly summarized the characteristics of the dual sequence. It can also be completed through the way of the fighter. The only problem is that it takes more time and energy. However, it is enough to be able to complete the breakthrough through the fighter method. This will perfectly confirm that I am a fighter, not some potential evil spirit. With the completion of the 4th level promotion, under the blessing of the evil spirit warlock and fighter dual sequence, let Zorn complete a strong transformation and improvement in all aspects. You must know that numerical value is the foundation of the world-class boss, evil spirit warlock. The distant roaring of evil spirits wandering in the undead mist. The scattered bones with death spirituality buried in the silt and dead water tens of meters deep underground. The tombstones of the dead that are scattered in the mist. Everything around is clearly presented in Zorn's perception. The promotion of the level made the spiritual perception of the level 4, evil spirit warlock, even more amazing. Even, Zorn vaguely sniffed out the ancient and mysterious heroic spirit that was hidden in the secret and obscure depths, coldly examining the entire world. After a long time, the transformation inside and outside slowly came to an end. Feeling the stable level 4 powerful force, Zorn took a light breath and looked at the undead assassin, instructor Roseanne not far away. Thank you, Lord Roseanne, you are indeed an admirable mentor. I heard your stories and rumors in the mist area a long time ago. If it weren't for your guidance, I don't know when I would be able to break through. Roseanne laughed in a rough voice.
Ha ha. I have also heard of the name of Zorn Korik's fighter.
Even without my guidance, you will naturally accumulate and break through in a short time. In the surge of steam waves, mysterious transcendent sequences are constantly born.
In the past year or two, he has indeed guided the breakthrough of many transcendents. He is slightly famous in the Grey Mist. But when it comes to whose fame is greater?
Naturally, it is the well-known fighter gentleman in front of him.
During this time, I will be wandering on this level for a long time. If Lord Rosen is willing, we can often spar here.
Looking at the other party for a moment, Zorn suggested.
Sparring with this mentor with extremely high skill levels is an excellent way to grow. I also have this intention. Rosen nodded slightly.
For him, on this young man's fighter, he has vaguely found an opportunity to break through to level 6, so naturally he will not miss it.
I noticed that you have been wandering here for a long time. Are you looking for something?
Yes.
Need help? Things that can be completed with a little more time do not need help too much, thank you. If you need help, you can come to me, I am over there. Rosen pointed in a direction. I remember, if I need it, I will go.
Waving to Zorn, the undead assassin, Instructor Rosen disappeared after his body exploded like a bubble.
After confirming that the mentor had gone away.
While looking for evil spirit banshees, Zorn opened the system panel to explore the changes after his upgrade. Because he had previously used skill potions, he had already mastered the exclusive forbidden technique of the superior. The evil spirit warlock, after level 4, did not gain spells.
And the Yi fighter got a defense type chi skill as he wished. Star Scar fighter, level 4, 4%. Talent, Chi and 10 Iron Bone, SS level, skills, Soul Shattering Skull Crushing Fist, LV2, 17%. Chi specialization, passive LV0, 99%. Thousand Streamgale Step, LV1, 14%. Starscar Holy Chi Scale Armor, LV0, 0%. Starscar Holy Chi Scale Armor, LV0, 0%. This defense type Chi skill. It has both the passive Chi armor effect that is integrated into the skin and bones. There is also an active activation, which will also obtain a powerful Chi scale armored strong defense state. This passive defense and active display, combined with the SS level talent, Chi and 10 Iron Bone. This stage of the fighter will usher in the peak of its close combat. If the speed is faster, it will be very perfect. And Zorn, obviously, does not lack speed. You must know that the world-class boss, Evil Spirit Warlock, who has already devoured 2 extra pieces of Erguna's flesh and blood, is a proper numerical monster. After advancing to level 4, the overall strength has surged, and meeting the Grey Mist of Miss Grey Mist will occupy more initiative. At the same time, in Boar Town, it is almost time to slowly prepare for the ceremony. Hundreds of church members, hundreds or even thousands of Lost Town residents will make the power of this ceremony unprecedentedly powerful. Morning. Standing behind the window, Zorn quietly watched the rising sun just leaving the horizon. When it reached a certain position, the reddish halo of the sun instantly turned blood red, as if soaked in blood. Of Luo. Ka. Si, Luo. Ka. See, dreamlike and bizarre whispers poured into the depths of Zorn's soul, stirring deep within his sequence. Outside the window, the trees that were originally shedding leaves instantly burst into flames, the blood-colored flames, like demons hissing and laughing. Blood constantly seeped from the walls, black tentacles spread and rose, and pairs of blood-colored eyes lit up from the depths of the wall's cage. Lava continuously overflowed and flowed from the ground. In an instant, the entire world had turned into a ruined purgatory, with vast ashes covering the entire world. On the window glass between Zorn and the sun, the outline of Zorn was reflected. It was a mass of wriggling flesh, constantly pumping and throbbing, struggling in death. On top of the flesh and bones, there were not only Zorn's own facial contours, but also the skeletal contours of the other 2 evil spirits swallowed by Zorn, the Rat King Butch, and the evil spirit Francis, the Thaumaturge. The 2 of them stretched out their palms, passed through the glass mirror, dragging Zorn, wanting to drag Zorn into the depths of the rising, blood-weeping outline of the great sun. Master! A cry of surprise suddenly sounded in Zorn's ear. Zorn came back to his senses and looked to the side, but saw Vanessa looking at him in astonishment. "What's wrong with me?" Zorn asked calmly. "You, just now were filled with the smoke of burning, as if about to be ignited, right?" Zorn added. "Yes." Vanessa nodded very seriously. "It's the sun." Zorn turned his head and looked out the window. The strange and bizarre scene just now was gone. The room was still calm, and the yellowed leaves outside the window fell from time to time. At this time, the sun rose slightly higher than before, returning to its usual state of being dazzling and impossible to look directly at. The strange blood color that had burned just now had also disappeared. The bleeding sun is coming soon. In front of the window, Zorn, bathed in the morning sun, looked at the slowly rising sun, his silhouette motionless like a silhouette. The day before yesterday, Zorn felt that the rising sun seemed a little wrong on the road. So today Zorn decided to take a closer look. He didn't know until he looked. After taking a look, he realized that the bleeding sun was really strong. It almost ignited Zorn, but fortunately Vanessa woke Zorn up in time. Of course, let alone being ignited, even if he was burned to death, it would not have much impact on Zorn now. The Sun Church has already begun to construct the great ritual of the bleeding sun. The progress of my evil spirit cataclysm ritual must also be accelerated. Otherwise, once the bleeding sun rises, I will also be the target of the bleeding sun's attack. Whether it is the Holy Sun Church that is currently in power, or the Sun Church that will come to power in the future, they all regard other evil spirit sequences as threats. Even the evil spirit sequences they control are just pawns they control, until their value is jargon squeezed dry. Whether it is Zorn Crick in the original trajectory, or the evil spirit Francis, the thaumaturge in this trajectory, or the evil spirit Toolman who is about to ignite the bleeding sun in the current stage, it is the same. Not to mention, in the subsequent larger chapters, those more powerful bosses and more powerful forces. They also regard the flesh and blood remains of the evil spirit sequence as delicious food. In his thoughts, Zorn looked at Oblin City. Add another strong anchor point, and at the same time obtain the Sun King's golden scepter to completely construct my golden throne. In this way, when the bleeding sun shines down, I can bathe in it without being harmed. In the bleeding sun ritual, the Sun King's golden skeleton is one of the core ritual materials. Once the Sun King's scepter is obtained and the golden throne is constructed. Zorn's eyes narrowed slightly, and a strange light surged slightly in the depths of his pupils. While not fearing the bleeding sun, it can also be better embedded into this grand ritual, thereby borrowing the power of the Sun Church to help me engrave immortal stigmata. The bleeding sun is a terrible miracle ritual. It can be said that this kind of ritual is part of the power of gods clashing with each other. And the controllers are the transcendence of the major forces. In the future, this kind of terrible miracle ritual will not be uncommon. For this kind of powerful miracle ritual, Zorn naturally also has the idea of secretly seeking benefits from it. And the Sun King's golden throne constructed using the Sun King's scepter is the key. You must know that for the bleeding sun miracle ritual, Zorn knows the entire process better than anyone in the Sun Church. With the Sun Church's bleeding sun as the core, Zorn will quietly start a secret embedded ritual and become a part of the bleeding sun. As long as the bleeding sun rises, Zorn will benefit from it forever. My participation does not require your permission. This is Zorn's greatest reliance and confidence. Continue to go to Rift Mist Town to level up and gain skills. Tonight, at the latest tomorrow night, I can take action. After breakfast, Zorn took a carriage and headed straight to Rift Mist Town. A few days ago, after completing the level promotion to level 4, Zorn also completed the ultimate hidden mission of the 4th layer of the Lich King world. In addition to completing tasks on the 5th floor every day, Zorn also took some time to exchange ideas with the undead assassin instructor. As for Zorn's traces of exploration and completion of secret missions in each layer of the world, within this secret ancient ruins, it is too normal.
Not only Zorn, but even the Reflection Man, Ms. Mabel, is also busy within the mirror world of the third layer. She should be doing the task of resurrecting the Mirror Witch. Resurrecting the Mirror Witch, and then killing her. Through the process she completed before, she can obtain a large part of the origin of the mirror world. In order to speed up the process, she also asked many people to help her collect mirror spirit fragments. When Zorn was wandering in the third layer of the world to complete tasks, he helped her collect a lot of mirror spirit fragments, by the way. During this period, Mrs. Mabel, who absorbed the power of the origin of the mirror world, has obviously become much stronger.
And Zorn is naturally even more, needless to say.
After quickly stabilizing his own sequence, he has grown a lot every day in the fights and killings with the undead assassin instructor. After Zorn's magical castle absorbed enough grey mist origin in the first layer of the world, Zorn brought it to the third layer of the world.
Absorbing some mirror world origin can better confuse and resist enemies. Moreover, the progress of the sixth layer's development is also about to be completed.
The most difficult seventh layer, the Law Ring Tree World layer, is also coming soon. While many people are jointly developing this treasure, Zorn is also silently and continuously absorbing nutrients from it, allowing his sequence to gradually grow and strengthen.
Night. Red River Valley Tavern, a hubbub of voices. Under a gas street lamp,
a man wearing a black knitted hat, wearing a black robe, with a burly figure and very broad shoulders stood there quietly.
The most uptack new uptack small uptack set uptack is uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair.
At this time, Zorn was dressed as Mr. Giant.
There are more and more transcendents.
The corner of his eye glanced at the tavern behind him, Zorn thought silently. While eating 3 servings of bread and mushroom soup and drinking 5 large glasses of calm wine in the tavern,
Zorn noticed that 5 transcendents entered and left the Red River Valley Tavern one after another. As a mafia territory, this place is not peaceful.
Before long, a carriage stopped in front of Zorn. The door opened, and Zorn disappeared into it. Inside the not-so-wide carriage, 2 people were sitting.
Doomsday Shadow Assassin, Alvin, and Evil Spirit Thaumaturge, Francis.
And the one driving the carriage was the Lantern Old Man Alvin, and the Lantern Old Man had disguised themselves to a certain extent. It was difficult to see their original identities. Francis was in his original appearance. A world-class big boss, plus 3 powerful bosses.
This lineup is quite strong.
The gathering of the 4 major bosses and their joint team up, the impact this would have can be imagined to be amazing. Along with the sound of horses' hooves and wheels, the carriage disappeared and headed towards Bowie Town on the west side of Oberlin City. Soon the carriage entered a relatively rugged path and became bumpy.
Can't you find a better carriage?
Francis, who was squeezed together with Alvin and swayed from side to side, couldn't help but mutter. In a sufficiently concealed and unknown situation, this is already the best one I could find.
Alvin spread his hands. Those expensive good carriages are monopolized by the Silver Horse Mafia. If the master enslaved and controlled the Silver Horse Mafia, then we will not lack any carriages. We can even travel freely in the streets and alleys of Oberlin City.
Hearing this, Francis was thoughtful.
During this period, I saw the Silver Horse Mafia boss. Level 4 Holy Healer Warrior. This is a profession with quite powerful close combat ability. No matter how powerful close combat is, can it be more powerful than the master?
Now that the master has been promoted to level 4, I feel that the master can tear down that Holy Healer Warrior alive.
Francis did not refute Alvin's statement.
They naturally know their master's power better than anyone else.
Red Horse Mafia boss, did you see him? Zorn asked with interest.
I've seen her after going there a few times. She's a level 4 golem witch. Although I didn't fight her, I heard that her defense is very powerful, and her witch spells are even stronger. She is the most powerful existence among the 3 horses.
Francis responded quickly. How about a one-on-one fight, can you win?
If it was before, there would be no problem, but now it's a bit difficult, but even if I can win, I can't kill her.
Hearing this, Zorn nodded.
Then get ready, while the Red Horse Mafia boss's Golem Witch has not been promoted to level 5, let's find a time to enslave her. Then I will pull her into the mirror world, and you and Alvin will deal with her together.
No problem. Francis quickly nodded. It's not easy to win one-on-one.
But 2 against 1, and the master is also there, then it is definitely a sure win. I've long disliked that Golem witch, and I'm definitely going to teach her a lesson.
Doomsday Shadow Assassin, Alvin clenched his fists and said.
As the number of strong assistants under his command gradually increases. Many things do not require Zorn to do it himself.
For example, this upcoming Cataclysm ritual.
They will serve as an important combat force.
Level 3 Lantern Old Man, Level 4 Evil Spirit Thaumaturge. Level 3 Doomsday Shadow Assassin.
Each of them has extremely strong strength. Merciful Witch Vanessa, her strength is slightly weaker, only level 2, Zorn did not let her participate this time.
Alvin, how is the situation there during this period? Zorn looked at Alvin. Reporting to the master, it's been explored almost.
Alvin slightly restrained his expression and responded seriously. There is a level 5 deputy bishop, with the sequence, Sun Priest.
A level 5, Thaumaturge, should be mainly studying how to open that seal gate.
There is also a Great Knight commander of the Sun Knight sequence, level 5. In addition, there are 5 level 4 priests and 6 level 4 knight commanders.
The number of transcendents at level 2 and 3 exceeds 50.
In addition to other scattered staff. There are a total of more than 100 members of the Holy Sun Church there.
For us, the more threatening enemies are 3 level 5 transcendents and 11 level 4 transcendents.
And this is what I have explored. I speculate that there are hidden forces.
After listening to Alvin's statement.
Not only was the thaumaturge Francis silent, but even the lantern old man outside was also silent.
The difference in strength between the two sides is undoubtedly very large. This will inevitably be a bitter battle.
After shaking for a long time on the rugged path, behind a quiet hill where the quiet moonlight fell, the carriage stopped.
Master, the destination has arrived.
The lantern old man's old but steady voice came from outside.
Disaster is coming. In the tranquil moonlight, the night grew even more desolate.
A group of 3 emerged in single file. The old lantern-bearer, traveling by moonlight, had already extinguished his lamp. The rolling hills in this area perfectly concealed any trace of carriages. This place wasn't far from the town of Bor, which the Holy Radiant Sun Church heavily guarded. With a flip of his hand, Zorn produced the forbidden sealed artifact, the Witch's Mirror. After this period of nurturing, the Witch's Mirror's functions had become increasingly powerful. Sensing the bright moonlight, Miss Mirror Witch glanced out twice before immediately greeting Zorn.
Good evening, Mr. Giant.
Zorn had long instructed her on how to address him with different disguises, and Miss Mirror Witch clearly remembered it well.
Can you sense the projection of this location in the mirror world? Zorn asked, pointing in the direction of Bor Town.
After closing her eyes and carefully sensing, Miss Mirror Witch opened her bright eyes and nodded.
I can sense it. But it's heavily contaminated there, and there are also many powerful transcendents.
Find a safe and hidden foothold, and open a mirror gate passage.
Yes, Mr. Giant. Soon.
At the foot of the hills, a shimmering, secret mirror gate passage was successfully opened.
Passing through the mirror gate,
Zorn arrived inside a third-story attic in Bor Town. Through the dim glass windows, he could see the entire valley town bathed in the tranquil moonlight. At the very end of the town, there were a few lights. At the same time, Zorn could sense the presence of a strong ritual barrier. Originally, this place had been seized by the Holy Radiant Sun Church from the Sun Church.
Moreover, its location was relatively remote.
Even if the church wanted to provide support, it wouldn't be able to do so quickly. In addition, there were important resources here, so the defensive strength was naturally extremely high. After receiving the Black Monster treasure chest from Miss Mirror Witch's hand, Zorn began to set up the Fiendish Calamity ritual while explaining. This time, the descending, Fiendish Calamity, is level 4, covering the entire town and encompassing the ritual defense area constructed by the church over there.
The level 4 Fiendish Calamity's deathly black fog will directly kill transcendents of level 3 and below. It will also cause level 4 transcendents to basically lose their combat abilities. If their constitution isn't strong, they will quickly die in the deathly black fog. Even those with relatively strong constitutions will only last a little longer. Unless the other party's sequence is relatively special, or they have resistance in this area. Basically, it can be considered that a level 4 fiendish calamity can also kill level 4 transcendents. Level 5 transcendents, if their constitution isn't strong enough, will also have their combat abilities greatly weakened. Hearing Zorn's explanation of the level 4 fiendish calamity's immense power, each of them felt ripples of horror in their hearts. Although they knew that fiendish calamity was powerful, they didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Doesn't that mean there are hundreds of people on the other side, and we only actually need to face 3 level 5 transcendents? Doomsday Shadowthorn's voice held a hint of astonishment. Yes. Zorn nodded slightly. When the dense deathly black fog envelopes them, those 3 level 5 transcendents will also have their strength weakened by the deathly black fog. As Zorn elaborated, the ripples surging in the hearts of the 3 became even higher. Even the old lantern bearer, who was with Zorn, was slightly stunned in place. Originally, the strength of the 2 sides was vastly different. But when the fiendish calamity descended, the situation would complete a magnificent reversal. This was the terrifying, fiendish calamity. Then if it's on the battlefield, facing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of troops, the Divine Francis asked tentatively. Those covered by the deathly black fog's range will all die, without exception. Using fiendish calamity to slaughter towns, steam city-states, and even super-large steam cities like Oberlin City, isn't much of a problem. This is the terror and power of fiendish calamity. While the 3 were still immersed in the terror of the fiendish calamity that Zorn had described, Zorn slowly spoke again. Of course, what I'm saying is the ideal situation. In reality, once that's done, the church and the Oberlin City officials will definitely try to eliminate the fiendish calamity as soon as possible, no matter what astonishing price they pay. Moreover, top-level experts will be dispatched to hunt us down afterward. I might be able to escape, but you may not. And Zorn paused. For me, doing that is meaningless. Transcendence residents within the steam ecological city-states, together they outline a beautiful epic scroll. I need to carve my immortal calamity stigmata in this beautiful scroll. And let the entire chapter of Oberlin City expand my stigmata. If we really destroy Oberlin City, it would be equivalent to completely tearing up the chapter of the epic scroll. At that time, ordinary stigmata will dissipate. Although the immortal calamity stigmata will not dissipate, it will no longer grow without the nurturing of ordinary stigmata. Not only can we not destroy it, but we also need to protect Oberlin City, this hotbed and epic chapter that strengthens us. Even the Zorn who was constantly falling into madness only carried out calamity descents around Oberlin City. For the current Zorn, in terms of the development period, the killing significance of fiendish calamity is very small. After all, he has dual sequences. And through the bug of dual sequences, he has already found a suitable growth path for himself. The main purpose of fiendish calamity is to carve immortal calamity stigmata in suitable areas. To constantly anchor this world. Soon Zorn completed the level 4 fiendish calamity ritual. As before, the 3 rituals were carried out in a unified manner. Summoning oneself, constructing a black fog curtain, and safeguarding it in the weak stage when the ritual had just begun. Summoning the Sun King Golden Skeleton, interfering with the traces left by everyone, and avoiding being detected. Summoning the fiendish calamity, and waiting for the fiendish calamity to be powerful enough before quickly blooming. As the 3 rituals were gradually activated by Zorn, the entire small building where the 4 were located was quickly enveloped by deathly black fog. Zorn had them, including Alvin, refine a portion of his calamity black fog. They could move freely in the deathly black fog of this fiendish calamity ritual. Moreover, as Zorn's subordinates and participants in the ritual, they could also obtain a certain amount of stigmata. As the ritual began to operate, Zorn began to give instructions. Old Lantern Bearer, when the ritual starts, if they send out a distress signal to the outside, Use your lantern to absorb any signal lights that bloom outwards. The most uptack new uptack novel uptack is uptack at uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. Understood. The old lantern bearer nodded slightly. As early as when the sky had just darkened, I had already released several sparks and buried them in the night sky. In this Boar town, no signal lights will be able to be sent out. Then Zorn looked at Alvin and Francis. Although the power of the fiendish calamity is very strong, but the church also has a strong defensive ritual. When I bloom the ritual, the two of you will attack that curtain ritual with all your strength. The sooner we break it, the more advantage we will have. Especially Francis. Zorn looked at Francis and said, "You should already understand the situation I explained to you in detail before. Master, don't worry, I am still the Sun Church's fiend divine, and I have come for revenge." Francis replied in a voice filled with anger. Very good. Zorn nodded slightly. Next, let the fiendish calamity nurture for a while longer. When the stars reach the deepest point of the night, it will be the moment of our action. Immersed in the darkness, Zorn, as the fiendish calamity ritual gradually became stronger, he could feel many lost souls. There are about 1,000 or more lost souls. That Sun Church is really not human, and killed so many town residents before leaving. Now, I can only reluctantly accept them all. Oh, these are really delicious souls. Moreover, after being contaminated by the power of the lost souls, the taste of the lost souls that have been initially fermented is even more delicious. These lost souls can be considered to have reached the threshold of transcendent species. More than 1,000 transcendent creatures, plus so many transcendents from the Holy Radiant Sun Church, this time the intensity of the fiendish calamity will be even more amazing. Unconsciously, the night had already deepened. Even Zorn could already operate the mirror and conduct reconnaissance in the ritual curtain area near the church. The ritual curtain of this Holy Radiant Sun Church is very strong, and has some characteristics of a barrier. But it's not without its shortcomings. The operating efficiency of several steam source energy furnaces here is obviously much slower. There are also obviously steam scholars or alchemists in the church who are conducting research on this aspect of knowledge. I'm getting off topic. Once attacked from the outside, even if they replenish energy in time, the strength of the curtain here will be difficult to quickly increase. In his thoughts, Zorn looked at the sky. It was almost 12 o'clock at night. The darkest moment of the Holy Radiant Sun was about to arrive. It's almost time. Zorn's voice rang out in the dark and silent attic. Alvin, who was carving wooden sculptures with a portable dagger. The divine who was performing spirit activation on the portable small hand-held steam lighthouse. And the old lantern bearer, who was immersed in cultivation on the side. The three stood up and looked at Zorn. I am going to use the mirror to guide the landing point of the fiendish calamity. You must be prepared to attack. The two of you pay attention. Attack in the area near the left valley near the edge of the forest. The defense there should be weaker. With Zorn's instructions, the three quickly left the attic and disappeared into the darkness. After waiting for a while, radiating the area of the fiendish calamity to the entire town, anchoring the initial landing point to the real location of the mirror. Level 4, Fiendish Calamity, activated. Aoo, roar roar roar, whoa, weird, muffled, and heart-shaking roars instantly descended in this remote and quiet small mountain town, tearing through the dull darkness. Having waited for a long time, a large number of level 2, level 3, and a small number of level 4 fiendish creatures, they surged down through the blooming fiendish vortex, bathed in the deathly black fog. Like a tide, they pounced towards the Holy Radiant Sun Church. Fiends, they're fiends. Be careful, a large number of fiends are descending from the sky. Fiendish calamity. Hearing the strange roars from the sky, a large number of station knights issued warnings at the first time. A level 2 knight stationed on a nearby tower immediately blew the war horn. Whoa, the low and heavy horn sound pierced through the darkness. But the next moment, this level 2 knight was jointly shot and killed by 2 level 3 fiendish banshees and a level 2 fiendish archer.
At the same time, several signal flares were fired into the sky, exploding into brilliant fireworks. But those fireworks turned into tiny meteor rays and were all collected by the candles in a rooftop location. In the entire town, no light could escape the old lantern bearer's capture. Immediately afterward, a large number of guarding knights and the fiendish creatures that rushed up first began to fight together. The peaceful town became a battlefield between humans and fiendish creatures on this night. Great Lord of the Holy Sun, I beseech the descent of holy light, your devout believer, praise for the strengthening of my body with a holy shield, great holy power, as the sounds of prayer rose and converged into a torrent. A response was granted from the mysterious existence above the heavens. The knights, priests, theurgists, spellcasters, and many other believers of the Holy Sun Church had scorching holy sunlight emerge upon their bodies. In an instant, the entire sacrificial area was filled with holy light. Knights wielding long lances and swords, in coordination with the priests, theurgists, and spellcasters behind them. Several unlucky evil spirit creatures that rushed forward were instantly purified. But then, a large number of evil spirit creatures kept pouring in. The deathly black mist that also surged and clashed head-on with the holy sun. For a time, the two sides fought inextricably. Evil spirit creatures were constantly being eliminated. Likewise, knights were dragged into the deathly black mist, screaming before being torn apart. Although there were many knights and converging spellcasters, the powerful evil spirit creatures within the evil spirit cataclysm were endless. As time passed, there would only be more and more. The knights fighting on the front lines against the evil spirit creatures soon couldn't hold on. Although their holy light could dispel the deathly black mist to some extent, the holy light of the knights was quickly annihilated after the black mist, which surged like a tide, enveloped them from all directions. The fate of the church knights who fell into the deathly black mist need not be imagined. First, the lethal properties of the black mist caused them to die quickly. Then, their fresh flesh was quickly devoured and absorbed by the evil spirits. Their souls after death were absorbed by the evil spirit cataclysm. Part of it became the energy of the ritual, and part of it became nourishment for the evil spirit warlock. The approaching death forced the knights to retreat again and again. Even if they didn't want to retreat, the constantly surging deathly black mist forced them to retreat. Honor belongs to the church, but life belongs to oneself. They couldn't risk their lives. Without life, how could they enjoy the power and wealth brought by their status as church knights? You damned knights, why are you retreating? Charge out and teach those evil spirits a lesson. An angry level 4 priest roared. But the knights avoided the priest one after another, each with a look of embarrassment. Father, it's not that we're unwilling to charge out, but the toxicity of the black mist is too severe. Indeed, brave knights have already tried it for us. Once you touch the black mist, you basically lose your combat power. Father, the black mist is closing in, we should take a long-term view. Seemingly sensing the terrifying aura of the black mist constantly pressing in from outside, the level 4 priest in charge of the ritual curtain door turned around and quickly opened the curtain doorframe. Everyone swarmed inside, afraid of being blocked outside. Inside the curtain ritual, with his arms crossed and his knight's greatsword leaning against the stone pillar behind him, the level 5 peak great knight Relove looked at the knights who had fled in disarray. The smile on his face was undisguised, and he almost laughed out loud. Even when he saw the high priest's face, which was gloomy and almost dripping with water not far away, he didn't restrain himself in the slightest. The results of the church's knight reform are truly eye-opening. Great Knight Captain Relove sighed softly. In the past 10 years, especially in recent years, His Holiness the Pope and Saint Simon and the church leaders there increasingly felt that the Knight Order members raised in the northern border area were useless. Therefore, the knights' benefits were cut again and again, to prevent the knights from complaining. The command authority of them, the great knight captains and knight captains, was also cut again and again. Although Great Knight Captain Relove didn't understand what the relationship was between the two. Even the church branch's tax revenue in the Republic of Otenston, the Pope wanted to get his hands on. That audacious and crazy fellow stretched his hand to the divine tax, when they couldn't get enough resources from the church to grow. The church's extraordinary knights naturally began to cooperate with those chambers of commerce and nobles.
Some churches' extraordinary knights would even privately start their own small businesses. For example, running a night summer camp, forming a nightclub, etc. They had the strength and power of extraordinary knights, and even the wealth brought by this identity. Nowadays, the knights in the northern border area no longer believed in the Holy Son. Working in the church was just a job. How much is faith worth? Can it support a family? Now, the knights were okay with fighting easy battles. Once the intensity increased and sacrifices had to be calculated, the knights would start to wonder if it was worth it. Hesitation. The knight's charge was no longer powerful. The knight's holy swords were no longer sharp. Even, the knight's faith could only be maintained on the surface. Relove saw it very clearly. These superficial holy light powers were no match for the terrifying deathly black mist. Only the holy light that bloomed from the depths of one's heart could be indestructible. But those knights had already died in battle with powerful enemies. Captain, you should quickly reorganize the knights of these knight orders. The high priest, whose face was almost black, glanced at Great Knight Captain Relove and said coldly. Great Knight Captain Relove slowly moved his shoulder away from the stone pillar and carried his greatsword. He still had to carry out the high priest's orders, who had supervisory duties, otherwise he would be reported. Of course, he wasn't afraid of the other party reporting him. Who told his younger brother to be the vice bishop of the Miss District Cathedral in Ogland City? Oh, right. It's worth mentioning that his brother-in-law was His Excellency Bishop Andre Burke of Ogland City. A few days ago, he had just given his sister 6,000 gold pounds from the confiscated Sun Church property. That night, after His Excellency Bishop Andre Burke came back, he was very happy and opened a bottle of blood-flame red wine secretly transported from St. Simon for him. With a gentle flick of the glass, blood flames would bloom in the cup. It was said that this bottle was worth 138 gold pounds, and the taste was unforgettable. These days, without a bit of status and connections, it's absolutely impossible to stand firm in the church. He was once a Sun Knight, willing to dedicate his life to the faith. And now, he was just a pay-to-work knight who took money to do things. Hey! You knights, hurry up and come over, the high priest is calling you to assemble. He shouted loudly. The knights swarmed over after a long time. At this time, the dense black mist had completely covered the entire altar curtain area. Chi-Chi, the deathly black mist directly collided with the curtain barrier, and the power of annihilation crackled. Then, bang bang bang, clang, clang clang, various attacks fell on the curtain barrier from the deathly black mist. Moreover, there were more and more attacks. Soon, Great Knight Captain Relove, High Priest Theodore, Theurgist Jerome. The three gathered behind the small pyramid ritual. A layer of light blocked others from eavesdropping on their secret conversation. Although the three didn't get along very well with each other. But at this time, it was a matter of life and death. The outside is a level 4 evil spirit cataclysm. The deathly black mist will cause level 4 knights to lose their combat ability when they come into contact with it. What should we do? High Priest Theodore lowered his voice. The level 4 evil spirit cataclysm is a huge threat. The one who spoke was Theurgist Jerome. Moreover, at the moment when the evil spirit cataclysm descended, a knight sent a call for help to the outside world, but it was blocked by strange means. There is no point in holding on. Even if we hold on, we may not be able to defend this place. As time goes by, the deathly black mist released by the evil spirit cataclysm outside will become thicker and thicker. You have all seen the previous evil spirit cataclysms. If left unchecked, after the boundary forms, it can exist permanently and is the anchoring of the disaster area to the real world. And our ritual curtain barrier, speaking, Theurgist Jerome glanced outside, is being consumed rapidly. So, my opinion is to evacuate as soon as possible. The longer we drag on, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Theurgist Jerome finished speaking. The High Priest Theodore looked at Great Knight Captain Relove. Great Knight Captain Relove smiled. I think we have reached an agreement on this matter at least. Yes. High Priest Theodore nodded. In that case, notify everyone to prepare to retreat as soon as possible.
They may not have enough patience and will to resist strong enemies, but they will do their best to protect themselves. As for the treasures here. What treasures? That's completely the devil's curse. Just as the few people began to organize manpower. Boom! 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 Several surging thunder warhammers heavily smashed on the ritual curtain barrier. Theurgist Jerome looked at the deathly thundercloud outside, and his brows furrowed slightly.
It's Francis, that damned, evil spirit Theurgist, he really didn't die. At the same time, evil spirit Theurgist, Francis vaguely revealed his figure. He guided the deathly thundercloud to release various attack theurgy spells. He was roaring madly. Damn Holy Sun, you killed so many people from our Sun Church. My mentor, my friends, they all died in your hands. All the enemies who offend our Sun Church will die under my evil spirit cataclysm today. While roaring, he cast the theurgy spells more desperately, causing the ritual curtain barrier to shake constantly. Evil spirit Theurgist, Francis performed very hard. But the church members inside ignored him, now they just wanted to escape. Deep in the deathly black mist. Just as Zorn was wondering whether to cast a forbidden spell to help Francis attack. Suddenly, the ritual curtain was opened. A powerful holy light forbidden spell force quickly opened up a large area of deathly black mist. Then this group of people ran out at a very fast speed. Roar, hiss, oh, the evil spirit creatures roared and chased after them. Looking at the Holy Sun Church members who were fleeing rapidly. Zorn was stunned for a moment, and after a little examination, he smiled knowingly. He naturally knew the situation within the Holy Sun Church. The Holy Sun, which could collapse at any time, had long lost the ability to fight hard battles. Moreover, they couldn't win against this level 4 evil spirit cataclysm. Running away was their most correct choice. Zorn thought they would run away, but he didn't expect them to collapse so quickly. It was simply retreating like the wind. I'm afraid, the Holy Sun's internal strife will come even faster than expected. Zorn thought secretly. When the old order collapses, the appearance of the creator of the new order is the beginning of the real arena. Master, do you want to chase them? Alvin appeared and came to Zorn's side and asked. Let the evil spirit creatures drive them out, our strategic goal has been achieved. It doesn't matter if we kill a few more or a few less. Moreover, the evil spirit creatures have already killed enough church transcendents, there is no need to force those experts into a hurry. We still expect them to bring Francis's news out. At this time, the thousands of transcendent bewildered souls that Zorn had completed harvesting had successfully condensed an immortal disaster holy mark in the Ogland City chapter. This was the benefit of having many sacrifices. As the ritual curtain barrier was opened, and the deathly black mist penetrated in. Before long, the ritual lighthouses were extinguished under the invasion of the deathly black mist. The location of the treasure door was completely exposed at this moment. This was an oak stump with a diameter of more than 3 meters and a height of more than 5 meters. On the trunk of the fallen oak bark were the patterns that Zorn had carved. Without mastering the correct ritual secret words. No matter how much resources and time the Holy Sun Church invested here, it would be useless. Light 2 black candles. Place them in the 2 devil eye sockets of the treasure door respectively. In an instant, the devil head in the doorframe seemed to come alive. Zorn began to chant the correct as ancient god incantation in a low voice. Before long, Kaka, the ancient treasure door slowly opened in front of Zorn. Prototype. Regarding the treasure within this oak tree stump. Although its location has changed many times, the resources inside are generally the same. The core resource is the Sun King's scepter, forged from the horns of a flame demon and fused with the blood of 3 upper beings. Zorn, as a player, had opened it many times before. Each time, the process involved eliminating the guards of the Sun cult, then taking the treasure and initiating an escape. If the interference with the ritual wasn't done well and traces were found, he would be hunted by members of the Sun Church for at least half a month, forcing him to run away upon entering a new instance. But this time, no one will be chasing Zorn and his group. The evil spirit theurgist Francis has already made an appearance. Those escaped church members will completely mix information about the evil spirit cataclysm, evil spirit theurgist, and Sun Church.
This time, the Sun Church will bear the full brunt of the blame.
Moreover, Zorn plans to write a report letter to the Holy Solar Church,
reporting the Sun Church's planned actions in the capital of the Ottensten Republic.
Normally, a portion of the Bleeding Sun ritual would take place in the Republic's capital.
Zorn's report can effectively hinder the progress of the Bleeding Sun. Deep within the treasure chamber, the four bosses gathered here. As the four of them exerted their power together, crack, 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 the stone coffin was slowly pushed open. Buzz thick and rich golden light permeated from the gap. The entire chamber trembled slightly for a moment.
Sizzle, sizzle. The exposed skin of everyone was sizzling as if being burned. Intense pain swirled in Zorn's mind.
He could vaguely see the Sun King, seated high on the golden throne, wielding the scepter that transformed into a demonic flame whip, constantly lashing at everyone's souls as if whipping slaves.
Kneel, you damned slave.
How dare you attempt to touch the scepter of the great Sun King? Slap, 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 with each lash, burn marks from the flames appeared on the bodies of the four. This version of the Sun King is much more powerful than imagined, and so is this scepter.
Enduring the stinging pain of being whipped, Zorn tried hard to push the coffin lid. At this moment,
the pupils of Doom Shadow Assassin Alvin's eyes were covered with a layer of gold. His expression began to become blank, and his legs trembled slightly. This guy has some flaws in his spirituality, although Zorn has repaired them.
But facing this ancient artifact of authority,
this guy is about to show his traditional kneeling skill. The Lantern Keeper was the least affected. When the coffin lid was pushed to a certain position,
he quickly raised his lantern.
Buzz, after a slight tremor, the scorching golden light was absorbed by the Lantern Keeper's lantern.
At the same time, Zorn's evil spirit authority was activated to draw upon the spiritual essence of the Sun King's scepter. Francis also activated the Great Prophecy to suppress the power of the scepter.
The Sun King's scepter had already been sealed for a very long time, and the level it could exert was only lower level.
With the three working together, the figure on the hazy golden throne was already trembling a little. You still get down here for me.
Zorn's voice was gloomy and deep, like the wind of death rising from the endless abyss.
I am, the great
Sun King. The will within the authorities still wanted to struggle.
Get down! Zorn scolded angrily. The towering sound waves were like thunder, heavily overlapping on the throne. Boom!
The body on the golden throne directly exploded and shattered. At the same time, the golden light in the coffin quickly converged and dimmed.
Previously at level 2.
Zorn needed to summon the hidden self to fight against the remaining power of the Sun King.
Now, Zorn, who is already level 4, is becoming increasingly powerful.
Working with a lower being, he can completely contend with the powerful remnant shadow of the Sun King's will, and even defeat it.
That damn guy.
Alvin, who had broken free from the influence, screamed strangely. If he had waited a little longer, he would have knelt down.
Good performance, at least you didn't really kneel down.
The theurgist Francis teased from the side.
I'm only level 3, when I'm level 4, I'll be able to be unaffected.
Alvin gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and vowed. While the two were bickering, Zorn had already taken the Sun King's scepter in his hand. Sun King's scepter is about 1 person tall, and the whole body seems to be cast in gold. The uppermost part is a sheep's head skeleton and demon horns. Within the pupils of the sheep's head skeleton, golden flames were jumping and burning.
Sun King's scepter possesses the power of the Sun Authority.
Using this scepter, one can temporarily summon a miracle like sun. When the sun appears, it can greatly enhance solar spells. It can also dispel many negative effects.
At the same time, it can also change the environment to a certain extent. Even the deepest darkness can be turned into bright sunshine. Evil spirits and sun are not compatible. But this is only temporary.
When Zorn uses the sun as a furnace to gradually improve himself, he can slowly grasp the power of the sun.
after using the ritual to send the Sun King's scepter into the Calamity origin. The outlines of the Sun King golden skeleton and the Sun King's scepter quickly merged into one. A very clear outline of a golden throne with the Sun King's scepter is presented. At the same time, Zorn felt a strange qualitative change in his small territory. After building the golden throne in the depths of the black mist, the stability has increased several times. It directly lays the foundation for my spiritual kingdom. Next, I can slowly construct my spiritual domain. Moreover, using the Calamity Black Mist as a guide, I can also release some of the power of the Sun Authority. Taking a deep breath, slowly exhaling. In the depths of Zorn's pupils, there was a faint golden halo. And this will also be the key for me to leverage the bleeding sun. The great gains from obtaining the Sun King's scepter this time made Zorn's mind agitated. Slowly converging his mind, Zorn looked at the people around him. This time, I let you all participate in the ritual, and you have all inscribed certain stigmata in the chapter of Ogren City. You need to improve your strength well in the next period of time. Especially Alvin, you will be able to advance to level 4 after this ritual. After stabilizing the sequence after the promotion, after a period of time, the war of enslavement of the other 2 horses will almost begin. Yes. Master. The latest novel is first published on 69shuba.cc. Alvin replied in a deep voice. In addition, Zorn said slowly in his thoughts, you can also tentatively use the immortal stigmata to fill the weak links in your spirituality. The effect will be very good. Can you still do this? Alvin was slightly stunned. Naturally, it is possible, but the difficulty of obtaining the immortal stigmata is very high, and few people know about this usage. I will tell you the detailed usage of this aspect later. Alvin immediately showed a grateful expression. Thank you, Master. In addition, Zorn's eyes swept over the other 2. Recently, I have seen the bleeding sun being conceived in the sun. This miraculous ritual is very terrifying. Although we are not the main target, we still need to take certain precautions. The sun may also scorch us. Yes. Master, everyone said in unison. Taking advantage of the deep night, the 4 left Bu Town. The recessive evil spirit cataclysm is permanently engraved on Bu Town. Compared to the immortal stigmata in the downtown area of Ogren City, the evil spirit cataclysm in Bu Town will basically not be extinguished until it fully grows into a perfect boundary. The news that the evil spirit cataclysm reappeared in Ogren City spread throughout Ogren City as soon as the sky was slightly bright. Standing at a high position, one can even see a large mass of heavy death haze crawling in the western hills of Ogren City, like a terrifying evil spirit beast. Compared to the first time it appeared and caused a sensation in the city. This second appearance, and in a remote hilly town in the suburbs, the reaction caused is obviously not so great. However, this does not delay Zorn from engraving the immortal stigmata in the scroll of Ogren City with the evil spirit cataclysm. Other transcendents must use rituals to cause a large enough impact and attract enough transcendents to participate in order to form ordinary stigmata. Then it needs to be fermented over time, and resonate in the scroll of chapters woven by many transcendents, in order to outline a trace of immortal stigmata. And the trendsetter of the era. The child of destiny in the Ogren City chapter. The important promoter of historical scrolls. Evil spirit wizard Zorn Korik. When the evil spirit cataclysm falls, there will inevitably be ordinary stigmata. When there are enough transcendents, immortal stigmata will be born. Of course, if you want the immortal stigmata to be large enough, you still need enough transcendents to complete the resonance with it. Fortunately, Ogren City is big enough. And now there are more and more transcendents in Ogren City. After posting the written report letter into the mailbox on the roadside, Zorn started his daily work. The deeper into the ancient mage's ruins, although there are fewer places to fight. But the difficulty of the battle will be greatly increased. However, it is still in the promotion of the 6th floor, and has not yet reached the 7th floor. And Zorn is still doing his ultimate hidden mission on the 5th floor. Every time night falls, after Zorn returns to the manor, he began his long-prepared plan. The spiritual domain of the Calamity origin. The Calamity origin is originally a land of death. The flesh and blood of Ardunis and death have bred many evil spirit sequences. If evil spirits want to become stronger, they need to control enough Calamity black mist and construct their own spiritual domain.
Generally speaking, without devouring other Ardunis flesh and blood remains, one must at least reach the middle level, with 7 or 8 levels to construct a spiritual domain. And Zorn not only devoured 2 pieces of Ardunis flesh and blood. He also obtained the powerful Sun King Golden Skeleton and the Sun King's Scepter.
In addition to the dual sequence, absorbing forbidden blood, loading extraordinary organs, and so on. Let him be able to construct his own spiritual domain at level 4. When other evil spirit sequences are just beginning to slowly digest the Calamity Black Mist and have not yet figured out how to leverage it with rituals, Zorn has already begun the construction of his spiritual domain. Zorn's progress and that of other evil spirits are no longer in the same dimension. The spiritual domain of the Calamity origin is equivalent to one's own spiritual kingdom. With the spiritual kingdom, the cost of death will be greatly reduced, and the cost of death can be exempted by using the spiritual kingdom. At the same time, carrying the spiritual kingdom, each time Zorn dies, he will be sacrificing himself, allowing his strength to increase a lot. That is to say, after having the spiritual domain, Big Boss Zorn Korik will be qualified to enter a more powerful second stage and third stage after death, instead of becoming weaker and weaker after resurrection, facing other boss counterparts with the same resurrection power. Zorn can even use the spiritual domain to curb the opponent's resurrection, or even prevent the opponent from resurrecting. Of course, that requires the spiritual domain gap between each other to be large enough. The construction of the spiritual domain can be regarded as fully developing the power of the boss template. Moreover, Zorn will soon use it. Bleeding Sun that requires a lot of capital to sacrifice in order to enter. Moreover, only by sacrificing oneself can one leverage enough power in the Bleeding Sun. And using the Bleeding Sun to temper oneself. It is also a crucial part of Zorn's many plans. Unconsciously, several days passed. The day to meet with the person in power of the Restorationist of Ogren City has arrived.